Hmm. Hello guys. Hmm. Hmm. सर बोला था पांडा ऐसा होना है ऐसा होता है हम्म, हाँ भाई पीछे बोलो ओए पांडा
हाँ
ठीक से सोना
यार बोलेगा अच्छे ना
आया आया एक्चुअली ना मेरे गेम फोन ऑफ नहीं कर रहा सर पक्कर उठे यार टॉप को घूम रहा था यार के टॉप गेम फोन ऑन हम्म ऐसे ना से के टॉप के भाई गेम ये फर्स्ट गेम तो स्टारलियन में जीते लाया ये स्टारलियन में जीते हैं साउन्ड मैले एकछिन सानो छ अहिले हिजो पाण्डालाई के भयो हिजो पाण्डा कसरी हार्यो एउटा गेम भन न त पाण्डा एउटा गेम कसरी हार्यो हिजो फर्स्ट गेममै
त्यसले भन्नु
म्याकीहरू रोजाले त चाक हान्नु त
त्यही भने क्यान्सरहरू के त्यो एउटा वान टिकै हो त्यो एउटा चिप वान टिकै
चिपर के रोजर वान
त्यो हिल्दा हिल्दा
हिल्लाले नै हान्न त्यहाँ जति नै
ए
देखिरहेको
बिल हेर न हिल्दा के जे पाइदियो खेली त्यो क्यान्सरहरू थियो भए पनि जित्दै
प्लासेस बनाएर लाइक साइक हान्ने पुस्ता ओए ल हाम्रो केटाकै गेम रहेछ नि त अब 7-6 मिनट एकै टाइमिङमा आयो टाइमिङमा लेट्स गो गाइस सपोर्ट हानिदिउँ हाम्रो एआईकोलाई लाइक साइक हान्दै केटा सेयर गर सब्सक्राइब हान अलार्म राखेर उठेको यार केटा म त साउन्ड अलि ठुलो साउन्ड ठुलो पारेछु म गेममा पुगेपछि होइन केटा
हेडेसहरू भन्ने पनि छैन
हेडिसहरू लाइक यिनीहरू यहीँको पहिला प्ले अफमा चिन्नु पर्दैन अनि हेडिसहरू चाहिँ प्ले अफमा छ क्या अलरेडी
अलरेडी प्लेअपमा छ
अनि यो डियाब्लोहरूले नयाँ टिम बनाएको छ नि त अनि नयाँ टिम बनाएकोले चाहिँ सुरुदेखि खेलेर आउनुपर्छ क्या लाइक एमएनसी जस्तो नेपाल
ए
यत्तिकै डाइरेक्ट प्ले अफमा पुग्दैन
कतिवटा टिम बसिरहेको छ प्लेअपमा अहिले
4वटा टिम छ टोटल अब यिनीहरूको 2जना मात्रै जान पाउँछ कि यता 6वटा छ
ए
यता 6वटाको 2जना टिम जो जित्छ त्यो त जान्छ होपफुली डियाब्लोको टिम स्ट्रङै छ अब अर्को आइको टिम जानुपर्छ
ए मलाई मोस्को मिट खेलाइरहेको छ त को हो यो
कहिले हो मस्तो
त्यो फर्स्ट गेम हेर न
एकछिन है 1 मिनट
लुनक जङ्गल मोस्को मिट ए
गाइस 5 मिनट टाइम छैन त्यति बेलासम्म गेम हेर्नु न त फर्स्ट गेम भने नि हेर्नु साउन्ड हल्का ठुलो भयो गाइस गेम साउन्ड पनि आयो म चाहिँ डिस्कर्डमै सुन्छ
That's like double marksman.
ए
side
आमोक
lanes.
छ यो त हाम्रो पहिला
That is crazy. Then you put Alice. Then you put
Nah.
Alice in the jungle.
No.
Luna's in the mid.
के हो यो
That is
स्क्रिन
Dangerous as heck. But it's a
very
very good late
expensive.
game kind of
That's all I want to
situation
say.
as well.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
extremely expensive, and
Like
there's
you
really
wouldn't
not much that they will
discriminate
be able to
for
do
it,
at
are
that
you?
point in time.
यो चाहिँ हाम्रो पहिला
I
I think
a little bit more late game potential and late game insurance.
see,
Discord
for
exchange
Stallions,
गरेछ
it is at this moment in time
कुन
we
गेम
don't
भने तिमीले
actually know
फर्स्ट गेम भने
तिमी स्पिक गरेर त्यो पज गरेको थियो यत्रो बेर त्यो अलिक अझै पर्छ अझै पर्यो
भनेपछि रिड्राफ्ट हुन्छ हैन
गर्दैन तर
ए रिड्राफ्ट गर्दैन यति खेलिन्छ
यति खेल्ने
You're
कुन टिमले
typically
मस्को
looking at a
लिएको
double fighter side lane.
यताको
Right now,
हो
I think
यो
Lapo
यो
kind
को
of
यो
looks good
ए
for
यो
Stallions. At
Jordan
least they have
मिड
some
भन्ने
backline
चाहिँ
experience in that. They have something up their sleeves. Hopefully,
अच्छा अच्छा मस्को मिडमै खेलिदिन्छ अरे ल सुरुको गेम नै यस्तो भएपछि त कसरी जित्नुहोस् न साउन्ड सानो गेमको अड्यो के भयो फोनबाटै लाइभ गर्छु नि चल्ला त त्यहाँ ए यो नि यस्तो त म त अड्किएछ
अड्किरहेछ त्यो
यो नि
यत्रो
म त के हो यत्रो लामो पर्छ अरे म त मेरो चाहिँ नेट अड्किएछ
hopefully, and thankfully,
Alice and Kalia is not gonna be a very
यो
good
चाहिँ
pick, especially giving away that box here to Stallions. But they can't
यो
go. If I'm not wrong, they can't go over to.
गाइस
Panda
मिड
and
मोस्टको
say,
फर्स्ट
"Hey,
गेम है
press the wrong button."
मिसपिक भएर
Or I'm not
दुईटै
exactly
भाइले
sure about
मिडमा
the
मात्रै
reason. Don't quote
प्रेसर
me on
दिँदो
that,
रहेछ
right? But there must be a reason why they either go with this. Number one,
ब्रेभहरू पनि पढ्न
it is,
सक्छ होला
it is an
यहीको
issue that cannot
गाइस
be
सबभन्दा
reversed
स्ट्रङ टिम
because of player
त्यो एमपिएलको
availability. So I think that this game
प्ले अफ
is
क्वालिफायरको
not
लागि चाहिँ यो हो क्या
a
टिम स्टालियन भन्ने
very good way to
किनकि यसमा
start
डियाब्लोहरू छ
Mayhem
ब्रेहरू छ
drafting. Weird Mayhem drafting is weird.
पहिलाको लाइक 2
I would
वर्ष
like to
अगाडिको
take that
च्याम्पियन
note
टिमहरू
down and say that this
2
is
वर्ष अगाडि
probably
3
not
वर्ष
their
अगाडि
game.
I think that this is intentional. Look at how Team Stallions are just hammering onto rights. That's first blood over to Brave. And this is the aggression that
ल हेर
Team
न
Stallions
यिनीहरू
can
सुरुमै
dish
फर्स्ट
out if Mayhem picks such a squishy lineup like this.
So at this point in time, we've already got a first kill credited over to Team Stallions, and understandable when it comes down to Buxia. Buxia have a very good mobility, right? So being able to make their way over to the opponent's jungle and just really
गाइस म तिमीहरूलाई फर्मेट बोलाइदिन्छु है कसरी प्लेयरमा छिर्ने भनेर 6 टिम हुन्छ टोटल एउटा याइको टिम अनि एउटा टिम स्टालियन भन्ने पनि राम्रै छ टोटल 6 टिम हुन्छ दुईटा टिम मात्रै प्लेअफमा छिर्न पर्छ जो जो जित्छ तिनीहरू मात्रै
And a flicker away on the bottom side, and Mayhem
अनि
will
4 टिम
start
प्लेअफमा
to
अलरेडी
their
पुगिसक्यो
game,
अनि
especially
टोटल
into the
दुईटा
first
पुगेपछि
turtle game
ठ्याक्क
spot.
6 हुन्छ अनि
Team
प्लेयर
Stallions
स्टार्ट
are
हुन्छ
already in position, and that's the problem with Mayhem's grab. Yes, they have a lot of late game damage and
अब
burst
होपफुली
potential,
दुईटा
but
टिममा
they
याइको
have to
टिम
survive the early game.
एउटा
So it's
स्लटले
only if
छिर्नै
they
पर्छ
are able to get into the late game. It's a free and easy turtle over the side of the horses.
सो
And
गेम
the
स्टार्ट भएको
Stallions
चाहिँ छैन
will pick that up and
यति
start
बढिया
rotating into the jungle. The aggression is starting to ramp up.
And just like that, it does seem as though that Lucian will be able to get
छैन गाइस स्टार्ट भएको छैन रहेछ अझै 1 मिनेट छ म हेर्दैछु अर्को डिभाइसबाट
has got good enough XP to get him the level 4.
कतिवटा गेम हुन्छ ट्विन याइको आज सबै गेम हुन्छ आज नै फाइनल हुन्छ याइको सेलेक्ट हुन्छ कि हुँदैन भन्दा आजै फाइनल हुन्छ केटा
आजै हुन्छ सबै
आजै हुन्छ सबै
Coming in, jumping onto Jojo, taking a lot of damage, able to get that brilliance out of the way, but the tsunami slam into the turret would take a lot of damage and
हेर न मा के हो यो स्ट्रङ टिम भन्नेमा कहाँ टर्नभित्र इनिममै हाल्दै गरे
so much more worth it. The
Moscow
fight is still
चाहिँ
going on. Two tie for you is coming in underneath the orange buff to take Diablo down.
यो एकचोटि जितेको निक्लिहाल्छ हो यिनीहरू
होला यार
ल बिचाराहरूको त
लोवर ब्याकेट छ कि छैन बिचा यो सबटाइटल के हुन्छ
So we already have got the molten essences that's being brought on, that's
Singapore
being brought
गर्ने
by the
सबटाइटल
Alice as well as the Buxia. But aside from that, the direction that we are looking out for
टिम
is
चेन्ज
the
छ
fact
कि
that
त्यही छ
the
न टिम
Moscow
किङ
is
एसटी छ याइको स्टार्ट भएको छैन गाइज अहिलेसम्म म यताबाट हेर्दैछु
Will be a little bit slow on getting the Trinity. That's a lot of damage.
ए फेरि 5 मिनेट एक्सटेन्ड गरेको
From Roy, just to take him out safe, but Bray comes in from the sidelines, tries to take Burn down, and that's the Moscow.
मिड मोस्कोपले रहेछ कि यार यो गेम त हेर्नै मलाई
मेरो के भयो नि
म्याच स्टार्ट भएको छैन केटा अझै 5 मिनेट एक्सटेन्ड गरेको
this game and being able to just get himself a good amount of farm, right? Because I think by the time that it reaches 5 to 6 minutes, Mayhem will lose a lot of damage potential.
It's a 1v1 anime battle. Petrify already used up as well from the side of Diablo. No TOR from
Second
Team
match
Talon
देखि लो
but Diablo's
सेकेन्ड
going in
म्याचमा चाहिँ
strong,
लोवर
healing
ब्याकेट छ ओके
everything back up, but so much
भनेपछि
done
यो
for you
भर्खर
to
हारेको
get
टिमको
out.
लागि
Soldi
लोवर
will
ब्याकेट
connect
भएन
onto Diablo, will be able to get out safe. The turtle
यस्तो होला
will be going to the side of Team Stallions.
गेम
There's no
सम्पर्छ
way
के
Mayhem
पो न
is
गल्लो
able
पाइम है
to
के
contest for
यस्तो
this.
कास्टिङ सुन्नु अहिले यो
So with
कास्टिङ
the turtle that's just going to be popping down to the bottom lane in 15 seconds, and unfortunately Diablo doesn't have
नेपालबाट
enough
3 जना
of
जानु
the
पर्यो मासरापको टिम
retreat.
पाण्डा अनि
There
अरोरा
is
टिम
still
र
a way for them to get
भइहाल्छ
out of
नि
this.
There's
भइहाल्छ
a lot
नि
of
यहाँ हेर्छु
engage going on down the bottom
चान्स
side.
पाएको भए त
Traction Pulse pulling two members in. Roy taking that killing spree for himself as Team Stallions. Just having that aggression coming through in this game. That's the power
खै सबै रिजनबाट 2 वटा जान्छ होइन सबै रिजनबाट होइन एमपिएल मलेसिया फिलिपिन अनि इन्डोबाट किनकि फ्रान्चाइज हो नि त त्यो
That's the difference
अनि
between
धेरै
a
बवाल
game
भ्युजहरू पनि आउँछ त्यहाँ त्यही भएर 2टा स्लट दिएको
that they can't
गेम
take
पनि राम्रै छ
yeah,
एक
the moment that they start to move
सिङ्गापुरको लागि चाहिँ एउटा स्लट हो
speed for the side of Team Stallions, because I mean, yeah, name checks out, they are literally just going to be on a horse race, and
अहिलेकै म्याच होइन हो गाइस अहिलेकै म्याच हो तर याइको स्टार्ट भएको छ नि त्यही भएर फेरि त्यही म्याच हेरेर
in the meantime,
अब स्टार्ट भइसक्यो याइको गेम लाउँछु
one mid laner, they are just basically
लिक्विडियामा ब्राकेट छ
Yeah, typically
Okay,
you want
okay.
a mid laner to clear the lane fast.
Yeah, but
MASARAP does
I
it
see.
pretty slowly. Even though you have the minions all in one line.
स्टार्टै भएको छैन के हो अझै 3 मिनट
double marks to the bot, a very
सेकेन्ड गेम चाहिँ हेरौँ न त फर्स्ट गेम त यत्तिकै हान्यो
Roy really
सेकेन्ड गेम नि दुवै हानेको छ
like stand.
maybe a bit more defense from each other just to survive because
Hey,
we're
do
seeing
not-
skirmishes on top side, but at the bottom side it's different.
साँच्ची तिमीहरू त ऊ त्यो टिमसँग पर्थ्यो ए पाण्डा भिभीहरूसँग पर्छ
Very quick response
को?
on the side of Stallions.
त्यो भिभी सेप्टेम्बर 9 हराएको
Do whatever that they want, honestly, and being able to take down
राम्रै छ
that,
तिनीहरू
Alice this
त्यही है मा कस्तो हानेको त्यो सयफ हो भन्दै थियो कतिले
minion is going to mean a lot. So that is a
यो
level
सयफ त चिन्छ होइन तिमीले
onto a fight.
That's
त्यो ऱ्याङ्क पुछर होइन
तिनीहरू हो भन्दै थियो
just showing the aggression that they
କିନ୍ତୁ सोरिनहरू भन्ने त हामीले पहिला एमसिबीमा हालेको थियो त फोएममा हुँदा त्यही हो
aggressive.
तिनीहरू
Jungle can't even get his arms level
लु
4.
पऱ्यो तिनीहरूलाई
Already level 5, and you got Roy just free hitting and constantly having that energy. The full
यस्तो हो क्या फ्रेडीलाई अर्ली ट्याङ्क के हुँदैन अर्ली पनिस हाल्नुहुन्छ राम्रो टिमहरूले
And Team Stallions are they're just shifting gears, and it's so hard for Mayhem
नो
to defend.
लोवर ब्राकेट फर दिस टिम विनर टिमले अब हार्यो भने ए ओके फर्स्ट गेम चाहिँ लोवर ब्राकेट थिएन अब यिनीहरूले टिम एस्टिलियन जित्छ नि त अब यिनीहरू हारे पनि लोवर ब्राकेट रहेछ तर यो माहेम भन्ने टिमको लागि चाहिँ छैन रहेछ किनकि फर्स्ट गेममै हार्यो नि त
Throwing bodies are just
स्क्वाड
doing
भनेको
all that they want.
र लाइक साइक हान्नु स्ट्रिम सेयर हान होइन लाइक सपोर्ट हान्नुपर्छ एकैलाई आज
They just want to
अनि एकछिनमा अफिसियल च्यानललाई रेड हान्नुपर्छ
finally start to see there is a little bit more
फेरि टुर्नामेन्ट कहिले छ अर्को त्यो
in the
अब त्यो खै ब्राकेट आइसक्यो हुन्छ फिक्स
Great down the bottom side.
Yeah.
Two time for you will get out of the way. 60 seconds till the next turtle of the game spawns up, but it kind of looks like Team Stallions are. This is kind of late game territory. They're playing like they're in really late game. Bray is so aggressive in the way that he engages all of these team fights, and he's always there.
At this moment, with 3 minutes and 37 seconds into the game, Team Stallions have already gotten themselves like close to 3.
बिहान बिहान वाजबाट के गर्ने केटा हो गेम बिहानै भएपछि त अब अलार्म राखेर भने उठ्नु पर्यो
Stallions, right? Moving on forward, and once we reach
पाण्डाको इन्स्टा के हो पाण्डाको इन्स्टाग्राम के हो भनिदियो नि त पाण्डा
where we'll have got
मेरो नामै छ हौ
down, it is
के लुनाटिक पाण्डा
to get together.
विप्लव कन्थङ हो
विप्लव काण्डङ भयो गाइस रियल नेम फलो हानिदिइहाल्छ हाम्रो पाण्डालाई विप्लव काण्डङ उहाँ छ
Some of these turrets and increase their goal lead even more.
I think this is really like a show of experience. Look at the mid side.
कुन यहीको गेम केटा अहिले स्टार्ट भएको छैन अझै खै टाइम एक्सटेन्ड गरेर थियो अझै
This is just
30 सेकेन्ड छ
experienced
खै
team with international.
यहीको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ हुँदैन हाम्रो यो गेम यो देखाएपछि यहीको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ
हेलो हेलो लभली
We are back to MPLSG season.
विप्लव काण्डङ
Stage.
विप्लव
Right now, we're gonna
गाइस
see
म
SG up against
कमेन्टमै
Masarap.
हानिदिन्छु है त
Two also from the community teams. We've seen a lot of their faces in tournaments
के हो यो?
Legends and
विप्लव
tournaments leading
गाइस यही हो
to MPLSG.
VIP LAK KANDANG WA हैन
New to the scene. I've seen the comments as well.
यो
A lot of you guys are rooting on
गाइस
the
विप्लव
top
काण्डोमा
players as well.
डाको इन्स्टाग्राम
For some reason,
more like one.
more like one player.
One guy, one specific guy. I wonder what's the
विप
deal with
विप्लव
this.
काण्ड को यो रोरागले त के
Top
भन्छ यो विप्लव काण्ड
Mayo Prodigy, but he has to
दिस
go
इज
through this
द
first. So
Yes.
it's still an elimination round. So that means if you win, you're going to the
ब्राक्स
next stage. You have a extra
ब्राक्सी
life.
है
If you lose to the next, only in the next stage. But if
के
you
भन्छ यो
lose,
कास्टिङ
you
सेन्स
will
भनेको
be
केटा
immediately eliminated and getting out of this.
इट्स लाइक सक भन्ने स्योर हैन केटा
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You want to be
Very
that team
cutthroat.
that stays with us all the way until 10, 12 a.m. No matter how long this thing runs.
Stipulated to end at 9 p.m. Let's hope that it will be that case because like we mentioned, right? It is going to be a long day. We have a total of 7 best of 3 games.
It's a stamina as well.
Yeah, none of these games are gonna be played concurrently, by the way. So every single one of these
ड्याम
games
कुन
in
कास्ट हो यो
this
काण्डमा यो
single
लिम्बू होइन
quote-unquote
लिम्बू
elimination
कास्ट
bracket is going to
लिम्बू
go
लिम्बू
all the way through.
Yeah. But I
अफिसियल
feel like
च्यानल
this
भन्दा नि
tournament
बढी
is
भ्युवर
so
यस्तो
cool,
वाच
right?
पार्टी
It's sort of like a
होइन होला अफिसियल च्यानलमा आउँछ होला धेरै
playoffs is
Yeah.
happening in 2 weeks. If I'm not wrong, it's the 1st to 3rd or 31st of October to
31st
2nd
to 2nd.
November.
That is right.
So join us down there if you're gonna be watching.
गाइस
all this.
लाइक साइक हान
You know,
कमेन्ट
the
हान
community
सेयर
tournaments
गर
are
होइन
the community
जसको
leagues.
पछिसम्म धेरै पोइन्ट हुन्छ म
They show
स्टार्ट
you how
गिभअवे
to
गर्छु
share
मेरो
experience,
टाइम
take
बनाएपछि
you from building up in these minor community tournaments
फर्स्ट
and
टाइम
then into the NPL professional league. Really excited to see how they are going through. We'll take a look at the brackets in the right now.
केटा ब्राकेट जान्छ ब्राकेट हेर्नु
Previously, we watched how Team Stallions actually
यो
dominated.
पज हानौँ न त एकछिन यो माएम भन्नेलाई भर्खर आउट पारिदियो 2-0 या यिनीहरू किङडम स्पोर्ट्ससँग पर्छ ओके यो यिनीहरू यो दुईटा टिम चाहिँ आरएससी र किङडम स्पोर्ट्स चाहिँ लाइक एमपिएलमै थियो तर तिनीहरू बटम दुईटा टिम हो क्या अनि तिनीहरू त्यही भएर यहाँ प्ले अफको लागि फेरि जित्नुपर्छ कि यिनीहरू बटम दुईटा टिम भएर अनि किङ एससी भन्छ यो हो गाइस सिआइको टिम अब यो र इन्सोमेनियाकसँग पर्दो रहेछ अनि तिनीहरू जसले जित्छ तिनीहरू चाहिँ आरएससी सिङ्गापुर अनि आरएससी सिङ्गापुरलाई जित्यो भने क्वालिफाई भनेको ए होइन लोवर ब्याक रहेछ गाइस सो याइको टिम यिनीहरूलाई जित्नु पऱ्यो इन्सोमेनियाकलाई सुरुमा अनि त्यसपछि आरएससीसँग पर्छ आरएससीलाई जितेर टिम स्टिलियनलाई जित्यो भने मात्रै सिधै क्वालिफाई हुने रहेछ अब टिम स्टिलियनसँग हार्यो भने चाहिँ फेरि यहाँ जितेको टिमसँग पर्ने रहेछ आरएससी र किङडम मजाले थियो त्योसँग पर्ने रहेछ सो त्यही हो गाइस ब्राकेट चाहिँ मैले एक्सप्लेन हाल्छु होइन
I mean, you gotta play extra games. And you don't
सकेसम्म सबै गेम जितेको राम्रो
At least,
अनि डाइरेक्ट क्वालिफाई हुन्छ
at least for Team Stallions, right? For example, they did manage to win that game in a 2-0 fashion.
यो गेम चाहिँ जसरी भए पनि जित्नै पर्छ
Themselves straight
किनकि
into
नेक्स्ट
the
गेम हारे पनि
final.
लोवर ब्राकेट हुन्छ नि त सो यो गेम चाहिँ
Maybe
जित्नै पर्छ
to
यो गेम हारे भने त लोवर ब्राकेट छैन
anything else from that point on, or they were to be relegated down to the lower bracket and they have to play a total of 4 games. So that will definitely be a bit more of a stamina game that we were talking about. And do note that the upper bracket finals actually ends a lot earlier as compared to the lower brackets, right? We will look at that match 20, probably like midway through the day, and the match 22 and 23 is like 5:30 and 6, 5:30 and 7 o'clock kind of games.
in our minds, it's just the timing of the games. It's for me, it's so funny.
It's like 1.5 hours allocated for each game. I think
Yes.
that is very possible, provided that the game just kind of run through it. I think even if it's a
वेलकम टु
short
एमपिएल
game,
सिङ्गापुर
it
सिजन
will be
10
through
वो
earlier, as long as
अति
you're
म्याच त्यो
packed with those 25 minutes kind of thing.
न्युजहरू आज जसरी गइरहेको छ क्या यो मुनिको त
We
Remember
ramble
season
a
9.
lot, right? We ramble
Remember
a lot
season
too.
9. Season 9, 45-minute game.
So we're going on. The number will forever stick to my head. It's not a 45 minutes game, by the way.
त्यो गेम स्टार्ट गर्यो भने त नि के हो गेम स्टार्ट
I just rounded up.
It's like 43.33. I remember it.
That's a nice number.
My
That's a nice
heart,
number.
my buddy.
But speaking of which, let's watch. Let's go into the first team. This is Kings.
ल यहाँको टिम आयो द किङ्स
Fun Boy Reborn,
Yep.
Yahiko, which everyone is crazing about. I know
The
you
ओए
Kings.
यहाँको नाम पनि
I
आउँदैछ
don't
है
know if he's gonna bring that out in the MPL scene. You got mid lane Ryzen, Bong in the gold lane, Iron Ryan Rome, and they are first pick coming up for this. What they said is coming out of MPL as season 8.
Unproven rookies that nobody wanted. We hope that we will turn into first to be reckoned and with the proof that a bunch of rookies can make it as far. Let's go. Rookies collide sounds.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Kings
Yahikoलाई भन्यो ढुक्क
see
मैले
how
बुझ
that is
Whoa, the goat, the meat legend, the one and only.
of Iron Ride.
Handsome, handsome केटा हो.
MPL scene have been seen a couple of times before. Maybe
Sound अलि ठुलो big. Okay guys, sound ठुलो
Yeah,
गर्छु.
we've seen him before.
Yeah.
We've
Come.
also seen Bong.
Let's
from
go,
Q2.
let's
Yeah,
go.
Bong is
Yahiko
good.
आइसक्यो.
Different from Bong
Eh, no, Bong.
QT.
Wait, no, Bong is gold, not mid.
Yeah, Bong is gold.
Bong yes
Bong
golden हो.
QT. I
Guys.
remember that it's not the same Bong.
It might be. I
Main sound अलि ठुलो guys. ठुलो
we'll be able
गर्छ
to see
नि
that.
sound.
Hope I this is
अब
one of the
ठिक
rumors
छ
that I
छैन
wish
केटा
Kings would
चेक
get,
हान त.
because his
ठिक छैन
mind
भने
is
अझै
filled
म
with
बढाइदिन्छु.
this kind of like
Yeah, this is color information.
just
right?
color
Hands
information.
hands
So he
एकदम
knows,
hands
he like
छ.
really knows.
Doming
So,
जस्तो छ.
regardless, we're also going to be looking at the other
The
team
rest
over
when
here,
they are
and understandably it's going to be
defeated.
Insomniacs.
The rest
the
when
ones
they
that
are defeated.
They will never
We have
rest
to make
because
playoff in
they
season
won't
10
even
and a
rest when
message
they
to other
are
teams
defeated.
that we are not
Because
scared
this
of
is
way
all
of
the
any
playoff
other
in
team.
season 10.
And this will
And
be
they
scared.
will be
And this will be scared of us. Whoa!
because we have many different
Strategies.
strategies prepared.
Oh, spicy,
Oye.
ओए
spicy.
डरै लाग्दो छ त यार केटा
Kings
होला
SG,
त
X,
यस्तो
Xavier,
डर लाग्दो
Kaiser,
त
and
यार
Silent.
अति डर लाग्दो
I
यार
only recognize Silent right here. The rest
वो
of them might be
थोडा
more
डरै
based
लाग्दो छ
in POC.
है
And Silent is basically he's a dominant force in Campus
Let's
Legends and might come into
go
like a
ओए
lot of
फाइट
the
चिकन जस्तै छ
community
त हुन
tournaments as
जस्तै छ त
well.
हुन फाइट चिकन
One of the better roamers in the community scene as well. So
ओए यसै त
I'm
हुन
really
जस्तै छ
looking
हेर
forward
नि
to
त
see how he plays out. Not a lot of information from the rest of the other players, but a huge warm welcome to both teams for coming back into, or for Kings at least, coming back and coming into the MPL professional scene.
Yep. Out of all of these players,
Let's
despite
go, kiddo,
hosting
let's
quite
go.
a bit of community events, I would say that I would only know Xavier. Mr. Javier does
Javier.
yeah Javier.
Random bro
he
डेन्जरस
definitely
क्रास परेको छ
stands
क्याट
out to me,
म्याप चाहिँ
notably because of community events that he played a very
कुन
advanced
फोनबाट खेल्ने
Speaking of
आइफोनबाट
Insomniacs
आइफोन
being
11बाट खेल्ने त्यो पनि
force and
सानो छ अरे
a
क्या केटा हो फोन पनि लाइक प्रो म्याक्सको
no one would
त
expect
खेल्ने
them to
बान्छ नि त
pick
हेरेको
this dangerous grass. Hopefully
अनि
they give
अर्को
us something
फोन चाहिँ सानो
unique,
भएर
something
आइफोन 11
new that they want to play
जुनियर
around
एस
with.
भने नेपाली होइन
Looks like
नेपाली
Kings SG does have a little bit more
खेल्न
experience,
चाहिँ
and we've
पाण्डाले नै
seen
खेल्न
how
हो
experience
तर
actually has a gap against
अकाउन्ट चाहिँ
Panda's team,
नेपाली ओनर चाहिँ
Team
नेपाली
Stallions. So
ल गाइस ड्राफ्ट सर्ट भयो ड्राफ्ट
taking out
आउँछ
the landslide, taking out Baxia. I
Yahiko
also
Baxia ban
believe
हान्यो
that the CC will get banned
त्यहाँबाट
out
लेन्स
alongside
स्लट
the Angela.
एन्जिला
So
ब्यान्ड
these are main
यहीकोले हिजो
target
भन्दै थियो
bans
लेन्स स्लट खेलिदिनु भने
across
सो
all of
लेन्स
the
स्लट ब्यान्ड
CL
छ केटा
teams so
यताबाट
far.
Yep. We also do
अनि
have
एन्जिला
Coach
नि ब्यान्ड हानेको छ
Simple that will be coming
यहीकोहरूको
in
फर्स्ट पिक छ
to
लेट्स गो केटा सपोर्ट
draft
हान्नु यहीकोलाई
for Kings for Kings SG. So we'll see how that is gonna go.
गाइस एकछिन म
Right
कमेन्ट
off the
पढ्दिन
bat, we are already
मोडरेटरहरू
looking
रिप्लाई
at the
गर्दै गर म
Lancelot,
एकछिन गेममा
Angela,
ध्यान
as well as the Bucks are being taken away. Doesn't really quite
दिन्छु
say
ड्राफ्ट
much
रेटिङ
at this
हान्नु
point
त
in time,
पाण्डा
but it's pretty fair to say that some of these are a lot of these
के ब्यान
events
हान र
are
यहीको अहिले
geared towards the competitive sense.
के छ र अहिले
Looking at the comments to a lot of fans for the
कालीहरू
Kings
स्टिल ओपन
SG.
छ प्रोबाब्ली फर्स्ट पिक
They've
नै
got
हान्छ
themselves a huge following for themselves. Hopefully, they will show us a good showing. Kings SG, right now, their turns are banned out. They might want to leave the Fanny open. I know that in the community scene, Kings SG has been sort of
Big
teasing
boy.
that the
चिप ब्यान
ban from
ओके चिप
Yahiko
गाइस
will
मेटामै छ
be
विदेशतिर
a
लास्ट
priority
सो
or
आउँछ चिप
spec ban, and he shows a lot of prowess on that one.
यहीको इनोसेन्ट देखिन्छ त
Oh,
इनोसेन्ट नै
Fanny,
छ
huh? We'll see how that is
That's
gonna
the good
look out
answer.
to be. And ultimately, it doesn't seem like we have a lot of a pattern coming in from either of these two teams' bands. But at least for Insomniacs, they're really just rooting down onto some of the more annoying heroes
Yep.
and disablers that makes
यताबाट किमी ब्यान हो
unable
के
to
फर्स्ट
play a
पिक
certain
काली
game.
स्टिल ओपन
I would say that Kimi doesn't really work
प्रोबेबली
in
कालिया
that,
लिन्छ
that
कि
kind of
के
pattern.
छ
So I
अरू
think that
ओपन
this is more of a ban whereby they just don't want to see them.
कालिया नै म चाहिँ भन्छु है
So CC's
CC.
wide
Whoa,
open. First
whoa,
pickup
whoa, whoa.
by
CC फर्स्ट पिक
Kings SG.
ओके
Looks like they're really happy about that pickup.
सीसी
For
फर्स्ट पिक चाहिँ सोचेको थिएन मैले किनकि
Insomniacs, though,
सीसी हल्का सेकेन्ड पिकतिर
might be
उठाउँथ्यो
looking at,
यताबाट लिनु
what would
कालिया
be
जस्तो
a natural
कालिया
counter
किन लिएर
to
आएको छैन
CC, or not even a counter, but like who in the EXP lane
CC तर
can
गोल्डमा नि
match
खेलाउनु
up
मिल्छ
against
एक्सपीमा नि
this
खेलाउनु
CC.
त्यही
I think
प्रोबेबली
at this
त्यही भएर
point
हो
in
कि
time,
रिजन
you
हैन
don't really win against a CC.
गाइस लाइक चाहिँ हैन
Having a
शेयर
Lapu
हैन
will
सब्स्क्राइब हैन
be
केटा
very
यहीको
helpful
भाइलाई
because
सपोर्ट
you
हैन
will
पनि
be able to clear the waves even without
गाटो प्रो
or with
चुप्से
minimal contact against CC. Because the main thing is you don't want to be right in front of the face of CC. However, CC can always just pounce in front and just kind of zone you out. It will still be a little bit difficult to work with, but ultimately you don't want to be a sitting duck. So there needs to be more lane influences in the middle lane. And unfortunately, I'm not liking the fact that they went
Oh
for
guys,
the
फ्यान पनि
Juice.
स्टिल ओपन छ
That means that
ल
lower
आयो
lane
भुसा
influences. There is a Gato catcher, so it does help a bit.
तिमीलाई हाइबुसा
I
पिक
think
कस्तो लाग्छ
maybe
यति छिटो उठाएको
Insomniacs might be able to pick up the
हाइबुसा पिक यति छिटो उठाएको छ
Alice
तिमीलाई
for
कति लाग्छ
themselves in the EXP.
छिटै
Maybe
उठाउने
just
आयो
open herself up against the CC. But I was teasing the Grok. I was looking at Grok. I think Grok would be a very good pick
थर्ड पिक्चर हो गयो
for Kings.
के यतातिर
Just
युसन
because
त्यस्तो
he
मेटा
has a
छैन
little bit of the
युसन
positional effect.
खै
Once he
मैले
picks a
पनि
wall,
सिङ्गापुरको लाइभ त हेर्दिनँ
Insomniacs will need to move around that
प्रोबेबली
and
एमपिएल
sort of like
इन्डोतिरहरू
create
लिइरहन्छ
that
होला
space for
इन्डो पिएस
themselves to get into good
लेन्स
position.
युसन चाहिँ
But
भन्दा लेन्स
you
खच्चा
know,
छ
dangerous grass, we always see juicing getting picked up. I
युसन
think
भन्दा
this is
लेन्स
a natural sort of like trend that a lot of teams are
खै
picking up.
होला यार
They need
म्याप
that land
बिजनेसमा त
to
मलाई
open up that map because there's
युसन
too many grasses to
चाहिँ
open up.
पनि
I think
मलाई
Grok
स्ट्रङै
would
लाग्छ
be a viable
अनि
target for this
लेन्सबाट
one.
पनि स्ट्रङै छ
So moving on forward
दुइटै
with
उति
this,
उतिकै हुनु
they also picked up a Uranus. So right
युरानस
now,
लास्ट
let's take a look
ट्याङ्कीहरू
at
लिएर
it.
चाहिँ त दुईटा फ्रन्ट लाइन
Uranus
भइसक्यो
does have a
अलरेडी
pretty good
इन्सोमिनियाकबाट
deal with
युरानस र
CC
घाटो
as well because
यता
not
पनि फ्रन्ट
only
लाइन
does
छ
the fact
याइको
that he have
टिमको
lesser
ग्रक
health
छ
pool
फ्रन्ट लाइन
than some of the other XP
प्रोबेबली
players on
मोस्टली
tanks
मलाई किन
because
हो सिसी
the
गोल्ड
main
जस्तो
thing about
लागिरहेको
CC
छ
is
केटा
that they deal damage based on
सिसी
your
गोल्ड अनि
maximum
यताको एक्सपीले
your
स्पेलरलाई
HP
प्रोबेबली
total,
लिनुपर्छ
right? So
किनकि
being able
यसमा
to regenerate all
राम्रै
of
हुन्छ
that lost HP is definitely going to be very worth it for yourself
उनीहरूले
as
त
you're
फेरि
able to
स्पेस
just kind of
बनाएर
bring yourself
दिनु
back
पर्यो त
in
यो
and out of the
मेसलाई
fight quite often.
I have to agree with you. Not a lot of
लाइक हाल्नु
immediate
सब्सक्राइब
crowd
हाल्नु होइन
controls.
सेयर
Not
गरौँ
a lot of reliable crowd controls. It's not like a point and click. That's the issue with Insomniac's draft. But for Kings, the CC is all that's enough. You have the curtain call. You're able to lock two members down if they get a little bit too close. The only thing that Kings has to worry about is the side lane pressure that Uranus is going to bring. Insomniac's just really tying down onto Ryzen.
के ब्यान हाल्ने
Taking
ब्यान
out
हाल्ने
the
छ
Eve.
इभो के
I wouldn't be surprised if the Farsa would be taken out as well.
Yeah, I didn't really quite think that they would ban out a Eve, considering the fact that they picked up a Gato Kacha for themselves. As Gato
लाइक
Kacha
हल्का
is,
मेल
of
गर्ने
course,
पनि
the main
चाहिरहेछ
rival for
याइको
Eve,
टिमलाई
one of the
तर
main
सिसी
ways
पनि
that
छ
you'll be able
स्टिल
to take
लेट्स सी
Eve out
अझै
of
लिन्छ कि
a
मेल
real
हान्ने
world
पिकहरू
manipulation because of the
तर
taunt.
वाइस ब्यान
It is
उताबाट लुनक
taunt
मेल
links
गर्नु पर्छ नि त लाइक
is
त्यही भएर यिनीहरूले
a
लुनक ब्यान
pretty
हान्ने
high
छ
level
राम्रै ब्यान गरिरहेको छ
control
यो
effect,
अपोनेन्ट
which
टिमहरूले चाहिँ
can affect the real world manipulation.
I mean, Lunox getting banned out as well, but it's out of
टिम
Insomniacs.
ड्राफ्ट गर्न सकेछ
This
इनिमी पनि
Lunox
ड्राफ्ट राम्रै छ
mid
गाइस
lane
अब एमपिएलको
doesn't
लागि
have a lot
स्लटको
of
लागि हो
crowd controls, but
फुल
does
ट्रायर
have
त
a lot
गरिहाल्छ
of
नि केटाहरूले
burst damage, and I think that is what
त्यही पनि
Insomniacs is
लेट्स
trying to
सपोर्ट याइको
deny. And a lot of teams are starting to pick that up as well,
नेपालको
especially from
प्राइस
mid side. So it's that came first in top priority. If not, you get the
फ्यानी
juicing
फ्यानी
and
ब्यान
you get
हानेको
the
छ ओके
Lunox. So a lot of teams are starting to not pick up the Farsa for themselves. So the only viable option for Kings, I would say Farsa would be a
यो
good sort of
यो
like
चाहिँ
zone
एक्सपी भयो होइन
control,
यो एक्सपी
if you're
प्लेयर हो
playing against the
यो
juicing,
गोल्ड
you
हो
have that range to
यो
match her.
Yeah,
रोम होला
so
यो
you'll be
रोम हो
able
यो
to just
मेज
kind of
होला
wipe out
याइको
the
But
पनि
the Gatot,
effectively.
the Gatot actually prevents you from picking up the Farsa because once you do the Fred airstrike, you
Necessary.
get the AOG
Let's
into
let's
your
support
face.
Not
याइको
necessary, right? Because if we are looking at
के
Farsa
के
versus
लान्छ
Eve,
ड्राफ्टमा
whoever
अब
has between these two, Eve definitely have a
युवराज
little bit
सङ्गल
of
कस्तो
time.
युवराज
So
सङ्गल
that
लिँदैन
means that the
गुड
channeling of
मर्निङ
the
दाइ
AOG
वेलकम एयर
is
मिजरी
more.
मिजरी
It
भाइ
makes a bigger deal over to the Eve
वेलकम टु
because
द स्ट्रिम
you want to be you want to be holding out as long as you can. But for Farsa, the moment you
Mm,
open up
jungle,
the first
jungle,
strike and you got 2 more strikes to go, you can just blast them all out ASAP, and you wouldn't even be affected by the AOG.
ग्रान्जर भयो ल ग्रान्जर लग्यो यताबाट
And you also have a little bit of CC immunity
सिसी
as well. So
प्रोबेबली
I mean, it's already
गोली
banned
खेल्दा
out.
त
So
ग्रान्जर
I
लिइसक्यो
think Kings would be able to need to be able to find a mid lane that could do a decent amount of damage, have rotations, and play around this environment. I think could
के
be
लिन्छ
might be a
याइको
viable
टिमको
option as
दुईटा पिक छ
well. A lot of teams are not picking it up.
मेस
But,
र गोल्ड कि
it
एक्सपी
is
चाहिरहेको छ
quite a popular pick in typical
CC
community
एकछिन खेल्दा
teams.
जस्तो
So
त्यही किनकि
maybe
ग्रान्जर
that
भयो
one you don't really have a lot of AOEs.
हायबुसा छ ऊ
Yeah.
स्मेल
Oh,
लिन्छ
maybe
स्लाइड
Farsa
आज लगाइ
so
स्मेल यो
just
यताबाट
that's season 3. You got
CC
Anthony and
gold.
Uranus on the side lane.
Okay, so
भेन्जेन्स लिन्छ कि
CC
लिँदैन किनकि
is the goal.
अपोनेन्ट ग्रान्जर
yeah, And that is the surprising thing, right? It's because they are not necessarily
Guys,
looking at
60
like
gold भयो
isolation jungle kind of thing.
अनि
The
एक्समा
scare will definitely
स्मेरल्डा
work. It will take some time for
युरानस
it to be able
कोकिङ्स
to
स्मेरल्डा
get this to work
ठिकै
out.
छ गुड म्याचअप
Regardless,
गुड
having
म्याचअप भन्दा नि
fighter
स्किल म्याचअप हो
XP or the fighter into the side lanes generally just means that they will be able to huddle together a lot earlier and pick up very
ग्राफिक
strong team
भइसकेको छ
fights.
त कुन
And
टिमले
speaking of
जित्छ
team fights, this is a
मलाई
lineup
चाहिँ
that
याइको
does
टिमले
clear
जित्नु
themselves
पर्यो
pretty
केटा मस्त
effectively
त्यही
team
हो
fight,
मेरो
right? Because
प्रेडिक्सन
Esmeralda can initiate, Grok can counter
Whoa,
initiate,
Zoe,
can
okay.
initiate as well. A good amount of follow-ups coming in from both sides. They have got ways to really just crowd control down to the ground.
ड्राफ्ट
No
त
one
दुइटै
that
टिमको
has
बेटर लाग्यो
got a
मलाई
targeted control
ओके
spell except for
तर
CC,
एउटा
but that
ड्राफ्ट
is of course
प्रेडिक्ट गरौँ है
recountered.
त कुन चाहिँ
There's
ड्राफ्ट
someone
स्ट्रङ छ
nearby as well in order to really just tether them together.
ग्रान्जर जो
It doesn't stop
युरानस
their
गाटो
movement,
हैन
but it limits their movements.
I would say Insomniac's draft is easier to execute just because everyone has a specific role to play and they all know how to play it. The only difference is
So guys,
for
मलाई
Kings,
चाहिँ
the
इन्सोमिनियाको
Double
ड्राफ्ट
Fire
पनि
Alliance has
स्ट्रङै
been
लागिरहेको
showing
छ
a lot of
तपाईँहरूले
success
यस्तो गेमै
in terms of zoning out the gold laner, and you're facing up a Granger. The damage and the sustain coming out from the CC
Let's see guys,
will hold
let's
yourself
put a
up
low guys game
against
start
his
भयो फर्स्ट
worship.
गेम लेट्स
In
गो
late game, I would say if Insomniac is able to take this game
किङ
past
एक्चुअली हान्नै पर्छ यो गेम
they
फेरि
will
केटाहरू
be
हराउँछ
able
नि
to
छैन
win out a
हान्नै
lot of
पर्छ
these
जस्तो
team
गेम
fights.
गाइस लाइक
And
चाहिँ
well
हान्दिम
said,
सेयर गरौँ
ladies and gentlemen, we're going
इटिमी
mid.
राम्रै छ यार केटा हो
We do have
एमपिएल
got
को
a
टिम हो यार
pre-season draft coming in from
एमपिएल
both
को लागि
ends, with
लडिरहेको
Kings
यत्रो वर्ष
SG
दिए
that have
प्र्याक्टिस
played
हान्दै होला
off
बुट
a
क्याम्पमा
fighter side
राम्रो
lane,
भइहाल्छ
enabling them for a
So
very
guys, let's go.
early
Game
carry
one.
straight to the mid-game
Let's
kind
go.
of lineup where
Let's
they
go.
will
Yeah,
fight
gonna
full
support
on
on
more into the later
game one.
stages. Well,
वार क्राइममा
Insomniac
खेल्दैछ याको
do have got
आएछ
decent burst in the
तिमी
early
नि वार
phases
क्राइममा
where they
खेल्छ के
try
भाइ
to really just deal with the
Yeah,
early
man,
game
I'm gonna
aggression.
वार
However, it
क्राइममा
is the
हो
sustainability that they have to look out for as well. With a bit more of the
Guys, game one
greediness
start भयो
from the side of
सपोर्ट
Insomniac
हान्दिम
because of number one, the Uranus, and number
जोइले
two,
ब्लू
a
देखि हाल्यो
marksman.
याइकल रेड देखि
I
हाल्नु
wouldn't call that greediness, but more of the
सिसी
fact
गोल्ड
that is
ल गुड सिट स्मेरेलाले
in
कुर्ता
the
पऱ्यो
proper way.
ल
Oh, silence stole the
Oh
buff.
my
Yस्तै हुन्छ
god
क्या यो लामो
Actually,
त्यो
it's gonna delay
कहाँदेखि
Kings
आउँछ
a
त्यो?
little bit. Yahiko's gonna feel that in that
Here's on,
pinch
guys,
in a
please.
bit. Is Xavier trying to get
Deep
out?
players
Yahiko,
like
that.
just
Yeah.
to keep her safe, silent, actually blocks in all
कसरी
contact.
ल
over
यार एकचोटि
Xavier.
देखायो भने
Now Yahiko still
Yahiko
on
हाने
the
होइन
They're
हौ
gonna
एकान्त आइदियो
put
अनि
their
तोडिहाल्छ
aggression. Silence already there.
त्यो
Uses
फर्स्ट
his
किल हल्का
flash to
लामै छ
get that out. Doesn't get
लिथो पनि
lethal
लाग्दैन
as well. As Insomniac's just pushing King's SG back. That's gonna bite him a little bit. That's gonna hurt, but it's not gonna
ढुक्क झ्याउने
delay
हुन्छ
him
ठिकै छ
too much.
साइलेन्टले राम्रै गरिरहेको छ अहिलेसम्म
I think
किनकि
if
दुइटै
they
साइडमा
are able
पेल्दा
to ride that momentum,
बटको
Insomniac will
खायो
be
नि
able
तर
to secure that first turret
Board.
दुइटा छ
and get the first easy kill.
बर्ड
Yeah, this is
बर्ड
not
जानुपर्छ
a
होला किनकि
very
माथि
good
केही छैन
start for
मिडमा हाने
Yahiko.
नाइस
Down in the middle lane.
Oy,
लभली
oy.
पिकअप
Will be
गए
taken down
अति
almost
मिठो
immediately. So
जोय आयो
it
ब्याक
kind of
ब्याक खाएको
catches
साइड
up
ओइ
for
नाइस यार
Yahiko
अल्टी
to
सक्यो
get
अब
this.
काटिदियो
I think it
काटिदियो
just minimizes
ब्रकले सेकेन्ड इनिसियल
the,
काटिदिएर जोएको नाइस यार
level
नाइस ब्रो
difference just a little bit as Dex already level 4. Ramping up the aggression in the orange.
स्मेल पायो
इन्भेट
एक्सपेक्ट
गरेर
ग्राब
इन्भेट
Back on
गरेर
that defense, they are just in the vicinity. I think Dex will be
इन्भेट हान्दै
out
खेल्छ
safe.
क्या एमपिएलतिर त्यही हो
Overall,
अनि
Insomniacs,
ब्याक
they
आयो
are playing their aggression to
तर
the
यो
T.
गेम गाइस
Castle's
स्मेल
Dodge
हुन्छ
stealing
जस्तो
that
लाग्यो
orange buff
फेरि
early.
रिटिस फेरि रिटिस
Yahiko
छैन
just a
त्योसँग
little bit
टटो
too
हान्नु
low to
रहेछ
spawn up, doesn't have that
दुइटैसँग
ult
रिटिस
yet.
छैन रहेछ
Dex is
दुइटै
in
रिटिस छैन
control, he's in the vicinity,
चालेर
does not
पुग्छ
have the
त्यसो
ultimate
गोल
just yet. But it's
याइको
coming out really,
क्याच
really
भान्छ
soon.
Yeah,
गोल
it does
रेड बल
have his ulti
अब
right
त्यो
now.
खाएर पनि
You're gonna have to
काटोले
take
नाइस यार
this turtle down ASAP. Otherwise, Des will be able to get
Wait,
himself to
isn't
level 5. In the meantime,
Nice,
the
nice,
nice.
Panda is just gonna be striking on the way down. Biltizi
It's in
almost
queue,
went
यार
down,
हमें
not quite
भी
there just yet. With the AOG that comes in to re-engage, that's 4 members from the side of Insomniac that will be
बाँच्यो,
tackling
बाँच्यो.
down on
Oh,
the King's
यार.
SG, allowing them
जितिरहेको छ
to
यार.
kill onto Bunboy
Yes,
Reborn
okay.
and reclaim the turtle for
ल
themselves.
अन्त ठिकै छ केही छैन केटा फर्स्ट अर्डर हो त्यति गोल दिँदैन
इन्भेट
Blitz down this
हान्नु
turtle.
न
Dex will pick it up for himself. As King's SG, they are playing on the defensive, but they do have that aggressive power. I feel like the King's SG should be able to go on the aggression, use the fair airstrike, and then try to finish up and clear it out with
केही छैन
Yahiko.
फर्स्ट अर्डर
I
त्यति
feel
गोल हुँदैन
like
जब
the
300 गोल
first
लिन्छ
steal
त
in the early game and the first
प्युरिफाईमा छ
30
जुक्सिन
seconds of
त्यसमाथि
the game is really
यही
hurting
गली
him
भ्याउँछ
just
होला
a little
पकाउनु
bit. He's playing very passively at this front. He has many targets that he can go for. Dex, Xavier.
लाइक द
does
स्ट्रिम
have
केटा
ultimate
कसले लाइक
on
हान्छ
hand.
243
He's
वाचिङ
not
छ लाइक
here.
हान्दिम हल्का
He needs to be able to take this risky plays in order to take Insomniacs down before letting them scale up.
हाम्रो पाण्डा
to
भाइसँग वाच
infinity and
गरेको छु
beyond.
At this point in time, it doesn't seem like the fight is going in, or rather the economy is going in to anyone's favor for now. It is still pretty much even Stevens in 3 minutes in. Now, let's talk a little bit more about the in-game equipment.
So
Pretty
item
decent builds, pretty
item त
decent
अझमा
sort of like
जोइले के बनाइरहेछ आइटम
matchups for now. You've got the
Stallion?
marksman or the gold laners actually delaying
के भन
their
हो त्यस्तै यो उ
boots just
गइरहेछ
a
ल
little bit, but
के
CC is actually doing much better,
Concentrated?
able to
के
push
हो
that Granger back. But you know, just want to point out as well,
सुरुमै त्यो
using
आउने
the
त हल्का
fire sight
डिफ्रेन्ट
lanes
आइटम
in the
न है
turtle pits, in the turtle engages, you
त्यही
should have that
त्यही
CC
भनेर
in
चाहिँ
that
त्यसले
midst as well, or
के
rotating towards
कन्सर्न
that mid
ट्रेडै
lane just to get a little bit more
What
farm
the
and
heck?
clear the
First-
lane to
first item
maintain priority.
concentrated
You
to
are
नहोला
clearing the lanes much
ट्याङ्कीको
faster,
लागि
so
खेल्दै होला
why
नि
not just clear that lanes, move down, joining these team fights, and ramp up the aggression? Goes to show the
We'll
damage
get
from Insomniacs in
600 को
the early
छ
game is
We'll
too
get-
much for King's SG to handle. You're
बम
playing
पनि
it
केटा
passively, you're
भेन्जेन्समा
playing
खेल्दैन क्या किनकि
safe,
गान्जर
little
अपरेन्टमा
too
त
safe, in my
भेन्जेन्स
opinion.
लिँदैन त्यही भएर
First turtle
सिटीमा
definitely
फ्लिकर
goes a
लिइरहेछ
little bit more Ori for King's SG
Sprint bet
because
हान्ने
of
स्मेरल्ड
the downtime of the jungler. Losing that orange
यो
buff
बुन
definitely sets
बोय
him back
रेवन
quite
स्मेरल्डलाई
a
चाहिँ
lot.
यो
But moving
फिलिपिनो
on
हो गाइस
forward, it
फिलिपिनो
will
इम्पोर्ट
start to get a little bit better, and
याइको टिम
the level differences between the two junglers will start
फिलिपिनो
to
इम्पोर्ट
even
भन्दा नि
out real
फिलिपिनो
soon.
हो तर
But
सिङ्गापुरमै
at least for
बस्छ
now,
उसलाई
Das X is currently at level 7. Yahiko is still at level 6. So even coming into the second turtle, there is going to be a little bit differences here. Down to the
know.
bottom lane, we do
Oh,
have
he's ma-
4 members from the side. Insomniac just going to be working their way right down over to Button Boy Reborn.
Nice,
And
nice,
this
nice.
is life at the end of
Zoe
the
Morala.
match. But unfortunately,
Nice,
it does seem like
nice,
Das X is going to find
nice.
himself taken down at Yahiko.
Oh, yeah, back
But
to Yahiko, back to-
Shadow Kill picks him out, but
Yeah,
this is still
Granger.
a very strong Insomniac.
Oh my god, यिनीहरूको कम्बो हेर न ग्रान्डले सेम टाइममा फ्लिकर हानेको
Allowing them to pick up 2 kills in total, and that, or rather 2 kills from that fight. 3 kills in total for Insomniacs.
Bro,
and that
you
is gonna be
perfect
a
खेल्दा रहेछ त
1.1
Insomniac ले
thousand
केटा
lead for Insomniacs already.
Smart move by Insomniacs, bringing that Granger down all the way from the top side into the turtle pit. Even if Dex lost his life,
Last day perfect खेल्दैछ यार oh my god
1-0-2 for this Granger, and slowly but surely the damage from Granger will start to show. Kings is going to feel it, and the double fighter
कम्बो हानेर गाटकले अल्ट हानेको ग्रान्डले सेम टाइममा फ्लिकर युराज लगा नाइस यार याइको 3 किल छ
That is one of the front liners and the beefy ones that will be taken
बम
down.
बम बम नाइस ओइ बाँचे पनि लग
Still a lot of damage, allowing that Pong to get a kill down over to the Kaiser. Kings SG, they are striking back, and they are not going to be giving Insomniacs this second turtle.
second turtle by let's go
Already
kida
lost the first one. Big amount of shields that has already been popped up. And
Nice
of course,
one, nice
they
zoning by
they
Ismail.
quickly popped themselves
नेपाली फ्ल्याग है टर्टल स्लाइन
That's how
गर्ने
you wanna
बित्तिकै
play
लेट्स
as
गो
SG. You have that double fighter side lanes. Utilize the CC
Good shit, good
into
shit,
these
kiddo.
neutral objectives. Bring her down
Item
and
के
try to
बनाइरहेछ
zone everyone
कन्सन्ट्रेटेड
out.
बनाइरहेछ
Basically,
जोइले
your main
म्यान
damage dealer or
फर्स्ट
your
आइटम
healer
है
will be Yahiko.
जोइमा
Deal a lot of damage, bring them down low, and Yahiko clears up that job.
3
You
किल
don't
छ
really
हाम्रो
need to
केटाको
fight around that
ओइ
neutral
स्काई
objective.
रस हान्दैछ
Usually
याइको
for a lot of
ठिक
teams,
छ
they will give up that neutral objectives. They will use that
Let's
as
go,
bait and
Sky
then take
Bird.
down your hero. So,
हान्छ क्या हो स्यावेज
even in scoreline, still
Danger guy,
stalemate at this point for King's SG. But
Rock
they do
le
have
first
the upper
item
hand right
variant,
now. It's
like
6
a
minutes on the clock. They have that
First item
mid game
glowing.
power spike.
Let's also
सीसीले पनि
remember
दुईटा
that
ड्यामेज
Kaiser
आइटम
just
बनाएर
picked up
सिएलबाट
the,
बनाएर होला
just
प्रोबेबली
picked up
किनकि
the
अपोनेन्टमा
Sky
यो
Piercer.
राउन्ड
So from this point on, any kills is going to contribute over to the Sky Piercer stacks, and as long as they're able to get that thing rolling, it's definitely going to start to hurt Kings SG. But talking about 6 minutes or 7 minutes into the game right now, what are we looking for Insomniacs, and if whether they have got a chance to
Let's
even
go.
win in the mid stages?
Dex just only has one target. Once you take down Ryzen, basically Insomniacs has
र तर इन्सोमिनियाक के रहेछ नि त गोल्ड लिड भर्खर दिएको यार 900 गोल्ड लिड
it's going to be difficult to get through. I haven't seen Dex using that homing
सात
missile
में पुग्यो।
directly onto Ryzen yet, but I hope we'll be able to see it soon. 44 seconds until the first load of the game.
तर
Two
अपोनेन्ट
turtles
लास्ट
will
स्ट्रङ
be
रहेछ है
in
केटा
the
गेम
lead.
त यस्तो
By
एक्सपेक्ट
dancing
गर्दैन
around the turtle pit
सुरु
so,
गेममै
so
यस्तो
long.
स्ट्रङ
Second turtle, indeed, kind of stayed alive.
लास्टै गाह्रो यार केटा एमपिएल तिर देख्यो स्लट पाउनु पनि यस्तो गाह्रो हुन्छ यार
Definitely is able to kind of snowball that
Slot
this fight
पाउनु पनि
onwards.
यस्तो गाह्रो
The first lot will help them clear a lot of that outer
Stay strong,
turrets. And remember, all
MPL
these outer
तिर
turrets ultimately have got a lot of gold in them as well.
Yeah.
लाइक फर्स्ट गेम हो क्या यो अझै 4-5 वटा गेम जित्नु पर्छ क्या स्लट पाउन त झन् अझै फर्स्ट गेममै यस्तो गाह्रो
for you to check, and I think
Best
that's the
of
reason why the
three,
block and
first
was
game.
actually picked up both sides. You want to open up that bush, just try to make sure.
Whoa!
Nice! Oh,
And that's a 3-man knockout coming
Nicaragua
in
Grenadier
from
go.
the charge right off the bat. And it doesn't seem
Good
like this
answer.
fight is going anywhere
Yo,
because
Spirit
there's
of
a lot
Morris.
of DOT damage and they
Yeah, guy.
sustain. But until Yahiko
Wait.
joins in,
No, already joined my life,
Shadow is gonna be
perfect.
shared among 3 players.
Nah, yaar, ये गाटो कुटाउन।
Right down by Silent, allowing Kaiser to pick up that one kill. That will be
time.
credited
Lord locked in त अब
to the Sky Piercer.
Smart move by Insomniac, waiting for the
Oh,
release
man,
of
you
the
got to
defense.
put on.
Silent goes in with a taunt,
कस्तो
draws
टर्न हान्दिएको
the Hayabusa out of the way.
यो म यताको गाठोले कस्तो खेलिरहेको यार
Themselves no contest
अघि
for this
पनि
one.
अल्टी हान्नु गेम चाहिँ जान्थ्यो
It's gonna
अहिले
be
पनि टर्न
tough with DexX picking up that Lord for themselves. Insomniacs would now have a very tough, very strong wave. They will be marching down to the bottom lane because the T1 turret has already been destroyed.
Defend.
One of the main concerns for Kings SG is
Oh,
losing
marksman
out
ले
their
भने डिफेन्ड गर्न हल्का
jungle,
गाह्रै
because
हुन्छ
the
मार्क्सम्यानले
moment
हल्का
that they
डिफेन्ड
lose
गर्न
the
सजिलो
T1
हुन्छ
in the
लङ
middle
रेन्ज
lane and the top lane,
फाइटर भएपछि त
access to
अर्ली
their
हल्का
own
जित्नै
purple
पर्छ यार
buff is
कसरी पनि
undoubtedly gonna be tough.
किन फर्स्ट लट त मजाले
We're
डिफेन्ड
marching
हुन्छ
down the bottom side. Just now, Iron Ryan actually created such a great opportunity for Kings SG, but the reaction from Insomniacs immediately flickers out of the way just to get repositioned, especially from Xavier and Kaiser. Dex just goes in straight for Ryzen, tries to take him down, takes a lot of damage and gets out of the way, disrupting the strike. So if Insomniacs is able to do that a little bit more, tries to play a more reactive approach, pull the game
फर्स्ट लट त
to where
मजाले
maybe
डिफेन्ड भयो तर
12
मिडको
they
टर्न
haven't been
गयो
able to get that enough damage to burst
ए
them
जोइ
down.
त के हो मा
And it just seems as though
God,
the
the
entire
Terran
अरे यार
force is
मेरेला
coming in,
मर्यो
rising all the way from the
ब्रक
back.
नि
When it
मर्यो
comes down to the artillery strikes,
घाट
allowing
टप
Bond to
मर्न
pick
त
up a kill
मर्यो
down onto Silent. So with 1% down
इन्सोमेनिकलाई फाइदा भइरहेछ गाइस यो ट्रेडले दुईटा टरेट पायो
Insomniacs
जहाँबाट
will
रोमर
free
मर्यो
up the floor with everyone.
Good call from Insomniacs. Hayabusa was right down the
Inip-
bottom
inip-
side. Yahiko not
inip-
in the midst of battle, enabling Insomniacs to try to push them down in the mid side. The
Holy
damage
crystal
actually
eyes,
comes through from Kaizen.
3500.
He's 3 and 3-1.
फिर चाहिँ क्या हो
Grigi on
ओए
to
फ्लिकर हाने क्या
Oh,
फ्लिकर
that
बेट
is
ठिक छ
big.
नाइस ट्राई आएको
The fact that Kaiser still managed to keep on to that double kill
इनिप
charge
गयो नि
on
तिनीहरूको
this guy
भित्रको
is
इनिपको
super
प्यासिभ
important, right? It actually went over to Silent and then he managed to get himself right out of the way. Super important.
वर्ल्ड
to
त
make
यहीको
sure
कि
that
स्टिल
Kaiser
अफ छ त
don't
जोइ
go
भन्दा
for that.
आम्मामा क्रेजी
the
यार
Holy Crystal from Dex.
उताको
So damage
ग्रान्डरको
coming
रहेछ
through
त
from
मेन
this
गोल्ड
droid. Also slowly for Kaiser
स्मेरलाई
building
नि
up
फार्म
his
चाहिन्छ
own
र हान्न
items.
त
He's got
फार्मै
the
छैन बिचार
roar. He's got the Sky Piercer, maybe 20 stacks right
1000
now.
ग्याप
It's
छ
not
एक्सपी
significant, but it
गोल्ड
really
कस्तो
has a lot of impact
gold
in a lot of big
600
team
त
fights.
I think that for Kings SG, they have already missed their timing, right? This
Yeah,
is a
the
double
early game
fighter
timing
thing.
is the early game timing is all gone. Like you don't really have a lot of late game damage to be able to deal with that.
Yeah.
Bumble Reborn using
I think
Esmeralda
actually gang लिनु
cannot
खोज्दैछ
sustain the damage that comes through from Xavier. Always getting pulled back, and it's DOT. It's damage over time. It's not a lot of burst for now.
जोइ हेर न जोइ यहाँको
Xavier's not
लाइक अब
online
सपोज
as
ग्याङ
well.
भए नै पनि
Xavier doesn't
यताबाट
do that much
यो
burst
लिएर
damage,
आउन
but
चाहिँ यो
he has
क्रिपबाट
long
ड्यास लिएर आउन
KTs and a
त्यही
lot
त्यही भएर
of,
त्यहाँ बस्छ त्यो जोइ
long drawn out kind of crowd control abilities. But Kings SG not utilizing the CC to its full
लाइक मिडमा
potential,
ग्याङ भए त्यही गर्छ
not
फर
being able
स्योर
to find flanks and just playing
माथिको
a
डर भयो
typical
नाइस
I
गुड
would say
ट्रेड
Kings SG
आराको
is
गेममा
fine
टरेट
if
लिइरहेको छ
you
लेट्स गो
lure everyone down with that grok and try to
पनि
collapse
3000 गोल ग्याप भयो एउटा
I think the
ग्याङले
other thing is the fact that the follow-up from Esmeralda can take quite a bit of time. Like Iron
बटको
Ryan,
प्यासिभ
he
गयो
managed to pull off a
ठिक छ
really
12 मिनट हुनलाई चाहिँ त्यही
amazing,
पनि त्यस्तो म्याटर हुँदैन
demonic
पास
charge,
प्यास
right?
गएन
Because it's instant,
लेकिन
it's
ब्यारे
fast with the
12
flicker.
मिनटमा जसरी
No
प्यासिभ
one can
जान्छ
react to that. However, anything else afterwards, they can react because I don't know just how long it is until Bumble Reborn can actually pull off pull off his ultimate. But in the previous fight, that we saw in middle lane, that didn't happen, and his ultimate charge only came in after the players could have started moving.
Yeah, the pepper spray checking on the bushes.
And
Waiting
Lord
to see where
Fireman.
Hayabusa is. Insomniacs doesn't know where Yahiko is, and they're delaying.
Oh,
that
त्यो
work
14
until he shows
जोइ
himself.
रहेछ
We don't have
बुस्टमा
any
के
lane
गरेर
fires except for the
ग्यास
short lane,
दिनुपर्छ
so
रहेछ
Insomniacs will have the slight advantage on that one. Silent trying to pull bomb
यिनीहरूले स्मेरलामा
into
कमिट
the fight.
गर्न सक्छ
Without
प्रोबेबली
a little bit
Don't
more
anyway.
intelligence of where Yahiko is, Insomniacs doesn't want to pull the trigger.
Yep, the Lord is taking a little bit more pot shots, while in the meantime, Yahiko has managed to reach level 15 as compared to Des, that is currently at level 14. So Kings SG now do
So
have
then
a
you-
retribution advantage if they were
Zoe
to
going
just
down
jump
is
the
under.
gun right now.
Yeah,
They
then
might not
that's
have
it.
much information as
माथि
to where
सिसीले
Dex
हान्नु
is.
भयो
Okay, now
क्लिक
they
गरेर
have
हाने यार
information.
सिसीले
So now, no ultimate from Dex, and he's
People
currently
better.
at level 14. They can go for this
गाटरलाई
jump.
कमी हान्यो
It is going to jump.
Right.
गाटर
Immediately
बढ्ला त
silent. They almost
अल्ट हान्नु
managed to
भयो
bring him down, however,
ल
it gives him a slight moment of
ओ माई
invulnerability,
गॉड ना यार
only for Yahiko to be
Ultimate
caught in that
for it.
crossfire. As such, no more jungler from the side of Kings SG, but more Reborn with not much HP to work with. The rest of the members from Kings SG, they gotta have to retreat.
Yahiko down. Insomniacs has all the time in the world to take down this Lord.
Ultimate
3 seconds
for
until
it.
Yahiko comes up, and you have around 13 minutes.
गाटरलाई मार्न गाह्रै छ यार
comes out of the base, so Insomniacs can take this time to Tally
Grandeur
up
को
synchronized
sure
waves,
गर्नु
push it all in. They have the upper hand, 4,000 gold lead ahead of Kings SG. And yeah, like you said, their core timing is already gone. Double fighter side lanes should be helping them out in the early game into the mid side, but it's not working out so well. Even CC doesn't have that damage anymore. Granger is starting to scale up out of control, and it's just so hard for Kings to actually defend against this one. There's
Yep.
not a lot of scaling potential except from Yahiko.
स्काई पाइदेखि
Definitely
आइकोले
front to
किले
back
भएको
game
छैन
from
स्ट्याकमा
Kings
किल
SG.
उठाउनु भने
If they are unable
जुक्सेले
to
अब
score a
स्काई
kill
बनाउन लागेको
onto the one
जुक्सेले
that
के
they
फेज बनाउन
targeted, in this case, it was
सिसीले
Frey
तीनटा ड्यामेज
who
आइटम
was
हालेछ
able
यार
to walk
एउटा
away or just
एउटा
AOG
मात्रै
out of
डिफेन्स
the
छ
way.
जोइले त यतिकै छुने
Then
बित्तिकै
Sunny has
मारिदिन्छ
pretty much done his job. He managed to soak up a lot of damage, and he's managed to buy a lot of time because of the AOG invulnerability window. The moment that he managed to pull that off, that the game is over for the side of Kings SG. They're unable to reallocate their abilities, reallocate their damage because
So guys,
they've
lot
already
defense
spent quite a
perfect.
lot of
Any
skills.
protect गर्नु पर्यो क्या
Onto
जे
the
भयो भने
Lord, Kings SG buys himself some time
मिडमा फोर्स
before
गर्छ र
mid hand
यिनीहरूले
and waves actually crash in, but
Passes
Insomniacs
the
doesn't want to
backside.
commit into any of these team fights. They see where
ओए
bomb
बङले
is. They
पकाउनु
want to
लाग्थ्यो
try
यार
to go
एउटा
for
मात्रै
a
अड्लायो
little bit more damage. Oh,
They
caught in the
managed to
middle.
find something onto
What a
blue
bit
TC,
competent,
but
huh?
he's not gonna find himself in a difficult spot because of consecration.
Speed up, okay,
Immediately
but
cleanses
not
himself,
limited.
and he does have got all his written stacks back up again.
Oh, this is the problem. This is not really the problem, but this is the gameplay with sustained
to
heroes,
focus
the
on-
sustained fighters. They put themselves in very difficult positions, heal everything back up, and then it's back to square one. So 80 seconds in the next, lore spawns up. How are you doing, Abstract?
I just find it a little bit difficult for me. I just generally find it a little bit difficult because this is the second lot for Insomniac, but they didn't manage to get a single hit off of the inner turret. Because first lord, what you want is all of the outer turrets.
Yeah.
Second lord, you will want the inner turrets. If you're unable to close out the inner turrets for the second lord, then you're gonna have to wait for the third one. If you similarly fourth one, the fifth one, the subsequent ones, right? This is of course still a game.
एउटा ग्याङ केटा एउटा
for
पर्फेक्ट
Insomniac
ग्याङ लियो भने
because they have a
गेमै
proper
सकिन्छ किनकि
marksman. So
अब
they're
जसले
not
ग्याङ जित्छ त्यसले
particularly too
गेममा हान्छ
afraid of going long into
जोइले
the
सिज
game.
बनायो
But
हाएको
it's just so
अर्को
that
लागि
they will be able to increase their chances of winning just because of the late game insurance that they have.
For
Yahiko त पढ्ने
Insomniac's
लेभल छ
gaming
दुइटै
condition
हाइब्रो
is very
पढ्न
clear right now.
पुगिसक्यो
Wait for Yahiko to jump in, try to get that taunt off of him and clear him out before going crazy on the rest of the members. There's not a lot of
Malefic
damage from
Pro.
Bong right now in
Yeah,
the late game. You can see him using the yo-yos just to hit a little bit of Bill TZ, but it doesn't matter because it's only a tickle. He's healing everything back up. That's the healing factor of Wolverine that we're talking about. And Insomniacs, though, their win condition is keeping Kaiser alive. Once he goes down, that is the trigger, or that's the window of opportunity that Kings
मेन
SG
प्रब्लम
can
चाहिँ
go for.
इसमेललाई
Forcing his
जुक्सिनले चाहिँ
artillery
लास्टै
response,
ल्याङ हान्छ
Insomniac's already in position. The top side, long lane away from that Lord. is
Phase
already
one
starting to
arrest
push in.
this, okay, no, it's
Insomniac's
time.
already sees that Kings SG has 3 members up on the top side. Insomniac's blitzing down this Lord.
मैले पर्फेक्ट जोन हान्ने छ तर मर्यो क्या मर्यो यार धेरै डिप छु यार
Yet another stack going to this guy Piercer. Well, in the meantime,
हल्का टिम आएपछि पो
just
त्यसरी
get himself a
छिन्नु
good
पर्ने
amount
थियो
of
यार
information as to where Yahiko is. They know that he's all the way down south now. There could be always
Lord
a
फेरि
possibility
गयो
for him
क्या
to come and steal, but now that all of the quad shadows are gone, that is gonna be
गाटोले लास्ट झर्ने हान्छ यार
Not
आएको
without
साला
Wonder Boy
होइन
Reborn.
त
I
मलाई
think there's
पार्नु
not
पर्छ
enough
भने
tank ability
अनि
against this Granger. It's 5-1 and 3. That's 40 stacks on top of this Granger.
लाइक स्याडोमै सेकेन्ड स्किल हानिदिन्छ अल्ट हान्यो भने सिधै अल्ट फडाइदिन्छ झाउ छ यार गाटो क्विन विङ्स बनाइरहेछ गाटो ओ के हो यो
What is there going on?
What the
ओए
fuck?
के हो ओए
What is this?
ल
ए टरेटको देखाइरहेको
That's a jump scare.
ओए खतरा छ त क्यामेरा
That's a jump scare if I ever
मा
seen one.
तर्साइदिरहेको छु
Lord is getting a little
त्यहाँ
bit
हार्ट एट्याक
confused from
आएर
that,
बेलामा झन् हार्ट एट्याक
But as the Lord as much as down to the bottom lane, Insomniacs is raiding themselves up. He does have his trusty trident who will be able to clash down over to the T1 turrets. So we'll see whether that's gonna lead them anywhere.
The Uranus easily zoning out that Hayabusa away from Kaiser just creates so much space for Kaiser to just free hit from that back, and it's just pretty much late game
board lane
territory for Insomniacs. Is 17, 18
Mid
minutes
drop,
on that clock.
top to
Insomniacs
back.
trying to gun
गाटो
them
हेर्नुहोस्
down. One turret
भ्याइकल
destroyed
स्याड हान्ने
on
बित्तिकै
the
मलाई
T3.
टर्न राखेको छ
That's what they need. Now that the T3 down to the bottom is taken down, but in the meantime, artillery strikes down from heaven.
ओइ ग्रान्जर पकड नाइस
ओए मरे मरे मरे
Grandeur
Be
मरे
able to take the T3 down.
नाइस
Grandeur
इन्गेज यार
finally goes down, so that is one of the core player from Insomniacs that is gone. So it forces
दुईटा
Insomniacs
टर्न भत्किन्छ फेरि यताबाट
Good call from Iron Ryan.
ओ के पुस गर्न लाग्यो क्या कन्सेप्टले
अल्ट होइन त्यो जोइ गल्छ
control, and Winter Nature won't be able to stop that one. A
जोइको
lot of
ब्लू
damage taken
स्किल अफ
on by Insomniacs, but right now Kings SG has the upper hand. They are able to play and cycle them all the way through. This is curtain call already used up. BuildTZ able to flicker out of the way as Insomniacs slowly but surely needs to wait for Kaiser. That is the only win condition that Kings SG has.
This is also the point in time where they will want to kind of fight back right now. We do
पछाडि
have
मरे क्या जोइ जोइ
Of
वान
course, we do
Nice
have
one,
Reduce as
nice
well,
one.
but
See?
unfortunately, that's not
See
going
the
to
killing
get
spree
Desert
by
out
the
of a very
Sort
difficult
out
situation.
Smart
I'll
cycling
join
by
it.
Kings SG.
Yeah,
Once they
but
know
matter
that Kaiser's
हुँदैन
out of
अहिले
the
त
picture, they are
मर्नु
charging
चाहिँ भएन
right
अब
through. Kaiser's coming back. They fall back. So it's
बिचै नि
pretty
भरु
simple
लाख गाह्रो
for
हुन्छ
Kings
केटा गेम
SG. They
खेल्न
have a strategy they want to play around, but
माथिको टरे
Iron
भत्किनु
Ryan is all up
किनकि
to him
लर्डको
to
प्रेसर
find
दिन्छ
that charge
स्प्लिट गरेर
onto this Granger.
This is still a tough game
One
though,
X.
because they are still going to be facing off against a marksman that has got pretty good amount of kills to his end. It did manage to lose half of those stacks, so it definitely helped quite a bit. However, we need to also remember that middle lane and the bottom lane is completely naked.
ओए अल हानिरहेको थियो
They're
उनीहरूलाई
charging
के
right
पागल
in, trying to start.
जोइ छैन म्याट टरेट बचाउने हेर त
Insomniac trying to
साला
get away Kings SG's
म्याट
approach.
साला गाटक ब्यान हान्नु भन्ने
Turrets.
चोरहरू
Top lane of Kings SG is
सुरुमै
just
उठाएर
barely
चोरहरूले
standing
गाटक
and holding on. Take a look at items, Hayabusa, 4 item builds. You got the
तीनटा फ्रिज बनाएको छ हेर केटा युरानस बुक्सिन जोइ अनि ग्रान्जरको त विन्डै छ कसलाई मारस गाटलाई कसरी मार्ने यार
able to sell the boots for a little bit more
Hola,
advantage
I-
later on. As the
wings
Lord spawns
rio
up,
got it.
Insomniac's in the position.
आएर त जाउने हुन्छ यार याइकोलाई
At this
One shot-
time, so
one
they
shot
don't wanna
हान्छ
make a
भने
move.
बसिरहेको
Kaiser needs to
छ
watch his position. That is the win condition for Insomniacs.
The lack of intel is definitely going to be a little bit difficult for Insomniacs because
Oye.
Yahiko could just come from
Chill,
back
rock
at
is
any
speaker
point in
or done,
time. As we do have
Oye,
members
त्यो
of King SG
फस्यो।
that will be
फिलिका
able to break
ए
the
त्यो
silence
फ्रोजनको
right
युरेन्स
in Insomniacs, but very good retreat going on, forcing Kings SG to
Rock
waste a
of
couple
Flicker
of their ultimates. As such, the fight back for Insomniacs can definitely happen
back, back.
anytime, as long as they don't let
ल मरे
cooldown. But speaking of which, Kaiser picks up a kill on the Yahiko.
God,
This is
अपने
the point
कस्तो
in time
जाने
that they will
का
be able to get the evolve lot with no problems. AOG airballed, unable to do anything, but unfortunately the feather airstrike will
Mario
come
got-
back,
Mario,
and that
Mario,
will be
Mario.
more than enough to help them.
त्यो
secure
गाट
a
अफ द
kill down
मर्यो
over to
प्रभाले यो
Silence.
लर्ड
Huge kill
डिस्ट्रिक्ट हान्नु
over
पर्यो
to Yahiko, but look at
Duduk
bottom
भन्छ
side.
यिनीहरूले अझै?
Minions are pushing in. Insomniacs might be able to take
Steady,
advantage of this.
steady
No
जानु छ।
wild charge, no
नहीं
TP
यार,
charge.
दुध
They
गाह्रो
are
हुन्छ
able
यार।
to pull the trigger.
छोडिदिउँ।
They need to be able to start this. They need to
पुग
miss
ड्यामेज
this.
छैन यार केटा यता
Pushing
लङ
in
रेन्ज
through.
पोक्नै भएन फर्स्टको अल्टी छ अब
Takes
अल्टी
out a
सकेपछि
4-4
पोकै हाल्नु
game.
मिल्दैन
Homeboy Reborn just
गाह्रो हो नि
barely
त अब
holding
कसरी
on,
डिफेन्ड गर्छ
unable to
खोइ
just
के हो
get
डरै त
away
भयो क्या
here.
ओइ
It's
लाम
almost, but not enough.
लर्ड नि
If
आउँदैछ
they
अब
extended
कसरी
the fight a little bit longer, the Winions could have been able to get them the
Could
win.
have.
Could have,
गत
should
त
have.
हुँदैन ल गत त हुँदैन
But
गत त
well,
हुँदैन
regardless, I think that the
गट
main
अफ
thing is
हुँदैन
they don't want to
तर
leave
टरेट
all
गाइस
their
हेर न
eggs
मा
into the single basket of
क्लियर ऊ
of
टपमा नि
bottoms.
गइरहेछ यो लर्ड क्लियर गरिहाल्नुहोस्
टप त ढुक्क भत्किन्छ
Now,
लर्ड
they don't
चाहिँ
have
होल्ड
any
हाल्नु पर्यो
problem.
केटाहरूले
They have
क्लियर गर्ने नि छैन यिनीहरूको
What do
त्यस्तो
you want to call this guy? Larry? Larry the
क्लियर
Lord.
क्लियर
Larry
क्लियर
the Lord. Larry the Lord.
हान्नु हान्नु
मा पास्टरहरूलाई त मजाक
I
लागिरहेछ
like Larry.
I like Larry too.
I like Larry.
झन्नै
Larry's
गत
not doing so well. Getting immediately
पनि हुन्छ
यो
taken.
म्याच साला गाटक
Buys
साइलेन्ट
himself some time for Yahiko to come online and get into
साइलेन्टली
position. He's
हत्या
taking
हाने
a lot
यार
of damage though. Needs to get that
गाटकमा
retreat.
म्याच साला
Insomniac's just taking full control of this game. Even
के
though
गरेछ क्या यो
still
इन्सोमेनिकले
is
गाटकले
getting
गरिरहेको छ
to
क्या
what we're
म्याच
talking about. Insomniacs, as long as they keep Kaiser
छिटो
alive,
यसरी छिर्छ लामोहरू
Yep,
के
AOG is
गरोस्
not
अनि
gonna let anyone. As such, the response from Iron Ryan just goes for the
Hey,
tectonic charge. As such, it puts them in a
What,
really
what,
bad
what,
bot,
what,
wait.
what?
While in the meantime,
Please,
immortality
this is not there,
from
get out,
the
game
side of
suck here.
Kazakhs. The main thing is
Oh
that they
my
managed to
god,
take.
केटा बेस
oh, that's the Winions.
That's the Winions.
Also tunnel visioned.
Myself
कस्तो
included.
ड्यामेज हान्छ
By the game,
मिनियन
they
यार
didn't know what was going on.
उनीहरूलाई
We're like,
गत खेल्ने
okay,
पो
okay, we won. The Winions actually
Yeah, I
pushed
was like,
through.
huh?
Look at their expressions.
Oh
It's
my
like,
God.
oh, what?
Like,
What?
they won.
जिसी यार गाइस के छैन बेस्ट अफ यो कमब्याक हान्नुपर्छ
But okay, I think it
Like,
was
takes
intentional. I
on
think
over
they were also stunned by the Winions, but this was such a clean game from Insomniacs. I know it was long and drawn out, but they played it to the T. They knew their win conditions. They knew how to play. It was a very structured draft. It wasn't anything fancy. It was just Kaiser hitting from the back, everyone protecting this Ranger from dealing that damage, and Dex just keeping that Farsa busy, diving in with a rhythm of joy, trying to shut her down and just delay the Fred airstrike and protecting this Granger. So very, very typical front-to-back maneuver from Insomniacs. Great game. They're one game away from moving over to the next upper bracket.
Ah,
finals
GG's
facing
guys,
off
के छैन
the
बेस्ट अफ यो
RSG.
So we'll see who will be crowned as the MVP of this
Reverse
game.
sweep and the reverse sweep on.
Silent as they got to
यो
catch
म्याचलाई
with
ब्ल्याक
2
अब
assists,
गाटो
and
MVP
an
अफ कोर्स
assist,
मलाई
100% kill participation.
म्याचको यसको
Oh,
थोडा
and
देखाउनु पर्ने हो क्या थोडा
he killed that guy. That
It's
feels good
10
that
to
way.
8.
Cool, okay,
10 to 8.
silent.
Really?
साइलेन्ट
Yeah.
को यार
It was
साइलेन्टले दिमाग
difficult
खराब
for-
हान्छ यार
for
गाइस
him to get
साइलेन्ट
more kills because they're facing up against 3
I'm a
fighters
silent.
and a
मैं
really
साइलेन्ट
huge
थोडा
team.
देखाउँदैन
The only
के हो यो
target
त
that they have
कुल
is
भयो
maybe
क्या
Hayabusa, which felt I
2
think
to
4
8
times.
लिएर गाट
And
अफ एमबिपी
I'm putting the silent up. He's actually the
अ
roamer
म्यान
of
आएपछि
Insomnia's
छाउने हाने केटा
XP,
गाट अफले
so
त
there's a little bit of a visual bug right there. But he's been setting up well. He knows how to play around this Hayabusa by waiting within his shadows, taunting him once he comes close to protect Kaiser from any harm
Still
possible.
draws out what they guys
huge
cross
silent,
and मजे
great
बाइक
start
सब बेस्ट
of
अफ
the
थ्री हो
for
गेम सकेको
Insomniacs,
छैन
but for Kings SG, same cannot be said. There was a lot of
So
mistakes that
Grandela
were
कस्तो
made.
फ्री
Even though
स्पेस
Bomb
क्रिएट
had
गर्दै
a
थियो
perfect
गाटो
game for 0-2
ए हो
on the
गाटो
season,
युरानस
shows
बिटा
that
फ्रन्ट
he
लाइन
wasn't
छ
able to do too
ल
much
हेर
in
केटा
the
यता ल
late
युरानस
game.
र
You
गाटोलाई
wanna
कसरी
drag,
मार्छ
right?
भने त
You
यो
wanna be able
कममा
to invest all your resources in the early game, try to ramp up the aggression, try to get that rotation
लङ
going
रेन्ज
earlier
मेल्ट
on.
हान्ने भएन जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई
Even go as far
यो
as to give
ड्राफ्टमा
up your top lane
याइकोको
turret just to be in that
के
fight.
छैन
You want to be able to cycle
Still,
your
more
opponents
game
as
lives.
much as possible
बेस्ट अफ
before
थ्री हो
going
गेम सकेको
into
छैन रातो
these
रिटीमा
neutral
खेल्दो रहेछ
objectives.
जोइ पनि
Using neutral objectives only
याइको
is
पनि
bait.
रातो रिटी छ
Understandably, I thought that this game could have been a lot more cleaner.
याइकोले
for
त
Insomniacs
स्काई पाएपछि
because
किले पाएन चाहिँ
I
भाइ
would
स्काई नै
say that they
बेच्दिएको
are
रहेछ
more or less guaranteed the game about 17 minutes in.
यो बङ
But I
भने
think
त
that
एकचोटि
they
मरेछ नि
have a lot of issues trying to end the game. Like they are not very sure or not very confident on what is their win condition or how they
यताको
can
जङ्गलले त
execute
केही
the game.
गरेको छैन त
They do have
भर्न
an
त जोन
evolved
जोन चाहिँ
lord
हानिदिरहेछ
that is just marching right in,
हल्का
right? They
स्के
have
डराइदिरहेछ
paired up with
लाइक
Larry
यता
in the middle. But they
जोन
did
हानेछ
not supplement Larry with any more
तर मेनली चाहिँ गाटोले गर्यो यार
any more
अति झ्याउ हाने
things,
गर्यो
right? They didn't work together with Larry. They didn't zone anyone else out away from Larry. It is more the fact that, yeah, here, kill Larry and let's go for a duel up in the top lane kind of thing.
I think that Larry is
Poke
an
to
answer.
long range
It's
भयो.
the
Hey guys,
enhanced
long
minions.
range.
It's more difficult to deal with
Long
the
range
enhanced
फार्सा
minions
थियो
when
तर
they
फार्सा
three
गरिसकेपछि
lanes
अब
instead
त्यही
of
हुन्छ
doing
फार्सा
one for themselves. So
हान्नु मिलेन
Insomniacs,
नि त
when
अल्टी
they
हान्यो जोन
identify
हान्यो
this, they can give up
अब
that
यो
lord as
कमलाई
long
त
as they push
फार्साले
together
अल्टी
with
हान्यो
the
नि
enhanced
कसलाई
minions.
हान्नुहोस्
They have
यहाँ
three ways
जुक्सिनलाई
that
हान्यो
Kings
मान्दैन
SG
ग्रान्डलाई
has
हान्नुपर्छ
to defend against, and they know that they
अनि
don't
फेरि
really have that high
फार्सालाई
apart from the
जोइहरूले जोइ
Farsa. They don't have
जोइ
a
गाटो
decent wave clear. It's only
साँच्चै
single
फार्साले
targets.
अल्ट हान्यो
But
त्यो
what they
गाटोले
are
अल्ट
is
हान्नु
time
मिलिहाल्छ नि
focused on chasing Kaiser,
फार्सालाई
but
नि
dealing
झ्याउने
not a
रहेछ
lot of
यो
damage at all. It's a lot more tankability from the side of Kings SG. And
प्रोबेबली अब
for
मार्क्सम्यान नै
Insomniacs, I
खेलाउँछ
think
होला
they are they have
Cost
start
of
off this
Golden.
FPL journey with
बङ
a great foot.
त्यो गोल्डन
Yep. And I think that
Vision
there is still a
Vision
lot more that Kings SG could have learned
राम्रै
from
खेल्दा
that
छ
game.
यिनीहरूको
I think
स्क्रिममा नि राम्रै
just
खेल्छ बङ
first in the early
के
stages
भएर
for
चाहिँ
George to
गाटोकले
really just
कसो
deal
लाग्यो
with
म
the
त्यही
early game
कन्फ्युज छु यार
aggression. However, it is the sustainability that
गाटोकले
they have to
कसो
look out for as well. With a bit more of the greediness from the side of
यहीँको रिट्री त हानेको
Insomniacs
छैन
because of number one.
प्रोबेबली यो यहीँकोले म्याप
Two,
स्वाइप
a
गरिरहेको थियो होला
marksman.
जस्तो लाग्यो
I wouldn't call that greediness, but more
त्यो
of the
हेर
fact
न
that
त्यो
is
देख्दैन हौ त्यो
curved in a
देखिँदैन
proper
हौ
way.
त्यो
Yeah.
त्यो
Not
अगाडि
greediness, but more
हुँदै
of the
अनि
fact that
छिमेकी
is
के रेन्ज हुँदै
curved in
त्यसरी
multiple
यहाँ
areas.
बुसबाट
I
आयो भने
wouldn't call
देखिँदैन
it
त
greediness, but more of the fact that is
होइन त्यो टर्न हेर न
curved
लास्टको
in a
त्यो
proper way.
अगाडि ऊको टिमले
Oh,
छेकिरहेको छ
silence
होइन
the
आफ्नै
only
टिमले अनि
buff.
थोरै
Oh,
रेन्ज पुग्दैन जस्तो लाग्छ तर
It's gonna
अनि
delay Kings a
आउँछ
little bit.
टर्न भेट्छ
Yahiko is gonna
Curved in a a
सही हो यार
marksman
कहाँबाट कहाँबाट
on
आएको
the
छ यो
side
यो
of
गाटो
Insomniacs because of number one, the
फर्स्ट
Uranus,
किलले चोरेको त्यही त
number
गाइस
two,
फर्स्ट
a
किलले
marksman.
हान्यो यत्रो
I
टन्ट
wouldn't call it
टन्ट हान्यो
greediness,
म्यापमै
but more
देखाएको
of that is
देखिन रहेछ नि त हेर न बट
curved in a
देखिन
proper way.
yeah.
त्यो
Oh,
बफ यता लगाएर
silence the
खाएपछि
only
त्यसको ऊ
buff.
देख्दैन क्या
Oh,
भिडियो
actually, that's gonna delay Kings a little bit. Yahiko is gonna feel that in that pinch in a bit. Is Xavier
कम ब्याक हानिसकेको थियो क्या फर्स्ट टर्टल
able to ride that
पाएन
momentum,
सेकेन्ड
and
टर्टल त
Insomniacs
पाएछ
will be able to secure that first turtle and get the first easy
ए
kill.
मिडमा राम्रो
This is
पिकअप
not
लिएको
a
थियो
very
राम्रो
good
पिकअप लिएको थियो
start
मिडमा
for Yahiko, unfortunately. But down in the middle lane, we do have Xavier that will be taken down almost immediately. So that kind of catches up for
जोइको
Yahiko.
सेकेन्ड स्किल कस्तो मजाले काटेको थियो
Yeah, I think
ग्रकले
it just equalizes the level difference just a little bit, as Dex already level 4, ramping up the aggression in the orange buff jungle. But as Moroda's back on that defense, they are just in the vicinity. I think Dex will be able to get out safe. But all in all, Insomniacs, they're playing their aggression to the T. Gatsukacha stealing that orange buff will delay Yahiko just a little bit. Turtle already spawned up, doesn't have that level 4 yet. That's
Try
in
na
control,
धेरै
he's in the vicinity.
तर गोल हेर्नु
Does
केटा
not
सेम
have
छ यो
the ultimate
स्टिल
just yet, but it's going to be coming up really soon.
Yeah,
Calm
he
mistake
does
भयो
have his ulti right now, but they're gonna have to take this turret
गाटोले
this
यसो
turtle down
टर्न
ASAP.
जान्छ
Otherwise, Des will be
सुरुदेखि
getting
टर्न
himself
हान्न
to level
गोल
5. In the meantime, the fact that S-Rank is just gonna be
या
slightly
युरानस
on the
मरे
way
भए चाहिँ
down.
पर्फेक्ट
TC
हुन्थ्यो क्या
almost went down, but
युरानस
not quite
मरेन
there
नि
just yet. With the AOG that comes in to re-engage, that's 4 members from the side of Insomniac that
या
will be
उल्टै
tackling
स्पिरिटलाई
down
मर्यो
King's SG, allowing them to pick up a kill
यतै
on the
ब्लन्डर
Reborn
भइसक्यो
and reclaim the total for themselves.
Bumba Reborn sends the graveyard. Insomniacs will snap, pick, and blitz down this turtle. Dex will pick it up for himself. As King's SG, they are playing on the defensive,
के
but they
भइरहेछ
have to be able to find flanks
म्याप ड्र
with
गरेर
the double
कमेन्ट
fighters,
हेर्नु त
and
के
then
छ यता
just get a high
कमेन्ट हेर्नुमा
percentage, just clear things up. Right now, we're
Yeah,
going to
Blue
Fire
Horse,
Cloud. I don't think
Yahiko
there will
is
be any
yep,
major changes, but I think there will be late game kind of drafts going on
Bob is
for
good mid
both
laner
teams.
re.
So we expect the Moskov, we expect the Claws to come out with the Flying Clouds.
I do like to
Yes,
hope that there
man,
will
with-
be a good amount of change in the way that they
Gracias.
play. It mostly boils down to the
Yahiko carries
execution
solo
and
and
in my
nearly won
honest
his
opinion,
homeboys. Taylor
even
with
for
a small
Insomniacs,
mistake
they
by
have
Ruby.
a lot of rough edges that they're gonna have to iron out. It's a game credited won by 17 minutes. They could have gone through all the way, but they were a little bit too afraid
Like and guys,
of
like and
staking
guys
it
offset
all
stream
just
money.
because they wanted to end the
Kita
game.
live and
Start
offset
with-
stream money live
Going
and
into the
kita.
draft.
Draft start by draft
Arlot,
is
Baxia being banned out. Typically, it's the Angela right there. Previously, they also banned out the Chip.
Butterflies
The Juicin
born by thy wish, guided
was a
by
problem that
lantern's
King's
light.
SG identified. They don't want to deal with that anymore. Kimmy was also banned out in the previous game by the side of the
guys
Insomniacs.
draft herum.
So I don't know if they want to snap pick that one or
Oh,
ban
lens
on
slot ban
CC
छैन
so
okay.
they can pick a assassin that they're more comfortable
बहुत
with.
simple
Maybe
यता
a,
यताको
an
कोच
Ace
को रहेछ
Shin
कोच
would be
छैन
an
क्या यता
interesting one for Flying Cloud because it's a little bit late game as
छैन
well.
हेर न
I do think that
Ah,
the relationship should be
RG
technically
प्लेयरहरू
taken
छुट्टिएको
away
ल
and banned out.
यिनीहरू
if
एमआरओ
Insomniacs
विनर हो
is
केटा हो एमआरओ विनर
looking
सुनेको थिएँ
forward to
मैले
picking that up because I think the
Yeah.
Kings
को चाहिँ
is the kind of team
कमेन्टमा
that would
कसैले थाहा छ भने
love to
एमआरओ विनर हो
play
कि यिनीहरू
more of
भन्दा
the fighter side lanes.
के हो एमआर
Because
भनेको
it feels like they're forcing it in the previous one.
Yeah, I think they know. They respect the Fanny from Yahiko, so we won't see Yahiko's Fanny for this game. But Insomniac's one game away from
Yeah, you
going to
gotta
the
go
next
post it
stage
too.
and facing up against RSG. King's SG in a very, very precarious situation because right now after a loss,
फ्यानी
they
बिहान
can
हान्दै
only
कि केटा
go,
कसरी
you know,
देखाउने
two ways.
फ्यानी
One,
उडाइदियो
they get mad and they play with a lot of passion and they win this one and then it goes into a 3-game series, or you know it affects their mental and then it brings them down.
फ्लाइङ क्लाउड म्याप भयो केटा हो यो
A very, very tough state because Insomniacs has a very strong roamer in Silent. They're gonna snap pick that CC up.
एमआरओ
it's
विनर
quite
हो
low
अरे
mid,
नि त
so
यिनीहरू
that might be the Kimmy
ओके
spot.
ओके गाइस
त्यो भनेको चाहिँ
Alongside the Isu Shin, maybe.
एमआरओ हुन्छ त डायमन्डको के त
They
एमएल
definitely
भित्र
do like the
Yeah.
idea of that, right? Yuzushin plus the
त्यो
color.
राइजिङ क्या राइजिङ
Not a very good opening for
त्यो
Insomniac,
विनर हो
to
अरे नि त
be
तिनीहरूलाई
honest.
सर्ट छ अरे
Uh, so at this point, Kings, they can just play a little bit more.
Talia
sustained.
Oasis.
They won't
Without a
technically
lane
be too
short, like-
afraid of CC to a certain extent. You should still be afraid, but this game there is a lot more crowd control kind of thing.
It's
that they can
Fanny
look
ban
out for.
भनेको छ
They can also pair that the killer
विदेशमा
with
त्यही
some
एमआरओको लागि
weapons,
त्यस्तै
and
छ केटा हो
famously
एमआरओ
known
लास्ट
to
म्याटर
see
गर्छ
Luna also.
हेरेन स्लट दिन्छ
Yeah. So
अनि
Assassin
एमपिएल
versus
पिएलमा
Assassin.
एमडिएलको लागि
Isu Shin
स्लट
takes a bit more time to scale up
MRO
before
last
he
is a
does
bit,
become a
huh?
monster. The Esmeralda will be picked up again by the side of Kings. I think he's just comfortable with that. The Uranus might
MRO
be
खेल्ने
one of
chance
the
हुन्छ नि
options
त
that
हैन
are banned out so that Esmeralda has an easy lane. Or, you know, Insomniacs might be able to pick up the Direwolf just as a natural counter to the Esmeralda and then just give us something new. You have very, very strong early game burst. You have very, very strong, double fighter sight lanes all in the CC, and maybe they might be able to play the CC in the gold lane themselves.
I think that the
Spirilla
problems
liga-
they would
Spirilla
go
comfort
for the
नै
Direwolf
छ
is that
हाम्रो
they have a
एक्सपिलियन
lack
अर्को
of tankiness
Boom,
over
good,
the
Ray.
side lanes. They will be able to fulfill the
You have a
damage.
lot of sustain though in the team fights and a chase down mechanic. You're basically a homing missile onto the back line.
Okay.
And it makes more sense right now for King's SG to pick double fighter sight lanes. You could go for the Ruby as well.
I
It's
do
very,
like
very
केटा लाइक द
popular,
स्ट्रिम
very
को लाइक
popular
हान्छ न
in MPL
सब्सक्राइब
ID,
हान गाइस
and,
फलो मी इन
very
माय
good
इन्स्टाग्राम
sustain.
नाइट
You
बटले
pair it
लिंक
with the
बटा छ
foreign,
फलो
still
हान्दिमा
wide
गाइस
open.
एमएलबीबी अपडेटहरु
But the
पठाइरहन्छु
layers already picked up.
Insta-ma.
So, yep, there's a Ruby being banned out. Very, very smart move by Insomniacs because once they do that, it's virtually impossible to take down the Esmeralda as well as the Ruby, and then you really empower your Ace and Shin to just gun everyone down from back.
There's still a Lapu Lapu available though. So unless Insomniac is looking to ban both of these tanky heroes, then I think that it's gonna be fine because Lapu can go to
Whereas
the
put
top
MLB
lane, and a part of me actually
here,
believes
message
that
with-
Bong does play a Lapu Lapu as well. So if they were to go to that direction, then they're gonna have to look out for a mid laner that will enable the Kalia, which is ultimately important.
Comment spam चाहिँ नगर
Farsa
एकचोटि
in
लेख
the mix
अब
is gonna be
त्योभन्दा
great.
बढ्दैन होला
They don't have to be too afraid of Gato-Kacha. In some sense, the only thing they should
जे
be
2 मिनेट
more
पछि
worried
लेख्दा
about
हुन्छ
is
कमेन्ट
the fact that
Spam sand,
Lancelot can just zoom right past everyone, just puncture his way through right into the face of the Farsa.
Maybe an Alice might be a possible take for the EXP side if I'm Insomniacs. Then you can play the CC in the gold lane. At least you have a winning lane. onto
राइजनको
that one. Then you
ठाउँमा
have a fighter-fighter,
केटा भन्ने मात्रै है त्यहाँ
position is
भइसकेन
full up
गाडी हुन्छ क्या
over on these two teams.
Imagine how funny it would be.
फ्रेङ्को मिठो
having both
जान्छ
gold
क्या हो
lane and
अस्ति
XP
नगाल
to be completely infested with fighters. Notice how I say infested.
Aditya Sunwar just
we
following
will see,
in. Lovely
we don't
support,
see that
Aditya Sunwar.
double fighter
Thanks
on
for
the side
follow.
of Kings. They want to go
Okay.
for something a little bit more structured, more methodical. Go for the Granger. It's sort of like a trade over to
यो हाऱ्यो भने सक्यो
Insomniacs.
झन् त्यही
I
कारण
think
यो
this
हाऱ्यो
might be a
भने
very good
सक्यो
option for
तर जित्नु पर्छ
a
केटा हो
Obsidia
सपोर्ट
even. Like if you lock anyone down,
हारे
you
नि
might
जिते
be
नि
able to
सपोर्ट हान्नुपर्छ
stick
होइन
onto them
गाइस
and get the rest of the team to chase everyone down because it's a natural counter to assassins. And I
तर
think that
जित्नै
might be a
पर्छ
good
Oh.
option for the Insomniacs to play around if they
जस्तो
do wish
प्र्याक्टिस
to do
गरेछ
so.
होइन
Unless you go for the typical Harith on the side
आजको लागि
lane,
प्र्याक्टिस गरे
to
त्यत्रो
dish
दिनको
out some
मेहनत
damage. You do have that physical attack damage from the Lancer already.
युनिस
I would have
महर्जर
loved to
पिन्च
see
ब्रदरले नि
Xbox
फलो
profile
हान्नुभएछ
like
थ्याङ्क यू
King's
सो
SG,
मच
But unfortunately, the Kimi has already been taken away from Insomniac, so we won't see that. At this point, we're left with the last two pick for the side of Insomniacs, and that is going to be a Bruno.
What the fuck,
and
Sicily
a
100?
Sicilian.
ओइ हिजो तिमीहरूको मेच प्लेयरले
They're
लेखेको
feeling
जस्तो
happy about that. They're feeling happy about that.
Sicilian.
Late game Sicilian as an insurance. Early game
यो
burst
म्याच
by
साइलेन्ट
Bruno.
आँखै दुख्यो है यो मेरो साइलेन्टको हिरो देखेर चाहिँ
फेरि
म्याच
गदत खेलेछ हौ
भर्खर नोटिस भयो केटा आँखै दुख्यो मेरो त यार
And I gotta say, with the flying cloud and the way that things are structured, I prefer King's
आँखै
SG
दुख्यो
draft
यार
way
म्याच
better.
यो यस्तो
So with that all said
यस्तो
and done,
अलार्म
the
राखी
final
राखी
pick
उठ्यो
is
यार
gonna
यस्तो
be
गाटक
a
हेर्न उठ्यो होइन यार
Farsa.
केटाको
So with the Farsa,
अलार्म
well,
राखी राखी
they do
उठिरहेको
have got a good way to kind of play pick off together with the Kalia. They're not particularly too afraid. It really depends on what the Sicilian picks up, but I do hope that it would be a Purify. Otherwise, that will be ooh, the Sicilian all the time.
But you have the Sanguine Clause as a non-committal
सिसिलियन
catch
सिसिलियन हो खै गाइस नामै थाहा छैन
your opponents in. And I think Insomniacs really has to play pretty much safer this time around. Don't have a lot of aggression, but
त्यो
I know
सिसी
Insomniacs
गाटो
are
कम
very
बनिरहेछ यार यो
aggressive
लास्ट टाइम ब्रोकन कम भयो केटा हो
in this front. And King
Hope
is
for the
King's
best
SG
guys, let's support Yahiko.
would farm a little bit faster, has a lot more burst
Best
damage
of
coming
three
in
हो
from Farsa and Granger
still
combo.
होप छ
Has a lot of
मेरो
pickup
भाइमाथि
mechanic. There's not a lot of pullbacks that
इसमें
Insomniacs
CC
can
matchup
do, like,
कस्तो?
Tsunami Slam into
अब
your face,
विदेशमा
or
चाहिँ
typically if
स्मेरडले
you
नै
are
जित्छ
a
भन्छ है
huge setup tank like a Grok or
तर
even
मलाई
Panda,
चाहिँ मेरो
these
सिसी
are
माथि
ultimates in
कन्फिडेन्स
the
छ
midst
मेरो
of
सिसीले हान्छ
that coagulation. So we're going into the second game. Insomniacs one game away from going and making it through over to the next stage of the upper bracket semifinals. And King's SG, the onus is on them. The onus is on them to stop Insomniacs
Guys, let's support
from
Yahiko. Best
having
of
that
three हो
right to move forward.
Let's go
So,
game
do you
2
have any biasness when it comes down to the heroes pickup? Like, do you favor any one of these lineups?
I
Yes,
do
sir.
have a hankering for, unorthodox picks. And we haven't seen the
Red Wolf higher,
Sicilian
Surma,
as much. But huge shout out
yeah,
also to
Igole,
IT, keeping
Lens
us
out
company
player
all
too.
throughout this match. Scan the QR code and
लिथोको
keep
लागि
Yahiko
कमिट
for
गर्न
a
यार
huge chance to get a
कहिले
trip
कहिले
to the
त
M7
लेन्स गर्दै
championships.
भयो
So with that all said, we do have quite a bit
That's
of
a good
a
one.
fight down in the middle lane. Iron Ryan took a little bit too much pot shots to himself, but it's not gonna be that big of a deal, right? Ultimately, Silent is giving a good amount of information.
केटा लाइक द सुनको कसले लाइक हानेको छैन सब्स्क्राइब हान नाइस पिक अप लेट्स गो यही मरेछ यही चोर मर्नु पर्ने थियो सुरुमा
leaped him right into the air,
Silent.
granting Kings SG a
The
single
goated
kill.
Gato player in
Good
the world.
start, but it's only a gata. Kings SG might be able to have
बल्ल
the
बुझ्यो
hand
तिनीहरूले
with the
MRO
damage
कसरी
Kaiser's
जित्यो
doing
भनेर.
onto
Wait,
Bomb.
wait,
You
wait.
see Iron Ryan
Kaiser.
able to get that dash out of the way, but here comes Yahiko with the mountain
All the
shot as
way.
well, but doesn't want to commit.
Kings SG's lineup does seem to be relatively strong in the early stages as well. Yes, it is double marksman.
ओइ बङ मारे क्या भन्नु
Kaiser taking a lot of
ओइ
damage.
कहाँ देखाएर हो
I
आइटम
do believe that they should be able to come to a stalemate.
तर यो
now.
यो काइजरको हेल्थ बढ्छ हो
From each
ओइ
other.
मार्छ क्या हो
It's kind of tough
Okay,
for
yeah.
them to go down at this point in time
Alright.
unless someone comes in from the bottom to the bottom. One top after the top lane.
Kalia
Horizon
मर्यो,
goes in
लोत
with an
लोत
airstrike.
लेन्स
Does
कार्डहरु
have two members from the backside of Insomniac
एगो
that
रिच
is
ग्याप
relatively low, but they
यसो
don't have
त
got
गाह्रो
any
छ तर
way
हान्नु
to
पर्यो
really just close out that fight. As such,
सिसनाले ड्यास उते हान्दिरा के
the rest of Kings SG away,
One
allowing
HP
them
lens
to
shot, मार फर्छ
turtle for themselves and also a kill
छोड
for One Boy Reborn.
This is how you want to play the CC. Bring the CC into these neutral objective fights, zone out your opponents, and that was a good Sanguine Claws coming out from Xavier, just to trap Bunboy Reborn as well as Yahiko away, stunning them to secure that turtle from Dex with the Thorn Rose.
So I think that this is a slowly but surely kind of game. Insomniacs did manage to find themselves with a pretty darn good start. Even though we are looking at a Sicilian in the middle lane, which generally should not have like a massive amount of impact in the early stages, I think that the Sanguine Claws can still put a lot of impact into the game, regardless if whether you have damage or not.
Yep. Kaiser should have his first core item. The Haas Claws is relatively cheap item to build up. And it helps him sustain his lane a little bit longer, so he's almost halfway through the Haas Claw, so that's going to be a very core power spike that Bruno is going to have. And something that's going to play around Kaiser, then let him just deal single target damage. But that's the problem.
बङले पाछ वान किल केटा बङको गेम प्ले राम्रो छ ल लेट्सको स्काई रस हानेले भनिन्छ फेरि हाम्रो बनाएको चाहिँ स्काई बनाएन हो त जुत्ता नि बनाएको छैन बङ त मार गाडुले मार
It is just
मिठो
straight in over to Silent.
मिठो
They
पिक
used
अफ
quite a lot of
चार
ultimates
जनाले
on that
मिठो
raid. I think that
टिम
is
सिनर्जी
technically 2 to 3 ultimates just to secure a kill on Silent.
एक्सट्रा म्याच के भइरहेछ
On top side, it's just Juggernaut.
माथि ओइ लेन्स डट किन माथि आउँदैछ
Movable object
स्मेको
was
के निकाल्न
unstoppable, of course, but here
पिक्चर
comes
पिक्चर नाइस
Dex.
सेफ
Might be able to do something.
Not
But there's
really.
a response over from Kings moving up to the top side.
गाइस
They're
लेन्स
able to
हाल्दा गाह्रै हुन्छ
push
किनकि
in
यता
to
हाम्रो
psych themselves
याइकोको
up for
साइडबाट
this
कालिया
turtle.
पनि छ
With 7 seconds left on the clock until the turtle eventually spawns. In terms of the jungler's level, Yahiko is at level 7 and Desax is also at level 7. So equal playing grounds for both of these two teams. It all just relies on
सेकेन्ड टडल हेरौँ के हुन्छ
differentiators,
केटा
right? You mentioned that
इसमेलले
Insomniac is more
बवाल
of a
बनायो
back-
ओ लेन्स ओन्ली ड्यास मिस हान्यो
do have got a way to
All
actually
the
reach over the back lines, which relies on the dash, but I think that will only
You
come
do,
in mid to the late stages in. While Kings has
Roco, roco,
more
roco.
of pick off. The
Yeah,
way
all
they
done.
find one, they
Oh, Kaliali के गरे?
immediately try
Yeah,
to drop the
Kaliali.
kill with the fact that
Nice
they
retreat.
at this point in time. Iron
Me
Rider
too.
doesn't have a lot of HP to
Shishi
work
मऱ्यो
with.
शिशी
They
मऱ्यो
put a lot of their efforts
One
and a
HP,
lot of
nice.
resources
Bong,
into
अति
it,
rotation.
and it paid dividends.
अति मिठो रोटेसन
Bong
Two
star.
kill for themselves
अति मिठो
while not losing a single person.
गोल्डन 4 किल लेट्स गो कति स्ट्याक भयो दुईटा स्ट्याक भयो टिकट छैन है बङको किलिङ स्पिड र लेन्स लट 3 किल हान्छ क्या what the fuck कहिले हान्यो 3 किल यसले
1,000 goal lead, and even taking up the T1 turret up in the top lane allows them to go a little bit further from all that.
Yep, faster rotations in from Kings. I think that made him secure a 5v4 battle in the turtle pit, securing that
गाईको
turtle,
3 असिस्ट छ
second
यताको
turtle
3 किल
game.
छ
But Kings SG
जङ्गलमा
or Insomniacs is not phased. They know their game plan. It's Kaiser going into the late game, dealing a lot of damage.
Gold trap.
That is Ryzen already.
गाटोलाई मर्छ गाटो
Tsunami Slam.
Tsunami Slam pulling Silent all the way in.
फिगर किन हान्यो
From the side of Ryzen to put himself in a better spot.
पार्सलले
While of course Desax immediately punches himself right out of the way as it's a
भ्याउँछ क्या हजुर
3v4.
ओइ हान्न पर्छ नि
Down to a sliver as Iron Ryan looks for a title strike, hoping that he will be able to reel someone in, but unfortunately,
मर्थ्यो होला है
Fish was
दुईजना
caught in that bait.
Butizi came in a little bit too late. Yahiko just ramping up the tempo a little bit, takes down the orange buff and gets out of the way. This Kings SG, 2,000 gold ahead, and taking all the turtles in their name. Just that one team, one rotation from Bong just kickstarted.
त केटा ठिक छ 2000 गोल लिड छ किङ एसिडबाट लेट्स गो
Start that aggression going.
this does seem a little bit more like Kings SG is a lot more comfortable in their skin for this game. Post turtle fight, there's 2 turtles down already. We do have got most of these heroes that has already gotten themselves with 1 items, except for Bong. Bong has got 2 items for himself with
last order lo yo
Piercer
hot
to his
order
name as well.
order
I'm not
lead
sure
bird
how long ago that was, but he's already credited
गाटोलाई
with 5
म
kills to his name.
राम्रो पिकअप भएन चाहिँ यो
Speaking
चारचोटि
of,
मर्छ
it's
गाटो
5-1 and
ल
0 on
पिकअप
this Granger. The turtle will be spawned up. I don't think Insomniacs wants to contest
पाए
first.
पाए टोटल छोडिन
Or it's
लेट्स गो
gonna be
टोटलले
a
पाए केटा
magic turret kind of
अब हल्का टरेटहरू फोर्स हान्नु पर्यो नेपाली फ्ल्याग आइहाल्छ है टोटल स्लेन गर्ने बित्तिकै
up on the top and bottom side as Insomniac struggling to find a footing in the early game. But you know, good thing is it's Flying Cloud. It's late game territory that Insomniacs is looking towards playing.
Yep, they do have a ceiling, endless amount of skill lane. So even if the game were to drag out
Bye bye, bad day.
extremely long, that will pay dividends
Sure
to
can.
Xavier. So as long as they're just gonna hold down the fort, not lose too much, I think especially for the T1 turret in the middle lane, as long as they're able to clear these waves out over and over again and make sure that the mid lane T1 is, you know, intact, they should stand a chance to actually move their game over to a
नेपाली फ्ल्याग हो
relatively
त्यही त केटा
late
वाला
game
नेपाली फ्ल्याग
stateless
छ
also.
लाइक साइक हाल्नु केटा
Slowing things
कसले
down,
लाइक
75
हाल्नु
seconds
300 लाइक
till
पुगाइदिइहाल्नु त
spawns
केटा हो
up.
358
It's
वाचिङ छ
basically a
300
live
लाइक
radio right
चाहियो
now. No one wants to make a move, no one wants to make a sound, and everyone's just reading each other.
लाइक हाल्नु केटा हो फटाफट सब्स्क्राइब नि हान
It's just turret fight right now. Most exciting thing on the map.
गाटोले गीत हाने गाटोलाई बबल पनिस गरिरहेको छ यो गेम
Things
चाहिँ
going on.
मिठो
Stop hitting Bob! Stop hitting Bob! B.
Bob will come back. He always
Is Bob better?
resurrects.
Is Bob better or is it Bobby?
I think it's Bobby. I think it's Bobby. That's what Jace calls him.
But Bob sounds more
मास्टरहरु के भन्दैछ
Bobby.
You know who's the star of the show? It's
Who?
Larry.
Yeah.
Larry is coming in soon.
Hey, Larry has been useless the past few games, okay?
मास्टर अरु कुरा गर्दै के हो मैले त बुझिन के ल्यारीहरु प्लेयरको नाम
It's a
हो
typical front
के
to
हो
back for both teams. So if you want to play an all brawl in the mid lane, I think that could be a really good way to.
ब्रुट फोर्स लेन्स स्लटको हाम्रो 3000 गोल्ड लिड छ हाम्रो टिमको
You know, spawning in 15 seconds in, Kings
It's
have
item already, good
3,000 gold lead.
challenge
They gotta have to
को,
play as
Yahiko
though
को,
they
the
have
striker
the
war
lead,
exercise
because so
video.
far, Kings
ग्रान्जरको 3टा आइटम आइसक्यो लभली ड्रोन अति गोल्ड ग्याप हान्दा छ त मिठो Yahiko भएको नि 800 को lead छ मिठो
composition right by the essence, right? Good amount of damage in the early stages just because of the fact that they have the Bruno. They also do have a Lancelot that could just snipe in from the back lines. Ryzen always will have to keep himself on his toes.
Yep. Lord will respawn up, or Larry is showing himself. They're starting things off. Kings SG trying to
Bruno लाई
slow this down. They know that
प्युरिफाई छ
Lancelot's
म्या
on the bottom
Bruno लाई
side.
चढ्न
Might not be
मिठो
able to get
पाराले
into position as fast as he wants to. Silent
Lovely.
more information saying we need to pause
फर्स्ट
more
लर्ड
time.
पाए केटाहरुले पाए लर्ड अब अप्पा हान्छ
So, lot taken down. Kings SG have got the objectives that they also want.
हल्का पुरै लेट पनि नपारौँ किनकि सिसी लानु ब्रुनोको सबै हाल्नुपर्छ मिड गेममा 13-14 मिनेटमा मिठो पाराले
With their main objective gonna be
यो
the
तपाईँले
T1
च्याट
turret
हान्नु
down
लर्ड
in the
पाइसक्यो
middle
अब
lane.
हामीले
Insomniacs, they do have a pretty good wave clear solely just because of this as well as Xavier. So as long as they're just gonna hold out forts down the middle lane, they should be fine.
Lord slowly marching out. This
Oh!
skirmish.
It does seem like Tsunami Slam is just gonna be
के भएको
straight in, but it doesn't seem like Insomniacs is able
ल
to do
पालिया
too much.
मार्दिनु त
Or actually picking up a kill onto Iron Ryan. Essentially,
एकजना गाइस
disabling
ट्याङ्क हो
Kings
के हो
SG's
ट्याङ्क
way
मर्दा त
of initiating even more
लर्डमा हल्का
taking
एडभान्टेज
out
चाहिँ लिनुपर्छ हैन
more real estate out of Insomniacs.
Good find by Dex, going and dashing into the back line, trying to take out at least one member. He identifies the low-hanging fruit, and he's going to capitalize on that one.
Oh.
No T1.
Winter Pile, let's go.
Insomniacs. He's going to get taken down.
Whoa, jungle gap,
T2
jungle gap,
upside is also
jungle
down.
gap, and let's go.
Yahiko, and if Irish
अति
Zone
मिठो
Xavier away.
Oh,
वो अनस्टपेबल मेरो भाइ त रुक्नै मान्दैन लभली Let's go. केटा डब्लै आइके स्प्याम हान्दै च्याटमा लभली मिठो हेलो जंगल ग्याप सर्ट डाउन भयो फेरि के सर्ट डाउन हान्ने चाहिँ
Good trade, good capitalization from Kings with that Lord marching down in the top side, enabling them to take down that T1, T2 in the mid side. So opening up that map in the whole jungle is Kings
मिठो हाने
SG's to
बफर
play.
चाहिँ मिठो हाने केटा मिठो
Victory
नै हाने
is just right in the hands of Kings SG. 6.2 thousand goal lead. They gotta have to play as though they have this lead. If they were to play very defensively and passively, the more that they're gonna lose out to Insomniac solely just because of the presence of that Xavier. However, Xavier's capabilities will only skyrocket 17 minutes into the
हेर्दै
game.
मजा आयो
because
मलाई त बफर चाहिँ
itemization is
मजा
still
आयो
so darn important. With only 5,000 gold over to Sicilian with that
मिठो
glowing
गोल
wand,
मिठो गोल ग्याप अब त केटा अब
absolutely
1400 को जङ्गल गोल ग्याप
aside from utility from the second
मार्क्सम्यानको
clause
कति
as well,
7
is the
8 9
burn and
आमामा
the
3500
anti-hero
मार्क्सम्यानको
from
गोल ग्याप त हेर्दै मजा आयो
wand.
Again, we're moving from the cafeteria into the library. Everyone's just reading everyone. Insomniacs knows that Yahiko's on the top side. They don't know where the rest of the members are. The good thing is that with the Eastern Shin, you're able to open up the map whenever you want, so they know exactly where Insomniacs is. And Kings SG is going to initiate once they know that Lancelot
क्या
is
लाइक
outside
हान्दिउँ
and
लाइक
away
300
from
पुगेदिउँ
this Lord.
300 पुग्न लागिसक्यो
To
केटा
play it
लाइक
safe, I
हान्दिउँ
think
केटा
Insomniacs
स्ट्रिम
is going to try to give up this Lord and try to play base
फ्रीको
defense.
लाइक
They do have
हान्दिहालौँ
the high ground opportunity from Xavier and Kaiser if they get into position. The only issue is they have to find some way to deal with Ryzen. The answer is Dex. But if you get too close, that's going to be a huge trouble because he's the main damage dealer right now. I don't think Kaiser's up to par or up to standard as of yet. Doesn't have the high damage. Kings SG typically blitzing this Lord down. No contest from Insomniacs.
Yeah, Insomniacs understands that they are nowhere close to be able to take a proper fight against Kings SG right by the Lord side, right? Yahiko is 15, Desex is 14, going in is just plain suicide. They're just gonna have to hope for a little bit more proper game plan and hope for a scuffed up fight from Kings SG moving in.
Kings SG building up all the thick waves from all three lanes, just waiting for the Lord to pop up in 10 seconds. As Kings SG wants to be able to take down the T3s and open up the base for them to make an approach. Insomniacs can't leave their base just because of the
guys, your Lord ma ke
essence
huncha let's see
alone of the Mountain Chakra and
गेम
making
इन
that vision
अहिले नै
of
गेम इन
the
हान्नुपर्छ
entire
8000 को गोल लिन्छ हाम्रो टिमको
disables Insomniacs and empowers
Bruno
Kings
0-0
SG to
रहेछ
just open up and move all around the map. It's just
पार्सली जोन
gold
हान्छ
lead
ब्रुनोलाई
is
ढुक्छ
super steep right now. 8,000 gold, 8,400 for Kings SG. The Lord
मिठो हान्दिन्छ यो लर्डमा
Trident right over to the mid lane, one in mid
साइलेन्ट
lane,
मर्यो
taking up a little bit too much pot shot. AOG
अल्ट हाने
gets
साइलेन्टले
out of
ठिक
the
छ
way, but right as that happened, they lose the mid
5 सेकेन्ड पायो मिठो दुईटा डट पायो लेन शट बर्यो नाइस है कालिया ओपी लेन शटको काउन्टर यसरी च्याप्पै पकडी हान्नुपर्छ त लेन शटलाई आमा बम मेरो भाइको 8 किल बियोडी आइसक्यो
खतरा रहेछ यो गोल
मिठो खेल्दैछ यार गोल्डेनहरुले ब्रुनोको प्युरिफाई पनि गयो मिठो सिसी पनि लगाइ जी सकिहाल्यो नि रिभर्सिप आउँदैछ है केटा लभली मिठो सेलिब्रेसन वो crazy bro let's go bro reaction फेरि हेर्नुपर्छ यस्तो क्रेजी रियाक्सन टिममेटको हात घाइते पार्देका ओए ओए बिस्तारै हान्न मेरो भाइ नेक्स्ट गेम पनि छ क्या नेक्स्ट गेम पनि छ भाइ बिस्तारै हान्न ओए हात चाहिँ भाँचिदिन्छ क्या अम्मा अति मिठो सेलिब्रेसन केटा मिठो सेलिब्रेसन केटा
in the challenger brackets, and of course it's a fight for survival. If
केटा
you lose, you're immediately eliminated.
कमेन्ट हाल्दिनु न त
once that
अफिसियल च्यानलमा कुनमा हाल्नु भन्दा मोबाइल लेजेन्ड ब्याङ ब्याङमा ल गाइस
everyone at this point, right? We are generally just gonna be hoping for a
के भनेर कमेन्ट हाल्ने
I would say
यहीको नेपाल प्राइड भन्ने हाल्नु
because
न
so
केटा
far, game number one, it was scuffed up for both teams, right? Kings SG
Guys,
starts to
spam
show
हाल्दिउँ
off a
है
little
spam
bit
हाल्दिउँ
more
केटा
for this game number two.
यहीको ह्यासट्याग नेपाल प्राइड केटा स्प्याम हाल्दिउँ
Actually ended up
देखाइदिनु
in
पाओ
about 13-14 minutes.
मोबाइल
right?
लेजेन्ड
Much
ब्याङ
faster than
ब्याङमा
first game.
Yeah, 14 minutes is a respectable amount. That just means that Kings SG understands their win conditions and that they have a massive lead.
Spam,
ahead
guys,
of
spam,
Insomniacs.
spam,
They
spam.
just have to play according to their lead, know that they have the lead, and give.
मिठो हानेर भर्खर मलाई हेर्दै
To be
मजा
honest, I think this the first game was a long. The
gonna be
Granger
long.
was just crazy.
Oi,
This game,
9-1-0
9-1-0
MVP,
for this
let's go.
menace, and 90% kill participation. It all snowballed and spiraled out of control
17
just
million
because
raise.
Bong came in from the bottom side for the second turtle and moved his way up, making the fight.
He's like
four.
second, you might
And
know,
this just caused like a
Yahiko,
crazy
so let's go.
spiral downhill for Insomniacs.
So with game going into 1:1, I think that this game is a very equal footing for both
Mitto hele,
Insomniacs
Bongle
and
Mitto
Kings
hele
SG.
game.
But
Pure
it
team le
is
Mitto
still
hele.
very unfortunate because both teams, they are strong in their own
Team le मरे हेरौँ न त हल्का के छ बङको यही दिन्छ थाहा छ मलाई यहाँको भाइको किलिङ स्प्रीमा खेलेर रहेछ केटो किलिङ स्प्रीमा खेल्दै चाहिँ बिचरा सबै किल बङले उठायो एक किल पायो वो एमेटमा स्लट निकाले ओइ चिले यो चिल 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 अति फायर हुन्छ त चिल 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 नेपाल प्राइड ल लेट्स गो ल प्लिज हामी केटा लाइक साइक हाल्ने होइन अफिसरमा
However,
नि
one will have to say goodbye by the end of these series.
Yeah, I gotta say,
मिठो
notable mention in the meta. It's almost always banned out by the seeded teams, but when it comes down to
Guys,
community
game
teams, the
अब last
CC
game हो
isn't working
जसले
out
जित्यो
as
त्यो
well.
I think that
त्यो
the
अगाडि
main
बढ्छ
thing is
आरएससी
to
सिङ्गापुरको
get
अगेन्स्ट
that Bruno online and having an early game
And next ball, you're a
gold
number
laner
rounds.
together with a
First
late
more
game
rounds, you're right.
mid laner is definitely important so that it will be able to balance out the
Yeah.
early game and the late games. However, this just pretty much doesn't mean anything to me because you are losing out the control that you could have gotten in the middle lane with the influence over to the side lane. It's actually the same as yeah, it essentially just means that you're just putting a non-influential mid laner in the middle lane that needs to scale and an influential gold laner down to the bottom lane, which takes time to move from one place to another. I think that just swaps something with no changes to the outcome.
Yeah, do have to agree with you. I think Kaiser picked up the Bruno just because he wanted the early game advantage over that. But hey, one game away, things to fix. Both of these teams need to go back to the drawing board, learn some things. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be the finale of Kings versus Insomniacs. We'll see you real soon.
तीन मिनट बाँकी छ होइन अझै 3 मिनट बाँकी छ के टाइम हो के छ गाइस 3 मिनट पुगौँ न त लास्ट गेम हो अब यतिको पुग्नु परिहाल्यो लास्ट गेम होइन र तबसम्म लाइक हान्दिउँ स्ट्रिम 300 लाइक पुग्न लागिसक्यो अनि मेरो इन्स्टामा नि फलो हान्नु है केटा हो इन्स्टाको लिङ्क हालिदिइहाल्छु
स्टार्ट भइदियो आउँछु हेर
गेम 1 भन न
स्टार्ट भइसक्यो आउँछु म
ल ल गेम 1 को ड्राफ्ट देऊ न ओके दाइ अच्छा ओके गेम 1
Kings pick up by Kings SG.
ए हो गेम 1 को ड्राफ्ट
A little bit difficult to work with, but out.
You need that lantern to open up that map because there's
यस
too many
रोगैमा
players.
इन्स्टाको लिङ्क हालिदिनु
I
पर्यो
think Rock would be a
Okay.
viable target for this one.
Yep. So moving on forward with this, they also picked up a Uranus. So right now, let's take a look at this. You know, Uranus does have a pretty good deal with CC as well because not only does the fact that he have lesser health pool than some of the
सब
other
आज हुन्छ सबै म्याच आज हुन्छ केटा हो
because,
त्यही भएर
the main thing about CC is that
आज लङ स्ट्रिम हुनेवाला छ
your maximum your HP total, right? So being able to regenerate all of that lost HP is definitely going to be very worth it for yourself as you're able to just kind of bring yourself back in and out.
राइट
and find
पिन
yourself.
हान्दिएको छ
I
मेक
actually
स्योर टु
agree.
फलो मी इन
Not
इन्स्टाग्राम
about,
केटा हो पिन हान्दिएको छ होइन
media
कमेन्ट
crowd control.
सेक्सन
It's not about a lot of reliable crowd control. It's
एमएलबिपीको
about
अपडेटहरू सबै म
that's
इन्स्टाग्राममा
actually
स्टोरीतिर
focused on
हालेर
this
हुन्छु
craft. But for Kings, the CC is all all that's enough. You have the curtain call. You're able to lock two members down a
Adcom
little bit too close. The only
Boris
thing is
खड्काले
that
भर्खर फलो हुन्छ थ्याङ्क यू सो मच
that you have
एडकम
Red,
कमान हाल्ने बनाउन
Insomniac
के हो
still
कमान मैले
to
बल्ल
rise.
मिलाउनु त मिलाएको थिएँ
Eve is, I wouldn't be
होइन
surprised if the Barca will be taken out as well.
तर अरू कमानहरू कसरी हाल्छ थाहा छैन यार
They would ban out a Eve considering the fact that
फर्स्टको ड्राफ्ट त यही हो
It's getting banned out as well, but aside of Insomniacs, the teams in touch, I would say
फर्स्ट टिमको ड्राफ्ट हल्का उसलाई फेभर रहेछ यो हाम्रो इन्सोमिनियाकलाई
and that is the surprising thing, right? It's because they are not
भ्युवर गेम चाहिँ आज भ्युवर गेम त हेरौँ केटा आज लङ स्ट्रिम भन्ने मलाई चाहिँ एमपिएल इन्डिया स्ट्रिमहरू पनि नहेरौँ केटा आज डिसाइडर डे रहेछ सबजना हेर्ने भयो एमपिएल इन्डिया पनि गर्छु याइको गेमहरू सबै सकेपछि आज आज थाहा हुन्छ आरआरक्यू सेलेक्ट हुन्छ कि हुँदैन भनेर प्लेअफको लागि दिपेश घाउले फलो गर्छ थ्याङ्क यू सो मच है इन्स्टामा फलो गर्नुभएको 200 फलोवर पुग्न चाहिँ इन्स्टाग्राममा नि केटा
They have got ways to really just crowd control down to the ground. No one that has got a targeted control spell except for CC, but that is of course with a caveat that there's someone nearby as well in order to really just tether them together. It doesn't stop their movement, but it limits their movements.
रिस्ट्रिम गर्ने पर्मिसन छ
छ
छ दाइ पर्मिसन एमएलको मजाले रिस्ट्रिम गरेर गर्नु पर्यो लास्ट भ्युर आउँछ हुन्छ गाइस म अब सबजना हेर्छ भन्छ म गर्छु एमपिएल पनि निन्द्रा पनि भइसक्यो भाइ 5 घन्टा सुत्यो होला केटा म सुरु होला म्याच ओके ओके लास्ट गेम हेरौँ केटा
MPLSG Season 10 sponsored by powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment.
हेर्ने यो म्याच उति समाचार म्याच त आज त हुन्छ
Razor for keeping us all comfy and of course presenting a partner
ए गेम 1 हारेको यस गाइस दाइ गेम 1 हारेको
and now
खै हल्का गाटोकले झ्यावाने आएको साले हाम्रो यहीको भाइले
it does look like Kings has finally found their footing.
गाटो हल्का
Shaky start in the first game. In the third game, Kings
Rendered.
looks like they are on fire. As long as they play it structured, as long as they play it, you know, easier to execute, they might be.
सबैजनाको टार्गेट गोटे प्लेयरमा चाहिँ अब गोटे कोच भन्दा हुन्छ गाइस नेपालमा कोचहरूको लास्टै कमी छ कोचहरूको कमी छ भन्दा कोच छँदै छैन नेपालमा त्यही भएर एभ्री टाइम इन्टरनेसनल जानु पर्यो बेला हामीले इन्टरनेसनल कोच नै ल्याउनु पर्छ नेपाली कोचहरू राम्रो हुँदैन
ultimately, CC is a hero that can win lanes, especially since it is CC versus an Esmeralda.
मिटो खेल्यो केटा लास्ट गेम पनि यस्तै मिटो खेल्यो भने चाहिँ मजा हुन्छ रिभर्सिप पनि
Some of these team fights to be able to assist in some of these turtle takes, so they have to play around that. Ultimately, having a gato
नेपाल म्याप सेलेक्सन केटा
wrong position.
कुन म्याप राम्रो हुन्छ होला त अहिले फ्लाइङ क्लाउड भएको छैन डेन्जरस ग्रास यो त ल यो फर्स्टको म्याप हो केटा फर्स्ट गेमको म्याप
To allow Bruno early game kills, and that is probably the main reason why they did not manage to help Bruno pop off in the early stages. They are unable to have these kind of catches because
डेन्जरस ग्रासमा अघि हारेछ अरे केटा
other skill shot here, skill shot.
We're saying
skill.
clause from
Sanguine
Xavier.
clause, yes. So if they missed out these two crowd control abilities,
आइएसएफमा हाम्रो कोच हुन्छ कि नै हो
long
आइएसएफमा केटा एपेक्स कोच हुनेवाला छ
or opportunities
हाम्रो रुबी प्लेयर
fight, then they just reset. They lose all the momentum or the tempo that they have just by gathering in one place.
हाम्रो गोटेड एपेक्स आउँदैछ आइएसएफमा मलेसिया
There's also
फर्स्ट गेम स्टार्ट भयो कर्नर टेक छैन आज
onto the
त्यहाँ डिस्कर्ड मिल्छ भने आउँदा हुन्छ तपाईँ
for Insomniacs in game number 2. Just because Bruno doesn't deal a lot of damage to this Esmeralda, not building any of these anti-heal or anti-shield items in the early game just makes Esmeralda annoying and out of control. So Kimmy's gonna get picked up right here for the side of Insomniacs just to seal the deal on the mid lane. A lot of early game damage. Kings SG really likes the Kalea and just snap picking that up. That's 3 games for Gato for the side of
एपेक्स एपेक्सले के गर्छ
Insomniacs.
एपेक्स केटा हो अब
Draft right now, the CC won't be
आइएसएफको लागि त स्पोन्सर छैन नि त कन्ट्रीबाट हो अनि एपेक्स आउँछ नि त फ्रीमा आउँछ मेरो भाइ
Yahiko's Fanny, and to see his Hayabusa, to see his Izunshin, and knowing that he is through and through an assassin player, and huge shout out to all the Japanese fans. I know Yahiko
Fanny
is
Fanny
from
बाटन
Nepal. He he's also participated in the EWC wild cards as well.
टिकीबाट खेल्दा त जेलले गरेको त्यो त
A lot of
कोच
fans are
ल्यान्ड
rooting
खेल्दा
for
Welcome
him.
to the stream.
Welcome to the stream.
हामीले टिकीबाट खेल्दैन गाइस एपेक्सै गर्छ सबै ड्राफ्टहरू
We have
एपेक्स हो हाम्रो
only
ड्राफ्टर
2 out of 7 games
एपेक्स ड्राफ्टर
from
सर्ट
the
कलर
series that we're going to be watching
एउटा
today.
गेम मात्रै गर्दा एपेक्सले गर्दा हारेको केटा हो अरू सबै गेम एपेक्सले गर्दा जित्यो त्यही भएर हेड चाहिँ नहान एपेक्सले
Very solid, strong pick.
गोटेड रोमर हो
Zone any of these close engaged marksmen away. Moskov will be the marksman of choice and solidifying the first phase of the draft. No more Ranger.
गाइस ड्राफ्ट हेरौँ ओ सो फ्यानी
Just to deal with
मिट यो साइलेन्ट त मा रिस उठिसक्यो टिम गेम गाटो कसले खेल्छ
फेरि यो त 1
cutting a good strategy.
गाटो
Try to get bong
मोस्को प्लेस नि त फ्यानीको हल्का झ्याउ हुन्छ मोस्कोलाई लेट्स गो फ्यानी आइसक्यो केटा फ्यानी मिठो फ्यानी
But for Bong though, I think for KSG they might be able to
यो हो कि क्या मेन पोस्ट ओ अति बोल्दैछ त यसले त
again just because they have so much sustain from the Kalei alone.
However, I do think that they will be putting too much eggs in one basket if they were to go double fighters, right? They don't. They if they were to do that, then they have.
केटा एकछिन गेममा फोकस गर्छ कमेन्ट पढ्दैन गाइस कमेन्ट पढ्यो भने हल्का गेम डिले भयो गेम रिएक्सन हैन
However, because they do not have a CC right now, they cannot guarantee themselves a win in the XP lane. One thing's for sure though, because the Moskov is already out, it would help them one way or another by dealing with a Moskov, someone that can really just push a Moskov away. However,
गाइस याइको फ्यानी छ तर यता काउन्टर पनि छ अब फ्रेडरिन त ब्यान हैन गुड ब्यान अकाई पनि ब्यान छ राम्रो ब्यान हो फ्यानी र कलियालाई जगाउँछ मोस्कोपले हल्का वालमा चाहिँ नअड्कोस् फ्यानलाई अनि यो गाटो त भइहाल्यो जवानी मा नम्बर 1
Yeah, fun fact, Moskov has the
तिमीलाई चाहिँ मिठो मार्छ होला
and lowest defense.
तिमीको नाम जेभियर पो हो भर्खर जेभियर
So that's going to be a huge problem for the Insomniacs.
ए गाटोले त के भन्छ होला है तिमी कसरी हार्यो म गाटो खेलेर हारे तिमी कसरी जित्यो म गाटो खेलेर जित्यो
For Kings though, they have an answer for the Moskov anyways.
क्वालिफायरमा के खेल्यो 3 गेम गाटो खेले मैले अति मिठो मिठो प्लेयर गाटो
Soft counter towards that Fanny. If she comes close, just pin her to the wall and just
3 गेम भएन 3 गेम के खेल्यो मैले गाटो खेले 3 गेम
have that going on. It's all down to execution at this point, to be honest.
अति मिठो यार
So, understandably from this point, if we want to pit a goal laner against Moskov, what would you choose?
In this sense,
होराइसपट्टि दिएन र कोच दाइ आइसपेला आइएसएफमा हामी कन्ट्री रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्ने हो गाइस टिम रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्दैन त्यही भएर
Lunox goal lane. Okay.
हामी
A lot of magic damage coming in from the mid and the gold lane. We haven't seen a gold lane Lunox. Typically, it's always used in the mid lane.
Yep.
So far in the seeded stage as well as earlier on today.
So this is understandably going to be a
Jungler.
indeed an early game kind of thing for KSG. They still want to play a very poppy kind of early game.
गाटो वान ट्रिक हैन गाटो ह्याट्रिक गर्यो वो गोटेड कमन ह्याट्रिक गाटो हाम्रो ह्याट्रिक बाइ साइलेन्ट
But you were talking about Lance.
The Hayabusa comes in again.
But they are close contention with one another. It's really an either or
Hat-trick
situation.
है, hat-trick.
Insomniac.
Yeah.
CR7 हो कि क्या हो गाटो त
Essentially just gives you almost the same thing. You do have
गाइस
a pretty
फ्यानी
good
लुनक्स खाले कम्बन राम्रै छ
invulnerability win,
फार्सा
retribution
कति गेम
element.
3 गेम फार्सा खेल्यो हैन यताबाट नि
One
के
of
हो
the thing that Hayabusa
अहिलेको गेम के हेर्दै थियो फार्सा नै खेल्दैन
appreciate
हाम्रो राइजेन ब्रोले पनि ह्याट्रिक हानिसकेको छ फार्सामा
good in 1v1 measures. Split pushes that come
लेट्स
in.
गो असासिन भन्छ असासिन है गाइस फ्यानी भन्छ आइबुसा
The Fanny. And I think that the pickup is
ल गाइस लाइक साइक हान्नु 300 लाइक पुग्न लागिसक्यो इन्स्टामा नि फलो हान केटा हो पिन हानेको छु मैले मेरो इन्स्टाग्रामको लिंक
Well, draft is set. This
ल
is
गाइस
a
गेम स्टार्ट भयो लेट्स गो
match for Kings SG as well as Insomniacs. Both
लास्ट
teams
गेम
got
जो
what they came for.
जुन
They
टिम
went
जित्छ त्यो
into
टिम
the
अगाडि बढ्छ आरएससी
out
सिङ्गापुरको
with a
अगेन्स्टमा
bang. So both of these
लेट्स
teams
गो पेआईको
they're comfortable
को
with
टिमले
the
जित्नु
heroes
पर्यो
that they picked up, and they want to be able to reach into the next stage with these heroes or go out with them. For Kings SG though, the Fanny looking very strong.
फार्सा
Both
ह्याट्रिक भन्छ
heroes
गाटो
are
ह्याट्रिक
outstanding.
कुन चाहिँ
So
ह्याट्रिक
we'll be able to
भवाल हो
see this once we jump into the game. As we step into Lana Dawn, this is game number 3 between Kings.
डेन्जरस
and
ग्रास हो गाइस
Insomniacs.
यो म्याप
Looking at the fact that we are looking at both
डेन्जरस ग्रासमा चाहिँ प्रोबेबली हैन कालिया र नुम्नक्सलाई फाइदा हुन्छ क्याम्प हान्न मिठो क्याम्प
they will both
त गाइस लाइक चाहिँ हान्न नबिर्सु गाइस 300 लाइक छुनै लागिसक्यो हामी
for a time map influence. So a little bit difference is that because for the
Panda draft कस्तो राम्रो लाग्छ
which is
तिमीलाई
Insomniacs, they will end up
Oh,
being in the top lane, and the top lane
के
तिमीलाई
छ यिनीहरूको?
be the gold, and Fanny down to the bottom.
आइपुग्छ एलिस
So
ओ
generally
एलिस
speaking,
निकालेको छ
okay, looks like there will be some
दुईटैको
कसको
राम्रो।
right off the bat.
दुईटैको
We'll have
ओके
a little bit of a
एउटाको भन न एउटाको कुन चाहिँ ड्राफ्ट हेर्दै थिच्छ क्या
कसरी भन्नु दुईटै राम्रो छ
इन्सोमिनियाको राम्रो छ नि ओइ 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 एकछिन नाइस है बाच है आइको लभली साइलेन्ट मरेको खुसी लाग्यो साइलेन्ट मरेको देखेर चाहिँ मलाई दुईचोटि फ्लस ब्लड खायो यसले साइलेन्ट अहिलेको गेम पनि अहिले पनि फ्लस ब्लड खायो यस्तो मिठो पॉइन्ट खाने सिसे कार्डलाई मजै आउँछ
just need to take down the purple buff before she tries to contest for the turtle. There is a counter re-engage from Dex over.
ए लुनक्स गोल्ड इन्ट्रेस्टिङ ओके
Played down on the bottom quarter of the map. And I think for Insomniacs,
ए के हो यो आएपछि लक देयर
that they come through, but here comes the
ओइ
Ugi
ओइ ओइ धन्न लागेन यार स्याडो
tracking I'm talking about for the Ugi Shadow kill.
ओइ अति मिठो कालका मिठो युरेनसको ब्याकअप
Pick up a kill down over to Death's Edge.
यहीँको आइसक्यो
Ryan is not going to survive for another fight.
ओइ
Yahiko joins in the
इनर्जी सक्यो यार
Unfortunately, only at level 3, but it's okay. I think that there should
अति मिठो इन्गेज है कालियाकोबाट यतिको सेक्रिफाइस ट्याङ्क चाहिन्छ क्या अनि युरानसको नि फ्लिकर ब्याकअप लुनक्सको नि ए लुनक्सले के फ्लिकर हान्यो what the heck माथि पो छ त लुनक्स के भयो यार लुनक्सलाई फ्लिकर गएछ त लुनक्स
knowing that Dex doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't have the iframes, they go straight for it. Looking at items, doesn't seem anything out of the ordinary yet, but does seem like Kings are slightly up ahead in terms of all the lane.
गोल्ड कसको गोल्ड गोल्ड नर्मल छ किङआरसीको 100 रहेछ लिड नाइस
whatsoever. This is a very standard opening for both of these teams. Normally, the main thing that we look out for in the early stages is like changes in
टडल के भन्छ केटा
sound of physical or magic.
अँ यहीँको 5 लेभल पुग्ला सेभ लेभल हुन्छ
But in this case, we're just gonna be looking at a pretty normal.
युरानसले जोन त हान्दैछ मिठो जोन हान्दैछ
Low for just as of yet, but once he does,
कालिया फो पुग्ला गाटो नि पुगेछ फो
Panda dash right,
मिठो गाटो मर्यो कि नाइस है त
मस्तो गते दाइ गते
मस्को गल आएछ
pull silent in, but that means that
ए यो मर्छ होला त एलिस फ्लिकर छैन केटा हो एलिसको मिठो पनिसमेन्ट अति मिठो है गाइस इजी हाएको साइड गयो इजी टटल लेट्स गो
SG with 2 losses for the side of Insomniacs.
इजी हान्छ है केटाहरू फायर भइसक्यो एक गेम हारेको
but unfortunately, Kings SG's early game damage from especially from Ryzen and Yahiko. is
पाँचजनाले मिठो हेर्दैछ यहाँको टिमले
So it's only
नेपालको
three
फ्ल्याग
rounds
आइसक्यो
left.
टटल
Kings
स्प्रिन्ट केटा
SG taking the first turn of the game, and I think that for Bill TZ, that was a mistake that he used the ball to teleport himself down into enemy territory, unable to bring himself out. No more flicker. Already used that onto the TO.
Whoa.
On the top side.
प्युरिफाई बेट है प्युरिफाई बेट कल दिइसक्यो कालियालाई अब कालियाले नेक्स्टमा हान्छ यदि मार्क्सनको प्युरिफाई छैन
So within 3 games,
कालियालाई कमेन्ट मस्कोलाई कमेन्ट गर्छ होला केटा प्युरिफाई नभएर
3 very different heroes in the gold lane. We have a fighter which is coming into CC. He has played a Granger, which is a traditional marksman, and he's played a mage up to the top lane for a gold lane.
हेर माथि जाँदैछ हेर मस्कोको प्युरिफाई छैन कल के हो मस्कोको प्युरिफाई छैन माथि हान्नु पर्छ
into your face, and I think Kings SG really wants to play around this understanding and around this strategy. But for Insomniacs, they're all nice.
Ryan as well as the Feather Astrike.
मिठो केटा मस्को मिठो ढलिहाल्यो अब रोम मऱ्यो नि केही छैन केटा मस्को मरि चाहिँ
It's very hard onslaught.
Well worth it. You're trading a roam for a gold laner. You're delaying Kaiser's farm. You're pushing Bong up.
तर अघि लुनक्सले डार्क हान्दाखेरि मस्कोले प्युरिफाई चाहिँ नहान्नु पर्ने क्या त्यो हल्का डराएकै भयो
So he's joining in team fights whenever they are.
प्युरिफाई त होल्ड गरेर राख्ने हो नि
They're in the vicinity. I think Kings
त्यहाँ
SG
मरे
are
पनि
the-
प्युरिफाई
take everyone out.
हान्ने पर्ने थिएन किनकि लुनक्सको के सिसी होइन
Potential.
डार्क
Both teams might be able to play this in this game up to like maybe 43, 33 minutes, even just because late game potential for both teams are there.
When it comes down to the magic damage dealers, all of them have already gotten themselves. They are glowing wand, so at least it definitely helps against Iron.
कालियाको अल्ट आयो अब फेरि एकजनालाई मिठो पिकअप होला
It helps going up against the allies as well. So understandably, there must be a certain direction that both of these two teams are looking for. The tankiness of these tanks is not not exactly there just yet. So if any of these gold laners were to kind of pop off their lane, they can actually do
ओए
quite
टपमा
well,
छ यो
especially for Bong.
Oh, looking on top
Wait,
side,
तर के हो हाम्रो बङ प्लेयर हो 2v1
We'll be able to
2v1 let's go
ओए
अति ओइ भ्याउँछ क्या
ओए
एकछिन
माथि
बङ
माथि
बङ बङ
माथि
but it actually gets out of the
ओइ अल्टी मिस भयो ओ माय गॉड
ओए
याइको याइको याइको
Yahiko finishing
lovely
on top with the
अल्टी फ्यानिक लेट्स गो
What was that? So yeah, just
एसोडिङ तर कसरी मिस भयो मोस्टको अल्टी
why.
मिठो है
Oh man.
बङ र याइको
You're just
कम्बो
gonna have to
मिठो
look at the replay.
बङ अति बाज यार फ्लिकरले अरू काट ओइ अति खेल्दैछ त यो गोल्डेनर
That is a pretty tight fight up to the top lane. It
टडलनी
allows
पाए फ्री टडल लेट्स गो लभली
kill up to the top lane as well.
बटको टरे
Not
निकाल्नु
a lot,
पर्यो केटाहरूले अब
but it does manage to help quite a bit to Yahiko.
good read by Kings SG, taking down Des on the top side, knowing that Bong is engaged onto and getting skirmished down into the ground. But I think for Insomniacs, they are
मलाई
looking a
त्यो
little
अहिलेको प्लेयरको सेलिब्रेसन हेर्नु मन लाग्छ ओइ एलिसलाई त गायब केटा आँखा झिमिक एलिस गायब सक्छ त नेपाली फ्यानलाई हैन याइको फ्यानलाई
And especially since we're talking about an Alice. But up to the top lane, more actions ongoing. The AOG
मिड
gets
टु हान्ने
the
1v1 केटा
fight. That
1v1
is a one
एक्सिट
for two
भर्सेस
ultimate trade. But that also means that they will
Wrong.
lose out control up in the top lane.
Beautiful shift of strategy for Kings SG, knowing that they have full control of that map, knowing that they're up ahead in terms of gold. They're going for a 4-1 composition. You're leaving that bottom side over to Yahiko. You have an extra tank in the form of Uranus.
वो ए रिकल स्प्याम हानेको हेर्नु पर्यो केटा रिकल हान्नु पर्यो होइन हाम्रो केटाहरूले
So that Bong and Ryzen can do their thing. There's a lot of magic damage, and then you get Yahiko to come in to clear things up.
So now most of the territory is actually going to be controlled by Kings SG. Is bleeding.
फ्यारी टेक्निक नोट छ अस्ति भन्छ त केटाहरू
They're gonna have to take away the T1.
हुन सक्छ गाइज हुन
In the
सक्छ
lane though, in order to really take controls and take the reins of this entire map. But Insomniacs, they really know that they want to keep this T1 down, or rather keep this T1 up. There's only it's only 7 minutes and 40 seconds into the game with about 3,000 goal lead for Kings SG. They will slowly, at least for Kings SG, slowly make their way through. But remember, the sieging capability.
मिड टु स्मुथ गेम कति छ गोल्ड लिड
Don't have a marksman that really excels in these.
किमीको त्यस्तो छैन
Already two
याइको
gold leads
भाइको
for
त्यस
Already got the glowing one as well as
900 को गोल्ड लिड छ ओके
uh,
मार्क्सम्यानको
Life, sorry.
ओ मिठो लिड मार्क्सम्यानको त म्या 1600 को लिड छ यार
Only has 1 out of 3.
1600 को
More
गोल्ड
enemies
लिड
he desperately
मिठो
needs. That's going to be a late game.
अति ग्याप हान्दैछ गोल्डेन र बङले चाहिँ
hard for Moscow to actually come back into this game because we've always seen like Moscow really
मिडको हुनुपर्छ कास्टिङमा
Kings
मिडकोले त
farm
एमपिएलमै व्यस्त होला आज एमपिएलको गेम पनि छ डिसाइडर गेम
objectives that come up.
This is where quite a lot of macro plays is going to be pretty evident.
लुनक्स नाइस पिक त्यही त यिनीहरूलाई फिजिकल याइकोले ड्यामेज पुग्छ अनि कालेसँग बर्सेर लुनक्स ओपी मिठो
Let's not forget, you know, Chaos Assault deals a hack lot.
लगायत फर्स्ट लड पाइसक्यो केटाहरूले यही लडमा सकाइदिइहाल्छ
Splits it down pretty effectively and manage to catch it right in time for the 8 minutes and 41 seconds creep spawn, just for the lot to come out in 44 seconds.
Great positioning from Insomniacs. They know that Bong is
आएको
just on turret
के
duty.
गरोस्
They know
केटा
that Bong is
अब
on
फ्रन्ट लाइन
turret
जो छ
duty.
त्यसलाई पढाइदिन्छ यो
Push
गाटोको एलिस मर्छ हेरे केटा हेर
go
ढुक्क
for the engages right there and then. Not
ब्याक लाइन भन्दा फ्रन्ट लाइन अगाडि मर्छ
Kings SG, it's
गाटो
about
के एलिस
15
मरिसक्यो
take one down and then you slowly brittle
कालियाको
towards
फिकर नि
the
रहेछ
Since the Lord is going to be marching up the top lane,
20 सेकेन्डमा मर्छ होला एकजना
enough to take down take down the holy defense, and that will also force Insomniacs to move away from the top lane. And from that point onwards, that is just the top
हेर
lane.
पिकअप हान्छ होइन अगाडि हाल्दैन
Destroyed, no question.
त्यही नै हान्छ फ्लिकर हान्न हान्नै पर्ने हो
Outright lose in a lot
केटा गाटोको मर्ला त
of lane controls, map control.
हान काली अवल
Yeah, it will slowly start to ascend even higher.
टरेट लिइरहेछ ठिक छ टरेट लिइरहेछ
It's a tickle party for Bun Boy Reborn, just healing everything back up. Insomniac's throwing a lot of damage down, but it's
अगाडि आएको छैन छोरो
sitting down.
ठिक छ टरेट पाइसक्यो
He's healing everything
एउटा
back
युनिट
up.
पायो
It's
भने
so
मिठो हुन्छ
difficult to deal with this
र
when
डिसिप्लिनास
Ryzen
गेम
down.
हाल्दैछ डिसिप्लिनास
With the map control completely yielded by the side of Kings SG. They have also lost a lot already, but it's more than enough for them.
लभली है गाइस 400 वाचिङ केटा लाइक साइक हान्दिउँ यिनी पाउँछ जस्तो केटाहरूले
ओए टनेर नि त्यहाँ
ल पायो है यिनी पनि पायो केटा अब यिनी पाएछ त गेम 90% जित्छ है यिनी लास्ट इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ केटा नामेनतिर यिनी पायो भने 90% गेम जितिसक्यो क्या
Great siege. Kings did what they have with the resources that they had, using the lore to open up that mid lane T3. So that means the Fanny could go in and out very, very easily. Kings SG still playing within their strategy. That's a 4-member down, trying to siege down that T3. Flicker's already popped up by Insomniacs. Here comes Yahiko, trying to clear that job, but no one is falling down.
Once again, the zoning tool that comes in the form of a feathered airstrike, forcing everyone from Insomniacs to run away because they know, right? 7,000 gold.
त्यो एक दुईचोटि मरेछ कालिया मर्यो कालिया रोम मर्दा त म्याटर नै हुँदैन ठिक छ
If she does pick up that holy crystal, it will make things even worse.
साइलेन्ट पाएको भए झन् बेला टपको पाइसक्यो र टपको पायो टपको छ भन्दा फाइदा भयो किनकि लर्ड बर्डमा छ नि त साइलेन्ट प्रेसर मजाले दिन सक्छ स्लो पुस हानेर
A lot of information. Even for now, like they want to draw Kaiser out. I wish I can see the itemizations right again to see where Kaiser is at on par with Bong. Missed that a little bit just now, but for Bong though, it's already 3-4 core items ahead. One
Yahiko ढुक्कै हामी भयो गेम लेट्स गो
for the Insomniacs.
तर बङले बनाउँदा त्यो प्ले हानेको देखेर माथिको हाइबुसालाई
Play around.
यिनीहरूले एमपिपी को बेसमा दिँदैन प्ले हानेको बेसमा दिन्छ एमपिएल तिर त्यो कुरा चाहिँ मनपर्छ मलाई त्यो गरे भने रोमरले नि धेरै चान्स एमपिपी पाउने
Getting the bottom lane T3, simple. Getting the Lord, simple.
Whoa, all territory. But Yahiko.
But they gotta have to do it. They have to kill in order to end the game because they don't have a marksman that has very strong basic attack to just end the game in one fell swoop.
Rose goal बनाया हाम्रो Yahiko
On the mid side though, Insomniacs doesn't have a lot of heavy high ground. The only thing that they have, maybe the TOR might be able to do something, but they're too far behind at this moment to make a dent in King's SG's armor. Is Lord marching down?
Pencil play, कार्टले खायो के भयो मोस्को गायब भयो क्या अति मिठो केटा जीजी है जीजी केटा हो जीजी कालियाले नि पकड्यो अति मिठो ल लेट्स गो लभली इन्गेज केटा जीजी जीजी है केटा सेलिब्रेसन खोइ त हाम्रो चस्मा ओए ओए आउँछ जस्तो सेलिब्रेसन ओए नन साइलेन्ट यसपालि चाहिँ नन साइलेन्ट यसपालि चाहिँ नन साइलेन्ट लबी केटा इजी रिभर्स स्विप Yahiko हाम्रो गोटेड भाइ अब लेगा जीजी अब याइकोहरुको टिमको अगेन्स्ट याइकोहरुको टिम आरएससी सँग भेट्छ अनि हुन्छ गेम यिनीहरुको चाहिँ मिठो हानेको ढाले रिभर्सिप मिठो मन पर्यो मिठो गाइस मजा आयो हेरेर मलाई त
This is going to be a really spicy matchup because
GG guys, Yahiko team जित्यो फर्स्ट गेम फर्स्ट सिरिज जित्यो
MPL team is trying to prove themselves and make their worth up against an MPL team that I would arguably say the longest
MVP कसले पाउला त केटा के लाग्छ याइकोले पाउनु पर्यो नेपाली फ्ल्याग कल गर्नु पर्यो मिठो वो हाम्रो गोटेड प्लेयर याइकोले MVP पाएको छ मजा आयो हेर्न 403 MVP clean game 0 death 4 kill इम्लेम हेरो केटा हो फ्यानी प्लेयरहरु इम्लेम हेरो आइटम हेरो हैन MVP आइसक्यो केटा MVP को छ प्लेयरहरु फ्यानी प्लेयरहरु आइटमहरु कपी हान यही आइटम हो टुर्नामेन्ट युज गरेपछि त र्यांक पनि obviously यही युज गर्नु पर्यो इम्लेमहरु हेरौँ ल त इम्लेमहरु के छ ल गाइस को हो इम्लेमको कलर चाहिन्छ हेर है हिरोहरुको यही इम्लेम युज गर कालियाको म नि यही युज गर्छु युरानस पनि यही युज गर्छु कहिले चाहिँ माना धेरै सक्यो भने चाहिँ म यसको ब्रेभ स्पानको सट्टा इम्पेरियल रेज लिन्छु अब अरु रोलको त मलाई त्यस्तो आएन एलिस गाटकमा नि यही लिने हो ट्रु आइबुसमा नि यही लिन्छ ल गाइस सबै सिमिलर छ यता कमन इम्लेममै खेल्छ मोस्को पनि धेरैले मार्क्सम्यान इम्लेममै खेल्छ होला मोस्को प्लेयरहरुले तर कमन इम्लेम युज गर्छ गाइस टुर्नामेन्टमा पनि गनेले पनि यही गर्छ युज चारचोटि मरेको मर्यो एकचोटि दुईचोटि हो ठिकै छ दुईजना मरेको ल क्लिन गेम है केटा आज यहीको सबै गेम हुन्छ है बाइ द वे केटा हो कपालले सोध्नु भइरहेछ याइको सबै गेम हुन्छ
faster with the wings by wings, but the players of together actually does a great deal of value for this far that he get that flicker to get out of the way.
अर्को गेम कस्तो रहेछ हेरौँ है अर्को गेम पनि किनकि याइको अपोनेन्टको गेम हुन्छ नि त ए एकछिन सेड्युल के रहेछ रोबै यतै देखाउँछ केटा स्टारलियम भर्सेस उ त्यो टिम हो क्या यार किङडम त्यो डियाब्लोको टिम भर्सेस त्यो टिम जस्तो एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरको बटमको टिम त्यो गेम पनि मजा हुन्छ केटा लाइक अब सबै गेम हेर्नै पर्छ केटा किनकि याइको अपोनेन्टहरूको गेम हो तिनीहरूको हेर्नै पर्छ गेमहरू जसले त याइको टिमसँग पाउन सक्छ नि त घोडाको गेम छ कि नयाँ आज घोडाको चाहिँ छैन होला यार गाइस घोडा भन्दा नि हाम्रो गेम छैन होला आज अनि सेमी फाइनल हाम्रो पनि छिटै स्टार्ट हुन्छ केटा हो म आएपछि टाइसिटहरू आएपछि म इन्स्टाग्राममा पोस्ट गर्छु इन्स्टाग्राममा फलो गरेर त्यही रिजनहरूले एमएलबीको अपडेटहरू आइरहेको हुन्छ पिन गरिदिएको छ मैले कमेन्ट सेक्सनमा सो चेकआउट अनि फलो कहिले आरएससँग कहिले आजै खेल्छ केटा आरएससँग नि किनकि आज सबै गेम हुन्छ याइको आज फाइनल हुन्छ प्लेअफमा छिर्छ छिर्दैन भनेर आज 3-4 गेम हुन्छ अझै याइको त्यही भएर आज लङ स्ट्रिम हुनेवाला छ त्यही भएर सपोर्ट गर्नुपर्छ हाम्रो भाइलाई आज सबै गेम हुन्छ केटा भोलि हुँदैन आजै सकाइहाल्छ सबै गेम ल्यारीको नि छैन ल्यारीको ओपोनेन्ट चाहिँ आज चाहिँ होइन होला ल्यारीको ओपोनेन्ट चाहिँ उ त्यो टिम हो सेप्टेम्बर 9 आउट पारेको जसले छ नि ल्यारीको अगेन्स्ट पर्छ सेप्टेम्बर 9 को बदला लिनुपर्छ ल्यारीले जे होस् एमपिएल पिएच को वाद पाटे गाइज आज अरू एमपिएल पिएच र एमपिएल इन्डोहरू अहिले स्टार्ट भयो भने म अहिले गरिदिउँला ब्रेकमा एकछिन फ्यान अन गर्नु पर्यो लास्टै गर्नु भयो मलाई त पाक्नै लाग्यो
they do have the tools to really help them do quite a lot of stuff, right? But initiating wise, not necessarily. They have also resorted to a lot more onto putting it all onto silent just for the.
Guys, आज एमपिएल इन्डो पनि वाच पार्टी गर्नु पर्ला किनकि आज डिसाइडेड डे रहेछ केटाहरूले गर भन्दै थियो
The longer the fight goes on, the more CCs that they have, and that is generally what
उता 7 PM छ फाइनल गेम भनेपछि बुझ 7 PM भन्ने नेपाली टाइम कति रहेछ केटा सिङ्गापुर 7 भने नेपालमा कति बज्छ प्रोबेबली 4 फाइनल गेम अर्को नेक्स्ट गेम त हुन्छ होला 3-4 मिनेटमा त्यो पनि हेर्नु केटा हो याइको ओपोनेन्टहरु हुन्छ
I don't know what just happened right there.
I like the slow motion even. It was like,
I was waiting for that replay, honestly.
Honestly, yeah.
I want to see if it actually went.
It's in bracket out.
But hey, you know, they have a little bit of time to rest up because the next game is going to be Kingdom Esports, a relegated team from the
Kingdom Esports
up against Stallions. It's going to be a reunion for Lawsy and the boys from RSGSG version 2, and that's going to be
Starlium versus Kingdom. So भन्दा याइकोलाई गाह्रो पर्ने टिम चाहिँ हैन याइको टिमलाई स्टारलियम भन्ने हो गाइस म अहिले नै भनिदिएको छु स्टारलियममा डियाब्लोहरु छ कोकोले एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरहरु पहिलेदेखि हेर्छ त्यसलाई थाहा हुन्छ डियाब्लो कतिको खतरा प्लेयर हैन 13 मिनेटमा गेम रह्यो हैन स्टारलियम भर्सेस 13 मिनेटसम्म के गर्ने केटा हो एक र्याङ्क हान्ने न एक र्याङ्क जाला त केटा हो खेच्छ मासाहरु सबै ठिक छ गाइस एउटा र्याङ्क जाने केटा 5 एन्ड भ्युअर्स र्याङ्क डियाब्लो यो हाइप्रियल हो डियाब्लो हो केटा हो त्यो पहिला बेन दिता प्लेयर नयाँ टिम बनाएको छ हाम्रो पहिलाको कोच आमोक्स भन्नेसँग कतिलाई आमोक्स चिन्छ होला एक र्याङ्क हान्दिउँ है त एक र्याङ्क हान्दिउँ केही छैन ड्राफ्टसम्म भ्याउँछ हाम्रो ढुक्क हो ल भ्युअर स्ट्रिम केटा हो 5 एन हान्दिउँ म टप कनेक्ट हान्छु है त रोक है त गाइस केटा लबी कोड दिइहाल्छु आइहाल्यो केटा पहिला यो म सेयर हुन्छ स्क्रिन म 1 मिनेट 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 1 मिने गेम साउन्ड दमन यति छ गाइस लबी कोड दिन्छु म आइहाल्यो को पाउने हो गाइस आदर्श प्रो अनलाइन छ हेर आउन खोजिरहेछ गाइस एक गेम र्याङ्क हान्छौँ त्यसपछि हामी फेरि यहीको भाइको गेम कन्टिन्यू गर्नेवाला छौँ यहीको अपोनेन्टको गेम पनि हेर्नुपर्छ त्यो लबी कोड स्क्रिनमा छ हाम्रो आदर्शको एज युजलाई आदर्शको त आइहाल्छ सुरु तीनजना आयो गाइस निड टु गाइस रोल 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 के गोल्ड खेलौँ म जङ्गल प्लेयर खोइ त जङ्गल प्लेयर छैन मेरो सिममा भएन यस्तो ब्रो लेट्स गो वेयर रेडी 1 बजेतिर उसो भयो अब होइन गाइस नेक्स्ट गेम चाहिँ 10 मिनटमा छ अनि त्यही भएर एक र्याङ्क हानेको हो यहीको ओपोनेन्टहरूको गेम हेरौँ डियाब्लो सबभन्दा खतरा लाइक सबभन्दा सबैलाई ट्रेड भएको टिमको प्लेअफमा सबैलाई ट्रेड भएको टिम हो डियाब्लोको टिम पनि अन्त्य ब्रो कति छिटो फुल भएको केही छैन नेक्स्ट टाइम सँगै हान्ला नि यो आदर्श ब्रो त जहिले फर्स्ट हो क्या केटा हो मैले भने त केटा हो इन्भाइट पनि हानेको थिएन क्या मैले फर्स्ट हो जहिले केटा मासारप गोल्ड 5 मिनट्स मेरो गोल्ड चाहिँ फेरि अति क्रेजी छ केटा हो अहिले भनिदिइहाल्छु लेट्स गो ओभर स्पोर्ट मासारप अति मिठो केटा 81% विन रेट जङ मेन 81% जङको पनि 1300 म्याचेस भयो रिप निप एनआइपी फ्ल्यासमा थियो होइन एनआइपी फ्ल्यासमा थियो एनआइपी फ्ल्यास छोडेर नयाँ टिम बनाएको छ आमुक्सहरूसँग डियाब्लो कहिले पहिलाको टिम छ पहिला आरएससी जहिले च्याम्पियन हुने बस 70 मा झर्छ ढुक्क झर्दैन केटा यसो हेर्दा चाहिँ ब्रलै हान्नुपर्छ जस्तो है के हो कति टाइम छ हेरौँ है त 11 मिनट छ होइन स्टार्ट हुन ल 3 मिनटमा भयो भने ब्रल स्टार्ट हुन्छ ब्रल 5 मा भ्युवर्स किनकि उता फेरि गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ नि त फर्स्टको प्रोफाइल चाहिँ हाम्रो भ्युवरहरूको स्ट्रिम्सको प्रोफाइल हेर्नु है त को पाउनु भएको सब नेपाल नम्बर 37 ओप्सिडिया वो जोयको स्किन निकालिसकेको रहेछ नि त फोटो छैन ओइ 453 गेम्स खेलिसक्यो अरे अहिलेसम्म क्रेजी आदत पोगल के हो यार यो फर्स्टको केटा हो फर्स्टको कुन हिरो के भन्ने यार केटाहरूलाई फर्स्टमा अरू हिरो भयो भने ठिक छ क्या लेला क्या फर्स्टमा केटा लेला फर्स्ट ठिकै छ लेला 5500 धन्न 40 चाहिँ छैन रहेछ डार्क सिस्टम स्पोर्टेड अब हाम्रो एसपोको हेरौँ त 60% win rate 25 games let's go फर्स्टमा चाउ लभली फर्स्टमा चाउ छ है केटा लभली है चाउ चाहिँ फेरि चाउ सेकेन्ड थर्डमा फ्यानी 73% यो ठिक छ यो गाइस फोर्थको प्रोफाइल भ्यालिड Wow! Global Franco! Immortal player! टिप्स लिनुपर्छ फ्रेङ्कोसँग ग्लोबल फ्रेङ्को है हाम्रो टिममा गाइस एक गेम हारौँ एक गेम पछि फेरि याइकोको गेम वाच पार्टी हुनेवाला छ आज याइकोको सबै गेम हुन्छ लाइक साइक हान्नु कसैले लाइक हानेको छैन अनि सब्सक्राइब गरेर केटा हो 3000 सब्सक्राइबर पुग्न आइसक्यो लेट्स गो फ्रेङ्को ब्यान हान्नु एकछिन ग्लोबल फ्रेङ्को ग्लोबल Pedrin man हैन नि त गाइस ड्राफ्ट साफ गर्दा हाम्रो गेम सकिसक्छ ठिक छ
Your team is banning.
याइको गेम भए पुरै ड्राफ्ट साफ हेर्नु हुँदैन हैन डियाब्लोको टिमको गेम हो त्यही भएर गेम हेरौँ न सिधै ड्राफ्ट त गेममै थाहा पाइहाल्छु
The enemy is picking.
ओ सिट हाम्रो ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्कोले ल जङ्गल खेल्दैछ यार फ्र्याङ्को हेर्नु भने ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्को जान्छ भन्छ नि
May the blood of my enemies flow
Please
from
pick
my
a hero.
spear.
ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्को त हेर्नै पर्यो नि ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्को जान्छ के केटा म चाहिँ सोध्दैछु अब लिन्छ लिँदैन लेट्स गो मिठो ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्को म जङ्गल खेल्दिनँ यार हिजो मलाई लेन्सरट खेलेर म हल्का कोमामा छु म फर्स्ट गेम चाहिँ कहिले जङ्गल खेल्दिनँ हात बस्नु न थ्याङ्क यू जङ्गल खेल्दा हुन्छ एस्ट्रेलियन नभए
Is like blood.
मेरो हतियार झिकालिहाल्छ लस चाहिँ हुँदैन है मेरो हतियार झिकेपछि बेट्रिक्स हान्दिउँ भएको स्नाइपर हान्नु लास्ट पिक हान्यौँ क्या हिरोहरूले लास्ट पिक हान्नु मलाई पिटिएसटी छ तिम्रो लेन्स हिजो हल्का फर्स्ट गेम हो क्या दाइ फर्स्ट गेम हल्का बिग्रिहाल्छ नि होइन गाइस हल्का फर्स्ट गेम भने चिल माइन्डमा खेल्नुपर्छ
Only
क्या
chose me to vanquish the
The enemy
shadows
is
that
picking.
plague this world.
ए केटा मेरो नाम मासारा भएन क्या कल मी बङ है साँच्ची कल मी बङ गोल्डेन खेल्दैछ नि त कल मी बङ है केटा बङको ग्रान्जर हो है केटा बङको ग्रान्जर देखाउँछ
I'm
तिमीहरू
bound by nothing, be it family or destiny.
बङ है मेरो नाम चाहिँ केटा
It's my way or the highway. Please pick a hero.
बङको ग्रान्जर लेट्स गो
Line is a gift for you.
72% win rate. बङ है लुनक्स चाहिँ सरी है लुनक्स ग्रान्जर हामी स्यावेज हान्ने मान्छे हो इजी हो के केटा ग्रान्जरमा ढुक्क स्यावेज आएन भने नाम चेन्ज गरेर बङ राखिदिन्छु के छ अपोनेन्टको गुस्सा होइन है हाम्रो ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्कको केटा हेर्नु बिबिसी कहिले बिबिसी गाइस युकेमा छ आफ्नो वाइफसँग गेम खेल्दैन होला प्रोबेबली युकेमा छ नि त बिबिसी अहिले न्यू जर्नी न्यू लाइफ बिबिसीको स्ट्रिम हेर्ने गयो क्या बिबिसीको स्ट्रिम त हामी सबले हेर्थ्यो गाइस ओजी स्ट्रिममा बङ और मासुरा म बङ गोल्डेनरमा चाहिँ बङ है म फेरि
Smash them.
अरू रोलमा चाहिँ फेरि होरा स्पोर्ट मासरप एचसी अगाडि नै छ मासरपको अगाडि
Shall we begin?
होरा
the
स्पोर्ट्स
final requiem?
एङ्करको आइजेन कडा छ त
Don't
अति
dare touch my
गाउँको
violated
प्यारे
peace.
अति मिठो है आइजेन
Network.
बुढी हुँदा कोनी गेम के चिल छिल यार गाइस एमएन प्लेयरहरू त्यस्तो धेरैजनाको छ त बुढी त तिमीहरूलाई थाहा छैन केटा केल्रा पनि म्यारिड हो थाहा नै छैन केल्राको बच्चा त छ कतिलाई थाहा नै छैन
The greatest sonata
ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्कको हो
for them.
धेरै छिटो भयो गोल्ड क्र्याप कसरी लग्यो हो मासारा घोडा यस गाइस म घोडा अलरेडी जोइन गर्छु अफिसियली
No one else.
गाइस यो गेम सकेपछि फेरि वाच पार्टी हुन्छ
Inside the case.
केल्राको बच्चा छ यस केल्राको म्यारिड हो बच्चा छ
I shall give the enemy their eternal repose.
स्किन नै छ बच्चाको गाइस स्किनको नाम खेलिरहेको बच्चाको नाम जस्तै लाग्यो त्यो बेट्रिक्सको अहिले खेलिरहेको
Escape my sights.
Request backup.
ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्को ओए लास्ट हिट हान्नु पाएको छैन फर्स्ट गेम भेट फर्स्ट गेम Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. दुईचोटि कोरियोग्राफ खाइस On me ball. First kill. Oh, me too.
Your death is music.
ल भेन्दियो जान्छ मरेको ठाउँमा होइन ल उकाने मारिदिन्छ
Loaded.
देख्छ क्रेजी स्केप हान्छ म चाहिँ फेरि
My instrument needs tuning.
Request backup.
ढुक्क बस्छन् अहिले मिठो आउँछ क्या किल स्काई आएपछि मिठो किल हान्नु पुगेन केटाहरूलाई हो क्रेज फ्लिकर छ नि त्यसको मिठो किल स्याभेज हान्छ केटा ढुक्क बसे स्याभेज इजी हो यो
Request backup.
अल्ट होइन अल्टै छैन त्यो बोल्ट
Want to take a look inside the case?
Slain.
Don't
स्काई यस्तो हान्छ नि
touch my violin case.
मिटको खाना गइदिइहाल्नु ग्रान्जर खेल्दा त्यस्तो हो क्या मिटको खानुपर्छ होइन मिनियनहरू स्ट्याक उठाउनुपर्छ सुरुदेखि
I am not a bad tone.
Request launch attack.
हुक चाहिँ हाम्रो क्रेजी हुक देख्नु पर्यो है हाम्रो ग्लोबल फ्याङ्कको भाइ
Launch attack.
फ्लिकर अल्टी हान्यो भने त ल यत्तिकै अल्टी खायो दुई किल आइसक्यो केटा हुक हुक हुक
I'll compose the greatest sonata.
अति मिठो
The vibrato of your soul was exquisite.
फ्याङ्कको त के छैन रोमर हो भने यो गेम सकेपछि फेरि वाच पार्टी हुन्छ गेम त्यही भएर यो गेम कुर्नुपर्छ अनि सकेपछि अहिले ड्राफ्ट एकछिनमा चल्छ होला अनि ड्राफ्ट एक्क हाम्रो गेम पनि सकिन्छ पाउँछ वो अति है फेरि फ्लिकरको टाइमिङ चाहिँ यस्तो है केटा मेरो फेरि गेम प्ले चाहिँ सुपर ड्यामेज आइहाल्छ
Your death is music to my ears.
किन जुत्ता बनायो भने ड्यामेज हाल्नु नि
Locked and loaded.
फेरि लाग्यो केटा तिनवटा गोल्ड क्र्याप मरे क्या म
Let bullets fly.
Launch attack.
रेडी छु है म चाहिँ फ्लिकर नभए पनि ब्याकअप
I shall give the enemy their eternal
Ulti, ulti.
repose.
Battle spell in cooldown.
वो मिठो कर भावे सावे जाउँ त
Ally has slain the turtle.
रेन्जरमा गोलकिपर के त मैले हल्का टफ गेम बनाउनु दिएको हो कि त्यसलाई गोलकिपर मैले हल्का फार्म पाओस् न होइन हान्दिम रेडी छु अति मिठो हान्छ
Let's make this quick. I hate
60 80 भइसक्यो गाइस स्ट्याक त फेरि
Want to take a look inside the case. Staccato. Staccato. I shall give the enemy eternal repose.
जोदम त ओए अति हानेर लोअर फ्र्याङ्क फर रिजन मिडको सान्दिम
Staccato. Staccato. Staccato.
होल्ड अरे यार यो मासला फ्लिकरै हान्न मिलेन यार केटा मिन्सीले फ्लिकर अल्ट हान्दिर के एकचोटि के मरेको इनिमी त लड पो हान्न थाल्छ त
The music won't stop. Neither will my revenge.
जुत्तै बनाउनु पर्यो यार केटा हो त लास्ट इरिटेट गरेर त गाइस गुस्सानले हल्का हान्न खोज्दैछ मेरो भाइले आज मैले आज यो छ ढोकिरा जस्तो लाग्यो माछी रहेछ रेड हान्दिम न
Escape my sights. Staccato.
ए लड त अपोनेन्टको पो त है म त हाम्रो पतिर
Staccato. Staccato.
हाम्रो आदर्श ब्रोको हेरिदिउँ न त वो 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 क्रिमिनल नो वे
Staccato. 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 Want to take a look inside?
केटा लास्ट आइटम फ्रिज बनाइदिउँ न त हल्का टिकटकले
No one can escape my sights. Staccato. Staccato.
ए मासाला क्याम्पर केटा हो गेम चाहिँ सकाइदिउँ यार उता गेम स्टार्ट भएर ड्राफ्टिङ फेजमा ड्राफ्ट म्याप सेलेक्ट हुँदैछ केटा उताको हल्का टाइम नै लाग्दो रहेछ ठिक छ भ्याउँछ तपाईँको मेक श्योर त लाइक द स्ट्रिम कसैले लाइक हानेको छैन 400 लाइक पुग्नु लाग्यो 3K सब्सक्राइबर नै हुनु रहेछ है आदर्श आदर्शले हान्छ क्या 1.5 प्लससम्म जति ग्याङ नआउँदा नि
Gather up the Lord.
रमझम अगाडि को बढ्छ
The enemy their eternal repose. Locked and
Ulti?
loaded.
हो
Our turret is under attack.
अच्छा तेरा फर्स्ट गेम में आ रहे क्या आ रहे उसको वो प्लीज 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 चलना डिफेंड आना जितना पर्छ मार दियो त म डिफेन्ड त हुन्छ नि मिनियन आउँदैछ ओइ नाइस सेल्दा प्लिज प्लिज सेल्दा नाइस नाइस नाइस
Slain.
Wait for the encore.
र म धेरै टिकटक भयो अब रोज बलले आउनु पर्यो
Slain Lord.
रोको गाइस गेम सकिन लाग्यो अब हार्छ कि
Request backup.
I shall give the enemy their eternal repose.
Attack enemy Lord.
डिफेन्ड त मजाले हुन्छ अन्ति हामी मर्छ होला है
Our turret is under attack.
रोज बोलाउनलाई मेरो माथिको टरेट हेर्नुपर्छ कहाँ उडाउँछ मेरोबाट भत्कै आयो
Doom. Let's make this quick. I hate lengthy pieces. Staccato! Staccato! Crescendo!
के हो टरेट
Brilliant damage. Well played.
अगाडि बढ्दै केटा
Crescendo! Just enjoy your requiem. Symphony of Doom. Staccato! Wanna take a
अति
look
नै हालिदिन्छु म
inside
त
the case?
गुसानले मात्रै मार्न सक्छु गुसान के एक हिल पनि छ फेरि
No one can escape my sight. Not if I Crescendo! Crescendo! The curtain falls.
पिक चाहिँ आउँदै होला है अब
Staccato! Staccato!
मऱ्यो
Don't you dare touch my violin case. Symphony of Doom. No one can escape my sight.
लड हान्थ्यो रेडियन होइन गुसानको लागि होइन गाइस अति नै राम्रो हुन्छ मार्क्सम्यान हो रेडियनमा बेल पनि छ उता
Staccato! Staccato! Staccato!
बरु म हारेर गेम सकाइदिउँ क्या हो त गेम स्टार्ट हुन
Want to take a look inside the case?
डिफेन्ड हारेर पनि जित्नु पर्छ तर ढिला भयो नि केही छैन यो डिफेन्ड हार्नु हल्का गाह्रै छ यार
Greatest sonata of death for them.
हल्का अगाडि बस्नु सक्यो जस्तो लर्ड चेन्ज है क्लियर हाल्नु पुरा नाइस हो क्या
I am the fighter myself. No one else. Doom.
गएर क्लियर गरेर आइहाल्छु म आज
I never miss.
जुत्नु छु एकजना मरेर छ जुत्नुपर्छ अहिले मलाई अति नहुँदा नि कसरी मर्छ हौ यत्रो ड्यामेज खान्छ अच्छा ट्रिगर भएको थियो मेरो अति नै मार त्यस्तो लाग्यो मिन्चिला मार ठिक छ ब्याक गऱ्यो हुन्छ अब के हुन्छ र ठिक छ अझै नयाँ सक्यो केटा अघि ब्याक हान्नु अल्टी छैन
The music won't stop.
Maniac Enemy Maniac Enemy 7 Oh फर्स्ट गेमै हारे गाइस गेम लगाउनु छोडिदिउँ आउट प्लिज सर जित हात त पाइहाल्छ नि गाइस याइको नि फर्स्ट गेम हारे नै हो नि क्या जिजिस गाइस रोक म एक्चुली यो हाम्रो सुयोको प्रोफाइलहरू चाहिँ लाइक लेला टपवाला हो कि होइन लेला टपवाला हो कि होइन no comments
Wanna hear our new single?
okay guys म
Super
गेम लाउँछु
catchy.
hello man what the heck
Harry will be the answer. There's gonna be a huge tank melter
Guys,
inside of the Stallions.
भएन अब ठिक छ
Pick, it's Diablo time. The demons
यो
are away.
कास्टरको साउन्ड बढाउनु पर्छ पर्दैन केटा हो भन्नु
I can understand where the carry is coming from. But you're also going up against a Granger. You kind of lose in lanes. And
कास्टरको साउन्ड ठिक
you
छ
still is able to make full use of the Kalia's pick off as long as you have got decent amount of items to really just burst that person down. So it still works in that combo-centric lineup for Kingdom. And they also still have that very strong front lines coming in from Esmeralda, Guinevere, as well as the Kalia with good pick off, good initiation, as well as good
केटाहरुकै म पाण्डालाई कल हुन्छ ल
lineup. It's telltale signs, right?
Yeah, it's one-dimensional. You play it like how you want to play it. Guinevere jumps in with the Kalea, and then maybe a non-committal traction pulse from Kimmy as well, just to keep things in motion, and then just free hit from the front to back. You got Drinsanity finding angles from the back and from flanks, just to...
ल याइको म्याच आइसक्यो के भन्दैछ भने
We're jumping into match number 1 between Kingdom Esports.
थ्याङ्क्स यार फर्स्ट गेम हारेको वार्म अप गेम रे वो औरा है फर्स्ट गेम हारेको वार्म अप गेम ट्रु ट्रु वार्म यो डियाब्लो म्याचला मार्टिस खेल्दैछ कति चाहिँ हेपिरा हो यसले प्लेअफ भाइ हारिस भने सेलेक्ट हुँदैन नि त कति हेपेको यार
Yeah, I'm just very skeptical of the Martyrs. Like extremely skeptical. What are you trying to achieve when it
यतिकै
comes
हेर्नु
to
चाहिँ भएन
Martyrs? Martyrs is a very
पाण्डु
strong
भाइलाई कल हान्छ
hero, and if you're unable to win in the early games, then you are just kind of like a sitting duck waiting for you to get a mix of items. In the early stages of the game, sure, you do have got Jusin and Gadokacha that can wave clear pretty effectively, almost at the same timing as a Kimi.
धेरै नै हेपेन त हल्का थ्रोरले
Around there,
मार्टिन एक्चुअली त यार हेपेकै
I
छैन
would say the
बेला
Kingdom Esports mid lane is a bit slower as compared to Stallions, but right after that is done, what can they give to their own team?
यति
They
साह्रो
have
सुरु भएको
initiations from Gato that
Panda
were
is like a-
level 4. Yeah, only at level 4.
के तिमी र्याङ्क खेल्थ्यौ र
But hey,
यति
we're
साह्रो
going
सुरु
into
भएको ल
the game right now.
यो याइकोहरूको गेम होइन त्यो त
Let's
डियाब्लोहरूको
see
गेम
how
हो
Marta's actually plays
Eh.
out. Diablo's actually holding himself well against this Esmeralda, and I'm not too worried
बस्नु
about
पर्छ
this
त्यो एकछिन
Esmeralda just because it's Diablo. He plays his
दुईटा
lane picks. He makes
मार्टिस
sure
एक्चुअली त्यसो कति हेपिरहेको छ हेर न
I
मा
would say clear the lanes.
कल
Early game rotation.
नुलाई
Even taking a lot of damage from Diablo right from the
यिनीहरू
get-go.
राम्रो छ त नि
EXP lane definitely getting pushed back by
राम्रो त छ क्या
Inside, though, is a lantern
तर
from
हेप्नु
Ultron
भएन नि त
and
टिम
almost
स्टाइलमा
every
सबभन्दा राम्रो
game
टिम हो
getting
गाइस
that jetpack out of
सबभन्दा
the
गाह्रो याइकोलाई
यो
यो टिमसँग गाह्रो हुन्छ
For Team Stallions, they can just pull off a line of
टुहरूलाई नि
attacks
यो
just
जित्छ
completely
होला यो
get
त्यो
away with it.
हेडिसहरूलाई
Because you can see that Martis is apparently just winning in the lanes against Drinsanity.
एलिस
Understandably,
स्मेको अगेन देख्छ गोल्ड एक्सपेक्ट गरेको कन्फिडेन्स छ नि त डियाब्लोलाई सिङ्गापुरको नम्बर 1 एक्सपिलियनर जस्तै हो डियाब्लो
त्यो भएर बिचमा निकाल्दै गरेछ त्यसलाई
त्यसलाई सब सब्स्टिट्युट राखेर नि त डियाब्लोलाई अनि त्यही भएर टिम फ्ल्यासबाट निस्केको होला यो
रस्टी रस्टी भइरहेको थियो बिच बिचमा त्यो होइन बताएको थियो
I think so. Like, I feel like it really goes to
गाइस गेम स्टार्ट त्यसकै यो गेम पनि हेर्दियौँ टिम स्टाइलियन भनेर सबभन्दा स्ट्रङ टिम हो प्लेअफ जानको लागि
wants to go for a little bit more damage. Lucian Cutie ramping up with the taunt.
अब याइकोले आरएसलाई याइकोको टिमले आरएसलाई जित्यो भने टिम स्टाइलियनसँग पर्छ ढुक्क किनकि यता टिम स्टाइलियनले
Might be able to jump in with the spatial migration Requiem combination, but the Goon Squad's here. Kingdom Esports tries to find a nice little flank.
हेरौँ है त यो कसरी खेल्छ लभली यो टिम स्टाइलियन आउट पारिदिइहाल्छ लोवरमा भनेपछि डियाब्लो मासाला केटा हो डियाब्लोको एक्सपी केटा हो ओए 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 किलर किलर हाँस्छ त डियाब्लोले हाल्छ त किलर हाँस्तिर
Lossie joins in the fray to really just poke onto Diablo, but I don't think that will be able to do too much. As Bray takes the turtle away pretty effectively, putting Kingdom Esports in a.
कति मिठो हाने डियाब्लोले तर 1v1 पनि हान्न खोज्छ त आम्मामामा अति छ यार यिनीहरू केटाहरूले यो गेम हेर्दैछ होला याइको भाइले
coming in to zone all of them out. Ren is really low. I don't know if he's able to contest for this one, wasting all of that resources. That's a full wave over to Rensa, one level ahead, jumped in underneath. MASARAP Prey takes up a kill onto Lawless, getting pulled back as well. Team Stallions are just showing pure dominance.
It's a air void मेरो भाइ
And Team Stallions rampaging through.
याइकोहरूले फर्स्ट गेम जित्यो अब आरएसएसँग पर्छ यार याइको
याइको सकिसक्यो
फर्स्ट गेम हारिदिएर क्या धन्न सेकेन्ड र थर्ड जित्यो भन न अब यो गेम पछि याइकोहरूको गेम हुन्छ यो टिम स्टाइलियन चाहिँ सधैँ स्ट्रङ टिम हो डियाब्लोहरू चिन्छ होला त डियाब्लोको टिम हो यो मुला नयाँ टिम बनाएर प्लेअफको लागि छिर्न खोज्दैछ
स्ट्रङ्गेस्ट होइन र
सधैँ स्ट्रङ हो यो प्लेअफको लागि सेलेक्सन भइरह नि त
अनि इम्पोर्ट वाला टिम इम्पोर्ट भएको टिम नै थियो त एउटा
इभिलहरू भनेको क्या टिम प्लेयर्सहरू
टिम प्लेयर
लाइक यो चाहिँ प्लेअफको लागि छिर्नुपर्ने हो क्या 6वटा टिम थियो टोटल 2टा मात्रै छिर्छ टिम प्लेयर्स इभिलहरू चाहिँ प्लेअफमा पुरिरहेछ क्या प्लेअफको लागि क्वालिफाई हो यो टिम स्टाइलियन चाहिँ नयाँ टिम बनाएको छ त्यो एमएनसी जस्तो हो क्या सुरुदेखि खेल्नुपर्ने रहेछ क्वालिफाई हुन Yeah.
Again, it's just doing Diablo things. Clear lanes, start rotating, find a loose member, and start with that kill. He does have
Woi के हो
accessibility
मैं
as
गार्ड
well.
तो अल्टी
Top
बेटा
lane
अंदर
himself.
टिपिकल बेटा
Able to
निकाल
pull
यार
back, unable to pop that tsunami slam because Diablo's just there disrupting him. As 3 deaths
यो
already from
डियाब्लो त
Lawsy.
यार
As
4
Team
किल हानिसक्यो
Stallions
यार
tries to go up ahead. The Lord, the
आर्टिस्ट
Turtle
खेल्नु छ
down
त
low
ल
where he
ल
picks
त्यही
that
त
up.
म्या
Ace push, not
कस्तो हो
find
त यार
any
तर मार्टिस के
sense
हो
of
बबाल
aim
चलाइरहेको छ
at
यार यसले
all. Getting pulled back once again. And Stallions
यस्तै हेरेर खेल्छ
getting
त्यो
out
त
when they
त्यो यो
can.
हल्का यस्तै यस्तै खेल्छ म्या
The CC immediately
Vendetta,
is too much
Grok.
frozen for Diablo, but it does seem like they do
क्यारी
manage
नै
to
म
push the
यार
bottom. So
हेर
Team Stallions actually split themselves up pretty effectively.
यो टिमले फर्स्ट पनि हुनसक्छ क्या यो टिम यस्तो स्ट्रङ छ एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरमा
Take that.
That was a very good read by Team
Grey
Stallions.
gaming.
They know that the top side is open.
यो ब्रे पहिला आरएससीको जङ्गल हो
Cutie, knowing that Diablo and Bray has
फेरि
got
कोच चाहिँ फेरि आमक छ है यो डियाब्लोको टिमको फेरि
Hey, I'm not gaming.
आमक पोएमको कोच आमक छ है केटा टिम स्टालियनको कोच
This is a tough
एकचोटि
one.
ड्राफ्टमा देखाउँछ होला त फेस हेरौँ न आमक
Snowball
छ
potential is out there.
त्यही त म
I just convert did I miss everything फर्स्ट गेम चाहिँ याइकोको भइसक्यो याइकोको जित्यो अब नेक्स्ट गेम यसपछि हुन्छ 10 मिनेटपछि 10-20 मिनेटपछि हुन्छ आज सबै गेम हुन्छ केटा हो याइकोको
यहीकोले के खेल्यो त्यो
Getting wider and wider.
याइकोले लास्ट गेम फ्यानी
It's already taken down.
ए
फ्यानी भनेपछि एमबिपी पाइसक्यो
They constantly
एमबी
have
पायो
power across the map.
फर्स्ट गेम हायबुसा हारे थियो फर्स्ट गेम चाहिँ सेकेन्ड गेम वाइएसएस
And the moment that they actually
रिभर्स स्विप हान्नु धन
they will initiate. They are not going to stop on anything, and they will take all these.
हे टेक्स्ट गरेर टेक्स्ट गरेर फर्स्ट गेम वार्म अप भन्दै थियो हारेछु मैले अथ्यो
Lucian Cutie, but it's only just the tanks and they just don't care. Diablo taking a lot of damage, but will
के हो डियाब्लो मरेको यो डियाब्लो त मर्दै मर्दैन त अरे यार यिनीहरूले त बटलाई हानेको जस्तो हान्दै यार एमपिएलको टिम हो यार बटलाई हानेको जस्तो हान्दै यार यसले त
लोली चाहिँ कुन वाला हो यो
कुन किङडम
लोली चाहिँ भन्ने एउटा रोम थियो त यो राम्रो
ए यो त आरएसमै थियो क्या
ओ यो एटम भने नि राम्रै हो त
बट हानेको जस्तो हान्दै यार यिनीहरू त यो किङडम स्पोर्ट भने चाहिँ एमपिएलको बटम टिम हो एमपिएलको बटम टिमहरूलाई चाहिँ निकालेर फेरि प्लेअफको लागि खेल्नु पर्ने रहेछ क्या
Because that is his main win condition. Get more kills, farm up, get yourself a snowball, and just go ham on everyone.
Yeah, that's a 5-0 and 1 Martis. I think both of us were really not expecting the Martis.
यिनीहरूको साथै किन ल्यान किन नभएको
You cannot
स्टेजमा खेलाउँछ नि
खै त्यही त है यिनीहरूको खै धेरै पैसा खर्च गरेन भ्युज पनि आउँदैन अनि फाइदा छैन जस्तो होइन स्टेजमा मजा आउँथ्यो
प्लेअफमा हुँदैन नि त
अब प्लेअफमा प्रोबेबली हुन्छ होला ए यो त क्वालिफाई मात्र हो यति त्यही भएर यतिकै भयो कि
पहिलाको पालि भएको थियो र मैले त देखिनँ तर
Yep, the retribution is definitely very necessary to just to bring away Bobby. Otherwise, it will be a free turret in the middle lane, especially since it's already low.
पहिलाको पालि खै भाज पाएँ मैले पनि हेरेन एमपिएल सिङ्गापुर त यो सिजन देखि हेर्दा कस्तो हानेको हेर न केटा हो सकिरहेको आरएससीको इमोट हान्छ होइन पहिलाको टिम
So we're looking at a lead just growing higher and higher, 7.6 thousand. And in the event, I'm pretty sure that Renza has already picked up a Sky Piercer. I'm not too sure about Diablo, but the way that this game has been going through, I'm not even surprised.
Can't kill some artists, Diablo.
A Sky Piercer as well, just so that they will be able to clean up shop just so much easier.
It's a lot of damage.
टिममा चाहिँ हान्थ्यो भनेर हान्छ
Immunity coming in from the Martis.
It's
So no one can actually deal with the Martis. Oh, Insanity taking a lot of
lovely zero man ult Talia.
that is a purify used by Roy.
Purify
He
and
jumps in, actually protecting himself. There's no way that Loz is able to get close at all.
With that said, all of the T1 turrets has been
जुत्सिनको 10 असिस्ट छ एमपीपी लग्छ क्या गाटोको 9 असिस्ट 1 किल Perfect mid gameplay.
The way that they should be looking out for this game is generally gonna play possum, right? Because they do not unlock lock any of their win condition.
दुईचोटि मरेछ दुईचोटि जङ्गल मरेछ ब्रे त नु भयो क्या
Get a certain amount of kills. The main combo that they want is to have Lawsy goes over to the back.
यसले गर्दा ब्रेले गर्दा हेर टिम क्लासले जितेको बेस नहारेर लास्ट गेममा रिकल हान्नु पर्ने ब्रेलमा
मार्टिस खेलेर होइन
मार्टिस खेल्नु
रिकल होइन त्यो जित्यो भनेर यतिकै बसिरहेको
ए
थियो
त्यस्तो हो माई गॉड बिचारा
सक्यो भनेर यस्तो त त्यस्तो देखि हाल्दा कस्तो होला
त्यही त गाइज यो ब्रे भन्ने त वाइएसएस जङ्गलर त्यो एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरको फाइनल गेममा चाहिँ लास्ट गेम थियो 3-3 भएको थियो लास्ट गेम थियो अनि जितिसक्यो भनेर फोन यत्तिकै छोडिदिएको बेच्नै सकेन छ पछि अनि अर्को टिमले कमब्याक हान्न हार्यो नि यो टिम अनि एमसिडी त जान पाएन कस्तो लाग्यो फोनै छोडिदिएर क्या जित्यो सोचेर बेसै भत्किनु तर
And as I said, easy T2 turret in the middle lane. They did lose Diablo though, so in the event that he actually has Sky Piercer, the stack has been cut into half. With 11 minutes on the clock, Team Stallions definitely have.
आरएससीको थ्रो हान्ने ब्रे थ्रो हान्यो भन्दा नि त्यसले फोनै छोडेर गयो
And they're not just gonna let Stallion just march right into the base. That's
एकैछिन
just because of the fact that they have 5,000 lead.
Yeah, the cavalry just being annoying. Roy pulling everyone back out of the way. Bray easily taking down that T3 top side.
2 मिनट नै हालिदिएको छ त यो गाइज लास्ट स्ट्रङ टिम एकछिनमा हान्छु खाना पकडेको ब्रेलाई ओइ मिठो मिठो ग्याङ लियो त तर ब्रेलाई कस्तो हान्दा चाहिँ तर के फाइदा वाइप हान्थ्यो अरे म्यान यो डियाब्लोले मर्यो वेलकम ब्याक टु एमपिएल एससी भनिदिइसक्यो यार ओ माई औरै छुट्टा क्या केटा औरै छुट्यो क्या डियाब्लो डियाब्लो भने चाहिँ यो केटा ह्यान्डसम भयो
in a dominant fashion. There was no way that they could basically defend themselves from the power that is
जर्सीहरु केही लाग्छ नि
they're always being the aggressor. They're always being aggressed on. And it was so punishing for Lawsy being the sacrificial lamb. I think for know how their ex-comrade plays, forcing himself in situations, trying to
boy down the brawl and
but at the end of the day, taking down Bray,
and you rank खेल रहा
hurt their mental.
I think this
and एक brawl and so फिर गेम स्टार्ट होता
you can't outban Diablo.
You can't outbrand.
You can't outban him.
You go for Daro picks on the Martis.
Yeah, in fact,
त एक brawl हारम केटा हो गेम स्टार्ट हुँदैछ म लबी कोड दिन्छु जोइन गर्न
I don't know. This game feels dictated by Diablo.
गाइस लबी कोड दिन्छु brawl हान्दिम एक अनि फेरि स्टार्ट गर्छु म वाच पार्टी के हो रोग फेरि फेरि हस्ट गर्नुपर्छ तपाईँ त्यसो भए के ब्रलै आउँछ आउनु त हो के हो तिम्रो के छ आइडी लबी कोड लेख त 14756 14756 ल गाइस दुईजना छ आऊ दुईजना हो केटा हो भोइट र योत्सु आइसक्यो योत्सु द गोट दुईजना एक ब्रल हान्नु केटा हो अनि फेरि वाच पार्टी स्टार्ट हुन्छ एकछिन ब्रेक हुन्छ नि त एगेन्स्ट लेट्स गो ईशान ब्रो Honest Summer by Laura. Thanks. Let's go. Roll मा त एक सेकेन्डमा म्याच हुन्छ कहीँ 400 लाइक पुग्न लागिसक्यो 400 लाइक पुग्यो अघि कति भ्युज आयो भने नि आइको गेममा मेरो भाइ 420 Oh, at last, 5 men all. Let's go. मिठो भाग्नु नेट भयो प्रोस्टी याइको म्याच अघि नै भएको 2-1 याइको फर्स्ट गेम सकिसक्यो अब नेक्स्ट गेम हुनु भएको छ गाइस नेक्स्ट गेम हुन्छ 20 मिनेटमा वेट गरौँ एकछिन नेक्स्ट गेम याइको एमपिएल टिमसँग हुन्छ एमपिएल को बटम टिम तिनीहरू नै आउट भएको अनि फेरि एमपिएल को लागि फेरि क्वालिफाई हुनको लागि स्लट छ तिनीहरूको लागि पनि जित्यो भने जान्छ man, I will not put this tonight. Ready was ready. राति ready was. यसमा चाहिँ हिजो कसरी हारेर भयो गेम 1 अब फर्स्ट म्याच हारेर चाहिँ त्यतिमा बाटोमा बाटोमा छोडेर गाइज भयो फर्स्ट कहाँ गएको थियो छोड गेम बुझ्दा
हल्का ढिलो भयो
ओके अल क्या तिमीहरूको नेक्स्ट गेम सेप्टेम्बर 9 सम्म जसले हरा त्योसँग छ फेरि
हाएर कि जित्यो
सेप्टेम्बर 9 हारेको 2-0
देख्दै थिएँ
Yes, of fleeting time guys. सयफहरूको टिम भन्दै थियो कतिले
त्यही भन्दैछ
सयफ त अति खतरा हाल्छ त्यसले त मजा आउँछ यो गेममा चाहिँ होस् केटा 5 मैन आउट
तिनीहरूको सिस्टमहरू हो
होइन तिमीहरू चाहिँ
ए हामी चाहिँ हो
यति मिस्टर अट हालिदिइहाल्छ है डे 2 मा तिमीहरूको भएको थियो अनि सेप्टेम्बर 9 ले जित्यो भने सेप्टेम्बर 9 सँग पर्थ्यो
यहाँ सबै गाह्रै पर्छ
फेरि ल हना पनि आउँछ यार प्यासले बचायो कतिपछि आएको म्याच केटा हो यो गेम सकेपछि हुन्छ हाम्रो ट्याक्क 20 मिनट जति लाग्छ भनौँ
रुकमा ना
अल्टे छैन यार Altia, let's go. Wow, good day. It's like I got all the very ready 5 men. One man. There is one guy. आइको एमबीपी पनि गार्डनले पाएछ यार कट्टो कच्चा हिरो नै त्यस्तो यार एमबीपी तर आरएससीलाई त फाइदा आरएससी स्टाइलियन टिम स्टाइलियन त फाइदा हुन्छ यार कोच आमकले भनिदिइहाल्छ फ्यानी बबाल खेल्छ भने आमक पहिलाको हाम्रो कोच हो गाइस पोएममा हुँदाखेरि थाहा भइहाल्छ आइको पिक त्यसलाई पेट्री हान्नु लाग्छ पेट्री हान्नु सब्सक्राइब हान्दै कोही सब्सक्राइब हान्नु छैन 3000 पुग्दैछ सब्सक्राइब ए यार हनाबी प्यासिभ हान्छ स्पिन मात्रै निकाल्छ यार कोहले
अल्टै मिस
ल्या म यता पनि हार्छन् क्या हो ऱ्याङ्क त हारे रोल नि हाल्छ कि
ओइ प्यासिभ रहेछ दुइटै
आउँदैछु म के गरे छैन न मरेन ठिक छ मरेन है यो गेमको ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट भइसकेको छ ओभरले बनाउन लगाउनु पर्यो प्लेयर अफ फोरेस्ट कसलाई कन्ट्याक्ट हान्ने नै थाहा छैन यार रश्मि दाई ओभरलेको लागि नभए गर्न मिल्छ यस्तो कन्ट्याक्ट दिनु न दाइ नभए मलाई इन्स्टाग्राममा टेक्स्ट हान्नु न लिङ्क त्यही छ नाइट बोर्डले हालिदिएको छ ब्याकअप अपाल मिठो हान्छ म्यानेजरलाई भनेर चाडीलाई ए हुन्छ दाइ थ्याङ्क यू सो मच दाइ म चाडी दाइलाई कन्ट्याक्ट हान्छु हानिदिउँ त मेरो आइसक्यो ल कसरी हान्थ्यो म्याच चाहिँ हनाबीले प्यासिभ हाने छ क्या चोरले थ्री एमएस आउँछ मास्टर नेट बेला बेला बबाले चल्छ गाइज मेरो मैं त भनिदिन्छु तिमी म्याच छान है त हुन्छ दाइ एड त छ दाइ मसँग बोलेर हुन्छ तिमी भनिदिनु न एकचोटि यहीको गेम हेर्नुपर्छ यसपछि ढुक्क गाइस यहीको गेम लगाउँछु म यो गेम सपोज यहीको अपोनेन्ट पनि गेम हेरौँ भङ स्ट्रिप हुनेवाला छ आज लेट्स गो 400 लाइक पुगिसक्यो एडिट चाहियो एडिट
कसको ड्यामेज हानेर
मर्यार पनि ल अल्टी हान्नु पाए मिठो हुन्थ्यो यार मिठो नै हुन्थ्यो अल्टी हान्नु पाए थ्री के सब्सक्राइबर हुन लागिसक्यो 60 मोर सब्सक्राइबर निड्यो आज हुन्छ सायद 3 के
पत्रो सिलो
बैकअप हो मारौँ त ओ गेम सकिन्छ लेट्सको इन हान्नु
ओए दुईटा जन्म्यो
आरएससी छ त अपोनेन्टमा चाहिँ किङ एससीको कस्तो टिम आरएससी चाहिँ लाइक बटम टिम हो एमपिएलको त्यही भएर तिनीहरू आउट भएर फेरि स्लटको लागि लडिरह बटमको मुनिको टिम गेम सक्यो म गेम लाउँछु नि केटा अब बोल त भइरहेको छ
Hello.
Sound आइरहेछ It's game sound यता sound
So be it.
I don't think they will pick the Eastern Shin. They already picked their jungle. The Box is only viable in the jungle at
ठिक
this
छ
point.
guys sound
It's too slow on the XP
faster
side.
I think
ठिकै
they're
छ होला
forcing it, that's the thing.
Yeah, maybe they might force it. That's
यति भए
the
पुग्छ
EX
जस्तो
as
लाग्यो
well as the Granger. So zonal control coming in for KE. For Team Silence though, might be able to pick up the
के
Eastern
पिक
Shin
हान्यो
for
डियाब्लोले
themselves.
सिसिलिया छ
Probably should.
ब्यान के हान्दो रहेछ यिनीहरू इलिसहरू ब्यान
Honestly,
हान्दो रहेछ
they
ओके
don't see that much of a
याइकोहरूले
difference
गेम त
because
हेरेर होला
you can
यिनीहरू
still pick a Lancelot. Yes, that means that you don't get to play late game marksman kind of thing, right? Yeah. So
डियाब्लोलाई
you
फेरि
don't need to
डिस्ट्रेस
play late game
फेरि
marksman kind of
डिस्ट्रेस
thing. They are
हान्छ होला
going
अपोनेन्ट
all into the
अब त
box
गर्दैन होला
Early
अघि
game,
मार्टिस
they want to be able to
ठिकै रहेछ
replicate what they did in
किनकि
game number one.
अपोनेन्टमा कालीहरू
CC
थियो
down
गुनिबर
to
थियो
deal with
अनि
the
मार्टिसको
Granger.
सेकेन्ड
Talk
स्किल
about
त
his
प्युरिफाई
performance.
हो नि त
CC will
प्युरिफाई
definitely
टाइपको
conquer the
त्यही
lane
भएर
against the Granger
ठिकै रहेछ
because of telegraphic
त्यसले
matches from the
त्यस्तै
Granger.
त्यस्तै हिरो
Those
नयाँ
are
नयाँ हिरो
definitely
हेर्छ
hard
डियाब्लोले
Yeah.
just kind of get in.
If Stallions are aggressive in the early game as well, I think they might be able to play double fighter side lanes, and I think you might be right too. They're always saving Diablo's heroes for the last pick. I think CC might be his playstyle as well. Back in the day, he also used like the X-Borg every once in a while. It kind of operates the same way, but it's only single target and deals very hard hitting
यो कोर्स
damage.
त ऊ होइन
You need
र
someone to
तिमीहरूको
disrupt that
डिटोकेको
Eve. You need someone to get into that back line. So the Lancelot is
अँ
the
त
answer.
ओइ
If you play the Eastern Shin instead, that would
Shit.
mean it's a
Great
trade-off, right?
Diablo.
You get the vision from the
Amos
multi-choker, but
भन्दै
you
थियो
don't
त
really get the high
तिनीहरू पो
burst
त
damage that
यङ्गिनहरू पो
the
त
Eastern Shin, that the Lancelot actually offers, and you don't get into backline.
ए यङ्गिन ए
Yeah,
यही छ
some
त जो
other
हाम्रो टिटुकेको
possibilities
गोल छ
when it
गाइस
comes down
स्वयंको
to
भन्दै थियो
taunting
टिटुकेको
mechanics,
रहेछ
right? The other taunting
त्यही त मलाई
mechanics,
त्यो भन्छु
unfortunately, I think taunting mechanics only like
हाम्रो
Fredrin,
टिटुकेको कोच है
Valorasa, and
गाइस
Belleric.
यङ्गिन
And unfortunately, I think that none of these is
भनिदिइहाल्छ नि यार
suitable for them.
फ्यानी बवाल खेल्छ
So
भनेर
I think that they
यङ्गिनले
might
त
just kind of move away from the taunt mechanic because I think for RWM, the only thing that stops her
बोल्दै
is
गरेँ
to
म
taunt her.
Yeah. I think it's easy for all of these heroes right now because Team Silence is playing a very mobile composition. Everyone can just dash out of the RWM. Diablo might very well play a Diablo Benedetta right here, just so to match the tempo or the speed of EXP. You're already banning out the Phobias right now.
You know what? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I think you're right.
so if it's a double fireside lane, or if Diablo goes into CC, they could go for a traditional marksman, a traditional kind of a damage dealer as well. Even the Harith might work out well for STS.
I generally don't want to see the Harith because I am just okay, but there is still Khalid. Let's remember that. I think Khalid is still gonna be a formidable pick, although your quicksand guard might actually. I mean, your quicksand guard is definitely gonna be nerfed within of the RWM, plus also the Tortoise's Passants from the Baxia. Ultimately, it is still something that we're gonna have to pick later on to see what are we missing from the side of STS, right? Are we missing area effect crowd control? Are we missing burst damage? Are we missing more tankiness? Ultimately, I think that STS, no matter how much we want to see Diablo play damage, he will have to tank if he's really forced into that hand.
I think Stallions will definitely pick the room right here. Just to give Diablo some options as a last pick. And Team Stallions really likes that last pick or second pick potential. That's going to be a Matilda coming in. Dangerous Grass works perfectly well with this Matilda. A little bit of a dis-synergy with the
यङ्गिनले सजेस्ट गरेको होइन र याइकोलाई किङ गाइस यङ्गिनले सजेस्ट गरेको
This is all strike from STS where they just
कुन
want
चाहिँ हो
to
याइको ओपोनेन्ट
pummel.
याइको ओपोनेन्ट आरएसएस सिङ्गापुर
KE. They do
लाइक
not want to
यो
kill
टिममा जहिले जित्छ त्यो अप्पर ब्याकेट जान्छ हार्डली लोवर
kill one
ब्याकेट
of us, but there's still 4 other players that will do the damage. You kill 2 of us, we have
एक
3
ऱ्याङ्क
other
हान्नु
players
पऱ्यो
that will do
गेम
the
हेरौँ
damage.
मलाई केटा
That's the
गेम
kind of
कस्तो
thing
खेल्छ
that
यिनीहरूले
STS would want to do. You kill one of us, we
याइको
can still trade.
ओपोनेन्ट
It's all
पर्छ नि
about
त
the
पछि
trading kind of
त्यही
game.
भएर यसो
So
पिकहरू
KE
हेरौँ
now
न
has to kind of answer for that. Do we fight back in terms of damage, or do we fight back in terms of sustainability and durability so that they can't kill us that easily?
The Franco gets picked up right here, so the suppression comes through. It will be difficult for STS to get into the back line as well. You got the Arlot also getting in play. I feel like Diablo could be picking up an Arlot as well. But in this case, a traditional front to back, a traditional setup and repositioning kind of a draft from Kingdom Esports, and then all onus is on Grant to really perform well with the Granger. For STS, I feel like a traditional front to back might
ठिकै हुन्छ एक
might be
म्याच
a marksman
एकको
right
म्याच
here.
यो गेम सकेको छ
And
हुन्छ
CC
केटा
will
हो
go into the XP.
15 मिनट
Looking at
जति
this, yeah, because of the fact that there is quite a bit of tanky heroes.
त्यही
Right?
20 रुपियाँ
I-
हालिदिएको
I-
छु है
the-
सेवामा
the one
त
that makes
थ्याङ्क यू सो
sense
मच
here
है
is
विश्वास
to bring a
81
carry.
ब्रदर
There's just a little bit too
Thank you for the
much
support.
for them to kind of
To risk.
yeah.
You can't all dive in, but it will be the
But they
जङ
are
लियो
forcing
डियाब्लोले
themselves.
केटा हो
Yeah,
जङ
they are actually gonna go for
You
it.
need
Because
it,
CC
Diablo.
does shred. So I think that it's okay for them to kind of give away or rather not pick up a carry for themselves. But this fits more into Stallion's identity. Is
Yeah.
that CC is not the high impact play kind of hero that Diablo loves and Diablo uses. They SDS will thrive on the amount of space that Diablo gives to the team.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. Difficult to execute, but if they manage to do what they do in the early game and just win it out in maybe 8 minutes,
KU
they
पनि
have a
draft
large
or draft त
lead.
राम्रो
There
छ
is
KU
no
पनि
way that Kingdom Esports will be able to come back into this
बढी
game.
स्ट्रिम
Like you
चलाएको
said,
छ
top
डिस्कर्डको
one hit grows another. Stallions, the horses are looking like hydras right now.
Hora
And
स्पोर्टमा
they're
वेलकम छ है
testing
भाइ
things out.
थ्याङ्क यू
It's
सो मच
really
गाइस
interesting draft. I really like
Thank you
how
for the
Stallions are
support,
cooking.
हैन
But for the side of Kingdom Esports, very
Pop
strong.
Pal
They
support
know
आएछ
that they
Hora
need to win
स्पोर्टबाट
this game. If not, they have to
कुन
face
चाहिँ हो डियाब्लो
yet another game in lower
खै
brackets
के हो
in
फेसै
challenger
आएछ
bracket stage.
यो प्रोडक्सन
Now,
प्रब्लम भइरहेछ
we are jumping into the land of
गाइस
dawn.
इन्स्टामा नि फलो
Picking
गरेर
up
राखौँ है
match
केटा हो
point for the Stallions and for Kingdom Esports. They
आज
have to keep
लङ
that
स्ट्रिम
castle
हुन्छ केटा हो
up and
याइको
running.
गेम
They have to
पुरै
keep their
स्ट्रिम हुन्छ
castle
आज
standing strong. It's not going to be an easy feat.
Although I gotta say though, you were right on the money regarding that Franco pickup coming in from Kingdom Esports.
Yeah.
Indeed,
तर
he really went
किङडम
for that.
स्पोर्टले जित्यो
So
भने
right now they
टिम
do
स्टाइलियन
have a
लोवर
way to
ब्र्याकेटमा
get
जान्छ
involved. They do have
आउटै
a
भए
way
पछि मजै
to
आउँछ
catch onto Team Stallions. But do they have a way to really lock them down and do something about it and do enough damage? That's my problem, right? Because they're looking at a Baxia from the side
Opponent
of Kingdom.
विक छ भने चाहिँ पाइदैन
We'll hold that
Oh,
thought.
targeting
Wait,
onto Lost.
wait.
Taking him
ग्रेट
down in
यस्तो
their
इन्भेड
own
हान्छ
jungle.
ओ माई
Bray
गड हिजो
really
त्यो
sneaky,
त्यसले
took
इन्भेड
him
मार
out.
यतिको मजा आयो
Taking him
हेरेर
down. Yon gets a kill onto
यस्तै हो
Bray.
रेस
So there's
डिसरेस्पेक्ट
a
हानेछ
trade mostly for Bray. Not a very good start for Team Stallions, but they're still up ahead in terms of economy. The aggression that comes out from this landslot from Bray is actually starting to show.
Yep. So in the end of the day, like you said,
किङडम
it's
स्पोर्ट
not
चाहिँ
a good
एमपिएल
trade,
टिम
it's
हो
not a good
तर
trade at all.
तिनीहरू
In fact, it's gonna
लास्ट
slow
भएको
down
कारणले
more. This will put
फेरि
them in a
प्लेअफको
really
लागि
tough spot as it's not even
डियाब्लो
playing
मा
aggressive.
That's the petrified combo.
ओ
onto
माई
Drin Sally,
गड
getting
धन्न
one
उकाल्यो
back
नाइस
as
नाइस
well
नाइस
to seal the deal on Diablo. It's a
Solo
tip
kill
attack.
हान्यो
This for that for both
16
these
किल
two
हाने
teams
मथिलाले
right now.
विङ्स
Kinda even
दिन्छ भनेर
Stevens, it's a
फ्लिकर
stalemate at this
उकाने यार
moment. But for Team
फ्ल्याङ्कले गर्दा
Stallions, they are basically reacting to everything that Kingdom Esports
हेलो
does.
ब्रो आफ्नो नाम के हो मेरो
High
रियल
approach,
नेम
the
आइस
rotations are
गाइस
getting higher. Kingdom Esports are matching it up.
This is actually a pretty okay opening, right? Even though Team Stallions essentially lost a little bit more in terms
के
of
भन्छ
the
CC
overall
गोल्ड
trade,
हैन
I still will want to believe that at one point in time, Kingdom Esports will want to make full use of this because this is tough, right? One wants to jump in, one wants to pull in. There is a little bit of a counterintuitive kind of win condition for Kingdom Esports as to
डियाब्लो
think,
अति मिठो
do you
खेल्छ यार
want to
केटा
dive or do you want to have them come to you?
All the members of Team Stallions already level 4. They're ready to take down this Lord Diablo.
फर्स्ट के हुन्छ फर्स्ट ओ के मारेको भने भन् ओइ मिठो फाइनल स्ल्याश डियाब्लोले मारेको डियाब्लो मरे मरेमा डियाब्लो मरे नाइस वान टिम स्टाइलले आउट पार्दै त लोअर ब्यागेज हजार
Yep, it's a 1-for-1 XP for a roam. Still, yet again, another
गाह्रो पार्दैछ है हान्दैछ है किङडम स्पोर्टले
raid
अब
for Team Stallions. We're starting to look at Kingdom Esports having a little bit of a happy times for themselves, right? 2 kills for Yon and 1 assist, and they also managed to get the turtle for themselves. This is a very good start, especially since a good start is what they want.
Well, comparatively to the previous game, but hey, the longer this game goes, Lucian QD is going to get that heal coming on strong. There's 4 members down. There's final slash. On to 2. Getting pulled back. The Purify won't save Roy. And down goes Lucian QD. But hands good rotation coming in from the Granger from the bottom side.
This is great. Kingdom Esports now, they went straight into the middle lane, created a massive amount of case for Team Stallions to really respond to. As such, now they're kind of stuck, right? They don't have the early game
Kingdom
advantage
Esports
anymore, or rather they are unable to get themselves the early game advantage. And technically speaking, in terms of EXP versus EXP kind of thing, I just don't really think that Diablo have got a very good situation where he can just completely floor it and completely bully out the XP lane and move outwards, because Kingdom Esports now, they really hurt.
I think this is why Boxer is getting picked up so often right now. The rotation that he brings to the table is
होराको गेम छैन होराको गेम गाइस
once you blink, he's down the bottom
टाइचिका
side.
छैन सेमी फाइनल पुगिसक्यो अब सेमी फाइनलको
When it
टाइचिका
comes on atomizations, I just want to see if whether it's going to be a full-out damage kind of thing for Bray, right? Because at this point in time, it seems like it's just
Saya
gonna go
50 ms
straight in,
lens better
and
than this.
pretty
Saya is a crazy खेले lens
yeah,
था.
we can't really tell at this point in time.
बंगलादेश को दमले बावल
It's
खेले.
gonna be the War
Sometimes
X
it's
as opposed to Endless.
sometimes
Yeah.
bruiser kind of thing. That's what I want to see.
That's a half and half War X and Endless Battle kind of combination. That's a suppression onto
Nah
Roy.
यार,
Diablo
मरे
just
मरे
stopped
मर्न
that
त मर्यो
process.
tank for
Usually
tank
goes
straight.
down, but hands of Grant. But it's a 1-for-1
Diablo
trade
ले
again.
कस्तो petrify
But
काट
that's
दिरा.
a tank for tank, so it's fine. It's completely fine. Then they're still in a pretty decent
Team
spot.
Stallion को game चाहिँ हेरौँ
Let's
पर्छ
catch.
केटा.
They got Diablo trapped up, stuck behind the wall.
Shit,
Nowhere
eh.
to run, nowhere to
मिट्टो
escape.
यसले चाहिँ यार
Roy
Kingdom ले नि यो गेम
might
त.
get pulled back though. Able to escape for now.
कहिले हो
This
ब्रो?
Team
केटा यो
Stallions
गेम पछि हो है याइको
now
गेम. यो
taking
चाहिँ
it
याइको
all for this
ओपनिङहरुको
turtle.
गेम
He
हेर.
also picks that up for himself as Bray comes a little bit too close. Yawn leading the charge. It's 5 members onto 3.
Yuzong
Team
meta
Stallions
again.
cannot fight this fight.
युजङ बेला बेला राम्रै छ.
They're currently stuck in a
Playable.
spot whereby they do not have a
मलाई
good
बाबाले
leader
लाग्दैछ.
that can scale over to the late stages of the game.
ओए
And they're just
पर्फेक्ट हो
currently in a
तर
very
all थिएन रहेछ यार
spot
बिचारा.
being able to come back
Thank you.
and turn the game around, right? So what is their win condition from this point onwards, right? Do they have catch? Is it all about dive? At this point, yeah, it's all about dive. But Kingdom Esports, they are the one that diving over to Team
Diablo
Stallions,
one trick
Team
युजङ.
Stallions.
हैन यार,
That's
युजङ
what
one trick त
Grant goes
हैन.
down. That is how Kingdom Esports
Diablo
likes to
सबै
play.
हेरेको छ.
Very sacrificial, just walking down and just suppressing him down to the ground. But yeah, to your
यो
point,
गेम
Team Stallions,
किङडमले जित्न जस्तो लाग्यो यार मलाई चाहिँ किनकि मार्क्सम्यान पनि छैन यताको साइडको.
might be possible. That's a Venom execution, get Bray out of harm's
टिम
way.
स्टालियनको मार्क्सम्यान
Showing
छैन.
the damage coming
डियाब्लो
through.
फेरि मर्यो.
Diablo is a one-on-one fight. Not enough heals, not enough
मर्यो मर्यो.
anti-regeneration.
बाक्सियाले त कहाँ एन्ट्री गर्नु.
To take Diablo down. This is Team
कति
Stallions
ग्याङ भयो यार.
a little
ओ
bit
माय गॉड यता
more.
हेरौँ कि उता हेरौँ
You
भाइ.
can definitely feel it for this game. Kingdom Esports with the early game rush down. Oh, sorry. Team Stallions with the early game rush down actually beat them right in the rear. Unable to have the jungler to apply enough pressure around the river line. And especially when it comes down to Roy as well. They don't have a proper
It's
wave
like
control
an कपालले लाइक
between
भनेछ न.
the Kimi as well as the Matilda.
500 लाइक पुग्न लाग्छ.
Whoa, Bray shuts him
ओए.
down, finds the angle.
कति हाने त कमब्याक त? कसरी कमब्याक हाने?
Kingdom Esports, that's a 4-1 onto Yawn. Might not be able to
Guys,
survive this,
Kingdom
but he's
गर्दा
so
छोड्ने हाने.
tanky. He
त
might
बाच्छ
be
क्या
able to
बाक्स.
run
कत्रो
away.
ट्याङ्क हो बाक्स यहाँ.
He's just jumping it out, and Yawn just survived, barely surviving death.
This is a non-executioner build from Team Stallions. They are having a lot of difficulty. And we don't even have a full item build up coming in from any of the main damage dealers from Team Stallions just yet. The only thing we have is a glowing wand as well as a war axe is being built up by the
डियाब्लो
Kimi
पहिला
and
आरएसएस
the
सिङ्गापुरमा
CC
थियो हैन
respectively.
बेनिनो पार्क.
The
त्यही डियाब्लो हो गाइस.
is up onto
यो
Blue
चाहिँ
Security,
यसको
but
एक्सन मलाई पनि
after
भवाइ
all,
लाग्छ.
it didn't really
कसरी
pay
तिम्रो
off in the
फेभरेट
early
नेपाली
game
एक्स
because, like I
चाहिँ को हो
said,
एक्स
the
चाहिँ.
middle lane wave clear is
Obviously guys
almost
hybrid
absent.
hybrid
They were
बवाल
able
हुन्छ.
to, apply enough influence over to the top lane and the bottom lane. That's why Kingdom Esports can
I guess PS team can
so
only
much because of that Baxia.
only
Good
can
jump
utilize
rebound
fighter goals.
onto the petrified FMM
Oh,
goes
PS
down. No
so
more
let's
RWM,
say
but there's a fire
इमानले पनि
splash.
राम्रै हुन्छ.
Treasure balls pulls them back
डियाब्लोलाई
in.
मार्यो.
Here comes Grant, free hitting from the backside.
ब्रेको हेरौँ भने ओइ खेल्न त खोज्यो ड्यास त ओ नो ब्रे सिसी र किमीले ड्यामेज दिइरहेछ केटा टिम स्टेलियनले जित्यो क्या.
They still have got a way to play, and that is just to drag out the game as long as possible. But unfortunately, as long as Baxia stays alive, they can't do that.
एउटा अलर्ट मतिलाले अति मिठो हिलान दिइरहेको छ. लेट्स गो यो छु ब्रो टपमा आइसकेको रहेछ स्ट्रिम ल्याब्सको. गाइस जो टपमा आउँछ मेरो टुर्नामेन्ट सकिने बेलासम्म त्यसले एउटा स्टार्टर पाउँछ.
And that's why they can go double marksman here.
त्यही भएर गाइस स्ट्रिम जोइन गरेर कमेन्ट हान्नु
Takes down this turtle once again, taking a lot of damage and able to bop out the way. Lozzy, a lot of damage from Roy. Stallions trying to split the hits off the Hydra, and Kingdom barely hanging on, able to get that 3 turtles. This Bray not in position.
Kingdom have already just lost the lead altogether, right? Even though we're looking at 3 turtles for Kingdom Esports, 2 turrets for Kingdom Esports, and 2 turrets for Team Stallions, and somehow just right
That
off the bat,
tips to enter in
Team Stallions
sport
already
in
caught
MLB.
themselves right back up.
त्यही एमएलबीको लागि
In,
स्पोर्ट पाउँछ भने गाइस
economical
मोस्टली चाहिँ एमएलबीको टुर्नामेन्टहरू हेर्नुपर्छ अनि नयाँ नयाँ हिरो सिक्नुपर्छ. एउटै रोल स्प्याम हान्नुपर्छ.
Yeah.
अनि
Look at now
त्यही
how
हो
Team Stallions
अब
are
पर्फेक्ट
positioning
खेल्न थालेपछि त
themselves.
टिमहरूले बोलाइहाल्छ टिममा
Guiding wind over onto Drinsanity. Certainly Eagle will keep him at bay, but he's
कसरी
trying to
बनाउनु
take
गाइस
forward.
स्ट्रिम
Not
भइरहेको बेला
enough.
जोइन गरिराख्ने
Yon
हेरिराख्ने होइन
locks onto
कमेन्ट
Diablo,
हान्ने
but he's all
स्प्याम चाहिँ
alone
नगर्ने तर
on the backside.
लाइक
Lawsy
साइक
misses
सेयर
the hook,
बढ्छ
goes
भने
wide. Yon taking a lot of damage, able to get slowed down. There's a final slash onto two. Bray comes in from the side.
नाइट बटले पाउँछ जस्तो नाइट बट कभर हुँदैन गाइस
Drinsanity taking a breath
नाइट
of
बट त
damage
बट
from
भइहाल्यो
Roy. FMM pops that RWM, but it's not enough. That is a huge jump
अति
from
मिठो खेल्यो
Diablo.
यार
Set things
आरएसले
up motion.
ग्रान्जरको
Able to
ड्यामेज
back
लागिरहेको
in.
छ तर हिल हानिरहेको छ क्या
Brings
माथि
everyone
लागिसक्यो
away with the guiding win and the healing factor. It's 2 for 1. Again, Diablo falls, but a great setup that push Stallions ahead of Kingdom Esports.
Man, what is that siege?
अति हाने यार
It feels as though
टिम
that Kingdom
स्टाइलियनले
Esports is really
तुदेर
putting
हान्छ
a
जस्तो
lot
अब
of their
लेट गेममा त
resources just to bring
मथिलाले
Diablo
अति
down.
हिल हानिदिइहाल्छ
But this is where Diablo is
यो
not
पछि
getting
आइको
fully
गेममा यस
empowered.
केटा यस चाहिँ आइको गेम
But it helps.
Bloody Hunt disrupted.
नेपालमा
Roy
अप्सन
runs
कहिले
away
बढ्छ
safe. Lawsy take a lot of
अस्ट्रेल
damage.
टुर्नामेन्ट त अहिले
Push
भइरहेछ
push.
तर
Bray
स्लटवाला
reaches
टुर्नामेन्ट
out,
प्रोभाब्ली
takes
नेक्स्ट
Lawsy's
इयर
head.
आउन
This is a
सकिन्छ
team
हाई
that
चान्सेस
enables Bray and Roy. Now that Kingdom Esports have relocated their resources to put more onto Diablo, yes, Diablo is constantly dying, yes, and Diablo is not getting the perfect trades. But now Bray and Roy comes into the question. Remember how I mentioned about all strike? It's the same thing. You kill
तिमी
the
कसो
Yuzo,
सपोर्ट म
you
त
manage to
किङडमको
deal
यार
with one
किनकि
problem.
टिम स्टाइलियन
Now
लास्ट
you
स्ट्रङ
have
छ
4 other problems you need to deal
अनि
with.
यहीँ गर्दा सजिलो
For
हुन्छ
Stallions is
किङडमको
how they deal
अगेन्स्टमा
with
स्टाइलियन
Ren,
भन्दा
because he's always on the back line. No more circling Eagle. RWM actually comes through, locks it all down. Renzo from the back line tries to get away. And Fence
हेर न
execution
अब
does so much
ब्रेले
damage. And it's all mayhem. It's a
तिमी र सिसीले
bloodbath.
पत्र
Horses
पोको
run
हानेको यार
hungry. They're cannibals. They're eating the castle's head.
यो मथिलाले लास्टै झ्याउ हान्छ केटा हो हिलाउन
All 5 of them from Team Stallions is still alive, albeit not with a lot of HP to work with. As such, they're gonna have to go back home and reset themselves for a tad little bit. If they really want to, they can actually play on the opposite side of the map, because it does seem as though there is, of course, a very
मासारा रोनाल्डोको मेसी अभियसली रोनाल्डो हो गाइस मोटिभेसन चाहिँ रोनाल्डो है
until
अति
the
खेल्छ
wave just
बोट
really
फर
pushes
रिजन
down. Because those fight could quite literally go to anyone here. Kingdom Esports
एमएटमा
maybe lose
चान्स
out by
छैन
2,000 gold.
प्रोभाब्ली
but
M7 त मा
without
छैन
Diablo, it doesn't
अब
really
M7
matter.
पछि MSC आउँछ त्यसमा चाहिँ हाई चान्सेस छ अनि
Team Stallions
MSCमा
might
त
be
M8बाट
a little
ढुक्क
bit
आइहाल्छ
safer
नि केटा
this time around. Bray wants to show himself out, but look at where Lucian Cutie is. Once he sees himself, Kingdom Esports are desperate. They want to start fights anytime, but they don't know where Lucian Cutie is. But anytime they start fight on that Lord, he is able to pull Bray away with the circling eagle. RWM tries to block that Lord down. Here comes the Black Dragon immediately down onto FMM.
मिठो जोन हान्दै यार डियाब्लोले ग्रान्जरलाई
They're not in position.
बाक्सन रिटी क्याप
Bray gets taken down. It's having a lot of damage taken.
ब्रेक आयो त्यति बेला
Roy takes down Yon. His jungler
उयो
gone.
कमब्याक हान्दैछ
Diablo,
किङडमले
Lucian Cutie falls
के
down.
गर्यो
It's a great
म
so
फ्र्याङ्को
hard to deal. His
फ्र्याङ्को
jungler gone. Diablo and Lucian Cutie
फ्र्याङ्को
falls down.
फ्र्याङ्को
It's so hard to deal with this musical
फ्र्याङ्को
madman.
Not exactly the results that
फ्र्याङ्को
Team
गाइस
Stallions was
फ्र्याङ्क
looking for. They want to push up in the top lane, but albeit a little bit too slow to get themselves right
फ्र्याङ्को
back into the action.
केटा छुट्टै दुनियाँमा छ यार
Coming in from Grunt also did not
Quite
help
different
Diablo
हो क्या
at all when he just dove straight in right into RWM too.
The very least they
कट
care
टाइम
about
चाहिँ
that
आइगयो
mid lane
यो सकेपछि गाइस एकछिन 10 मिनट ब्रेक हुन्छ अनि आइको गेम स्टार्ट
Larry is
हुन्छ
pushing down that bottom side. Team Stallions, this is still the second Lord of the game, so the first Lord of the game, so they still have a little bit of time to play around this. They might be able to defend this. Kingdom Esports, the scales are tipping. It's going over for them. This is Lozy's playground. He's going out fishing, wants to go for any of these
मासाराको
scopes
जस्तो रहेछ
coming in. The RWM
फ्र्याङ्को
hits.
ओए ओए
Bray taking a
उ
lot
त्यो
of
केटा हाल्यो
damage.
त्यो गेम
Ren is
हेर्छ क्या
unstoppable. He takes down Bray.
ब्रेला हान्यो
You got the Black Dragon circling all around.
जित्छ क्या
Roy is
किङडमले
unstoppable as well.
हाने
Gets
क्या
lost kill,
किङडमले
but
हान्छ
no one
सर
can stop Grant. He's just free hitting from that back. He's healing everything back up, and there's a huge wall in front of him.
It's tough for them to just jump right into the action and really deal with
के हो
Grunt
सात
as
चोटि
a
मर्छ डियाब्लो
whole. So far, the only one that can reach over the backlines really just comes down to be Diablo. Losing QD always wants to look up for opportunities for the
तर जितिरहेको गेम कस्तो थो हानेको यार यो
but
टिम
so
स्टाइलियन
far, it is more of a zoning tool, and it just kind of helps them buy
सब
time.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports
त्यही है म्यान
great.
सबै युनिट पनि लाग्थ्यो गाह्रो भयो यार पाण्डु भाइ आउँछ यिनीहरूलाई
Of damage just destroyed totally Team Stallions base, and it's just a very
ब्रेले खेल्न सकेको छैन जस्तो लाग्यो
point.
क्रेजी
Team
हल्का
Stallions
लेन्स
can
र पाएछ
definitely get back
क्रेजी
into
हान्नु
this
नि
game, but right now I think Bray is finding it very difficult
ब्रेले लास्ट हावे खेल्दैछ
to try to take Grant down. The win nature is already built up. There's a full item for this Granger. It's the most economy 11 or it's even the
तर राम्रै हो हामीलाई त स्टाइलियनले
Esports just
हार्यो भने त
protecting This
तर
really
लोवर ब्र्याकेट छ क्या
is
लोवर
close
ब्र्याकेटबाट
down.
अझै आउनु पर्छ
Team
किन
Stallions have that window of opportunity that they can claw their way through.
Team Stallions, they only have one person
लोवर
in
ब्र्याकेट
front
गयो
of
अनि
them, the
याइकोले
front, right?
को टिमले
We've
जित्नु
talked
पर्यो
about
आरएससीले
Yahiko,
निकाल्नु
starting
पर्यो
with gold to his name,
अनि पर्फेक्ट
fully slotted when it comes down to item with the rose gold meteor as well as the wind of nature. It's not going to be easy to take him down.
एमपिएल
Even
को
the
लागि त
Diablo
लास्ट
on
गाह्रो
the
रहेछ यार
back
स्लटको
line
लागि पनि
with a window of invulnerability to these physical damage is more than enough to really repel either Diablo or Bray.
Silence in the battlefield. Stallions don't want to overreach. They need to check all of these bushes. The broken wall is not making it easy. For the dangerous grass, not making it easy for any of them. It's difficult. Zion comes in from that back. He found his Lucian Cutie. Gets the circling eagle, gets out of the way. He's got that immortality. He's got that second life. Team Stallions not too far behind. It's only 500 gold.
गाइस के हुन्छ यो लर्डमा
The
हेर्छ है
power is on Grant, and they just can't face him. Look at the top side too. Team Stallions.
माथि लेले हेर्नुपर्छ अझै किमी गइरहेछ किमी देख्ने बित्तिकै लर्ड रस हान्छ यिनीहरूले
Lozy wants to go hunting. He wants to go fishing.
Lord
Still looking
Ross.
for Lucian Cuties. Waiting on that.
टिम फाइट लिन खोज्दै रहेछ
Slash onto Bray. Bray can't reach in close. That's a Phantom Ash.
ब्रेले
A little bit too
ओइ
early.
ब्रे ल अल्ट हान्छ यार
Gets
फ्रेङ्कले
some
मर्यो
blast.
रिट्री
Grant
गयो
takes Bray down.
लर्ड
Yahiko
पायो
takes down that
कि
Lord.
जुत्न खोज्दै छ यिनीहरू
Dragon will not be
जुत्न
enough
खोज्दै
to
छ
take Drake down. He's healing everything back up. Lozy.
फेरि हान्यो
Got the immortality as
एकजनाले
well.
पिकअप त हान्यो
Still standing, he's pushing all of them back. It's 1-1. But Kingdom Esports
वान
again
फर वान ट्रेड
taking
तर
that
लर्ड
gold.
पायो
That was a big
किङडमले
fight
पज
coming
हान्यो
in from Lozi.
लेट्स गो
It
पज
shows
मेटा
that he will be able to take a huge chunk away from Bray. Understandably, because Bray is playing as a Lancelot, any form of steal is very
ब्रेको
much
गेम हल्का चित्त
possible.
बुझेन
So
मलाई
lock that person down.
फेरि यसले गर्दा डुब्छ जस्तो है आरएससी
It's a
चाहिँ
very
यो टिम
precarious situation for Stallions. Bray cannot afford to play alone like that anymore. Just because Lozy's in his face. Once he gets pressed down, once he gets locked down, that's it. It's over for the rest of the team. You lose out your major objective. You lose out on very high damage that you need to take Grant down. The main target should definitely be trying to get a final
Pause
win
meta,
into
guys.
the back line.
Hey,
Typically, we don't
yo,
really see the
Kingdomले
Lucian
pause
Cutie
हान्नुहोस्
or
ल
Circling Eagle for any disruptions. It's only for maybe
Pause
Lozy
meta
uses
आउँछ
Hunt,
त्यो स्क्रिनमा
and then he uses Circling Eagle for to stop that suppression to save his own teammates. But there's
College
no
is
way
like a
back
video
from the
game.
rest of the team. The Black Dragon needs to come in to
Still
fray a
have us
little
here,
bit
College.
faster. But good read from the side of Kingdom Esports. They knew that Roy was out. on
तिनटा
the
यदि
top side.
पाइसक्यो
So once that's open, we don't really have that Kimmy to lock anyone down. A non-committal
Diablo के?
protection pulse would be helpful for Stallions, but then you're fighting a 5v4.
Yep.
Grandeur. Grandeur को win रहेछ नि त फेरि
Actually comes in as the marksman.
Win
And we know just how much
win
damage
बनाएको
that
छ
he
ग्रान्जरले
has been able to just dish out to the main team. The game would have been so much more different if Kimi were actually in the
को
fight.
प्रोडक्सन है
But
पज
this is
बिना
not a game
गाइस के
where
प्रब्लम होला
Kingdom
छोड्दैन
Esports
अब
are more or
पज
less calculated, right? We've got a middle lane and a top
प्लेयरले
lane.
राम्ररी खेल्न पाए
Top
पज
is
गर्दा के
going
भएर
all
केटा हो
around.
होइन
They are
लाइक सर्भर
forced to make a
कन्सन्ट्रेट किमीको
Speaking of make a move, no moves are made in this game. No moves are making in this game. Team Stallion still sitting peacefully down on in their base, waiting for Bray to come back online. It will be difficult for them because without a marksman, with an actual physical damage, scaling marksman, it will be hard for them to find.
लर्ड डिफेन्ड गर्न गाह्रै छ किमीको मात्रै डिफेन्स छ
Musical
किमीले कस्तो अब किमी मऱ्यो भने चाहिँ सक्यो
coming in for Kingdom Esports.
Understandably, even if they want to play dive, this is not something that allows them to do so, just because of the fact that there is a
खायो भने चाहिँ झ्याउने
fight
हुन्छ
itself just
मर्छ
changes everything, and the dive mechanic from Team Stallion just goes in.
इबले अल्ट खोल्दियो
RWM already
भुकान यार
Diablo. Renza getting caught out.
ओइ डियाब्लोले कस्तो पकडेको यार
Taking a lot of damage.
ओइ अति मिठो पकड्यो यार डियाब्लोले
Diablo, the madman, trying to fight a 1v5
मा
battle.
अति मिठो हाने त यार डियाब्लोले
Cavalry is here. They want to chase them down. And Grant, that was such a
Man,
close
sticky,
call. FMM went down. It was an open, wide and open target for Diablo, healing everything back up. 5 members right there. That was a huge, huge spell vamp opportunity for Diablo.
Yep. So the main thing is that Team Stallions managed to defend against a big push from Kingdom Esports over in a good dive that we wanted to see. In fact, that is what Team Stallions want to do. They want to collapse themselves down on the Kingdom, and that way they will create so much mayhem and chaos right in the main team fight, allowing Roy to supplement with so much magic damage right from the backside.
Great cycling from Team Stallions, knowing that they don't really have FMM as an additional wall of defense.
फ्र्याङ्कोले डोमिनेट बनाउँछ आइटम त आइसक्यो फ्र्याङ्को पनि
Push down the mid lane turret on the T1, so now it's pretty even grounds. They still have the T2 to deal with, but that's going to be a question for later. Again, the scales are tipping into their favor. Stallions are up.
ग्रान्जरको 10 किल रहेछ त है
Ultimately,
भर्खर
Team Stallions, they are still at a massive
Rose
deficit
gold
just
भनेर।
because of the fact that they have a Baron
रोज
who
गोल्ड
is
विन छ यार
right in
ड्यामेज
the
पुग्छ
middle.
अनि
And that means that whenever the Lord appears,
मतिल्ला छ उतापट्टि हिलाने नै गर्थ्यो होला नि
the
त
Lord's fight
बिओडी बनायो के बेच्यो
over
जुत्ता
again. Just keep on pulling it out, reset, pull out, reset, until the
Okay.
naturally pushing lane on the opposite side of the map starts to push in.
ओए के गरे यो फ्र्याङ्कोले कस्तो हगिरहेको छ क्या हल्का तर सिसी किन त्यसरी छ यार नाइस पिक्चर छ ल ब्रेले मारे क्या इबलाई ओए ड्यास मिस भयो ब्रेको उता आलोट मार्दियो नि त 1 ट्रेड गोल्ड फर एक्सपी तर यो किङडमलाई फाइदा हुन्छ किनकि माथि अझै प्रेसर छ त्यही हो क्या इनिब्लेको फाइदा यही हो क्या केटा हो 90% गेम जित्छ क्या किनकि माथि एकजना हेर्नै पर्छ अनि फेरि 3v4 हुन्छ त
We can kind of pull this game out even longer. Top lane's already pushed out. Just dance. Just keep on.
तर राम्रै गरिरहेको छ टिम स्टालियनले
Sanity could have come back to us, and even though Renza comes back, it's not going to make too big of a difference because the main thing is top lane auto push.
पर्फेक्ट गेम भइरहेछ यो चाहिँ कलेज त थाहा नै भएको छैन ओइ ल भन्ने बित्तिकैमा डियाब्लो कसरी पकड्छ इभलाई त्यत्रो पेट्री थर्डले अति मिठो हेल्दा डियाब्लो मेरो भाइले
All they have was just a single CC up in the top lane to defend. They managed to kind of get a good little.
कसरी यस्तो मजाले जितिरहेछ माथि यस्तो स्लो भइरहेछ स्लो पुश
It's going to be 11 seconds in.
तर स्टिल 4v4 हुन्छ केटा हो फाइदा छ नि त मतिलाल मार ल मतिला बाँचेन माथि ग्रान्जरलाई फुल जोन हान्दैछ डियाब्लो छैन त्यही पनि गाह्रो भइरहेछ यिनीहरूलाई टिम फाइटमा मार्दियो यार
Damn, both teams are literally playing to the T. Team Stallions were very objective in trying to get Grant
Perfect
down,
मार
and
दिया
his movement was just great. Well, in the meantime, Kingdom Esports understands the amount of threat that Grant was receiving. As such, they all just retreated at the same time, being able to bolster the defenses of their main team fight.
The longer this game goes, Lucia Cutie will be able to heal everyone back up. This is going to be a very penultimate Lord. Yon wants to try to get close. He wants to try to
ओए
heal.
पाए ब्रेले लर्ड पाए तर
Denies it under the hands of Yon.
गाइस सके जस्तो यो लोन्सी के गर्दैछ अरे कहिले रिकल हान्छ कहिले पिकर जे पाइदै हान्छ कस्तो हग्दै यार यसले
There's
त्यस्तै
no choice, but he literally have to try to go for this Lord steal because this is evolved Lord.
Stallion भने अति स्ट्रङ टिम हो केटा नयाँ टिम सबै प्लेयर राम्रो राम्रो छ
And Kingdom Esports would then lose the advantage of the fact that they have
Perfect team, guys.
Naturally, if you have opponents inhibitor turrets taken down,
ग्रान्जरले सिल्भर पनि बियर सिल्भर पनि स्टिल छ त्यसको अघि भर किन्न थियो सिल्भर
lost in a micro game altogether.
अरे यार फ्र्याङ्कोले अति हावाले त केटा आयो भने त
Strokes everyone in the way. Bray goes in close, tries
अति
to
नराम्रो
get
हेर्नु
Grant,
छ
but not enough damage to take him down. There's T2 down on bottom and mid side taken out. The enhanced Lord marching
21 मिनेटको
down.
गेम कम ब्यागै हान्यो यार
Is feeling happy.
Man, this is a heck of an exciting
Fantastic
game.
use on
This,
some of it.
it's been a long time, even though it's
अरू त सक्यो होला त गेम यत्रो छ लर्ड डिफेन्ड गर्न इको छ डिफेन्ड खै यो माथिलाले हिलाने हालेछ
It's not that they are having difficulties ending the game. It's that Team Stallions, they are playing impeccable in their defense, and they know exactly how to play according to the win condition. They're changing their team fights around. They're changing the resources they are sending up to the top lane. It was Roy, and then it didn't work out. They put Renza up to the top lane, and then Roy comes in the team fight. It worked out, and then they slowly move on forward with that.
You got a homing missile down. There's a huge red cross onto Grant. They're trying to keep everyone busy. Down T3 already taken out. Bloody hell.
ड्यामेज पुग्दैन ब्रे हेर न पुरैमा
Lawsy take a lot of damage, able to use
डिफेन्ड हान्नुपर्छ बेस
Steam Stallions healing everything back.
डिफेन्ड हान्न सक्छ ए सक्छ डिफेन्ड हान्न सक्छ आलोड बाच मरे आलोड
Roy takes him down.
अझै मिनियनहरु आउँदैछ डिफेन्ड डिफेन्ड इप त बाचिरहेछ अझ
Stallions tries to push in. Roy is still strong and healthy, but then he's got that immortality. He wants to take down this team.
Hilane गरिदिन्छ मतिलाले
Going through as Bray tries to make a move, tries to make a play down the mid side. Got immortality up.
ब्रेलामा नाइस थ्रो हान्दै थियो यहाँ थ्रो हान्दै थियो
One after another. Grant takes down two.
नाइस यार डिफेन्ड भयो
that immediately reacted.
पर्फेक्ट गेम यार केटा दुईटै साइडले बब्बाल डिफेन्ड पनि बब्बाल हाने अब त लर्ड लग्यो त किङडमले नाइस
It didn't really help him at all. It was a 0.1 second.
बब्बाल डिफेन्ड गर्यो
Perhaps even not a single second at all. So now, because of the fact that the game is getting closer and closer, the march of these creeps is getting longer and longer, and the Lord will just will just keep coming back over and over, faster and faster.
There's 30 seconds. Diablo and Bray still not in the picture.
लर्ड ढुक्क पाउँछ होला त 20 सेकेन्ड छ अझै तपाईँकोमा
3v4. Green Sanity just came back online.
एकछिन कि ओ किमी के गर्दैछ ओ आम्मा
The cannon comes loose.
Oh my god. You gang कसरी जित्यो टिम स्टारले
But they equalized the numbers as the Stallions.
Oh my god Kimi
To the Lord.
The difference is that the cycle coming from Kingdom is so much more longer. That means that the jungler from Kingdom Esports would not be in
14 किल छ किमीको ग्रान्जरको 13 किल
for longer
मा कसम के हो यो गेम
from Kingdom. They still need to hold out and reset the Lord.
80 स्ट्याक भएछ यार त्यो ग्रान्जर किमी पनि 80 मा
Because Team Stallions, they are
हेर्दै मजा आयो यार
comp. And the reason
फ्र्याङ्कोले लास्ट ओपको खेल्दै छ मा
in the early game and stop the dive comp is because of Pulse that's playing as the
प्युरिफाई छ किमी
no Franco means that dive is available for Team Stallions.
त्यो प्युरिफाई छ है कसरी मार्न सकिरहेको
The
नि
horses bringing the package again
Hello,
over
this
to
one.
Kingdom's base. It's a very fitting story of very medieval times as both of these
30
cannons-
मिनेटै पुग्छ क्या यो डिफेन्ड गर्दा 30 मिनेटै पुग्छ यार केटा
They're stealing
तर यो डिफेन्ड
real
गर्दा
front
लास्टै
damage.
गाह्रो छ यार
Typical front to back
बिचबाट आउँछ
just
लर्ड
easy on this one. Take a look
इभले
at
जुत्ता
Roy.
बेचेछ
He's
नाइस
got double
नाइस
stacks on these Sky Piercer, insane
ग्रान्जरको
spread. So whenever you get too close, I think
बिओडी
it's
बेच
just getting bursted
बिओडी
down.
बेचेर रोजबोल बनाएर रहेछ
You have to face and you have to find these two, and it's very difficult to catch too.
So just gonna be
अब तिमी च्यालेन्ज जित्यो भने अप्पर ब्र्याकेटमै बसिरहेको छ किङडम हार्यो भने लोवर ब्र्याकेट
still gonna be a tough fight. Yes.
आउट चाहिँ हुँदैन
Evolve Lord marching down the middle, bottom lane. They should be able to take down the T3, no issues. But Kingdom Esports, they are a tanky beast, and there is still the bloody hunt that they gonna have to look out for.
It's two-man final slash. They want to try to stop
डिफेन्ड
this.
हान
Rock at
ओइ
the damage.
किमी 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 मर्यो क्या
With the bloody hunt,
ओइ किमी
directly
मर्यो
onto
ओइ म
Bray.
किन यार किमीले
Takes
फ्रिज पनि
his
किन
head, and Roy is still
अल्लो
safe and
रे
sound.
मर्यो ओ डिफेन्ड भयो क्या स्टिल
To the base, heals everything back up. Roy doesn't need to do that. It's very
फ्र्याङ्को
easy to heal.
फ्र्याङ्को कसरी मर्यो हावा मर्यो फ्र्याङ्को यार
They still have a successful defense. There's no
वो
way
स्टिल
that they
डिफेन्ड
can
हान्दैछ
commit
यार
this Lingo, though. Last ditch
ब्रो
effort.
फोर्स हान्दैछ यार जबरजस्ती फोर्स हान्दैछ मर्यो रोय ओइ जित्यो किङडमले
Fall as Grant wants to take him down. He wants his
एकछिन
head.
एकछिन नेभर माइन्ड नेभर माइन्ड
But it's an immortality. You have to kill him twice. As Team Stallions
ब्रो
again.
व्हाट द फक अझै डिफेन्ड हान्यो
Wasted
ओइ
skirmish.
मिनेले हेरे मिनेले भत्काइदिन्छ कसम
Stallions, especially when it comes down to having a win of nature, Diablo just does not have enough.
ब्रो क्रेजी गेम यार
Runs down. His entire combo
कस्तो
just
डिफेन्ड हानेको यार
since it will
ओइ सकाइदियो क्या गेम
land on all of
क्या डिफेन्ड होला त उताबाट
half a HP left, and he will be able to come
मिनेन आउँदैछ उताबाट
really good damage because of kiting.
डिफेन्ड हुन्छ होला है
What a Granger is
के हो
capable of doing. With three members, it's just gonna be
किन भन्ने हो?
marching down in the middle lane. with
किनकि ब्रे आइसक्यो नि त 10 सेकेन्डमा 10 सेकेन्ड होला नि
very good wave clear capabilities, perhaps only until Bray comes back. They need to drag another 5
एकछिन
seconds.
है गाइस मिनियन छिराइदियो क्या छिरायो क्या
Coming through from this Granger. You can already
डिफेन्ड हानिदिन्छ यार डिफेन्ड हानिदिन्छ ब्याक गर ब्याक गर ब्याक गर
does not have immortality.
के हो
Down here
होइन
as Bray
मार्यो
tries to clear out that wave. And might not be able to do it though as Grant
ब्रे नुब मेरो भाइ
block everyone in.
होल गेम त के गर
Bray, this Rose goal, but not enough.
32 सेक यार ग्रान्जरले
A game 3.
1-1 ब्रेले अह लास्ट नुब जोतको हेर
Biting
लाइक हान्दियो यार केटा अस्ट्रो 5 लाइक मलाई
all
छ
the way down to
अति जोतको हेर यार ब्रेले
6 minutes.
लभली किङडम
Probably one of the best games that we have seen so far.
ए के गरे नि लेन्सलटले लास्टै ओभर कमिट पनि गरिरहेको थियो
Long game, but a tedious and arduous journey for both.
It's a trade. The whole game was boxing match. Everyone taking blows, but they're not letting down.
एमएलबी
They
स्पोर्ट
know the extent
फास्ट
of
छ र
the heroes
रोकै
in the
साथी
late
हेर्नु
game. I think for Bray especially, it was a very panicky and desperate moment for him. They know that he needs to take Grant down.
मोबाइल लेजेन्ड ब्याङ ब्याङ नै
And
छ
that's
त
an
अच्छा
easy kill,
एमएलबी
but
स्पोर्ट
Grant is still free hitting from the back.
I think that the main thing is the fact that the free and easy access is actually more so of a point,
497
because
watching,
Panda
let's
didn't
go.
even get much help at all.
Absolutely.
He can
Granular, obviously, यो त थाहा नै छ त।
Yuzhong just so easily.
Yahiko match
Just
गर्छ, केटा
simply
अब हुन्छ
single
Yahiko
out
match
the
एकछिन
region.
ब्रेक
That's
भएर।
more than enough to just kind of stop the Yuzhong, which is probably one of the main reasons
एक rank
why
हान्यो मेरो
Yuzhong
भाइ।
does not have a
Void
top
भाइ।
play in this meta, because in the late stages of the game,
Hello, sir,
you
Rami.
do not address what you are capable of doing or
bro,
what you are
bro.
made to do, and that is to snipe down to the back line
They
and
gonna
create
win,
a
huh?
diversion from the back and the front.
Yeah, that's Grant as the MVP of the game. The Menace, the Granger, 18, 1 and 2.
Get
Might
up.
be the highest kill score.
एकछिन अब गेम हान्दिउँ होला। एक गेम त भ्या। गाइस एकछिन गेम हान्नु पर्ला जस्तो। यो र्याङ्क नै हान्ने हो त, र्याङ्कै हान्दिउँ न त। यसमा 30 सेकेन्ड जति फास्टर छ। कुन एमएलबी स्पोर्ट हो रोकाइदिउँ म एकछिन। गाइस लबी गरिदिन्छ, अब र्याङ्क हान्दिउँ एक लट। स्टार्ट हान्दिउँ आज सुरुमा। जोइन गर गाइस 5 भाइ। एकजना छ गाइस। क्यामेराम्यान चाहिँ ओपी छ है। कुनको क्यामेराम्यान? केटा जङ्गलको रोल मिलाउँ त। स्टार्ट। रोल गाइस रोल। गाइस एक र्याङ्क हानौँ अनि यहीको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ। 500 लाइक पुग्न लाग्छ। यो गेम त मासरअप खाइदियो त। कुन गेम? को पासाङ आएको हो यता? को पासाङ के छ नाम? आइज। गाइस 3000 सब्सक्राइब पुग्न लाग्यो। 50 मोर गेम्स। 50 मोर गेम्स हैन 50 मोर सब्सक्राइबर। बिचारा आदर्श यसपालि आउन पाएन छ अनलाइन बस्दा चाहिँ। ए के झायो भने पासाङ हो ओके प्रोफाइल हेर्दिउँ न त। कपल डिपी लेट्स गो। कपल डिपी है गाइस। वो फेभरेट रूम 8200 म्याचेस। होइन म 5 भन्न एक्सपर्ट अनि पर्खिरहेको छु। ओके ओके गाइस यो गेम पछि याइको स्ट्रिम हुन्छ। याइको एकछिन ब्रेक छ होइन। स्ट्रिम बन्द रहेछ। विन्डेड त बबाले छ है गाइस। असासिन मेन प्लेयर। ए 1-1 यार 1-1 पो भएको त यार। गेम अझै हुन्छ यार। थर्ड गेम हुन्छ केटा हो। अनि मात्रै बिर्सिरह्यो म त 2-0 भए सोचिरहेको।
अब
गेम
नेक्स्ट गेम चाहिँ कसले हेर्नुपर्छ?
त्यो गेम चाहिँ भएको छ। त्यो गेम चाहिँ गेम चाहिँ भनेपछि छिटै हुन्छ। म त गेम छैन। सरी यार ब्रलमा स्विच गर्नुपर्छ यार। बिर्सिरहेको त म त कहाँ र्याङ्क हान्न लाग्यो यार।
त्यो भयो त ब्रल हान्न।
खै कसरी मिलाउँछ एकचोटि? ओ यो फेरि कसरी हाल्छ अरे यो लबीमा देखाउन नि। ब्रल कसरी हँसाउने हो यतिबाट? ल्याएन त मेरो त। यस ब्रलको लागि फेरि कोड पढाउँछ यार। 2 मिनेटमा गेम स्टार्ट हुने रहेछ अनि के त यार एक बल गाइस सरी यार मैले त बिर्सिरहेँ 1-1 हार्नु गाइस ब्रलको लबीको रहेछ औ केटा एक ब्रल हान्नु सरी गाइस माई ब्याड ए यहाँ यो थियो र अघि यो रिसाइकल थिएन जस्तो लाग्यो के हो थियो र मैले त देखेन need one guys need one let's go sorry यार guys देखेन मैले किसन केटा हो दिमाग चलेको छैन के केटा हो म 4-5 घन्टा मात्रै सुतेको के केटा प्लिज 4-5 घन्टा मात्रै सुत्यो यार MASARAP needs sleep त्यही guys सुतेकै छैन आज कति बजे उठ्यो कति बजे उठ्यो 8 हो कि 9 बजेतिर उठेको guys के हो म्याच भएन फ्री जङ ओ तर म गुनपोर्ट खेल्छु जङ दिनमा कसैलाई खेल्छ
I'm born with talent.
पेट्रिफाई खान्छ पेट्रिफाई हेलो ट्रिपी ब्रो 3P96 हिजो गेम पछि फेरि बदपरी गर्छु म लास्ट गेम छ अनि फेरि याइको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ इन्द्रले नपुगे टाउको हान्छ कतिपति भ्युवर म्याच गरेर सबमा आइदिन्छ खै हेरौँ के हुन्छ पछि याइको गेम खै कति अझै टाइम छ अझै हुन्छ याइको टन्नै गेम हुन्छ MASARAP टिम कोड दिएर नि गिभअवे गरेर अब सोचिरहेको छु किनकि 3-4वटा गरेर लान्छ अनि सबै नयाँ एउटाको लागि त्यही घुमाउँछु अर्कोको लागि चाहिँ नम्बर 1 को हुन्छ अनि अर्को चाहिँ लबीको वाला गर्ने सोचिरहेको छु
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
के भन्नु पर्छ कन्सन्ट्रेट
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
फ्लिकरको हल्का यता सेटिङमै हो अर्को सेटिङ हुन्छ फ्लिकरको
Try this magic.
wow okay why is this
Did not ready. How dare you? Ally has been killing spree. Double kill. Enemy has been slain. Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready.
smooth Gunnibird gameplay
I
Blind flicker हान्नु flicker नै छैन रहेछ बल्ल आयो अच्छा गेम सुरु भयो ओके गाइस यो गेम सकाउँछौँ अनि लाइभ गर्छु है एकछिन ड्राफ्ट टाइमै लाग्छ त्यही भएर सकिहाल्छ गेम 2-3 मिनेटमा के हो फ्लिकर कहाँ फ्लिकर अर्कै ठाउँमा छ क्या यो ठाउँको बलमा अनि एक हामी ए म्याप फ्लिकरै ट्याप भइरहेको छैन मेरो आज यसलाई त हामीले छोड्नुपर्छ बलमा चाहिँ लाग्दैन यहाँ फ्लिकर कम्बो पेट्रीको ठाउँमा फ्लिकर भए चाहिँ लाग्थ्यो गेम हान्ने हाल्छ केटा बेस गाइस यो गेम सकेपछि वाच पार्टी हुन्छ फेरि एकछिन वेट गरौँ होला त कति खेल्दैछ जङले लेट्स गो जिजिस गाइस गेम लगाउँछु म
Diablo's in Flash, he has been forced to play meta heroes, and at that point in time, Hylos was super
Discord on
meta.
virus.
So even I won't be too surprised that Diablo will be piloting this Hylos, just so that it will get
guys game सुरु भयो draft सुरु भयो भनौं
the direction that you want to go. But it would not be the same
crazy oh ये सुरुमै Hylos प्लेयर ब्रेला वायस थियो ब्रेले हल्का दुबाउने हल्का ब्रेले नै रहेछ केटा बुझ्छ भने
the entire gameplay for KE, and they now just have to think on the tip of the at the top of the shoes.
Yeah. Difficult. They have to face up against a Granger again. This Grant's Granger.
एम्बियन्स चाहिँ मै हो गुड छिटै कल एम्बि पाए मैले देखाउन पाएन
I would say
स्विच हानि हाल्छ
if
छिटै
Granger up, they would have been able to save that high loss for the next pick, but it might seem as though they might be going for a double fighter side lane again.
Oh, guys, के होला त यिनीहरु 1-1 भइसक्यो स्कोर अब अति लाइटली लिनु हुँदैन अब त लोअरमा गर्छ
and you heal everything back up. It's difficult for the Granger to deal with the Ruby on a
Who
side
give
lane.
me Bendita भन्छ क्या Diablo
Ruby taken out. I think that Sammy definitely have an idea.
Oh wait, you want to go Paquito in jungle in the goat lane? Might be interesting though. That is crazy. A lot of burst damage from the get-go.
Yeah, it would be very crazy. But I don't think that he will have a fabulous time against the Granger as well.
In the late game, if you want to try that.
I think even in the laning phase, because right now with the Grog, Grog has a lot of ways to just kind of move around. Grog is a slow.
Yo, is Mirror ban? Okay, Ruby ban it all. Ban pretty gun.
Especially in the gold.
So Bendita ban alaya. Diablo.
Actually forced to play a little bit more. XP laners and gold laners are kind of forced to play safer side, especially since the assassins or rather the junglers, they are actually enabled.
Marksman ban
with so much, or rather clear up the creep wave.
CC already ban so.
Their creep camps so much faster.
Bad.
Yeah.
Messes with timing.
It's a different
Max
situation that
man,
both
के
teams are
हाल्नु
in
Max
right
man त
now.
हाल्नु जसलाई
Really, for KE, it's psyching
Side
themselves
देखि
up for
लाउँछ जसलाई
Stallions, playing a double fighter again. For Stallions against KE,
के भएन
is
आज त
just,
रुबी
I want Diablo to get
बे
a
ल
really good
भोइड के भने थियो मैले
advantage.
भोइड
And Diablo won't get his hands on
Let's
Vendetta
go,
once
hey,
again.
Benny
They
Band,
know that the
respect
top
to
picks will come
Diablo.
in the last 2 picks, so they want to deny that immediately coming into fray. From the XP side, the Arlot might
Benny
be a
Band,
viable ban
yeah.
right here, and then you're forced to use, the Lapus, the Terizlas coming in.
The thing is,
ऱ्याङ्क खेल्न पाएन के छैन पासमा ब्रो हामी पछि फेरि खेल्नुपर्छ अब एकछिन यसपछि पज ब्रेक नै हुन्छ त्यति बेला एक ऱ्याङ्क हान्नु
Oh wait, you got Fanny open as well.
गाइस
with
500 लाइक
second rock.
पुग्नु लागिसक्यो केटा हाम्रो 500 लाइक हान्थ्यो
Yeah, with Fanny onto Yon does sound very possible. It's kind of another go big home kind of thing. Easy and lucky, Lapu taken out.
Yeah. Might be the Arlot going into KE. It works out well with their draft. And then you get the last pick on the Fanny. It might be possible as well for them.
Honestly, a Khalid XP looks good because with Akimi as well as the Granger, that means that they have got pretty good scaling over the late game. And in the meantime, for Stallions, I don't think they can skill all that well, especially since they have non-influential mid
के
lane
लिएला त
for
यो
themselves in
ब्रान्डले
the mid lane because
के
it's
के
just
छैन
enough
अर्को
to
जङ्गल लिनु भएको छैन बाक्सिया फ्रेड पनि ओपन छ तर अपोनेन्ट नजुक्सिन्छ ट्याङ्की जङ्गल पनि झ्याउने हुन्छ होला त सेमी फाइनल कहिले हो टुर्नामेन्टको सेमी फाइनल आज नै हुनसक्छ एकचोटि सोध्नै पर्छ म त अहिले सोध्छु यार लिजेन्डर
So obviously the Arlot is gonna get picked up. Combos well with the Grok. You build a wall, you sweep over the wall, and then you put them in a very precarious position. But for STS, this is going to be a interesting pick: double fighter, or you want to go traditional, go with a long-range marksman, which has a built-in purify. Maybe a 1-1 might be possible right here.
I'm looking at the possible heroes that can be playing in the goal lane, especially since it's Bane. Oh, Bane Gold.
Bane Gold.
Bane still open.
Bane Gold and Khalid XP. Just so that they have
मैले गाइस सेमी फाइनलको गेम कहिले हुन्छ भने सोधेछु एकचोटि मेसेज रिप्लाई पाउँछु Lord, Univer, Univer Rome, Diablo, Hylos, Diablo, Univer चाहिँ नभने
Oh yeah. That might be a possibility as well. And you put the high loss up in the
गाइस सेमी फाइनलको गेम चाहिँ भोलि हुन्छ रे
EXP side.
But if they are actually gonna be going for Rome Guinevere,
दुईटै होला दुईटा त गेम हुन्छ
right, they're just gonna lose in the middle lane with less influence in the XP and the gold. That means that Claude is definitely gonna have a very hard time. Juicin will not be able to control the river. So
एउटा गेम मात्रै हुन्छ
just because of the fact that there is Diablo in Stallions, it feels as though he wants to be the one that is
भोलि त हाम्रो नै होला गाइस भोलि छ हाम्रो गेम
But if they put
भोलि हुन्छ गाइस 8 बजेतिर
Rome, then it's gonna
बेस्ट अफ 3 किन एउटा मात्रै गर
Looks like Diablo will play the Guinevere in the EXP side, and then the Hylos will go Rome. Yarn picks up the Akai for good measure, blocks and throws everyone off their positions to give KE a much easier time. There's a little bit of a dis-synergy, but it builds up with the Grok as well as the heavy spin onto the walls. Couple that up, Arlo can just free spam his dashes alongside all these crowd controls. So that's a lot of damage down onto Kingdom Esports side. Easy to execute, and I think it's a very traditional kind of lineup.
MASARAPको गेम हेरेको कुन यो तर यो अपोनेन्टहरुको किन फेस हुँदैन के यति बेला चाहिँ
Marksman jungle and a late game marksman in the gold lane will be tied up for the insurance that Stallions will want if they ever go into the uber late game. So yeah, draft the set. It's all down to execution right now. The Diablo Guinevere comes out once again.
Lo guys,
pocket picks all the way through. And new things that we're
lo
seeing
guys,
in
game
MPL
start भयो
season 10.
यो गेम जो हाते त्यो लोअर प्याकेट पुग्छ
Team Stallions, Kingdom Esports, one match away for the upper.
ल्यारीले हान्न सक्छ त ए ल्यारीले उ त्यो भिबीले हान्न सक्छ भोइड भिबीले हान्न सक्छ भिबी बङ्गलादेशी टिम
Even though
खै अब हेरेर थाहा
Even
हुन्छ
though Ankai is quite
परिस्थितिमा
liberal
अब
with
BO
the
3 कि BO 5 हुन सक्छ
end
अब
jungle debut
तिनीहरूसँगै नै हो
for Yon.
अँ
First time that he played a
साह्रै
tank
छ
jungle in MPLSG.
बवाल खेल्दा चाहिँ जङ्गलहरू चाहिँ बवाल खेल्दा
Roy stuck between a rock and a hard
But
place.
yo,
It'll push him back, but
Kimile मारे क्या
free hitting FMM will
Oh,
not
त्यहाँ
be able
हानेको
to
छ
secure the
किमीले
kill
त बा
onto Roy. Very precarious position as we start things off. But Team Stallions, they're playing it a little bit safer this time around. Both of these teams are teasing each other as of now. And it's difficult to deal with Akimi. I mean, we've known
Bro,
him for a
Diablo X.
while.
Oh my god,
He can
कुनी
play
भरे
numbers, he can
मासला
play range. And I think for Kingdom Esports,
के हो
all
यसलाई
the
नर्मल
players
हिरो खेल्न
that
आउँदैन
they
क्या हो
have in their possession.
Yeah, I mean it's understandable.
भर्खर
for Team
गुनिभर के
Stallions
खेलेको
to
ब्रोलमा
go
यसलाई
for
पनि
the
गुनिभर
information.
खेल्न मन
It
लाग्यो
takes
जस्तो
a little
मेरो
while
गेमको
for them
चाहिँ
to clear out the wave. It's still better because there is the ring of punishment plus. So basically, this is just a DOT wave clear in middle lane. What Team Stallions is looking out for is mid lane and.
तर यसले
multi-lane.
प्युरिफाई
They can't get
फोर्स
caught.
गराएको
Right with Mountain Shocker,
गुनिभर
that's
लिएर
a
चाहिँ
spatial migration onto Yon, but no level 4 just yet.
नर्मल हिरो
Insanity comes
खेलिदियो यार
in
मेरो भाइ
just in the nick of time, but able to get that flicker out of the way. The
काम चाहिँ गर्छ
the
तर
turtle will spawn in next 5
काम चाहिँ
seconds,
गर्छ
but crucial resources already used up by Insanity.
This is really a poke and prod
के हो
kind of game
अरूलाई त
for
पेलिरहेको छ त यार
Team
अहिले
Stallions. They do not want to fight in the early game. They do not have the resources. They do not have the damage to do so.
तर रिसेट
So the
गराएर
moment that
नाम
they find themselves in these objectives,
लोल सीले यो गेम प्रुफ हान्नु पर्यो अहिलेको फ्र्याङ्कको गेम
it seems as though they are showing interest that they want to take these objectives when they are not equipped.
लेट्स सी गाइस के गर्छ यो गेम
Team Esports doesn't know
Assistant
where
चाहिँ के
Bray
गर्नुपर्छ
is. He's free farming.
ब्रेले
onto
त
the purple
खएको
buff.
मात्रै
He
देख्छ
doesn't wanna waste his time with a push and pull of the turtle. As Yon tries to start things off, Lucian Cutie's there for good measure, try to pull him back, but Roy taking a lot of brunt of the damage for FMM right from the mid lane, holding on to the flicker. And here comes Bray in the
टडल भाइ जुसिले पो भाइज किङडमलाई गाह्रो पऱ्यो क्या पकड यार गुनिभरले तपाईँलाई अलरेडी मरे गाइस अति मिठो खेल्यो त टिम एस्ट्रेलियनले
Why? How? That is not part of my calculations at all. I mean,
तर यो गेम यो टडल फाइटमा उहिले जित्नु पर्ने थियो क्या किङडमले
as such, it forces
Arlord
him on
okay,
because he's
Kimi,
the
Brock
tank
Lair.
jungler. He will be able to tank up onto the turtle, and he's just pulling the turtle
Serious
out, right? So personally,
अब
losing
रिसाइज
time,
गयो डियाब्लो
losing time when
मलाई
he could have
गुनिभर
taken
दे
some of the
बिन द
other buff,
प्यारेन्ट्स
which is
मेरो
exactly what Bray did, right? He sent all three members, or rather not all three, he sent three members over to the turtle. He himself went to the furthest jungler, take the purple buff. He's essentially at level 5. He could win in the retribution battle. But the very fact that Yon lost in the retribution battle against Roy, that is the question as to what entirely went on.
I think Yon was just pushed back. There was a disable from Diablo. And if you take a look at the emblems as well, there is the Brave Smite from Diablo as well as Roy, so they will have a little bit more.
अहिले त नर्मल भएर चाहिँ गोल्ड लिड टिम स्टेलियनको छ पढ्न सकेको केटा हो
building the curse helm, or he's already got a molten essence just for.
यसको कसले लाइक हानेछ लाइक हानिदियो इन्स्टामा नि मेक स्योर टु फलो है पिन हानिदिएको छ मैले इन्स्टाग्रामको लिङ्क
And Bray does a lot of burst damage.
500 लाइक
Already
मलाई चाहिँ
showing
केटा हो
that burn, that slow burn onto Kingdom, so they're igniting that flame, and Stallions, they're just pushing through.
There was a moment where it was just a completely overwhelming situation for Yon because he's just currently tagged in both sides, which is why there's also the reason why he kind of lost the turtle, just misjudged the retribution damage as well.
Good jump.
रकलाई मार्छ
There's a lot of
ग्रफले
damage,
को हो त
holding on to the final spin.
अकाइ
Final
गइन्छ
slash
अकाइले
actually pushing it out. The heavy spin will come through as of
जुक्सिनले
now, pushing
कस्तो
everyone
फ्री
down.
हानेछ यार
Lucian Cutie taking a lot of
जुक्सिनले
damage,
त
hitting
अरे
into
यार
Bray, just taking one hit after
हाने
another.
हाने
3 members fall. What is
ब्रेले
happening?
हाने अब चाहिँ द्यायो ब्रेले रिस उठ्यो जस्तो
Once again, this is another situation where Kingdom Esports just lets Team Stallions just get away with things like these. Like, understandable, they don't really.
पकड्यो क्या प्युरिफाई निकाल्यो यार ब्रेले ए ब्रेले डियाब्लोले
A lot of damage over time. The longer the fight goes out for, then the more damage they will be able to do. It kind of feels as though that Kingdom Esports right now is just
Ranger मर्यो क्या
prioritization, and that is why they are
मर्यो यार
essentially
Ranger
team fights and now.
That's solo.
प्युरिफाईमा छ अनि मलाई मार्दिहाल्छ नि यार
Pull Yon back, doesn't have the heavy spin. Here comes Insanity, tries to salvage the situation. Good flicker out of the final slash.
Crazy kill, yeah.
The Desire recall danger
What
on
is
this.
that? That is hands down supposed to be a block and prod kind of thing for Renza. He just wants to clear Bobby.
Yeah.
And just so happened to deal enough damage to Grant, but he was like, hey, look,
Might as well.
I can actually kill.
Might as well. Might as well take one for the team too.
Damn.
For Team Stallions, they're really. This is a very good game for them. Everyone is doing their jobs right. There's a lot of crowd controls that leads up to a lot of burst damage. Bray's doing his job right now. He has very free and easy farm. No one's aggressing onto him. And for Team Stallions, though, I want to see the itemizations once again. I think Renza has already got 2 core items up. That's why the damage is starting to show up very, very strong now. And for Kingdom Esports, they need to be able to find their way and find their footing for Grant to reperform like what he did in the previous game. There's only one item. He's going for the Demon Hunter Sword. So once he gets these 2, it's going to be a very difficult plot to take down.
Diablo के बनाया था concentrated.
A little bit more sustained for Diablo. I see
Molten नहीं बनाया था Diablo ने.
and I think that the next item is gonna be the
Grandeur ने तो शुरू में इसका बनाया था सब फिर बस मोरल है जिससे वाह flicker आने में all time में Braille backline destroy आने से केड़ा zero में आने से game तो यार Team Stallion तो fire में तो इधर
Kingdom Esports can't seem to find their footing.
Yep. Concentrated energy for Diablo, last scene, and Bray, War Axe last scene. Now the DHS comes in from Renza. The power spikes are coming in for Team Stallions, and for Grant, picking up the Sky Piercer is definitely important. From this point on, any kills that is credited over to Grant will be able to help Kingdom Esports by a lot. So they will huddle together just to kill one.
Babysitting duty, Lucian Cutie able to get the glorious
ये
pathway,
बात नहीं
red
यार।
carpet breaks
बात
it
सुन
down,
यार।
save. Stuck
म त
between
घोडा पो
life
एक्स होला
and
सोचेको यार
death, finds a way to cheat death.
तर Diablo लाई के खेल्न मलाई त्यस्तैहरु
Oh, good jump space from migration.
मारे यार अकाइले नि
Nation Brave takes down kill onto Yawn on the backside though. They want to
क्लॉड जुक्सिन छिरेको हेर न आम्मामा ग्रान्जर माथि छिरेको हेर त
make it 3 as Bray gets a double. Insanity right in the fray once again. Roy will pull
Ripple Maniac
out and Bray's in the picture. Roy takes one out for
त ग्रान्जर माथि छिरेको हेर न जुक्सिन त्यहाँ मात्र क्लॉडलाई हेर क्लॉड र जुक्सिनलाई हेर म जुक्सिन ल के गर्छस् प्युरिफाई वाला ग्रान्जर Diablo मारे त कसरी मारे Diablo मलाई टरेटमा आएर
Just as you say, Silence already almost 10,000 gold lead. It's all attributed to Bray. He's 5 levels ahead of Yawn. Take a look at the level difference between East and Shin. It's 6-0 and 5. Look at the damage coming through. Lucian Cutie throws out the red carpet. The final slash onto Lucian Cutie himself. Roy free hitting on the backside, but here comes the blazing duet on the
ग्रान्जर
back.
फेरि मोर यार
To find his ground.
जीजी से गेम
Four
सक्यो
members down.
एक किल मात्र पाए
One that is left to tell the tale and send a message.
With a front-to-back
Diablo.
composition like Kingdom Esports, as they focus down onto FMM and Grunt in order to just wreck down the front lines. This is not something that you will be able to do against a high loss, apparently. He has a very thick amount of HP, and the moment that he drops his Glorious Pathway, the more he's going to be healing back up. And let's not forget, Revitalize as well, that is currently in favor for his battle spell. So this guy, this Devil
इजी हान्दा यार केटा यो गेम त
gonna die. That means
Team
the
Stallion
moment that you know that the pony
टिम
is
स्टालियन
down,
सिङ्गापुर एससी भनेपछि टिम स्टालियनको अरू टिमहरू पनि रहेछ हैन
Lord gets taken down
Hola.
by the cavalry.
फुलै ओभरको हो
Looking
क्या
to siege down the kingdom. As Renzo
Short thunder, man.
having a full trinity.
अरे यार यहाँ त रिकल आउनु थाल्यो टन्ट हान्दा छ
He does really nothing much at this point. The 17 to 1 is the kill
र
score.
यो चोरहरूले अहिले खाइहाल्छ कुनै
Lead. So they not only set the record for the highest or the lowest game time, the highest game time, but also the highest economy lead of any team in MPOSG Season 10. So the second 3 records in one game. That sounds nice.
को टिमको खतरा चाहिँ को
Is it
खेल्छ
really though?
It is really
गोल्ड
good.
लेनरमा कसम के खेल्यो अघि त्यसले
12 minutes.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yikes.
यस्तो बवाल खेल्यो म्याच कमेन्ट भरि गोल्ड लेनरको चर्चा
कुन हिरो खेल्यो
Lunox or Grandeur. कस्तो पक्ड्यो यार ओ माय गॉड आर्मर त 050 आर्मर
Diablo finally gets taken down, but it's a sacrificial lamb in this entire macro
L guys,
plan
this
as the cavalry wants to take down the throne. Good lure of the Lord into the T3 down the mid side.
सक्यो होइन
Zora gets
सक्यो होला
taken
त
down.
अहिले नै
Halsey might be next to
सक्यो
fall.
सक्यो
Renzo wants to find one more kill. It's a 4-on-3. And Kingdom Esports finally able to find that defense. Bray's already full levels. And he's looking to find more kills. Lucian Cutie down
सक्यो
the
छैन
middle,
रहेछ
able to
रोबो
heal everything
डिफेन्ड
back
दाने
up. He keeps
के हो ब्रेद
himself safe.
आम्मा
Ray
मारे
playing
क्या हो ग्रान्जलाई फेरि
but
मारेर
he knows the limits of his
फेरि
hero.
फाने
He
यार
gets out
ग्रान्जले
safe.
बिचारा
Kingdom
माया लाग्यो
Esports live
ग्रान्जलको
to
त
tell the
मलाई
tale another day.
Everyone is literally just stretching their
तर
heels
यिनीहरूले ग्रान्जलाई
so
पनिस गर्ने
extremely
पिक
thin.
लिइरहेको छ हेर
Dang, look
न
at the
गुनिभरले गर्दा प्युरिफाई लियो
Just see
ग्रान्जलले
Roy literally just got away from the turret with very little HP.
अनि
Now
वाइल
actually
वाइसेस
out,
हाइलस
Bray is just
जुक्सिन क्लडले सिधै
and
चढिहाल्छ
Renzo
प्युरिफाई
is
मात्रै
just
हानेर के गरोस् बिचारा
opting.
Yeah, call it making a deal with the devil.
फ्रिज
They got
बनाइदियो
Diablo in their
हाल्नुले
possession. They got Diablo right there.
It used to be a double D's, but now
सुरुको
it's
गेम
a
वा
single D.
मार्की सेकेन्ड गेम
A single devil.
जाउँ थर्ड
It's a
गेम
double devil.
गुनिभर यार यो डियाब्लोको हिरो
Hi,
Hi.
Yawn.
Hi.
It's just a very
This
silent
is just a
game.
library, you know.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Very quiet. No one
Yeah.
wants to make a move.
It's 11. It's
Except
only 11
Roy.
minutes.
बेस
There's
टिम
only
स्टालिनको
11
कोच
minutes
चाहिँ हाम्रो
left
पहिलाको एमएससीको कोच हो
in the library.
योङगिन
Like the
टिम
quiet.
स्टालिनको कोच
Yeah, it's just pushed to their limits, and Kingdom Esports just can't find their way back up. Even though Yon Lawsy able to find good setups for the rest of the team, there's just not enough damage to take everyone down. Diablo's only
Yeah.
sacrificing himself. He's the only two deaths in the entirety of Team Stallions, but he's done his job well.
The really unfortunate thing here is that Kingdom Esports' main caveat is that they have to get through losing QT.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
So whatever their losing QT builds up,
Oh,
right?
त्यही
is
यो
going
गेम
to
सकेपछि
be-
10 मिनट
is
जस्तो
gonna
हुन्छ
be
आएको
nerfing the opponent's side, right? If he builds more more physical defenses, then
Huh?
Gold will be able to do
Yahiko
anything.
को
If
चाहिँ
he
हेर्नु
builds
पर्छ
magical defense,
Oh,
then
okay.
FMM won't be able to do anything, and it's all about the power spike.
एकको बाइकको
If
हेर्नुपर्छ
FMM
नि
does not hit his power spike, then it's all
अकाई
over.
डेस्परेट भइसक्यो यार ओ
Too
माई
soon.
गॉड
Gets taken down. As the jungle down,
Bro.
Kingdom Esports are running for the hills, running for their
क्लडले त
lives,
आउटप्ले
but
हान्दै
oh,
पुरै
there you go. Roy takes down one, takes down
दिस
another,
गाइज
takes
लड
down
आउनु अगाडि
another.
सकिन्छ
Won't
होला
be able to stay alive for now, and they are
Of
ditching
course,
that
don't
horde coming out from mid-side,
भक्कु
pushing
खायो
waves,
रिकल त्यहाँ
and trying to end the kingdom as they see fit. And the Stallions will take another one before the kingdom falls to
हाने नि
shambles.
कहाँ
And all the
हान्दैन
king's men and all the king's horses
हान्नु
can't
त
put the
सक्यो
kingdom back
चोरले
together again.
Except for the
यो
horses.
डियाब्लो चाहिँ केटा यो
For the horses.
They do not
Son
want to put the
handsome.
kingdom back.
Oh man, congratulations to Stallions making it over to the upper bracket finals of the Challenger stage. One game away, or one series away, from making it
Upper
over to the
bracket.
playoffs. And they are back. The ex-champions from Season 5 onwards, they're back to play.
They are back, and they are just one game away to playoffs.
त्यो
I
वान गेम अवे छ
am
प्लेअफको लागि
stoked to see what is about to come up next. Congratulations over to Team Stallions Singapore for making their way to the grand finals of
त केटा एक ऱ्याङ्क हालेर पनि लबी कोड दिन्छु म
brackets. Well, it
गाइज लबी कोड छिटो स्टार्ट हानिदिइहाल्छु गाइज लबी कोड एच स्क्रिनमा एक गेम हान्यो भने छिटो छिटो सकाइदिइहाल्यो भने आइको गेमको हेर्नुपर्छ गाइज लबी कोड एच केटा गेम साउन्ड आइरहेको रहेछ कोही जोइन हानौँ यो एक गेम हुन्छ त्यसपछि हाम्रो फेरि वाच पार्टी याइको गेम हुन्छ यसपछि आइदिम हुन्छ जो आउँदैन फुल भयो अहिले कसले जित्यो टिम स्टाइलले जित्यो गाइस अब एक गेम हुन्छ अब एक गेम खेल्छौँ अनि त्यसपछि एकछिन ब्रेक हुन्छ त्यही भएर एक गेम हान्छौँ हामी अनि त्यसपछि स्टार्ट हुन्छ याइको म्याच गाइस लास्ट टायर छ यार 5 घन्टा मात्रै सुतेको होला को भयो ल यो हाम्रो फ्र्याङ्कको प्लेयर ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्कको आएको छ Did Ernest finish MPL Singapore in one day? Yes, guys. All the IPL's qualifier game will be finished today. अनि भोलिदेखि प्लेअफ स्टार्ट हुन्छ होला प्रोबेबली गाइज इन्टर हाल्ने पनि छिटो हो गेम सकाइदिउँ अनि यहीँको भाइको गेम वाच पार्टी हुन्छ कसले जित्यो फर्स्ट गेम यहीँकोले जित्यो अब यहीँको र आरएससीको पर्छ यहीँको टिम र आरएससीको ल हेलो मिनी के छ गाइज लाइक हाल्नु को नयाँ आउनु भएको छ 500 लाइक पुग्दैछ सब्सक्राइब नै हान 3000 सब्सक्राइब पुग्छ होला आज प्रोबेबली लिङ्क खेल्नु पर्यो मासर भइहाल्छ नि म्याच पाउँछ कि पाउँदैन हाम्रो भ्युवरहरूको प्रोफाइल हेरौँ न त एस्ट्रोको हेरौँ सुरु नेपाल नम्बर 2 लेन्स लट्रे ओके वो 48% भनेर 49 चाउमिन लिङ्कको भनेर त जस्तो छ त यार 41 छ के भनेको
डिले
भाइ
छ क्या
के स्ट्रिम
अँ
स्ट्रिम डिले त त्यस्तो छैन त्यही 20 सेकेन्ड मैले
ए
युट्युबबाटै हल्का डिले हुन्छ एस्ट्रिको फ्राङ्कको मेन ए सबजना चाउमिन छ त एस्को एस्को आलु कार्मेन लेट्स गो मोबाइलको चार्ज सक्यो आइप्याडबाट आएको म त थ्याङ्क यू काफकाबाट थ्याङ्क यू सो मच यतिको सपोर्ट भयो विन्ट्रेडर हो क्या को विन्ट्रेडर प्रोफाइल त ठिकै छ त हाम्रो एसआरको त हेर्नै पर्दैन ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्क हो तर अघि केटा के नै गर्न सकिन्छ र यो गेममा यहाँ पनि हारेको रहेछ ग्लोबल फ्र्याङ्क 300 म्याचेस क्याट पिएफपी भएको त क्या फास्ट 3 गेम नन सक्दैन यो हो र मैले त नोटिसै भएको थिएन यार कुरा हो ग्लोबल एन्टिला मास्टर ग्लोबल ग्रान्जर चाहिँ म गरिदिनु त हान्थ्यो अब यो पनि डज भयो भने चाहिँ ब्रलतिरै लाग्नुपर्छ जस्तो है के हो म्याच नै पाउनु त 2 मिनट कुरौँ पाएन भने ब्रल चल्दैन है गाइस यो प्राङ्कको आग पिज्जा भन्ने हो कि के हो खै मलाई त थाहा नै छैन आँखुमाईहरू के भन्छ यो चाहिँ यस्तो यस्तो बोका मान्छे हुँदैन है यो चाहिँ। अझै पाउनु त यार के हो think this I think केटा ब्रलै हान्नुपर्छ कि के हो उता कति टाइम लाग्छ स्टार्टमा गाइस ब्रलै हान्दिउँ कहाँ छ यो भनेको ओके यो अप्सन हो ब्रल हान्दिउँ गाइस म्याच भेटेन ब्रलै खेलौँ गाइस ट्राई गरेको म्याच भेटेन अब उता 5 मिनेटमै गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ सो ब्रल पे हुन्छ ट्याक्क कतिखेर हो म्याच आएको 5 मिनेट हुन्छ त्यही भएर गाइस एक ब्रल हान्का यो गेम पछि याइको गेम हुन्छ गाइस सेयर गरेर स्ट्रिम लाइक साइक गर्न Kimi खेल्दैन कि बेनी खेल्दैन
When the body suffers, the spirit blooms.
एक गेम ब्रल त्यसपछि आएको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ केटा हो निन्द्रा लागिसक्यो हो अत्तिकै बैठ्नु कति बजी उठेको कति बजी उठेको
ए अघि भर्खर उठ 11 बजे
ए म त 8 किन 8 बजी उठेको 8 9
यहीको स्ट्रिम गर्न यहाँ
अनि मलाई
डेडिकेसन त क्रेजी छ
मासरअप लाइसेन्स कहिले निकाल्ने अब 1 महिनाभित्र Diablo, yes guys, Diablo. Oh guys, 40 more subscriber. 3000 पुग्छ क्या आज टनमा खाएर 4 घन्टा भइसक्यो स्ट्रिम गरेको तर एक लङ स्ट्रिम हुन्छ होला यार आज त वाइल्डले
कतिवटा म्याच छ यहीँको एउटा
अब एउटा छ अब जित्यो भने अझै उ त्यो टिम स्टाइललाई जित्नुपर्छ टिम स्टाइलसँग पर्छ आज सबै गेम हुन्छ क्या आज सब हुन्छ एमपिएल पर त्यही भएर आज लास्ट अझै बाँकी हुन्छ होला 2-3 गेम त आइगयो
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Diablo, hey guys.
All troops deployed. The darkness gathers as the light of day fades. Manners? There's no place for manners.
अरे यार
Hey, not bad. One day. Let's dance with flames!
Whoa, Lancelot got it. 30 meter नहीं
Double kill. Ult is not ready. Am I a demon hunter or a justiciar? Ha.
थोड़ा डैमेज तो है
Ult is ready. Triple kill. Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Let's dance with blades.
1600 को 16 वर्ष हो
Double kill. I'll be watching. Ult is not ready.
यो गेम त यार एउटा टयर भत्केको छैन त भित्रै छिरेर हानिदिन्छ म त अब मार्छ क्या अहिले नि ओए फ्लेम त लगाइरहेछ
Kings of the Manian Empire know nothing of honesty. Let's dance with blades!
Oh shit. Guys, अझै गेम स्टार्ट हुनलाई चाहिँ 1 मिनेट बाँकी छ गेम सकाइदिइहाल्नु त केटा हो
Every new day is worth celebrating in this cursed land. One day, the flowers will bloom. Let's dance with blades!
हावा बल लाग्छ
The foot of the mountain.
Enemy has been slain.
Watch it. Am I a demon hunter or a justiciar? Ha!
Shut down.
Neither. Let's dance with blades!
गायो यार त्यो त
The darkness gathers as the light of day.
2 मिनेट सकेन भने सर्ट नहाल्नु चाहिँ हाम्रो केटा सर्ट हाल्नु भन्नु मलाई
To the ones who live on the
कति भयो क्या मै सकाइदिन्छु ओ
at the foot of the mountain.
कत्रो ड्यामेज हो
Mega kill. Slain.
Manners? There's no place for manners in battle.
बेनी खेल्ने बिर्स मासुरा रोको रोको अति भनेर देखाउनै परेन
The darkness gathers as the light of day fades. Let's dance with blades!
सरेन्डर गेम स्टार्ट भयो चाल गेम स्टार्ट त भएको छैन अहिलेसम्म ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट त भएको छैन गाइस ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट भएपछि गेम लगाइहाल्छु ए नोवे त एकचोटि मऱ्यो भने त आइटम पनि भएन
Down.
Every dawn is a new beginning.
ना यार और प्लिज
Rampage.
Oh man, कस्तो क्याम्पर हो छ
Has been slain. Double kill.
गाइस गेम लगाइदिरहेको छु नि त म अहिलेको लागि
Nail-biting session.
लगाइ गेम गेममा आएन
Itself in that series, Kingdom Esports unfortunately were now relegated
अब
down
धेरै
to
टाइम लाग्यो
lower
त्यही भएर
brackets,
ओइ
waiting
बोइड
for the losers of this
हेलो
upcoming game. Is it going to be
Hello?
RGSG or is it
गेम स्टार्ट होला
SSG?
Tough pill to
Oh,
swallow
indeed.
if you're both teams, but in competition there is always a winner and a loser. But if I could say so myself, I think the upper bracket finals would be fitting if it was RSG versus Team Stallions. It's old versus new. It's version 2 versus version 4. And that might be really interesting for Team Stallions and RSG. But then again, I feel like statistically speaking, I think Kings SG might have a better shot in winning this competition. Respect where respect is due. I think Kings SG really identifies and understands how to play around certain teams. Sure, they had a shaky start with Insomniacs, but
गाइस
right
हाम्रो
now,
गेम सक्यो अब
I feel like
मजाले
they're
गेम हुन्छ
warmed up, woke up, and
Yep.
they're cooking. They're
Yep.
starting the oven. They're heating it up. And hopefully they bake something pretty interesting and delicious for us.
लेट्स
I
गाइस
think
स्ट्रिम
we have
सेयर
a-
हान्दिउँ अब याइको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ
At this point in time, I'll take anything that comes up from the
टिम
I'm on
याइको
balance.
टिम
Seems
भर्सेस
that
टिम
we
आरएससी हो आरएससी नि
versus
राम्रै छ
IT, in which case, I would drink bottles of it. Bottles, cups of it.
cups and cups and cups of it.
Cups and cups and cups
The
of
more
IT.
cups that you get yourself, the more opportunity and potential you'll be able to go over to Jakarta. Think about that.
I'm going to move to Jakarta soon too.
कत्रो गफ होइन क्या
Gonna meet my
यिनीहरू त
friend Merkel.
Just casually, just meeting up with Merkel is like some dude, and I was like, oh, what the hell?
Yeah, we're just friends now. Thankfully with the international stage, and a huge shout out to Abstract though, for making me the man I am today.
I did nothing.
याइको कुन टिम हो याइको किङ्स एससी हो गाइस अब गेम छ याइको यो गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ अब
Today,
Yeah.
it's gonna be RSG versus Kings SG.
Kings SG, yes.
Yeah, quite a bit of players that the fans are actually rooting for, especially Yahiko. A lot of Yahiko fans in the chat right now, and don't worry, guys. We're actually looking at the comments right now, and we're seeing a lot of you just wanting Yahiko to just make it through. for
वो
some reason.
याइको क्रेज आइसक्यो त्यहाँ
This
लेट्स
is just,
गो
what's the word? Patriotism, right?
Patriotism.
Yeah, this is just patriotism, right? You have someone.
तर
that's
यता त
of
छैन
the
रहेछ
opposite, or
एमपिएल
the
सिङ्गापुरमा
opposite
मात्र
countries
कमेन्ट
or-
रहेछ त्यही भएर एमपिएल सिङ्गापुर हेर्दा त
knowing how well they done, and then even when it comes down to the international stage, if anything, if Diablo, for example, were to go to some other countries and just play, I would support him. As
Yeah,
well.
he's the pride of India.
Yeah.
Anyways. No, we just kidding. We just kidding. I think that's pretty fun, little banter that we have. But as the teams get ready, we're testing it out. Hopefully, we have no issues at all with the technicals. It's gonna be 7 games after all. It's gonna be a very long day, but very exciting games all through. And
त्यही
through.
त आज
Community
लास्ट
teams
लङ
are
डे
actually
हुन्छ
stomping the seeded teams. What do we want to say about that?
Wait, what was the question again? Oh,
The
sorry, I
com-
was just looking at the lineup.
Community teams are actually showing up,
Yeah.
and the seeded teams are not performing
Yeah,
as expected.
Yeah.
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 What do you think about that? What do you say?
I think that just makes the competition even more crazy, right? Because so far in MPLSG, it has always been very
कत्रो लामो हो यार
I'll
गेम
say
स्टार्ट गरेर
rough,
हुन्छ नि यार
or in some sense, right? You look at the team and you're like, yeah, they're probably gonna be champions. Oh, is RSG again? Is RSG again? RSG is good, and then it's like, oh, Team
एमपिएल
Flash.
सिङ्गापुरमा कतिको डिले छ त हेर्नु त
Definitely Team Flash. Right now, we don't even have an idea.
Yeah.
Like, there was definitely one season where we were kind of stuck in between of RSG and Team Flash, but right now we have absolutely no idea. Like, even when it comes down to Kingdom Esports, right? Before the league even started, we look at that and it's like, that's champion material.
Yeah.
But they didn't do as well as we thought.
एमपिएल
Such
सिङ्गापुर
evil
के
who used
हेर्नु
to
पछि
have like this thing what we call the playoff buff. That means that they aren't exactly the best team to play
In the regular season.
yeah, regular seasons.
It's only popping off and cooking in the playoffs.
And it just shoots up to 4th place and out of a sudden
किन सिङ्गापुरलाई चाहिँ डाइरेक्ट स्लट हुन्छ भ्युवरसिप नै छैन त फेरि
a testament to
खै किन हो त्यो त मलाई पनि थाहा भएन
they
यार
are one of the longest
प्रोभाइल पहिलेदेखि भएर नै हो कि एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरलाई स्टिल राखिरहेको छ
since season 3
आज नै हो फाइनल आज फिक्स हुन्छ गाइस याइको सबै गेम हुन्छ अनि आज को सेलेक्ट हुन्छ भनेर आजै थाहा हुन्छ टन्नै गेम हुन्छ यार 4-5 वटा गेम हुन्छ
I would say that they, Evil, are probably one of the most hard-working teams that
अनि
looks
खेल्नुपर्छ
to
याइकोले
improve one
Oh guys,
another in
यो
seasons of the season.
RSC भने यो हो याइकोहरुको ओपोनेन्ट guys game start हुन्छ जस्तो अब RSC सिङ्गापुर
didn't perform as expected. Longest running organization in MPL SG, which is RSG, all the way since the MPL.
अब याइकोहरुको आयो है केटा हो याइकोहरु पाउँछ जस्तो
It's been a very, very long time coming. They have made a lot of changes, a lot of adaptations.
Guys,
to their
हाम्रो
roster.
hero.
But on the other side of the table,
हाम्रो hero.
that is Kings SG.
Whoa,
It's a
हाम्रो
2-0
hero.
from the mid laner, and they really want to get things running.
Let's go
along.
केटा याइको आइसक्यो केटा हो
He's drinking IT. That is
यो चाहिँ कोच रहेछ
delicious.
Product
यो दुइटा त सेम सेम देख्छ त यो दुइटा
There's IT buff. There's
Yo,
IT
yo.
buff. They were
IT
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
दाजु
see
भाइहरुको
whether RSG have done
यो
it.
रे यो यता पछाडिको यो पछाडिको र यो
Is it Yahiko in the mid?
नो नो याइको यता त
See?
I would like to believe
भन्यो
so.
याइको
I know
इन
that
भिडियो
Irvine is all the way to the left.
Oh yeah, that's him.
Bong is the one on the left as well, so it's a little bit further away.
गाइस
from
म्याप
the
कुन हुन्छ
The other two, I don't really quite have the.
डेन्जरस ग्रास कति
the-
डेन्जरस ग्रास
if I'm
परेको
not wrong, Bunboy Reborn is the one that's the furthest right.
Right.
Okay, I don't see any IT, so no product placement, no wins.
Hey.
गाइस यो गेम पर्फेक्ट हुन्छ मजा आउँछ यो गेम हैन
You're threading very dangerously right now.
Why?
Which is apt because we're going into dangerous grass.
Ah.
Which is the map draw. Puns all the way. You're enjoying it. Go get yourself some IT, scan the QR code, and hopefully we'll get a random IT lower third down in the middle. I'm just kidding. We're jumping into the game. Fanny getting immediately banned out by RSG. Just
अरे रेस्पेक्ट ब्यान हेर त फ्यानी फर्स्ट ब्यान है गाइस रेस्पेक्ट ब्यान
So right
यताको
now,
फेसै देखेन हौ
looking at
के भनेको भाइ
Fanny goodbye Lancelot. So already,
पाण्डालाई
assassins
call
that
answer
are
एक्लो
taken away right off the bat. But once again, some of the other crucial bans that we always want to see are heroes such as Baxia, Angela. Every now and then, some people will also look out for Atlas as well. I'm not too sure whether any of these heroes or any of these teams will care too much about
Hi,
Atlas.
Panda.
But Chip, let's not forget
Hello.
about that too.
पाण्डु भाइ गेम ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट भयो
That's gonna be a CC. That's gonna be joined into the fray.
RSC
Or
Singapore.
join out of the fray. Goodbye to CC. We do have RG that's taking a little bit more
Top
time
नयाँ
for
छ।
themselves to kind of understand.
त्यो सबै नयाँ रहेछ
what have we
RSC को
learned about them? What have we learned about this? But one thing that I want
हजुर,
to
कस्तो राम्रो
mention
छ?
about is Bong once again, right? Because
खै
Bong,
राम्रो त
he
ठिकै होला
has
तर
been
एमपिएल को
very
बटम टिम हो
successful
त्यही भएर यता
in
झरेको यिनीहरू
Different types of gold lane heroes. You got the
Yep.
mage in the Lunox. You got
such a flexible guy.
spider. gold laner in the
ब्यान
CC.
के हाल्न त
There's a
कालिया
versatile,
स्टिल ओपन छ
marksman.
एन्जिला एन्जिला किन
The Ranger,
खेला छैन
PSG actually works very well with the traditional
कुनै
drafts.
टिमले
Either going in for a long range gold laner. and
गाइस
using
सुपसियर हाल्नु केटा हो ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट भइसक्यो अब यहाँको गेम सुरु हुन्छ
as fast as you can. So the CC getting banned out. You get the Boxia being banned out as well. Angela taken off the tables once again. There's a 100% ban rate onto this little fairy that we see. Won't see the light of day actually. And the juice in. So first pick Kimmy, or going into the Alice might not be a bad idea for RSG as well.
जुक्सिन ब्यान
In the meantime,
एन्जिला ब्यान हानेर यताबाट फर्स्ट पिक के लिएर त यो टिम
the first pick incoming for the side of RSG. Yi Sun-shin is currently
कालिया
open.
वायसेस
Other than
बाक्सिया
that,
पनि
Chip
ब्यान
is
रहेछ बाक्सिया त
another hero that is open, so it could go
YSS
either way.
वायसेस छ कालिया छ
To
वायसेस
prioritize
लिएर
the
मोस्ट प्रोबेबली
clear, that is something that they can look into as well.
एकछिनमा हान्छु
Yeah, we're seeping into dangerous territory right here. First pick will dictate the rest of the draft. Typically, that spot, if Isunjin's
गनी गर्न अन आरेस को गनी गर्न जस्तो धेरै केटाहरूले
was comfortable with playing that one.
Typically,
Typically, he
बिच
always goes
गरिदियो
for the
न।
Fredrin, but right now,
यो मर्फी भने
himself, he wants to win this game.
त्यो
and he's
उमा
going
त्यो
for
भन्दा
the
उमा हेर नि त
Isunjin.
यस्तो
Okay,
उमा क्या
so understandably, when it comes down to PDP, he
रियलमा हेर नि त सेम टु सेम छ हौ
ल म्यान
games.
Yeah.
So this is interesting.
Oh,
PDP
dude.
has never played any Yushin.
D2 है D2 भन्छ
He typically goes
And
for the
Lancelot.
tanks and the lances.
Yeah, Lens is currently 4 times that he has picked so far, but this will make it to be 6 unique heroes for PDPL thus far. Something new inside RSG, I gotta have to say.
मैले यो र यो सेम देख्छ अरे यो र यो यता यो साइड
Might be going for
दाजुभाइले ताने
different
जस्तो
jungler this time around, and I think
मैं
Yahiko
घाटकले
was
यता
using
यताबाट चाहिँ
assassin
घाटकले
to
घाटले
set
ट्रमा
a
हानिदिएको
fire
थियो
for tank junglers. Kimmy and Gatakacha, we've seen that quite a bit from Stallions, and I
Heal
think
the Yahiko
Gatakacha
le.
has been
यहीकोले
resurging once
प्रोबेबली
again
आएको छ स्टिल
from
ओपन छ
the
कि त
Houston
न
middle
Team
position, able to get that
युसन फिल
target,
नइज
able to
आए
get a
मात्रै
lot
छ
of
अब
zone
राम्रो
denial
पिक
capabilities, and healing everything back up, dishing out a lot of damage, and he's one of the
को
few
थियो
roam heroes that you can just build defense and still dish out a lot of punishing damage
गाइस मेक
onto
श्योर
the
टु लाइक द
opponent.
स्ट्रिम
So
500 लाइक पुग्न छ
ASG
सब्सक्राइब
has
नै
a very
हाल्दिउँ
good starting
3000
point.
पुग्छ सब्सक्राइब
But from this point on, the other things that I can look out
के
for
लेला
is
त यता
more
पिकमा
catch, right? Kalia can still be picked out here.
कालिया स्टिल ओपन छ
Forest
त्यही
is
अघि
also available too.
लुनक्स
Otherwise, they can go
चिप
for Lunox and
चिप
Chip
चिप
actually moved over to
तर
RSG.
प्रेसर
So
दिने भयो
they
दुईटा
will
भिजन
focus onto
वाला
the
हिरो
chip. So this is
त्यही त
already
वाइएसएस
one
वर्ल्ड
of the
अनि
good moves
चिपले
for
प्ले हान्छ
RSG.
होला
Perhaps
यहाँ
I
प्रेसर
think
परिदिन्छ
that let me think.
त्यही त्यही
Lunox
म्याप
in
रेन्ज
mid. I think that XP gotta
ट्रु
have
ट्रु
to have a little bit more utility here in order for them to start team fights or rather
पिक गरेको
come
ल
in and follow up right after the chip open the shortcut.
Yeah,
बङको
definitely
गोलेन अति छ
difficult
भइला भन्दैन
to
बङले कस्तो हान्यो भाइ लेट्स गो
championship
आए
for
पछाइसक्यो
mids in the jungles.
Bomb
Early
ko
game
bomb.
potential.
बङ
RSG
बङ यताको
have
गोल
some
लिनर
very
क्या यो
fast early game burst as well. Late game
प्लेयरको नाम हो
potential
क्या
is
बङ
there.
आइज
Just
Thank
not a lot of follow-up setups. So
अति
yes,
मिठो
you can
खेले
get
त्यो
the
बङ
burrow,
मेरो
yes, you can
भाइले
get the stuns off from Chip,
The game crazy
but they
on
can
this.
get disrupted easily by the Gatakacha
आरएससी
hero as
सँग
well.
त टक्करकै
Who
पर्छ
has a
गेम
lot of area zone denial, so it's a very risky position that
हाइली
RSG
सेकेन्ड
has
हो
put themselves
याइकोले
in. Uranus is already banned out. What's left open is maybe even
युरानस
the
ब्यान हाल्यो यो साइडबाट
um
अब यो
the
स्मे खेल्न नै
Grangers,
मिल्दैन किनकि यता लुनक्स लिइसक्यो
the Arlots in the EXP lanes. That's going to be quite highly contested for both
हल्का फ्रन्ट
sides.
लाइन
Both
चाहिरहेको
sides
छ
still opening up
आरएससीलाई चाहिँ
XP and their gold. So everyone's already picked their jungle, roam, and mid. It's going to be options right there. Arlot's getting banned out. RSG could very well go into a double fighter side lane. At least they have they have PTP out in the jungle with the Isun Shin, so that is insurance damage in the late game.
They are not afraid of going double fighters here, especially since if they play chip, they would want to have some tankiness, right? Tankiness. The moment they come out of the shortcut, you want to be able to launch yourself into action almost immediately, fast game kind of thing. So any XP laners that have instant gratification is going to be.
इसमै युरानस दुइटै ब्यान हान्थ्यो
Esmeralda is not exactly the hero that I'm thinking of. I'm more
प्रोबेबली यो
because the moment you
याइकोको
come
एक्सुलेनरले
out of
लापो खेला
yeah, the moment that you kind of come out of your shortcut, you can immediately start to split
लापो
and lock
प्रोबेबली
people
लिन
down.
सक्छ
So that is definitely one of the good things. Lapu is great for initiations because of how tanky he is.
किमी
So
मिडी
much so
किमी
that
त मिडी हुन्छ
he
केटा
has
गोल्ड लेनमा त किमी
the
त्यस्तो राम्रो
lacks
चल्दैन
of that instant gratification that I would want.
I do agree with you. I think Ruby would be the best pick right here for RSG. At least you have a little bit more mobile side lanes. You're able to ditch the wave, try to join in the team fights, and empower PTBL to do their thing. There's going to be Bane getting banned out right
Bane
there,
ओके
so
Bane would have
RSG
been
doesn't
good.
want to risk
के
it.
छ
Especially with the
पिकमा
magic
लापु
management moving
स्टिल
from
ओपन
the
छ
portals, able to disrupt everything.
एलिस
Right there and then, that's the Alice getting
ओके
picked up. The TOR is going to be a huge problem for the portals.
So aside from that, let's take a look at what are the heroes
एलिस
that Taurus is able
एक्सपी
to play for.
ओइ
Unfortunately,
जङ
we don't
ओइ
have
लुकास
Taurus
छि
anymore. It is going to be
के हो लुकास एक्स
Jong.
ओए के नि
Yeah, call it a double fighter side lane.
Crazy
This
लुकास
is their
लुकास
own
एक्सपी होला
rendition of it. There's a Yuzhong
के हो
on the XP
लुकास
side, and maybe
गोल्ड
a Lucas down
Gold हो
on
क्या,
the
gold.
gold lane. Yeah.
Okay,
Gold
I can
type
understand
ग्याम्बल
that.
हान्दैछ त यार फर्स्ट
Damage,
गेममै
but
आरएससीले
very damage centric with not a lot of utility.
I mean, we've seen a
Lucas will
Moskov
be
in
used
mid
on
lane today. Anything can happen.
Oh,
It
shut
could be a
up.
Lucas down the mid side, and then Lunox goes back to gold, which is more reliable
Yuzhong
structured, but
होला
then they're
Lucas
super,
गोल
super
कस्तो
tanky.
हुन्छ
Anyone goes into portal, everyone just gets decimated and blown up to smithereens.
वाइस गोल त
PSG,
हुँदैन
last
होला
pick,
केटा
that's
हो
going to be the marksman.
हल्का
I
यो
think
हुँदैन
what
नि त वाइस
is the safest route could just be maybe a claw, just get out of harm's way.
चाओ
Everyone
लेट्स गो
goes
चाओको
into
हेर्नु
portal
मजा हुन्छ मलाई चाहिँ
anyways.
गेम प्ले
So there's going to be a claw
भनेपछि
in
गाटोको
the bot
एक्सपी
lane as well.
Okay, so this
ए
is
होइन
very
चाओ
game to
गोल्ड
me from the
चाओ
Eagles.
गोल्ड ओके
Everyone just gonna be fighting all the way through.
म्या
The good
दुइटै
thing
पिक
is that
ग्याम्बल छ यार
that Kings SG they do have a lot of crowd control.
ठिकै हो चिपको अगेन्स्ट चाओ गोल्ड
Questions. My only problem is that they
लेट्स
picked
गो
up a
गाइस
Cho.
ड्राफ्ट
However, they
क्रेजी
do
क्रेजी
not
छ
have anyone to
प्रेडी
deal
क्या हान्न
with most
सक्दैन
of the Cho's kicks.
Yeah.
You know, displace and kill immediately. But no
Except
one can kill
for
immediately.
Hayabusa, though.
I would not count. I would not count it.
Fair point. Fair point.
Because you kick, everyone else can just run straight over to whoever's been kicked, right? So
Yeah.
you transfer the Uki to kill.
difficult reliability from that Cho. I feel like Ruby would have been a better pick, but maybe King's
Like
SG is cooking something strong with this one because it's still
Apex
single
line
target
bola
engage
cha
from
Apex
that
में
Cho.
हुन्छ
And to match himself up against, okay, so it's gonna be the Chip in the roam. It's gonna be jungle. Wait a second, it's gonna be Ash with the Eastern Shin gold lane. Would it be?
Huh? I mean, this.
I'm just thinking. I'm just theorycrafting right now. It's much slower in the gold lane, even though
It's still
he gets
okay.
more gold.
Yeah, it's still okay, but it's slower.
हाँ गेम स्टार्ट हो गयो
Technically, we
हेलो
can
एपेक्स
do
Congratulations,
a lot
Lucas.
better.
Congratulations,
You kind
India.
of
Screen
force
share
the
कर रहा हूँ
kind
मैं
of how Bruno would
भाई
want
वाईएसएस
to
गोल्ड ले रहे हैं भाई आरएस लोग
creating those opportunities for yourself. Which
Right.
I
जैसे
feel
मैच है क्या
that
बे अरे
creating the
एंटी बंद कर
opportunities
भाई
as the Yushin is way better.
Yeah. Lucas as well is a very
Let's
snowball
go.
hero. Needs to get
अबे
the
MASARAP
ball
एक रील
rolling,
भेजा
needs
था
to get
कितनी
something
मस्त
moving before
भाई स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ मैंने देखो
but on the bottom side,
भाई
though,
कुछ
Lucas
रेसिस
is
पे भी
clearly
नहीं नहीं
struggling
कुछ
against that
रेसिस ही
Pro,
होगा
because you don't really have that
नहीं नहीं
long
नहीं
range
नहीं ये
hyper
भाई
damage. Hoki taking a lot of damage as well.
वही
Not
वही ये क्या हो
either
रहा है एक सेकंड
reconnaissance heavy kind of play style. The Ryzen just
अरे
flipping
मार
on
रहे
the
भाई
side.
माई मार रहा है
मारा
Yahiko just
ये भाई
drops
आई
everyone
को
down to
ले
the ground. Many members down for the side of the
लेट्स
LSG
गो
Signal.
यही को द चैट
King's
गाइस
SG
घुस रहा है
just
अरे
अरे भाई क्या
triple
मिड लेन
kill right off the bat.
ट्रिपल
kill
किल
मार
लेट्स
Oh,
Yeah, right off the bat, right?
wait,
1 minute
Ryzen.
in, and there's
Mid
3
to
kills
start.
credited over to King's SG
लॉब
already.
स्टार्ट
भाई
Boy, oh boy!
Happy
खत्म
anniversary
भाई
or happy season anniversary.
What?
That's gonna be the
एक
Cho.
सेकंड
Happy
गोल्ड चाओ गोल्ड चाओ
BL. That's just crazy.
हाँ
A lot of damage
गोल्ड
coming through. Iron
वाईएसएस
Man's right
गोल्ड
there,
चाओ
keeping Bong out safe.
क्या गैम्बल पिक हो रहा है भाई फर्स्ट गेम पे ही
That is such a
क्या हो रहा है ये सब
crazy
भाई
amount of mobility from the side of King's SG. I would say that it's kind of good because kind of good for RSG to kind of
याइको
fill
को
the
3
usage
असिस्ट मिल गए
into the gold lane because now
भाई अगर
बढ़िया भाई
यही को ये गेम जीता तो क्या होगा पता है तेरे को
problem.
क्या होगा
ये योंगिन के अगेंस्ट पे मैच होगा योंगिन की टीम के अगेंस्ट
तो ये सारे मैच आज ही होंगे
Takes a
क्या
bit more time. So
हाँ
about
आज ही
1
होंगे
minute 50 seconds.
Let's
Eastern Shin already has
go.
Bottom Shocker. You're able to get
Maniac.
that vision, which helps Chip a
मैनियक
bit,
एमएससी मैनियक
because then you can see where
Yes.
your opponents are. You can make informed decisions before
लेट्स गो
committing into any of these big kind of skirmishes. Hoki already struggling to get that level 4.
टर्टल कंटेस्ट करेंगे क्या ये लोग अरे वेंचो कर रहे हैं अरे अरे टर्टल क्या है पेट्रीफाई
अरे नहीं किमी मर गया किमी
डाउन
मर
गया भाई शट डाउन गया
मिसिंग
भाई
का
इसको कैसे नहीं पता
हाँ
किसने
भाई
देखा क्या लग ये था ये तो एकदम रुकी प्ले था
Barely making it out alive, able to survive. Shah Residue will heal Taurus back
मिसिंग
up
का
with
कॉल भी नहीं
fine
आया
onto
गटोट
King.
के होने के बाद भी
At this
विजन
point
नहीं
in
मिला
time, RSG SG do have the
अब तो
one that
पूरा
do have
थ्रो
the
हल्का सा
priority over the
हल्का से
turtle,
डाला
but I
थ्रो
don't think that it's gonna do too much for them at this for now.
Come on,
because the
come on.
Kings
याही
SG
को
can
ले
just jump right in.
ओह लवली
ओ भाई
Retro gap, bro, retro gap.
ओ भाई गैप दे दिया बंदोंडे ने
As Kings SG slowly
Mid
but
तो
surely decimating one after
भाई क्या
another.
फाइट निकाला है भाई जीजी भाई
हाँ भाई मस्त
खतरनाक फाइट निकाला है भाई ये वाला तो लेट्स गो फुल फॉर्म में लग रहा है
2
लोंडा
minutes on the clock. Already
लौंडा
underneath
फुल
the
फॉर्म में
line, getting shut down.
This is tough game for
मारेगा बोलिया
RSG.
मार
And unfortunately, the entire team is just getting wiped out. The snowball potential that they would want out of Lucas is now just in a really tough spot because ultimately
बाकी हो गया
we
एंटी
are
पूरा
no longer going to be able to see too
अबे
much
नहीं
of,
मार अच्छा खेल रहे
from
साली
RSG anymore
आरएसजी है
because this is a snowbally team.
देखना
They
तू
want to play in the early game, but Lucas can't
रुक
do
रुक
anything.
रुक अच्छे से
and Ash
नेपाल
is
में
stuck in
कमेंट्री
his
दे
lane.
वॉच पार्टी चल रही है
What can they
ऊंचा
possibly do?
ऊंचा ऊंचा
Well, identify the win conditions. PTBL is a little bit too slow with the farm. Right now, Yahiko is 1-0 and 5. PTBL.
अरे ये जोंग भाई क्या रोटेट कर रहा है
Snowball hero if he doesn't
मस्त
get
कर रहा है
that
भाई पेट्रीफाई भी नहीं
snowball
मारा
going,
पता है
will turn
यूजुअली
into
लोग
an
मार
avalanche
देते
and
पता है
everyone's
वैसे
just
टाइम पे
not really
हाँ
intimidated by that.
हक
Lucas
देते थे
slowly getting that farm, his 1,000 gold behind this Hayabusa.
अच्छा खेल
And
रहा है
Yahiko's really
यही
starting
को
to
एक आइटम तो आ गया भाई इतना
It's
जल्दी
just kind of like a normal snow
भाई
slide,
गोल्ड
right?
कटा
It's
ओरे
nothing
वाईएसएस तो छोड़ ही
dangerous
दिया
and
पूरा
nothing to be
अबे चीप है
really
तो जा सकते हैं ये
concerned
लोग तो
about. The Kings SG is just making
थोड़ा
use of the
डर के
entire
खेल रहे
उनका
होगा
ड्राफ्ट
right? They
अच्छा है
took a
पता है
couple
चिप के
of
हिसाब
pot
से
shots over the energy turret in the middle.
हाँ
They took
वो
some of the
लुकास
mid
वगैरह है
lane
ना
as well.
लुकास
So
तो
good amount
हाँ
of
अच्छा
gold
ड्राफ्ट
that
है
is
ये
already
हमने ट्राई
credited
किया हुआ है
over to
ऑलरेडी
them.
ये
With 3.2
अच्छा
thousand gold to them, I think that they should be pretty
मस्त चलता है
happy about
बहुत
that.
A little bit of,
ये
frustrating
हमारा एक
from
टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है उधर
Kings
सही अब
SG.
ये आया है आई गेस
Dealing
हाँ
ओपोनेंट
बता रहा था बॉब
with the
तुम्हारा
with the
मैच हो उससे
heals.
अभी तक
Kings
नहीं
SG
नहीं ये
already in
अभी पांडा लोग का होगा
position for the next
उनके
round of the
अगेंस्ट
game. Doesn't know where Hoki is, but Iron Ryan definitely sees that vision play down the tri-bush. PTBL still struggling to get that farm up and
यस
running.
गाइस
Yahiko's
एपेक्स
already 2
एपेक्स
levels
जोइन
ahead.
गरेछ
Where's
डिस्कर्डमा
the is also down low. That's level 5 onto 2 levels down.
ओए
Yahiko stealing
ओए
away.
नहीं मिला नहीं
अरे
मिला
No.
ऑलमोस्ट
No,
नाइस अच्छा
he
था वे
actually
बहुत अच्छा था
secures
वो तो
that. But without these
He didn't
Lettering-
use his
lettering of
retribution
course.
as well.
honestly, without the Eastern
मतलब
they are
contest कर रहे हैं ये
struggling.
लोग
अबे
chip
जॉन्ग
वाले
का
लोग।
अल्टीमेट कर दिया
Black Dragon form comes out.
रीसेट
No,
कर
अबे
रहे
क्या
immediately just gonna be
डिसएंगेज किया
flying
देखना वो
around the
दोनों देख
skies.
बुश में
At
क्या
this point in
छुपे
time,
मस्त
just gonna be
अरे
flying
जोंग
around.
मर गया अभी
For
भाई
4 person to just dash
अबे
right
जोंग
in.
मर
One
मर
shot
क्यों
kills
नहीं
him.
रहा है मर क्यों नहीं रहा है भाई जोंग
Kill has been
अरे
credited
यार को
just
मर
yet, while PTBL claims the kill onto Yahiko, while Taurus gets
भाई
back
जोंग
away.
मर
But
क्यों नहीं
instead,
रहा
when it comes down to
बोल रहे
the
थे
traction
अंदर।
pulse, he did not
Why
stay
is-
alive though as Bumbo Reborn joins in the fray.
Sorry.
He's gonna be
अरे
taking a
यार
lot, while Iron Riot he gets
मार रहा है
himself
एलिस मार रहा है
कितना
अरे
बोल
भाई
रहा है?
ट्रिपल किल
again.
लेट्स गो
Credited over to him and may potentially be able to get
Nice,
himself a
nice.
maniac
Mar,
right
mar,
here.
mar,
Would he be able
mar.
to suffer? Well, it's gonna be tough.
भाई
PTBL
मैंने
makes a run for it.
भाई ये
Now,
फिलिपिनो है ये एक्सपी
KingSG, they lost a couple, but they claim that
सच में?
all back.
हाँ
I think the
फिलिपिनो
Black
है
Dragon
और
is
बहुत अच्छा प्ले
definitely
करा था ये लोग ने
causing
पता है
trouble for
बुश में हट
KingSG
गए
in the
जोंग
early
कर से
stages of the
अल्ट के
game.
बाद
Once the
हाँ।
threat
बहुत अच्छा
comes
प्ले
in,
था वो
KingSG just
पता
hide
नहीं
within
फिर भी
the
नहीं हुआ
turrets. Yahiko made
बट
a
अच्छे
very
जीते
good
ही है
call
वैसे
just now
तो
using the Uiki shadow kill, but he doesn't have that shadow dash out of the way.
डब्ल्यू प्ले
The only issue is
अब
I see with,
भाई
RSG Singapore is they
भाई
have to
गाटो
this
का
game up
केड़ी
to
देख
20 minutes
मस्त
at
केड़ी
least for Ash to really come online.
अरे भाई
This
ये तो
Yushin
नहीं
is supposed
मरेगा
to be a maniac and a monster in the
जुनोस को
jungle
तो
because
बहुत
it's much
बुली कर
faster
सकता है
farming.
वो
I
अभी
would have thought that the Lucas would have been much better down on the gold lane. It's instead, at least you're able to match yourself up
कितनी
well
टीम है
with the
इनके
toe.
ब्रैकेट में
But right now, it's
6
harder
टीम
for
है
the
दो
Lucas
टीम
and Yushin
प्लेऑफ के
to,
लिए क्वालिफाई होगा
आज ही
really
डिसाइड होगा वो
range kind of
हाँ आज ही होगा
damage
दो टीम
that
तो आउट हो गए
they
ऑलरेडी
have in the jungle. And it's not
अच्छा
really
अब
free
चार
for
भाई
बचा है
सुबह से बात पार्टी कर रहा हूँ भाई यही को फर्स्ट गेम हार गया था भाई
opponent.
वो गेम हार गया था
So,
तो एलिमिनेट ही होता था
सीरीज हार गया कि क्या हो गया
नहीं फर्स्ट गेम हारा रिवर्स स्वीप मारा
ओह
It's only a matter of time
देखना
for
पड़ेगा
KingSG to just kind of huddle up together even more and
देखना
try to
पड़ेगा
pick
भाई
down some of these objectives because
देख रहा था सुना
understandably
उसे
they will want to
हाँ भाई
get more
4 आवर
out
स्ट्रीम हो
of
गया ऑलरेडी
themselves, right?
4
And that's
घंटे
gonna have to come from
अरे भाई
either
लाइक
the
मारो
objective, the turrets, or
500 like already bro let's go
They know where bomb
Let's go,
is. This portal
1000
will
like
lay down.
today.
All 5 members.
अरे भाई ओए क्या पकड़ा है गाटू
immediately that's just not gonna be allowing them to run onto Bong and Bong is gonna be
Sky
sniped down
खुल दो
almost
ना।
immediately. We do have the Black Dragon
Sky
that's just
किम
gonna
किमी
be
पे
emerged
किमी
out of
सॉन्ग
nowhere
वाला
because
इसका
right now
यो
RSG they took one
लूकास
and they're
समझ
happy.
से
But
आ
KingSG
जाते
said
हैं।
that, hey, no, you don't take
खेल
one
रहा है
and
भाई
run. So
अरे
we're gonna
लुकास
be
के पास
coming
इसका
back
है
right
क्या
with you.
Beautiful counter re-engage. Iron Ryan
लग रहा
read
है
that like an
होगा
open book, just holding on to the AUG until the portal
Stay
comes
for
up.
that,
All
I
5 members just coagulating around Bong and then
अरे रिकॉल अरे भाई
Into the middle lane, does seem like Taurus is having a
कोई
real
मजा
tough time
मर गया
receiving so much
वो
support
Kyrie
from our members.
as Yahiko, a little bit of a poke battle down underneath the turret range. But Kings SG 4,000 gold ahead.
क्या
You
अभी
got
तक
the
तो
turtle being
कुछ
spawned
किया
out in
नहीं है
7
वैसे तो
seconds. Kings SG has that Cho as a loose member, able to just find that flanks and make
तूने
sure
तूने
that the
ट्राई
side
किया है
lanes
गोल्ड
are being occupied.
हाँ भाई
as we
टूर्नामेंट पे
speak.
खेल रहे हैं हम लोग
The issue with
अरे बाप रे
RSG's draft
अच्छा है
is it's
अच्छा ही है
very greedy. You need to be able to have Isushin to farm up. You
पड़ेगा
need to
try।
be
अगर
able to do this
डाइव
to
करने का
stay
काम है
in
तो
snowball.
चाओ पे
That needs
गोल्डन चाओ खेल
to
सकते हैं
and it's very, very difficult for
ओपोनेंट
them
का
to
डाइव
split
हाँ ओपोनेंट
those
का डाइव
objectives down to these two members.
With the turtles lane once again, that is going to be
नहीं
the
स्काई पे
turtle
तो किसी के
for
पास भी
Kings.
नहीं है
The next one will come up as the Lord. Understandably, mid
ये
lane
बस
is going to be the next target.
चिप
That's a
किमी
very
को
big
अगर
target
पिक
that's
ऑफ
been
निकाल लिया तो
painted
मुश्किल
onto the
प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा
T1 in middle. Kings SG, they're just waiting for the opportunity to arise.
अभी तो
Well,
आ रही है
I
उसके
don't
लिए
think that they
गाटो
have got what it takes
गेट
to
रहा है
really
अभी
stop
तो लीड
that.
ऐसी
They do have pretty good wave clear though,
6K तक के
so
लीड तो ऐसी ही
even-
बन जाएगा
even I
इजीली
would be surprised that RG will be able to hold that middle lane T1 for extended periods of time.
Yeah, Kings SG is just opening up that map, giving a little bit more vision to where Yahiko
ये
is.
गेम जो हारा वो बाहर
Gameplay
है क्या
is
ऐसा
very,
है
very
कुछ
simple. Bomboy
नहीं,
really
lower
starts
bracket,
things
lower
off with
bracket.
TOR,
ओह
and then
lower
Kings
bracket।
SG just tries to decimate every one of them.
उधर भाई
Secondary
डियाब्लो का
damage
टीम भी
goes
इधर ही
down.
है
Magic damage Yahiko's come in for the cleanup.
अच्छा कुछ बोल रहा था हाँ ये याई को ही बोल रहा था
Wishes. So
हाँ
it's
वही
for
वही
RSG to
वो लोग ही
actually
कोच कर रहे हैं यंगिन
contest
डियाब्लो को
if Kings SG has
अच्छा
a
वही
lot
कर
of
यंगिन कर रहा है वो
counter
लोग टीम
and
को
हाँ
plays towards this portal.
ओह
Taking a look at itemizations, it does look like Kings SG has
भाई वो अच्छा
a
है
lot of the
बहुत
core
अच्छा है
items
उसको
already
पता नहीं
built
उसको
up,
क्यों
and this
हटा
battle
दिया
will be the
उधर
next
से
item building up for Yahiko.
इतना
हाँ
कैरी किया उसके
The
से
Curse
हाँ
Bomb
एक्सपी
as
पे तो
well as
बहुत
the
अच्छा है
Oracle already built
भाई
out.
वही
मार्टिस
इतना
ले रहा
कैरी
है
किया
गुनिवर ले रहा था अभी
On by Boy Reborn
हाँ
as
अब
well.
कितना कैरी
It
क्या
does
है
seem like
सोच ना कोई
PDBL
कैसे सब
decided
कर
to
सकता है
rush
उसको
straight for the Hunter
कर
Strike
दिया बट
despite kind of losing the early
हम्म,
stages. Would have been much
मतलब
better
थोड़ा
if he
थोड़ी
stayed with
गेम अच्छा
the
बुरा
stable
हुआ तो
ओए
position
सब
rather
नाइस
than heading to the war. And
क्या
Ooh,
पिकअप मारा है
great
भाई
kill. Good traction
मस्त
pulse.
खेला
doesn't
भाई
seem like things
ये
are
क्या
gonna
है?
be going any
मर गया
better
लूना
for
भी
RNG.
फ्लिकर बिट
Underneath the T2 turret, more than enough for them to
इजी
stand
गेम
against
भाई
the
इजी
RSG.
गाइस इजी गेम
Kings are very
बॉस
structured.
गेम
Yahiko also goes in. Ashley
भाई
dash out
छोड़
just
दिया
in
उसको भाई
time.
माफ कर
Won't
दे
be
उसको
able to commit the Wiggy shadow kill. Kings
फाल्ट
SG
नहीं
has
तभी तो
other
मर जाता था वो
priorities in mind, taking down all of the resources that
भाई
RNG
गोल
has
ले भाई तो
At this point in time, Kings
कौन लेता
SG,
है गोल
they
लेते
will
तो ज्यादा हो
be
गया
doing
थोड़ा
whatever that they can to take down this Lord. And RNG, they have no way to kind of take this down, right? Because PTBL is currently at level 10. Let's compare to Yahiko level
ना अब तो आई
13.
थिंक जीत
There's a
जाएंगे
3 levels gap, and that retribution
इजी है
retribution
हाँ ये
change
तो इजी ही लग रहा है
difference cannot fight it.
ये पता वैसे फार्म भी होगा तो ये गेम हार्ड ही है उसको माने अभी
ना
तो
बहुत मुश्किल है
अभी तो फार्म भी
किमी
नहीं
की
है
तो
उसको
फार्म है वो किमी के पास स्काई पीएसआर है ऊपर से
हाँ फार्म
आई थिंक मेरे को वो लगता है 60 स्टैक नहीं 60 तो नहीं होगा आई थिंक 40-50 होगा अभी क्योंकि 3 तो उसको पहले ही मिले थे
हो सकता है वो
Still got a couple more times before RSG starts to get a little bit more, I would say,
चीप लेवल 8 है
confident for
चीप
themselves.
गाइस अलगा यूजलेस से पैसे का बताओ
The early stages, they are still a team that has a lot of damage in their mix, right? The moment that you kill one, there is still 3 others that can do damage to you. Kill 2, there's still half that they can do something to you. Murphy is going to be a very good answer to dealing with Bumble
ये आरएसजी का विन कंडीशन तो सिर्फ गेम ही है अभी तो
can essentially split up the fight to ensure that Ryzen retake it.
अरे 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 आया को पकड़ने वाला है क्या?
RNG can actually do so.
नहीं बच गए भाई वेस्ट हो गया चिप कार्ड नाइस नाइस
लग भी जाता तो भी कुछ नहीं होता था वो
हाँ वही ना ऑल्ट मार देता
any kills that they can, but Kings SG already 10,000, almost even the 10,000
बट चौका
gold
फ्लिकर
ahead.
हुआ
The
है
damage from Ryzen is starting to really hurt every one of the members of
अरे
RNG
भाई क्या
Singapore.
आइटम बनाया भाई उसने तो
Reborn, just certain things.
नहीं इंगेज कर रहे हैं भाई ये ड्रैगन मरेगा
I don't think that they will be
मरेगा क्या ऑल्ट
ran
ही
a
तो है
little bit too far, and RG's kind of take that more
हाँ
of
शैडो हट
a
गई वो
zoning tool.
कौन सी प्ले चाहो
Because
फ्लिकर
of
तो नहीं चाहो
नहीं
the,
होगा
Black
कुछ नहीं
Hole
होगा
is ready
भाई
to use. It's
फ्लिकर नहीं
currently gonna be
ये
cooldown for about
टावर
50 seconds.
नहीं
So
जा रहा
Kings, if they
लॉर्ड
want
के लिए
to
भाई
force
एकदम
for
डिसिप्लिन
anything,
गेम
now's
प्ले
the time.
Don't really have the minions to force an issue down the turret base. Just waiting for the next lord to spawn in the next 70 seconds.
10k गोल गैप सुन
It will take a little bit time for the RSG to eventually pop up, but eventually it's more about getting control of the Lord.
Actually, Eastern Shin isn't
गाइस जियो सीरीज जले जितो टीम स्टालियन सँग पर्छ अगेन्स्ट डियाब्लो टीम
doesn't have that free roam or free farm that he actually needs from the start if he was a jungle. If
ये
he was,
एलिस तो मस्त है भाई मैंने
if he was
खेला
an Eastern Shin in the jungle, it would
मस्त
be
है
easier
एक्सपी पे
for the chip to
क्या
set
अल्ट
things
लगता
up
है
because he
एकदम
already has that burst damage.
रेंज भी इतना
Whereas Lucas needs to
बड़ा है
really have that ultimate on hand
हाँ
and
अल्ट का
unleash
भी पता
these
नहीं
before
इतना
anything
बड़ा
goes
हिट
south.
वो है
It's still not going
रेंज
to
है
be easy though, because comparing the
ये
fact that
फ्लिकर पे क्या
Eastern
हो रहा है
is the
भाई
highest goal,
फ्लिकर
right?
भी है
But
भाई
it's
इसके
still
पास तो ये लॉर्ड पे एंड हो
71%
जाएगा आराम से
and
एंड
that is equal to Iron Riot.
Slowly turning
फ्लिकर
into
पे
Iron
ही
once
खेलते हैं
again,
ना
but
एलिस
they're
तो
very quiet on the side of Kings
पता नहीं
SG.
मैं तो
That's
कुछ
how
लोगों
they
को
like their
वेंजेंस पे भी
castle
देखा
to be. And
हाँ
RNG
इंडिया
Singapore
पे
just
तो भाई
right on
बेंजेस ही
this, and
होता
there's
है
nothing they can do. It's just intimidating by Kings SG. And if
ये
you play
तो
chip and you're intimidated like that, you can't really find an open bush. You can't find an option for
ये
you
लैन है क्या
to go in
ये
for an
इधर से
ambush.
खेल
But
रहे हैं
there
लोग
is still a chance to
लैन
actually
ही है
win
इधर नीचे देख
for Kings
सेम
SG
है
if
बट पता नहीं
Opens
स्टेज पे
doors
होगा
for
प्ले ऑफ तो
any loose
स्टेज
members
पे
at all,
प्ले ऑफ वगैरह
then it might flip the script.
And chip is kind of made just so that you have got good information as well as good ways of rotation.
अभी तो लॉर्ड नहीं
भाई
मिलेगा
तो एमपीएल जीत गया याही को
Because there's no way that
बाय
the Ryzen
एमपीएल
themselves
जीत
will
गया
run
डायरेक्ट स्लॉट पे
forward.
एंड
So anything if
7
chip currently completely useless,
crazy.
because portal just doesn't do anything for the team anymore.
Lord taken and secured by Kings SG. Just waiting a couple of seconds before the Lord spawns in, marches down the mid.
अभी तो भाई बहुत स्ट्रांग टीम है भाई एमपीएल सिंगापुर फ्लैश भी सेकंड पे इविल फर्स्ट पे
Slow day in the office for
Flash second
RSG
है?
Singapore.
हाँ फ्लैश को इविल इतना मार रहे हैं
As they slowly make their way, at least
तो
from the
इविल का भी
wall,
टीम
right?
अच्छा ही था
Slowly
मेरे
make his
ख्याल
way
से
down
लास्ट
to the
टाइम मैंने
bottom.
देखा था
हाँ लास्ट टाइम
Slowly
थर्ड हुआ
challenge
था
RSG. Make them have no creeps. Make them have no
पहले
creeps.
इविल के साथ ट्राई आउट कर रहा था
Allow
याई को
them to even try to find a way to come
नहीं
back.
बैठा क्या उधर कुछ
Only that, they
सिनर्जी
have to face up
हाँ
against
सिनर में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो गया था
the monster down the EXP side, just healing everything back up, setting things up with a TOR. Border will crash down the bottom
12
side.
के
Kings
gold
taking
lead
down
है
the
भाई।
mid-tier
हाँ
three.
इंडिया भाई ये तो
RSG
कौन सी
Singapore
ले
doesn't
एलिस
wanna
मस्ती
make
कर
a
लेगा
move. They
देखे
don't
देखे
have
देखो
that
एलिस को
many
देखो
Black
बस अभी
Form initiates.
a little bit off
Disengage के लिए
timing
ult
due to the
मार
fact
दिया।
that there wasn't
अब फिर से इनकेस करेंगे ऑल के लिए
भाई वो लॉर्ड ही नहीं क्लियर हो रहा देख।
the Lord is currently marching
वाह
forward.
ना भाई
Blue
क्या
Buff
हुआ
coming
और
down to
देख
the bottom
घुसा
lane.
ये
Oh, middle lane as well.
ये
In the meantime, Ryan, there's gonna be
बेस
some
बेस बेस बेस
they are just gonna be taking
GG
point.
guys
And as
खत्म
I
भाई
said, the
खत्म।
shortcut is not gonna do anything as such.
लेट्स
The
गो
entire
भाई अपना हीरो आ गया
of course,
वो
just flying
टाइम
into
क्या
the
अरे
देखो
अरे भाई
भाई
जोर से मत मार भाई नेक्स्ट
RG
में
Singapore.
मैं
As I said,
देख
the shortcut
ये
is
को
not
देखे
gonna do anything as such. The entirety of
ये
SSG just
भाई
focusing
हाथ
on
तोड़ देगा भाई ये तो कौन है भाई
Dominant
चश्मे
game. RG
भाई फुल
Singapore, I
गुस्सा
think
वाला
everything
एकदम
just broke
गुस्से
down in the
में।
draft.
हाँ
Difficult to
भाई
execute,
दे
difficult to just perform, especially with the Asun Shin in the gold lane.
हाथ
Mid
तोड़ देगा
lane
भाई
doesn't really matter because the lead was way too far ahead. It's King's
अबे
SG
ये तो वाइट जैकेट
really
वाला तो नहीं
showing us
नहीं
what
भाई
they're
ये
made of. They
दोनों तो
really want
सेम
to stay
सेम
in
लग
this
रही है
competition.
यानी
They
ये
really want to get to the next stage.
वो
Yep,
जो
they're
वाइट
gonna have to
जैकेट
go
वाला
back to
तो
the drawing board and really
साइड
understand
फेस
and
से जैस्टोनी
identify
में दिख रहा था हल्का सा।
what is really the problem
Just know
for
this.
this
देखना उसका
game
साइड फेस
against
देखना।
Kings as
To the next G, they
नहीं साइड
execute,
फेस।
difficult to just
हाँ
perform,
थोड़ा थोड़ा
especially with the Asun
स्पेस
Shin in the
लिमिटेड
gold
लग रहा
lane.
है
At the end of the day,
भाई यही होगा
it doesn't
फिलिपिना
really
भाई
matter
इतना
because
एग्रेसिव
the
है
lead was way
क्या
too far ahead. It's King's
हाथ ही
SG
तोड़ देगा ये तो
really showing us what they're made of. They really want to stay in
नहीं
this
ये नहीं लग रहा, वो
competition
जो
and really
बीच में
want to
बैठा
get
ना
to
वो
the
लग
next
रहा है।
stage.
yep, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and really
जिस
understand
guys
and identify
नेक्स्ट टाइम बाइक सर अझै
what is
लाइक
really
सा
the
गान्ने
problem
सब्सक्राइब हान्नु
for
केटा
this game
3000
against
सब्सक्राइबर
Kings
पुग्नु
SG, right? Because I think ultimately
The
लेट्स
numbers
गो
can
1k
be
लाइक
aligned.
मसारप
Some
1k
sub,
लाइक।
okay.
भाई
yeah,
वन
we
के
gotta
तो
give
हार्ड ही
credit
है
where
बहुत
credit is due, right? The entirety of Kings SG played
गाटो
phenomenally.
कैन पीपल लेट्स गो
Albeit it's not exactly a very difficult game
लोगो
for
भी
them to
मस्त है
say.
भाई ये
They
लोग का
just gonna have to play it out, do what
गाटो
they
को मिला, मेरे को
do
लगा
what
किमी
they
को मिलना
know,
चाहिए था।
and end the game just like
पता
that.
वो
Because
इसका
RG
भाई
doesn't
क्या
टीम
है
really
अच्छा
have
खेला
got
टीम में।
any ways to kind of
वो टावर डाइव करके जो नॉस को मारा वो तो बहुत अच्छा था।
Out of the entire
हाँ भाई वो तो
stage run, I think
किमी
RG
को मिलता
Singapore
अगर उधर
took
जोंग
about
ने नहीं
one
मारा
game
होता तो
out of every
हाँ
single
और उसका
game that
गलती
they
नहीं था
played.
किमी का कि जोंग
I think it was 12
को मार
games
दिया,
total.
उसका
हाँ
फॉल्ट
मिसिंग
नहीं था
One
वो।
game
हाँ मिसिंग नहीं
won,
मिला उसको
0 games.
मिसिंग भी नहीं मिला और फिर
1 game
रोम
won,
को रोम ने
and
चेक भी नहीं
11
किया
games
उधर।
lost. But
आई मार्क
right
भी
now,
चेक नहीं
RG
किया
Singapore
किसी ने।
really desperately
251
trying to
आइटम
fight
क्या है ये लोग
their
का
way through. I think played
आइटम
safe,
इंडम देखते
played
थोड़ा एलिस पे तो यही बनाते हैं आई गेस आए पे यही है डिफरेंट कौन सा है वॉइस का देखना
इनका
है
पूरा अलग लाइनअप है ना, ये तो आरएसजी का भी।
हाँ नया लाइनअप है ये लोग का नो लाइनअप भाई चिप का देखे
वे व्हाट
बात भाई
द सॉरी भाई माफ है तो।
थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी आ जाएगा
भाई ऐसा थोड़ी होता है भाई, ये तो ज्यादा हो गया भाई। इतना अच्छा है वो फॉर्मनेस, इतना शील्ड आता है उसके साथ, कितना मस्त है।
हाँ ना भाई
अब कितनी देर में दूसरा मैच?
अभी
Even
होगा
2 minutes.
5
In
मिनट्स
less than
में
2 minutes already
अच्छा 5 मिनट्स ही
progressing down
रहेगी
on
क्या?
the purple buff,
हाँ
already taking
ज्यादा
down
नहीं
3
होता
members, early triple kill
फर्स्ट
over
के
the
बाद
Ryzen that snowballed everything to oblivion and beyond. PTBL is just not having a good
क्या हो रहा है
time,
भाई
good
तुम लोग का
farm,
प्रैक्टिस
and you
कैसा
as
हो
a
रहा है
snowball hero, you really need to
कल
चल
देख
रहा
रहा
है
था
भाई,
मैं
चल रहा है।
लाइव एंटी का
snowball
स्क्रीम
turn
लाइव
yourself into an avalanche, but no
ये
kills
माफी गया भाई वो।
or very little kills that he can
कितना
actually
कितना जीते
achieve.
फुल
Out of the
सीरीज
5, he's only got 2. At least he's got
2-1
something
हुआ
in
ना?
his pocket.
अच्छा
yeah, so all in all,
नहीं रेडियम भी कर गया तो
I
उसके
will
पास
say that,
वो था उसका वाईफाई डिवाइस का इशू था,
all things
तो बोले
considered,
रहने देते, बाद में ही
Taurus
करेंगे
did
फिर।
whatever they can
किधर है
to
रेडियो
soak in all the
बाहर है
damage,
क्या
but
घर गया ना दिवाली।
to see,
अच्छा
that he is
देख सबका थोड़ा थोड़ा कुछ ना कुछ चल
difficulties
का
in
तो उस टाइम पे
tanking
चले,
and
छोड़ बाद
difficulties
में
in
ही
dealing
खेलते।
damage. I mean, to
ठीक
be
है
fair, it's nothing too surprising. Kind of lost the lanes and lost the wave. They gave an
नेक्स्ट टाइम मेरे को
early
इनका आ जाए
triple
दूसरा
kill
मैच
and
तो
then slowly
ठीक है
after
ठीक है
that,
एक मिनट
close to a maniac for Bun Boy Reborn as well. Not the best way to open things
ये
up,
देख
especially
उसको
since
देख,
the team
मेरा वो दिख रहा है
kinda
स्क्रीन?
wants to play that.
स्क्रीन रुक
मसारप
देखता हूँ
नहीं, मेरा वो देख कैमरा ऑन
Yeah,
करता हूँ।
especially for
हाँ
the
दिखा
chip
दिखा
though. I think the chip was a very good pick.
है?
And I feel like
कैमरा,
if
पेन?
Yizun was in the jungle and Lucas was in the gold lane,
दिख रहा है क्या?
it might have been a different story.
भाई
I
हस्की
think
है ना
they
ये तो
have tested this Yizun in the gold lane
इसकी शेक
in
हैंड
their scrims or in the practice.
मेरे पास भी है
Basically, it kind
हस्की
of works out for them. But when it comes down to
जा
in the actual professional scene,
वाह बड़ा
it will be very difficult to execute,
जाता है।
especially since you're slower to the level 4, slower to the
चल,
level
text कर मेरे को, मैं
15
आता।
power
ठीक
spike.
है
You're slower to a lot of
गाइस लेट्स गो वन गेम
core
जित सक्यो
items.
अब एक गेम जित्यो भने
You don't have that free roam in the
टिम
jungle
स्टाइलियनसँग
or
पर्छ
onto your
टिम
creep.
स्टाइलियन जित्यो भने
You're
चाहिँ फिक्स
always
पुग्यो
constantly
प्लेअफ
being aggressed
त्यो पनि
on
दुईटा स्लट छ
by the mid lane duos,
A lot
and
of pressure.
it's a lot of pressure. You have to
अब केटाहरूले एक हान्नु पर्यो है एक हान्नु पर्फेक्ट हुन्छ टिम स्टाइलियनसँग हेर्न मजा आउँछ केटाहरूको गेम चाहिँ टिम स्टाइल नै खतरै स्ट्रङ छ नि त
The entire jungle camp is kind of yours, right?
Yeah.
If you got nowhere to farm, I mean the jungle camp is literally where you want to farm.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, you expect that there are people there that will be able to help you. But if you are kind of cooped up in the gold lane, you are just playing possum, right? Waiting for someone to come over to help you. You are codependent to the rest of your team. While as a user in the jungle, yes, you are still codependent on your other players.
गाइस
but
अन
at
त एक
least
क्लाउड
you
ब्रल
have
हान्नु फेरि
opportunities with them.
Do have to agree with you. It's back to the drawing board for RSG, especially for Coach.
गाइस एक क्लाउड ब्रल हान्नु रहेछ गाइस लबी कोड फेरि बढाउँछ अनि फेरि गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ गाइस जोइन गाइस लाइक साइक हान्दिउँ शेयर गरेर केटा हो अझै बाइक छ आएको भाइको स्टार्ट हान्दैछु गाइस एक गेम हुन्छ अनि फेरि आएको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ गाइस के फ्यान त आउँदैन यार ओ माई गॉड केटा अरे त्यो मलाई गाइस लेट्स गो सेभर स्वाइप हान्दै केटा अलि हिरो सो वान ट्रिक ब्रेक्स चाहिँ खेल्दै मैले
Hope will find a way, even when all is forlorn.
भुक्दै गएर फ्यान त नखेल मलाई केटा फ्यानै हल्का आउँदैन भुक्दै गएर छोड्छु के भन्दैछ केटा
हेलो
भन न
के भयो म्याच
जित्दैछ आरएससीलाई नै एक हान्छ के भर्खर उठेको अब 5 मिनट ब्रेक छ अनि फेरि अर्को गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ ए हो कि गेम स्टार्ट भइसक्यो त व्हाट द फक गेम स्टार्ट भइसक्यो यार गेम नआइदिन्छ
Was on a 2-0
रोक
loss. So going into the random map draw, this flying cloud doesn't change too much. There's always late game potential that
गाइस गेमै नअन भन्ने भयो गेम स्टार्ट अब आयो
Going straight up into the draft with Kings SG gonna be on first pick, first ban, and when it comes down to RSG, second pick, second ban, we've already got quite a bit of these heroes that's being
एपेक्सले टेक्स हान त गेम स्टार्ट भएपछि टेक्स हान भन्दै
with the Lancelot, the Angela, as
म अघि बसिरहेको
ban out from the
थिएँ
side of KSG, and finally with
RSC
CC and Buxia.
Well, respect over to Yahiko's fanning, so huge shout out to him as well. This is
Whoa,
Juicin,
Yahiko
snap
fan
pick
is
to
ban
right
and
now.
it's
RSG
all
might be
they
able
keep
to pick
fast
up that
ban.
Kimmy for themselves. But I think it's a tit for tat, this for that kind of situation where, Juicin will hold herself up well. And it's really how well the
Guys, म
opponent
चाहिँ
plays
AFK नै हुन्छु
around
ब्रलमा
you
गेम हेर्नु
with
पर्यो
you. So there's going to be a Kimmy slot if RSG wants to snap pick that one up. Then it's going to be paired up with the Uranus down on the EXP side. Unless you they want to try, something a little bit funky again, go with the Uranus in the jungle.
Guys, game start भइसक्यो हैन
I know, it's possible though. And you have a lot more burst damage too with the second skill.
Well, at least It's something that can happen, but I don't think that is something that RSG would do. At least a little bit too early for them to just lock it down and say, okay, this is what we're gonna
फास्ट एन्ड
do.
चाहिन्छ र
Because that's
खै
Kalia
के
for the side of
फ्यानै
RSG.
हल्का आउँदैन केटा हो
They
मैले
have
ट्राई पनि हानेको
Wombo,
छैन
so
र
they pick up a mage for themselves that can
गाइस
actually
ड्राफ्ट
take
हेरौँ
out
ड्राफ्ट हेरौँ
Kalia once again.
गेम
So
स्टार्ट
as soon
हुन्छ
as the Wombo combo comes
कालिया
in,
लिएको छ
then they gotta have to
अहिले हल्का नर्मल ड्राफ्ट हुन थाल्यो अघि वाइएसएस गोल खेलाएर थियो
burst down that Kalia. And
Ole.
at least they gotta have to
RSC
यो
ले
आरएससीले अनि
they
हार्यो
gotta
नि
have
सिट
to extend the
जो
team fight a
पाइदियो
little bit
ड्राफ्ट
longer.
RSC भने
Mhm. It kind of looks like
आरएससी भने
a
पहिलाको राम्रो टिम हो तर सबै टिम
winner clear
रिप्लेस भइसक्यो सबै
jungle
प्लेयर चेन्ज
for Kings Esports, but I do want to see
अनि एमपिएल
them
सिङ्गापुरको
against
बटम टिम हो
Flaming
त्यही भएर यता आएको
Assassins. There's going to be the Gato and the Arlot getting picked up. A lot of CCs
सुरुको
right
गेम
now
त
for
यही
Kings.
गेम जित्नुपर्छ हैन
RSG though,
होइन
it's
यो
their
गेम
last
जितेपछि
attempt
अझै
at
अर्को
the
लाइन
game.
जित्नुपर्छ
If not, you want to go with something that can pair
अर्को
up
गेम त
well
कोसँग छ भन
with
न
गेम जित्दा पर्ने
setups,
हैन
which might be
योङ्गिनहरूसँग छ योङ्गिनको टिम
I would like to
दुईटा
believe
टिमलाई
and I
जित्दा
would like
पर्ने
to
हैन
hope to see a Farsa. Lunix for
तर
sure.
लोवर ब्याकेट अझै छ नि त
But regardless,
यिनीहरू लोवर ब्याकेट छ
for the side of Kings SG, it is a lot of crowd control for now, right? Got the Kaja, the Alert as well as the
टिम
Jinx.
स्टालियन
That's
छ
what they
सबभन्दा
want.
स्ट्रङ टिम चाहिँ टिम स्टालियन देखिरहेको छ
Yeah, it's going to be the Kimmy again.
योङ्गिनको
I
टिम
think early game, Kalea,
डियाब्लोहरू
Kimmy versus Gato Juicing.
याइको भाइले हान्छ
Juicing
तर
is just horrendous. It's
चलो चलो चलो
horrendous in a
स्टार्ट
good
स्टार्ट
sense. Like
भाई
it's
कितना
a
जल्दी
game
स्टार्ट हो गया
that
भाई
is so
ब्रॉल
hard.
से
You
एफके हो
get
गया
the
मैं तो
close, you
भाई
get the
मेरा
taunt,
गाना
you
भी
get
खत्म नहीं हुआ
pullback. That buys a lot of time for the juicing.
कौन सा गाना
Build up
सुन
the
रहा था
butterflies, and
टिंका
then
चिका हो
out
गया
with the lantern.
बेवफा
And you
बेवफा
have a
गाना सुन
lot
रहा था
more vision control if you are a juicing
एपेक्स
rather than a Kimmy.
So right off the bat,
एपेक्स
we still
हाँ
don't have
बोलना
anyone that can really make full use of
कितने
the
बजे उठा
Kimmy,
मैं
sorry,
9
the
बजे
Kalia sorry, the
सच में
Kalia's pick off
हाँ
is
इज्जत से बेटा टाइम पे
they
एकदम
want to
शेड्यूल
get
हाँ
more
शेड्यूल
मैं
farm.
भी उठा
So with the fact that they haven't picked up the
बहुत फनी बना
jungler,
है इसके बाद तू
either the jungler needs some
नहीं
kind
नहीं
of
मैं
मतलब
भी
तू
उठा
burst, and
इसके बाद
that
ब्रेक में 1v1
is
करेंगे
probably
ठीक है भाई
Lancelot,
कर सकते
I
हैं
do believe.
Yeah, Lancelot's already banned
बेट्रिक्स
out.
ऑन द
His chin
स्नाइपर
still wide and
वाओ
open for
लेट्स गो
pickings if
मेरा
Kimmy
मस्त है भाई स्नाइपर अभी बता
मेरा भी भाई मेरा
Guinevere is probably
Lee Sun
the
Shin
other
for
चलो
Kimmy.
भाई
possibility. He's
Yeah,
already
it's
been
already
taken
banned
out.
out. Yeah,
ये
Lee Sun
क्या
Shin is
बैन हो
actually
रहे
very, very good for
ओ भाई
Kings.
जुक्सिन दे
Kings
दिया
SG. They have
केलिया ले
adequate
लिया
amount of
नाइस
crowd control. All they need is a
यूरेनस
insane burst damage coming in from the jungle
अबे
side.
लेंस
So
में लेंस
at
बहुत बैन
least
कर
you
रही है
have
लोग
a lot more
क्यों
assists and backup coming in
खतरनाक
from the
प्लेयर है क्या
jungle.
लेंस नॉट क्यों उधर
If Yahiko goes into
दूसरा
the
सीन है इधर
position, but I feel like this
ओ
might be a Hayabusa game once again.
मेरे को पता है
Yeah,
एपेक्स में तेरे को
Hayabusa
बताता
can
हूँ
also be a thing.
Yeah,
हाँ
for the Kimmy, very difficult
कल
to
कल
purify
स्ट्रीम
out
पे
of
बोला
that
था
and
याइको
dash out of that as well.
There's
कि
also another thing for RSG is
कि
that
उसको
they do
कंफर्ट नहीं है अभी लेंसलॉट इसलिए बैन ही कर
not
देते
quite banned out just yet.
मैं
At least in the
मैं
quick
तेरी
early
खिलाते
session,
रहता
then they can actually
व्हाट्सएप
go
में
for triple
स्ट्रीम में
master,
बन
which
सकते
can
इधर
make
थे
them
कि
pretty
ठीक है
strong if they decided to go for a Granger or a what's that again? The
Your team is
इसलिए
Okay,
the
so
वो
Bruno, yeah.
पहले का गेम भी लेंसलॉट ही बैन कर
I think
देते
Bruno
याइको का
works as
वही
well.
नोटिस किया
Single target to an AOE car control
वाइसेस
kind of
ओपन है क्या
three. I
वाइसेस
think
ओपन
Bruce
है
might be able to work out well
जोई ले
here.
लिया
The
जोई
jury gets
इन
snapped
लोग का
into
बहुत
control
मैजिक होगा है
by
ना
RSG.
जोई
बट
के
वाइसेस
His
नहीं
KSG
देगा मेरे
needs
को
to
लगता
be
है
able
फ्रेड्रिन
to
लेगा तो बट
think
डैमेज
about
नहीं रहेगा बट फिर उसके
फ्रेड्रिन
बाद
बैंड है
ultimately
फ्रेड्रिन
deploying.
वाइसेस
When he
फ्रेड्रिन
has
बैन है
already
क्या
used
अच्छा
Shin
वाइसेस
and
ले
with
वाइसेस
that,
क्या
a lot more
लेट्स
damage.
गो
You
लेट्स
have
गो
a lot more
अरे
crowd
लेट्स गो
controls
हुर्रे कर रहे
already.
सब
And if we're
रे
happy about that,
रे
that is the final hurrah, and they
ये
are
देखना
ready to
इन
go.
लोग का जर्सी
ओए
4
RSG,
ओए
their
वो
last
कौन कौन
pick
दिख रहा है देखो बीच में
will be the Kimmy.
हाँ सब वही बोल रहा था कमेंट में भी
Yikes. Okay, so
कहाँ
at
कहाँ
least
ये
देख
बोल
बीच
रहा
में
है ना
देख बीच में देख
ये बोल रहा है ना
the Kalia's
वहाँ ना वो 4
the
मिरेकल
Kalia's
वाली
hooks
जर्सी
up,
भी है वाइट
hooks
बाल भी
in,
है
and that gonna have to wait for the later stages. Joy also do have pretty good burst in the early stages, but
ओ
this
भाई
is
कैरी ले
provided
लिया
that
है
the
कैरी
opponents
के
don't
लिया
have a lot of crowd
गुड
control,
लक हो
which
जाएगा
they
अभी तो
kind of do. In
रित के
fact,
अगेंस्ट भी
this is
अच्छा है
a
क्या
full
कैरी
crowd control kind of team from the side
हाँ
of
वही
Kings.
तो
So I can just
खत्म भाई
imagine
अमान
that
नहीं मारेगा
both the
भाई
Uranus
ये
as
गेम
well as the Joy will have a lot
याइको का
of
केडीए
problems
गैस करो
just because of the fact that they can't
KD
stay
है
in
कितना
the
होगा
heart of the
केडीए गैस
in the
हाँ
heart of the battle for extended period of time,
7
and
2
that
3
is the caveat of them being able to deal
7 2
proper
3
damage.
मैं बोलता हूँ
We're
मेरा
going into
रहेगा
game, we're loading in, but to be honest though, I think Kings
2
SG's draft
10
is so much more experienced. They have a lot of crowd
क्या
control
भाई इंडियन
already.
सर्वर समझा है
You
क्या
have a mid EXP roam position that
देख देगा
creates so
मारेंगे
much
ना भाई
opportunities
बहुत
for
फाइट
the
होगा
two
अभी
main damage dealers for Kings SG. A traditional fronts back,
2
which is
10
very fun to play against RSG, which does not have a
एक दो
lot
flicker
of
ulti या allot
viable
दिखा देना
controls
मस्त
via
वाले
the random,
मजा आ
which is
जाएगा
irritating, but I don't think it might be
वही ना
too much
कैरी
of a
के
problem
मस्त
for
मारता
these
है
to
यार।
take down if this game doesn't go up to
चार
maybe
मैजिक है
15
इन पे
minutes. So as this game goes
और सिर्फ एक है
longer,
O2 डैमेज
KSG
है
will find it incredibly increasingly tougher, but not
Guys, let's
impossible
go.
to
Game 2.
clear. This is going to be match point. for Kings SG.
Team
One more game and they're up
Team
ahead
RSC versus
of
Team Kings
Stallions
SC.
in the upper bracket finals for the
Singapore
tournament
cookie.
bracket stage.
Well, we shall
Singapore
see
cooking.
how this game is going to turn out in the end of the day. This is potentially the last game for RSG, or rather potentially
वो
last
last game of the
RSG.
RSC बोल दिया
As
भाई
Johnson mentioned, they will
Caster
try to get into the
सही
lower
तो बोला,
brackets at the
गलत
moment.
सही बोला भाई वो सही
Is it gonna go for 3-game series?
ऊंचा
At
भाई
this point in
ऊंचा
time, I just don't see how RSG have got a proper
ब्लू से
window
स्टार्ट किया है दोनों जंगल
PDBL as well as Taurus, they are just going
तो
to be
ले
having
लिया
अच्छा खेल
a
रहा है भाई
lot of
किमी तो
problems in team fights itself, which just kind
किमी
of
बहुत
knocks
ले रहे हैं
off
इधर
any form
एम्पल
of
सिंगापुर का
possibility for
सब
peeling
जगह चल रहा है
ahead.
भाई किमी तो दिमाग खराब करता है बहुत
Well,
स्ट्रांग है
speaking of heals,
मिड पे तो बहुत
get
दिमाग है
IT right on the board, scan the QR code, and type in the redeem code. That's a taunt
अरे
over.
मां
अरे भाई भाई
Pull back again onto Hoki, not enough mana to
अरे
chase
व्हाट
down.
हैरी प्यूरिफाई नहीं है व्हाट द
And
फक
that is the
Harry
power
Purifier
of
नहीं है?
SG. You're able to taunt and pull the members back
भाई
into fray. So good call by Iron Ryan.
हारे
You
ना
have
अगर
the
तो ब्लेम
early
कर देंगे
rotations coming
उसको
in
कमेंट में
lane
जाके
as well.
फर्स्ट
Very
फर्स्ट पे
fast
तो
clear,
एफपी
very
उठाएंगे
fast
ना ये लोग
movement,
वही
and
ना
hopefully we'll see a skirmish on the
क्या
side lanes
अभी
as,
कैरी के
as
साथ
fast
है
as
भाई
we can
बचेगा ही नहीं वो
right
तो
now.
अरे
Taurus
यूरेनस
actually
तो
doing
मार रहा है
really
इसको
well against One Boy Reborn, so
मारता है
takes
क्या
a little bit more time to come online.
मारता तो है पर नहीं नहीं खाना चाहिए ना मार
हाँ
You don't really have a lot of options to do too much to a forever regenerating tanky beast. Well, in the meantime, you yourself don't really
भाई
have much damage to work with. He does have a Fury,
बात तो
Fury
पॉइंट की
hammer
करा
for himself, so that is somewhere.
हार तो
But
नहीं
aside
खाना
from
चाहिए
that,
पर
everyone else doesn't really have any items that deviates from what we would otherwise know of.
It's a level 4 onto One Boy Reborn, which is interesting because he was
भाई फर्स्ट टोटल स्टार्ट कर दिया
suffering a
ऑलरेडी
little bit on the
भाई
XP side.
इंस्टेंट शॉट
He started
गाल्टी दी
level
भाई
four, he's able to
ले
see
ले लेगा लगता है
slash on
रिट्री
board.
आ
अरे
Steal that
मतलब
turtle.
शिट
It doesn't seem like PDB
कोई बात नहीं कोई बात नहीं
never
कैलकुलेटेड
mind,
रिस्क है
he
सब
did manage
क्या
to
करे भाई
survive
कोई बात नहीं
all
फर्स्ट
the
टोटल ही तो है
fight. And then of course,
वही तो
that
कुछ
is
नहीं
a
मिलता पर
no casualty game from the side of
अरे
RSG.
भाई आर्नोल्ड को
भाई
छोड़
आप
दे
बहुत
भाई
मजा आया भाई
उसको
आर्नोल्ड भाई
Good little side swipe
ये
from
क्या
the XP
वो
laners. Just a
फिलिपिन
little
का
bit of one
हाँ
more
ये
नहीं वो
आर्नोल्ड ही है
है ना
Don't think that is
अच्छा इनकी टीम में
realistically
भी है
gonna go anywhere.
हाँ फिलिपिनो है बट सिंगापुर पे ही रहता है
अच्छा
Just constantly just
अरे
baiting
फ्लिकर मार दिया भाई
अरे
प्यूरिफाई होता तो
Alongside,
ऐसा नहीं
ये
करता ना
ये
भाई
get
क्या
himself out, used his Zaman Force
वो
for
नहीं
good
उठा पाया
measure,
फ्लिकर
almost taken out
देख
Ash in the
केलिया का फ्लिकर
process.
यूज है
And Bong
हाँ
actually
वही ना
winning out this
पर
lane
इसने फिर
against
भी
this
फ्लिकर
character.
मार दिया
So
यार
if he can is able
अरे
to
भाई
find
मार दिया क्या
momentum right here,
वन
and
एचपी
Ash one more hit, able to run
फ्लिकर
out.
यूज बट गोल्ड क्रैब चला गया उसका बहुत फार्म गया मतलब
नहीं यही को मर गया
Slam
लगा
into the
अरे
air, into the smoke,
अरे
blood over to
और
Ash.
तो
It doesn't seem like things are gonna work too well for the side of
बहुत
Kings.
जैसे बोला
Kings
जॉय
SG
क्यों
is
लिया जॉय ने
now
मार दिया उधर एक
just
को
being chased up upon.
नहीं
But
नहीं
at least
क्योंकि
the
अगर
flare
वाई से
more
सुधा
than
तो
enough
लाइक
to
केलिया को भी
just
विजन
kinda
मिलता
push
ना
the rest of RSG away.
हाँ
A
वो भी
very good start for
पता
RSG.
नहीं
At
पहले
least they
उन्होंने
have
जॉय
2
लिया
kills
बाद
on
में
the
वाई से
board,
छोड़ दिया
1,000 gold lead, a
वही ना
turtle to your
दुगा से
name.
छोड़ के
You
दो ही
might be
लिया
able
था
to
ये
see a
लोग ने
3-game
मैं वही पूछ रहा
कंफर्ट होगा मेरे को लग रहा है
I don't know about that.
क्योंकि एक ऑलरेडी हार के
Technically
रखे
speaking, for the side of Kings SG, they do have got a lineup that can
Okay.
allow
आने के
them
बाद
to
मेरा
kind
डूना
of
सा
hold off in the
आता है
very
सर
late stages of the game. But for RSG, they are a team that will
Highway?
come in to fight together later on.
आने के बाद
And
लूना
they
सा
will
आता है
suffer
वैसे
because of the massive
हाँ
amount of
वैसे ही
control that
वैसे ही
Kings SG will have. In the end of the day, it's just
पेंट
about
वाला
5v5.
कीमी भी आता है
Laning is super important so that they will be able to funnel some of these goals to someone. And right now, I would say that the joy is
अब तेरा
exceptionally
फोकस आता है
happy
भाई
alongside of the Kings. This up a little
वो
bit more, and
इस
then
फील्ड पे
maybe
भेज दे
they will not get the farm on their subsequent core game.
Look at the pathing of Gatakacha. Iron Ryan stopping Ash and delaying his approach towards that
लेट्स गो
bottom
भाई
side.
फुल विजन दे रहा भाई
अबे यूरेनस मस्त खेल रहा है यार भाई यूरेनस
अरे मरा नहीं मरेगा तो नहीं मरेगा तो नहीं
मारे भाई यूरेनस मारना तो
ओए
ओए किमी
हाँ,
पकड़ा थे फ्लिकर बेट टॉडल पे नहीं आएगा फ्लिकर लेट्स गो
मैच ही गुड ना खेल
बस जान ही नहीं देगा यूरेनस टर्टल पे
हाँ भाई बहुत दिक्कत देता है यूरेनस
मार अरे
आलोट को मार दिया मैं फ्लिकर हो गया
That's already been used on the PDBL.
जुक्सी ने गाटो पीता था अरे मादर
नहीं
भाई
मत भाई ओए
For an ultimate.
ये मैं
भाई
And the
अच्छा
turtle will be taken down by PDBL.
भाई ये यूरेनस तो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है ओए ये क्या है ये
It's a
इंडियन को जोन कर
pretty
दिया
slow
अकेले
start for the Kings.
हाँ
It's
वही
just
ना
more
अच्छा है
showing
लोगों
signs of life. At least they're woken up. At least they have a little bit more warm up.
और फ्लिकर भी हो गए थे उधर अलर्ट का अपने को दिखा नहीं वो बफरिंग में
Not too much of a dominant.
नहीं वो कालिया ने ऑल्ट मारा
ना
Just as
केलिया
of
का
now.
मारा
But you
अच्छा
know,
केलिया
at
का
one
से
point in
बचा
time, like
है
you said, I echo your sentiment. Once you get a nice little, not a little, but a sizable crowd control set up
केलिया के
for
लिए तो
the
मैं
side of
बहुत
Kings
अच्छा गेम है
SG,
ये
everything might change.
हाँ वही ना, अभी तो
Well,
फ्लिकर मार के आ रही थी,
comfortable
कोई
with
पकड़ेगा भाई,
right
प्यूरीफायर
here.
लेना था उसको।
Coming into
डैश तो
play
वैसे
after
इतना होता है।
अभी गलत
the
कर रहे हो,
Lucas
पता नहीं
right
क्यों
here.
जा रहा है
A little
टॉप
more
पे,
of a
क्योंकि
trick
फ्लिकर नहीं
nation
आई थिंक,
role
इसलिए
for
टॉप
both
पे जा रहे
teams.
हैं मारने। देखो
So,
बट मरेगा नहीं
हाँ
बे,
and
किमी के साथ मारना तो मुश्किल है।
game for both sides so far.
मर सकता है,
As of now,
टाइप किया
all
तो
of the turrets from the side of Kings SG is currently still standing up
मार
tall,
अरे
but
मार
they
दो,
definitely
मार
need to get a little bit more as attraction pulse
मार
and Tsunami Storm
मार
will
दिया भाई।
land on top of Blood Boy Reborn, removing him
तो
out of the
मार के क्या
equation just so
होगा?
that they have access to the T1 turret up top.
भाई बॉट पे मारना पड़ेगा भाई,
मरे
जोई को
मरे
जोई।
दोनों
Yet
मरे भाई,
because Kings
दोनों मरे।
SG
डैश नहीं है, आ डैश।
for a little bit of comeback, almost dealing
भाई
an
फ्लिकर किधर मारा?
मरे जाएगा, मेरे को लगता है मर
Single
जाएगा।
vision
नहीं
just
मरेगा
came
आई
from the
गेस,
BBL, but not
नहीं
quite
मरा
able
वो।
to
मर
do
गया,
anything.
केलिया मरा,
But
केलिया
Hoki
मर गया।
joins in with a tidal strike just so that he will be able
केलिया
to
ने
stop
अपनी जान दे
one
दिया
of the
जाके।
oncoming
जान
visitors
देना
Oh.
वो भी नहीं था।
sacrifice himself
वो जरूरत नहीं था उधर।
at least
हाँ
हाँ
get away safely.
I think Bong wouldn't been able
बट
to
उसको
get
फील
away
होगा,
all
मैंने बचा दिया।
anyways. His
हाँ,
cooldown was on
अंदर
point.
के अंदर खुशी हो गया भाई, मैंने बचाया था।
Still
जिंदा है ना,
farming
जिंदा है
up,
ना,
and
बोलेगा
Bong
हाँ
is
मैं जिंदा
slowly
हूँ।
rotating towards that top side. He knows
मेरी
that he
वजह
has
से जिंदा
control
है।
of the gold lane. And I
थैंक यू
think
भाई,
for
थैंक
RG
यू।
Singapore, the only issue that I foresee in the late game, it will
ऐसे ही
be
खेलो भाई, मत करो
the
ऐसे,
gold
पिक
lane
ऑफ अच्छे से मत
disadvantage
करो
that Bong will
प्लीज।
bring on top of RSG Singapore.
1500 गोल
They
लीड
have
है
a
इधर
lot
आरएसए
more
सिंगापुर का।
reliable damage, especially from the Eastern
भाई
Shield
उसको फ्री
and the
फार्म नहीं
Arrow,
दे रहा है
instead
यूरेनस
of just the
वाइसेस को।
Joy coming in to raid.
बहुत
Ash needs a little bit more time with the
अभी
trade.
मार
मर
Pull
मर
back
मारेगा
into
क्या?
the
मर गया, मर
forest,
गया।
but
नाइस
hammer
भाई,
भाई
down
क्या
क्या
पिक
right
ऑफ कर
before
रहा
the
है भाई,
turtle
डब्ल्यू।
spawns up.
डब्ल्यू इन द
This point in
चैट,
time
डब्ल्यू पिक ऑफ।
is
ढूंढे
the
थे।
turtle stage is just bleeding blue.
टॉर्टल मिल गया है
RGSG
क्या? लास्ट टॉर्टल है ना?
loses a little bit of that
थर्ड
early
टर्टल।
game edge
लास्ट
that seemed as though is working
फ्लिकर मारा कि नहीं
towards
बट
their
यूरेनस ने
favor.
देख।
Well, Yahiko
अरे अरे
picks up
याइको
the
के पास
turtle,
नेपाल का
and now
फ्लैग है।
they'll be happy to move
वो
हाँ
forward.
नेपाल
तो
का ही
फिर
रखेगा
क्या,
ना।
About
नेपाल
5
प्राइड, लेट्स
hundred
गो।
to make that 1000
नहीं पहले तो वो
gold
सिंगापुर का
easy
रखता
for
था ना।
RG.
हाँ चेंज
Skills
कर
to
दिया,
take this one, but Kings SG has found their groove,
चेंज
found
कर
their
दिया।
rhythm.
लव इज सपोर्ट
Coming through,
नेपाली।
Ryan just being very aggressive in the jungle, pushing everyone back out of the way. Instead
नेपाल
of
के
watch out for
टूर्नामेंट है
ETBL
सिंगापुर
though,
का
this
फ्लैग,
Joy is
सिंगापुर के
going
टूर्नामेंट
witness.
नेपाल का
They have
फ्लैग।
the T2 down the bottom at the top side, already taken down by RSG Singapore. So Kings SG has to watch their 12.
भाई कोई मरने वाला है
अबे
लगा।
कोई मरने वाला नहीं, मारेगा माई।
Most of the members from Sada Kings SG
भाग
has
जाता
been
भाई
able to get
काटो।
himself a good amount of shots.
वही तो मैं
But
बोल रहा हूँ,
unfortunately,
सुनने
Iron
नहीं
Ryan
है।
is the one that will lose
यूरेनस का
his
फ्लिकर गया।
आराम से फ्लिकर मार के बच गया।
Well, Kings SG, the fact that they currently have got one
किसको मिला
member
किल?
down is
कैरी
gonna
को
be
मिला
tough for
क्या?
them to
कैरी को
continue
मिला।
up to the push against RSG Singapore.
A little bit of a slow
कैरी का
start,
फॉर्म अभी
but
भी
the
कम ही
target
होगा।
reprioritization
उसका तो
of the
मिनियन के
Taurus
साथ
just draws the
कुछ
attention
कुछ
and
वो हुआ
damage
था ना,
away from the main
मिस हुआ था।
target, which is PTBL jumping
गोल्डन
into
स्काफ आ
frame.
गया।
Murphy almost taken
दो
out in
आइटम
the
है मतलब
process.
इसके पास अभी।
The AOG from Iron Ryan,
कोरोजन और
sold
गोल्डन
the
स्टाफ
rest of the
होगा।
members out and just sacrificed himself for the betterment
वो
of
मिड
the Kings. Will help
मिड ले लिया, नाइस नाइस
take
बे।
down the
मिड दे दिया ये लोग ने।
Kings
अभी वो भी मर गया, नाइस।
Yahiko takes that
नाइस रे।
कालिया का फ्लिकर भी
Goes
गया,
out
नाइस
Ryan
नाइस
as
नाइस।
CC immunity and
भाई
Purifier
केलिया
actually pops
मस्त
out
अपनी
on
टीम से
Ryzen.
खेल रहा है
Taurus
मस्त।
is next to go,
मस्त
waiting
खेल
for
रहा
the
है,
target, chopping block.
इसको तो एक लाइक
The
बनता है भाई।
butterflies in his
एक लाइक तो
stomach, but
बनता है
won't be
भाई
able
को,
to get
होकी
pulled
भाई
back.
को।
This game is a lot more closer than I have originally expected. I thought that the Kings SG, whenever they kind of crowd
एक
together
सेकंड,
as
कालिया का आइटम
one,
देखो
they
जरा।
should be able to find themselves in a way better spot dealing with RSG
क्या
because of
डाला है
the
वो?
full off-court control that they
कहीं
have.
चोद
Is
क्या
one
है
of
ये?
the main problems for Uranus as well as Joy. As long as you're able to
बना
just
बना
keep
भाई
on
बना।
pumping these
भाई
from
कौन सा
RSG,
आइटम है ये
you
भाई?
number one, eliminate one
मार
of the
डाल दिया।
frontliners from RSG. You also eliminate one of the
फ्लीटिंग
main
तो नहीं है ये।
tanks from RSG.
कौन
फ्लीटिंग
सा?
नहीं है भाई,
And then
फ्लास्क
नहीं
है
है।
वो।
with
फ्लास्क
of the marksman. What are they supposed to do?
हाँ वो
What are
फ्लास्क है
these
भाई।
marksmen supposed to do with just a
फ्लैक्स
single
अभी बहुत डाल रहे हैं
team?
वो स्क्रीन पे।
Yeah, good steal from Bong over
But
on the
इधर
front
तो
wall. Taurus finds himself in a
नहीं
spot of
लगता।
bother right there. Mountain Shocker just to give it a little bit more vision. They know the Ash is not in the
कंटेस्ट कर रहे क्या ये लोग?
foray.
प्यूरीफाई
As
है नहीं
Kings
उसके पास।
tries
अबे
to
इनको
pull the
कोई
Lord
नहीं है,
away,
प्यूरीफाई नहीं है
getting that
जुक्सिन पे,
reset,
देखना।
PTBL waiting and charging
वो
up
इतना आगे थी
with
जुक्सिन।
the ultimate as well. The Rhythm Joy will come in handy dandy just to take down the
तो
damage
नहीं है
dealers.
इसको, इसलिए
There are
इनको
three
पकड़
win
लेता हूँ।
conditions for Kings SG. If you take down Isun Chin, the Jusin as well as the Harith, then RSG
देखना
is
इनको नहीं,
safe.
100%
But
इनको
Bomboy
नहीं है
Reborn
इनको।
and Iron Ryan doing a very good
अभी
job
तो आ
of
भी
setting
जाएगा।
themselves up with the crowd control.
As they slowly postures themselves up for this upcoming Lord's fight. The entire river is just going to be cut into half with one side for blue and one side for red. Information is key, As such, they're just going to be hiding themselves inside of the
केलिया उधर खड़ा है वो कैरी उतना दूर है भाई कैसे होगा इनका
opportunity. Unfortunately, Hoki has really been found out by Ryzen as he pulled out
बस
his
रिजल्ट मारा
flare.
अभी तो खाएगा यूरानस भी डैमेज
Should more or less been seen by
नहीं कर पा रहा देख ना इतना जोन वो ऐसे ये
Saving the
यूरेनस
beetle up on the top side for PTBL to have
एडिट
easy
वगैरह
access
सीधा मार देगा
towards
अभी
that
तो
lord with the jumps. It's a very good strategy for RSG.
होली नहीं आया ना
They
वो
need a
क्या
little
है
bit more vision. That's where Taurus comes in.
ना नहीं आया होगा
They also have to deal with the side lanes. It's all equal and neutral right now. Is Ryzen keeping Taurus busy, healing everything back.
हाँ
It doesn't
लंबा
really
लॉर्ड
matter
फाइट
at
होने
this
वाला
point. Is
अकेले
Hoki
होगा
going into the tri bush? Is Bumble reborn?
अरे
Smoothing some
आलोट
Final Slash into the Tsunami Slam, into
what
the
the
AOG. They're just jumping on trampolines. It's up and down.
कालिया भी
Hoki
बच
figures
गया
out a safe
जॉय मर गया
place.
जॉय नाइस
will be able to get himself away
Good,
from all of
good,
that.
Joy, good.
Indeed,
ऐसे ही
he
खेलो
will join. As such, the retribution battle coming in from RSG is just going to go all the way down. With no retribution from the team, no junglers. They gotta
अब
have
लग
to
नहीं रहा है इसका
concede
comfort है
this Lord
Joy
हाँ
over
भाई
to
बहुत
King's
कम
SG, but
पड़े
it
हैं
seems
इसका
like the fight is still going to
नहीं
continue
अब नहीं लग रहा है
onwards.
इसका comfort
They're still posturing up. They're not gonna give King's SG a free Lord without taking a
फ्री लॉर्ड मिलना चाहिए अभी तो
bodies.
King's SG is still giving a lot of
हाँ
respect
नहीं अभी भी
over
थोड़ा
Ashe.
हो रहा है
She's 2-0
कंटेस्ट ऐसा लग रहा
on
है
this
ए
carry.
रिट्री
And
वेट कर
she
रहे
might
थे
be able
कैसा
to
हाँ
find
रिट्री आ
people
गया
do significant damage if he so wishes to.
रिट्री आ गया
The golden timing is over. PTBL is back up online.
कालिया
दूसरे है वो
Shocker just to start
यूरेनस
things
तो
off on the backside.
रिट्री
They
रिट्री
try to
रिट्री
pull everything
नाइस
back together. Yahiko seals the deal with the Lord
गया वो
taking
देख
everything.
नहीं गया
Everyone
सब
down.
गया
There's 2 members down. It's only the
जी जी जी
tanks
जी
damage dealers for King's SG is
हैरित
still
मारेगा
online. Might have been wasted down on this turret.
दिक्कत तो नहीं है हैरित के
Lord,
पास
though,
अभी तो
as Bong tries to run
हॉल कितना
away,
सेकंड
his
इसका
2
पास
members coagulated
ओए
out.
नाइस
Ryzen
बैकअप यार
desperately tries to save this Harith and able to outplay
फटाफट
and
सब आ गए
take Hoki down. Not enough damage
मस्त
from a
बैकअप मिला है
Indeed. With now the Lord is going to be fighting in favor for King's SG. The Lord now will be marching in from the middle lane and will execute RSG. With a 23
ये लोग का क्या
goal
अड़क
lead
अड़क
for
के
King's
चल रहा है
SG, I
लगता
think
है
that they should be able to mix it up
अड़के
to
अड़के
get
चल
themselves
अरे अरे माँ क्या
3,500
ये क्या हो गया
coming
भाई
into
भाई भाई
start. But RSG,
भाई
as I mentioned
फुल
before, they might
अर्थक्वेक
actually have a lot
और
of
कोई क्या आ गया
problems
भाई
in
बात
entire team fights because of number one, crowd control. Number two, they have lack of wave clear. So the moment that the Lord comes in, yep, they can deal with the Lord because of a carry. But the mega creeps is something that I really want to address.
like the stream all like and make sure to like the stream
Everyone.
यूरानस मर गया
Taurus gets taken down. That's Yahiko.
कालिया क्या कर रहा
Down
है
in the ditch. Yes, his aim of course getting popped up.
अरे बॉम्ब क्या मार रहा है भाई
Getting already killed. Bong getting decimated as well. At the very least, they took down 3 members from the side of
कालिया तो
RSG
imposter
Singapore.
निकला
It's PTBL Murphy.
तेरा कितना था
Level
वाइसेस का
9
केडीए
and
प्रेडिक्ट
Kings SG having a handy dandy
मैंने
dandy
डाला
time
था
up on
6
that
to
top tier
10
team.
6 to 10 अब
And in fact,
तेरा
trying to go
हो
for
सकता है
one good
अरे
final
मस्त
smash
फ्लाइंग
coming in.
स्लैश
They
मार
will be
भाई
able
ये
to pull Murphy
गेम
to
इंडी हो
an
जाएगा
unprecedented
इंडी है
spot.
क्या नहीं
And
नहीं
that is King's SG. That's done with their top lane
हाँ
push.
मेरे ख्याल से
And even one kill
नहीं
for
छोड़ ब्रिज
consolation.
नहीं कर रहे हैं बहरित था ही
Good
नहीं
call by Bumble Reborn, finding that slash and taking one down at a time.
भाई क्या
Kings
है
SG,
इतना
like you said, they fight better as 5. RSG Singapore now a little bit behind, but it doesn't really matter as much. If Hoki's able to find a good Tsunami Slam onto Bong, I think things might
चिमनी
turn out
डीएचएस डाल
well
रहा
for
है
them. Taurus doesn't really do too much as of now.
DHS
It's just
विंड
annoying
विंड तो नहीं
to
हो
deal
सकता
with.
विन तो नहीं है
Being
भाई
in the ditch and being in front
नहीं
is
डालेगा
not
विन
that
तो
much difference
वाइसेस के लिए तो नहीं
डीएचएस
डालेगा
ही है
I mean, RSG, they're
बट
not
डीएचएस
exactly
बनाएगा
out of the
तो
game just
बिना
yet, though, because Murphy
कंसंट्रेटेड
as
के
well as
बहुत
Ashe,
हार्ड
they
रहेगा
still have
उसको खेलना
got
तो
pretty decent amount of gold to their name, right? Ashe have got
हम्म
9,000 gold the last I've seen.
ये लोग अच्छे
Murphy
से
has
पिकअप नहीं
got
कर रहे
good
कालिया के
amount of
साथ
items as well. I think
अरे
that
बहुत
काल
गंदा कर रहे हैं भाई
items.
आखिरी
कालिया
राउंड को
कैरी ले रहे
I think he has the
एक बार भी
glowing
हैरिस
wand,
मरते हुए नहीं दिखा
glowing wand as
ये
हाँ
हैरिस को
वो
पता है ये केलिया कैसा है
blood
प्लेयर है
wings.
इसलिए इसने
Remember the
प्यूरीफाई नहीं
look
लाया
for this could have been a genius stuff.
maybe a
Genius
divine
wand.
glaive.
मैं तो क्यों
Maybe a
लाएगा कोई
divine glaive as
Maybe a
कैसे
well.
divine
फ्लिकर
Yeah.
क्यों लाएगा
Just for
अरे
Murphy,
हो
तीन
गया
लोग का एक ही साथ आएगा हमें
decent game, 3-1 and
ब्लेड
1.
आर्मर आ
If
गया
Murphy's able to get a nice traction
हाँ
ball
घाटा
amongst
का
5
अच्छा है
members,
भाई
since
बेल
Kings SG
किमी भी
is
है
scoring
कैरी भी
together,
है
the only loose member would be
मस्त
Yahiko.
आइटम है
You have to watch your 6 on his front. War's going to be spawned up in 5 seconds. RSG Singapore might be able to contest for this.
पूरी लॉट
Hoki, all onus is on him. He has to find the right target. It's not going to be easy to do so.
With the Lord now currently in the enmity of Kings SG, RSG Singapore is just looking
Contest
for
कर रहे हैं
more
बे, वाह।
information as to how they will want to slowly move on.
अबे
Yeah.
जुक्शिन मस्त खेल रहा है इनका देखना पोजीशनिंग वगैरह बहुत अच्छी है
So just open up the
मस्त
brushes a
मस्त
little
खेला है इन
bit.
लोग का सब
At least it does have the mountain
हाँ
shotgun to look at the entire map. So that is wise.
लॉर्ड फ्री लॉर्ड नाइस नाइस वन
They're blitzing this down. RSG letting it go. They have to deal with the fat wave coming up from that top side.
And it's
लाइक
now
ये लोग
just
का
gonna be
क्या
having a little
सीन
bit
हुआ
more
था
push down, and it
इन
doesn't
लोग
seem like
को
RSG
याइको
is
का
gonna
टीम
have
को
any
ये
sort of
आरएससी लोग ने ऑफर किया
Super
था
doing well. The blue
अगर
box
आरएससी जाता तो
going
फ्री
down onto
स्लॉट
the
था ना
ground.
वो लोग को
Don't do
एमपीएल
too
पे
much, as RSG
क्वालिफायर
is
खेलना नहीं
handling
पड़ता
the
एंड
turret
याइको की
builds
वजह से ये
and
लोग
making
नहीं
ready.
गए थे आरएससी
it's gonna
सिंगापुर
be Law that will be marching in
तो
front.
अभी आरएससी को ही मार रहे हो ये लोग
RSG, they have a lot of problems
बाय
with wave clear, so we'll see how
हीरो
it
फीलिंग
You have to deal with
हीरो
it all.
फीलिंग
He's hitting hard, he's hitting strong.
It's just gonna be
हीरो
the rest of the
फीलिंग आ
players
गए
from
भाई
RSG. They clears the wave and move on to the next.
अच्छा खेल रहा है
We're
भाई, अच्छा
slowly waiting
सिनर्जी
for
भी
the
दिख रहा है इनका तो
Lord to
इतना
march
अच्छा।
out of that top side as well.
At this point in time, the middle
अभी
lane
इसके
will
बाद किसका
slowly
मैच
march
होगा?
in, but it's not exactly in
इसके
sync
बाद
with no single
लोअर
wave
ब्रैकेट
squad.
होगा या
There's
अपर
many
ब्रैकेट
last
पता
minutes that
नहीं
RSG has to
अगर
deal
अपर
with.
ब्रैकेट हुआ तो याइको वर्सेस डियाब्लो होगा
So it's
वो
just slowly
चोंगी
just gonna be edging in closer and
ओ
closer
भाई
as they bring down the top,
भाई
the mid lane
मस्त होगा
T1
वो
and
मैच
just gonna be slowly making their way all the way
जी
through.
जी है भाई
But
जी
when it
है
comes down to this line,
लेट्स
he's
गो
actually
ब्रो
not able to
लेट्स
do
गो
too much
ओए
different with the front
मर
side
गया।
for whole team
2-0
as he
2-0
jumps right in.
केलिया ने
The
किसको
Lord
अल्ट
will
मारा
be
थे, हो गया
trampling
खत्म
on.
खत्म हो गया।
खत्म है
RSG
भाई
just does whatever that they can, even when PDPL just slides in and
खत्म
out.
नहीं अच्छा
हो
And
डिफेंड
गया
हो गया
the
भाई
Lord and
अरे
डिफेंड हो
भाई
गया भाई, टीम ही
What a defense
इन्हीं का
from
बट
था।
फिर से
RSG.
फोर्स करने
7
वाला है क्या
Flash
फिर
just
से फोर्स
melting
करेंगे
down that
हाँ
Lord
फोर्स
into
कर
the
सकते
wave
हैं
condition.
कर दिया।
But Bong says no. He's
ओए
going
भाई
to
ओए,
finish
यही भी आएगा
for the
अरे
हो
जी
गया,
throne.
जी
And
खत्म
he
खत्म हो
wants
गया,
to end
जीजी हो
this.
गया, अरे मस्त
लेट्स
Kings
गो
खेला
भाई
भाई।
सेलिब्रेट
will
अरे
see
अरे
that we
अरे
here
अरे
today.
ओए
And they
अरे
should be
भाई,
happy about
अरे नहीं
this.
होगा नहीं होगा
The
नहीं
next challenge
भाई ये कौन
will
अरे
be
है?
up against
भाई अरे
Stallions. And it's going to be a
मुझे
Mendigo
सोने
fight
जा
once
लौड़े।
again.
all
अरे
right,
अरे
so
भाई
congratulations over to Kings
भाई चिल
SG
चिल गाय है
Stallions. Time and time again,
नॉट
it
ऑन
does
इट
seem like the Stallions gonna have to play Trojan for two
भाई
different
क्या
kingdoms.
मस्त सेलिब्रेशन है भाई
True.
One, they have to
चल भाई
they
आजा।
have to destroy the kingdom,
चल
and the
रुक
other
आजा।
one they gonna usurp the king.
They broke
मेरी
down the
स्क्रीन
castle walls.
Yep,
मिला
and then
था
now they
Right
have to
now, they have to usurp the kings.
Yeah.
They have to go down the, open up the glorious pathway,
कितना
Yep.
बट अभी मैच कौन सा
go
पहले वो
off the
देख लेना,
red
फिर तो
carpet,
रैंक खेल लेना।
and march their way into the
अगर-
throne room.
अभी तो
सारे
Look
मैच तो
like
कर रहा है,
to
देख रहा
have
है।
a horse
हाँ
king.
सारे मैं देख रहा हूँ अभी क्योंकि और बचा
Yeah, I
है
can help you with that.
Well,
क्या रैंक ही
well,
करना है क्या एक क्योंकि लंबा ब्रेक होगा अभी आई गेस 15 मिनट का
whatever decree or whatever mandate
पता नहीं कर
is
सकते।
gonna go.
तो रैंक ही कर लेते हैं ना तो फिर
Nay.
आजा।
P, I think Kings SG, a lot of them have
ठीक है
been playing really well, but not.
इनवाइट कर या नेपाल खेलना है
नहीं रुक, मैं करता हूँ
नहीं नेपाल खेलते हैं भाई
फिर इनवाइट।
नेपाल बॉब खेलने
हाँ
खेलने हो
हाँ।
बॉब?
बॉब पांडा पोइट
बॉब खेलने हो?
खेलने हो कि नहीं बॉब
खेलने हो
अच्छा
खेलने हो बॉब?
हाँ पांडा पोइट जिसको मैं ज्यादा खेला
म त खेल्दैछु
हम्म,
पाण्डा खेल्छ होला
पांडा खेलने हो पीस पीस पांडा पीस
म नि खेल्दैछु।
वो
ओए
तो फिर मेरा अभी व्यूअर लोग आएगा लेट्स गो गाइस दुईजना दुईटा स्लट छ छिटो केटा हो
बॉब
हाँ,
ओए बॉब,
हम्म
नंशी दाई को कंफर्ट देने जाना पड़ेगा।
भाई ये
क्यों
क्या हो
हार
रहा है
गए
वो
क्या
लोग का
वो?
गेम किसके साथ
वो मिजोलैंड हार गए।
किसके अगेंस्ट हारा बीच
रारेन
अरे माँ
रारेन
किससे भाई रारेन के अगेंस्ट
पक्ष से ओपन किया जाता है क्या?
मौत। जी जी भाई।
रोल 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 गाइस रोल जंगल लेट्स गो
उसका जंगल कौन था?
किसका?
दो तीन था क्या?
नहीं, वो पुराना
याइको
वाला
कहाँ
मेन
पुग्यो
अकाउंट।
याइको को चाहिँ एउटा गेम ब्याक छ त्यो जित्यो भने डाइरेक्ट प्ले अफ
अबे याइको को बुला लेते ना रैंक में भी।
अभी
इधर।
क्या भाई वो प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है क्या बोल रहा है भाई तो भाई डियाब्लो के अगेंस्ट ही
भाई
इधर रैंक बुला रहे हैं उसको
ओए पिक
हम्म,
वो नुमसी का जंगल कौन था?
रिस्पेक्ट।
रेस्पेक्ट
अभी तो जोसेफ है ना?
हाँ बट दूसरे उसमें ना वो रजिस्टर्ड है ना ऑलरेडी वो लोग।
अच्छा जोसेफ है अभी ब्रो गोटेड लाइनअप
अच्छा लाइनअप है अभी आएगी इनका।
अब रिवील होगा
आई थिंक कुछ टाइम में आ जाएगा अभी। कितने कौन सी तारीख को? 1 हफ्ते में होगा।
वो रिवील नहीं हुआ क्या वो? मैंने रिवील किया क्या?
हाँ बढ़ रहे तू गया अभी
तो भाई गया अभी 300 वाचिंग गया अभी लिखा अंत
गया
कड़ा
बेटा बेटा आएंगे हम नक्शीदा तेरे से मिलने
अबे लौड़े क्या बोले इस stream
हम्म, पूरा बॉडी निकाल देंगे तेरा
में
कौन जना व्यूअर्स अरे
3 से अब घटे 268
भाई 300 व्यूअर्स हो ओके
कोई बात नहीं जोकिंग वी वर जोकिंग गाइस
joking guys no Joseph in the lineup
नॉर्मल जोक एमवीपी किसको मिला लास्ट गेम
लास्ट
जोशिल
जिक्सिन
जोशिल जोशिल
हाँ वो तो
जोशिल को मिला
मस्त खेल रहा था जिक्सिन
अच्छा खेला डिजर्विंग बट एक्चुअली बोंग ने अच्छा खेला था
बॉन्ग भाई तू फर्स्ट गेम
नहीं
देखा होगा तो भाई
केलिया
बॉम्ब
को
ने
देना था
क्या
एमवीपी
कैरी किया बॉन्ग
केलिया को देना था एमवीपी
तूने फर्स्ट गेम नहीं देखा ना वो देख भाई बॉन्ग ने क्या मस्त खेला है भाई
कौन सा फर्स्ट गेम
फर्स्ट गेम भी हुआ था ना यही को लोग का ये तो सेकंड
दोनों
गेम
देखा मैंने अभी
सेकंड सीरीज है भाई
अच्छा सीरीज सीरीज ओके ओके क्या खेला था ये बॉन्ग में
बॉन्ग ने भाई लूनॉक्स एंड ग्लैंजर क्या मस्त खेला फर्स्ट गेम यही के लोग आ रहे थे फिर रिवर्स स्वीप मार के अच्छा खेला गोल्डन
भाई
लास्ट गेम यही को
समझ गया
एमवीपी मिला फैन ही है तो एमवीपी ही मिलेगा ना
अच्छा फैन ही लिया था क्या
हाँ लास्ट गेम फैन ही मिला
अरे बट लास्ट गेम ओपन था फैन ही
हाँ
नहीं
ओपन
बैन था ओपन
नहीं
था एक्चुअली
नहीं ये वाला तो बैन है आरएस तो बैन नहीं कर अब योंगिन को भी
बैन किया
पता है
था
भाई फैन ही खेलेगा यही का तो वो लोग भी बैन ही कर देगा
एक्चुअली मोस्टली सब बैन ही करेंगे
हाँ सबको पता हो गया अभी तो भाई लगता है इंडियन सर्वर
एक बार फिर मिला मैचअप इंस्टेंट और फिर डॉज हो गया समझ रहा हूँ मैं
पता नहीं कौन डॉस कर दे ऑस्टी कर ले फिर खेलते हैं
आ जाओ
आज फिर से न्यू कोर्ट नो मैच नेपाल सर्वर
Cheers! The brighter these flames! Let's make history!
guys न्यू कोड इंडियन सर्वर
हम्म
टोटल व्यूज अभी तक कितना आया था पता है ये स्ट्रीम पे
गैस करने दे मुझे
हाँ गेस कर टोटल व्यूज अभी तक ये स्ट्रीम पे
लाइक्स बता
लाइक 561 रोल
9000 हो गए होंगे
भाई बहुत आगे था 7400
ऑलमोस्ट तो ठीक थोड़ा थोड़ा
सेवन
बहुत
7400 हाँ थोड़ा बहुत
से भी था।
ओए तू कॉल क्यों नहीं उठा रहा है बे
भाई डीएनडी लगा हुआ है
हाँ
डीएनडी पे
तो क्यों है वही तो पूछ रहा हूँ तो क्या कर रहा है
पता
आप
नहीं ऐसी रख दिया डीएनडी पे
अभी नहीं खाऊंगा
तो मत खा
अभी नहीं खाऊंगा
हाँ तो मत खाना
पता है मिस्टर में क्या है
भाई मैचअप तो मिल नहीं
आ जाओ ओए हाँ
क्या मैं अभी नहीं खेल रहा हूँ ये तुम्हारा मैच होगा क्या इससे सयाफ लोगों से
आई गेस फाइनल पे वो लोग के अगेंस्ट होगा फाइनल या
फाइनल होगा क्या
सेमीफाइनल पता नहीं पांडा का अगेंस्ट है अगर वो लोग
आजा जा एक डुओ करते हैं नेक्स्ट मेजरी आ जाए
अगर पांडा का टीम आएगा या सैफ का टीम आएगा नहीं
हम्म,
देखना ही पड़ेगा सेमीफाइनल पे
बढ़िया।
भाई कल तो क्या ही मार रहे भाई लेन स्लॉट ने वो क्या ही
किसको
खेला सितंबर 9 का टीम को मारे थे तो मस्त मार
भाई वो गॉड वाला टीम किधर गया
भाई वो
बांग्लादेश
लोग
का वो
हाय
गॉड
बॉब हाय बॉब
एउटा एमसीबी का मैच भी आया है ये टूर्नामेंट पे वही सैफ का टीम पे ही है
वो गॉड
ओए बॉब
पता नहीं मेज प्लेयर है गॉडी होगा वो।
भाई
ओए बॉब कहाँ चला गया ये नेपाली?
क्या
एक तो नेपाली ऊपर से
हाँ।
रिप्लाई दे रहा। आ जा
हाँ,
जल्दी
हेलो।
आ,
किधर?
खेलना है
क्या
आज।
हम लोग
खेलने
5 एंड खेल
हो?
रहे हैं भाई क्या बोल रहा है
कहाँ
5
जा रहे
एंड।
हैं आप?
अच्छा ये
Fuck.
मिजरी लोग का तो क्लासिक
छक्का
में
एपेक्स,
अरे
छक्का
भाई
एपेक्स, छक्का एपेक्स, छक्का एपेक्स,
छक्का एपिक्स सब
छक्का एपेक्स,
छक्का एपिक्स
छक्का
छक्का
एपेक्स, छक्का एपेक्स, छक्का एपेक्स, छक्का एपेक्स, छक्का एपेक्स, एपेक्स छक्के, एपेक्स छक्के।
भाई
भाई कौन बोल रहा है एपेक्स छक्के?
भाई
ये ये
भाई
साद रैंक्ड गेम में
भाई
स्टार्टेड
एपेक्स
ओरिजिनेटर को।
एपेक्स म्यूट कर दे मिजरी को ला पर रोल ही नहीं है भाई
रोल दे रोल दे रोल दे रोल
रोल
दे
ही
रोल दे माँ चिकने दे रोल मेरे को जरा
372650
जल्दी रोल दे मसरा माँ चिकने को ही भगाता हूँ यार
372650।
अरे भाई किससे ओए कौन मिस्टर बीस का आ रहा है तो
हाँ
क्या साउंड आ रहा है मेरे को
क्या
तो जय क्या खेलना है? मेज खेलूं क्या?
कर दिया
टैंक से तो हार जाएंगे।
उस
हम्म?
नहीं 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 मेरा तो इधर मिस्टर बीस
मेज
का वीडियो
लगा दे
चालू
जय,
हो गया था
मेज लगा दे।
भाई लैपटॉप पे कैसे चालू है
एक ही
पता भी
गेम तो
नहीं
करना है।
क्या मिस्टर बीस्ट ने
मेज
वो
लगा
कर
दे।
दिया
नहीं
वो किया क्या रेड
नहीं मिस्टर भाई मिस्टर
ओए साद
क्या
मिस्टर बीस का
तू
रेट
की इनके साथ खेल रहा है, तुझे मैं बुलाया तो क्या हुआ तेरे को?
अरे मैं एक गेम खेलने आया हूँ बस एक गेम तेरे को लगता है मैं एक गेम खेले तेरा टाइम वेस्ट करूंगा कभी नहीं ना फिर कौन मादर चला क्या बोल रहा है?
एमपीएल सिंगापुर तो इंडी हो गया भाई किससे क्यों इंडी हो गया
क्या स्ट्रीम बंद
हाँ भाई वो फर्स्ट गेम तो ट्रॉमा ही दे दिया किधर है एमपीएल
क्या पिक लिया है तूने?
क्या सही है
मैं भी
एमपीएल
फॉलो कर रहा हूँ।
My kiss. Will it grant
किधर है भाई एमपीएल
immortality
सिंगापुर क्यों एंड हो गया
or death?
देखना बंद हो गया क्या स्ट्रीम
हाँ इस में बंद हो गया पता नहीं
बस फिर कल है बस अब मतलब कल है वो
नहीं वो लोग बोले सब गेम है आज
The southern seas are my domain.
जीत गए वो लोग
ये गया
हाँ
हाँ
2-0
जीत गया बेटा
अभी है भाई
अरे
बहुत
भाई
स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम के अगेंस्ट डियाब्लो
फॉर्म पे हमारा टीम
स्ट्रॉन्ग है बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग
हाँ हाँ जंगल खेल रहा हूँ मैं अभी लाइव देखो कितना स्ट्रांग है मेरा जंगल।
बॉब तेरा बफू कर दूं
हाँ करना कर मैं तेरा बफू करूंगा।
मेरा बफ तो है ही नहीं हाँ हाँ
Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
पीएच
हाँ स्ट्रॉन्ग है भाई
You can't catch me.
क्या
हो गए?
होगा इसमें?
Enemy
कौन है भाई
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth.
भाई डिगी इधर है मदद
चलो दाई आ रहा हूँ
ये लोड़े डिगी
अरे मेरा लीतो
You're disappointed.
अरे मां
जी दाई
मस्त क्लिक करो
दाई एक और बार मरेगा आ जाओ मार कितने
भाई यही ले तू है भाई
अरे यार
ये साउंड आ रहा
वो
है
ये बॉक्स तेरा वो है बग है साले क्या कर रहा है
किसका?
ये एक्सबॉक्स है उसका बग हो गया है
भाई क्या साउंड निकल रहा है
फाड़ फाड़ के चिल्ला रहा हूँ तो तब से नहीं बोलने होता है।
हमें पता ही नहीं था कौन है ये
साथ
मेरे
तो
को
पता था
मारना
वो
पड़ा।
बदमाशी करता था कि हंस रहा था अकेले करके ही करके तेरे लड़के।
ओए मेजरी नेट स्टार्ट मत करना, समझा? और थोड़ा टाइम लगा क्लासिक खत्म होने में।
ओए ओ भाई क्या कर रहा है इधर?
छोड़ दे यार डिगी मेरे को।
वैसे जय ये कौन सी है, नहीं है क्या तेरी कुछ?
ये
तू क्यों खुश हो रहा है?
भाई के पास नहीं आएगी।
रिकॉल ही जा रहा
अरे
है।
आईडी की बात कर रहा हूँ, आईडी की।
अच्छा अच्छा फिर ठीक है।
मर गया और फिर मर गया। जंगल गया, जंगल गया, जंगल गया। ओए ये क्या हो रहा है मेरे साथ में? लो
एलुगार्ड ने मेरे को मार दिया।
चका
अरे यार रुको जा यार।
ये क्या है? ओ ये क्या है?
मार
घुशन बैन किया कर, बहुत ज्यादा घुशन
क्या हिले भाई ये?
हो रहे हैं आजकल सर्वर में।
भाई आप साथ को कितना रेट करना चाहोगे?
साथ को क्या में लाइक इन किस पे लाइक क्या आधार लेके?
क्या था?
कर सकते हैं भाई,
बता रोल देना सर।
क्या में
किस में कर सकते हैं भाई?
क्या पे
किस में कर सकते हैं रेट भाई?
मैं लुक्स
लुक्स लेट्स गो।
रेट और भी चीजें हैं।
देख कर रहा है ये
ओए
साले।
वाओ
राइट मार उसको भाई।
ओए भाई मेरे को बता।
आ रहा हूँ भाई, माही आ रहा है।
बस मत आ, जाके मरना किधर और जाके।
भाई ये मारेगा क्या?
मार उसको, मार उसको। मार
भाई जा रहा हूँ भाई, मैं जा रहा हूँ।
ये जो भी कपल है ना एकदम खतरनाक गेम प्ले दिखाने वाले हैं। ये जो पेट वेट में ले लेते हैं,
कौन ये रेस्टलेस और एपेक्स?
कार्मिला और वो
कार्मिला किधर है?
ऑल्ट मार दिया डिगी।
रांडी को छोड़ो इधर।
सॉरी जय भाई,
इधर साले कोई गलती मारो।
किल ही मिली है सीधा, मैं तो असिस्ट लेने आया था।
ओके
अरे मस्त भाई, मस्त मस्त।
क्या डैमेज है क्या? नहीं टैंक है वो।
अरे मौकिया
भाई को भर दिए उधर रास्ते में।
अरे ये एलुगार्ड भाई
कितने मारा मसारा
भाई। डिगी एग्जाम।
ये मरेगा क्या मेरे से अभी?
भाई जाएगा भाई, सब मरेगा।
जो ही लेना था मेरे को।
मर गया यार।
हाँ
नहीं है मेरे पास कुछ भी है भाई। मार खा रहा है
मेरे साथ ही नहीं खेल रहा है।
चल
ये
फीचर
टैंक
ले
मेरे साथ
भाई।
नहीं खेल रहा है। ये टैंक मेरे साथ नहीं खेल रहा है।
मार सकते
मेरे
भाई।
को कुछ नहीं बोला बेटा।
आजा हाइपर आजा।
ओए
सेकंड मार को बैकअप दे। ओए
रेडी लेट्स गो चल।
अरे ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? ओए ये कपल भाई, ओए बचा जाए मेरे को। ये कपल
ऊपर का टर्रेट तो छोड़ दिया।
क्या हो रहा है? टावर निकालो, वॉट का टावर निकालो।
कपल
अरे
कपल पागल हो गए हैं भाई, पेट वेट में ले रहे हैं।
मार सकते हैं क्या इसको? मार सकते हो।
अरे
नहीं है हमारा।
क्या घुसन है
भाई टॉप तो छोड़ देते हैं।
ओए एक्सबॉक्स उधर जा, क्या कर रहा है तू?
ओए चुप हो जा बॉब, मेरे को इधर बैठना है क्योंकि
क्या मतलब?
मुझे
फार्म
अच्छा
लेता
नहीं
भाई।
लगता, समझ रहा
मेरे
है?
को बोल रहा है।
I have no one to talk to, so I'm lonely.
मेरे को लगा तू किसी के साथ बात कर रहा है व्हाट्सएप पे।
नहीं जय सुन रहा है ना, जय बोल नहीं रहा है बस कुछ। कौन है वो उधर? कौन फंसा हुआ है?
अरे माँ भाई, जितना पड़ेगा भाई हम लोग को ये गेम।
जितना पड़ेगा
मेरे साथ
नहीं हार सकते भाई।
फ्रैंको की मम्मी को बचा मेरे से एक्सबॉक्स।
अरे ये देख क्या हो रहा है इधर।
है अभी भी नहीं
अरे
है।
भाई देख 3 लोग क्या कर रहे हैं मेरे साथ। क्या कर रहा है फ्रेंड को? क्या वजह क्या कर रहा है? मैं देखा ही नहीं।
What an ult!
फ्लिकर नहीं है तो इसका।
दिखी भी नहीं है। ओ मादर।
हाँ
3-man ult.
क्या ही बोलूं अभी।
और ये मेरी वेव क्यों खा रहे हैं ये दोनों टैंक और वो मिलके?
कौन सा में
बॉब कर रहा है देखना।
क्या?
वो टॉप का पैसिव बचाओ।
Our turret has been destroyed.
एक जगह पहले
ये
प्लान हो
पेट
रहा
में लेने वाले आ गए दोनों भाई।
Your demeanor disappoints me.
अरे
चोरी ले चाहिए।
अरे वो किधर नहीं मर रहा है?
भाई वो मरा ही नहीं क्या?
ठीक मैं उसको मारने जा रहा था अभी।
ना
मैं थोड़े पीछे कर
फ्यूरी नहीं है उसका ना जो अभी तो मार से। तुम लोग कौन है अपोनेंट? अच्छे है क्या तुम्हारे 5 में?
हाँ
बाब
हमारा अच्छा नहीं है, बस टैंक गंदा है हमारा।
हम लोग का हाइपर
तो है बॉब यू डोंट हैव एनी राइट ठीक है वो
क्या राइट की बात कर रहा
मेरे
है?
भाई को नहीं बोल सकता है तो ऐसे समझा चुप हो जा। तूने
क्या
देखा
डाले
नहीं
यार
था
अभी।
उसको।
काश इसके मम्मी पापा ने इसको मीट के दुकान में बेच दिया होता।
अरे अरे ए तो ई-स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर कैसे बनेगा साथ? हेलो
अरे क्या
यार
अरे वो
मेरे ऊपर
फ्रेंको की बात कर रहा है।
अच्छा
टैंको ही तो एपेक्स। देखिए क्या क्या बोल रहा है एपेक्स।
ओ मेरे भाई बंद कर दे ये सब घर 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 घर।
कैसे आ रही है ये?
इरिटेट हो रहा है।
चलो भाई इतना ही था।
अरे फाड़ दे
एपेक्स डिफेंड।
हाँ कर रहा हूँ डिफेंड।
भागो
ऑल्ट है भाई मेरे पास।
क्या करने आ रहा है भाई ये कुछ?
वेल डन।
अरे भाई गायब।
यार होल्ड कर एपेक्स होल्ड
बोलो 7 मर गए।
ले भाई
ले किधर है लाइव क्यों नहीं तो पूछता हो यार को।
शायद ये 5 बुलेट की आईडी खेल रहा है। क्या बोलना चाहे इसको तो?
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा।
यार को फॉलो करता हूँ।
किने ना भाई कितनी सारी खतरनाक खतरनाक। अभी वैक्साना खेलूंगा नेक्स्ट गेम।
भाई ग्लोबल 15 दिखी लेट्स गो।
ओए प्यूरी नहीं है उसका। ये रिकॉल मुझे क्यों दिखा रहा है ये फ्रेंड को?
अरे वो मम्मी गई है उसकी बोल रहा हूँ मैं। अबे चूतिया का ट्रोल करने चूतिया रोम सिलेक्ट करके आया है। चूतिया रोम पे लूकस खेला है और उसका ट्रोल करने का रीजन है कि फर्स्ट पिक में तुमने लुकार्ड कैसे बैन किया? अरे बैन के रोडे मैं जंगलर हूँ तो मैं करूंगा ना लुकार्ड बैन।
गेम मत अच्छा है ना।
लगता है ये गेम खेलने लायक रहने ही है।
हाँ अबे मैं होता मुंटन 30 साल के उड़ाता ऐसे मादर
भाई वो
चौदह
सर्वर भाई मुंबई सर्वर तो है ही नहीं खेलने लायक।
चूतिए साले कादिए आते रहते हैं।
बैठा हुआ है।
ये कादिए आते हैं बस मुंबई में।
अरे आ गया एक कालिया है ये एक 14 चाहो कर्नाटका लोकेशन है इसका। रुक जा बिना गाली भरे तो गेम बंद नहीं करूंगा।
उसका अल्टी है क्वेश्चन का भी। क्या है, ऐसे लोगों को तो जानबूझ के हार जाना चाहिए भाई।
हाँ ये आईडी नहीं होती AFK
गाइस
चला
एक
जाता
से
चूतिया साला।
गया मैं, कैसे मारा हो भाई?
एग्जीक्यूट हो गया हमारा कडिता, गुड जॉब।
You look at it, I think
हाँ
it's more or
के
less
भन्छ एकछिन के
understanding
भन्छ
of
एकछिन नानी
quote unquote favorites,
Yeah.
knowing that
एक
बारह
कल
असिस्ट तो
हाम्रो
मेरे हो गया भाई।
these teams
Thanks,
that
0-0-0.
are available in the challenger bracket, and I think that Kings
अभी
SG,
अच्छा है भाई,
they
लाइटनिंग
would
बिल्ड बहुत डैमेज आ
they would
रहा है।
definitely have a little bit of trouble
मैं तो
dealing with
बनाता ही नहीं था।
Kingdom Esports. However, based on statistics, you know, based on statistics, I would say that Kingdom Esports will still kind of struggle against Kings SG because of their run in the playoffs. Oh, sorry, run in the regular seasons.
अबे
So
5
going
बुलेट्स के
into
तो मजे वो
the
काश
third
भी
games,
लेती है।
which means we're going on to the
बोलती है
red
अगर आप
backdrop
लोग नहीं
once
होते ना
again.
तो वो
And,
आईडी आज
Kings were
लेजेंड
happy with
होती,
themselves,
जिसको
feeling
देख के
good,
मजा बहुत
feeling
आता।
happy. I think they have a little bit of a skerfuffle against
वो
RSG.
खेलती भी है क्या
That's
गेम?
Jay's word.
हाँ भाई 40 स्टार पे हो।
He always says skerfuffle.
छैन
किसके साथ खेलती है?
Phase
gaming भाई phase gaming
के हो गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ कि हुँदैन फिक्स कल हान्नु भने
वो गेम छोड़
कलै
देना
रिङ भएन
चाहिए।
Shakalaka. Boom shakalaka.
स्ट्रिम किन हिँड्नु भएको थियो थाहा छैन के भन्दैछ लास्टमा
क्या खत्म हो गया क्या उनका?
They are a team
अच्छा
that
वो
But-
राइजन का
come
फेज।
in to fight together later on, and they will suffer because of the massive amount of control that Kings SG will have.
तो लास्ट में क्या
Land
बोला
as
वो
CC
लोग ने
immunity and
स्ट्रीम इधर
that's where
से
Taurus
इन
comes
कर
in.
दिया था
Happy about this. Your next.
For two different kingdoms.
True, true.
One, they have to.
अरे
they
void भी
have
था
to
void
dis-
कहाँ गया कौन सा void
and
था
then
वो
now they
Right
have to-
now, they have to usurp the kings.
Yeah.
They have to go down the. And
के भन्छ इन गर्ने अगाडि के भन्दैन
होरा
Super great, right? Because
इंडो
it's
इंडो को स्टार्ट होला रहो कि बंद हो रहा है
यसो किन सँगै गर्छ अब
the player in their skills, they
Wow.
know how to
आज सबै गेम हुन्छ नि
a
त्यही
new stream for the upper and lower.
जो
एकछिन
जीता वो
न्यू
second
एकछिन
है।
एकछिन एकछिन
We're
एकछिन
gonna have a longer rig this time around. So from
And-
us to
and-
you
and
guys, we're
Xbox
gonna end
Base
this
Lock
stream,
कर
but when
दिए,
we
कर
come back, we're gonna start a new stream.
के भन्छ रोके
Left in this challenger bracket stage, we're gonna have a longer rig this time around. So from us to you guys, we're gonna end this stream, but when we come back, we're gonna start a new stream for the upper and lower bracket finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on MPLSG Season 10. See you soon.
भनेपछि कतिको लङ ब्रेक हुन्छ भने होइन आजै हुन्छ भने त गाइस लङ ब्रेक रहेछ प्रोभाब्ली के खानासानाको लागि होला त्यसमा एकछिन हामी ऱ्याङ्क हान्छौँ नि त एकछिन है त म
से जा रहा है बार बार भाई
ओए अभी ब्रेक ही बोल रहा है तो न्यू स्ट्रीम होगा बोल रहा है
कितना बड़ा ब्रेक है?
पता नहीं ब्रेक ब्रेक है बोला
भाई
टाइम तो
सीधे
नहीं
साथ
बता
गए हैं।
4 PM पे होगा वो
मजा आ
Apex।
गया।
14 सिंगापुर टाइम क्या क्या
हाँ 4 बजे हुन्छ
नेपाल टाइम
रोकै म हेर्छु सिङ्गापुर हो
जब खाना वाना खा के आएंगे सब।
तो
अरे ये
अभी
तो स्टार्ट होना चाहिए था अभी इधर लिखा हुआ है ना
रुक
देखो
जाए।
मैं बता दूं।
तो
अब वो
क्या-
मेजरी
खाना
आना
खाएंगे अभी,
तो इनवाइट करो ना
पेट पूजा
और वो
होगी।
3726
2 मिनट में
ये देखना एपेक्स
हाँ 372650।
कोड वो 2 मिनट में आ रहा है बोल देना फिर क्या मुंह नहीं जा रहा तब तक
अब पेट पूजा हो रही है, रुक जाओ।
तू भी
4
टीसा
PM
गेट को है ना
हाँ
4
4
PM to
PM
5
तो अभी
अभी
तो
वहाँ
होना
मतलब
चाहिए
वेन्यू
था
के अंदर ही होता है क्या खाने वाने का वेन्यू के अंदर होता है
चल देती ना मम्मा
अरे
थोड़ा।
हर
हाँ।
जगह होता है ना, वेन्यू में तो रहेगा ही ना साले।
चल देंगे ना। ओके।
तो
कैसी
बूफे रहते
लुक्खा
हैं
है
कैसा
मेरी
रहता है
बिल्कुल।
स्टॉल्स होते हैं
स्टॉल
बॉक्स पे देता टिफिन बॉक्स पे
नहीं
देता
उसको
होगा
टाइम लगेगा, मेरे को जल्दी से भूख लगा।
हाँ स्टॉल तो होटल पे ही होगा वो क्या वो तो टिफिन बॉक्स पे देता हूँ
सीधे हाथ आगे करो, हाथ में देंगे सीधे खिचड़ी।
बोलेगा चिकन या फिश
दे देगा ऐसे।
दाल भात और भाजा।
पर ये तो स्टार्ट होना चाहिए था अभी
तो अभी के लिए कॉल
गौड़े तू देख रहा है ना, वो लोग खेल रहे हैं उधर। खाना नहीं खाए, इनको खाना नहीं चाहिए। एनर्जी कहाँ से आएगा?
तो
सोच नहीं पाएगा
ओए
बेचारा।
मेजरी 372650।
दवा नहीं बने एपेक्स
हाँ
काशी
चल
अच्छा
चल
अच्छा,
भाई
ये तेरी आइडिया में तेरी।
बेट्रिक्स बनी
हाँ?
वाला कौन आ रहा
देखते
है?
नो 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 नहीं 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 नहीं
बेट्रिक्स खेला तो भाई मेरे साथ आजा भाई बेट्रिक्स बेट्रिक्स आज आजा भाई
ओए बॉब ऊपर आ जा
मेन्यू दे वो मेन्यू
ओए बॉब
ओ
हम लोग का मैच देख
मसराप है
क्या था
ओए बॉब हम लोग का मैच देख ऊपर
कोड क्या
आके
था
भाई क्या मुंबई सर्वर
क्या फाइट कर रहे हैं क्या फिर
आजा
जय भी है
मसराप किधर है आजा चल
रेडी होराइज स्पोर्ट वर्सेस सोल लेट्स गो
हाँ हाँ हो रहा है स्पोर्ट्स वर्सेस सोल मैट्रिक्स ओनली स्नाइपर
बेट्रिक्स ओनली बट चीटिंग हुआ है ना मुंबई सर्वर में तो भाई
भाई ऐसे इतना नहीं होता भाई तू लगा ले
अरे
काम कर
372650
चल
क्या है ये फ्रॉम मसराप
मसराप BO3
मसराप फ्रॉम मसराप
मसराप BO3 ठीक है
ओए
ठीक है
मॉडल ओ शर्म आ रही है
मसराप
शर्म
BO3
नहीं आ रही
हाँ सुनाई दे रहा है बेरा नहीं हूँ मैं सुनाई दे रहा हूँ बेरा नहीं हूँ मैं
ओए
मादर
दूसरी आईडी क्या ना ओए
ओए
आईडी आईडी
हाँ भाई सुनाई दे रहा है लोड़े
BO3
इंडिया वर्सेस चाइना
ठीक है भाई
स्नाइपर ओनली हाँ
हाँ भाई स्नाइपर ओनली
अबे आना ओए दूसरी आईडी होगी ना भाई तेरे पे
है ही नो आईडी
अबे मेन आईडी मॉडल
अरे भाई देखा नहीं भाई मैंने देखा नहीं
हो गई भाई अब
क्या भाई
जो जीता वो सिकंदर जो हारा साथी गांड मारे बंदर
इधर वो रोल नहीं दे रहा मैं सर आप देखना
भाई बॉब होगा लीडर डिस्कॉर्ड
ओए बॉब
लीडर ओए लीडर हूँ
तब तो साथ जीत जा रहा जीत जा फिर नहीं तो नहीं मारेगा बंदर
अबे मिजरी तू आ इसके बाद बेसिक स्नाइपर
जी भाई
वो स्नाइपर और शॉटगन कर ना
हाँ कर सकते हैं हाँ कर सकते
तेरे को तो डूब जाना चाहिए सर तू तो देख से आ रहा है
नो नो
अरे मां
स्ट्रिक गई
अरे वाह
अरे
अबे वो भी ऐसा वैसा नहीं आ रहा है मिजरी पहले 1v1 था फिर बेस्ट ऑफ 3 आ रहा
अरे बाप रे
अगल अरे
हेलो साथ हेलो साथ इतना हार गया
नहीं हल्का सा आ रहा
कुछ नहीं फिर बोलेगा कि उसके ईगो पे आया
अरे मार
जीते बिना नहीं जाऊंगा तो उसने बेस्ट ऑफ 5 किया
मत कर भाई मत कर
वो जीत गया फिर बेस्ट ऑफ 3 जीत गया सॉरी बेस्ट ऑफ 5 जीत गया
अरे जी
देव से भाई देव से
शॉटगन मारना पड़ा
वो ये एंटी किधर है
मिनियन से मारना था भाई
पर इमॉर्टल को भगा क्यों दिए तुम लोग
ये मॉडल के साथ नहीं खेलना भाई क्या खतरनाक मैचिंग मिल रही है लुक्के भी मिल रहे हैं यू नो वांट टू हैव अ हार्ड मैच
साथ आया क्या साथ मिला क्या
मस्त मारा भाई स्नाइपर मैलेफिक गॉन फर्स्ट आइटम
मिस्री मेरे को एक बात बता मेरा नाम जो है इन गेम तूने मेरे को कितने बार देखा चेंज हां
क्या डैमेज है भाई ये
ये ऐसे रोता रहता है ये स्किल नहीं है वो स्किल नहीं है ये पैसे नहीं है वो पैसे और नेम चेंज तेरे पास कहां से इतने सारे
अबे 50 डायमंड का आया ना
अरे भाई क्या है
तूने कभी मिजरी नाम रखा भी है
ना रखा तो है
भाई 1 HP
अभी ओरिजिनल
ओए मत कर भाई गेम ही हो जाएगा भाई क्या
अभी
यार तो भाई जो गेम ही तो एंड करना है
भाई 3 किल का है ना भाई
चेंज कार्ड भेजेगा मैं चेंज कर दूंगा
ठीक है
3 किल का है लोड़े बेस मार रहा है
क्या बोला
ओए लेंस दिखा दे ये ओपन है लेंस
तो यार हील नहीं होता भाई इधर ही गलत है भाई
अब ये बोलेगा व्हाई नो शो अरे आना भी ओ माय गॉड ओ माय
यू आर डन जाहिल भाई
अरे मार किया भाई कैसे आ गए भाई उधर
ये खेलने लायक नहीं है ये लॉबी के
ओए बबले नीचे आ चल अब लोड़े तेरे को मारूंगा अभी
और वो फिर आ गया कपल पेट में लेने वाले।
BO3 था ना, BO3 था मसारा, BO3 चल।
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है अभी
पेट में
अभी
लेने वाले हेलो
BO3
मैं नहीं दिख रहा तुम लोग का।
अबे वो कपल कॉम्बो कार
अबे वो
में
कपल का सही है वो
अच्छा
कपल
नहीं नहीं
पेट
नहीं
में लेते हैं
जेवियर जेवियर जेवियर
Time and
अबे वो
tide
कपल पेट में
will
लेते हैं साध
prevail. Nor
साध हेलो
क्या
सही ठीक है।
उसने बोला कपल पेट में लेता है और साथ और फिर तेरे को कंप्लीट करने पड़ा है।
जी गाइस
हेलो
अति
समझ गया भाई,
हानर
दिल्ली के बड़े
गाइस अब एपेक्स को नाम नहीं अब मोहम्मद सब बेट्रिक्समा त जितिहाल्छ नि मलाई
अरे
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 बम नहीं खेल रहा हूँ, स्नाइपर भाई
फॉर्म
क्या।
में ही खेल रहा है
अरे बट
साध
स्नाइपर
हैप्पी
नहीं
दिवाली
बनाते।
हैप्पी दिवाली साध हैप्पी दिवाली
वैसे 12 पहला मैच जीत चुका है 1-0।
अरे 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 हो रहा एक मैच हार गया
अरे रुक इसके बाद आजा भाई।
till the enemy reaches the battlefield zone.
थोड़ा का नाक करते हुए बचाने के लिए आयुष दाई विकास तमांग आते हुए।
Morgan, get the tub ready. Need to take a hot bath when I get home.
मुझे नहीं पता एपेक्स हमारा कौन है।
एपेक्स क्या ही हो सकता है
कोच
एपेक्स हमारा कोच है कोच।
अरे माँ
कोच नहीं है वो जब फ्रस्ट्रेट होते ना प्लेयर सब बुलाते हैं कोने में
तो भाई क्या डैमेज हो
हमें एपेक्स से बुलाया है मिजरी।
परमिशन ले जल्दी परमिशन ले मासराप यार बॉक्स ज्यादा हो रहा है।
मिजरी
हाँ भाई हो रहा
जब मैच आएंगे ना हम तो सब एपेक्स से बुलाएंगे। कौन है?
केक करके बुलाना साथ में भी
तू कभी अभी चुप एकदम, वेरी टफ 1v1,
ओह शिट
वेरी सीरियस।
मतलब पहले से ही सोच लिया क्या
आयुष भाई इसको लॉक्ड इन बैंक।
अभी तक तो एपेक्स गया भी नहीं है कोच बन के
वाह दैट्स
अरे मार खा रहा इस पर
पर क्या ही फैनी खेला भाई याइको क्या ही फैनी था भाई वो
फर्स्ट गेम मैं तो अभी उठा था नहीं देखा मैंने तो
थर्ड
first
गेम मैंने वो नहीं देखा आरएसजी वाला नहीं देखा
मैलेफिक आ गया
हाँ अभी रुकिए ना 10 मिनट में आता हूँ।
फैनी तो क्या खेलता है भाई याई को।
अरे मम्मा प्लीज प्लीज
90 एमएस में भी खेल रहा था।
अरे
अरे
व्हाट द
माँ।
फक 90 एमएस किधर
हाँ जब ये नेपाल क्वालिफाई था ना एसएफ का तो सिंगापुर सर्वर में हो रहा था सब।
नो
तो हमारा लाइक 80-90 एमएस आता है और उसमें फैनी खेला वो और इतना मारा।
भाई वाह क्या भाई ये तो भाई टेररिस्ट ही निकला हुआ
साथ हेलो
आह।
and I'm not a terrorist
भाई बहुत स्ट्रांग हूँ ना।
एपेक्स कुछ देर बाद बोलेगा चल मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड पे।
और फिर एक बंदे को
जी भाई जी
मुझे इधर फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है कुछ भी बोल सकता है तुम।
वो सपोर्ट भाई
कैसा लग रहा
पर तू क्लैश रॉयल खेलता है मिजरी?
क्लैश रॉयल नहीं दाई करूँ क्या इंस्टॉल अच्छा गेम
हाँ इंस्टॉल करना।
नहीं है पे टू विन नहीं है।
नहीं जे को मैंने हराया था इसीलिए 2 बार हराया
आह।
है। 2 बार हराया बस मैं उसका नहीं हरा
मादर चोद
रेडियम भी
क्या मारा हुआ
हाँ बाकी नहीं इतना ट्रायड है वो रेडियम बहुत ट्रायड है।
जी
लगता है हॉट साइड खेलता है।
भाई क्या ही मारा हुआ है
वो बहुत वो करता है ट्रायड करता है।
मार्क क्लियर करने दे मेरे को भी क्लीन करता हुआ
जी
रुक जा
मुझे तो पता ही नहीं
रिलोड
वो खेलता है।
वो खेलता है बहुत ट्राई करता है। वो क्या कहता है पता है?
वो क्या कर
क्या खेलता है?
बिल्डर शॉट।
बिल्डर हट।
एंटी तो क्या नूब है। एंटी को तो मैंने कल कितना बेस्ट ऑफ 7 में नहीं बेस्ट ऑफ 9 भी आ रहा है।
जी भाई
मेरा भी कल तुम्हारे वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर के मैच था।
एसएसएल 2-0 चल चल ओए आजा ओए नेपाल की फ्लाइट बचाने के लिए आजा नीचे चल
आधा
गेम स्टार्ट
स्टार्ट हो गया गेम
पता नहीं किस अच्छा यही का है ये गेम अभी देखना पड़ेगा
स्टार्ट हो गया क्या बट
हाँ ड्राफ्ट होने वाला है
चलो चल स्ट्रीम करो देखेंगे
मत गया बॉब
Honestly, my
इसकी बात ही
favorite map, and it shows a lot of difference. More
तेरा
than
ये
20 River
नाइट्रो है
Book
क्या?
because it's a permanent sort of thing
क्या?
all throughout the game. But
Discord में
it
नाइट्रो है क्या?
again, I feel like it doesn't
गरीब
really change too much of the draft.
Yes, at least
देख ले
for
अच्छे
us,
से
I
मेरा
don't think
पूरा
that we had the opportunity to
वो भी
really just
मेरा
come
निंजा भी
together
बाहर
and
आता है
take a
देख ले
look at
अच्छे से
pattern
वो
defense
बीच पे
for
कौन बैठ ओए को बीच
I
कोई
don't think that we have
भाई मलाई थाहा भएन
much of information
कुन
or
रोल?
too much ways to
मलाई
really
थाहा भएन
tell
भन्दा त
you,
कुन
you
रोल
know, when it comes
किससे
down to
मैच है इनका
versus
अभी
this is
अभी
hero
भाई
league, blah, blah, blah.
डियाब्लो का
Maybe I
टीम
will feed that
योंगिन है
back
वो
over
कोच
to the
साद
Excel sheet
योंगिन कोच
maker
योंगिन
and
साद
tell him
Jace
to
GPT.
yeah tell him hey you're missing
साद
these
तो
very
बैट हो गया होगा
valuable
नाम सुन के
information. But all in all, I think that
कोच
this is going to
योंगिन
be fun to
भाई
watch
मेरे
between
डिस्कॉर्ड पे आना जरा
Stallion and Kings as Kings are
जी भाई
already
जी
going into
अरे
the
यार ये
phase.
टाइग्रिल ने अल्ट दिया
Taking out the
और
Ace
मेरी
Machine,
अल्ट
taking
से
out the
सबको
Lancelot,
निकाल
so
दिया
no assassins for
साद
these
इतना
two. It's again
ओए
the
किसका है
battle
क्या
of
उसके साथ है क्या
the
मैच
prodigies down the
हाँ
jungle.
भाई अभी मैच में फोकस करते हैं गाइस
On the assassin
ये
jungle.
मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है
गेम कर रहे हो क्या
Huge respect
हाँ
over
स्ट्रीम
to
कर रहे हैं
the
स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ
the
अबे
prodigy.
तो शुरू भी हो गया
A lot
हाँ
of
ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट हो
बैटो
गया
a
को
lot of
वो है
fans
ना
are actually signing
बेनेटा
him up
हाँ
to
बेंदिता
play.
प्लेयर है वो
And hopefully,
हाँ
he
सच में
shows us some
गाइस सच में
promise
स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो
moving
क्या
forward in this matchup.
हाँ भाई
One thing's for sure is that
सच
we
में
don't
भोसड़ी के
know exactly what
अबे
is
तुम
about to
लोग कब
happen
से
in this
इधर
game.
आतंक
So far,
मचा
the
रहे तो
game
बोल
is
नहीं सकता
not too
इधर।
bad, right? But I think that in terms of tiering system, I
सच
don't
में
think
पूछ
it,
रहा है
I mean,
रंगी
I
सब
genuinely
नेपाली
don't
है
think
बट
it's
भाई
going
सब
to
क्या
be
लोग
सच में बट
as
मिजरी तूने तो
static
भाई
as
कमेंट किया था भाई तो
it
ओवर
is
एक्टिंग की
for
था
इंटरनेशनल
ना ना
इमेज
to be honest, in the way
इंडिया
अरे
का
that
भाई
early game of game
इंडिया
leading,
का
of course,
ओवररेटिंग
इंटरनेशनल
कर रहे
इमेज
हो
क्या
in
पड़ेगा?
game number 2. That's why they had to
सुबह
go
कमेंट
all
किया
the way
था अभी थोड़ी किया
to
था
the late games and
भाई तो
finals.
सुबह से गेम ही हो रहा है
With situations like
ना
these, I would want to see
अबे
Kings,
छोड़ दे भाई
Kings
छोड़ दे
चलो भाई
इसको
ड्राफ्ट
इससे क्या
ड्राफ्ट
बहस
be
करेगा
able
माय
तू
to
ब्रदर साद
identify
इज माय
these
ब्रदर फ्रॉम
क्या
weaknesses
अनदर
बंदा
मदर
of
है क्या
Stallions
बहस
and
करोगे इससे
trying
भाई
to
छोड़ो
take them out.
Yeah, they have that
साद इज माय
momentum
ब्रदर
from
फ्रॉम
the
अनदर
previous
अबे
मदर
game.
वायसेस बैन कर
Played it.
दिया
They had a strong
वॉइसेस
momentum.
फैनी फैनी तो बैन ही कर देगा योंगिन योंगिन बोला बैन कर दिया इसका
सीसी
फैन
तो ओपन है
And I
सीसी
think
लेगा क्या
CC is on
यंगिन
the table for
यंगिन
them
से
if they want to go
गिफ्ट
for it. Roy really is
नो
ready with the Kimmy. They might be able to snap pick that one up as well. So two viable
केलिया
options right
सीसी
here.
दोनों ओपन है क्या लेगा बता
Yeah, so
As a CC.
सीसी ले लिया
it's still gonna be a CC.
गाइस फर्स्ट गेम स्टार्ट भइसक्यो लाइक हान्दिम शेयर गरौ
To pick a CC. Whenever I see
तो
Stallion
एलिस
picking
को
up
तो
CC,
मारता
it
होगा ना
doesn't
सीसी
really
बहुत
fit their
हाँ
MO
मारता है एलिस को
It
that much.
doesn't
कल
feel
तो एक्सबॉक्स
it
गोल्डन
doesn't
खेला
feel
था
exact.
यही वाले
Shallowish. So it kind of
वे
feels
वो
as
तो
though we
मौका
have
मारा
to
भाई मस्त
bring that
आरपी तो
over to
सोलो किल कर
Renza.
दिया
And I think that
स्टाइलर को
for Renza is someone that is relatively new to this
क्या
team.
लेगा
He's
यार
on
को लोग
stack 5, right? I hope
कालिया
that he's
स्टिल ओपन
not
है
in the
ले सकते
situation
हो
whereby
लोग
he's just thinking,
कालिया
you know what,
हायाबुसा
कालिया ही
play
लेना
your
चाहिए
game,
भाई
I will flex. If you guys think
हायाबुसा
that
भी
we
है
need
हाइपर में
to
सिर्फ
have a CC
अबे
in here,
कालिया
I'll
इसलिए
play a
लेते हैं ना कि
CC.
उनका assassin का हीरो
To
पूल ही खत्म
counter
हो जाता है
CC,
मगर
to counter
क्या ही
CC,
लेगा
I feel like
बेचारा
हाँ प्यूरीफाई पे भी बेट कर देगा वो लोग
have an era of
हाँ
effect crowd control ability.
क्या
Was able to
ग्रॉक
get
ओके
rid of that
ग्रॉक
ले
pick
लिया
up
भाई
and deny the
कीमी
Kimmy away from
मार
Roy.
चुदा है बोले मैं तो कंफर्ट पिक
Other than
लूंगा मार
that,
चुदा है तुम्हारा हीरो
Farsa as well as Kalia is also
काश
two
के
other
उस दिन
heroes
कोई
that
ऐसा
could
बोल
be
देता।
possible joining into the
ओह
fray.
नो
We haven't really found or seen the
ओए
opportunity of
योंगिन योंगिन
using
ओए
Kimmy.
योंगिन ओए योंगिन
We've
ओए
ये लोड़े को
भाई
भी
क्या
नोटिस किया
है
भाई
भाई
कब से
तेरा
दिख रहा है
साबुन स्लो है क्या
कब से दिख रहा है वो अभी चिल्ला रहा है
Fearless. Okay. I
ओए
will give
गोल्डन
it
सीसी है गोल्डन सीसी है
अपना
Well,
बोल
it's
रहा
been their
हूँ
method of operation
बोल
is that
लेनी
they will always
तो नो
pick
ड्राफ्ट किया है
Diablo's
बट
heroes last because they want the
लुनॉक्स
flexibility.
ले लिया ताकि
However, just
समझ रहे
from
ना
the first 3
डैमेज की
picks,
कमी ना
it
हो
really just feels as though
बट
we
अभी
already
कालिया बैन नहीं
have
किया तो कालिया भी ले सकते हैं
Diablo's
लोग
heroes out. Unless they just decided to
STS
be like, hey, here's a curveball. Bray is
हाँ
gonna
कालिया बैन
play
करना
their
ही
allies.
पड़ेगा
This is what I think so
लुनॉक्स के
too.
साथ
I
तो
think it's
है
still
ब्रोकन क्या लेगा
But
assassin
but
लेगा ये
in the
लोग
jungle, not as much as
अभी
the
अभी
HP,
एलिक्स क्यों लिया?
because your
क्या
first skill is
अभी
pretty
लेना
much
पड़ता उनको
adjusted to have
अगर नहीं
all
लेता
the
तो वो
नहीं लेता।
इधर इधर से ले सकता है
वो लोग
ऐसे नहीं
नहीं लेते
पूछने
थे
का
damage,
कोच
you have to play
एपेक्स
that
ऐसे
as a
पूछ
tank.
कोच
And
एपेक्स
बाद
Baron
में भी ले
itself
सकते थे
is
काफी बाद में भी
picked
ले
up as a
सकते थे पता
counter
है
towards that
वो
CC.
किले नहीं ले सकते क्या
As
ये
we
लोग कोच
pointed
एपेक्स?
out, it might not be
ले
a
सकते थे
HP
बाद
lane
में फिर वो
CC.
एक्सपेक्ट
And
भी
I
नहीं
do have
करते
to agree
एलिस
with you
लेंगे ये लोग
that
और
CC doesn't feel very
अच्छा था भाई
Diablo-esque. I feel
वही
like
ना कोच एपेक्स।
this
बाद में लेते
अरे
it might,
यंगिन
but
यंगिन
there will not be enough damage if they do
योगी ने
that.
सजेस्ट
I
किया
think
अभी
that
योगी के आगे से
Bray
खेल रहा है
in the jungle, especially in early
अगर
game where you
इस
want a lot
याइको
more
ने
space
आउट किया
for
तो भाई मैंने क्यों सजेस्ट किया
to happen, and this is very
बे
Team
मौत
सर यही को
Stallions, very
टॉन्ट भी कर रहा
Alliance.
है यंगिन को।
Going to jungle, be the
देख
aggressive
रहा है
and take down
देख रहा है
heads,
उधर
try to snowball their
फुल
way.
सीरियस भाई लॉक इन याइको लॉक इन है भाई
Diablo-like
to
भाई
be
इसका
Yahiko
सेलिब्रेशन देखना है मेरे
Yeah,
को
I mean, if we were to
अबे ये
kind of
तो
think about these
चढ़
three
जाएगा
heroes,
टेबल
it
पे
is very
कौन सा स्टेज है?
tough style, right? It's
ये अभी एमपीएल क्वालिफायर का
just
है ना
want to
तो
go from front to back
एमपीएल
and
तो
just
प्रोबेबली
generally deal with the
स्टेज
top
पे ही
laners
होगा
ASAP,
पता
while
नहीं
the allies just goes behind Break Havoc and
याइको क्या लेगा
buys so
हाई
much
पे सभी
time.
बैन किया फैनी
That is
बैन
what
वाइस
we
बैन
are for. And buying time is
यही को
essentially something that is essentially
फेडरिन तो
something
ले भी
that
नहीं सकता है सीसी
Diablo
मार देगा इतना
is
गंदा
हाँ
really good
सीसी
at.
है
जॉय
The
भी
fact
है
that
पर
he's
चल
the one that creates
जोए
जॉय
भी
ले
बैन
सकता है
ले,
जॉय
ले
बैन हो गया
Joi
लेकिन
Joi भी ban.
क्या
जॉय
है
से कुछ नहीं बचा चार
because
जंगल बैन हो
we
गए
did had a chat with Diablo.
गुनिवर
याइको का फोन
He's the
है
kind of
कि फोन
player
बंद
that
क्यों कर रहा है याइको
wants
अपना
the roles to create the space
डैमेज
for him
डैमेज भी
so
चाहिए
that he
टीम
will
में थोड़ा
be
सा
able to do miracles.
क्या
It's
है
just
सुयो
Diablo
बचा है
things.
हाइपर
Just
का
Diablo
क्या
बट
बचा
मार्क्समैन
है
भी है ना
Diablo things
बच
if
नहीं बाकिया
lore
बैन है
enables him.
मेरे
And
को
I
तो
think this is
पता
how
नहीं
he
क्या
should be
लेगा
like to
गुनिवर
play.
लेगा क्या
I think
गुनिवर
he
ले
is
गुनिवर
लिंक
ballsy in the
लिंक
fact
भेज
that
लिंक
he likes
बॉल
to
अबे
है
लिंक
play
गुनिवर
भाई
the
इतना
position
इन्वेट मारेगा
but
लो
बॉल
he's
लिंक भी
also
है भाई
calculative. He
कुछ
knows
कर ही नहीं
where the
पाएगा
enemies
बट
are
मस्त खेलता है भाई
kind
लिंक
of predicts their movements
एक्स
ले
बॉल
लिंक
भी
सकता
है
है
भाई
बट
लिंक कैसे
especially
याई
चलेगा
को ले
against
सकता है
dangerous
लिंक लिंक
grass
या गुनिवर
the dangerous grass environment.
गुनिवर
So
तो
this
नहीं होगा मुझे को
might
लगता
feel like
गुइन नहीं
a
लेगा गुइन नहीं लेगा
yeah,
लिंक के
गुनिवर
साथ
गुनिवर नहीं होगा।
looking really good for KSG.
क्या है
For
यार ये तो
Stallions though, this is a sticky situation. I feel like the
4 बैन
CC
फॉर
should
याई को
go
भाई
into
रिस्पेक्ट देख रहा
top
है
lane, and then Alice in the jungle. You still have
यंगिन ने बोला
मेरे को लग रहा है बॉर्ग लेगा
We're
पता
still
है
on that train,
hard-hitting.
huh?
बॉल
The Diablo's heroes not picked
हाँ,
train.
ले भी
बॉर्ग का
सकता है
शील्ड गिरा देगा ना
बट लूनाक्स
आमोन या बॉर्ग में से कोई एक लेगा
लूनॉक्स गिरा
It
देगा
could
बॉर्ग का
really
शील्ड।
just, yeah, it could really just go
ऑप्शन भी तो नहीं है
anywhere.
आमोन या बॉर्ग में
Not
से कोई एक
exactly
लेगा
CC on Diablo. I would never imagine CC on Diablo. At least
Alucard.
Alice on Diablo is still possibly a thing. Well, in the meantime, Bray is someone that is really good at
इधर
killing
अगर
space,
बॉर्ग
so
अल्फा
Alice to him still
साथ
makes
तू कोच
sense.
होता तो क्या
But
पिक करवाता
how
अभी
that
2 पिक और है ना
jungle
इनके
rotation
लास्ट
looks
पिक होगा
like
उसका
sounds
तो
like that is my
अब क्या
problem.
पिक करवाएगा तू
This
मैं
is
होता
just crazy.
तो
A very dysynergistic pick from the chip
अभी तो
as
एक्स
well as
बॉर्ग
the
की
बॉर्ग
बात है
Kai.
भाई
हाँ मैं
Even
ये
though
बॉर्ग की
the
बोल
chip
रहा
go,
बॉर्ग अच्छा होगा
the
अभी
Kai
तो।
goes in,
अब तो
starts that
बॉर्ग
heavy
बहुत
spin.
अच्छा है
It throws everyone off their tracks, and I think that's a deny
लूकस
over
वगैरह ना
to
ले
the
ले
Rock because once the
लूकास तो
Kai
नहीं लेगा
is picked up by
लूकस तो
KSG,
नहीं लेगा बे सीसी गार्ड मार
the
लेगा
onus
पूरा
and value is in their hands. Be
अरे
it
बॉर्ग भाई
all,
बॉर्ग बहुत अच्छा
lock
पिक
them
है
down with
बॉर्ग
heavy
या
spin.
आमोन में
So
से
this
कोई
is
एक बहुत अच्छा
be
पिक है
Kai
बैन
going into the
आमोन भी
jungle,
अच्छा पिक है पता है
and
इधर
then you're flexing over the CC
ओए
down the
एपेक्स
bot lane.
कोच
Diablo.
क्या
एपेक्स
लेगा
It
यार
definitely
ये यंगिन के
feels
साइड पे
that
वो
they
फेड
are
डिनर
lacking in a lot of
टैंक को भी
damage.
अच्छा
फुल
होता है।
याई को मार कर रहा है भाई
Does
ये
not necessarily
हाँ
kill,
पता
but
नहीं ये तो आज
creates
Hey, but
का
this is Roy that we're talking about.
बॉर्ग भाई बॉर्ग आमोन प्लीज
क्या क्या लेगा
Wait,
ओ अरे भाई
लिंक आ गया भाई लिंक भाई
वाह
This is Roy we're talking about. Very aggressive.
भाई याई को
Sharp,
कर लेंगे
and I
भाई
think
वाह
it makes sense
बट
for them
आड़े
to
पर
बहुत
बहुत आड़े पर
हार्ड नहीं बहुत हार्ड है
बहुत आड़े
Diablo,
लिंक
Alice, and then Bray Akai.
क्योंकि
Okay, it
एक
makes
स्क्विशी
sense.
लूनक्स काफी है और
But
उससे
then
भी
that
लाइट
means
है
they have to be very, very aggressive.
और
हाँ।
क्या
We're
वो
seeing
ऐसे थोड़ी आएंगे, वो तो
Yahiko
चिपके
to
पोर्टल से आएंगे ना।
play the
Trust-
और
assassins
लिंक
instead
स्प्लिट
of
भी नहीं कर
going
पाएगा
tanks.
पोर्टल की वजह से।
And they
हाँ।
can sustain that
हाँ
damage.
हार्ड तो
But
बहुत है
if
लिंक को।
it goes into
ट्रस्ट
early
यही को
game,
लिंक एमएससी लिंक
15, 16 minute territory,
एमएससी
बॉल
लिंक
कितना
ट्रस्ट
अच्छा पिक था
KSG
इधर
can
यार।
just walk all over them. They have the
डियाब्लो
damage to
इधर
do
है
so. They
डियाब्लो।
have the crowd control abilities to set
जर्सी
things
में छैन
up
त
for
यिनीहरू त
themselves. And I like the way that
त्यही त
Yahiko
थाहा नै
plays.
भने
We
किन
see
त
him
in
on
in
ship.
Apex
I
with
think
Thrust.
one of his
लिंक भेरी हार्ड गाइस, भेरी हार्ड ए भेरी
heroes and signature
भेरी हार्ड है
moves
गाइस।
today as well.
ए
Where
ब्रेक्सी भन्छ नि
he's
त
using that opening that
ब्रे
mercy
ब्रे
is
ब्रे ब्रे
hiding within
ब्रे
areas
भाई ब्रेक का सीन पता है ना एपेक्स तेरे को?
bang out of your buck.
हाँ याद है
मार क्या मार
बेस लोग ना
भाई बता दे
बेस लोग
एपेक्स
वाला
बता दे एपेक्स
अबे
पता चल गया
याद आ गया
याद आ
याद
गया
आया सेलिब्रेट कर रहा ना ये
हाँ सेलिब्रेट कर रहा था हार
ये चलो भाई अभी इनबिट कैसे करता है ये लोग इनबिट किया तो बहुत
ओए
दिक्कत है
उसने मिनियन नहीं रोका ग्रोक ने
हेल्प करने जा रहा है
पता नहीं वही बोला होगा वो लोग को
क्यों नहीं किया है पता है मैं बोल दूंगा
बोलो बोलो
बोलो भाई
अगर लाइक लेन फ्रीज किया तो लाइक लेन क्लियर नहीं होगा और जंगल अगर जंगल ओपोनेंट का पास क्लियर होगा
किया है वो लेन फ्रीज किया है साथ देख बॉटम
नहीं किया है
देखो नहीं लग रहा है नहीं किया है
देखो क्या रिवाइंड करके नहीं छोड़ देते ये देखना
बाद में देखेंगे ओए नाइस वॉल
इनबिट करने तो नहीं दे रहे पर ब्लू पे पता नहीं
देखना साथ किया है वो बॉटम की वेव
हाँ किया है नहीं करता तो बहुत अजीब हो जाता भाई
चल क्लैप कर
अबे लौड़े
ये लोग जाएंगे क्या ब्लू पे
ना
ब्लू
देखना भाई अभी से प्रेशर आ गया इतना ज्यादा
ओह शिट
mispositioning or overextending themselves, such as a linking points into a too deep into a fight, that kind of stuff, right? But looking at Yahiko, I don't think that is the kind of things that would happen. So we should generally see a killless match until the first turn.
और लेवल तो पहुंच गया भाई रिच है क्या नहीं है रिच लूना से मिला
ओए नाइस बे देखना इनका अलर्ट कार्ड फ्रीज करा देख
क्या डाल रहा है आइटम
पर पीछे चिप खड़ा है शायद ये लोग एक बारी में करना
टोटल आई थिंक लीव ही करेगा
कंटेस्ट नहीं कर रहे हो
ब्लू
देखो
ब्लू पे जाएगा आएगा कर मारा नहीं सीसी देखा भाई विजन
बट थोड़ी कुछ कर पाएगा वो नहीं वे नहीं लेने देगा ओ शिट मत खेला भाई सीसी तो
नहीं अभी फोन भी डिफरेंट है ना बहुत दिक्कत है भाई
क्लिक कर गया हां वन साइड गेम है भाई ये तो
ओह नाइस
ना वन साइड गेम है ये वन साइड गेम है
ओपोनेंट जीत रहा है
भाई किसके साथ
लोड़े क्या बोल रहा मादर
मारा ना लूनस को देख
साले
फिर से यही को ब्लू पे जा रहा है देख रहा भाई क्या भाई
आराम को
भाई
फाइनल स्लैश देके
अरे मार दिया अरे मर गया बॉन्ग मर गया भाई मर गया बॉन्ग
बट उसमें ब्लू मिला लिंको ब्लू
मिला क्या हाँ मिला भाई
हाँ मिल गया लिंको ब्लू मिला
हाँ किल भी मिलेगा नाइस मिला किल मिला
कम ऑन स्नो
नाइस बॉल मिजरी
वो तो प्लीज द चैट मुझे कायरी को लिंक बट कल भी कायरी लिंक से आ रहा था कल
भी
मतलब की हालत होती है भाई
वे थोड़ा हिंदी खराब
हिंदी नहीं मालूम
There's the only win condition. If Kings can take down the Lunox, then Team Stallions are in shambles. Diablo facing
मिला रिच मारा क्रैप पे
लेकर नहीं है इसके पास गया अरे बचा दिया
नाइस
ये लेट्स गो
It's all about the
ऐसे सपोर्ट कर
भाई मैं तो कर रहा था साथ ऐसे ही सपोर्ट कर रहा था मैं
ऐसे हां बराबर
रूबी वाले गेम में भी कर रहा था मैं सपोर्ट
हां मैं भी कर रहा था जिसमें तू सीसी खेल रहा था मैं भी कर रहा था बुलाने वाला देखो टॉप पे
टोटल अरे बुला लिया भाई ये अलर्ट भी आएगा क्या बॉन्ग बचा है नहीं बचा बॉन्ग
अबे भाई बॉन्ग को तो क्या मार रहे भाई ओए पिन हो गया कोई एक उधर अबे अलर्ट पिन हो अरे बेंच पे कर दिया
अरे यार
यही को अरे
अल्ट नहीं है याइको पे मर गया
अकाई मरा 4
अबे किमी अच्छा खेल रहा है भाई किमी अच्छा खेल रहा है
इससे आगे भी अच्छा खेल रहा था वो
सारी सीसी की स्किन कैसी है? सच्ची है क्या? तू खेल रहा था ना?
मैं नहीं लिया, मैंने लिया
Why
है।
flame retrieve? Flame retrieve बहुत fast है। तेरे से ज़्यादा ले ते retrieve कर।
We all just tunnel vision on right that 3 members.
दिखने में तो मस्त लग रही है, देखना।
क्या स्किन?
हाँ
हाँ और भी थोड़ा
भाई
नहीं
फिर
दिखता।
फाइट होने वाला है, वो चिप का पोजीशन नहीं होगा ना? नहीं हो रहा है, छोड़ दिया।
Team Stallions have got a good amount of a 1300 goal lead, and they could actually get a little bit more from this point in time.
भाई क्या डैमेज दे रहा है देखना।
ये फोटो पे जो साइन आ रहा है ना, देखना चिप का।
हाँ
वो उसका मतलब चिप के पास वो लाइक टेलीपोर्ट करने का पोर्टल है, ये है क्या? कूलडाउन है क्या?
वो पहले वैसे भी आएगा वो तो।
ऐसे भी आएगा।
Performance that we are used to seeing Team Stallions with that trap, it doesn't have
ओ ऐसे भी
that
आएगा।
structured front
लॉट पे जाने वाले हैं एकदम।
गया
अलर्ट गया।
honor over to the damage that Roy brings
बता
to the
क्या?
table. That's a portal being set
नहीं
up.
गया नहीं कर सकते पर नहीं कर सकते डैमेज ही नहीं होगा।
अबे किमी कार्ड भी अच्छा लगा है, बहुत अच्छा लगा किमी कार्ड।
डैमेज नहीं फ्लिकर रख दिया क्या? बॉन्ग बॉन्ग अबे डैमेज ही नहीं लग रहा है तो।
ग्रेंजर टॉप पे था ना शायद। ग्रेंजर टॉप पे था।
लूनोस बहुत अच्छा है भाई चिप के साथ। लाइक अंदर जाके लाइट मार के
बहुत खतरनाक ड्राफ्ट किया है ये लोग ने।
अरे बॉम्ब को दे दिया क्या? नहीं मार देना अरे
join him in the fray. I think that was just Bumble Reborn that got caught regardless. So they did what they could to return the favor, go for a little bit of a trade, but they were completely
अरे मार दे।
अरे
याइको को मार दिया।
याइको को मारा, नाइस बोला।
क्या हो गया?
As a solo kill from
भोसड़ी के ये क्या मिजरी मादर चोद क्या नाइस नाइस कर रहा है।
अबे आर्नॉट ने फाइनल फ्लैश मारा तब बोला था मैंने भाई। अरे वो फिर याइको पे कैमरा कर दिए, मैं क्या करूं?
It's doing in this game is Kings SG finding himself in a spot of bother and they have
ना भाई बहुत लेता होता है ऐसा, कुछ कर ही नहीं पाएगा वो।
Part of me still feels as though if all of the 5 members of each team
बट याइको लोग का वो अच्छा है ना, एक्सटेंडेड फाइट।
Kings SG will definitely have
क्या अच्छा है?
एक्सटेंडेड फाइट।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
क्या हो गया भाई? लुनोक्स मर गए। ये भी मर गया क्या? सीसी नहीं मरा। ओके नाइस वन।
गुड अब बोल नाइस बोलो सब।
कितना है गोल्ड 2600?
कम हो गया भाई, कम हो गया।
1,500 makes things even worse. There's a lot of displacement skills.
ये अभी सीसी का बड़ा शटडाउन है बस।
Displacement skill from the side of Kings SG makes things a little bit tough for
अरे भाई बहुत तेरा आइटम आ गया
very
लूनोस
safe
पे।
location right next to
इसका आ गया
that is a very desperate attempt from Team Stallions
अबे क्या मार रहा है बे
just
तो?
to snag a little bit more kills and get themselves a little bit more of that advantage.
It's a little bit of a
एलिस को मारने में दिक्कत होगी।
It's Kings SG finding a little bit of trouble as Rensa dealing a lot of damage on Ryan. Great initiation and counter reflection with the tectonic charge, but he has to hold on to that one. The Lord is going to spawn up in the next 30 seconds. Kings SG doesn't want to waste the resources right before the Lord.
Now the question is if whether
कहाँ teleport दे दिया?
लिंक का अल्ट करो दिया। लिंक को फार्म ही करने नहीं दे रहे लोग।
So it's very
बस एक ही आइटम आया लिंक का अभी।
actually sacrificing his life, literally knowing that he's kind of out of position to try to
आइटम आया तो मारेगा। आइटम ही नहीं आ रहा है।
दो तीन टाइम आता है सर।
no buff to kind of play around with, if I recall correctly, unless
रेंजर का भी मेलेफिक आ जाए तो फाइट अच्छी होगी।
I think they're just trading purple buffs right now. Might be taken away by Bray down the skirmish that lost his life, but the purple buff is up. The Lord is being dealt with.
ब्लू भी नहीं मिलने वाला लिंक को, ऐसा लग रहा है।
हाँ नहीं मिलेगा। रिची भी नहीं मर रहा।
Roy will secure the Lord for themselves, and they're moving in a beeline towards that purple buff. They want to take all the resources.
ये ग्रॉक ने अच्छी अल्टिया दिया है, but डैमेज ही नहीं आ रहा है।
It's all about starving Kings SG out, and they identified that Ling be Ling. Without a purple buff,
किमी कहाँ से आएगा? तीन आइटम बाद का।
and can't even
अब मिड जाएगा, अब मिड पूरा फोर्स होगा।
Tempest of Blaze, right?
वो रेड भी जा रहा है क्या काई?
नहीं मिड फोर्स करवाएगा वो। देख नहीं कर रहा क्या? पीछे छोड़ दिया।
भाई ग्रेंजर को देख कहाँ जाके कर रहा है।
अबे मर गया ग्रेंजर। क्या ही घुस रहे हैं भाई ये लोग। अभी
लॉर्ड ने गाना मारा है भाई।
ब्रेवी मर गए। नाइस नाइस लेट्स गो।
डब्ल्यू आर लॉर्ड
2 भाई चलो चलो
मिड का टर्रेट डिफेंड करना पड़ेगा।
डिफेंड होगा 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 लॉर्ड है बस अभी।
अरे ग्रॉक क्या मेन कर रहे भाई। और
भाई ये टीसी लौड़े कौन है तू?
706 ओए मरेगा। एचपी को भी नहीं दिख रहा है उसका। कैसे मारेगा भाई सीसी को तो।
आउट खत्म होने के बाद मारेगा।
बेंजिन से ब्लेड आर्मर है अभी तो ब्लेड भी आ रहा है। नहीं मार सकता भाई सीसी को तो नहीं
तो कैसे मारेगा? अब तो लिंक का भी डैमेज नहीं आएगा और किमी का भी इतना नहीं आएगा।
किमी का भी नहीं आएगा। किमी उल्टा मारेगा बेंजी तक खोल दिया तो।
चिप को देखना डेंजरस क्लास है।
They don't really have a lot of zone potential unless like
चिप के लिए तो एडवांटेज होगा।
The Kings SG they're coagulating all together. They're trying
अबे इतना भी होल्ड कर लिए कितना अच्छा कर रहे हैं पता है लोग कितना होल्ड कर दिए। ये तो वन साइड गेम ही था ये तो।
कितना गोल्ड
ग्रॉक और आलोट ने मिलके बहुत खतरनाक होल्ड किया।
डेंजरस ग्रास सामान के लिए अच्छा है, लिंक के लिए तो डिसएडवांटेज है।
हाँ वो भी है। लिंक तो कैसे ही शॉट कलेक्ट करेगा और वो कलेक्ट भी करेगा तो लोग बुश में चले जाएंगे तो लगती नहीं है ना।
हाँ नहीं लगती।
नहीं लगती।
It also really doesn't matter how many
मेरे फुल कॉम्बो से वो ग्रेंजर
loses because ultimately
फर्स्ट आइटम भी
Angela is more than enough
वो एलिस को देखना है एलिस को।
game for them to continue a team
एलिस
fight
रेड पे खड़ी है ये।
हाँ भाई इतना मुश्किल है बहुत लिंक के लिए। लिंक का फार्म ही नहीं है अभी भी।
Well, Team Stallions,
टीटी करने नहीं दे रहा लिंक को।
so Lunox as well as the CC
ग्रेंजर मार उस वाले बॉट वाले बुश में मार।
I don't think that they will be able to particularly be able to defend.
हाँ वो थोड़ा चिप के लिए ऑब्वियस है वो उधर जाना चाहिए।
You know, left with 2 is a 2v2 is
ऑब्वियस वॉल डाल के जाना चाहिए। ग्रॉक जा रहा है क्या? नहीं जा रहा।
किमी वो बना रहा है DHS।
Obviously waiting for Bong. That's the win condition for
एकदम से सब DHS बनाने
भाई वॉल डाल दे भाई वॉल डाल दे उधर।
कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड हो गया DHS।
अरे मार चुक गई।
अरे रॉक तो मार हुए। नाइस 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 लूनोक्स मर गया।
लेट्स गो मरेगा।
लॉर्ड पे जाएगा क्या? आएगा लॉर्ड पे जा रहा है वो।
बैटरी बैटल होने वाला है।
अरे ऑल्ट 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 हाँ यार ऑल्ट आने भाई। नहीं बूट
नहीं बनाया
नहीं जितना ही नहीं बना उसने बूट कंप्लीट नहीं किया।
अभी दिखेगा टब उठाते हुए। यार अच्छा था बे प्ले क्या भाई वो ग्रेंजर ने अच्छा खेला था। अबे ग्रॉक मस्त खेल रहा है बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है ग्रॉक।
हाँ वही ना
निकाल रहा है पूरा।
just so effectively to the shortcut being dropped down and gives Bong that living opportunity and that kill too.
ये ग्रॉक के लिए गेम भी इतना खराब है नहीं है।
I saw Roy waiting for a portal. He wasn't in the
चलना
mid lane.
बट चला रहा है वो इतना अच्छे से।
हाँ मस्त खेल रहा है भाई ग्रॉक बहुत ओल्ड रहा है।
It was just bad timing from Roy.
वॉल डाल दे भाई।
इन्हीं प्रोटेक्ट होगा क्या ऊपर वाला? नहीं है भाई नहीं है नहीं गया।
फ्लिकर है एलिस पे फ्लिकर है देखना। अब देख अब जे फर्स्ट नहीं होगा नहीं मिड भी डिफेंड नहीं होगा मिड भी नहीं होगा।
मिड का एक और
बॉट अब बॉट तो इतना आसान होगा अभी बॉट डिफेंस
हाँ
करना।
बॉट भी गया अभी तक 3 ही मिनट गया।
अब बेंच अगर ये कुछ करा ये देख घुसा है घुस गया वो घुस गया।
डैमेज नहीं थ्रो कर रहे हैं लोग। अरे वेंजेंस क्या वेंजेंस 1 for 1 ही ट्रेड है भाई इससे।
दोनों जिंदा है
नहीं वेंजेंस की वजह से मार भी नहीं पा रहे लोग।
भाई मुश्किल है 3
ही
और अभी चिप देख क्या मारेगा। अभी तो चिप देख क्या मारे नहीं अच्छा फ्लिकर था ही नहीं इस पे दोनों पे।
golden
अभी भी है फ्लिकर
advantage. And I talked about a 45,000
हाँ ग्रॉक मारा
economy.
फ्लिकर
The moment
इधर
that
से
a kill
एलिस
reaches them,
बट
it
ऐसे गेम
doesn't
में ना
really quite
चिप के
matter
अगेंस्ट
because the
वो आ
main
नहीं सकता
characters are
फ्लिकर
more
मार
or
रहे
बैक लाइन
less
तो
there.
ऐसे
We don't
ग्रेंजर
see
ऐसा
that
ग्रैंजर
from
नहीं आता
हाँ वही हाँ
Lunox is unfortunate, not
ग्रैंजर
quite there just yet, but with the Divine Glyph and the Holy Crystal,
ग्रैंजर
I
तो
think
फुल
she's
आइटम हो गया
more or less good. Just leaving
वार एक्स्ट्रा है अच्छा
one more defensive item such as
रोज गोल भी नहीं है
क्या
उसके
is
पास
more
बिल्डिंग
enough
ना
to
cooking,
really
he
get
is
her to
cooking.
critical mass.
सीसी
Stack here,
वही डालता है
रोन
सीसी
रोन की कर रहा है
ओरेकल
looking to
तो
build
पता
the
नहीं
Holy Crystal, getting a little bit more damage right now.
दो डैमेज
He's
डाल दे
getting
सीसी
a
पे
good
हुआ
up,
इवेंट
so
तो
that
मेरे
is
को तो
अरे
percentage
डील कर
damage
दिया
done
बूट
for
भी
all of the
नहीं
tanks
बूट कर
in
था
the arsenal of Team
बेच के
Stallions. But King's SG, somehow they're falling
कौन
behind,
सा बेचा
even though
इसने
they have a standard
बूट बेच के
classic
पीछे बूटी कर रही
traditional
था हाँ
front-to-back kind
अरे
of
बेंच
draft. Iron
किसने
has been doing Lord's work. He has
किसी ने
been
अभी
dismantling, he's been protecting,
सब भाई
and
देख सीसी का माँ
Renza seeks out Yahiko. Nothing out of the
Not gonna be that
ordinary
easy.
will happen, but
अरे
Roy
गया
is
क्या
pushing
अरे
back out of
लूनॉक्स
the way. Will be difficult to knock him
फ्रेंच
out of the
चिप
wall.
भी है भाई चिप भी है
They're
चिप भी है
all
नहीं
माँ
नहीं नहीं चिप चिप उधर से
lined
करेगा ना
up.
तो
Look as
चूतिया है ये
though
चिप
they kind of expected where Yahiko
वो लोग
is eventually gonna go.
बट
ये
करेगा
बैकलाइन को ही
क्या
देख रहा है ना ये
His
तो
hit though. So
बैकलाइन को ही
हाँ ये
didn't hit.
लीटे कंजेशन है
Again,
ना
it will be
साइड को वे
difficult for
लेने
Bong
पुश पास
to
देना
eventually get
चिप
to
को
the
अगेंस्ट चिप को अगेंस्ट तो गारे चली
bushes.
अरे
हेरनू
कमिट करने
हेरनू
वाला है क्या चिप
And Lord
पता ही नहीं है
easily taken out by Lucian Q.
पता
He
नहीं मैं
walks
ऑब्वियस है वो
right
चिप का और
into
पता
it,
नहीं क्यों नहीं चेक
won't
कर रहे ये लोग
execute and commit the portal play.
अभी तक तो 2 बार
He
हो गया
knows
है
that
वो पुश पे
Yahiko's just gonna jump right out of it.
हेरनू
He's
हेरनू
just waiting for Bong, and that's his only target that he cares about.
At this point in time, at least Bray manages to take down the Lord.
ये
Pretty
चिप को देख के
easy
यार
play
बॉब
so
वाला गेम
far.
याद आ
So
गया
this is going to be an upcoming
कौन सा
GG push in favor for Team
कुछ
क्या
भी
नाम
Stallions.
भी प्लेयर्स मैन कहाँ
Slowly
से आता
waiting
है
for the
प्लीज
order to
मैन
come online. Next
साथ
10
को चॉप
प्लीज
seconds.
कर
इनकी भी मम्मी
Kings
जय
keeping busy.
तू खेला जाएगा
He
चिप
wants a cleaning shop.
इफ
भूल
पॉसिबल
गया क्या तुम लोग वो ऐसे थे घूम के आ रहे थे मैं उड़ के
Until
वो
the 11th second for the
बोतल मार
wave
के
तेरे
to
चले
eventually come
तेरे
in.
को मारा था
This
तो
is
मुझे
the
भी
point
याद
in
है
time
साथ
नहीं
में
मारा
खेल
था
रहा था
is
मैं
going to be
मजा आ गया था
posturing up.
भाई कैसे डिफेंड होगा
One
भाई
suggests that Kings
रहने
need
भाई हेलिस पे
to
फ्लिकर भी है
settle.
हाँ
As the
वो
Kings
तो
have
में
this
मूवी
order
आ
here.
गया
बट हो
Team
सकता है
Stallions
क्या
have
पता
the
हो
room to
सकता है
take in
डिपेंड हो भी
all
यही
सकता
को
है
तो
three
स्प्लिट
order
करेगा
gates
अभी
into
4v5
position.
डिफेंड वो भी लॉर्ड है
आइटम स्विच
Kings
होगा
SG have got no
अगर ये
choice
लुनॉक्स
but to
मर गया ना
take
कुछ हक
on
के
the
तो
Lord
मजा आ
and
जाए
5 other members head on as they
भाई
look
वो
for an
कैसे नहीं मर
opportunity.
रहा है
Don't have any base skirmish,
रॉक
but
बहुत
Roy
और कर रहा है भाई
executes
देख
पर
the heavy
एंटी
spin
हील भी
pushes
है
everyone
यार
out of
अरे
the
भाई
way.
ड्रॉप
लिस्ट
का
Final
अल्ट
smash
वेस्ट
इन
हो
combo
गया पूरा
rebound won't
इंड
connect with
इंड
anyone,
इंड
but they're
एंड
targeting that
बेस
base.
बक कर दिया
Renza
सीसी
is
अरे
having
नहीं
enough
इंड
of it.
नहीं
He wants to go
बेस
to the
बक कर
next
दिया
game, bringing
जीजी
Stallions a
गाइस
वापस दिखा
1-0
डिफेंड वापस दिखा ना
1
मसरफ
executes the heavy spin pushes.
As you have got no
नहीं
choice
मर
but to take on the
एलिस
Lord
ने
and
किमी
5
को जोन
other
कर दिया
members
देखना
head on as they look for an opportunity.
Don't have any base skirmish, but Roy executes the
अरे
heavy
मादर
spin,
चोद
pushes everyone out of the way.
क्या
आगे
Kings
आने
has
नहीं
no
किया
rebound, won't
क्या
connect
हो
with
गया
anyone, but
ट्रेंड
they're
को
targeting that
पीछे
base. Renza is flash from having base skirmish,
और
but
बाकी
Roy executes the heavy spin, pushes
भाई
everyone out of the way.
ग्रैंडर को तो
बचा
देख
हो
भाई
Kings no
ग्रैंडर को
rebound, won't
मां
connect out to
भाई
anyone, but
क्या
they're
है और
targeting
ग्रैंड
that
को
base. Renza
जोन कर
is
रहा है
having
ओ
एलिस
तेरे
अभी
ग्रॉक
नहीं
को
है
देखा
he
क्या
wants
मसरफ
to
ग्रॉक
अभी
go to the
देखेगी
next
ट्राई
game.
अगेन दे रहा है
Second
मादर
flash
चोद
from Bumble rebound,
ग्रॉक को
won't
देख
connect
ग्रॉक
out
को
to
देख
anyone, but they're targeting
ये
that
मसरफ
base. Renza is having enough of it. He wants to
ग्रॉक
go
क्या ही
to the
कर सकता
next
है
game, bringing Stallions a 1-0 victory.
They wasted no time at all, to a certain extent whereby
वेज
Stallions probably have
रिवर्स
अबे
accepted
ड्राफ्ट
that this is not a
हाँ
game
अच्छा नहीं
where
था
they
भाई
will be able to play late
भाई
game.
तो
क्या
बॉस होता तो
खेला रे
कितना कुछ हो सकता था भाई बॉर या अमन में से कोई एक
लाइक
वो लिंक क्या लिंक बोल रहा है ये क्या
5v5, we wipe
क्या
you
नाम है
out
उसका
and then we down the throne.
ये सीसी इतना तो
Have
कुछ
to
नहीं कर
play
पाता था
with the
अमन को
Lord,
तो
make full use of massive amount of
वो लोग के
tanky
माइंड पे ही
players
नहीं
on
आया
face
होगा वो बॉर्ड
as
पिक
well
तभी
हाँ
as the
वही
Lords. And that will open up opportunities for Renza to just go on, destroy the crystal, or perhaps leave some
इसलिए तो
opportunities
पुक
for
पहन
Lunox
के
to do
बैठते
that as well too.
It's a very disciplined and methodical play style from Stallions. A bit different from what we're traditionally
वे
used to. I mean,
स्टार्ट तो
watching
हो
2K
जाएगा
from
5
today.
मिनट में
In most situations, it wouldn't work.
आजा
In
बॉब
most
बॉब आजा
situations,
when
it
you
would
want
आजा
work in
आजा
the late
लाओ
game, but
रुक भाइ स्पेक
नेपाल का फ्लाइट बचा दे भाई।
Oh no.
बचा बिठा के
वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है क्या ये मसला? नहीं ना
कर रहा है
दे नेपाल सर्वर में नहीं मार
तो गाली वाली नहीं दे सकता मैं फिर।
अरे बट क्या खेलना क्या है वो बोलना।
मैट्रिक्स स्नाइपर ओनली।
बेट्रिक्स ओके। बट मेरा बेट्रिक्स से सेकंड गेम हो गया है। फर्स्ट टाइम तेरे साथ ही खेला था वो वाली बार में।
Your team is picking.
By 1v1
Time and tide wait for no man nor girl.
ओए स्विफ्ट लिन्छ कि उ लिन्छ 3 लिन्छ।
3 लिने हुन्छ
अबे वो ले, वो स्विफ्ट ले
चुप।
भाई, बता रहा हूँ ना मैं भी वही
ओके ओके स्विफ्ट।
पागल है भाई।
ले। और फिर ये मास्टर असैसिन और क्वांटम चार्ज और असैसिन है।
बट स्विफ्ट मिले लाइक वर्क करेगा क्या वो स्नाइपर पे?
इसका वो फास्ट आता है ना।
ओके सेम स्किन लगा।
Are you really questioning your coach, Bob?
डाउट है क्या कुछ?
सॉरी कोच।
He's less a coach and more a cock.
ज्यादा बोली ना एंजेला दे दूंगा।
5 seconds till the enemy
ओए
reaches the battlefield.
ओए साथ पावर चाहिए तुझे भाई, पावर
हाँ
चाहिए।
नहीं, इसको दिखाना पड़ेगा साले को, ज्यादा बोल रहा है बहुत।
ओए दे उसको रोल दे।
अरे रुक 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 मेरे
एक लगा।
साथ क्या करता है?
लौड़े
साथ को चौक कती रामरो छा।
क्या?
अरे ये क्यों हार्ड हो रहा है ये मोड में खेलने के लिए?
ए हार्ड है, कौन हो रहा है? दाई हार्ड क्यों हो रहे हो?
डाई हार्ड।
देख मेनियन के पीछे छुप गया झाड़ी गांड का साला।
एकछिन ब्रेक सकेपछि फेरि वाच पार्टी हुन्छ।
तेरा मैंने मूवमेंट रीड कर लिया है एपेक्स।
मैंने भी कर लिया भाई तेरा।
हाँ तो मार ना एक बार तो मार।
लौड़े हटेगा मिनियन से, दूर हट मार। मिनियन पे छिपा हुआ है।
वे किधर चिपका? तू चिपका है।
अब मैं आया वापिस, मैं तो पूरा ओपन था।
हमारी आवाज जा रही है क्या मसराप स्ट्रीम पर?
जा रहा है भाई, डिस्कॉर्ड पे तो जाएगा ना।
अरे माँ कसम, इतना सब ये जो सब कुछ हो रहा है, ये जो कॉक बोल रहा है, सब जा रहा है।
कॉक किसे बोला कॉक?
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
ये मेजरी जो बोल रहा है।
अब जी बोला अभी।
ये जो हार्ड वगैरह क्या बोल रहा है।
कतिवटा टिम क्वालिफाई, दुईटा टिम क्वालिफाई हुने हो एकछिन डिफेन्ड गर्छ। दुईटा टिम क्वालिफाई हुने हो गाइस। के छैन यो गेम, फर्स्ट गेम हार्यो रिभर्स स्विप आउँछ। अब अर्को गेम पनि हार्यो पनि केही छैन गाइस, लोवर ब्याकेटबाट फेरि पुग्न सकिन्छ। त्यही भएर दुईटा फ्लट छ केटा हो, डोन्ट वरी। जसले लाइक हान्नु छैन लाइक हानिदिउँ केटा हो। यस्तो मेक स्योर टु फलो मी इन इन्स्टाग्राम एज वेल। म एमएलको गेमहरू पोस्ट गरेर हुन्छु इन्स्टाग्राममा। अनि भोलि हाम्रो गेम हो होला। भोलि हाम्रो गेम छ गाइज बाइ द वे, बङ्गलादेशको टिमको अगेन्स्टमा। टुमोरो इज आवर गेम अगेन्स्ट बङ्गलादेशी टिम। त्यही भएर गाइज मेक स्योर टु फलो मी इन इन्स्टाग्राम। म पोस्टहरू हालेर हुन्छु गेमहरूको। त्यो वान त डेन्जर भइरहेछ त।
गलती से कौन स्विच कर लिया?
गलती से क्या एक भी डेथ नहीं था अभी तक।
कहाँ गन तो स्विच ही नहीं हुआ इधर तक। अरे हो गया।
नेपाल प्राइड हो तुम लोग और एक रोमर टैंकर से ऐसे हारोगे? क्या
वो अरे
लौड़े क्या कर रहा है?
रुक एक गेम कर, फिर नेक्स्ट गेम मैं सीरियस खेलता हूँ।
बेटा नाम मालूम है ना उसका?
1v1 सीरियस भाई इसके बाद।
अरे नहीं आ रहा है।
हाँ
और बस रहा था इसको
तन्काइ राख्ने हो क्या, तन्काइ राख्ने हो अनि डिरेक्सन अफ पुग्छ अनि
यस्तो रङ डिरेक्सनमा जाँदैछ भने अल्ट
तन्काइ राख्नु न, अल्ट तन्काइ राख्ने हो क्या।
क्या तन्काइ, इसका क्या मतलब होता है मसरा?
एक्सटेंड कर अल्ट।
अरे गाइस नॉटी।
अरे देखना अल्ट मेरा कितना ऑफ वो जा रहा है, मेरे को नहीं आ रहा है अल्ट मारने के लिए।
नेपाल एमएलए
तो 30 मिनट तो बीट्रिक्स अकेले करता होगा प्रैक्टिस स्नाइपर लेके।
अरे ये करता है, नहीं पता है मेरे को। देखना इसको अल्टी मार।
कुनसँग हो तिम्रो चाहिँ? मेरो गाइस अस्ति कुन टिमलाई जित्यो त? हाम्रो नेपालको लो एक्सपेक्टेसनलाई जसले जित्यो त्यसको अगेन्स्टमा हाम्रो म्याच। अनि पर्सि चाहिँ सेप्टेम्बर 9 को अगेन्स्टमा जसले जित्यो त्यसको र पाण्डाको टिमको छ गाइस। सो मेक स्योर टु जोइन द अफिसियल स्ट्रिम। त्यहाँ लाइभ हुन्छ म नि प्रोबेबली वाच पार्टी गर्छु पाण्डा र उनीहरूको गेम सो त्यहाँ जोइन गर्दा नि हुन्छ गाइस लाइक सा हान्नु पनि
ओ ये मेल्टी गन रेंज बढ़ाता है
बढ़ाता है
रुमाल निकलता भी नहीं है
बढ़ाता है अरे क्या डैमेज एपेक्स आज आज तू आई एम रेडी नाउ आई एम रेडी
अरे भाई दे दिए
आई एम रेडी नाउ
एक गेम एयरटेल ओपन रखा और ये हो गया
आई एम रेडी इन बैट
सीधा एक रैंडम सीधा पिक कर लेते हैं
बॉब नेपाल
सॉरी कोच
नेपाल सर्वर आ नेपाल सर्वर आ नेपाल सर्वर आ
सॉरी कोच
नेपाल सर्वर
उधर की खेलना
3-0-0
आ जा ओए बबले नहीं डिप्रेस है ये चालू कर दे मसराप ये इधर एकदम रो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है इससे
The falling stars brought us here.
There's no time to chit-chat.
I'm ready now. I'm ready.
Alright.
I'm ready.
Alright.
Nepal pride. For our pride.
Let's go भाई. Full support MASARAP भाई. ओ भाई नहीं दाई भाई.
दाई
हीलो नीचे ना हीलो नीचे भाई. क्या जंगल एलकट है
म चाहिँ अब जिम गए
रोको न अर्को गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ
म जिमबाटै हेर्छु
टीम्स बोर्ड ने वीडियो डाली है याको की डैम
स्टार्ट हो गया भाई जल्दी करना पड़ेगा एपेक्स अरे भाई तेरा तो यही है क्या हर बार बस निकलेगा
स्टैटिक भी है ना भाई
चलो एक गेम एक किल पे
हाँ
मैं एलिफी गन फर्स्ट आइटम मैंने बीओडी बनाया था बना में भी जीत जाता
अरे कैसे मिलियन था आगे भाई
मुझे नहीं पता भाई कैसे लग गया ये रीजन नहीं दबाने का रीजन नहीं
ठीक है
एंड नहीं होगा अब तो
हाँ लगा अरे वाह
बांध के आते हैं ये लोग
आज जा रहा है पता नहीं
अरे वाह
उसको पता ही नहीं कि क्या हुआ है यू नो
नहीं दबाना ना रीजन
नहीं दबाना भाई तूने ही बोला था अभी लो है तो भाई नहीं दबाना
भाई मुझे जरूरत है रीजन
लाल
के भाई दाई
मेरी बारी में तो रैपिड बूट बना के खेल रहा था
चलो भाई अभी गेम स्टार्ट ड्राफ्ट हो गए
मेरी बारी में रैपिड बूट बना के खेल रहा था
अरे बस
स्टार्ट हो गया मैच
सर नहीं होता
नहीं होता सरेंडर
तो इन कर दे मैं गेम
मैं बंद कर दिया कर दे
आमीन
तो इस बार सब ओपन है असासिन
वे एक सेकंड बख्शिया दे दिया ये लोग ने तो
I think he'll play almost all of it. I want to see him
लॉर्ड बैन किया है बे
यंगिन को लगा होगा कि लाइक असासिन अच्छा खेलता है टैंक ही नहीं खेलता है
Okay, Kalea got to still open.
क्योंकि इसको पता है ना याइको ने बोला था
Kimmy as well as the Sun Shin. So you got
हाँ
your
इसने पहले बोला ना यूटिलिटी कंफर्ट नहीं है असासिन कंफर्ट है तो इसीलिए देते ही होगा यंगिन
position again.
जीजी हो गया भाई
We've seen how Bray does so well with the Sun Shin.
जब हम एमएससी में थे वो वक्त
One of the fastest level 15s of all of the jungle so far, capped out at 9 minutes 20 seconds.
सीसी बैन किया है नाइस
Yahiko's fanny skips
okay.
through the draft.
रुक क्या आ रहा है कौन आ रहा है
PXP है मतलब बक्सिया XP है
फैनी लिया है फैनी अबे क्या ड्राफ्ट है
क्या भाई मेरा
of
किल
the
था वो।
Baxia is coming
नहीं ये
in.
लोग तो अभी
There
कुछ
even is a
क्या लेगा,
Kalia.
रुक
So
जा
I think that
सोचने दो।
it makes most amount of sense.
वो भी
Grok
Wait,
भी है।
why would they?
ग्रॉक
So
लिया।
so
Fanny,
there's no longer
let's go,
flexibility.
Fanny.
Like Stallions completely knows where this Baxia is gonna go now. Why?
But Baxia EXP.
कालिया भी ले लिया
Baxia
काउंट।
play
बैन बैन करना
Kalia
पड़ेगा
role.
ये लोग को।
What if
हाँ बेन, हाँ
फर्स्ट
वही
रैंडम देखना यूडोरा का
गोल्ड ले
ये लोग
सकता
को
है।
भी बैन करना
it
पड़ेगा
happened
भाई, नहीं
before?
तो
It
एल हो
happened
जाएगा
before.
बहुत बड़ा।
Or, you know, go back
पता
to
है
season
अगर
8. You got a
अगर
Khaleesi
अगर
fan
ये लोग
in.
इधर रूबी ले लेते ना
त्यो
ग्रॉक
लाइभमा
ले
क्लिक गर्दा हुन्छ थाहा छ
Got easy though.
तर
प्रॉब्लम हो
यस्तो
जाता है।
देखाइरहेको छ क्या मैले क्लिक गरेको गाइस यस्तो देखाइरहेको
No, he's his own person.
I know, त्यो त
He'll
केटा
make
हो।
his own challenge.
Fair.
बैन
Fair.
रूबी बैन भाई
Going
एकदम
back
सिंपल।
into the second phase of the bans, you know
गुड
that the
गुड रूबी
Grok is
बैन
already
किया
getting
पहले।
picked up over the side of Lucian QT. Is only one area that we can play him.
भाई
He's been banned out by
बाक्सिया
KSG. Got
एक्सपी
Farsa taken off the bat as well.
फुल गैम्बल है
he
भाई ये
would
तो।
be a
है ना?
threat to Stallions as well. They
उतना
should be
अच्छा
able
भी
to
नहीं
end
होता
this.
एक्सपी बस।
At this
वही
point,
तो।
there is only a
स्टार्ट में मेरे को
reason for
लगता
them
नहीं
to
क्लियर
ban a
होता होगा।
mage or a gold laner.
फालतू
हाँ
पूक
They
खाता
can
होगा
ban
वो।
out the
नहीं आता
defense,
वो
so there's still
मिनियन पे
quite a lot of
नहीं
things
आता
that
ना
they have to look out
सेकंड
for,
स्किल का
right?
रीसेट।
This is a
रीसेट नहीं आता ना।
relatively divey composition from KSG, so if anything,
नोटू
a
याइको का हाथ
diving
देख
mage
एंड्रूटेड।
or an artillery
वो
mage would definitely be a pick.
क्या
Okay.
1 HP बच रही है बे।
You ask and they responded.
वेलकम
Banning
टू
out
द
the
रियल वर्ल्ड।
Lux, no more divey mages, and then taking out
तुम
the
लोग
Picard. So,
अभी
Zero
क्या करेगा बोल?
HP
we can
literally।
expect ban over the Diablo.
साथ फेसबुक
अरे
पे जा टीम।
बैन ओपन है।
Double side lane fighters,
हाँ
हाँ
which
बादंग
are really hard to
तो
take down.
फुल
There's
फैनी
still
के लिए
possibility
खेल
of
रहे हैं।
getting that Uranus.
भाई तो बैन तो
सुन
कितना
तो।
बड़ा
But
काउंटर
then,
है
you know,
फैनी
facing up
का।
against
हाँ
Baxia
सुन तो
will be
फेसबुक
difficult for
में
him
जा
to
टीम स्पॉन का नया पोस्ट
sustain
देख और उधर
and
पहला
re-heal
कमेंट देख,
everything
पहला
up.
रिप्लाई
There's a little
कमेंट
bit
देख।
और
of a
बादंग
separation
बैन नहीं
between
करना था क्योंकि
the
पता नहीं एक्चुअली
Baxia
बादंग नहीं
and
खेलता
the
वो।
Fanny, even though
भाई
they can
बैन
rotate
करना था
lanes a
भाई
lot
बैन।
faster.
हाँ
Baxia
बादंग की
thrives
अब
on,
बैन ही
you
आएगा
know,
देख
just
तू।
slow
बट
hitting
एक तरह से
targets,
बैन नहीं भी आ सकता
utility,
क्योंकि बैन
kind
प्यूरीफाई
of
पे
play
गंदा है।
style.
हाँ उधर
As
कालिया
Fanny
भी है ना
tries to find a
तो
way to
खेलिया
take
तो
down
प्यूरीफाई
and
लाना
melt down
पड़ेगा
the
उसको।
Baxia in the late game.
बट
ये
ले
ये कागुरा लेगी क्या?
So
पड़ेगा।
what's it gonna be?
प्यूरीफाई पे
Talent
खेला है
says
लोगों
they
ने, केलरा
already
ने खेला
okay.
था
They're just
प्यूरीफाई पे।
lacking of a single
अच्छा
marksman, and I think that this is a game
इस
that
गाइस दिस इज
yes,
सेकंड गेम।
ओए
that they can
ओए
go
बैकग्राउंड
for
से
it.
किसका साउंड है?
Exactly what I wanted to say.
ये
So they
एक
already
बॉक्स
got a
है।
Kimi on their end, right? And then they pick up a Yasushi.
कागुरा लेगा क्या?
At this point in time, no point going double fighters anymore.
Yeah, makes sense because the
कागुरा
Moskov
चल उनोफ तो बैन है,
pretty much
अगुरा
is
ही लेगा फिर तो।
defensible against the Fanny
हीरोइन है ये
himself.
दूसरा।
There's only the
अच्छा ये
problem
किमी के अगेंस्ट पे
there's
भी।
too many targets for Yahiko to pick off. It's easier to get into the
अगुरा
backline
और क्या
unless,
बचा है
you know,
इनको?
Lucian QT does something about it with
एमएम में तो
एमएम ही
ग्रैंजर ही
बचा
है।
है ना।
and
एमएम में
you
तो
know, it's
ग्रैंजर ही
always
है।
the last pick, Diablo. It's always the same in name,
डियाब्लो
question.
वन ट्रिक
मुझे
बादंग
पता है
वन ट्रिक
हैरिस
बादंग
भी
हो।
हैरिस
Throw a
बेटर है, पता है
dart
ग्रैंजर
अँ
लिया तो
piece of
ग्रॉक मरेगा
paper
नहीं
and then
बिल्कुल
तर
भी।
एक्स में त्यस्तो
ग्रॉक
बादंग
बहुत
चल्दैन।
मारेगा।
Okay, it's
सेलिना
someone that
बेट्रिक्स
can dive over the
अरे
back lines,
बा
someone that
बहुत
can dive the back lines and
बेट्रिक्स
buy a lot
अगेंस्ट
of
क्या
ग्रॉक।
ड्राफ्ट।
with great sustain and so on and so forth. The fact that Lapu
कालिया का
is
अगेंस्ट तो अच्छा ही होगा पर
banned
ड्रॉप के
अरे
अगेंस्ट
भाई ये
अरे
it
भाई
could mean
ना
that
ही
सीरीना
अच्छा है,
कसरी
they
हुन्छ हो
might want
उसके
to play
जगह
the Lapu
नहीं
in
है
this
अच्छा
case,
ड्राफ्ट।
unless they're going for something a little bit more
कलियासँग
unorthodox.
बेट्रिक्स
हुँदैन नि राम्रो
पता नहीं
ए
देखते
बेट्रिक्स
कैसा
नै हुन्छ।
एग्जीक्यूट
Seeing a
करते
lot
हैं।
of day this time around, a little bit difficult
कालियासँग
to
बेट्रिक्स राम्रो किन
manage
हुँदैन
when you have a
भइहाल्छ
lot of damage
मैले
already
सिरिना
from
चाहिँ
the
भनेको।
Fanny as well as the
बेट्रिक्स
Matrix
होइन।
that's stuck high.
Okay,
Coming into question again.
माका एक्सपी
So a little bit of a flex. No, Diablo's gonna play the
भाइ
side.
डियाब्लो
On
है
the
महा
EXP side, up against
आपका
Rock
एक्सी
Boy.
भन्छ बाक्सिया
Rock
एक्सी
Boy,
it's still about
जंगल
buying
मैचअप
time.
देख रहा हो
It's
क्या
still
एक्सी?
about buying time.
I would say
They want to just
भाई
win
ड्राफ्ट कैसा है
because
भाई?
they have so many marksmen,
कोच
right?
कोच
They will
एपेक्स
just shred whoever is in
मान
front.
मेरे को नहीं
If
समझ
you
में आ रहा भाई, नहीं
dive
मुश्किल है।
into us, never
फ्लाइंग
mind,
क्लाउड्स
we will
मैप
be
है
able to
क्या
split
यही
up
को
the
का
damage
टीम
by
का
this
मुश्किल है
boss
क्या?
fight, and whoever that's like slammed into the wall, then that person is going to be targeted.
भाई
और
मैं तो नहीं बनाता।
It might be
सलीना सिर्फ
Yahiko.
अकेला मैजिक डैमेज
yeah,
थोड़ी इनफ डील
I think
करता है,
it's more of a
तो मैं तो
defensive
बनाऊंगा ही
pick
नहीं मैजिक डिफेंस।
for
और
the
ग्रॉक के लिए तो
Akai
कितना आसान है ये
to
बेट्रिक्स, कितना
throw
आसान है
Yahiko
भाई,
off
बहुत
his game,
आसान।
off
हाँ
his
ग्रॉक
tempo,
के
because there's 3 targets that he has to deal with. And for the one of the facts that I want to
सेलिना
point
अच्छा
out
पिक नहीं
too
है।
is the
सेलिना भी
gives a
अच्छा
lot
पिक नहीं
more
था और ये भी
vision.
अच्छा
So you're
पिक नहीं
fighting
लगा
vision
मेरे
with
को तो
vision.
बेट्रिक्स
Going the longest
बेट्रिक्स की
in the
जगह
game
हैरी
is
तो
around
था
3 seconds.
तो सोच
So
ना ब्लैक
if
ग्रॉक को
he lands a
हैरी
stun,
अच्छे से
then
मारता है
it makes
क्योंकि
it pretty
ग्रॉक
much
के
over.
पास
You're
वो
setting up
डिफेंस
Yahiko.
नहीं रहता ना
Everything's
फिजिकल
just
डिफेंसिव
empowering
टाइप होता है
Yahiko.
बस
मैजिक नहीं
As
होता,
they
मैजिक की
keep
मैजिक से
काउंटर
मारता है
Iron
वो तो
pull
हैरिस
one
कितना
back
अच्छा
into
होता
the
है
wall,
तो
over the
हैरिस इसके
wall.
सामने भी अच्छा है
And
तो आईएसएस के सामने
Bumboy just to prepare himself to
मिड
defend
तब देखते हैं
against
हो गया
any threat.
चलो भाई
But then the
देखते हैं
rotation will
गेम
come
अभी
through and he's facing up against Diablo. So we'll
Guess
see
what?
how the
गेम
XP
2
gain fares because it's
टीम
pretty new.
किंग्स
Pretty
एससी
new
वर्सेस
lineups and
स्टैलियन
matchups down the XP side, but
चल
this
वो
is
तो हुआ
match
है
point for Kings. Oh no, for
रुका है
Stallions.
भाई ग्रॉक में
As they
तो
are
फिर
one game away from securing that
ओह
spot in the playoffs.
As such, we are
सभी
gonna be
हेल्प
starting
करते हैं
with
अच्छा
both players onto the purple buff. As a matter of fact, this
हाँ,
both,
किमी
both of
सिलना
these
से अच्छा
junglers
हेल्प करती
will
है।
end up in opposite sides of
हाँ
direction.
वो तो है।
Unless Kings SG decides to
अरे
go
मादर
a bit more
रॉक
crazy just by, you know, just jumping into the opponent's jungle, which is something that we will see right now.
Yep, right there, Lucian Cutie pushing Yahiko back, not giving him that privilege of taking that EXP away from Bray. So very good read onto
अगर
that
ये
one.
हारे तो किससे मैच होगा
The
इनका?
fact that the Fanny just
आरएससी एंड किंगडम पे जो जीता उसके अगेंस्ट
the wall.
Yeah, good read though.
That must be painful.
I like Lucian Cutie's playstyle. I wish he was my tank in every single games because you know you can trust him. You know
अनि
he
यो
can
जित्यो
power
भने
up how well
Is it any playoff?
he is able to predict the movements of the rest of his team. And if he gets
डियाब्लो भन्ने हारेको
the traps, he's going
नया
to
टीम हो क्या नया
stand
टीम
on
बना
it.
के
He's
ना
going to open that up. On the bottom
क्वालिफायर
side,
खेल रहा है ना
1v1 fight, we know
ए
that Boxer is going to have
ये भी
a
PH है ना?
small advantage
EXP?
over the
हाँ
Akai.
पीएच का ही तो है
It's really
हाँ
tough for
ये
Akai
है?
to have any
नहीं
form
नहीं
of
याइको का टीम का हाँ
Oh,
पीएच का
yeah.
याई को मैं
right?
दियाब्लो की
This
बात
is
कर रहा
all about a team game. Team Stallions now,
Eh?
they are
नहीं,
just trying to make their make a good way to really enable
मोटा सा
the
होके भी
3 marks within this
बगल से
game.
चल जा रहा है।
And it may sound definitely greedy, but
अरे
if you try
नाइस
to
बे
test it,
It's
लग
4
गया
on
खत्म
4.
खत्म
Lucian Cutie
बच
taking a
जाएगा
huge
बच
brunt
जाएगा
of the
शायद
damage,
बच
but
गया
Bumble
हाँ
Reborn
डब्ल्यू टीम भाई
is
क्या बैकअप
actually
दिया है भाई
first to
ग्रॉक
fall
को
and Bray
क्या
picks up
बैकअप
first
दिया है बहन
blood. Not enough damage coming in from
भाई
Kings SG.
एक्चुअली
Eternal
Kings
spawns in
को
nick time. Bumble Reborn won't be there to
डर
send
नहीं
everyone
टोटल
elsewhere.
गया
Team
अभी
Stallions are gonna gun this down.
yep, very easy take onto
ना
this
भाई
turtle.
अच्छा ड्राफ्ट नहीं कर
At this
रहा इनका
point,
Oh,
we do have the arrow
nice.
that does land on the Roy, but not quite enough to do anything.
प्यूरिफाई बेट
They're
फ्लिकर भी गया
purifying. The rest of the cavalry is
मर
here.
गया
Traction balls
अरे
placed
अरे
भाई
मादर
into the wall.
चो
They go
हो गया
one
खत्म
more hit. Roy will solidify that double kill. A little
क्या
bit of
रिकॉल
recall
मारता है इमेज
action from him, and he deserves that.
अरे पिन कर दिया
Oh
फ्लिकर मार के उसने
man, what a combo!
ग्रॉक के
Speaking
पास
of
अल्ट है
combos, there's
अरे
that
माँ
recall.
की चोट
अरे
क्या मारा है
A
ये
भाई
little
ब्रो
bit of
क्या पिन
recall
किया मिनी मैप
action
पे देख मिनी
from
मैप पे
him,
देख
and he deserves that.
Oh
Flicker मार के गया
man, what a combo!
Speaking of
भाई
combos,
देख
we
बैकअप
have
मोस्टो
that
कार्ड
one
ग्रॉक
into
कार्ड
SOD
भाई
way,
बहुत अच्छा
so
सिनर्जी
might
इनका
as
बहुत
well.
अच्छा है वो तू
Technically,
ग्रॉक
as
से
well.
पता है जो
Might as
बचा ना
well.
बॉटम में
Oh man.
भाई वो नहीं
So
बच
this is
सकता
kind
था
of a
नॉट पॉसिबल भाई
post turtle fight.
किमी का
kinda
फर्स्ट
in-game
राइड देखो किमी का
equipment.
फर्स्ट
At
राइड
this point in time, I think that we don't really have too much that we need to
बूट भी नहीं है उसके पास
really talk about, except for one thing. This guy Piercer
ना
that's
इनका
been bought
ड्राफ्ट
by
बहुत
Roy.
खराब कर रहे हैं
That
भाई
is
ये
a
लोग तो
fast guy Piercer. Typically, you want to build the glowing wand first, just for a little bit more damage.
अरे इन लोग ने वो सारा वो ले लिया ना वो फर्स्ट पिक पे मेटा पिक बोल के
Reborn, struggling to find his footing.
बाकी अभी
He got that early game advantage. Diablo level 6.
फुल दो गेम ही याइको के लिए खेल रहे
And he's trailing
ड्राफ्ट
behind.
की
We do have quite a lot of physical damage dealers from the
हेर
side
न
of
बाक्सिया
Kings
नि
SG.
रे
In fact, one of the
केलियानी
main damage dealers is all
बाक्सियानी
Panda.
खेलना
So getting
केलियालाई
this win,
फैनले ल्याङ हुन्छ न कालेले होला
अच्छी टीम है ना
super
अपने भी अच्छी
important,
टीम
and
ही
it does
है
seem like we do have Lucian Cutie that just went straight for it.
बदांग रिस्पेक्ट पैन था क्या कि आप लोग
हाँ वो तो रिस्पेक्ट
Into the
बैंक
Banner's rage. That is
The
the
nice
choice
pickup.
deleted.
तो हल्का
But
सा
that's
बैकअप
all the
होता ना
resources
लौड़े लग
utilized just
जाते
for
वाइस
one
इसको ऑल्ट लगा
player.
था स्टोन लगा था सेलना में
But of course, there's way a lot of people that's just dealing with him. So he's
केही
gonna go
नगर्नु एउटा
down,
मात्र
and
फिलिपिन्स हो
finally Kings will be able to get
होला
themselves one kill.
दुईटा मात्रै लिनु
They
मिल्छ नि त
are
इम्पोर्ट
bolstering
पनि
up to prepare
याइको भयो
for
एउटा
this
अर्को
upcoming
ए
turtle. They'll be popping
वो
up in
रैपिड
10
बूट
seconds
बॉब
time.
There's that
Rapid
top
boot,
side.
okay.
Datrix already forced that
आज ही
flicker
मैच होगा क्या
away.
फिर
No
और
useful
हाँ
resources.
लोअर भी आज
Left
आज
this
सब
turtle pit.
फाइनल होगा
Rinse
मैच
up,
सब
making his
गेम होगा
way down to the
Playoff
bottom
लिए आज ही
side.
होगा
फाइनल भी आज ही होगा
Join in these team fights, Ryzen just
नहीं
being
फाइनल नहीं
really
है
annoying.
फाइनल किसी होगा
Yahiko with the
ये
cables missing
प्लेऑफ
that
के
one
लिए ना
up. The
इसके लिए बोल रहा
snarl.
हूँ
ओए पकड़ा है वाइस नाइस रिट्रीट
Nice.
परफेक्ट
Knocking him down and taking him out of the game.
नाइस
Essentially, not in any form of damage.
फैनी फैनी रोए रोए
Something that
अरे बच गए
मर जाएगा
फैनी
मर
बच
जाएगा मर
गए
जाएगा
वो तो मर गया एक रॉक मर गया
Lucian Cutie.
आ नाइस स्टॉर्म
हाँ
The
नाइस
arrow finds his
अब
mark.
डैमेज ही
Ryzen
नहीं आ
picks
रहा
up
भाग
that
जाएगा
one.
तो
Rinsa is just literally just going to be a sitting duck for
भाई
now.
मर गया क्या
जाएगा।
ये भी मर गया ये भी मर गया प्यूरिफाई भी मारा
Pushing onto the wall, Purify already
अरे
used the
मादर चोत
SOD.
मारना मत बेट्रिक्स
Might not be able to do that. That's 5 members collapsing onto the gold lane.
हो गया हो गया हो गया
Let's go.
Scoreline at this point in time. Team Stallions
एक
lost
फर्स्ट
a bit
आइटम है
of their
पैसेस
opening hand as
Kill
Kings
Selena.
SG will be able to get a good amount of those
Would
energy
क्या रहा है
shield,
bro?
but it's not quite enough to take down any of this turret yet.
बड़वा
The
साला
triple marksman composition
झाड़ियाँ।
of Team Stallions.
Invade
Their
करते हैं
cranks
लोग।
are starting
अपने
to
यहाँ भी एक
show
ग्रॉक खेलते हैं
it
झाड़ी
is a
गाड़ के।
bit too glass cannony. If you don't get that initiation factor from
तीन
Diablo
तीन
or
है मैं
Lucian QD, and you don't get the
किसको मार
combos
करेगा
in, you're not gonna have a lot of damage done. Diablo being a nuisance as always. Yahiko right there holding on to the
अच्छा
retribution,
रहा
doesn't want to
Diablo.
utilize that for now. You got 3 members down the mid side trying to find
डरा रहा
an
था
angle and
साला
a flank
पैनी
down
को
onto
चल भाई
Roy.
पूरा
But the win condition for
हो गया
Kings
मेरा
is
exhaust.
very obvious. Take down Bong, and the rest, as they say, is
Okay,
history.
bye.
There was,
नहीं
of course, a
नहीं
lot of
इसका मीड अच्छा
opportunity
खेलता है
for
ना ये
Renzo
आइको
to
का
be able to
देखना
wreak havoc throughout
गोल
the
भी अच्छा है
entire
वो लोग
fight.
का
But understandably,
इसका
because
भी
of
इतना
lack
अच्छा
of
मार रहा है
items, this guy just literally deal no damage to the front lines of this Unboard with Bond, which
Guys,
just
what do you
crashed
prefer,
right
Yahiko's
into the
T2
face
की
of
team or
Team
this one?
Stallions together with Iron Ryan. So it will take
टीटू
time. He
टीटू
just
के
got himself the corrosive scythe.
ये
This is
ये
all
टीम तो पता
mostly
ही
about
नहीं मेरे
quality
को
of
अभी
life
देख
as
रहा
well
हूँ
as
मैं तो इन लोग
attack
का गेम
speed or slowing down your
Of
opponents.
course,
But not much
T2
of
के
a
guys.
damage either.
T2 के on top.
Here comes Yahiko with a
अरे
KO.
nice
Won't be
ultimate.
able to deal too much damage. Heavy spin for good measure. Get them out of
Blade
Blade
there.
armor.
Team Stallions playing
Baksha
4-on-1.
Baksha.
They're putting Renza in a precarious position, trying to push down that lane.
First
So
item
get
is
that
blade.
farm. We've seen Moscow
अच्छा
a
आइटम
couple
है
times
प्लेट
this
Hey,
season.
nice. Okay, card ने.
फाइट नहीं है काई
Diablo
पे
will not
काई
be able to
फाइट नहीं
survive
है
that angle long out, but here comes
अरे
Roy
मादर से
with the damage.
Wait,
Blade
मरा.
armor.
अरे माँ.
Finds his
Purify
way
भी
into
गया.
the mid lane and slays him. Kings SG
Nice one.
घुस रहे
Total मिला,
अच्छा
total
भी
मिला.
घुस रहे
As
लोग
such,
देखना
they will be able to get themselves that
Lovely, man.
pretty darn easily.
Let's go.
Team Stallions
Lovely, right,
unfortunately
lovely.
have to step away, and it's a
Mitho,
minute
Mitho,
watching
Mitho.
them burn down.
Me too.
Play for Kings SG is pretty simple. Take down
That is the restaurant का नाम है
any
Mitho
of
Kitchen है.
the marksmen over the
मीठा
side of
मतलब
Team
tasty है ना
Stallions, and Kings SG
Sure.
might have a fighting chance. The only issue
Saad,
that
you
I
are Mitho?
foresee would be in the Uber late game if they are playing a defensive position. They don't really have that high ground apart from Beatrix, but if they are able to protect
Conceal
Bong
play?
from any harm
Wait,
whatsoever, that's
Conceal
gonna
नहीं
be
देखा क्या ये Beatrix ने?
to Bong, as we say, Tsunami Slam
अरे
break
किसने
Diablo
उसको
out
ult
the
मारा
way, but here comes the
बच
rest
जाएगा
of
बच
the
गया बच
team
गया
to block
ओए
off
ओए
मैं ब्रेम मर गया.
Princess onto Bong. The
नहीं.
concentrate will
क्या
deal a
voices का
lot
वो
of damage,
setting?
and Bumble Reborn able to soak up some.
भाई
but
Beatrix
it's
ने
all
किसी नहीं
just
देखा
a
concept.
tickle,
कालिया
and
तो
it's
भाग
gonna
रहा
be a
था.
go. A lot of useful resources already used
मैप
up.
स्वैप होगा मेरे को लग रहा है उसका
Well, that is unfortunate.
पर कालिया बताना चाहे था ना.
ऑब्वियस था वो तो दिख
Good
जाना चाहिए था
initiation from
Pan
Team
करके
Stallions to try to
इधर
pick
उधर
off
अरे
the
भाई.
सही को लगा
वाह, good it. Fanny open करेगा.
deal with Roy.
No one was
खतरनाक
expecting
मारा
that to go, but there's a reason why a lot of
सीधा
teams
पैर से गया
are actually
फन लगा
favoring
देखना,
Yahiko's
तो
Fanny.
इसका
Renza gets a full
मस्त
block
लग
from
रहा है
that
भाई
arrow.
Click
Able
कर.
to stun
भाई.
cover.
Diablo
Not
fault तो नहीं था.
खराब हो गया.
just yet. So difficult to get into Renza, but Yahiko identifies that Roy is one of the main targets. Once you take down that mid lane, you don't have enough secondary damage to deal with the rest
free
of
bottom
Kings,
है.
as the Bennett's Rage already used to clear up that lane. The wave will get pushed in. T1 top will get destroyed.
It's a 1-for-1. One in the top lane in favor for
पूरा
Stallions and one
जंगल
in
भी
the
है
bottom
इसका
lane in
bot
favor
पे.
for Kings SG. The response from Kings SG is impeccable, so that even if they do lose one of the side lane,
Wait, pin कर दिया.
hotly fight for Kings.
क्या है Diablo?
Good heavy spin into
क्या
the
डैमेज
wall.
नहीं
They
पुग
don't
रहा है
have
पर.
enough damage to take
बच
down
गया,
Diablo.
बच गया.
समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है
So
टूक
much
रहा है बस
damage.
बच गया.
Iron Ryan
पर
वो देख
Beatrix.
उधर देख क्या हो रहा है
free hitting on that back
इधर
side.
है
No
Yahiko.
one's taking her down except Bray.
अच्छा है trade तो.
And Bray has that damage, but it's not
अच्छा है काफी
enough.
अच्छा
They're
ट्रेड है
mitigating
ये भी
all of
मरने
this.
वाला है
Two members
ये भी
down.
मरे.
Not enough
Purify
damage
गया.
to
Nice
soak
Purify.
up that
Nice
damage. It's
Purify
not
गया.
late game yet. Renza can't come online.
It seems like Team Stallions is lacking a
इनको
little
डैमेज ही
bit
नहीं आ
of
रहा
a
है
space opener.
अरे ब्रे.
Ray to be able to do something, right? So far, I'm just looking out for
Kimi का
Bros
first
to
item ही
do
Sky था.
minimal
इसलिए
amount of
डैमेज
damage,
नहीं.
constantly just going
वही ना
breathing in
Sky
and
और
out
वो
of battles. However, they don't really quite have a lot of
Rapid
those
shoes.
opportunities
हाँ
because
सेरेना का
for
स्टन का
Team
डॉल करने
Stallions,
के लिए
they're
था क्या
mostly
रैपिड
just
शूज
chasing enemies, right? You're chasing against a fast-moving Grog that just flickered on forward. You're chasing after a hero that has been bumped by Diablo, rushing
अभी
to the
तक कुछ
wall.
ग्रॉक
So
में कुछ
time
खास
is
किया नहीं
definitely wasted, and some of these movement skills from Bray have
ग्लॉक
been
वो
used just
पे
to catch up,
देखना
not really to create that kind of
Support
space so
का
that he can
वो.
optimally do damage with through his
Emblem ना
glaive and his bow.
फोकसिंग मार्क
Yeah,
देखना
Roy is
भाई conceal
one of the
reveal कर दिया
targets
फिल्म में.
that Kings is actually looking out for. Iron Ryan using the
बहुत
Tsunami
आगे है
Slam
लेकिन.
very defensively to pull them back and secure
मोस्ट
one
को
kill.
स्प्लिट
So
ही आएगा तो
Team
देख लेगा
Stallions
टॉप का.
after the pick off, you see Renza up alone, trying to push that lane, trying to maintain that long lane priority. Yahiko's not in the vicinity just as of yet. Stallions, they identify this. They know where he is, but they can't make a move because Roy, once he's exposed, he's going to get shut down, decimated, just like that.
Yep, he gotta have to
Level
play
अभी भी
more safe
ज़्यादा है
on
भाई
everyone.
इसका.
Because I gotta have to
अरे
say,
क्या
Bray is
किसी बोल रहा है
already going to be a little bit closer to the front liners to make full use of his glaives, while Rensa
14
is just
वैसे
more
तो
on the map
हीरो ही ऐसा है लेवल
because of his ultimate,
ज्यादा ही
right?
होता
So
है
at any point in time, the Moscow
लॉर्ड मार रहे हैं अभी, मॉस्को ऊपर ही है,
does have
वैसे
ठीक
लॉर्ड
है
का
को भाई को इसलिए उठाना पड़ेगा भाई,
reveal his location. So he
बाकी
has
तो
to be
कोई नहीं
really
मरेगा।
careful because
मॉस्को बैठा है टॉप पे एकदम। हाँ
Fanny
अभी
need to do is just
पटर पटर
beeline
चालू हो
straight
जाएगा।
अगर
to
विजन
the
दिखाए तो
मरेगा
एआई को
मरेगा।
मार देगा, बट
नहीं
ब्लू
देखा
नहीं है
आपने
एआई
ड्रॉप
को।
किया देखिए,
अरे
अरे
अपन
अखंड
का
है ना
एचपी
उसका।
अपन का एचपी अपन का एचपी।
भाई लॉर्ड का डैमेज अभी, ओए मर गए
ए
अरे
ए अरे मार,
अरे क्या खेलता है ये सीरीज
are
में।
going to be filling
एक और
the
फेंक रहा
full
है।
force,
फेंक फेंक
the
फेंक फेंक
brunt of the
फेंक
force of
फेंक फेंक
King's SG. They have the
फेंक
damage
फेंक
to
फेंक।
go
उधर नहीं
through,
फेंका, फेंक दे
and
सामने
all
ही
they
फेंक दे,
need is just
फेंक दे,
to
हमें दिख रहा है
play
भाई तू
फॉल
defense,
किया,
get
क्लाउड
right,
लिया,
set
फिर
things
टॉप
up.
गया।
Yahiko's just there as an intimidation factor.
This is still a
देख लौड़े
relatively
आका को
early
कैसे
game
उड़ता
for
हुआ आ गया
Team
वापस से।
Stallions as they are
गाड़ी
rocking
आंख से
a
देख रहा है
triple
मैप को।
marksman setup. We have definitely seen that triple marksman can work out in the early phases of the game because of the snowball factor.
सी अल्बर्ट बना है,
Ray did not
बोट बोट
manage to
यूज
get
है
a
वही।
snowball, so now they gotta have to
बट ये लोग का डैमेज
play
नहीं
the long game.
नहीं
Little
पहुंचेगा
bit of
I
macro
guess,
decisions
मारने के लिए तो
अभी भी
बस।
डैमेज मेरे को कम ही लग रहा है इनका
हाँ,
तो,
क्योंकि
बट
फर्स्ट
वायरस का पाम है बे थोड़ा
opposite of
सा।
the Lord, joining in with an SOD at any
थोड़ा
point.
गेम और लेट
What
किया
does
तो
Stallions
फिर
want to do? Well, for
बाकी
King's
एक
टीम
SG,
चिड़चिड़ा भी
they
आ
need to
जाएगा।
end the game fast. Any
दोनों
time
टीम
that
की
they
फटी
allow
पड़ी है,
Team Stallions to just kind of dance around the Lord with no
एकदम
kills,
सोच
अरे
सोच
if
के
they
चीजें
end
मार
the
पड़ गई।
Good flicker into the
अरे
tunnel.
भाई बच गए बच गए बच गए बच गए,
नाइस।
अरे ब्रे
Shut
अरे
down. Prey comes in.
ना
Prey gets
मार
shut
मार
down.
दे,
Chasing
नाइस
Yahiko.
नाइस वन है।
Yahiko
नाइस
takes him out.
चल चल
Yahiko
चल,
unstoppable at this point. SOD lands, and here
कैसे
comes
बना था
Renza
लेकिन वो
trying
अरे
to clear things up, but
फ्री
not
फायर उसके
नाइस।
enough.
पास।
क्या
As
खेलता है
it's
सीरीज में।
1-for-1 trade. Yahiko makes it
भाई
over the
मजबूत
upper
खेल रहा
hand.
हो
He still
सलीना।
has that
वही
retribution
ना,
in play. The Lord is open for taking.
Probably a
मजा आ
bigger
गया।
take for Team Stallions is the fact that they managed to bring down the gold laner, but they will miss objectives.
Oh, big
अरे नाइस,
snap onto Diablo. That's
Shit,
अरे
Yahiko
परफेक्ट मैन,
and Team Stallions
कीमी
are
कर
just
दो भाई।
holding that defense.
भाई केमी
Yep,
प्यूरीफाई
that
मारा ही
makes
नहीं
things
है।
even worse because of the re-entry
हाँ
from
ना,
King
कालिया
Stallion,
कमिट नहीं कर रहा ना,
Team Stallions at this point in time, putting themselves in a
रिची
unfortunate
रिची नहीं
position
है, बट
where
फैनी के
they
पास
thought they would be
रिची
credited
नहीं है।
over to King's SG,
वे
but no,
वे
it's
वे
actually out the bottom lane. The
ऑल भी
middle
मारा
lane
मुझको में।
T1 undoubtedly should and would be taken away unless they 5-man stack on mid.
The onus is on Renza. He's always
अरे भाई मर गए कालिया।
तो पीछे कर जरा, मसराप पीछे करके दिखा वापस से वो क्या था।
वो ग्रॉक ने फर्स्ट किल मारा।
नहीं पर कंटिन्यू
नॉकअप
मारा ना
नहीं
वो।
लगा ना केलिया का, क्योंकि नॉकअप पे डॉज नहीं होता है, मैंने ट्राई किया हुई है। अगर सेकंड स्किल से तू जाएगा ना तो डॉज नहीं हो सकता।
भाई नेक्स्ट गेम तो फिक्स फैनी बैन हो गया यार, फिक्स है बॉस पे भी फैनी बैन।
They no longer have a front liner. It makes things
रंगीन बोला लोड़े बैन कर फैनी।
to stand right underneath
सर को जा रहा होगा अभी।
turret as such. They will lose that and very potentially
काउंटर नहीं कर पाएंगे,
they can't
बैन
clear
कर दे
away
फैन।
Bobby soon.
Now, Larry's coming down from the bottom side. You got two of the marksmen up on the top side trying to desperately push down the T2.
ओए नहीं
ज़्यादा
लग,
लेट गेम नहीं जाना चाहिए रे, प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा।
हाँ 3 मार्क्स है उधर टीम स्टाइलियन।
Sitting heavily
ये मॉस्को तो अभी तक गैंग भी नहीं आ रहा है।
But
this turn- ब्रेक देखना।
नहीं जा रहा आगे।
वो ब्रेक को
A tough one. And
जंगल लड़के वाइसेस।
Fanny they can just fly straight.
वो फ्लास्क
Fanny, they
बनाया
can just
उसने भी,
fly
बहन चोद जरा
round
देखना
and
पड़ेगा
round
उसको
in
क्या चीज़ है ये।
circles. Understandably, Yahiko has shown
बनाता है,
prowess in his
स्क्रीन पे देख
keyboard
रहा है।
skills, and I think that this is not peak performance just yet. There's a lot more that Yahiko probably could do.
क्या डैमेज है भाई वो
Yeah, a
कीमी
lot
पे?
of disruptions, especially
why
from the
is it
Selena.
the
Now the value of the Selena actually comes to show. You've got the
कीमी
the
इतना
tricks
डैमेज
as well
किससे
to
बढ़ा
get a
कीमी
little
को?
more vision.
इनका
Bray
कीमी हग
suffering
रहा है
a
पता है।
little bit from that damage. The wall
भाई
just
40 पड़ रही है ना,
getting
फैनी
out
है
of the
उधर
way,
प्यूरीफाई
so
पे
you
ऊपर
कैसे
से।
can't get
खेलेगा
close to
कीमी।
Bray.
Remember, the timing that we
Purify
want to
में
go
वो
for
भी।
is
मार दे, मार दे।
generally 5,000 in terms of
मरेगा
total
क्या?
damage.
नाइस।
It's a reactive
भाई
type
ये
of charge, but able to get
दो
out of the
flicker
way.
bait।
Still has the
दोनों
flicker
टैंक का
in
फ्लिकर।
question. Just for the orange buff, the Lord is going to spawn up in
क्या
1
दोनों
minute.
टैंक का,
The
इसका
Team Stallions are
बैटरीज का भी
playing
गया।
on the defensive.
हाँ
They
वो
need to
भी
be
है।
super defensive. They
अरे
don't have
वही
a lot of frontline
बैटरी
फ्लड हो गया भाई।
Able to take them
अरे
out.
ओके याइको
Free hitting from the
टूट
back.
गई।
He's going to lose his
एक
life
तो
right
मरा।
here. Yahiko, but look on the backside. Bray's
इतना
free hitting.
इतना आगे क्यों था ये बॉम्ब बर्ड? फ्लिकर नहीं है तो फिर भी स्नाइपर लेके
Great initiation from Roy to kick
नहीं,
things
गेम
off.
एंड है यार।
Ejection post. into the lockdown.
एंड वो
And
पैसिव
now
भी नहीं
a
बचा
Inle,
है
full wipe out.
inle.
Team Stallions might be able to do this.
Oh my
They're
god
still
भाई,
on T3 mid, but
क्या
they're
बेट्रिक्स
क्या
इतना
मार
आगे
चुदा
क्यों
लिया
है?
they
फ्लिक
need to
करना ही है तो
desperately clear this out.
मारो
They
चोट।
might be able to do it.
क्या
Team
मार चुदा
Stallions
लिया भोसड़ी
is
वाला
securing
अरे
that
इतना खेला था
spot in the
याइको और वो सेरेना ने।
playoffs.
भाई देखना है
Play
बेट्रिक्स
this
को
with the
भाई।
lock shit damage.
वापस कर पूरा
Just for
पीछे
the
कर
orange are
Generally for the
अबे वो
eco
अच्छा
can't
पिक
get
नहीं
close
था
to
वो तो
break.
भाई हट
remember the timing that we want
सोच
to
ना
go
इधर
for
अभी
is
कुछ और
generally 45,000
हाँ
in terms
भाई
of total economy.
बढ़ता ही नहीं हो तो
That's a reactive tectonic charge, but able to get out of the
अभी
way.
आके तो पूरा
Still
पीछे
has
जाना था ना
the
इधर क्या
flicker.
कर रहा है
हाँ
देख
बेट्रिक्स देख ना स्नाइपर मार रहा है लौड़े।
ये लड़ के ले रे लड़ के
And Team Stallions are
अभी भी
playing
घूम
on
रहा है
the
अभी भी घूम
defense.
रहा
हाँ
है
देखना इतना आगे।
Super
अभी
defensive.
फिर
They don't
पता
have
है
a lot of
सेकंड
front
पता है
liners that
पीछे कर
Ooh,
पीछे कर
good lockdown.
पॉज पीछे करके थोड़ा
Orange
पॉज
buff.
कर
The Lord is gonna spawn
पॉज
up
कर
in
अभी
1 minute.
ये मेरे को लगता नहीं है ग्रॉक ने प्योर अच्छी से कॉल दिया होगा कि बेट्रिक्स का फ्लिकर नहीं तो यहाँ पे डियाब्लो सीधे फ्लिकर मार के अभी भी जा सकता है दीवार के चिपक के खड़ा है देखना बेट्रिक्स वो अभी भी नहीं गया वो किमी पकड़ा फिर गया इधर भी पकड़ा जा सकता था वो
नहीं पर
चल
इसका फ्लिकर का कॉल तो देगा होगा क्योंकि फ्लिकर मारा है ना ये रुक रुक के।
remember
और नहीं
the
ऐसे
timing
मुश्किल
that we
होता है भाई
want to
लाइक
go
जब
for
तू को
is
ग्रॉक को
generally
समझना हो तो
45,000 in
ग्रॉक
terms of total
तू है
economy.
अगर तेरे को
That's a
तेरे को
reactive
एक
हाँ
डिसीजन लेना है
charge, but
अल्टरवर्ड
able to
मार
get
के
out of
पीछे
the
जाना है
way.
तो
Still
सब तो
has
नहीं देख
the
सकता तू
flicker
मुश्किल होता है
in
बहुत वो तो
question. Just for the orange buff, the Lord is gonna spawn up
इसलिए
in
उसका
1
कॉल नहीं गया
minute.
होगा
And
क्या
Team
दो
Stallions
टीम
are
क्लियर
playing
के
on the
जाएंगे जाएगा
defensive.
क्या?
हाँ
They
दो
need to be
हाँ।
super defensive.
ये
They don't
सेकंड
have a
स्किल
lot
भी
of
हक
front
दिया ना
liners.
इसने डैश
Ooh,
पे हक
good
दिया।
lockdown onto Bong, able to take them out. Roy just free
क्या
hitting from the
पकड़ा
back,
है
still
भाई
loses
डियाब्लो
life
ने।
by hands via Yahiko, but looking backside, Bray just free hitting and dealing that damage.
इधर
Taking
विंड
four
मारा
down,
है
Yahiko,
मॉस्को ने
looking
विंड
to
मारा
backside,
है।
Bray just free hitting and dealing that damage. Taking four down, Bumboy Reborn is the only one that's left. Great
खत्म होने वाला था
initiation
भाई।
from
पीछे कर
Roy
पीछे
to
कर पीछे
kick
कर वो
things
वाइस वो
off.
मॉस्को का
But
दिखा
that stage free hit, Roy just free hitting
मॉस्को
from the
मॉस्को
को
back,
डांट लगा
still
क्या
loses life by hands via Yahiko, but looking backside, Bray just free hitting
नहीं
and
पीछे
dealing
करना
that
आया
damage.
कैसे
Taking
मॉस्को
tectonic charge,
हार्ड
but able
लगाना
to get
पिन
out
वाले
of the
पे।
way. Still has the flicker in question. Just for
ये
the
बेट्रिक्स
orange
बहुत
buff.
आगे
The
था
Lord
भाई।
is gonna spawn up in 1 minute, and Team Stallions
ये
are
मैंने बना
सेकंड
playing
स्किल
लिया
on
भी
the
हक दिया।
defensive.
बना लिया
They need to be super defensive. They don't have a lot of front liners that can.
Ooh, good lockdown
अच्छा हॉल्ड
onto
लगा मॉस्को
Bong,
को।
able to take them out. Roy just free hitting from that back. He's gonna lose his life by hands via Hiko, but looking backside, Braves
हाँ
free hitting and dealing that damage.
विंड
Taking
वेस्ट हुआ
four
था वैसे
down.
मॉस्को का
Bumboy Reborn is the only
विंड
one
अबे
that's
किमी
left.
पहले साथ वो
Great
देखना किमी पहले ही मर जाती और
initiation
वो
from
भाग
Roy
भी
to
सकता
kick
था क्या
things
वॉल लगाया
off.
ग्रॉक
The
देख
traction pulse
क्या
into the
वापस दिखा
lockdown,
कहाँ दिखा
and now
वापस
by
दिखा
हाँ
hands via Hiko onto Bong, able to take
हाँ
them
वॉल
out.
कहाँ देख
Roy just free hitting
देख
from
देख
that
ग्रॉक
back.
की
He's
वॉल
gonna
देख
lose his life by
नहीं वो
hands
तो
via
मर ही
Hiko,
जाता
but
वैसे
looking Bong, able to take
बट
them
अल्ट
अगर सही
out.
से लगती
मारना
तो
Bumboy
कुछ
हाँ
free
रहा है
hitting
हाँ
from the
अल्टी
back.
नहीं
Still
मारता
loses
तो
life
बच
by
जाता
hands
था।
via Hiko,
अल्टी नहीं
but
मारता
looking
तो बच
backside,
सकता था
Braves
ये आई को
free
अल्ट मार के
hitting
उसको
and dealing that
गया
damage.
उधर
Taking four
वॉल
down.
देखना देखना
Hiko,
देखना।
but looking backside,
देखा
take them
देखा
out.
फैनी ने
Roy
अल्ट
just
मार के
free hitting
क्रॉस
from
किया
that
वो
back. He's gonna
अच्छा
lose
था
his
बे
life by hands via
बट
Hiko,
बाक्सी
but
ने
looking
ऑलरेडी मार चुका
backside,
था उसको
Braves
देखना फैनी
free
को असिस्ट भी नहीं
hitting
मिला
and dealing that damage. Taking four down. Bumboy Reborn is the only one that's left. Great initiation from
अच्छा ट्राई था
Roy to
भाई
kick things
अच्छा खेला
off.
भाई आई
The
को बहुत
traction
बेचारा
pulse
वही सलीना और
into the
वो दोनों
lockdown,
ही खेले
and
अच्छा
now that's
वही
a
दोनों
तो
wipe
ये भी
खेले।
out.
अच्छा खेला
Team
वो देखा स्टार्ट
Stallions
का पिकअप
might
दिखा
be
ना
able to
वो
do this. There's a
कमबैक
bolt
वाला
down the T3
कि लिया
mid,
जब
but
पकड़ा
they're
था
trying
स्टार्ट
to
में
pop that
3000 का
open.
गोल लीड
They
था जब भी
immediately push down the
वो तो बहुत
T2.
अच्छा था
Manage to get a snowball. So
इधर है वो।
Now for Iron Ryan using
और
the
पहले
survival
और
slam
पहले और
break.
पहले
right
टर्टल
under
टर्टल
his
टॉप पे
turret to
टर्टल पे
deal
हुआ था
with Roy.
No one
और
was
पहले
expecting with the damage. The
और
cables
और
down, and the rest, as they say, is
और जा
history.
पहले शायद
There
सेकंड टर्टल पे
was, of
सेकंड
course,
टर्टल
a
पे हुआ
lot
था
of opportunity.
नहीं
Team
आई थिंक यही है
Stallions
दिखा एक
lost a
बार जरा
bit of their opening to, sorry,
थर्ड
not
टर्टल पे ही
something
है
that
हाँ
Stallions
थर्ड टर्टल पे
Onto
ही है
Retribution, trying to get that farm. We've seen Moscow
नहीं
for a
इधर
couple
थर्ड
times.
टर्टल या
हाँ
कहीं
यही
का
टर्टल
Rage onto Diablo will not be able to survive that. Able to walk out, but here comes Roy
1000 गोल
with the
लीड था
damage.
इधर।
The
हाँ
cables
केमी भी
down.
मर गया।
Hiko
नहीं
finds
तो
his mark
कमबैक हो
onto the
चुका है
mid
ना
lane
पीछे और
and
पीछे जा
slays
देखो
them.
एसएस मरा
Kings
होगा
SG crawling themselves back. Pablo or Lucian
वाइसेस का
Cutie,
फर्स्ट डेथ है
and
ना,
you don't
उधर
get the
कम बैक हुआ
combos
है।
in. Doesn't really need to join in these team fights. Ryzen just being
देख अभी आएगा।
really
रुक मैं
annoying.
डिस्कॉर्ड बुलाता हूँ
Yahiko
याको।
with the cables missing that one up. The tsunami slam will not land, but there is the Bandit's rage over
पीछे कर
onto
और पीछे
Bray,
कर।
locking him down and taking him out of the game.
Essentially, not
20
any
30
form
सेकंड
of
पीछे कर।
damage will be popping up in 10 seconds time.
There's that top side. Victrix already forced that flicker away.
याको
No use for.
के भयो यार गेम त्यो बेट्रिक्स लास्टै अगाडि गयो त लास्टमा त।
खै मैले देखिनँ यार यताबाट के भएछ म त आफ्नै सबजना मरेछ
नाइस ट्राई भाई, अच्छा ही खेले भाई तुम लोग। छोड़ वो तो हक दिया क्या करेगा अभी। क्या है लोअर ब्रैकेट में किसके अगेंस्ट है आइको?
अब आरएसजीओ किङडम को होला है अनि आफ्टर दैट हु विन्स वी हैव टु प्ले
आरएसएन किंगडम ठीक है ऑल द
अच्छा
बेस्ट
ध्यान दे अभी छोड़ फोकस ही करो क्या ही बोलो उसको बोलोगे भी
हाँ
ब्लेम करोगे तो वो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा वो फिर और हार जाओगे फिर छोड़
yeah, I'll talk to you guys later.
हाँ ठीक
ओके
है
गुड लक
ऑल द बेस्ट
बाय बाय
बाय बाय
किन
नहीं तो
मलाई
उसको
बाय
ब्लेम करेंगे वो
बाय
गलत बोलेगा फिर
बाय
This is
यहीकोले बाय
the
बाय भने
game,
मैले
game that we see. I'm just waiting on that
हाँ ना
last
भाई
fight where everything
बोलेगा भाई
तेरे को
went
वो है क्या
crazy
एक्सपीरियंस है
well
क्या
for Team Stallion. So this is the start of the replay.
और
Starting
क्या
things off with Roy with the
ये
Dragon
देख
Knight
ले
clean
साथ है
to
लो
it, and Diablo
साथ ये देख ले
immediately flickers in
नॉर्मल
with
है
the heavy
भाई
spin, and Bray just finishes that job.
हाँ बट
He's
ब्लेम
cleaning
नहीं
up
करना
shop.
चाहिए
Yep, that's nice.
कल को जिनको तू भाई बोला था आज वो तेरी
Because
तबाही कर रहे हैं
everything's
सब
already
देख
used
ले
up.
This is all about a 1v1, but
कोई बात
तो
नहीं
इसको
इसका
फर्क
इंजला पीछे
फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा मैं इसका
you
वो
even
होना पड़ा
dodge
भाई
a skill shot. You know that you want a fight.
रेमान
He's still
रेमान
got
सम्मान
that
हूँ मैं
time for that recall.
तो
But hey,
आरएससी
now,
अभी वो लोग चले
congratulations
गए
over to
स्टेलियन
Stallions
यहाँ पे
SG.
इतना भी
A
बड़ा
हो गया
welcome,
भाई
a re-welcome back
Re-welcome.
प्ले ऑफ में
into the
सेलेक्टेड
MPL
मादर
playoffs.
चोद
अभी मारेगा टीम फ्लैश को मेरे को निकालेगा लोड़े
नहीं तो जैसे मैं बेट्रिस को गाली दे रहा ऐसे कितनी मेरे को पड़ी होगी शिट मैन शिट मैन
नहीं वो होता है ना ट्रॉमा होता है ना लाइक पास्ट का
हाँ
टाइम पे
पास्ट
होगा
एक्सपीरियंस
3 मिनट कब
नहीं
8
तब तो
मिनट पे गेम
आई भी बहुत
स्टार्ट
डायरी बोल
होगा
रहे होगे ना नहीं ब्लेम मत करो ऐसे ब्लेम मत करो
हाँ मैंने सेम बोला था जो एपेक्स ने बोला था ना वही ब्लेम मत करो बुरा लगता है
लोड़े कोई बात नहीं इसका भी कभी मैच है कितनी देर बाद
अभी वो पहले किंगडम एंड आरएससी का होगा जिसका जिसने जीता उसके अगेंस्ट पे होगा
जिम अब
जा जिम
तो
जा
लाइक 1.5 आवर के बाद होगा ना
हाँ शायद 1 आवर
प्रोबेबली
आराम
अब लास्ट
ओके
चान्स हैन गाइस अब लास्ट चान्स छ
एपेक्स एक बार व्हाट्सएप आ
आ रहा हूँ रुक जा मेरे को मैसेज कर मसारा जब हो जाएगा उनका मैच होगा तो
हाँ ठीक है ल गाइस अब के भन्छ टिम आरएससी भर्सेस टिम किङडम स्पोर्ट्स हो अनि तिनीहरूमा जसले जित्छ याइकोसँग पर्छ सो हेर्नुपर्छ किङडम र आरएससीको गेम पनि कस्तो छ आरएससीले त अघिबाट टुलेर हानेको थियो क्लिनै किङडमको हेर्नुपर्छ किङडमले जित्छ लागिरहेको छ मलाई आरएससीलाई किन हो स्टेलियन एससी आर कन्टेनर फर ट्रोफी यस गाइस स्टेलियन एससी लास्ट स्ट्रङ छ केटाहरूले हानिसकेको थियो हल्का चोक हान्यो पेट्रिकले तर केही छैन अझै एउटा गेम बाइक छ सो अहिले केही भएन फेरि ऱ्याङ्क विथ भ्युवर्स ऱ्याङ्क त केटा ऱ्याङ्क चाहिँ भ्याउँदैन जस्तो लाग्यो किनकि स्टार्ट हुन लागेको नि त 6 मिनटमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ भन्दैछ एउटा ब्रल लेट्स गो एउटा ब्रल होइन टाइम पास हुन्छ केटा आइहाल्यो एक ब्रल हानिदिइहाल्यो अनि फेरि अर्को गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ बाई द वे गाइज 20 मोर सब्सक्राइबर्स आयो अनि 3K छ आज 630 लाइक छ यही भएर चाहिँ बिटिआरको गेम हेर्नु न दाइ गेम भइरहेछ र गाइस अहिले एक मिनट चाहिँ क्या किन अब एक ब्रलै हान्नु त स्टार्ट भइहाल्थ्यो त्यो एमपिएल यही भर्सेस बिटिआर हेर्ने हो गाइस प्रोबेबली हेरौँ न त है ल यही भर्सेस बिटिआर लगाउँछु म एमपिएल इन्डो इङ्ग्लिस कहाँ छ एमपिएल इन्डो इङ्ग्लिस यता रहेछ ल गाइस
be able to do it justice, ladies and gentlemen.
गेम आउन आयो होला
Witness it together. Game 1 has been set for the drafts.
याइको गेम्स त्यो किङडमहरुको स्टार्ट भयो भने चाहिँ भने त्यो हेरौँ न तिनीहरूको गेम याइको ओपोनेन्टको
I mean, I like Bigatron's idea, dude. I see the vision. Aldrich have a lot of
हेलो
aggression.
हेलो
though,
भाइपर
so
द
if they
गोट
do
के
get
छ
out of control, they snowball. There is some danger here.
ब्लेम नगरेकै ठिक हो झन् फ्लो फिल हुन्छ त्यही त अझै स्टिल लास्ट गेम बाँकी छ अहिले ब्लेम हान्यो भने त खेल्नै सक्दैन फेरि
All right. Let's see. Let us see as we enter.
देवाले प्लेअफ पायो अरे नाभी भर्छ आरपीमा जसले जित्छ त्यो प्लेअफमा छिर्छ हो के हो गाइस लाइक दिस स्ट्रिम कसले लाइक हानेको छैन मिर्कोको कास्टिङ चाहिँ ओजी नै हुन्छ है त मजा
questionable
आउँछ
matchup, I think, Arashi. 50-50, but there's more kiting potential, more range for BTR, definitely more dive for Alter Ego.
Well, we've seen it before, but there's this something nags me when I see this fighter in the gold lane situation, but then having an assassin on top of that. We talked about having the playmaking potential, and for Alter Ego, it's all coming
अब
from the
नाभी
front
RRQ मा
liners.
कसरी
For
जित्छ त्यस्तो
Bigatron,
भन्छ
there is a Hayabusa
प्रोबेबली त्यसले
that
पाउन सक्छ
can, catch Alter Ego off guard. So that's where some of my thought process
प्रोबेबली
is.
RRQ नै गयो भए राम्रो
There's a
हुन्थ्यो
bit of
मेरोलाई चाहिँ
danger here
किनकि
towards
त्यस प्रो फ्यान बेस
Bigatron.
भएको टिम
Looking at the emblems by GamesMax though, tenacity for Moreno. He knows he is going to be in a lot of danger.
Oh, 3v2, that's a taunt! That's
You
the
guys,
first! Rin finds it! That's gonna be 2 members off the board instantly!
के हो यार अल्टर इगो त फायरमा छ क्या बिटिआरले नि हान्छ क्या हिजो यिनीहरूले त्यो ओनिकलाई हानेको नि ओनिक प्लेअफ पुगेन ओनिक पुगिहाल्छन् गाइस अप्पर ब्र्याकेटको नम्बर 1 टिम हो गाइस इमान एक्सपर्ट गोल के मेटा हुँदैछ यार केटा हो मार्क्सम्यान त हराउँछ छ त बिस्तारै मार्क्सम्यान लापो गोल्ड एक्सपर्ट गोल्ड ओ माय गॉड मार्क्सम्यान मेटा बिस्तारै हराउँछ ग्रान्जले मात्रै धामिरहेछ मार्क्सम्यान मेटालाई
Entrance for the Hayabusa to get the early farm in the bottom side though. Arfi takes a lot of damage here. And yeah, gotta be careful for cold laners who is on the fighters.
Yeah, melee heroes, man. This is a bad matchup. So Iman definitely gonna control it.
बिटिआरको चोकिङ भइसकिसक्यो प्लेअफ पुगेर हो कि क्या प्लेअफ पुग्न लगाएर ओइ के हो निनो त आम सेक्सी पेट्री हान्छ
Alex walking up as well. Great blink away. Prince gonna be caught though. Has the flicker out. Nile zoned away. Level 4 for Nino, but he's already used the Black Dragon form in the Petrify, which means
Where is Road?
have to flicker away. Great
रिन भनेको हो
turtle instantly from Alter Ego.
रोनलाई त नयाँ राम्रो नयाँले खतरा छ बिटिआरको जङ्गल
So much more aggression available. Big ultis too. Alec.
गाटो क्लास्टै खेलाइरहेको छ आजकल केटा हो त्यसमा ए केटा भोलि बाइ द वे अफसेल अरे एकछिन के भयो कति प्ले हान्न खोज्छ त बोल्नै पाउँदैन मिट्टु हाने यार नायलले अनि सोबोले पनि मिट्टु हान्यो 1 for 2 trade
Who gets the double? That's a little bit of unfortunate events there for Alter Ego. And they got the double.
Alexले डबल किल पायो
Let's go Delwyn, man.
साच्चै खानै खाँदैन यार अहिलेसम्म त
Hey, it is what it is, man. Interesting. Oh, Purify. Yeah, not enough damage. Just the Purify baited out.
So again,
साच्चै गाइस भोलि हाम्रो अफसेल टुर्नामेन्टको गेम हुन्छ त्यही भएर अफसेल टुर्नामेन्टमा जोइन गर लाइभ हेर होरा स्पोर्ट भर्सेस वी आर बट भन्ने टिम छ उसलाई आउट पारेको लो एक्सपेक्टेसनको टिमलाई सो मेक स्योर टु जोइन द स्ट्रिम है अफसेल स्ट्रिम होराको गेम हुन्छ भोलि बेस्ट अफ 5
And the Frog armor.
that Fragger armor is going to be so beneficial towards the later
सेकेन्ड
stages,
स्पट
'cause again,
सिक्रेट भएर बिटिआर इज ट्राइङ न्यू थिङ्स त्यो राम्रै हो किनकि अहिले जितेर नि त्यस्तो फाइदा छैन ट्राई आउट हान्ने हुन्छ
like the damage from the Sushin, like the damage from the
मिडको जहिले बिटिआर 2 जहिले बिटिआरको बिगेस्ट लेजर है मिडको
it's going to allow Bigatron to kind of ignore
यस्तै राम्रो हारे पनि सपोर्ट गर्ने क्या टिमलाई अब कोही कोही त हुन्छ त हारे कि हेट गर्नु पर्छ
Just yet, I think they need a man to really deal
सक्यो याइकोहरूको छैन याइकोहरूको गेम बाइक छ अझै फाइनल गेम हुन्छ अब लास्ट सिरिज त्यो जित्यो भने चाहिँ प्लेअफ पुग्यो केटाहरू
needs to assist Nile a bit.
Yeah, very healthy lead though. For 2,000 gold lead already in hand before 5 minutes. Second turtle though, let's see. I think it's going to be a 5v5, but Export is way behind.
Shogun. It's just going to be Finn taken out. Black Dragon
Yeah,
used
Mario.
that as well. Big resources down already. BTR on the defense.
बिटिआरलाई हारे नि केही फाइदा हुँदैन जिते पनि केही फाइदा हुन्न
his contested orange buff right before
त्यही
the
भएर
turtle
ट्राई आउट
there,
हान्नु
so Finn going in there is a bit
मिडको फेभ नै हो
interesting by
बिटिआर
all means.
त्यो मिडको फेभरेट त बिटिआर नै हो
They know that no
गाइस
one
यसो
can
इन्स्टाग्राममा नि फलो हान्दिउँ होइन
without
इन्स्टाग्रामको लिङ्क त्यही पोस्ट
so
छ
they send him out there for information
मेक
and
स्योर
they
टु
cut
फलो
off the
मेन
map
इन्स्टाग्राम एज
as
वेल
Bigatron try and struggle to get Nile his farm, getting that purple buff.
Yeah, level 9 Rin, level 7 Nile. 2 levels behind this Hayabusa, so again, just a tall mountain to climb.
प्लेअफमा को फेस गर्नुपर्ने होला कुन कुन प्लेअफमा
for Amon.
प्लेअफमा
Sounds like the
इभिल
mid lane is gonna
अनि
be the
टिम
action.
फ्ल्यास
Purify out though.
सबै राम्रो राम्रो छ यार प्लेअफमा त डर लाग्ने टिम छ यार केटा यो अहिलेको त तिनीहरूको अगाडि त के हेर्नु जस्तो लाग्छ
Man,
डर लाग्दो
they coordinate
कम्पिटिसनमा
this
छ
mid lane
एमपिएल
again and
सिङ्गापुरमा
again, and yet Hejuman is doing a great job making sure he has the Purify available if he wants to walk up a bit more aggressively. Just like that, Bigatron, they're stuck trying to play defensive, and Man
Has to play good Praga armor as well. It'll be popped right as it comes back up. Might be looking for a dive here. Eman will not be able to defend this turret, so it's a fully... Oh! Never mind. I thought they were going to
Thank
go
you
for
for the
dive
follow
there
in
against
up
Eman,
Tamrakar
but they won't be able to.
कहिले हुन्छ एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरको गेम स्टार्ट भएको छैन
Look at the moves from Bigatron. They keep sending Shogun to the mid lane here. I'm guessing it's just to protect Moreno, but that's kind of stifling Shogun's own income.
त्यो एमएमहरूलाई साह्रै हेर्छु कि एमएम मेटा बिस्तारै हराउँदैछ गाइस फाइट अगाडि आई लभ बिटिआर सो मच द्याट इफ यु कट मी आई विल प्ले लीड रेड प्रोभाइडेड लीड एलआर अति भन्छ
Niall is able to find it. Petrified in the back line. Moreno able to escape, but look at the damage coming through. Moreno will fall to the DPS. The DOT rather of Nino on the Uzan.
अल्टरले हान्छ होला लेकिन त इजी नै हान्छ
That's going to be the last turtle coming to the Lanadon. Seems like it will be uncontested, and Alter Ego will collect perfect.
वेट युजङ गोल्ड हैन युजङ लापु गयो गाटो हेर न कस्तो छिरेको यार मोर त ड्यामेज पनि लाग्दैन
Is going to be coming back up as he goes in for the stun. He's able to find it. Shogun will not engage. Now he goes in for the blink again. Will go for the ultimate. RP very, very low. Will be taken down. Moreno picks up the kill. Spin is able to escape. Now last insanity to the midst of it all. Shogun immobilizing all of them.
ओए हाने है हाने बिटिआरले यत्रो हेभिएर छिरिरहेछ नाय 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 ओए कस्तो पकडेको यार रायनले
PTR stabilize. Beautiful recovery from the side of Bigatron. They lose out on the turtle, but the fight there was perfect. Alec, rather Arfi, was a little bit too deep in enemy territories, which Bigatron was able to capitalize, not just the kill, they got the tier 1 mid lane as well.
That's Alter Ego not respecting Bigatron's damage potential. You can't stick around and allow Eman on the X-board.
गेम स्टार्ट भयो त एमपिएल सिङ्गापुर एकछिन म चेक हान्छु
Really comes through, and they, in trying to contest that buff,
एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरै लगाउँ है यो त के हेर्ने It has a bracket there.
That they played
Sure, la la.
Okay.
La एउटा bracket हेरे भर्खर टिम स्टेलेन र किङ एससी गयो नि त अनि टिम स्टेलेन सिधै सेलेक्ट भएछ एकछिन यिनीहरूको फेरि म्याच हुन्छ म्याच चाहिँ किन हुन्छ ए होइन 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 यो त मुनि पो आयो त टिम स्टेलेन सिधै सेलेक्ट भइसक्यो यहाँ माथि छ अनि किङडम र आरएससीको गेम हुन्छ अब जसले जित्छ त्यहाँ या किङ एससीसँग पर्छ अनि जसले जित्छ प्ले अफ डाइट पर्फेक्ट स्मुथ त्यही भएर लेट्स सी गाइस के हुन्छ अब गेम हेरौँ यिनीहरूको
This is
बेल्छ
really unlike for an organization like RSG, the longest standing organization in MPL Singapore. This is truly high pressure, high stakes environment for them.
The environment is the fall of RSG, right? It is
केटाहरूले बुझ्यो नि त के ब्राकेट
regrettable situation when they started up pretty high up in the rankings.
Yes, sir.
They have been staying there for seasons after seasons to 1, 2,
याइको कति
3,
बेला
4, 5, 6,
याइको गाइस अब यो सिरिज सकेपछि याइको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ
goals within of RSG, and even after the
कुदेर खाए यार तर के छैन गाइस सेकेन्ड गेम त पर्फेक्ट खेले थियो हल्का मिस्टेक भयो केही छैन अपोनेन्ट लास्ट स्ट्रङ हो गाह्रै छ जित्ने यार यतिकै त
they have definitely have a little bit of
हाम्रो
problems
केटाहरूले
dealing
पर्फेक्ट नै
with
खेल्यो
Flash's brand new lineup.
किन अब 12 घण्टा स्ट्रिम हुन्छ जस्तो आज त के हो यार
Players out there,
7
right?
घण्टा भइसक्यो
So even those games were
The next
not
round
that big of a stop.
मुन्टलले गराएको गाइस अफसेट टुर्नामेन्ट हो त्यो हामी खेल्दाको अहिले
But when it comes down to the playoffs, they came back up, they got revitalized, and that was literally resurgence. RSG had a good shot throughout the seasons, and this is history. This is the point in time where they might have to impact history of being completely out of MPL.
Yeah, it's a reality that they have to face. But on the other side of the table, though, Kingdom Esports a team that a lot of ex-players, a lot of current players are holding high expectations up. We saw the roster once it was released. We saw the players and we were like, hey, this team might work. This team is pretty strong. And it does show in the first day, but after
Yahiko
that,
को
it was
लेन में
all
confidence
downhill.
आना पड़ा.
I talked to the management, I talked about to the coach, right, during the breaks and all that. And they said that
ठीक है guys,
actually
कुने
they
हेरो
work
गाह्रो हुन्छ
really
खेल्न.
well in scrims. It's just that in the professional scene, sometimes is the game jitters. New players that are coming in, like Grant, like Drinsanity, they are finding it hard to adjust in the professional environment because for these players, for some of them, they are pretty new in this stage. But you have 3 veterans in the form of LoL, ZFMM, and Yawn as well. Coming in the season for maybe 3 to 4 seasons right now, especially for the young child prodigy that I wouldn't call a child prodigy because he's been very long in this in this run already against RSG, which is a full rookie lineup.
Yeah. So definitely quite a bit of change when it comes down to team-wise, but not really much of an organizational
Guys,
kind of thing. They are always.
You couldn't do it. Kingdom, guys. Kingdom is just slide at once,
They kind of come and go every now and then.
Yeah,
Always
pick
been
कति
seen
पैसा
kind of
पाउँछ होला.
like community teams.
अब सिङ्गापुरको चाहिँ थाहा भएन. उता MPL तिर चाहिँ इन्डोतिर चाहिँ धेरै पाउँछ होला.
Veteran players that plays under their banners, and boom, here we go. We have veteran players to the roaming trio coming in from Yawn, FMM, as well as Lolzy. It sounds that they are supposed to do a really good job, but alas, here they are at the challenger brackets.
On the other side of the table, with RSG, a lot of emotions running high. They've been practicing. They have, under the leadership of Melon, able to break some of the pocket picks that come up. They have won Kingdom Esports at least 1 game in the entire series, but they still lost in the regular season. So this is their redemption arc. This is their revenge, and this is their resurgence if they so wish to make it into the playoffs. It's not an impossible task. It's just difficult. And
साँच्चै भोलि हाम्रो गेम छ पर्सि अनि पाण्डाहरुको गेम हुन्छ भोलि बेस्ट अफ 5 हो. अफिसियल च्यानलमा लाइभ हुन्छ जोइन गर्नु होला. सपोर्ट हैन अफिसियल च्यानलमा. आज आरके थाहा पाउँछ सुत्नेको म. आज सुत्नेले खेल्छ होला प्रो. लाइभमा त 100 जना भन्दा छैन त अफिसमा. सिङ्गापुरको हरुको त्यस्तै छ केटा.
We're starting things off. That's the random map.
The dangerous grass नै हुन्छ धेरै जस्तो त.
We can hypothesize all we want, but
Flying Cloud basically.
Yet again for this one. Statistically, I think RSG hasn't been doing too well in Flying Cloud. Typically, they succumb to the environment.
The Yahiko team win.
They are pretty late game.
Yes, they have won 2 games, lost one series.
Backups. They don't have any cover-ups, especially.
So they have to win 1 more series to get a slot in playoff.
As well.
At this point in time, I think that drafting is important. I would like to see what Melon have got in store for us as to, what things is gonna look like, how things are gonna be drafted. I particularly just didn't like the Yusun Shin gold and then putting, who was that in the jungle again?
That was Lucas.
Lucas in the jungle.
So I think hopefully we won't be able to see those two.
Lucas is guys game हेर्दिमै. जले जित्छ याइको टिम गो अगेन्स्ट पर्छ.
Wasting a lot of resources that should be funneled into Yusun Shin. Instead, you put it over to a hero that really relies on a snowball effect to be.
Probably Kingdomले जित्छ जस्तो यो गेम चाहिँ. यो सिरिज भनौँ.
Lancelot being banned out. That is an order of respect over to Taurus over to Taurus in the EXP lane. You want to have Insanity having a good EXP laning time in the early game. The first 5 minutes will be pivotal for Insanity to come online.
MASARAPले स्ट्रिममा हुन म दिन भन्दा धेरै भ्युज पायो यार किनभने त 10 किनि त. एचओके खेल्छ. अब एचओकेमा गाइस एचओकेको सपोर्टरहरु छैन. एमएलबीबी को सपोर्टर वाइल्ड छ. किनभने एमएलबी मै आउनु पर्ने. थ्यांक यू गाइस सपोर्टको लागि. आज 7 घण्टा स्ट्रिम गरेछ यार बिहानदेखि उठेर. 12 घण्टै हुन्छ खाना पनि खादैन
as well as Chip is actually still available. So at this point in time, I think that both teams are teams that can play. In this case, Chip, right? Chip is available. Grok is also available. Yusun Shin is out there too, but I'm not exactly sure if whether that's something that Kingdom would want to prioritize, because that means that they're gonna have to give either the Grok or the Chip away.
There's also the Kimmy in question and the Juicin, so it's a trade over on both ends.
दामी सेक्सी रहेछ
Usually the
त
first
सिङ्गापुरको
spot, if
करेन्सी पनि रे
Yushin is open, Kingdom
किन र
Esports would
कति
snap,
छ
pick that up.
सिङ्गापुरको
If not, it would be the Kimmy just to secure lane dominance. So it will be the chip this time around. And it's a breath of fresh air as lousy player
एमएलबीले नै
chip. We haven't seen that in a while
खै
too.
गाइस एमएलबीको त सिङ्गापुरमा मलाई थाहा नै भएन एचओकेमा पैसा चाहिँ छ नि त केटा एमएलबीको त्यो नरिजनमा केही गरेको छैन एचओकेले हेर न कति गरिदिएको छ बित्तिकै त्यो नै हो अब के नै गर्न सक्छु हो
perhaps even Farsa would be great
चेकेको
because that's
टेन
something that we also kind of know
तर
FMM
अब
for in
तिनीहरूको
the
त्यो
sense,
त गेमै
but
राम्रो
they still
छैन
have the
भने
flexibility
किन
as to
गेम
how they
खेल्नु
want
त
to play
त्यहाँ
around with this.
अब यतै एमएलबीमा राम्रो छ भने एमएससीको पैसा नि छ त्यसलाई त युट्युबबाट पनि पैसा आउँछ त्यसलाई त त्यस्तो म्याटरै हुँदैन
Kimmy would come out
त्यो पनि त्यो
in
गयो
this second phase of
एमपी
the
एचओके
draft, but you know Gatsu's already filled that position up with the chip, so or the Rome's already filled position. Might go with the Asun Shin once again. At least you have a bit more time and space to work out for this. Asun Shin as the and the Alice pairs out very well.
It's a draft हेर्नु तिनीहरूको
Yushin and Alice. So pretty tanky lineup that they have, and I will say that going into the shortcut really enables the Alice to immediately just pop off the TOR. So
Wonder
what
नेपाली
kind
वान
of
चाहिँ एचपीमा पैसा
really good kind of combo that we can
पैसा चाहिँ
expect,
धेरै छ
and
त्यो
what
भिज त्यस्तो
kind
आउँदैन
of damage output are we looking out for? I don't think that they're gonna go for this kind of wombo combo kind of thing. It's more of a front to back in some situations, and perhaps just a little bit more on the
तिनीहरू
damage
त
side.
चिलमा छ त किङडम्सको
Yushin
त
can manage
हाँसी
it.
हाँसी
So at this
पुरै
point in time, they are just lacking of a
यो
single
गेम जसले
top
हार्छ त्यो
laner
चाहिँ
as
आउटै हो
well as
सिधै
a mid laner. Lunox is still a good hero that can kind of dive in together, unless they want to play triple marksman kind of thing again.
Yeah, it tears down the
No
Frederick.
longer Kimi.
Tears down
तर
Frederick.
जे भयो भने मोबाइल बिना चाहिँ झ्याउने हुन्छ इन्टरनेसनल टुर्नामेन्ट होइन टन्ट केही हुँदैन झ्याउ हुन्छ बोरिङ मोबाइल भए पो हल्का हाइप हुन्छ नि होइन हेर्नु पनि मलेसिया इजी सर्भर भनिदिन्छ कहिले के भनिदिन्छ
really hella good against RSG. So the
$1 त धेरै हो त नट 10 उसले सिङ्गापुरियन डलर भनेको सिङ्गापुरियन $1 युएसडी डलर त 140 हो कि कति छ
you box them into place and they
गाइस
can't
यो गेम चाहिँ आरएस भन्छ
Yeah,
किङडम
generally you
स्पोर्ट
want
जो चाहिँ याइको टिमसँग
have
पर्छ
the Eve be played against the chip. But in this case, they have already picked up the Kimi, so no, it's not gonna matter too much whether they pick up the
पैसा नि
Eve or not.
डह्रो
I
छ
would generally
कम्पिटिसन
look out for
कम्पिटिसन
heroes
चाहिँ
that
लास्टै छ
are
चाइनाको
that
टिम
would
रहेछ
excel in
सुने चाहिँ
close quarters combat, such as a Valentina.
यो सिजन
Or
एनएसिटी
perhaps
नै
even
भएन
when it
अर्को
comes down
पालि
to
चाहिँ
the
छ सुनेको
Lunox
थिएँ फेरि
position.
स्लट पाउँछ
Lunox is
होला
a lot more
एनएले
flexible because it deals with Frederick
एनएले स्लट पायो भने
really
त्यही
darn well. Valentina at least
अब
will be
एनएले
able to
पाउँछ कि
steal
नेपालले
away
पाउँछ होला
that
त्यो
final
फिक्स छैन
slash, and you still can do pretty good damage with your 1-2-1-2 combos.
Right.
पहिला गन बेङ्गालीसँग परेको थियो त गन बेङ्गाल एचकेको टुर्नामेन्ट खेलेको थियो बेङ्गालको टिमसँग हारेको थियो त्यो बेङ्गाली टिम चाहिँ फेरि हामी एमसिबीमा जितेको थियो क्या हाम्रो तिनीहरूलाई तिनीहरूसँग चाहिँ हारेर चाहिँ एचकेमा छ
Any high damage heroes, he doesn't need to enter the portals. He just needs to be in a precarious position for the rest of his team to enable the Drinsanity to set things up with the Alice. And then Yarn just comes in, whips everyone into shape with his arrows.
डरलामी गाईहरू नि सबस्टिङहरू खै तिनीहरू डरलामीहरू चाहिँ खेल्यो हुन्थ्यो टुर्नामेन्टहरू टिडिपी स्ट्रङै टिमै थियो खेलेको भए हुन्थ्यो टुर्नामेन्ट
Granger seems good. Easy to execute.
याइको खेल्दैछ याइको खेलेछ केटा हो अब नेक्स्ट गेम याइको गेम नै हुन्छ नेक्स्ट सिरिजमा अहिले चाहिँ हामी यो गेम चलिदिन्छ याइकोसँग पर्छ सो ओपोनेन्टहरूको नि गेम हेर्छौँ भन्नु नि
No, unless they want to try something sneaky and crazy.
Doubt so. The way that RSG played out is that they are more
traditional.
Team fight. Not traditional team fight, yeah.
Okay,
they
so
do
that's a
have
nice pair.
Okay, yeah. So that is a combo together with Fredrin. Enables more mobility. And,
Who is guy भनेको
this is
टिडिपी
kind
को
of a
जङ्गलर
free card for Fredrin. So they can play hyper aggressive. As such, because of the Mathilda,
इसानमा मेच थियो त यो याइकोहरूको टिमको गाई
and then just leave the Kimi to do the sieging into the later stages.
Yeah, I think that is just a counter pick over to whatever Kingdom wants to pick up. I think the Ruby kind of works well around the TOR as well as the portal that the chip brings. And it's a very good countermeasure towards, you know, pushing the gold laner back from RSG.
If they do want to get out, they do want to get out Joe Fury card together as well. Even having a Valentina is totally fine.
Yep.
But you did mention about the Farsa. You did mention it. We do have artillery. We do have high ground for now, over to the side of KE. So it is generally going to be a four-man drop down over to RSG. They just need to hope that they can actually win in these pickoffs.
Yeah, that's the Ixia just to get that additional range over the Farsa. I think they are sussing things out. Ixia doesn't do too well against the Ruby. And for fighter
Ixia र
Ruby, we
मचिला
see a lot more
कम्बो
sustain
लेट्स सी
coming
गाइस
in from
यो गेम
her,
बाद चाहिँ गाइस खाना खानु पर्ला है
against
म चाहिँ
a
अरु गेम
typical marksman
यो
of
गेम
Ixia. So
सिरिज
I would
सकेपछि
say a good pick over from RSG. I would say the next best option would be a Granger. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And go typical Kimmy Granger combo. The Ixia kind of pairs well with the Matilda as well. Once you throw down your barrages, you're able to use the guiding wind just to get you in a repositioning angle. But now, draft is all set. I'm really favoring Kingdom Esports draft right now. Very combo
फ्याट
heavy,
बोयो
a
भन्नाले
lot of
खाना
CCs,
खाएको छैन
a lot of
बिहानदेखि
zone
8
potential,
बजे
very
उठेको
high
मान्छे
burst
अझ
damage,
केही खाएको छैन
very intel heavy, able to just sit into your face and you just feel super uncomfortable. And Yon just able to do his
त्यही
thing.
बरु खाना रोको म लिएर आउँछु गाइस खाना गेम एकछिन स्टार्ट हुँदै गर्छ गेम हेर्दै गरेर म खाना लिएर आउँछु भोक लागेर
Where they are able to kind of like combo out, right?
Yeah.
There is a lot of utility that they can use with the guiding wind in order for the Ixia to number one reposition in a better spot when the full barrage comes out. There is a good way to use the Fredrin to just dive right into Kingdom Esports, so that they can play hyper aggressive and still get out in the nick of time. Or ultimately, the guiding wind is also another escape tool for whoever that got caught in the shortcut.
Yeah, it will be difficult to execute though, because that's the Fredrin. I would say, who is your win condition? You only have like Yon to take out. And it will be difficult for a Fredrin to lock onto anyone else, except maybe FMM. You don't really have any backline engagers unless you reposition with the guiding wind. And a very quick steal from Kingdom Esports with the lethal. That's going to be really quickly dealt by from the Kimmy. As Kingdom Esports has potential to ramp up aggression early game, but I don't think they want to push the option a little bit. Wait for the power spikes and try going into a little bit more of a hard-hitting role.
Well, to answer your question, I think that most of the time it will be initiated by Hoki's the Circling Eagle. Otherwise, if Taurus do find an opening to displace Kingdom Esports out of position, then that is also going to be another way. So displacement tools are always going to be great, especially if you do have a Fredrin on your side. This way, you'll be able to engage something, or you'll be able to pull people right into PTBL, where he doesn't even need to use too much to get himself right out of into uncharted territories.
Speaking of uncharted territories, the Mountain Shocker used as a defense mechanism, push everyone away from Lawsy. Still no level 4, so won't get to see that combo come to fruition just as of yet. The turtle will spawn up in the next couple of seconds as RSG does have in a viable position, have all the lineups that are needed just to zone everyone out of the way. Grant's not having a good time up in that top side just because of the range difference, but I think for the Ruby, all you need is maybe the War X just to keep yourself balanced out and heal everything back up right before the turtle spawns up. The good thing about the fighter gold laner is that you're able to clear the wave fast and try to zone everyone out of the way.
Like we do have a little bit of a tougher fight for the side of RNG as they are currently being pushed back. Lawsy flickers himself backwards, but still will go down to Murphy as he picks up the first blood. The turtle is still currently in the enmity of RSG, but Yon will take that away from RSG over
Whoa! Off the ball,
BL giving Yon a double kill.
Good rotation from Grant. We'll be able to see 4-to-1 composition. You have Lawsy up on the top side, trying to get that EXP lane. And get EXP just to get that level 4, because the true power of Kingdom Esports draft only comes in once Lawsy gets that level 4 and the portals in a very precarious position.
Hey,
Rushing, go into the jungles and grab all of the members of Kingdom Esports into that portal to set things up.
And speaking of which, of what Lawsy might want to do, but getting a kill on the Hoki, understandably, wouldn't get them anywhere.
Yeah, not a lot of value onto the roam of RSG Singapore. And I think for the gold lane, RSG has a much better structure this time around. Ash is feeling a little bit more comfortable against this fighter. But on the bottom side, Taurus having an easy solo kill onto Drin.
Didn't think that that would be a thing. Considering that it's a lot, and this does seem as though it's a bit more on the
यो गेम
expensive
कसरी
side.
खेल्छ होला एक्ज्याले
It
हेरौँ है
is the
किनकि
early game
चिप
after
छ
all. Bringing the
रुबी
single hammer
फार्सा
and having good amount of damage to deal with the Alice is not unheard of.
मत्यलाई तान्न त तान्छ तर त्यस्तो म्याटर हुँदैन
Trying to open up a little bit more vision to maximize Yawn's earnings. He's already 2 levels ahead as the Ysun Shin against the Fredrin with 1 death to PTBL's name and 2 kills over to Yawn. So he's got a Hunter Strike, might be able to speed up his farming just a little bit more. Lozy sitting up nicely and comfortably up on that top side. He wants to find an angle over to Ash, and PTBL just sitting heavily down that dot bush. Want to try to find a little bit of initiation or disengage over to where Lozy wants to go.
The amount of gold over to
गम गमको खाइरहेको छु दालमोट खाइरहेको हल्का
understandably is going to be very pivotal in the upcoming fight. I don't think SG have understood that just yet, as they are just going to be jumping right into the fight as Kingdom is
दिन बाद यार कि मरे मलाई धन्न बम हाल्नु भयो
artillery strike coming in from FMM all the way from heaven down to earth. PTBL
Wow.
loses his life while
How
Yon
did
picks
that?
up the turtle, putting themselves in a great lead of 2,000.
The barrage will start to hurt in the late game once the Ixia gets a lot more core items in his name. But then again, the combo actually really comes through. Once you bring in the Alice, the immediate TOR comes into play, as well as the I'm offended. You got the little bit of a disengage coming in from Grant as well. Taking a lot of damage, Ash 1 hit away from taking that. Guiding went out, wants to play it safe.
But you एक्ज्याको अर्ली गेम त ड्यामेज हुँदैन लेट गेम चाहिँ ड्यामेज हुन्छ होला
Of staying in lane, just kind of stay in lane, and he will be able to get his HP all the way back.
खाना खा भनेको के हो दालमोट चाहिँ खाना त तर्दैछ गाइस 15 मिनेट जस्तो लाग्छ अनि तातै चाहिँ खान्छु म
Definitely not a good shot for RSG.
अनि त्यही भएर एकछिन त्यसलाई दालमोट खाएको लास्टै बोक्दैन
Esports is up 3,000 gold, and I think it has to do with PTBL just sitting on that dot bush and not maximizing his farm efficiency. That Yon is constantly just farming, pushing down these jungle creeps and trying to get his level 15 as fast as he humanely can. That's level 10, 6 minutes. Typically, Bray.
फेरि आरएससी नै आयो हुन्छ है किनकि आरएससीलाई अघि 2-0 हान्थ्यो याइको टिमले फेरि आरएससी हान्यो 2-0 हान्छ होला
Just chopping itself into opponents, I suppose. But unfortunately, FMM is currently in the Lord's pit as he opened up the defense. That airstrike, it didn't really quite land to anyone. As such, there's 2 ultimates that's been wasted, and RSG will take this opportunity to launch themselves around on the Kingdom Esports while Ash is in an optimal position. We're coming down with the full barrage. Torres with the final swing.
आरएससी ले हान्यो त
Onto Insanity and followed up by FMM, pushing Kingdom Esports all the way to their base.
Great sweep by Taurus just to push everyone into the
अबको गेम जित्यो भने प्लेअफ पुग्यो गाइस अबको याइकोले गेम जित्यो भने प्लेअफ पुग्छ
gold up ahead. Looking at the itemizations, I can see that, man, it's just this Ysun Shin. YSS is just out of control at this point. 5,000 gold lead. Able to read and assess the situation before going in. RSG really needs the contest for the YSS once we hit late game territory. But as a double fighter side lane combination, we typically say, hey, 15 minutes is or 12-minute mark is basically the peak of how the composition would run. But it's an Ysun Shin, so it's basically a marksman / assassin. It has a lot of damage. We see how Bray likes to play this. So Drinsanity looking for an angle onto that. Full barrage already used up.
Full barrage as well as the Appraiser's Wrath is used.
चिप पत्थर आयो पर्फेक्ट प्लान गर्ने चिपले अरे के हो कास्टिङ लेभल टर्दै होला
They were a little bit too fast on their fingers.
PTBL not having a great game, especially for PTBL, as the Fredrin should be able to tank up the brunt of the damage before the rest of the Goon squad comes in. But Kingdom showing no remorse and taking down one after another. Yon already on level 12, PTBL still level 8. And this is not looking so good for the jungle.
Not at all. That gap is a little bit too big and relatively surprising for RSG to want to continue to contest for the turtle. Indeed, he did manage to take the turtle down, but it's at the expense of his own ultimate, his retribution, and then eventually his own life.
Now we see how the power of the Ruby actually comes in. A Ruby doesn't have to sit on the farm, doesn't have to slowly get that gold and up ahead. Once Grant's got his War Axe and maybe even the Queen's Wings, that is it. He's basically just running in, using their crowd control, initiating and counter-initiating all of that. Taurus using this final sweep for good measure, good little call from that, has pretty decent cooldown. And now Ruby's online. You see Grant having the Queen's Wings as well as the War Axe, able to sit into the heart of enemy territory, and then essentially just stop their tracks and just push them away.
यो किङडम र आरएससी चाहिँ एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरमा थियो तर दुईटाले लास्ट र सेकेन्ड लास्ट टिम एमपिएल सिङ्गापुरको त्यही भएर यता पनि झरेको होइन
just to stay alive a little bit longer. Itemizations for the Yusujin ultimately is still super important, so he's been going all around the map, taking all of the lanes and literally the creeps. So this is hyper farming for Yon, just so that Yon will be able to get a massive amount of gold lead on top of everyone from RSG. It's even fair to say that that 3.3k, maybe half of those are to Yon.
Yeah, all of the members of Kingdom Esports, they're hyper farming everything over to Yon, just holding on.
Big fan, brother. I've been following you and Yahiko since Twitter. Thank you so much, Thaba Subin, brother, for the support.
They have no information at all. On the other side of on the other side of the table, though, Yon has that Mountain Shocker. They know where everyone is. There's Lozy on the back.
You gotta figure out
It does seem like traction pulse has been used.
Shedin Morella. Oi, kotro bonkan ni ma.
But unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot of damage to deal with.
Tara Kingdom le jita gang to.
Oh my goodness! They're still gonna be continuing on forward. They did manage to get a kill down on the PTBL. It is actually quite a surprise that all they lost was PTBL.
Yep, Yon having his level 15, 10 minutes 01. And PTBL still just lagging behind just a little bit. A good counter initiation from RSG, able to bring Ash and the full barrage into harm's way, but Grant is just a monster at this point. There's no way to deal with that Ruby. You need to buy quite a bit of anti-regen capabilities if you're RSG, but you see Grant and how he plays, just fearless, going into the midst of battle, just tanking all that damage, and his job is not that damage dealer anymore. That job is going to the hands of Yon, so he has.
I've been following MASARAP in ping pong. I'm stuck. Thank you so much, Miss Amy.
Yeah, it deals a heap amount of damage. As long as Yon is in the territory, he's going to be dealing the massive damage to RSG and keeping them completely out of sight. So with the lot that's already pushing down to the bottom lane and the rest of Kingdom taking down and sweeping all of the outer turrets, RSG at this point, they gotta have to play possum and just stay at home. Otherwise,
मेरो त क्रेजी ल्याग हुन्छ चार्ज गरेर ल्यापटप त्यही हो मेरो पनि सेम हुन्छ त्यही भएर बत्ती कामेर अड्किन्छ त केटा वाइफाई चाहिँ चल्ला हुन्छ तर अब इन्भर्टर छैन नि त ल्याग हुन्छ त्यही पनि बत्ती नभएर
got what they are able to get in RSG back on that defense.
Interestingly, PTBL picked up an Oracle. Now,
gaming laptop त्यस्तै हो अड्किन्छ
item onto the technically, yeah, it's a great item onto the Fredrin, especially since you do have a Mathilda with you.
निस्केको ठिक हो त हामीलाई ल होला दाइ आउट भयो अब याइकोले गेम जित्यो भने दाइ प्लेअफ पुग्छ हार्यो भने अब राम्रै हाम्रो लागि वेलकम टु होरा
items that really helps him to tank, to really help him to defend. So
Horada in the chat, guys. Shashan Horada in the chat.
Oracle and expecting a bit more healing factor to keep him afloat is a little bit tough. You will be able to exponentially improve your healing potential because of each HP receives.
Horada le pani game खेल्नु पर्यो MLBB game.
Damage reduction.
Hiramma कुराहरु मार्नु पर्यो.
100% agree with you. I think for PTBL, that is more of a defensive and sustained mechanism. His only role right now, I guess, is just to dash in, try to get a taunt down, and let Ash do the work. The full barrage is actually a very good high ground mechanism for RSG Singapore, but it might not be too well drawn out once FMM gets into the picture and gets into range to try to push Ash back. Lord's going to spawn up in 15 seconds. Kingdom Esports looking for a nice angle. Look at where Lord
Harus भनेर प्रे गर्दैछ कि हैन गाइस कहाँ हारस भनेर प्रे गर्नु
Lawsy might just come in through with the portal. There we go. Portal brings them out of the way. Final slash.
त्यत्रो प्र्याक्टिस गरेछ 2 महिनादेखि
It feels a little bit of rushed job from Kingdom, but it's not a big deal. They're already at a massive lead, so even without one ultimate or two, it's not gonna give RSG a massive lead. But speaking of lead, that is what they want. FMM with the feathered airstrike, getting a kill down on the Hoki. This essentially just disables the aggression for PTBL, and it doesn't allow PTBL to go out of position anymore.
Yep, RSG can't contest for this Lord, not without the guiding wind and not without Matilda. So Yon's gonna snap pick and blitz this Lord down. Kingdom Esports still having the upper hand, 8,000 gold lead. Lord already spawned up, marching down that bottom side. RSG has high ground capabilities. They just need to protect Ashe, and if they do, they have a second chance and a lease of life.
If the Lord is going to be marching down to the bottom lane and almost a barren wasteland, we still have the top lane and the middle lane for Kingdom Esports to settle. But looking at the fact that RSG don't have a very strong front lines, I think that PTBL will be just outpoked very fast.
Yep, we've got Yon already looking and hungry. He's got a BOD. Lord already marching down the bottom side, taking down a huge chunk of that turret damage. You don't have that synced waves. So Kingdom Esports can't push that situation. It was a little bit of a wasted resource, but you've got Grant. Anything can happen. He's got a flicker. He's trying to find a position.
Just going to be lashing right out. The full barrage is also going to be a wave clear item, while that guiding wind allows Ashe to get a little bit closer just by the edge.
Guys, खाइरहेको छ म चाहिँ गेमहरुको कास्ट गर्न मिल्दैन.
Managed to get a little bit of a kill for his team, and of course it's a one-for-one trade. Almost enough to take Ashe. But regardless, all of that is there's only one.
अरे सिंगापुर हल्का पुरा आइरहेछ सबै टिम देखि. त्यही भएर एमएल सिंगापुरमा लास्ट भयो किनहरु.
At least RSG they managed to push Kingdom away.
You know, RSG.
अब यहीको सेलेक्ट हुने चाहिँ किङडम स्पोर्टलाई हान्नै पर्छ.
Come online. And in the Uber late game, that's all Kingdom Esports can do. We can take this time to talk about our life, talk about like, you know,
how's the life?
किङडम स्पोर्टलाई अघि स्टालियनलाई एक हानेको हैन र. एक हाने जस्तो स्टालियनलाई.
She wants to play it defensively, use Ashe and get that full barrage when they charge into the turret. So we have all this time.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm actually pretty good. Not exactly the best morning for you, for me.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, car just kind of ran out of fuel. It got stuck in nowhere. Thank God that there's a crew that actually.
I was almost gonna cast solo for the first.
Bro, like the message pin hanim na.
Yeah, so I got really late because of that. I mean, before that I was already late either way. But you know, it's my first time. It's my first time
getting stuck
in
the highway
right after the highway.
Yes, by the way, CR7 हो र दाइले हाम्रो फाइनल पुग्यो भने हो र फाइनल पुग्यो भने अफसेट टुर्नामेन्टको वाच पार्टी गर्नुहुन्छ भन्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो.
Well, speaking of power though,
So भोलिको गेम जित्यो भने फाइनल भोलिको गेम जित्यो भने टुक्क फाइनल पुग्छ अनि वाच पार्टी गर्नुहुन्छ हो र दाइले.
I am having a great day so far. Just casting right here. Huge shout out to IT for keeping us comfy, keeping us quenched. And of course, DX Racer for keeping all of us safe.
Yeah.
Right here. So huge shout out to our sponsors. IT right there. Nice little order.
Singapore ko to kya aati sadar cameraman.
I think it might be. It might be.
It will be, but I think it requires a rocket scientist to actually do that.
Scan that QR code for a chance to go into the M7 Championships as an audience, mind you, not a player.
Yes, I'm a mistake not खेलेको भए गाह्रो.
No, you cannot.
गाह्रो परिसक्यो.
Which region are you from? Which
त्यही गाइस अघि हल्का मिस्टेक भयो. के छैन. अझै चान्स छ. लास्ट चान्स. Last time
you get to fly over to Jakarta and of course support your Singapore champions in the international stage, and I think that is one heck of an experience for those people that didn't really manage to get themselves in the international stage before. As a viewer, you definitely need to try.
Speaking of airlines, you got the top side.
ओ इक्सियाला कस्तो फ्ल्याङ हानेर केटा इक्सियाको यही हो के कमजोरी के गरोस् बिचार ड्यासै हुँदैन.
Win of opportunity for the entire Kingdom Esports to come in. The portal's already let through. Grant pulls him back down with the I'm offended.
And he does, oh, that's a too many mobilized, but unfortunately
अति casting, अति मिठो casting.
While they continue to floor it and completely crumble onto
अरे भाइ के हो casting त. Guys, Kingdom Esports एक गेम त. अब Kingdom Esports ले अर्को गेम पनि हार्यो भने याइको टिमसँग पर्छ.
Game 1 victory.
Kingdom ले फ्यान शेयर भन्छ ल. Kingdom ले ढुक्क फ्यान बेर हान्छ केटा हो.
And dragging along with Lozy, locking down Ashe and
कोच छैन. कोच अहिले आउन मिल्दैन होला है. हुनुपर्ने कोच. एमपी सिंगापुरको टिम. किङडमले इजी हान्दिरा छ आरसीलाई. गाइस को नाम भन्छ लाइक साइक हैन. हैन. एक ब्रल हान्दिम न त गाइस एक ब्रल.
I feel like RSG.
Brawl हाने कि watch party गर्ने guys अरु गेमहरु MPL को.
Take that, Lord. We're just gonna step out a little bit. We're not gonna contest. We're
कुन
gonna
गेम
tease
भइराछ
them a little bit, but at the end of the day, Kingdom Esports showed up big time with that nice little fight on Ash.
Yeah, it kind of seems like a
MPL भइराछ र.
stare down.
Yeah.
It's when RG just goes out, they know that they're
MPL को गेम 2 भइराछ त हेर्दिम न त्यसो भए.
if the opportunity arises, then okay, we'll lunge at you, we'll take that one free kill, and then we
Lindo.
In the jungle, to expect they can maybe deal with some of the aggression a bit
The guys
earlier.
जो एक गेम हेरौँ अनि
Already a
त्यसपछि
huge difference
अर्को गेम अनि Yahikoहरुको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ.
Oh wow! Wow! Okay. Ban CC and take Gato.
I like it, dude. I really do. Because why they take Gato here is because if you take the Yusun Shin and the Kalea, then Gato comes through, right? But now with the Gato, you take away the Kalea from Alter Ego or any pick-off potential. So
Brawl watch party नै गरौँ होला guys. Brawl the हैन.
they go the Alice.
फेरि मोबाइललाई स्विच गर्नुपर्छ मोबाइलबाट फेरि ल्यापटपमा.
Then it has to be a jungle. I think they go higher here or Lance.
Have we seen an Alice win? Week 9?
Well, earlier, technically. Before this,
BTI ले फर्स्ट गेम जितेछ त है गाइस. अल्टर इगोले अर्ली जितिसकेको थियो. BTI ले फेरि.
played Alice, but he lost. Dyron lost, yeah.
Lost.
Alice is very conditional, by the way. It's not prio just yet. It only fits the bill if you have proper setup. Oh, sorry, follow-up, my bad.
Agreed. With enough follow-up, then the engage has real weight behind it. We saw earlier, Shogun, they can engage all he wants, but without the right damage coming through afterwards, Altrigo tank it on the face and keep going. But now, again, Lancelot Sushin, it's a whole different composition technically.
Did they go Arlen?
Still divey, but Uranus.
Oh, this hero was banned earlier, right?
And it's so good. Altrigo have no burst.
So far, right? And it looks like with the mid lane and potentially the EXP lane locked in, they're lacking in burst. So it is a
Guys,
good
pretty good. The college
view.
game Alter Ego or
Good strong
BTR.
vitality. Coach Erpang, you're cooking
Samsung
so
has
far.
Samsungले स्पोन्सर गर्यो होला.
They banned the
MPL Indoलाई. Most probably.
Maybe.
I don't think they have to.
The thing is, BTR can just pick up X-Board Red 3, Red 4. They can just use that, and then they flex the mid lane all the way to the end. Pick up a Kimmy if they need to.
कोही सिङ्गापुर छैन होला सबै PS र इन्डोको प्लेयरहरु इम्पोर्ट हाल्नु छ होला.
We'll ban the Kimmy for sure, right? BTR.
दुईजना मात्रै प्लेयर इम्पोर्ट हाल्न मिल्छ के त हो टिममा.
Okay, so
नेपाली काइले एमसएम जित्दछ ओम बिचारा दुईचोटि सेकेन्ड भएको छ. गाइस लेट्स प्रे. एकचोटि जित्दैछ न एम सिरिज काइले.
And no peel from the Uranus.
तर गाह्रो छ एम
Allows
सिरिज
the
जित्न.
Gato Kacha to play differently as well.
But they would lack damage,
फर्स्ट गेम BTR ले कसरी जित्दै त गाइस.
right? So
iPhone
but a Kimmy
16
Ruby
Pro
makes
Max
sense here, right?
किन्ने नि
Long
पैसा
out
थियो यार बट
exactly. So now
लो लाएर
that's for
बजेट
sure
फोन
gonna
में
be banned
किन्नु
out.
पर्छ गाइस.
That's why I thought it was going to be Expert, because Expert
Wow,
would have
very
enough damage
nice.
to pair with the rest. Now it kind of looks like a Bane angle. Oh, Harith. Lunox already banned out. This could just be a normal pick in the gold lane for once for Iman. Yeah.
Wow, that
Feels like it's been forever since we seen a Harith in the
Yeah,
gold
that's in the
lane.
challenge, especially after the patch, right?
गाइस 700 लाइक हान्दिम म त.
Pick rate has
So
gone
that's
down.
कति छ
So
हैन.
They
now,
ban Yuzong though. Oh wait, no, Alice is
Okay,
already
32
banned,
like-
so they don't even need to ban it.
exactly. No, he's on.
More Esmeralda then, yeah, because the Esmeralda can be flexed into gold.
Or just ban the roam. Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
that's a good outfit, yeah.
Good call.
So the
Helcott,
Mountain Shocker will be
roam ban.
utilized to its utmost potential without the Dark Knight Falls coming through from the side of Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, they will ban the Ruby out.
I really didn't think about the Ruby anymore.
एम
because
सिरिज हो र
it
जित्छ.
looks like they don't have
स्लट भए चाहिँ हुन्थ्यो होला है गाइस जित्थ्यो होला है.
Yeah, I feel like
Horizon Sport.
both teams require damage, kind of.
It really should be the Harith here, but then Esmeralda comes through, so they might just be looking for a last pick. No, Lord, they take it first.
Esmeralda.
Why did I think of taking
Uranus के हो भने इसमें
I was
gold.
kind of thinking about it, but I thought maybe they would
जोक्सिन
think
त
it's a bit
मजा
too
हुने
much.
भयो त
But who cares? And now two heroes.
yeah.
No, exactly. Two heroes can
Wow,
sustain
wow.
well and tank well. On top of that, having the Gatot Kacha too. Oh, this is awful, dude. Like, if you are the Lancelot, there is no target available here.
Not at all.
Does this deal enough damage if you want to go Angela 5?
Oh, I don't think you go Angela here, no? Oh man, if sustain is the name of the game,
too greedy.
maybe.
Might be too greedy. They need a damage dealing mid laner still though, but it's not too crazy actually.
I like the vision, Goni.
Yeah, I like the vision.
I can see it
Yo,
working
IC
out.
स्पिडले फेरि रोनाल्डो भेटे क्या आज
Against the Esme, pretty solid.
अहिले युनाइटेड विथ रोनाल्डो भनेर हाल्छ त युट्युबमा
Lead. Okay, so at least they get mid prio. Oh man, they go for the natural counter, and yeah, the Brody actually elevates that pick. Because if it wasn't Brody, let's say it's another fighter, I wouldn't go Yves there. But because it's Brody, I think Bam was like, Bam and Airpound were like, oh my god, this is amazing. We can zone the Brody. Yeah. There's not much risk or threat towards us because of the amount of
ISF पहिले ISF
and
डिसेम्बरमा हो
Alter Ego will be so far apart from BTRs.
This is very, very interesting, Rashi.
They can even leave the Katat Kacha.
ISF मा मिडकोले टस गर्ला नि गर्न सक्छ पहिला पाली मिडकोले नि गरे थियो पहिलाको ISF मा
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the draft.
Guys, जो गेम हेरौँ त्यसपछि let's go to MPL Singapore again.
Let's just jump into the Lanadon as Bigatron. They will look to get a clean 2-0. While Alter Ego, they want to fight more. They want to take this series on towards a game 3. Let's find out.
Oh boy, if they want to get any tempo whatsoever, it has to start.
ISF guys,
level 2,
December
level 3.
1st pick.
And even if they do, the moment they lose their grip on the game,
ISF
the two massive
first run, the guards are will do our best.
Are just gonna sustain through everything that Alter Ego can throw at them. So this is a tough game mentally for Alter Ego as well.
Really good mid-prio though, at least for Alter Ego. At least in the early phases, there's no way you can out-farm or out-clear a Khalid, but the poke...
इसमें relevance है Uranus gold, इसमें extra Uranus.
Shogun, whoa, he actually got low.
Aaron get up.
Oh, what?
Wait, what the heck? Oh, sorry.
Oh no, they went... Why? Alec was down!
All alone?
Oh no, Rin.
That is not looking too good here for the side of Alter Ego. And yeah, Bigatron, that was a very important kill.
The only window here for Alter Ego is to try and get Shogun when he's low, because Uranus in the early game, the reason why you get picked up so often too, very early, is because you trade shielding or anything, so you're by default gonna be a bit lower
25 मिनट पछि हुन्छ भनौँ न यहाँको गेम 25 मिनट पछि
Esmeralda that stays at high HP. So they are gank windows for Alter Ego, but they ain't gonna stay open very long.
Guys, probably like it. It's like it. Such a like thing,
And this lane is so annoying, right? Because like Shogun actually gets all the benefits up against the Alice. You get it's this constant stack. It'll be good if you can actually dive him here, but I don't think they have enough.
No,
it's
I don't think so.
Rin? Phantom execution. And yes, they use all the tempo that they had for the thing. Well, XP crab. All right, at least they get XP crab.
MPL Singapore start very good now. Singapore.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Singapore to start the watch.
No! Oh my! You have to, guys. The tempo. You. No!
मेरे को टिल भइसक्यो गेम देखेर इन्डोको गेम देखेर टिल भइसक्यो मेरे को
Yeah, there's no need because like Rin is the one who needs to brawl. Yusun Shin is like, all right, I'll just farm.
Look at the zone come through soon. If Shogun and Eman are in the picture,
my lord,
Alter Ego are gonna be forced to back away. They have no choice.
Falling Star Moon into the mid lane, flicker out for Hijime. Not even level 4 as Moreno walks up, zones Alec away. Alec, what? Raging Sandstorm.
Bro, Khalid, what the fuck, Khalid? Khalid, please explain me क्यों होते हो? कौन टॉडल से बाहर?
Not used actually. Hijime with the walk up, Shogun with the damage, Moreno with the poke again. Spin is there, but RP will follow through. That's a taunt as well. Spin gets away. Shogun will escape. Nino goes in, so at least Alter Ego gets something back in turn.
Good moves from Alter Ego, man. Getting the neutral objective, making sure that they get Moreno out
Yo,
of the
Nightbot like के गरेको डा?
Behind this big front line, the damage comes through from Moreno.
Capital letter ना capital letter नि mute हान्ने छ Nightbot के हो पागल छ मेरो
They gotta find more of that, and they gotta make sure that they use that win, shutting down Moreno, to try and get the mid prio going, right? This Khalid Sushin, and use that to roam around and gank these side laners.
Who got the XP crab?
PS eliminate छैन guys PS eliminate भएको छैन
That's it.
MPL Singapore हेरे मलाई केटा यहीको कपरेट को गेम
For Bigatron, it's still a slow game overall.
guys यहीको कपरेट को गेम हेर्नु के न
It's so long. Look at the itemization from Man and then Arfi.
PS Singapore
going to be tournament live. And not just tournament life, but it's future tournament life as well. The moment that they lose this game, they are out of MPL SG Season 10 and subsequent MPLs where they would no longer be seeded in.
It's going to be the first time in 10 seasons that RSG is in this predicament right now. We're jumping in straight to the draft.
Guys, यो गेम किङडम स्पोर्टले जित्यो भने नेक्स्ट गेम याइको टिमसँग पर्छ
And it looks like
राम्रै खेल्दैछ यार
the draft
किङडमले
will be pretty similar. You've got the Lancelot Phobias being banned out. I think Melon might be looking at a Yusunshin Angela ban. Typically, that's the spot for the Angela. Haven't seen Angela 100% ban rate so far,
Is
or
it
almost 100% ban rate.
Let me take a look at that. Pick ban rates. Okay, wait. Just give me a second.
Yeah, 100% pick ban, but it's how many times that it's banned or picked.
Wait. Sort. No, wrong. Sort.
This is times where we need Jace to.
Yes, Angela 100% pick ban rate with a 6.25% pick rate, which is 3 games out of 48.
Ooh.
45 of them were all bans.
How much win rates out of 3 games?
Win rate out of the 3 games, huh? Wins 1 game out of the 3 games.
So 33% win rate out of 3 games picked.
गाइस एउटा अति फनी जोक सुन्ने हो भनेर तिम्रो जोकमा हाँस्दिउँला नि त
Sorry, wrong game.
राम्रो नभए पनि
It's
हाँस्दिउँला
going to be the chip once again. No changes so far. Pretty much similar bans all across the board. RSG needs to learn from their mistakes. If they face up against the chip, no more Isunshin this time around. So might not have a double fighter side lane anymore. Don't want to deal with the Ruby.
Angela.
Oh, Angela's actually open.
Angela's open. Okay.
If RSG doesn't pick that up, I think Kingdom Esports might be able to do so. So you have FMM playing Angela, in the mid side.
Yeah, that can definitely happen.
वाओ क्या फनी जोक यार अरुरा म त हाँसेको छु यार होराको कति बेला गेम छ ब्रो होराको गाइस भोलि गेम हो आज होराको गेम हुँदैन भोलि गेम छ हाम्रो होराको
Angela Alice, I actually haven't had the honor to watch that yet.
Angela Alice, Angela Lapu, Angela anything at all is pretty scary in there. Angela Esmeralda is one of the classic favorites as well.
They're still going to go for the Fredrin though. I didn't really like the performance.
हुन्छ होराको त भोलि हैन नि होला नि गेम हैन गाइस होराको भोलि गेम छ बंगलादेशको टिमको अगेन्स्ट पर्सि पाण्डा र बंगलादेशको टिमको अगेन्स्ट छ सो गाइस अफसे टुर्नामेन्टमा जोइन गर्नु होला सपोर्ट हान्नु पर्छ पाण्डाहरुको गेम चाहिँ म वाच पारी गर्छु त्यो गेम त खत्रै हुनेवाला छ
scared of in that sense.
Perhaps they just need a hard tank, right, to open up the map for the Fredrin. Maybe that is something that
याइको यो सिरिज पछि गेम हो केटा यो एउटा गेम पछि याइको गेम स्टार्ट हो यो टिममा जो टिमले जित्छ तिनीहरु याइको टिमसँग भिड्छ
You've already got the Eve alongside the Juicin, so that's a really double whammy with the Alice Eve onto the chip portals.
So no Angela, despite the fact that Angela actually is open.
Interesting turn of events.
I'm actually kind of surprised, to be honest. There must be a reason why so many people have opted to ban the Angela.
I think it's just Caster Curious. Once we brought out the statistics and said 100% pick ban rate, then
we look at the win-lose rate and just like
very cheap दिएछ है यिनीहरुलाई
I feel like
चिपले लास्ट हान्दैछ यार
still a big deal.
वेस्परसँग जोइन चाहिँ कसरी भयो CR7 होरा दाइले मलाई इन्स्टामा टेक्स्ट हान्नु भइरहेको थियो त्यही भएर कन्ट्याक्ट भएर जोइन भएको गाइस
Would still be meta and at least give some form of protection and enhancement to the rest of the team.
I kind of want to see that Angela plus Juice in the combination. We've seen that once, and we saw and realized just how disgusting that actually is. It's a never-ending, never-dying Juicin that became the core. I'm not too sure whether RSG would actually play that out, and if whether they have.
Yahiko 2 होला खै गाइस फिक्स छैन त्यो नाइटबोर्डलाई म्युट हान्दिनु पर्छ क्या के
They will want to ban it.
Okay, Akai's been banned out. That is the Gato. No Gato's, no Akai's.
केटा एकछिन है म खाना लिएर आउँछु
Be a high possibility for Yon though. This looks like a fanny game. And then Murphy is just gonna be super annoyed by that. So no grok. It's a perfect fanny game, and he's got broken walls as well.
With a Claude as well. So no more possibilities of the Moskov. So we are kind of setting it up for KE. They can go for that. Lancelot is already taken away.
Hayabusa could be a possible option as well.
Hayabusa could. But it is going up against a Fredrin. So technically speaking, I mean, they can, but not particularly a necessity.
Yeah.
They are pretty tanky.
A lot of options for KE.
They need damage, actually, yeah. They do kind of need damage. Yi Sun-shin is taken away. Other jungle damage.
They should go
Joy.
traditional this time.
They can go Joy. Joy is fine as well.
Joy's good. At least it shuts down the Claude. Uranus.
Super tanky. This is very tanky.
And the 1-1. Okay, so Alice in jungle?
Uranus jungle.
Uranus jungle, and then Alice in the EXP lane.
I would like to believe so, yeah.
Interesting turn of events, how the turns have tabled. KE throwing some pocket picks of their own as well.
Okay, so I'm not too sure whether it's actually really going to be a Uranus jungle, but between the Uranus and the Alice, I would much prefer Uranus because his clear speed in the jungles is way faster than an Alice. So I would not want to see the Alice in the jungle. But regardless, the weakness about Uranus in the jungle specifically is about the upholding of the Radiant stacks. You don't have a lot of ways to actually uphold your Radiant stacks because you no longer have the ability to keep on proxying around. So you are forced to take a couple of shots from the turrets, for example. You have to always keep an eye out for your Radiant stacks at all times. And the moment that you enter a fight without your Radiant stack, I think that you are already losing out in a lot. And you have to put a lot of emphasis onto your consecration in order to get stacks faster.
Well, seems like you're right. Uranus is going to be in the hands of Yon playing in the jungle. I'm not a big fan of that because there is a specific role that the jungles need to play, which is either clean up or start the engage going. And Uranus doesn't really provide any of that. Yeah, you can clear the jungle speed much earlier on. You fare up well against the Fredrin. You don't farm as fast as the assassins, but still, you are farming much faster. I think right now, second fastest jungle farming of tanks after the Baxia. So
Baxia is number 1.
Yeah, Baxia is still number 1.
I would say that Uranus is 2, Hylos is 3.
Hylos 3, correct.
Yeah.
Still, tested it out on my own. Not too much a big fan just because you don't really have the utility from Uranus. But hey, the Raptors all
Hello guys, finally game start पनि भयो. मेरो खाना पनि आयो.
So, with that all said, let's take a look at RSG's lineup and kind of break that down a little.
Panda को खाना 5 बजे खाइरहेको छु म.
Show as the last pick.
बिहान 8-9 बजेतिर उठ्यो.
Because you do have the displacement and you do have the lockdown.
एको टिम एलिमिनेट भयो छैन गाइस. एको टिम एलिमिनेट भयो.
Full use of it. So it become a pick off. It is a pick off skill that is turned into a front to back in some sense, right? You kick someone so that you will be able to directly target this one person. All of them just collapses onto one. It doesn't feel pick off to me. This is just front to back for me.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this Uranus is kind of.
So guys, यो नाइट बोटलाई म रोलबाट हटाइदिन्छु. धेरै म्युट हान्ने स्लोरले.
Here comes Yon as well, able to take him down super low.
PTBL is already dead. Just like that, Yon manages to take.
The night board over म्युट हान्नु मिल्दैन कसैलाई.
Men dive in over to the opponent's jungle, and this will severely slow down the farm rate of PTBL.
Very good early game damage coming in from the Uranus, but that's just early game. We'll have to see if King Esports can push the situation down and maintain this aggression that they already has. PTBL level 2 will get starved a little bit just because of that quick and early death that Yon had.
Actually, with this emblem that Yon picked up, there is a possibility that Yon wouldn't even go for the book. Probably just elegant gem first, and then immediately go for something else. Number 1, Oracle. Oracle is one of the core items of the Uranus. Number 2, if they want to go for more utility and they know that they are winning, then the Ice Queen's Wand is always going to be a good way, so that because you're literally facing against a Fredrin already.
One minute on
getting out of fights.
True. Maybe
moderator
not
बनाइदियो
really
केटा
a pure damage Uranus because you don't really need a little bit more defense, but a huge kerfuffle in the mid lane.
2% knockup coming in from the Furious Dive from Taurus. That's a good start. As such, they're going to be finding another one.
Hello guys, अब आउँछ होला अब लिएको फेरि रोलमा हाल्दियो धेरैलाई म्युट हाने के केटा हो
because Yon is still completely right in the face of the opponents, but here are left
Right.
from the PTBL allows them to get a little bit more out of that trade.
Good find, good flank from Drinsanity, able to get there in time, but here comes the portal onto the dragon, able to get that.
त्यो ड्रागन हाने हैन गाइस हल्का बोल्न मिल्दैन हल्का खाना खाएको छु म
And allows them to, you know, kind of settle in and posture up for an upcoming turtle fight here.
It's a 2-for-2 for both teams, and you know it's still anyone's game. Pretty even Stevens at this point. Yawn is going to struggle a little bit in the turtle take. Don't really have a lot of utility. Has to rely on Lolzy to try to open up that brush, but he's going to do so. Doesn't have the portal to get anyone into the picture, and PTBL is just scared out of the turtle pit. Free and easy turtle for KE.
Yep, so far no problems and pretty darn easy. The amount of gold that's credited over to Kingdom Esports should be
MASARAP gamble right spot
it shows 600, but it is fair enough that almost 600 or 400 is actually going over to Yon. This guy is unstoppable, and the very fact that I talk about the
मोडरेटरहरुको त्यस्तै कुरा छ
a bit hard to uphold, the opponents actually have a juice in, so he's actually gonna be happy to take it.
Oh, let's jump. It's RWM. Everyone's locked into the box, and Lolzy just gets taken out. PTBL down low, but won't be able to chase him down anymore. Kingdom Esports back on the drawing block. One death away, but still up ahead in gold lead. Just a little
These are 1-1 चाहिँ नहोस् यार
2-3 RSG is getting a little bit more kills, but the fight
Donlam
is
हुन्छ
not particularly going to them just yet. If we look at the amount of kills, Murphy have got the most amount of kills. 2-0-1 for now, so should be the one with the most amount of gold. Indeed, yes. 2.3k, and with the elegant gem and slowly building into the next course of item. While for
सेकेन्ड म्याच हो यस गाइस सेकेन्ड गेम हो यो लाइट नै हो नि त झ्याउ लाउने धन्न मेरो लाइट गर्न आज चाहिँ लाइट गए झ्याउ हुन्छ
already far ahead, and he does have got eyes on
टाइम स्ट्रिङ भनेको हाम्रो जंगल हो
That's the Impure Rage.
Yes, Impure Rage. Thank you.
You're very much welcome.
So he don't even need too much.
Remove aura. के भएर मोडरेटर बाट
Build defense. I think that's the power of the Uranus just being an annoyance and try to push everyone back. The only issue that I foresee Kingdom might have is not enough burst damage. A lot of utility, not enough burst.
किङ चाहिँ जान्छ गाइस अब त्यही किङडमलाई दिनुपर्छ
Scary guy, because at this point no one will have the items to immediately stop his amount of healing. No Dom Eyes, no Sea Halberd, no Glowing Wand. Only until Murphy picks up the Glowing Wand. So this is the biggest power spike that we can expect out of Yon. He can literally just dive 1v5 and possibly not die. Possibly. I say possibly.
He's already out farming PTBL once again. 2 levels ahead.
8 hours stream on guys plan they गरेको छु म 8 hours stream अनि बल्ल खाना खाएर चाहिँ इमेजिन गर 8 घण्टा केही खाँदैन
There's not a particular way that RSG would be able to come in with a Fredrin first. They have to throw in Hoki or throw in Taurus on the top side.
It does seem like they will almost be able to get Taurus down. They will be able to, as the RWM traps him right into
अनि साच्चै मास्टर अफ होराइज प्राइसिङ लाइक चाहिँ किन नहालेको स्क्वाडमा चाहिँ हैन र अहिले मात्र खेलेको अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो स्ट्रिङ छ जङ्गलमा तर फिक्स छैन नि त को आउँछ पछि भनेर त्यही भएर हेरौँ गाइस के हुन्छ पछाडि
Not be able to get taken out, but here comes Hoki trying to find any reconciliation and consolation prize at all. But here comes the crossbow tank, keeping himself safe, and it's a ratatata. Get Grant out of the way.
Another game of a sitting duck for the start of PTBL, unfortunately, but they finally managed to find something out of Lolzy, hopefully. But the flicker allows him to get himself right out of dodge, and that is all just so wasted.
Good stun, good flicker, just to get everything out and about. Kingdom Esports 2,000 gold lead on top of RSG Singapore in a unorthodox draft, if I could say so myself. Uranus already slowly building. That's a half build. Might be able to stick into
25
this
more
one
like
just to reduce the physical damage and goes for something a little bit more high damagey. Maybe even a glowing wand might be an option right here for Yon. He's already taking down a lot of these jungle objectives. PTBL, I can't remember the last time that he's taken down his own purple buff. Right now it will be. He's already gotten his first one. After a while, it's always Caster Curse that we have to.
It's always. Now, of course, looking at the items, I do like PTBL's
Instinct भनेको instinct भनेको हाम्रो अहिलेको त
for the Radiant armor.
from
It
we
makes
need to
absolute
find
sense
instinct.
since
I
going
mean,
up against an
कहिले rank
Alex,
खेल्थ्यौँ.
Ranas
Okay.
as well as a Yi.
Guys, make sure to follow me on Instagram as well. भोलिको MLB को अपडेटहरू गेमहरू सबै इन्स्टाग्राममा पोस्ट गर्छु म धेरै जस्तो. So follow गर्नु हुन्छ त्यहाँ.
Way longer.
Yep, it's Lowzy coming in, dropping the portal, but the dragon is getting out of there. Just a little bit of a scare and taking a lot of damage. But here comes the 1-1, actually going back into the lane. She was right there on the top.
बबलाई कसरी चिनेको बबलाई ओटाकुमा बबको गेम देखेर
get that maximized farm.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem
Otaku
like
जात्रामा.
just yet. RSG seems like they have a concealed play from the side of Hoki, PTBL right in the face of Insanity. However, the rest of the members from RSG seems like they want to retreat. They do not have enough manpower to really take up this fight.
हाम्रो म्याच चाहिँ कहिले छ हाम्रो याइको म्याच चाहिँ यसपछि यस सिरिज पछि अनि हाम्रो टुर्नामेन्टको गेम चाहिँ भोलि
He's not going to deal a lot of damage. He's not going to be as much of a nuisance that we think he is in the early game. But slowly but surely, Grand is coming up online with this 1-1. Not a lot of defensive mechanisms from the side of RSG Singapore. Very good dodge, good purifies, and a build and purify to that respect to get Grand out of these situations. How do we want to play it though?
हामी पहिला के भन्छ पोएमबाट छुटेपछि बबको टिम र ओटाको जात्रामा बङको टिमको म्याच भइरहेको थियो पोएमको अनि त्यहाँ बवाल खेल्यो त्यही भएर हाम्रो टिममा बोलाएको टिटो गेममा हुँदाखेरि बबलाई कुनबाट खेल्थ्यो पहिला जेब्लिङ र स्यान्डीको टिमहरूबाट खेल्थ्यो बब
As such, they will lose Lolsey at a trade of the middle lane T1. They'll be happy to take that as they will wait probably a little while longer for them to be able to take down the T2 too.
Murphy's already got that killing spree, 3-0-1, great game from RSG. The only issue is Kingdom is looking for trades on trades for the
याइको टिमहरु छैन गाइस यो गेम पछि याइको गेम हुन्छ त्यही भएर लेट्स वेट यो टिममा जले जित्छ याइको सँग पर्छ
Yon is just walking right and dandy trying to burst the bubble away from the mid lane T3.
We can see that Taurus actually deals 0 damage to Yon.
Yeah,
because
with the Shah residue as well.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of Radiant stacks that he have on himself plus the Oracle just makes it so that the healing is the healing just immediately negates the damage. And that's kind of crazy if you ask me.
Yeah, there's a taunt onto Yon, taking a huge amount of damage, but able to get out safe for now. And we're going to be seeing a lot of that soon, when Kingdom Esports just slowly hyper-funneling Grant to infinity and beyond, and getting him his core items as fast as he can.
Why are they doing this? They're constantly just kind of giving... Okay, I guess that's an answer, right? Finally getting a kill down to Yon, because they just keep on poking him.
Yeah,
Poking, and they didn't really like dive into something. If not for Hoki, I think that Yon would just be in their face collecting Radiant stacks.
याइकोले युटिलिटी नै हान्नुपर्छ नभए दवाईको जस्तो सबै असलमा
Any reconciliation, and I think Lolsey should be
True,
trying
तर
the
याइकोले
target the win
क्यारी गर्ने
condition.
भनेर खेल्ला छ नि त
Ash, if you're able to take that Claude down, you're opening up a lot of opportunities for yourself. I think
त्यही
Yon
भएर
is also
असुलिन
begging
ट्राई
for
गरिरहेको
them
छु
to start that engage, start the key resources used up. Taurus also used up the Black Dragon.
भात त बढी पो भयो त केटा हो
Huge
8 घण्टापछि आएर नि
wasted for this the first lord of the game.
I think itemizations for Grant
त्यही भएर मोटाउदिनु जस्तो म चाहिँ
there already. We are 10 minutes and 48 seconds into this game, preparing themselves for the first Lord. In the meantime,
भातै बढी भयो केटा हो
the fleeting time, so a lot more shortcuts can be made, and they can be a lot more hyper aggressive. Which, speaking of hyper aggressive, I think that they should be preparing for something right about now.
Trying to split up their heads, and Kingdom Esports doesn't even need to be in the Lord Pit. As
रिङ
long
राम्रो
as
छैन
they
मास्टर
also
छैन
become
गाइस
more
अहिलेको
efficient.
मेटामा रिङ त्यस्तो राम्रो छैन इन्भेड हानिदिन्छ राम्रो टिमहरूले
Dance, RSG Singapore trying to find out more information. I think
त्यो
they need
चाहिँ
to kill
पिक
all
भन्दा
the
नि
Grand.
अहिले
That's
त्यस्तो
the only
लिङ
condition
दिँदैन
that RSG has. The rest of the members of Kingdom Esports doesn't have that much damage. They do have the crowd control though, and Drinsanity always starting things up with the TOR. They see where the Claude is. Lolsey's trying to find an angle. They're starting the engage. and they're going super deep in.
They're trying to look for an opportunity to kick someone. They're trying to look for that pick-off that is so much needed. As such, they're going to be jumping themselves around to Lolzy. The shortcut has already been made, while the rest of the members from Kingdom Esports, they're just slowly making their way in. But in the meantime, Hoki manages to find it.
What's the guy? One on the guy.
Well, in the meantime, Kingdom Esports, they are just going to be melting down in the hands of RSG. But it doesn't seem like Yon will stay alive any longer. Insanity doing what he can. 1v3, hoping that he will be able to clip onto Ash, but that doesn't seem like it will be the way. Well,
MASARAP कहिले हो म्याच आएको यो गेम पछि हो गाइस
out of dodge and away from Drinsanity's
तर थ्रो हान्यो किङडमले
to the barometer image.
Great call from RSG. Waited for Ash to come into position, and Kingdom Esports can't just walk in like that anymore.
गाइस लाइक हान्यो 20 लाइक चाहियो ट्यागको अनि पुग्छ हाम्रो 8-700 लाइक
All of them in, delay that Lord information, but no, Lord's already taken down. The economy is shifting towards RSG's side, and this might be their silver lining.
Slightly, right? They will have that Lord advantage working into their direction, and the good thing is the Lord is actually marching down in the middle. One of the best things that you can have is have a Lord marching in the middle, so that you can apply so much pressure in the middle, get all of the T2 turrets down, because T2 turrets in the middle lane almost equals to getting the
They try around say guys it's in they got no sola
and the approach coming in. PTBL, it's having a better game and better start, trying to lock one down. Grant dealing a lot of damage, but not enough. They have to watch out for Ash. That is the win condition that Kingdom Esports has, and Grant can't be in a precarious position like this anymore. One wrong move, one wrong stun, one wrong taunt, and Kingdom Esports might crumble.
Maybe we're looking for a small little opportunity.
Do you know where Lolzy is, though?
Yep.
Lolzy's just waiting for this Claude, but Ash is quite sneaky at this point.
It's just changed position. Not going to be spotted up by Murphy. Going to move out of the way as the Little Wanderer scouts him out. So unfortunately, no sneaky plays from Kingdom. They would not just spring out in the open and force a team fight. That would be fun. But let's take a look at the items, because we already have got one. We have a total of 4 items. Corrosion Scythe, the Windtalker, Hearth Claws, as well as Berserker's Fury, as compared to the Claude, which have got quite a bit now. Corrosive Scythe, as well as the DHS, Golden Staff, and Wind of Nature. Very important.
I think that Yon's build is going on a defensive position. His peak has, I feel, ended a little bit in a way.
Ended long ago.
Ended long ago because there's not a lot of follow-up. When Drinsanity goes in, typically the RWM to follow up with Drinsanity's TOR, and then maybe the portal drops. Grant gets a nice position. Yon creates that space for Grant to get that weakness points off, and then use that crossbow tank to go ham on anyone. That's a full build onto Grant already, so the damage should be there.
I think that the main mistake for Kingdom Esports is that, well, Yon have got the unkillable tag on his oracles and a couple of those other items, and he's constantly just having the radiant stacks. That is actually the point in time where Grant
My game but Sport is law. Thank you so much Gaming Nepal for the support. Try garda हुन्छ MLB पनि
control of the map. But I do not remember seeing Grant making full use of the entire map.
In that team fight, though, I think Ash was just left all alone. And I think for Grant, the only threat that, the looming threat that he has is just this Claude that does massive amounts of melt burst damage with the Blazing Duet once they get close. So wasting all that resources, Ash waits for the right time, and he's playing a better game this time around. Starting things off with that Lord, Grant starting and the top side, Lolzy holding onto the portal and finding some information. Might be able to take this T2 down and pushing through on that T3.
Yep, free to U2, possibly T3. With a shortcut that's already been dropped down, Ash takes the Lord for himself, while the big black dragon just gonna be flying all across the sky. Not gonna do too much, but he's managed to soak quite a bit of damage. Drinsanity lost his life throughout the entire ordeal. RG Singapore is looking for an exit out of this fight, because there's no point in extending this fight anymore.
Yeah, tough call to make. Grant was on that top side. The portal drops. He immediately dashed backwards to get in the portal, to get into the team fight, because he knows that he needs to make Kingdom win out on this one. It was difficult. It was a difficult decision. It was a difficult choice for him, because if he had stayed up top side, then they might have been able to take down the T3.
Yeah, actually, it could go either way, right? So in terms of value-wise, personally, which one would you prefer?
I would say take down the T3 and then wait a little bit longer to pop the portal, because once RSG Singapore knew that Grant was in within the position, they already immediately popped
भर्खर एकछिन what the fuck 1-1 के अरे
Grant was in within the
वाओ
position.
विन के 2 सेकेन्डमा हुन्छ क्या 1-1
The Black Dragon form to get out of the way, and I think the target prioritization from Kingdom Esports
कस्तो
was
सिल्ली
always on the
मिस्टेक
target.
गरेछ एम्पेल
That is
सिङ्गापुरमा
one of the bigger threats that they have on towards FMM as well as Grant. So now on a defensive front, the Lord getting a slow march down on the top side.
We do have the lantern flag that managed to land onto Lolzy. The rest of the members from RSG, they are all huddling up in the middle while the Lord marches up top. The RWM pops just for a quick little wave clear, while Yon is just going to be tanking and soaking up all the damage. Even Consecration is used and he's still alive, man! This guy is never going to die at this point. So the good thing is they managed to clear out that Lord and they didn't even lose the T3 up top.
But they lost Grant. There's some time that Kingdom has to buy before they can initiate again. As RSG Singapore, though, every one of the members of their side is just slowly getting into that late game territory. It's 17 minutes on the clock, and Kingdom Esports in a defensive position is not where you want to be once you had a massive 6,000 gold lead in this series.
16 more likes 700 पुग्छ लाइक हैन रोनाल्डोको नम्बर CR7 787
Yeah, the marksman.
It's good to play.
It is going to be RWM just going to be pop hokey, go for a kick back immediately. RSG zoning out the rest of the members from Kingdom Esports, but unfortunately TOR is just a little bit too much for them to handle. But they will still be able to fight back.
RSG जितेको हो यो गेम
He will be taken down as well. It doesn't seem like things is going to be working fine because FMM now is currently being under the beacon of that lantern flare, allowing PTBL to pick up that kill, wipe them out, and RSG, they will hold their ground.
RSG त एलिमिनेट हुनै मान्दैन त केटाओ आज त मा यत्रो लामो गेम किन हुँदैछ यार फेरि 1-1 भयो यार
A great play from RSG Singapore to stay afloat. Right now, the
होरा स्पोर्ट को चाहिँ कहिले हो म्याच बङ्गलादेश होरा स्पोर्ट को भोलि हो गाइस बङ्गलादेशको अगेन्स्ट
We didn't have to come so this far, but I feel like Kingdom
क्वालिफाई भयो
Esports, they had such a massive lead. It was a
छैन गाइस क्वालिफाई भएको स्टिल
PTBL done his job, and it was such a beautiful game.
अब एक एउटा सिरिज जितेपछि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ
in this match.
I just find it a
आरएस त्यहाँ इजी फर केएस होला किनकि 8-0 हान्छ अब प्रोबब्ली के डिफरेन्ट प्रिपेयर गरेछ कि आरएस
Didn't exactly make full use of it.
It was very difficult for the 1-1 to
लेट्स गाइस केही भन्न सकिदैन
get
लेट्स होप
the
टु
attacks
फर द
on. I knew
बेस्ट
that Grant was
म चाहिँ
slowly
यहाँ
farming,
मोटरलाइज
slowly
है
pushing
स्ट्रिम
down the top side, slowly pushing down the side lane turrets. But when it comes down to team fights, he didn't have that much of an impact, if I could say so.
के गर्दै बस्नु अब एमपीएल
I
इन्डो
really remember a lot of those big crossbow tanks kind of situation. This is a team that has actually a lot of ways to bruise up the enemies.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like they will be able to. They managed to really secure proper kills.
Yep. MVP of the game. That's
Still
Murphy,
MVP.
5-0-8.
गनिङ गन जस्तो देख्छ कसले भने
Perfect game that the Jusin has. Over the entirety of the game, even at the start, Yon was constantly battering onto this Jusin, but he actually showed up this time around. I remember we were discussing about the lane trio comparison between both the teams, and for RSG, Murphy, PTBL, as well as Hoki actually creates a lot of disruptions. They lost their life from the get-go, but you know, they kept fighting, they kept coming online. They waited for
Guys, कति viewers हेरेमा त लेट्स एनालिटिक्स वाओ 10,000 अति भइसकेको त 10,800 भ्युज आइसक्यो अहिलेसम्म लेट्स गो एमपीएल आइडीको त्यो गेम नै हेर्नु त गाइस
First. And Man still like tadi kan skornya.
Betul, kita bisa lihat.
Damage.
I think
Still, by the way, it's gonna be a bit more tanky. I feel like earlier he got crowd control locked, which is why he got picked up so early. With the mid fire though, that's gonna be a move from Rin. Oh, wow. Dang.
without the retribution.
Yeah, that was just a missed retry.
The human.
Shogun.
Inhuman reactions from the human. All right. Still, the slower the game goes, the better it is for Bigatron, right? With the better siege, with the better scalability. So
तपाईँ बार्साको फ्यान हो कि रियल म्याड्रिड 10K लेट्स गो गाइज थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर होइन यत्रो सपोर्ट भएको छ आजकल रिसेन्टली थ्याङ्क यू सो मच गाइज झन् लभली है गाइज 9 बजीदेखि को बसेछ लभली सपोर्ट अहिलेसम्मको लागि
That's how you do it. That's how you stop the farm for Arfi.
Lovely support. Personally, thank you,
Vitality are keeping tabs that, yeah, let's go all in on Arfi. They're able to coordinate that fight very well. And now Alter Ego is feeling the heat from the Red Terminators.
Are you still a 2-0? Probably hope so. 2-0 नै हानुस् केटाहरुले.
Into the avatar of the Guardian that kind of allowed Bigatron to secure Arfi. That's a problem, dude. I don't think Arfi can get out of it safely at any point in the game. Now the turtle is up though, but Niall's on the bottom side. Wait, what's the idea here?
Look guys, मेरो नि बत्ती गयो त. Oh my god.
They just constantly scale, right? They don't actually have any reason to fight 5v5 until they have.
Look guys, let's pray बत्ती आओस् भनेर.
Go for structures over neutral
एकछिन यतिकै होल्डमा राखिदिन्छ guys stream.
Again, Moreno, what, dude? These retries have been.
अवस्था. एकछिन अब वेट गरौँ guys, what the heck? I'll be back. Sorry guys, but guys. Full बत्ती आयो भने आउँछु नभए त स्ट्रिम गर्न मिल्दैन होला. Hello guys, बत्ती आयो सुने थ्याङ्क गड बत्ती आयो केटा मैले स्ट्रिम पनि हानेन थ्याङ्क गड है गाइस बत्ती आइहाल्यो म लगाइहाल्छु एकछिन एन्ड स्पोर्ट्स होइन सिङ्गापुरको कहाँ त Singapore. Guys, एकछिनै म स्ट्रिममा मिलाइहाल्छु वाच पार्टी हेलो साउन्ड आइरहेछ नि गाइस गेम साउन्ड नै आइरहेछ ओके पर्फेक्ट
Not exactly. I can't really remember too much.
It's been a long time.
Bad brains.
Bad brains?
No, dad brains.
Dad brains.
Dad brains.
Also, I think huge congratulations to your kid. You have
Thank
your
you.
kid is finally speaking right now.
Yeah. No, say some really cute things as well.
वेलकम
I
ब्याक
wanna have a daughter
ब्याक
too.
थ्याङ्क यू गाइस पत्ती आयो
Speaking
फाइनली
of daughters, the
मिस भएन
Angela
गेम
is
चाहिँ
wide
जे
open.
होस्
Yeah, dude, what the hell?
From 100% pick ban rate
हेलो
down
मास्टर हेलो
to
गाइस
90%
लाइन आयो
ish, if I'm not mistaken, right now.
Hey, why is this 200%?
गाइस चियर हान्दिम स्ट्रिम फेरि गाइस यहीको गेम अब स्टार्ट हुन्छ यो एउटा गेम सकेपछि सो मेक श्योर
For the
to share the
final
stream.
and ultimate match between these two seeded teams. One of them will go home and one of them will not be seeded anymore for season 11. That's going to be a tough call for other teams. So a lot of focus over on the side of Kingdom Esports. They shouldn't be in this position. Statistically, they should win out RSG, but RSG are fighting their way back.
Okay,
गाइस के होला त
something that I
यो गेम
really
लास्ट गेम
messed
छ
up with the
जो हार्यो त्यो इलिमिनेट भयो जो जित्छ याइको गेम्स पर्छ
like Baxia at 106.25% pick ban, right?
Always remember that season 4 JPL with a diggy. 96% participation. Out of nowhere.
You participated so much. You participated in your own death and your own death of your teammates.
Okay, RSG finally banning out the Angela. Finally, Angela back in the pick ban ratio, and unfortunately won't be 100% anymore. With a flying cloud up and selected, and banning out the Franco. So a respect over the Hokies picks, as well as Lousy. Don't want to play with that anymore. You got to see
Pro
also
RNC
wide
भन्दा
open.
किङडमले जुत्छ खाइरहेछ
Just ban that out.
लेट्स सी
Or even a respect over to the chip. I think the chip is a problem, but right now, onus is on RSG, their first pick.
Okay, so finally RSG realizes and like, hey, look, Angela is banning out. Let's ban Angela.
Oh, the YSS.
Okay, so right off the bat, okay, before that we do have Kingdom Esports in second pick, second ban. RSG in first pick, first ban. Total out with the Kalia.
केटाहरु पनि बत्ती गए जस्तो आयो धेरै ठाउँमा बत्ती गएको थियो भर्खरै
To have the Buxia, Franco, and the CC taken away. First pick going on to the Lancelot. So I'm kind of surprised that they, maybe not too surprised, because PTBL actually plays a lot of Lancelots, and I think that this will be his 5th time of the season.
Hey, you know, if this is how you are potentially going to go out, this is the hero that you're going to pick, and RSG recognizes that. PTBL wants to get that Lancelot in his arms away from Yon to deny that, you know, that potential movement from the
इन्स्टामा नि फलो हानौँ गाइस चेक इट आउट हैन अपडेट आइरहन्छ सो फलो हान्नु इन्स्टाग्राममा
by Kingdom Esports. Typically you want to throw over to Kimmy to RSG side, maybe even the Rock is wide open for their taking as well, but it might be a synergistic pick if the Lancelot is right there.
That is the love. We
Or
haven't seen the
the
Lapu
laser
for
for the
quite some
95.
time
You
now.
should or
Has
laser
been
the same
leaked out
that
for quite a lot because of the resurgence of Esmeralda, the Uranus's as well. But regardless, we do not have any flex pick going on. This is very straightforward from the side of RSG. Grok over to the Roam and the Lapu over to the XP. Unless somehow they decided, hey, let's put the Lapu in the gold lane.
Precarious position. You have a lot of artillery mages that might be in question. Phobias gets net picked right back up. We totally forgot about that. That was always the first ban over the side of Kingdom
Timbro,
Esports.
Timbro point my last mouth full stop भयो.
Harith
needs to be banned out by RSG.
You get a Kimmy. Might be the Farsa as well. I don't
एक
think
match कति
the
हेऱ्यो?
Eve
एकको match
will
यसपछि हो.
do too much against Jusin.
Eve against Jusin. Okay, at this point in time, Jusin plus Gotokata has got pretty good wave clear. If you're looking at the Grog also can wave clear pretty darn effectively. So they can actually look out for a mid laner that doesn't necessarily have very good wave clear, but does very well in team fights. So what they are looking out for is mostly team fights, right? Yeah, mostly team fights. A little bit of front to back. A little bit more to front to back, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. They can dive too.
Akai would be a good pick for Kingdom Esports unless RSG bans that out. That is one of Yon's comfort picks as well if we're going to the jungles. But it will be the Ling, so that is 3 jungle bans over the side of
Free
RSG.
jungle
denying
ban,
Yon
respect jungle ban to को यताको jungle player.
Okay, they didn't
Prime
ban
Turkey, right?
Harif. That's a
Hours
big
तो
surprise.
चाहिँ मैले राखेको छैन केटा कसरी राख्ने
RSG
हेर्नु पर्यो.
might want to play a little bit more towards the dive portion because at this point in time, 3 of these heroes that's picked by RSG is very committal. They can definitely still leave it out in the open. They can kind of still kind of work their ways around it, but we'll just leave it to that.
It's 700 like हुन लागिसक्यो guys, crazy है आज त लाइकहरु.
Choice for the assassins. I think for Yon, he really wants to go on this assassins. Much more comfortable with it anyways. Now,
RSG could take Harif as well, to be honest.
They could go for double fighter side lanes again. Bane gold lane might work too, just to disrupt that joy. You could go for the Ruby gold lane. It kind of works both ways. At least you have some secondary damage from the Lancelot as well. But you're losing out on a lot of range. And speaking of range, I think Barca might be a good option here, but they're going back to basics, going traditional a little bit. And the Zetian makes her appearance up in the penultimate game between RSG and KE.
Okay, so now going up against a Granger. Naturally, when we see Granger,
मैले त के गर्छु नि त what the
one
fuck.
of the other heroes that is really good against him is Irithel. Irithel is pretty okay, but if they want to play kind of
के भयो?
denial, which is something that seems to be the MO for KE, then Harif should be the way.
मैले
You
के
drop
गरेछु
Harif
नि
out
त यताबाट
first, your
कसरी भयो?
teammate still is gonna do a very good job throughout the entire fight because you're constantly just keeping the opponents inside of the fighting box.
Okay, solidifying
ल
the
लामो
last
के
pick
भएको नि
will be
यतिकै.
Moskov. A little bit of a late game potential for Kingdom Esports. Statistically, Moskov has been doing well. I think the only one that has
86 second
really
what
good
हो
win
त्यो
rates and really
86
good stats on
second.
this is Vanix. From the side of Flash, but for Kingdom, I think they're comfortable with it. Grant wants to play a sort of a late game potential. You got the
No
flying
guys,
target
के
into
फोन नै
the
चलाएको
map
छैन
much
मैले.
faster as well.
के
Reach
भयो
is
त?
definitely going to win out that gold lane. You got a Zetian action as well, so you got a little bit of a area denial onto the ultimate as well as vision play if you are RSG.
My bad यार के भयो भने मैले त
favor
फोन नै
RSG
चलाउँदैन
a
कसरी
little
भयो
bit
त?
more just because of the early game potential that they have.
I'm kind of impartial about this, to be fairly honest. Kingdom Esports lineup, I think is pretty okay, but I think that Harif would have done a lot better job in this role. Yes, that would mean that.
अर्को आइडीबाट आउँदा अरू रेगुलर खै के बग भयो कि खै के भयो मैले त गरेँ.
I still think that it will work in a team fight oriented thing way better. But regardless, on the other side, for the side of RSG, they have very good information gathering from the Zetian. Very good lane pressure coming in
Guys,
from
the game start भयो.
Lapu once he reaches level 4.
लास्ट गेम हुन्छ यसपछि आइको गेम हुन्छ. अरू रेगुलर अर्को आइडीबाट आऊ है.
So they should
खै
be
के
relatively
प्रब्लम
skill
भयो.
reliant.
The bottom side, a little bit of a trade. Grant healing everything back up. Ash as well. Kingdom Esports will take it slow this time around. But they do have a little bit more early game damage and fast mid lane clearance with the Gato and the Juicin combo. And if Kingdom Esports wants to utilize this, they could go for the aggressive.
As they slowly get themselves in a better spot, I think the Kingdom.
So Yahiko game छैन guys, यो series पछि Yahiko game start हुन्छ जुन टिमले जित्छ Yahiko सँग पर्छ.
Moskov is pretty annoying in lane, especially if you kind of have the Inspire, but it doesn't have that. But in the meantime, Gatokacha plus Juicin, very fast wave clear. They put a Zertian as well as a Grong, actually kind of bumps up their wave clear even more. So they're kind of equal in mid.
Well, last game of this series, and RSG Singapore Kingdom Esports, they don't want to make any more mistakes. Lozy trapped over the wall, getting pulled back, able to get taunted down and pulling Hoki a little bit too far in front. This phantom execution onto Lozy, a little bit of a damage testing by PTBL, but always safe, always fine.
Shouldn't be too big of a problem. Tunnel's going to be coming out right about 10 seconds in. Top lane having a little bit of problem, but hey, we're talking about Lapu. It's almost at level 4, so he's not going to get too big of a problem.
Denying that level 4 away from Taurus.
Guys, मैले प्यान हैन हानेको हैन के म्युट भयो यार कसरी भयो बग भयो खै
unable to get that reset. Ash
आजसलाई मैले इन्स्टामा टेक्स्ट त हान्दै थिएँ or
still doesn't have that level 4, so might not be able to seal that deal. It's a very, very slow pace game this time around, but you know, it's a really tough
problem
for both teams. Really late game for both sides. Lozy getting pulled back, defensive execution. Finds his mark, but Lozy will stay safe. They start him with the full ultimate.
You game the Kingdom is a total
But he take down 2 in the process. Hoke and Murphy falls, and next to go will be Taurus. That's 3-0. And Kingdom Esports will
खै मलाई त थाहा भएन अहिलेसम्म यस्तो भएको थिएन
And I can understand that both teams will be a tad bit reserved in making choices because they could very potentially make the wrong choice and boom, they lose all their lead or they lose the early game. Just like that though, Kingdom Esports managed to get 3 kills, no death for themselves, and also the turtle effectively just steamrolling them to 1,800 gold lead. Most of the gold actually went over to Yon, which is actually a really good thing, allowing Yon to get a little bit more of that snowball factor.
Just a little bit of a fun fact for all of you, Zetian's Fury of the Phoenix, the ultimate, was actually a part and parcel of Yi Sun-shen's previous ultimate. And that's why they had to get it reworked and changed out with the multi
86k second minutes 24 hour आज यही अकाउन्टबाट गर्न र भोलि त अब त्यो बेल राति त गर्छु म भोलि त गर्दिन र मोस्ट प्रोबेबली भोलि गेम छ नि त हाम्रो गर्यो भने त छिटो गर्छु कि what's up super droken के छ गाइस यहीको गेम चाहिँ यो गेम पछि स्टार्ट हुन्छ है केटा कति जना सोध्नु भइरहेछ सो यो गेम पछि स्टार्ट हुन्छ यहीको गेम
because he does have got temporal rain and he popped off his ultimate, so generally he should have got his dash off cooldown by the end of it, so he should have some seconds or rather like maybe 0.5 seconds to kind of respond and dash out of there, but he kind of took everything. I think that he underestimated.
That's हुन्छ गाइस यो गेम पछि यहीको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ त्यो गेम जित्यो भने चाहिँ यहीको एमपीएल सिङ्गापुरमा सेलेक्ट पनि हुन्छ प्लेअफ नै पुग्छ डाइरेक्टली
He does have the temporal rain though, so his dashes will come up as soon as his ultimate ends. But it was all timing issue from the side of Kingdom Esports. 19 seconds until the turtle spawns up. This is the second turtle of the game. And I think Kingdom Esports does have an upper chance.
It's like the stream कसले लाइक हानेछ नि आज 1000 को टार्गेट हान्दिनु त पुग्ला के 1000
with Brand down the bottom side too.
गाह्रै छ 1000 पुग्नु त 300 छ अझै अनि धेरै स्ट्रिम पनि गर्दैन यहीको गेम सक्ने बित्तिकै प्रोबेबली इन द स्ट्रिम
2 levels ahead at this point in time, very potentially just 1 levels once PTBL gets another creep, or maybe just let the timer run out.
A little bit of a 1-to-1 boxing matchup on the top side. Nothing to worry about. I don't think both these two EXP laners will be forcing and committing any of these issues. You got PTBL easily taking down this turtle. Yawns a little bit too far behind.
Turtle the pile.
Not a lot of damage done. AOG will stop Hokin in their tracks, and Lozy sacrificing himself. for a big
त्यो
play.
आरएससी पनि जो हार्दा त्यो निस्किन्छ नि त कोही निस्किनै मानेको छैन त
Kingdom
दुईटै टिम
needs
बवाल
a
खेल्दैछ
bit
लास्ट
of
गेम
momentum, but it's totally fine because now they have gotten once again another turret down in the bottom, and or not say another, but with the first turret down in the bottom lane, allowing them to get a little bit more aggressive all across the map. Right, the next one is going to be top lane and the middle lane. Once the top lane is done, we can pretty much expect Kingdom to play as 5 real soon, and we'll see the potential that they can bring to this fight.
रेस्ट हान्दिनँ भन्दा 8 घन्टा अन्त भोलि चाहिँ हान्दिनँ भने धेरै किनकि भोलि गेम छ त मेरो अनि आज त यहीँको गेम भएर धेरै स्ट्रिम गरेको गाइस नभए अहिलेसम्म मैले 8 घन्टा त कहिले गरेको थिएँ 8 आवर आइम टायर्ड एज फक 9 आवर हुँदैछ
I think he didn't quite expect the amount of damage reduction plus the shields that Taurus was able to get right after the enhanced basic attack. It's really unfortunate for Kingdom Esports, especially for Drinsanity.
किङडमलाई जित्न गाह्रो छ किङ्सहरूले किङडम हल्का राम्रै खेल्दैछ नेक्स्ट इयर नेपालले स्लट पाउला मोस्ट प्रोबेबली पाउन नसक्छ केटा हो अब भ्युअरसिप म्याटर गर्छ भ्युअर्स बब पाल्ने आयो भने नेपालले ढुक्क पाउँछ स्लट लाइक हान्थ्यौँ नेक्स्ट गेम मेरो भाइको गेम छ 400 नै पुगिरहेछ अगाडि एकचोटि त 430 समथिङ पुगेको थियो भ्युअर नै क्रेजी भाले भोलि तिम्रो पाण्डाको दुबईको हुन्छ म्याच भोलि होइन भोलि एउटा गेम हुन्छ हाम्रो गेम हुन्छ पर्सि चाहिँ पाण्डाहरूको मान्छे नै पुग्छ नपुग्न मान्छे पुग्यो भने चाहिँ मजै आउँछ धन्न बत्ती केटा हो अघि गएको थियो फेरि आइहाल्यो बत्ती बत्ती गइरह्यो भने त ज्याउ हुन्थ्यो यार रोराले यो आइडी पनि मोड पर्दैन
I think it's a damage reduction, especially for, you know, a lot of the high damage.
गेम हुन्छ एकछिन गाइस यहीको गेम हुन्छ कहिले भन्दा यो गेम पछि
But they're losing out this turtle. I don't think they care. This demonic force down from Drinsanity.
पाण्डा र भिन्टेज अनि होरा भर्सेस वी आर बट हैन गाइस हामी र वी आर बट भन्ने टिम हो
Back up as Kingdom Esports are taking control back.
Now that its third turtle has expired.
अनि यो गर्न पर्दैन यही स्ट्रिमको लागि त के छैन अब भोलि अर्को अकाउन्टबाट आउनु यो रिमुभ हान्दिनँ नि त
But does any of these teams actually want to have an early Lord? Not particularly, because we don't have a massive lead off of one side. This Lord can definitely help them conquer some more of these outer turrets, though.
Good damage onto Ash. Unable to finish the job, though, but able to push him away before the
We are board like the like मजाले सक्छ होला अर्को सबभन्दा स्ट्रङ टिम भने पाण्डाको टिम र उता बिबी त्यो सेप्टेम्बर 9 हराएको टिम छ
doesn't have the rhythm joy, doesn't have that backup damage. Drinsanity just jumping all over RSG, and that's the power of the Fulvius.
हाम्रो नेपाली केटाहरूले जित्यो उलाई वी आर बट भन्ला रिभर्स स्विप खाएछ केटाहरूले
These Lord fights, because the fights always just drags on for so long, and that is the power of Fulvius. The longer the Fulvius stays alive, the more damage he will be able to do with the demonic force. Time and time again. Don't underestimate the power of the monolith that is just.
Wow, एकछिन त चेन्नई एक्सप्रेसको लाइन हाल्न यो कास्टर
weighs a few tons.
सेमिफाइनल कहिले हो सेमिफाइनल भोलि हो केटा हो भोलि छ हाम्रो गेम होरा भर्सेस वी आर बट
Fair.
I have no idea actually. How much is ton? I don't know. I'm not American.
I actually like this. One ton, I think it's 1,000. Is it 1,000 kilograms or something like that?
Oh, there's no way.
Oh, top side though. PTBL finding himself.
ओए अति छ त मस्को त लाइभ है त मर्थ्यो होला लेन्स
that wave, and Kingdom Esports finds himself in a better position.
Where bot actually look with the name of bot. अति भन्छ त हाम्रो अनलाइन स्पोर्ट ब्रोले
How much kg is in a ton?
We're still on that.
गाइस को नयाँ छ लाइक हान्दिम त केटा हो 1000 को टार्गेट हान्दिम लाइक
5 kilograms specifically.
लेट्स होप पुग्छ कि
That's why I was like, okay, 45 minutes instead of 43.33.
900.
याइको टिमको नेम के हो याइको टिमको नेम उत्यो किङ स्यासी यो गेम पछि हुन्छ गाइस
Lord over to Kingdom Esports if they want a contest. No more jungle for RSG.
Yep. As such, they for the Kingdom Esports, they have also managed to take down quite a bit of these outer turrets. As this is just what a Moskov can bring onto the board, right? A lot of cross.
Score RSC र Kingdom Sport को 1-1.
Great amount of sustainability. I wouldn't even call sustainability.
Hello,
It's
hello,
more of like
Irwin, bro.
self-sustaining abilities. Wait, they're the same thing. But
Actually, I do like this Zetian pick.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, the
Panda versus Vintage मा कहिले जित्छ होला मास्टर त्यो भन्न सक्दैन किनकि सेप्टेम्बर 9 लाई कस्तो मजाले कुटेथ्यो हो त्यो टिमले भिन्टेजले सो लेट्स सी भोलि नै हुन्छ तर जे भए पनि लाइक बेस्ट अफ 5 वटा गेम हुन्छ किनकि बेस्ट अफ 5 हो नि त 5 वटा गेम हुन्छ होला प्रोबेबली दुईटै बवाल टिम छ
RSG will be able to touch them and go, but a lot of core resources already wasted for RSG.
It was a quick defense though.
कोसँग हो याइको म्याच अब यो दुईटा टिममा जले त्यो छ भन्छ किङडम कि आरएससी सँग
Still, for now. But with the Lord is going to be marching in the top lanes, that's potentially going to be threatening top lane because even the holy defense is gone. RSG, they have to move back home. They have to defend it. As such, the byproduct is going to be the T1 turret in the middle lane, no matter how you see it.
You know, we always talk about the modus operandi of RSG, and it's always that late game potential that Ash brings. But Kingdom Esports, they have that same lead that they had for the past 2 games. They're pushing it through, trying to block Drinsanity as well as Lawsy away. Quick work with the Lord, RSG back in position.
It does seem like they are just kind of chilling in the opponent's jungle. Didn't really quite manage to force out something in the middle lane, which is kind of a pity. But here we have Taurus going in.
There's Fear of the Phoenix. There's a wall and a tectonic charge onto 2, but not enough
Rock.
not enough range RSG has.
Rock मरे केटा किङडम आउँछ जस्तो याइको टिमको अगेन्स्ट किङडम स्पोर्ट यहाँहरूले बवाल नै खेलिरहेछ किङडमले जेरक्स कुन टिमबाट खेल्छ जेरक्सले कुनै पनि टिमबाट खेलेको छैन अति गेम जित्नुपर्ने अझ प्लेअफ अब प्लेअफ पुग्न याइकोहरूले यही एउटा सिरिज जित्न पुग्छ फेरि हार्यो भने चाहिँ पुग्दैन जित्नै पर्छ केटा
to ensure that they keep their inhibitor turrets. As such, they actually lost the T1. In fact, they lost all the ones that they tried to protect. T1 and T3 up in the top lane.
अझै तिमी स्पोर्ट खेल्न सुरु गरेको कति वर्ष भयो एज एन अफिसियल लाइक नट परफर्मर म त्यही 3-4 वर्ष भइसक्यो अफिसियली स्पोर्ट खेल्न थालेको
Up against a Moskov, you should be able to win out the early game lane, but it kind of seems like for RSG, oh, hold on a second, there's the room of joy. Damage. That's a tectonic charge. Yon taking him down. That's 30 seconds. He's not going to get back. Might be able to make a beeline towards
the game. छैन गाइस आज हाम्रो गेम भोलि चाहिँ छ आज याइको गेम हो अब यसपछि नि याइको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ लाइक हाल्दिम को नयाँ छ स्ट्रिममा आज 1k ट्राई हाल्नु न केटा लाइक चाहिँ 1k लाइक
on the other hand, RSG, they can definitely make a beeline over to the Lord, but there is only like 10 seconds left until Yon eventually pops up, which I think that Kingdom Esports can do a very good job in trying to drag out this fight a little bit longer, just so that Joy can come back in just in time for that single retribution bite.
स्पोर्टमा अर्निङ कति हुन्छ अब अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्टहरु आयो भने राम्रै हुन्छ केटा अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट आएन भने चाहिँ त्यही हो च्याउ हुन्छ
Got the backside, Taurus starting with the
Turtle gully
down low. That's what he goes.
Oi, lanes running log there, Turtle.
The Phoenix will stop everyone in place, giving a little
Wait, Ash ne हान्न थाले त.
Ash will hit the charge.
Obvious.
Will take him out before he goes down as well.
No. Grandly हान्ने छ है, Grandly हान्ने छ. RS ले जितेर ल यार ट्रेड छ यो. What the
Damn, what a comeback. RSG now will start to reclaim a little bit more of the lost real estate across the map.
Poem tricky on your
very difficult time in the top lane and
fortunately माथे म पहिला त्यसपछि पङ अनि पोयम अनि टिटुके अनि ओरा हो त्यही भन
relieving RSG of so much of that pressure. This way they can bring down the T1 in the middle and the
पुरै बाहिरबाट थारे छ त अनलाइन स्पोर्टलाई त मेरो भएर
a slow little push of the lane synchronized, but it is still the second Lord of the game so far. Yon's gonna make quick work of that one. You still have the Fear of the Phoenix just to give you a little bit more vision play if you so very wish to. Yon is trying to get that stomp in, barely misses the Fear the Phoenix, able to dash, weave Bob out of the way. You got to win him the joy, does not do enough damage. Here comes the SMD, and here comes Grand with a lot of spear damage.
Brother 3K earning down to the price
Come into play. Down goes Murphy though.
Official मैले चाहिँ म दुईटा खेलेछ नि त MS3 र M5
Technically, they managed to make do with what they have lost. I think that Yon is going a little bit too overzealous.
Deep play that he should
around कति जति कमाएर
I think he's tilted.
Wait guys, त्यस्तो थाहा भएन तर अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट आयो भने चाहिँ फाइदा हुन्छ धेरै नभए चाहिँ घाटा हुन्छ काम छैन न अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट आयो भने चाहिँ झ्याउने हुन्छ धेरै
It's really unfortunate, to be fairly honest. But I hope that Kingdom will be able to come back from this. The Tectonic Charge gets himself right out of there. And of course, Certain coming in. He do have got a very good global stun. Remember that.
Great passive play, very defensive.
Guys, like and then get all like, subscribe, share, got this stream, I know.
Once again, it's very RSG, right? They like to play towards this 17-minute, 18-minute kind of games. They like to wait till Ash really
Yo, यार दुईटा टिम गिभ अपै गर्न मान्दैन यार बबाल गेम भइरहेछ यार लास्ट गेम
pretty much selling that tough boots and getting a little bit more damage online for RSG as well. On the top side though, we're starting things off. Lousy taunting Hoki.
ओइ मरे क्या
You got the Tectonic Charge just in the nick of time once.
ओइ म त स्यालेरी राम्रो थियो होला नि थिएन गाइस राम्रो स्यालेरी प्रोबब्ली हो राम्रो हुन्छ होला
jumps over the wall to keep himself safe. Kingdom Esports still up ahead.
But RSG, they still lost their real estate though. They are currently forced back into their base once again as Kingdom Esports is just relentless onto RSG. No matter what, they're just going to be sending them right back home. And it's all very timely also because of the fact that the Lord is up. Now, Yon, please don't make the same mistake again. He's just going to go solo in onto the Lord, being able to pop off when it comes down to Rhythm of Joy. So at least for now, Ultimate is on.
त्यो अनलाइन स्पोर्टले त मेरो बाइ डाटा निकाल्दैछ क्या
You got a passive already popped by Murphy. That's going to be 120-second cooldown timer for that bubble.
अझै सकेको छैन यार केटा हो दुईटै टिमले के हो यार छोड्नै मानेछन् एलिमिनेट हुनै मानेछन् दुईटै टिम
is they're playing a 4-1 composition. They really need Lance to come into these major objectives, but right now he's busy settling the side lanes. And because Grant is so mobile, he can be in the side lanes. He can just hunker down right there, join the team fights,
salary guys reveal salary
and open up that back door.
Yep, they are able to kind of clear the wave really fast, and they can also sort of set up a slow push up in the top lane. So they actually don't have to worry too much about a naturally winning lane. They would definitely and always have it. So they actually don't need Grant to kind of linger up in top lane for so long. He can actually join into the fight and kind of force a move from RSG eventually.
Down low, they want to get
Apex game Yahiko game भएछ आउँछ केटा Yahiko game मा थियो नि त के भइरहेछ गेम के भइरहेछ ग्रान्जरले पर्फेक्ट पकड्दै यार जोइलाई आम्मा के आरएसले जित्छ क्या ओए मस्को वर्ड वर्डले मिठो लाग्यो यार मस्को वर्ड ग्रान्जर मर्यो ग्रान्जर मर्यो गाइस रक पनि मर्यो
and Kingdom Esports might be able to push that situation.
Okay.
Kingdom ले जित्यो होला गाइस लर्ड बर्डबाट गयो मिडबाट पुश हानेर जित्यो होला लेन स्लट क्लियर गर्न सक्छ सक्दैन गाइस लेन स्लटको हातमा चाहिँ सबै त लेन स्लटलाई त चाक हान्दियो जित्यो गाइस किङडम स्पोर्ट भर्सेस याइको टिम
This is a tough game. This is a very
guys Kingdom Sport versus Yahiko team.
That is, oh man, literally teetering on a breaking point. In the end of the day, Kingdom Esports.
Yahiko team अब guys Yahiko team अब गेम हुन्छ Yahiko team को. एकछिन ब्रेक हुन्छ एकछिन अनि त्यसपछि गेम हुन्छ Yahiko team.
They're not qualified to the playoffs just yet. They just earned a chance to move on to the next bracket, and unfortunately for RSG, that is the end of the journey.
GG guys, Kingdom versus Kings SD. You take King.
For 10 years.
King last match beaten to.
Being in the top 3, they're relegated and they have to claw their way back up next season. They won't be guaranteed a spot, and this is
King Ashley did the playoff, होइन? Yes, guys, King Ashley did the ढुक्क सिधै playoff.
In competition, there's always a winner, there's always a loser in this time. But let's take a look at the MVP. I think Grant definitely.
It's always the last game which became more intense. त्यही त केटा last intense हुन्छ यो गेम किनकि किङ्स यो किङडम एसले नै बबाल छ किङडम स्पोर्ट अनि हाम्रो किङ्स एसले त obviously बबाल भइहाल्यो.
This is definitely a really tough game for Kingdom, for even for themselves, right? Because this is a very long-winded game. But despite that, right, Moskov didn't die a single time.
Yeah.
He's mostly been playing, doing those cross-map plays, and all the way at the top lane, they were all.
नेपालीहरूले लास्ट जोक हान्ने मानिस PUBG जस्तो होइन यार केटा यो त MLB हो.
To one more game, and Kingdom Esports really has to, you know, we
यसको याको लास्ट गेम हुनेवाला छ एउटा ब्रल हान्नुपर्छ.
Statistically speaking, we had Kings actually taking down RSG on a 2-0 victory. Kingdom Esports lost one game over to RSG. This creates so much, dismay for Kingdom Esports. If they're suffering a little bit onto RSG, how will they fare against the Kings? It will be the Kings versus the Kingdom. And it's sort of like a deja vu.
Sorry, excuse me, what?
Season 9.
Kingdom?
The Kingdom.
Kingdom. Like, wait, what?
The King versus Kingdoms. The medieval theme never ends today, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it will forever stick with us here in the Mobile Legends backpack.
Guys,
No matter what
roll
it
on
was about the kingdom, it was about the empire.
MASARAP घरमा निस्छु माथि आउनु
Also got the Kingdom fans in Indonesia as well.
Indonesia.
केटा एक ब्रल हान्यौँ त्यसपछि याइकोहरूको गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ अनि एकछिन ब्रेक छ अहिले.
It has that
म लबी गरिदिन्छु जोइन गरेर गाइस. छिनै ल गाइस आइडी दिएको छु जोइन गरेर ब्रल हान्दिउँ एकछिन अनि याइकोहरूको गेम स्टार्ट भएपछि लगाउँछु म फेरि याइकोहरूको गेम एपेक्सहरू सला बोलाउँछु. ल गाइस जोइन हान्दिउँ ब्रलमा. लेट्स गो ब्रल. आदर्श ब्रो हाम्रो आइसक्यो एज युजुअल. गेम त आइरहेछ त गेम त आएको छैन एकछिन मिलाउनु पर्यो. गेम आयो स्टार्ट अन्त ल गाइस एक गेम ब्रल त्यसपछि फेरि याइको भाइको गेम वाच पार्टी हुन्छ. गाइस कसले लाइक हानेको छैन लाइक हान्नु पनि नबिर्सिनु होला है. मेक स्योर टु लाइक द स्ट्रिम. पार्छ ल चौक्क लिने हो म स्वाइप हानिदिन्छु. अब सियर हो याइको हो. यस गाइस सियर हो चौलिउ केटा हो. अब सियर नै हो क्या केटा हो. अब मैले पुरै थाहा छ कि केटा सबै हेरेर तपाईँले बिहानदेखि हेरेर चाहिँ सियर हो अब याइको गेम. ओए फार्साको ट्युन त के हो पेस्किनको के हो गीतै बजिरहेको छ क्या मजा आइरहेको छ सुन्दै. ओए अति मजा आइरहेको छ मलाई. केटा अति मजा आएको छैन यो सुनेर. सेभेन नम्बरमा सर त्यही छ गाइज मेरो ब्यानरमा. अति मजा आयो फार्साको सुनेर चाहिँ मलाई. पार्सा यो बनाऊ यो
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
I am driven by revenge.
ब्यानर नि होराको चाहियो भनेको होइन गाइज म भोलिसम्म चेन्ज हान्छु ब्यानर त्यही भन्नुहुन्थ्यो अघि रश्मि दाइले अरे मासला केटा के हाम्रो स्क्वाड हाम्रो 5 महिना त ढोल हान्छ 5 किलो हान्नु मिठो फ्लिकर प्ले गएको हाम्रो चाउ फेरि सक्दैन नि मिनियक Savage केटा हो Savage गाइज यो गेम हुन्छ त्यसपछि फेरि याइको गेम वाचबाट हुन्छ एकछिन ब्रेक भइरहेछ त्यही भएर को नयाँ आउनु भएको छ लाइक साइक हान्छु केटा हो लाइक साइक सब्सक्राइब सेयर सब हान्छु हैन पुगेको फुल जस्तो ओए मरे मर्छ तर फ्लिकर हान्दिन ए सच गाइज बाय द वे 3k सब्सक्राइबर भएछ थ्यांक यू सो मच गाइज फर 3k सब्सक्राइबर थ्यांक यू सो मच गाइज लभली सपोर्ट है मजा आयो हेरेर भर्खर नोटिस गरेर मैले ए छोड न हौ घाटो नहान न मोर्छ यार म एथेरिका यो फ्लेम शॉट congrats thank you so much guys thank you so much बल्ल थाहा भएको यस बल्ल थाहा पायो गाइस मेरो निन्द्रा पुगेको छैन हल्का कति घन्टा भयो 9 घन्टा होला है स्ट्रिम भएको 9 घन्टा भइसक्यो गाइस 12 घन्टै हुन्छ क्या यता नलाउनु लेट्स गो म पाएन मैले अड्के छ बधाई टु मोर टु गो थ्यांक यू CR7 दाइलाई नि खेल्न सिकाउनु न सिकाउनु अब सिकाउनु भन्दा नि दाइले बुझ्नुहुन्छ होला एकछिन त हल्का खेलेको बुझिहाल्छ म भन्छु नि त्यही पनि दाइलाई एमएलए यसो हल्का स्प्याम हान्नु भनेर खेल्नु भन्नु MASARAP मलाई नै स्टार्ट भइहाल्छ नि गाइज पाले पिला आइडी पठाउनु सबलाई स्टार्ट पठाइदिन्छु साँच्चीकै भने होइन फेरि नम्बर 1 हुन सकेन केही छैन गाइज म 3-4 वटा स्टार्ट गिभ अवे गर्छु अरू पनि हुन्छ गिभ अवे The love from the Ankurai. Thank you so much, guys. अरे यार फैनी प्लीज मलाई छोड दे वन शॉट हान्छ यार फैनीले र यहीको भाइको गेम स्टार्ट भएर कति टाइम देखाइरहेछ ए 14 मिनेट देखाइरहेछ त यार केटा अझ ए गीत दियो यार वाह वाह इससे बार नंबर नहीं देखती ना था इससे बार नंबर गेट देखाएको छैन केटाहरूले केटाहरू जिस्किएर होला भयो के यार यो त गुड शिट है केटा गुड शिट ए नानी लाग्यो
All finally ends.
केटा हो गेम सकाइदिइहालौँ भनेको होइन सकिँदै सकिँदैन त
Nothing will stop my justice.
मलाई बचाउ यार यही चाहिरहेको थियो नि तँलाई
Let us spread our wings.
चौकी ए हान्छ पो चाउ चाउ जस्तो देखिरहेको यार CR7 दाइको फ्यानी फेभर होला है दाइले खतरा खेल्छ फ्यानी पटाका किन्यो मासुराप छैन यार पटाका म तिहार मनाउँछु यसपालि गाइस ढुक्क मनाउँछु म तिहार नमनाएको धेरै भइसक्यो धेरै भयो धेरै गेम खेल्यो तिहार पनि फेस्टिभलहरू मनाउनु पर्यो क्या यसरी म घरमा बस्दिनँ तिहारमा चाहिँ
Revenge has blinded.
मासुराप यस ब्लग्स ब्रो भन न
You don't know how close death is.
अल्ट हान्दिनँ यो मासुरापहरूले नि पड्काउँछ किन टिक्कामा ए अरू नै के भन्छ वाइट प्रो जे पाइदियो भन्दैछ वाइट प्रोलाई अनि अस्ति पटक्क पड्काउँदै थियो पड्काउनु मजा आउँछ तर त्यही पटक्क हेरेर पड्काऊ कुकुरहरूको अगाडि चाहिँ नपड्काऊ मासुरापले गाला पड्काऊ म केही पड्काउँदैन केटा हो पटक्क मात्रै पड्काउँछु
I am driven by revenge. My
ड्यामेज चाहिँ के हो खाएकै छैन त्यसले के छ र आइटम टोइलेट आर्मर रहेछ हो केटाहरू सबै मुस्ताङमा त Let's go. Easy carry. Wait, Lamu. Hette. Solo defend हान्न चाहिँ झुट बोल्छ अरूले त मसरब देउसी भैलोमा नाच्छ हेर गाइज होइन गाइज नाच्नु पर्ला है देउसी भैलो तर मलाई नाच्न आउँदैन CR7 दाइलाई नि खेल्नु भन्नु न म भन्छु भनिरहेको छु गाइज CR7 बाट दाइले पनि गेम खेल्नु अनि वाच पार्टी गर्न नि मजा आउँछ भनेर म भन्छु छिटै मसरबले ताली मात्र बढाउँछ के भन्छ केटाहरू
Nothing will stop my justice. My world is the sky.
ड्यामेज चाहिँ छैन त केटा डिभाइन नै चाहिन्छ मलाई कस्तो ड्यामेज छ नसुतानी नानीहरू ए म्यागिन हानु भनेको यो घाटो खायो Let's go easy win
Victory!
Guys, sorry. मसँग नाच्न मैले गराउनु भयो ट्रु कपाल डान्स मसरपको घरमा देउसी खेल्न जानु पर्ला बिउरहरूलाई गाइज आऊ देउसी खेल्न सबैलाई 5 रुपियाँ गाइज गेम स्टार्ट भयो त आइको एकचोटि चेक हान्छ है त अझै 7 मिनट छ केटा एउटा ब्रल अझै भ्याउँछ हामी जानु ब्रल जेनेरेट लबी आइडी एकछिन कमान्डमा मेरो नाम हालिदिने क्या हो मेरो नाम हालेको फनी भयो नहालेको नामै हालेन सर कमानमा अरे घरको अरे बस्छ घरकोमा को बस्छ घरको मेरो घरबाट 5 मिनट मात्रै हो भैलो खेल्न आउनेलाई सबलाई स्टार्ट भइहाल्छ नि भैलोमा चाहिँ म चाहिँ आउँदैन गाइस केटीहरूले मनाउने हो म चाहिँ आउँदैन म देउसीमा मात्रै एभाइलेबल ल गाइस अझै 7 मिनट रहेछ एउटा ब्रल अझै भ्याउँछ इट्स अ फनी छैन हल्का कमन नेम मैले इन्स्टामा पनि फलो हानिरहेको केटा हो नाइट बर्थडे लिङ्क पठाइरहेको छ मैले पिन पनि हानेको छ के हेर्नु केटा हो फ्रीको घुमाइदिउँ न त हाइट 5'8" होइन हाइट 6'0" वो कतिवटा हिरो हो केटा हो कालिया कालिया कोइन्स ग्याम्बल के हो ब्रोलमा यसो धेरै साउन्ड आयो कि के हो गाइस लाइक साइक हान्दिउँ को नयाँ चाहिँ स्ट्रिममा के हाम्रो आज 1K लाइक पुग्ला त केटा हो फ्लेम शटमा किन छु म लेट्स गो रिप्टिलाइज टीम प्लेयर मजा आउँछ गाइस 500 ए 1000 लाइक पुग्छ रियल नेम आइस भनेर यो गाइस ban me for fighting period crimes whoa अति प्लस हो भाइ
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
गाइस के भनौँ सुरुमा फ्लाक्स हाल्दिनु त हल्का न्यू ट्राई हानौँ
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Whoa. Kitao, are you guys ready? Listen, Kitao, Mochu.
That didn't count. I was distracted. Triple kill.
Call out and get up. Balela ult. Balela line for Bipin Dai. Bela ult and Zeta. Boom. Back up. Whoa, other pro performance hit. As मेरो रुल चाहिँ सिम्पल है बी रेस्पेक्टफुल मात्रै
That didn't count. I was distracted.
बिचारा ब्लक सुके मेसेज डिले गरे बिचारा नाइटबट मेरो हल्का पागलै छ है नाइटबटलाई केटाहरूले फेरि मोडरेटर बनाऊ कि बनाऊ भन्नु मात्र हो
Our turret is under attack. That didn't count. I was distracted. This tale is a blessing from the sea. This body.
कल्ला ओए अति मिठो अल्ट हाने त हावा पनि मर्यो
Bananas need to be peeled? Everyone knows that.
मर्यो क्या केटा म चाहिँ
Every battle makes me stronger under attack.
ल ओरेकल लिएर आउनु पर्ने रहेछ मैले Whoa, Maniac by Slayer. के गरेको पगे त के स्काई छ यसको ओरे यार कस्तो दाम एजियो गेम पछि आएको गेम वाच पार्टी हुन्छ गेम सकाइहालौँ भनेको अनि गेम हेरौँ भनेको यार त्यो गेम चाहिँ लाइक जो जित्यो त्यो प्लेयर पुग्छ
That didn't count. I was
वाओ के हो सबैको पालै पिलो मिने गन्छ ल मेट्रोन हो क्या वो सैवेज बाय बिग के हो दुध सब हो के हो कति छ त नाम चाहिँ ब्याकलाइन पुरै जोन छु कहाँ यार गेम स्टार्ट भएर केटा हो हल्का गफ हान्दैछ केटा गेम स्टार्ट भएको छैन मासरप त्यस्तै 1 मिनटमा नाम पढ्न लाग्थ्यो त्यो त नाम पढ्न लाग्थ्यो फेरि नाम नै अब केटाहरूको नाम त त्यस्तै हो यस्तो नाममा त के नै भन्न सकेको अनि जे मलाई त्यही भनिदिएको होइन तिमी डेन्जर हिल्छ फ्लाक्स पनि बनाएको छ केटाहरूको लागि वो अति मिठो बादाम क्ले सुरु हुनलाई सर गरौँ न गाइज गेम सकिन्छ होला गेम सकेन भने म एफपी गरिदिन्छु बल्ल भए केटा के एफटी गरिदिउँ त भन गाइज ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट हुने बित्तिकै भन नि त म ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट हुने बित्तिकै म अफ गरेर केटाहरूले पनि बोलाउँछु म सकिन्छ क्या हो एकछिन हेर त केटा भर्खर अल्टा फेरि अल्टा आइसक्यो वो मिठो कालियापले गाइस गेम सकिहाल्यो म एकछिन त्यसमा चेन्ज गरेर होइन गाइस गेम सक्छ अब लगाइदिउँ न त ओभियस वाच पार्टी guys, म के हो सुरिश
Yahiko, pride of Nepal. Hachiko, pride of
Let's go. Yahiko, pride of Nepal. Casterले दिइसक्यो.
Just bring everything out. Diablo, pride of Singapore. That's right.
I'm partially just expecting to.
Aura देखेर त केटा हो एमपी सिंगापुर खोल्ने बित्तिकै Yahiko, pride of Nepal आइसक्यो.
But Kingdom Esports, they have played a couple of games in a row now, and this is gonna be the game that gonna threaten their tournament life. Going up against Kings SG, I think that the question is if whether, I'm not too sure whether that's true or not, if whether Yon is gonna tilt.
केटा म कल हान्छु है
It's very clear for me. In the previous game, there were some of these creep wave dive that no one will approve of. You threw yourself once.
Hello?
Okay, mistake. You threw yourself.
अब आएगा गेम स्टार्ट हो गया.
And at a point in time, it's kind of surprising that they even managed to get themselves right back into the game.
Apex आउँदैछ अब बबलाई कल हान्नु.
Ultimately late for the Lord fight. They lost the Lord, but ultimately they still won the fight in a pretty grand fashion. So I think that it was a very tough stroke of luck for RSG.
Speaking of tilts, I think they need to get that
Already
tilt reset and checked out. It's a new game. It's a new team that they're facing. Once again, this is the first time that these two teams are meeting.
Hello, Bob.
This is going to be the
तिमी आऊ गेम स्टार्ट भयो.
seed of the second week that we played up against Kingdom Esports, a team that has so much high expectations with.
Let's go भाई गेम स्टार्ट हो गया.
स्टार्ट अरे भाई बैन भी हो गया
हाँ ड्रॉप पहला ही गेम है देख रहा है फैनी बैन
Chip, Alice, and Juicin on the side of Kings. For Kingdom, it's going to be the CC, Fanny, and Angela getting taken out. immediately snap picking
Alice
the
ban?
Baxia for themselves. They know
हाँ
that
एलिस
Fanny is
एलिस
going to be
बैन कर दिया है ये लोग ने भी
true, pride and joy. Is why you want to take that
काफी unusual ban है नहीं?
off the bat and
हाँ सिंगापुर पे तो पता नहीं ऐसा ही बैन हो रहे हैं
But one thing's for sure is that we
Comfort
did
zone में
see a
लग रहा
game where Yahiko didn't play the Baxia. So
Oh,
it is
भाई.
still very up in the open for the Baxia to be flexed either to the roam,
Timmy got
XP,
toad.
or the jungle. It's an either or situation. So
Timmy
we
got a
can't
Baxia
exactly just look at
Baxia
the
जंगल पे
Baxia
जाएगा क्या
oh, that's a jungle kind of situation. It's still widely open.
मतलब ये
Most
ब्लॉक तो मेरे को
There should be
ब्रोकन
some
लगता है बे
ambiguity
ये
involved.
लोग
As
इतना
such,
यूज नहीं करते
having a mage and a
हाँ
gold lane pick is actually pretty darn important, even though that pretty much exposes your win condition.
5
That
साल यार
still gives you a control of how you want to draft in your
अच्छा पिके
second
5
phase
साल
of the pick ban phase.
हाँ अच्छा है फारसा तो
मेरे को लगता है वाइसेस लेंगे अभी ये लोग नहीं बे जंगल में मेरे को लगता है ये जाएगा
You got a Farsa, you got a Daxia immediately
ये बाक्से
within
जाएगा जंगल
your
में
jungles. You got a Franco as well, so they're locking it in for the side of Iron Ryan. You want
हाँ
to challenge Lolzy into this one. You still got the Rock in question. You might be able to pick that up, but I don't know if okay, so Gato is already solidified by Kingdom. There's still the assassins that you might be able to pick up. You got the
इसको को नयाँ से लाइक हान्दिम सब्सक्राइब हान्दिम सेयर गर एपेक्ससँग वाच पार्टी गर्दैछु अब जसले यो गेम जित्छ क्वालिफाई हुन्छ प्लेअफको लागि सो लेट्स सी एन्ड लेट्स सपोर्ट याइको है गाइस
Franco pick is actually okay because most of the time we expected Baxter to go over to the jungle. If they want to last minute kind of turn it around and say, hey, is a Baxia XP, then at least that's still fine. There's still a certain amount of ambiguity from the side of King's lineup. So I'm pretty okay with this. As we move on to look at a Yi Sun-shin pick. So with a Yi Sun-shin pick, we have the probability of seeing a triple marksman composition from KE if they very much want to. Was it them actually?
It was the triple marksman from
गाइस के पिक लिन्छ त लेट्स सी गाइस के पिक लिन्छ यो गेम लास्ट टाइम म्याटर गर्छ जसले जित्यो त्यो क्वालिफाई हुन्छ जो हार्यो त्यो आउट लास्ट क्रुशियल गेम लास्ट गेम
rather pick up the Granger this time around. You want to go full triple marksman, not try to go for a
ban के गर्ला स्मिरला प्रोबेबली ban हुन सक्छ किङडम स्पोर्टको साइडबाट
the option of having the gold lane as well as the roam. Sorry, the XP for the side of Kingdom.
Oh, this is interesting. KE, Icy Frost, and Sam. Okay, in this case, Sammy is not gonna be fooled by
Baxia XP
the
okay
presence of the Baxia.
Baxia XP हुँदैन होला मोस्ट प्रोबेबली किनकि अलरेडी फ्यानी ब्यान छ अनि आएपछि अब प्रोबेबली जोय ब्यान हान्ला फेरि जङ्गललाई मार्क गरिरहेको छ त्यो योङिलले गरेको जस्तो सेम
So banning out the Hayabusa, despite the presence of Baxia,
जो हार्यो त्यो आउट हुन्छ जो जित्छ प्लेअफ
the
पुग्छ
fact that KE is being extra careful about this.
Yeah.
लेन स्लट ब्यान ओके लेन स्लट
I think
केटा बाक्सिया लिइसक्यो त्यही पनि हेर न बाक्सिया र फ्याङ्को लिइसक्यो त्यही पनि अससी नै ब्यान गरिरहेको छ क्या लाइक फेरि बाक्सिया एक्सपी सोचिरहेको छ कि यिनीहरू रेस्पेक्ट ब्यान देखिरहेको छ यहीँको
it's easier to match up against the speed that Ishin Shin brings to the table. You're able to
MASARAP could you make Apex my name? Apex is currently mute मा छ guys, mute मा छ.
Fast rotating mid lane trio. You've also got the passive coming in from Franco that gives you additional movement speed. So I'm not too worried about that one. Go a little bit more on the traditional route.
MPL player को लागि क्वालिफाई कि MPL को लागि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ. MPL player को लागि किनकि अलरेडी रेगुलर सिजन सकिसक्यो नि त त्यही भएर MPL player को लागि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ. गाइस स्ट्रिम शेयर हाल्न मिल्छ भने स्टोरी तिर हाल. लाइक हाल्नु नबिर्सनु केटा हो. 1000 लाइक त पुग्दैन होला 800 हाल्दिनु न त.
Lacking of the mid laner and the gold lane, so I think it makes
Let's
sense
go
them
for
to kind of
800 likes.
secure the mid laner first, just so that they have the final
45
call
like
last
more
minute.
needed.
What is the gold laner they're gonna fight, and thus being able to have a
त्यहाँबाट हार्लोड मोस्को ब्यान छ.
better counter pick versus Kings. So at this point in time, is very front to back, right?
Yahiko good in utility. Yes guys, Yahiko can play any hero. उसको most comfort hero चाहिँ assassin हो.
Very good for survivability when it comes down to brilliance, and of course a very good way to shred these tanky front lines such as the Baxia as well as the Franco. I do like that a lot.
बाक्सिया mostly बाक्सिया जंगल नै हुन्छ केटा. पेन लग्यो तबाट.
Not thinking of that.
Yeah, interesting.
But it works.
So if they're forcing KSG to go into the position where the Joy is picked up. If the Joy is picked up, then the Bane makes a lot of sense. But you know, it's quite difficult because once the boxer comes into the picture, Bane needs a lot of time to come online. The power spike really comes through when the Holy Crystal is built up. So unless the green crystal is in possession, in Grant's possession, then I don't think KSG is worried too much. That is pretty much the mid to late game kind of a role that they want to play. With the way that I think the aggressiveness that Kings wants to bring to the table with their own draft, you got the Granger
बेन गोल्ड यस गाइस बेन गोल्ड हुन्छ मोस्टली किनकि अलरेडी यताको साइडबाट वाइएसएस र किमी भइसक्यो दुईटा मार्क्सम्यान अलरेडी भइसक्यो त्यही भएर तीनटा मार्क्सम्यान खेल्ने ग्याम्बल गर्दैन
everyone knows their place.
ल गाइस बाक्सिया जङ्गलले भयो लापो एक्सट्री फ्र्याङ्को रोम याइको इन बाक्सिया याइको इज प्लेइङ बाक्सिया है गाइस अनि बङको ग्रान्जर त बवाल नै छ अहिलेको गेमले गर्दा नर्भसै नभयो भने थियो यो बङ पनि के ओपनको पिक त यो पिक मेटा पिक नै हो केटा बवाल नै छ बाक्सिया र फ्र्याङ्कोको राम्रै छ केटा यसपालि केटाहरूले फ्र्याङ्को र ग्रान्जरको लागि खेल्दैछ फ्र्याङ्कोको अब बाक्सियासँग फ्र्याङ्कोलाई हुकार्न सजिलो नै हुन्छ क्या ट्याङ्की जङ्गलहरू भयो भने फ्र्याङ्कोलाई हुकार्न सजिलो हुन्छ
So double fighter side lanes, well, Bane is not exactly well, he is a fighter slash mage kind of thing, octopus thingy. But you know, coming off of Davy Jones' lock to pull out the X-Borg, I think it's a answer towards the bloody hunt that Iron Ryan will bring out. Once the Firaga armor pops, that's a little iframes that X-Borg can use to get away safe. So you want to be able to taunt out the bloody hunt and the suppression so that they can just gun everyone down from the back. So both these two teams
Let's drop some alive. Your team को power लाई रहे तर X-Borg, XP, audience लापो probably बाक्सिया भएर नि होला. Let's see guys कसरी execute गर्छ यो draft.
If they pass the 12-minute mark, I think Kingdom Esports might have a better shot at winning. The Bane just does a lot of damage.
Guys, let's support our Yahiko, हैन? Last game हो. Last series यो गेम जित्यो भने डाइरेक्टली क्वालिफाई टु प्ले अफ हार्यो भने आउट हुन्छ एमपीएल सिंगापुरबाटै लेट्स गो गेम 1 टिम किङ्स एससी भर्सेस किङडम स्पोर्ट गेम 1 ब्लूबाट स्टार्ट गरेछ बाक्साले वाइस्टर्न ब्लूबाट स्टार्ट गरिरहेछ फ्र्याङ्को माथि छ ओके बेनलाई हुकार्न खोज्दैछ कि हो and छोडे फ्र्याङ्को फेरि झर्दैछ लिथोमा के गर्छ लिथोमा इन्गेज गर्न लागिरहेछ दुईटा टिमले घाटो किमीले हल्का झर्ने हान्छ ओ माई गड किमी दुईटा फ्लिकर बेस भयो नि त्यताबाट वाइएसएस सिधै हाम्रो माथिको बफमा गएको छ
He uses the wings by wings just to get in reposition and immediately gets stunned up by FMM.
So
mid मा हेल्प गरिदिरहेछ ओके रेड नखाइकिन गाटो लान खोज्दैछ क्या हो रहेछ यार यहाँको फार्म हल्का ढिलो भयो नि त्यसरी
still so good. They manages to show themselves, or rather show the opponents, hey, look, we can play very aggressive. You have a boxer, you have the timing. We can out-time you too.
I think that also One Boy Reborn is going to have a difficult time against Insanity because the Lapu is not going to hold himself well against this true damage coming in from the X-Borg. Pretty much a substitute for a C.
But अहिले त बेटर हुँदैन गाइस फर्स्ट अर्डर हेरौँ के हुन्छ फर्स्ट अर्डरले गेम डिसाइड गर्छ यिनीहरूले ओइ हुक त लभली हान्यो तर फ्र्याङ्कको मर्यो नि त यार यहीको नि मर्छ क्या ओए मर्यो यार यहीको ओइ नाइस फ्लिकर गयो लापुको तर फर्स्ट अर्डर अपोनेन्टले किङडमले पायो
So at this point 0-1 Turtle going to Yawn. Kingdom Esports have got a pretty good start right off.
फ्र्याङ्कोले हल्का सेफ खेल्नु पर्छ क्या फ्लिकर छैन नि त पनि छान्ने हान्छ फ्र्याङ्को प्लेयरहरूले अहिले फेरि कुमार मुभमेन्ट चाहिँ नहोस् ना यार गाइस फार्सा मर्यो मिड क्लियर गर्न लास्ट गाह्रो भइरहेछ फ्र्याङ्कोको यही प्रब्लम हो अपोनेन्टको किमीहरू छ भने मिड क्लियर गर्ने गाह्रो हुन्छ
and it boggles my mind because Kingdom Esports should technically be slightly slower in terms of rotation. It should be in a reactive kind of situation rather than Kings. But
Guys, Farsa is still 3 level. Gato Goro 4 pizza. Already under box. Flicker Lapu. Oh, lovely yaar Lapu. Oh my god. Wait, 1 HP. Nice, nice try, bomb. Nice try.
Only a sliver of health on the side of
बेन मोर चाहिँ क्या हो बेन मोर होला
just by a
आ फ्लिकर गयो नाइस ट्रेड
necessary flicker, Grant, but hey, whatever it is.
मर्छ नाइस यार
Coming onto Grant, low damage, suppression onto
ती मिठो तर फ्र्याङ्कको मर्यो नि त बेनले किल पायो
Is going to be a very aggressive plays from Kings SG. They are just trying to get
It's a good trade till now.
at this point in time.
Goal धेरै डिफरेन्स छैन
Here and there. They managed to kind of
रेन्जर किन हो मर्छ लाइरहेको छ केटा हो
I think that is pretty okay.
ठिक छ याइकोले भिजन देखाइदिन्छ
On a pretty good road.
Taking a look at itemizations. Already this Ranger, 3 minutes on the clock, has his first item, Power Spike. Immediately this Bane going for the Holy Crystal.
He's running.
ओए लभली हो मिठो क्यार मिठो मजा आयो हेरेर
He's missed not a lot of hooks that I can count though. He's making it count.
I didn't quite understand that one. So that doesn't mean that he...
मिठो हो के केटा मिठो
So far I would say he's hitting the like right hooks at the right times.
Okay.
कच्चा वाइसको 7 लेभल छ लापुले जोन त हान्नु ट्राई गर्छ लापुको फ्लिकर त छैन यार नाइस यार रिट्री ग्याप लेट्स गो रिट्री ग्याप जुत्न खोजेर नि गार्डहरूले एकछिन बङ कहाँबाट आएको
The kill for that will take
Nah,
credit
yeah.
for that kill as Jinsani tries to pull everyone back out of the way. Yahiko takes the purple buff away, and Bong is still safe and well, matching up the space that Grant wants to bring to the table. There's a Holy Crystal, and that's a big power spike from this Bane.
Yep. As such, it does seem like Kings has...
ओए लभली गाइस यस्तै हो क्या बेन र बेन र बाक्सिया र फ्र्याङ्कोको कम्बो बाक्सियाले यस्तो सिसी हान्छ फ्र्याङ्कोले हुँदैन क्या
The magic crystal, or rather the holy crystal, is not going to get him too far for now. He's still got quite some ways to go. First item...
Guys, like and make me call like and arts and like like say get off. Make sure to like the stream.
Getting out of the barrel, because it's like shooting fish in a barrel, at least for the side of Iron Ryan.
Taking the look at the itemizations right here. You got the Bane already immediately built up the Holy Crystal in 5-minute mark. That's going to start that rotation going. Kingdom Esports wants to utilize this Bane a little bit more in team fight. So very apt that the turtle is spawning up on that top side in next 50 seconds. As King SG needs to be able to find a way to deal and handle with that Bane to make it a non-factor in the late game.
Frankly, skin use गरे भने त्यो हल्का उक्ला पनि तान पर्यो
Opportunities for Kingdom Esports because they actually do have pretty good answers to a couple of problems that is posed from Kings to Kingdom, right? One of the main things that we look out for is always going to be the feathered airstrike. Do they have an answer to it? Well, generally having the Sharks will always help them relocate that faster. Otherwise, he's just going to eat the entire thing.
We're slowing things down 10 seconds until the next turn of the game spawns up. This is going
Xbox ले दुखाउन त दुखाउँछ यार बाक्सियाले वार एक्स आछ छैन यसको चोरको Xbox को पहिला सिल निकाल पर्छ केटाहरुले
the turtle pit, but it's still a stalemate at this point. The Kings and the Kingdom are actually quite even this time around.
Is quite literally, well, teetering on a breaking point right now. Literally, you just have to make the
guys total fight हुने वाला छ लापुलाई हेरौं ल पकडेन यार बेनले अल्ट हान्दिरा यार ग्याङ जित्नु पर्यो केटाहरुले लापु मर्यो होला उता क्यू एक्स पछाडी मार ल मार यार याइकोले बाचे पनि ओइ नाइ यार फ्र्याङ्क पनि मर्यो ओ माय गॉड ब्याड ट्रेड यार केटा
with Drinsanity picking up a
really bad trade. Out only गयो तीन जना मर्यो यता केटाहरुको
with 2 kills over to Drinsanity. I think that so far Drinsanity didn't really have a lot of impact, but in this game it seems like he's getting himself out there.
Bong no more flicker. Flicker beat भयो बिचाराको
Core resource already utilized.
well, that is double movement spell from Bong. Both the flicker as well as the single dash. Grant make his way all the way down to the bottom lane. I think that he did manage to take a little bit small chunk away from the T1 turret. But so far, none of these teams have managed to take any of these turrets just yet. But I think that this is eventually kind of thing.
It's a taunt onto Yahiko. Grant does not have the damage
बेनले फेरि
now.
लेट गेममा नि गाइस अति ड्यामेज छ के बेनको लेट गेममा झ्याउ हुन्छ
Towards that bottom side, wherever Grant is, they need to be able to find a way to control him. 50 seconds until the Lord spawns up. What is Kingdom's play? They have the upper hand. They have 2,000 gold lead, but how do they extend it?
I think that at this point in time, to extend it, they're just gonna have to be a little bit more aggressive. They do have a lineup that really allows them to pop off in the mid stages of the game. So I think right now, just don't be
गेम चेन्जिङ हुँछ क्या खडा गेम चेन्जिङ ल हाम्रो फ्र्याङ्कको फ्रिज बेट भयो नि त यार मान्छे त मर्दैन नि ठिक छ
But won't be enough. The hook doesn't land when it counts and matters the most. But Yahiko still busy cleaning up that wave, trying to match the tempo that Yawn brings to the table.
Speaking of tempo,
बटको टरेट छ फुट्छ ओइ बङ मरे यार केटा हो
Great AOG into the flicker.
काटक मार्ने
Is taken out, but Kingdom Esports, they got
काटक
what they
मर्छ
came for. Grant just free hitting on the
बुनबुन
backside.
ल गायबै भयो त यार कता टाइम जानेको
The daily catch will be released once again. The shark bait will not be able to
फ्लिकर गयो बेनको
take any more down, but they got what they came for. They took out the marksman and they have their eyes set on that Lord.
A small little inch to victory, because one of the other ways that they can inch closer to a wide amount of gold gap gotta have to be these objective plays. Because we're currently 9 minutes in, and the only objective that we saw is the standing objective rather is down in the bottom lane. Only a single T1. They haven't gotten anything in the top lane. They haven't gotten anything in the middle lane. Technically speaking, they don't have a player or a hero that can do a lot of cross-map plays. In the meantime, Kings SG, they have Yahiko that is playing as the box here. He can respond a lot faster. So Kingdom Esports, they can always look for a strategy to either number one, catch on the Yahiko.
Guys, let's see के हुन्छ फर्स्ट अर्डर के हुँदैन
Of these turret takedowns.
The early game potential that Kings SG
रेन्जरको स्ट्याक कति छ 10 स्ट्याक हो कि के हो स्काइपर सुरमा
It's 10 minutes on the clock. Yawn
बङ हल्का टिल्टेड नै छ जस्तो
Lord marches down on the bottom side, able to get that chunk down. Bong needs to keep himself safe. I think he has a huge red target on his back, and Kingdom Esports wants to try to isolate him.
So now with all of the T1 turret taken down, this is more than enough control for Kingdom Esports to be able to make full use of all of these waves that kind of move past the lanes, or rather move past the jungle. Heroes such as Yawn and so as Grant, they're going to be able to make full use of all of these real estate to hyper farm themselves up. But then, of course, the question kind of remains, who is the pause one? In this case, I still kind of put it onto the Yisunshin, being the jungle.
Xbox ले good pick यार Xbox अति पोलिरहेछ Xbox Malefic आयो हाम्रो बङ ब्रोको
insurance policy later on.
Yeah, it's very late game. It's sort of like a double mage that Kingdom Esports has. If they get a little bit too close and try to force a skirmish, I think Bane can just easily use the daily cash to get out of the way. And also as a teamfight disruption mechanic coming in from Kingdom Esports. Taking a look at the itemizations, it does look like the Granger is easier, finds it much easier to build on those 3 core items. But then for the side of Bane, he's only got a Holy Crystal and he's got the Blood Wings, so he's got a little bit more defensive. Gotten a little bit more.
के छन् गाइस भ्याउँछ अब बङको ड्यामेज लाग्नु पर्यो
penetration
किनकि अब ट्याङ्की हाइपरमा त त्यस्तो केही गर्न सक्दैन लेट गेममा
to his hits. You got a Mountain Shocker just to give a little bit more vision. But what is your
Bongo
thoughts on
damage
this? How can Kings come back into this
Bongo
game?
damage.
At this point in time, Kings, they need to possibly set up a trap, right?
Malefic Sky र Hunter त आएको छ अन्त
really works for them is that they have got Ryzen, right? Being the artillery mage can deal a huge chunk of damage over to the front lines. But other than that, they don't have very good ways to actually chunk down the front lines in a form of shred. So other than just going for front to back, they need to be able to snipe down the back lines, because that is 2 marksmen on the side of Kingdom, and Grant is a glass cannon. So as long as the Feathered Airstrike is able to land all 4 strikes onto crucial heroes, she's just gonna be a bruiser.
Boy, Yahiko to card there.
Great taunt and stop. Yahiko gets taken down by the hands of Yon. They're
Oh
pushing
my
the
god.
situation a little bit more. That's the bravest fighter already utilizing Kingdom Esports. They're
Hello,
all
hello,
fine
hello,
and
hello.
dandy, strong and healthy.
भाई
Making a beeline
इधर तो
towards that
गांड फट रही है
war.
भाई.
No contest from Kings.
क्या चल रहा है भाई? 6000 की लीड की हुई है भाई. 7000 की है तो.
They are at 6.4 thousand
No.
gold deficit, so
क्या?
maybe
Gold
actually
69?
not, because the gold deficit is a little bit too
पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है.
big. So the only other ways that I can
Bakshia.
realistically suggest to Kings SG is to wait to the
अरे
point that
बहन जो
Yahiko is
बॉर पिक तो पूरा
finally
मार ही
able
रहा
to
होगा
get
बॉर पे तो.
level 15. So some of
और
these
मार तो रहा है
lanes,
बॉल.
all of these allocations
बाक्सिया को
should
तो ऐसे ही
still
दे देगा
go
वो
over
तो.
to Yahiko just so that he gets level 15, having the
नौकत भी
ability to
नहीं है इनके
steal
पास
Lord for a
बॉर को मारने के
potential
लिए.
comeback play. Bong and Ryzen can eventually get their items as the time slowly counts down, but EXP is really important.
A fat wave marching down the bottom side. Lord taking control of the top. That's a charge onto the turret. Insanity holding on to the last Insanity as the fair airstrike.
अरे भाई क्या डैमेज है?
Ryan takes so much damage from
One shot हो गया tank. What the fuck?
Man, oh man, this is Kingdom Esports showing up in
करेगा
the
बेन
late
पे.
game. Score
हाँ
69.
फ्लिकर
There's
पे.
not too much.
अरे वही.
Almost barely making it out. What is this game?
क्या हो रहा है भाई?
While in the meantime, the top lane
इन्हीं
turret
इन्हीं
seems like it's
इन्हीं
going down to a
टॉप का तो गया.
all-time low as well. While in the meantime,
बचेगा नहीं
लाप पे भी मरेगा.
From
और
Brand,
डैमेज.
अरे
seal
ये
the
मार
deal
चूदी.
onto that lap.
अरे अल्टी नहीं था क्या?
Able to use that wings by wings to fly all the way out. The deadly catch is starting to hurt. And Kingdom
मिनियन
Esports
तो नहीं आ रहा है अब
waiting
तक.
for the minions to come through. But you know the damage is done. Kings
खत्म है.
SG really
हाँ वही लग रहा है.
were unable to
खत्म है भाई.
control this
9000 की
game.
लीड में
Scale
कैसे
out of
करेगी
control,
डिफेंड?
and
बॉर
he's
से
got
कुछ
his
कर भी नहीं
core
पाएगा
items,
यार को
and
तो.
this makes him such
I
a
mean,
big
बॉल
threat.
I think the
बाक्सिया
main
लेके
thing
तो.
is they lack a solid control from the anchor, being Iron Ryan as a Franco.
नाइस फिर भी
Needs
होल्ड
to
कर रहे हैं
really
थोड़ा
tag
थोड़ा.
on to Ryzen and keep Ryzen
मिड
safe
पे
from
गया.
anything aside from the Shark. Because
दोनों
Shark, you
दो ही
can't
नहीं
do
गया.
anything about a Shark as a
नेक्स्ट लॉट
Pharsa.
डिफेंड नहीं होने वाला.
Pharsa can't just throw out ultimates when people are not within her range. And I think that that's actually a very difficult thing to do, but
ये लोग को
unfortunately,
वाइस से किमी का पिक ऑफ नहीं. किमी और बेन पे दोनों में फ्लिकर नहीं है.
repel people out of their base. He needs to
फ्लिकर नहीं है बट पिकअप करना भी हार्ड ही है भाई. फ्लिकर नहीं है फ्रैंको के पास.
as a matter of fact. So far,
नहीं ये
I've seen
बाक्सिया ही कर
of
पाएगा
those
और कुछ नहीं कर
bandit
पाएगा.
airstrikes
कोई नहीं
which
कर
have
पाएगा और
got
तो.
zero value. Because
बिल्ड
people are
क्या
just
है ये
outside of the
बहन
zone
चोद.
or puts into feather airstrike
किसका
and then
build?
immediately wings by wings out.
I echo you.
Farsa का.
It's sort of like this burst Farsa
Divine
just
क्यों नहीं है
suddenly
इसके
became
पास?
a utility Farsa, and you're
ये
using the
बैकलाइन मारने के लिए
fire
लिया है
airstrike sort of like
सिर्फ.
a rope
फ्रंट लाइन कोई मार ही नहीं
manipulation,
पाएगा
trying to,
इनका.
Just
कोई नहीं मार
fully
पाएगा.
zone.
out the way.
Yeah, just fully zone. You don't
ये
put
इसने
out
जो बिल्ड बनाया है ये
artilleries,
सिर्फ
but not
बैकलाइन पे
very big fan
चलेगा.
of that. Because you can
फ्रंट
dish out
मारने
a
का तो
lot of
ग्रेंजर का
damage
तो नहीं आएगा
within a
डैमेज.
वॉन्ग
very
भी
short amount of time.
ग्रैंजर
As compared to
बीओडी बनाया है
the
उसने.
real world manipulation is a long-term control effect. So they have
डैमेज नहीं है.
very
नहीं मरेगा ये बॉल.
different
ये
usage.
एक्स बॉल और ये
It kind
गटो
of
तो
seems
मरेगा ही नहीं
similar,
देख तू.
but you
हाँ
don't
वही.
burst with RWM, but you do burst with feather airstrike.
अभी तो बेन को भी
फारसा
मारना
पे
है.
लोग एमपीएल पे पता है सेकंड आइटम डिवाइन बनाते हैं.
हाँ पता है वो.
पता नहीं इसने क्यों नहीं बनाया.
Kingdom
Yahiko ने freeze डाला हुआ है.
right into the face of
बॉल का शील्ड निकल जाता तो हो जाता था.
It does seem as though Kings SG
थोड़ा
want
तो
to
काम
go
तो
for
हो
a
जाता.
little bit something, but Yahiko is one level different from Yon. It is still a
फ्रैंको
that they
फ्रैंको
can
का
try because
क्या
they
बिल्ड
already
है?
have got top
पता
lane
नहीं.
and the middle lane
फ्रैंको
and
तो
the
विंटर वाला
taken
होगा
down. They
100%.
gotta
हाँ
try
विंटर ही
something
है.
right here right now, especially since it's just a tap into level
अरे
5.
नहीं नहीं खत्म है खत्म है.
लौका हो गया. लैंड हो गया पूरा. खत्म खत्म भाई.
अरे बॉर्ग मारा तो. मर गया क्या बॉर्ग? अरे बॉर्ग मरता तो अच्छा. ओए हुक मारा हुक मारा. नाइस 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 नाइस. यार के पास फ्रीज तो है. फ्रीज मारा.
नहीं मुश्किल है भाई.
हाँ मर गया मर गया मर गया. इंडे इंडे इंडे.
So with two of the front
This
line
guys
down from the side of King SG, is gonna be left
First
with
game
a
तो
single
सबके.
backup player,
बेन साथ
and
है
that is
पिक हुआ क्या?
Iron Ryan that will always be sticking next to Ryzen.
Wes
Nothing that they can do about this, but to try to
नहीं
keep
साथ में तो नहीं है.
गट्टू मर गया क्या? गट्टू नहीं है. इमोर्टल है.
इंडे इंडे.
Enough. That's game number 1 over to the kingdom.
First game.
Seems like a game that is
Kitchen guys, other Vita game bikes are reverse sweep.
for Kingdom Esports.
Pretty dominant through the mid to late game.
Kitchen guys.
They played it to the T.
अभी वही Shiford minute पे.
Second lost his life, but you know he's got a huge target on his back.
अरे
They knew the
ये
gameplay,
पीछे कर
but they
थोड़ा सा.
weren't able.
हाँ बस 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 अरे ज्यादा चला गया तो चलेगा रुक जा
क्या हुआ
बस रुक रुक कुछ देखा मैंने लगता है
Through the mid to late game, they knew their power spikes. They played it to the T. Grant, unfortunately, in the last second, lost his life. But you know, he's got a huge target on his
कोई
back. They knew the game
बीच का उंगली दिखाया क्या उसने देख
पॉज करता हुए
he's got a
Yo,
नहीं नहीं
epic.
आई थिंक रुक 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 पॉज करता हुआ ही टाइम
lost his life. But you know,
क्या है जीत गए?
नहीं बीच का नहीं है ना
क्या
नहीं
कर
है
रहा है देख
नहीं है
याही को
बीच
देख क्या बॉब देख क्या कर रहा है ये याही को
बीच का नहीं है
के गरे? के गर्यो? के भयो?
क्या
भुनच के
कोरियो
भयो?
कोरियो देख रहा तो खुद ही
क्या?
एक 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 हान्यो किङडमले
एक अन्त एक देखाएको? को हो त्यो?
त्यो किङडमको प्लेयर
बट इंटेंशन तो यही है वही है ना
यही है ना एमवीपी मारा यही है ना वो दिखाने वाला
हाँ
अरे भाई
बट इंटेंशन तो वही था ना
नहीं फिंगर दूसरा था
देखाओ एक जीती मतलब देखा वो एक जीता देखा है वो क्या बोल रहा है
दिखा दिखा बॉब देख देख
देखो तो फिर वही
he's got a huge target on his
इंडेक्स फिंगर है
यहाँ वही
वन मोर गेम रिमेनिंग
he's got
वो देख वन मोर बोला है देख
लौड़े
वन मोर भनेको छ म डिप रिड गरिदिन्छु ब्याक गर न हल्का हेरे वन मोर गेम वन मोर गेम देखा
नहीं नहीं कुछ
ए मैं रीड कर सकता हूं डिप अरे बॉक्स क्या गिराया
अबे ये पहले तो उसको मेट को ये पुल योरसेल्फ टुगेदर क्यों लाता है पुल योरसेल्फ टुगेदर क्यों
भाई प्रैंक को
नहीं ये समझ रहा हूँ मैं इसने इधर भी लेके आया ये
प्रैंक को भाई
तो ये पसंद है एक बंदे को पुल योरसेल्फ टुगेदर पसंद है
अरे बात है तो क्या है
पसंद है भाई पुल योरसेल्फ टुगेदर तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है
क्या फारता पे
नहीं
तो रोम पे है ना वो तो अच्छा पुल योरसेल्फ तो
फ्रैंक ये इस पे खेल रहे क्या
ये आखिरी में बहनचोद क्या है एक सेकंड रुक अबे ये तो बकवास आइटम है क्योंकि
इमो ही डाल लेते हैं
हाँ इमो डालता बेटर होता बट उससे तो कुछ खास फर्क पड़ता नहीं बस वो एक गलत आइटम है बट अगर सही भी बना दे तो क्या फर्क पड़ता उससे मेन गेम तो हार ही चुके थे
DHS है किमी पे
ये तो सब बिल्ड यही बना रहे देखना सब ये लोग यही बिल्ड बना रहे
अभी तो 2 मैजिक डैमेज तो कंपलसरी हो रहा है सब टीम का एंटिक तो नहीं बना रहा होगा मैजिक ही बना रहा होगा
So far, Yahiko is probably, like one of the most outstanding players of the team. High amount of kill participation, massive amount of damage taken, as well as when it comes to damage dealt.
अगरा था डिमोटिवेट हो गया क्या वो
अर्ली गेम दिखा ना अर्ली गेम मैंने देखा ही नहीं अर्ली गेम दिखा ना
लगता है डिमोटिवेट हो गया था वो
किसी ने बोल दिया क्या कुछ
यही को ने बोल दिया क्या एमएससी टाइप
They can also go down to timing
माचिक
play.
ने
Baxia is a hero that can really invade the opponents pretty and very effectively. So if they realizes that, hey, look, we are definitely winning in lanes, or rather we're definitely winning in mid, we are able to just gain access to the opponent's jungle, we can steal some information, and in the meantime, steal Ricky as well, why not?
Wait, MASARAP.
आज
बेलुकी रोब्लॉक्स खेल्दिउँ म टीम बिल्डिङ सिनर्जी
Right now, Lawsy knows that if Franco's not in the picture,
त्यो कुन चाहिँ गेम थियो रे त्यो 4-5 जना
भाई कौन बन गया भाई वही ना 2 फ्लिकर बेट हो गया था अर्ली पे
रुक रुक पीछे कर अरे मादर चोद ब्लॉक करने गए थे ये क्या हो गया
if Franco's not in the picture, so he wants to go for the aggressive.
लेवल 2 हो गया वो थोड़ा और पीछे करिए फ्रैंको क्या कर रहा था कहाँ था ये फ्रैंको लेवल 2 कैसे नहीं हुआ फ्रैंको पीछे का
फ्रैंको ऊपर था ऊपर गोल्डन
अच्छा गोल्डन पे स्टिक किया था
इधर देखना लोड इधर देख
तो ये चल रहा था देखते हैं
बट वो लोग को टोटल पे लेना चाहिए था क्या क्योंकि कीमी था ना उधर
पता नहीं मैं देखा ही नहीं अर्ली गेम
नहीं अभी अभी लिथो पे लेना चाहता है क्या फाइट
एक बास्के से तो लेते ही है यूजुअली स्ट्रांग होता है बास्के
बट इधर का तो फ्रैंको एंड फारसा है ना मिड लेन पे
मतलब फारसा तो अच्छी है काफी बट वो था भी हीरो भी तो वो गटोट पे पिक ऑफ लेने का ट्राई करे ना अच्छा उसने रिवाइटलाइज भी नहीं मारा ऐसे ही पेल दिया
रुकना फिर से गाटो पे जाएगा ये लोग है ना अभी मिड पे आएगा हाँ यो म्यूट मत
अरे वो ही नहीं कॉम्बो नहीं हुआ देख पीछे कर
फ्रैंको नहीं
यूजुअली अभी पता है बास्के के साथ क्यों लेते हैं ये फ्रैंको
तो वो तो वही हो
टर्न मारता है और फिर हुक करता है ना तो देख हुक हुआ ही नहीं वो गटोट अभी देख
हाँ वो फ्रैंको ने आगे मार दिया देख ना तू
हाँ वही तो
किधर
मिनी मैप में दिख रहा है हुक नहीं हुआ कनेक्ट
क्यों नहीं मारा वो
ना इधर तो बादशाह का कितना टाइम वेस्ट हो गया देख ना
अभी बोलेगा लोड़े नहीं खेलूंगा टैंक के लिए
बहुत टाइम वेस्ट हो गया
बट ये फ्रैंको स्किन भी नहीं लगा है भाई स्किन लगा
ये भाई ये तो वो रैंडम ट्रियो में आते हैं ना एकदम
हाँ
फ्लिकर देते जो
हाँ स्किन भी देखना है
नहीं हां अपोनेंट को कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाए भाई इसका तो नहीं लगेगा वो
Yeah, it's gonna be a mid as well. We see the Imperial
वो
Rage
लेजेंड
already
में हो रहा है
built
भाई
up. There's gonna be the
अभी फिर से मर गया
That's the
फ्लिकर नहीं तो गार्ड में से देखो लोड़ेगा यही को क्या बचेगा भाई
पीछे का थोड़ा और पीछे का ना थोड़ा और पीछे का नहीं क्या था और पीछे एकदम पीछे का ना और एकदम और
Yeah, it's gonna be a mage bane as well. We see the Imperial Rage already built up. There's gonna be the magic wand coming in.
यार मैं बैकअप देने देखना वो कुत्ता
Iron Ryan goes down. Yahiko next on.
बॉर को देखना भाई फ्लिकर मारूंगा
Situation a little bit too much. Yahiko tries
अच्छा फिर भी नहीं मार पाया अच्छा लेवल 3 में फ्लिकर मारा है मदर टू
and maybe that's apt to his name.
So at this point,
लापू जीत रहा है
गेम स्टार्ट हुआ था ना
Kingdom Esports have got a pretty good start right
मेरे को मत चेक कर दो
small little fight down at the
सुधा
bottom,
ना
but
ये
it's not
चैट
gonna do anything
मार को
for
फोन
either
कर
one of them. Is really just a wet noodles fight at this point in time.
अरे
गेम बात है ना बात
अरे भाई मर गया यार
हाँ हाँ सोचो होला मेरो आज स्ट्रीम को टाइम हेरे त
नहीं खेलना उसको रोब लो
स्ट्रीम कति घण्टा अगाडि गएर हेरे त मैले चेक हान त
तिमीले भन न
तिमी हेर न भ्युजबाट मेरो 1 भ्युज ये मस्त पकड़ा है लापू ने
पीछे
अबे लोड़े भाई
इधर गटोट मरना चाहिए था गटोट के उड़ी मारेगा अभी
पर लापू ने मस्त पकड़ा है भाई
फारसा लेवल 3 है
3 मिनट में लेवल ग्रेंजर भाई क्या है
ये देखना ग्रैंडर किल ही नहीं मिला भाई क्या टैंक है लोड़ा काटो
सच में भाई
वन एच था फिर भी भाई क्या है
नंबर का लोड़ा है बेंच
फर्स्ट गेम देख सबसे फर्स्ट गेम जो गटो ने याहिको के साथ किया
पता नहीं नर्फ क्यों नहीं हो रहा इतने टाइम से
एक लेवल पे रेड बफ ले गया बस
ओए ये क्या
बफ हो गया यार वो
शुरू को गेम फर्स्ट गेम
ये लोग ने तो ये देख कमबैक तो कर दिया अरे रिकॉल दिखाया है कौन था वो
फ्रैंको था फ्रैंको पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है फ्रैंको नेसेसरी नहीं था ये
अरे फ्लिकर मार दिया फ्रैंको ने
हां फ्लिकर हट दिया
ऑलरेडी दे दिया
नेसेसरी नहीं था वो
उसने दिखाया मुझे लगा याहिको ने किया या मरने से पहले कर दिया होगा
अच्छा मर भी गया फ्रैंको अरे मां
मर गया ना अरे भाई से नहीं
भाई फर्स्ट गेम हार गया भाई ये रिप्ले ये मुझे वैसे फर्स्ट गेम खत्म है रिप्ले
किसने पीटा
एक किंगडम स्पोर्ट एक्सबॉक्स ने हाँ वो तो मस्त था वो तो चलो भाई गेम स्टार्ट होने वाला
टॉप पे जा क्यों नहीं रहे लोग मिड पे क्यों बैठे
भाई रिप्ले अभी बोल के क्या करेगा
And Joe dudes.
गलत बात है भाई.
Got it. So you gotta close your eyes where you cast.
भाई broken walls. Broken walls. Broken walls सबसे मस्त हीरो कौन सा है?
And when it comes down to broken walls, I think
Broken.
quality of life. I can now.
सबसे मस्त हीरो.
कुछ भी बोलता है लोड़े कुछ भी.
But yeah, I do agree with you.
ग्रॉग दीवार लगा देता ना साले अच्छा तो ग्रॉग दीवार लगा देगा उधर.
नहीं हाँ हाँ. बढ़िया. बल्कि ग्रॉग गंदा है वो ब्रोकन वॉल में. खलीद अच्छा है. खलीद बहुत अच्छा है. हिल्डा खलीद.
अच्छा जो कांस्टेंट इनविड
KSG in these and Jin. I
Hmm.
think
Natalia
KSG
आता है.
kind of wins games. You have so much more flexibility in side lanes.
Of course, I think that when it comes down to this, there's a very specific gameplay.
इधर भैया एनी एंजेला सीसी दे दिया फिर से.
Win in the early stages.
सीसी तो लेगा ये लोग फिर इनको बदले में क्या मिलेगा अभी वायसेस लेंगे ये लोग.
वायसेस मिलेगा किमी भी मिलेगा.
वायसेस और किमी लेंगे मेरे को लग रहा है.
And very clear, I would say very.
तेरे को एंजेला मेड अच्छा लगा?
That can't go wrong.
मेरे को भी नहीं लगा.
There is no flexibility in CC at all. Okay, maybe there is.
Gato Kimi.
वायसेस नहीं लिया.
But CC openings are good because every game that's
क्या ये?
that's tanks to shred.
ओए मतलब यो एपिक स्मॉल है ना इसको डिस्कॉर्ड में है ना मूव.
वो टिल्ट हो गए गटो से सुबह.
ये वो जो.
और इन्होंने ने फर्स्ट पिक मादर चोद.
भाई ये चैनल है.
अगर याइको ने बोला ये मार्च ने मेरे को नहीं दिखना चाहिए. नहीं खेलूं. अबे सुखी नो बंदा.
वाह. अरे जूसिन ड्रॉप.
Juicing is just
ड्रॉप ले लिया मैंने बोला था.
natural lane to lane counter.
वायसेस मिल गया.
Fusion gets picked up by the hands of Kings.
Another possibility for
ड्रॉप
the
वो जो दीवार का वो ले उधर से अल्ट मारेगा ना सीधा. और टाइप
when it comes down
लोड़े
to
ऐसा नहीं
double
होता.
fighters in the top lane or the bottom lane, they have
दीवार
also
का होल
managed
बहुत
to pick up
छोटा है
a
ग्रॉक को
Kata for
निकलने के
themselves.
लिए.
So I think that that's actually a really nice
यार
thing.
अंदर जाने के लिए तो बड़ा ही है ना.
Keep KE on their toes. Which
बस
one?
गलत
Which
साउंड कर
direction
रहा
are
है
they
रेंज पे
actually
छोड़.
going for? And based on the bans that KE is looking at, then maybe
Nance
cater
not ban. Good
themselves
ban. Good
towards
ban.
whatever that they
हाया
are
भी बैन कर
trying
दो
to
गाइस. हाया भी बैन
understand
कर दो.
patterns.
So banning out the landslot,
Please
picking up the
KSG
Isshin, banning the landslot is
KSG
a
coach.
smart move for
Please ban
KSG
Hayabusa.
because now we kind of know that Kingdom Esports wants to be able to put Yon in a comfortable
Bosra.
position, but then you know with the Grok,
हाया बोसरा और जॉय.
Yon has played the Ikai before.
I think हाया वो जॉय बैन करेंगे.
Too comfortable with it.
हाया को तो गटोट काउंटर करता है.
We talked about this. Like if you're an assassin main, just put your members in a very comfortable position. So just put him in an
Lance के ना
assassin.
एक ही कर
whoever
सकते हैं.
comfortable
हाया
with that,
करना
at
चाहिए.
least he's able to
जॉय
perform
करना
on
चाहिए.
these kinds of heroes.
So at this
Joy?
KE
हाया
decided
तो
to
गटोट
go
रोक
for
देगा ना
bans
भाई.
on the Arlot as technically understandable.
जॉय को कैसे
you must
रोकेगा?
have an XP
देख जॉय किया.
right? So just ban out all the
सीधा
XP
किया
units,
भाई
we'll see
सीधा
what
किया.
will be left,
बैन आते ही
such as a Lapu,
बेटा
a Ruby
बोला
at
ना
this
मैंने
point in
वाला
time.
समझ में नहीं आ रहा
sorry.
तेरे को मिजरी
The way
लोड़े.
that,
Sorry,
Kings
cock.
have
I mean
is
coach.
a lot more. They can
एपिक
still kind of
एपिक
go
तेरे को
tightly
कॉक बोला है.
because they kind of go front to
भाई
back.
कोच बोला
Don't
मैंने
show
भाई
us
कोच
any
बोला है.
information whatsoever, but it can
एपिक
also
तो कॉक है
be
क्या?
zone denial.
ये कौन है?
The moment that they bring in like Phobius and Harith, then that's zone
Bob,
denial. If they're trying to
मैं
go for fighters, then that's just
टूर्नामेंट
dive.
हारे हुए लोगों से
If
बात
they
नहीं
have
करता.
a typical standard
But
triple
कौन आ रहा
marksman
टूर्नामेंट में?
plus
ये
plus
मिजरी
one
हार.
other crop XP, then that is front
बैक टू बैक 2 दिन में 2 टूर्नामेंट.
अरे भाई.
एक में 4-0 आ रहा था.
Yeah, I think it would be a double
किसके आगे?
double fight side lanes.
अरे मिजी बट तो ये डाउन ऑफ यूनिटी जीता था तो वो आ जाता ना वो उधर.
उधर ही तो 4-0 आ रहे.
हार गए.
अरे बट मुझे कल तो जीते ना तुम लोग स्ट्रीम.
कल कल 2-1 जीते स्क्रीम था.
एंटी स्ट्रीम कर रहा था.
हैं? कौन सा स्ट्रीम कर रहा था वो?
अरे ये लोग का अलग है साले ये उसमें नहीं है बॉब.
तो कौन सा बोल रहा था तू?
ये अलग है.
I think also
ये
because
कोई
of the
अलग
fact
बात
that
कर
there
रहा है.
is a
तू कुछ अलग
Drusin,
बोल रहा है.
it might be
अबे
a
एजमे
little
जल्दी
bit
नहीं चल
difficult
एजमे.
कल मैच है
for
साथ हमारा
Kings
ET
to
से.
just go straight in for.
ईटी में कौन कौन है?
अरे मादर चोद ये क्या
I
पी गए?
would much
और
prefer to
ड्रीम
have
है
an
और
Espada just jump
Dream.
right in and force
आ इसमें को तो दिक्कत ही होगा फ्रेड.
कितना मस्त गेम है बे. याइको ये मसाराप देख.
they can play front to back.
जुक्सिन दिक्कत देता है इसमें वेल देखो.
पेटिन भी देता है.
पेटिन भी देता है.
My ideal spot, but
Ruby
they
gold.
have decided to go for a Ruby. So
एरिथ
it's more
एरिथ के अगेंस्ट तो अच्छा ही है.
really like the Ruby pick.
But CC भी है ना उधर.
On top of
इसके
that,
सामने भी अच्छा है, ग्रॉक को भी दिक्कत देता है.
ग्रॉक को तो देता है
sustainability
बहुत.
over big team fights. I would say KSG has a
But draft तो अच्छा है याइको लोग का.
execute. You have
ये
so
गेम.
much more dimensions that you
ये
can
गेम
play
अच्छा
with
ड्राफ्ट
the
है.
Ruby. You're able to draw
मेरे को तो ये
everyone back
इनका ही अच्छा लगा.
पता नहीं, मेरे को भी उनका ही बेटर लग रहा है.
you set
ड्रॉप वाला
everything
अच्छा
up
लगा.
for Kimmy.
लाइक
or
तो
you can
अर्ली
do it,
गेम वाइज से
vice
देखेगा ना,
versa. So
वॉल
there's no
समझना, वो वॉल से फ्रीज होगी और फिर
method
जुब्शिन का
or
लौड़ागिरी.
way where they can lay things up. It's just you can go first and now I can follow up. That is
बट
a
किमी
very,
ब्रेक कर
very
सकता है.
good
लाइक किमी का स्ट्रांग है.
dynamic that
गटो को
Kings
मतलब
has brought
रेविटलाइज
into the
निकालना
table
पड़ेगा
with
पहले
the Ruby
क्लियर
itself
के
to
लिए.
solidify the last pick.
Look guys, this is the second game. अब याइको टीम हारे भने चाहिँ आउट नै हुन्छ. जित्यो भने लास्ट गेम बाँकी हुन्छ.
आउट राउ हुन्छ आउट नहीं हुन्छ.
Let's go reverse sweep get out.
Themselves against the Kimmy as well
क्या?
as the Ysun Shin.
प्यूरीफाई किसके लिए? लाइक फॉर होम.
To further supplement that, I
Purify?
think that the
Ruby
Ruby
है.
has been picked up.
बहन जो रूबी के लिए कौन लाता है प्यूरीफाई? जी भाई.
Purify.
Kings SG to not
भाई.
रूबी तो इसका इतना मारने की देखो फ्लिकर तब जाए इतने इंस्टेंस में तो.
they want to
रूबी के लिए लेता है ना भाई. सेकंड स्किल अल्टी.
all the way at the back lines.
फ्लिकर राम होता है जो बंदा.
फ्लिकर बेटर रहता है, फ्लिकर बेटर रहता है.
You
अल्ट फ्लिकर को तो नहीं कर सकते
Purify for
हाँ मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, वही करते हैं यूजुअली लोग.
रिएक्शन टाइम नहीं होता ना.
However, that immunity
ठीक है, देखते हैं,
only
let's go.
lasts for a while. So maybe 2 or 3 shots inside the Zaman
Bozai,
Force. I
Hermu,
think that
Hermu,
is
guys.
something that I can take.
We're going into the
Guys, let's go game 2.
game for
Let's
Kingdom
go, guys.
Esports.
Clear कर दिया
Kings
देख.
SG
कर
is
दिया,
still the fight
strong
in
है
draft,
Kimi
and
का.
I do want to say
गटो को मार लिया ना, लेकिन
honestly,
गटो की तो
though,
मार
actually,
दी.
if the
उनकी
Ruby
ग्रॉक का
goes
स्किल
SG,
मस्त है
it
भाई.
all comes
मस्त
down
लगता है
into
मेरे को.
gold lane.
अबे
It's
गार्ड को मिला ली तो.
against Harith, and you delay his farm so much more.
Reverse
So
sweep
now,
guys, let's go.
the
Reverse
range
sweep.
difference, Bong's gonna struggle
हेल्थ के अगेंस्ट भी अच्छा है ये रूबी तो बहुत.
against the
First match की तो reverse sweep,
right
let's go.
from the get-go.
हाँ
रूबी
भाई.
को तो दिक्कत देता है ये, हैरी को तो दिक्कत देता है ना रूबी बहुत.
हाँ बहुत देता है.
If you don't kind of situation, but you know, the Ruby in the gold lane makes sense if you don't
Draft
really
तो अच्छा
need
है.
that much experience.
Apex knows Ruby better than anyone. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Comment, not me.
Having all the damage taken and drawn back, so it's
हाँ
gonna
हाँ
be
हाँ
very
very
good.
two
हाँ, हाँ,
potential
very good.
waves. It's gonna be very
मजा आ
just a
गया.
little bit.
At this point in time,
MASARAP
we
इसे ही
are
comment
also
put.
just gonna be looking at a very
मैं करता
standard
दूसरे
kind
ID
of
से आके
rotation
comments.
from both of the junglers with not much information whatsoever. So most of the time, we are actually gonna be looking more brawly in the middle.
As the Mountain Shocker already utilized this lantern, pulling Ryzen back. but no
रेडियम
follow-up
क्यों नहीं आ
so
रहा
far
इधर?
now. This Kings SG
रेडियम को
playing a
बुलाते हैं
little
ना.
more safer.
रेडियम?
Bombs
हाँ,
keep
रेडियम को
getting
बुला.
back
वो
to
दिल्ली में है
Ryan.
ना.
Ryan getting pulled back. Appraises Rav.
अरे भाई क्यों गाटो गांड मत क्यों.
Blood anyway.
Yep, so easy kill for Kingdom. I think that for Iron Ryan underestimated the damage potential.
ये लोग टोटल छोड़ रहे हैं यार, इसको मारने वाले हैं.
From Kingdom Esports.
प्यूरीफाई बेट तो हो गया.
Really want to give such an early kill over to Fredrin.
ये याइको के अल्ट के लिए क्या प्यूरीफाई?
Big of a deal whereby he just completely annihilates the team. However, it can definitely come back to
पता
very
नहीं क्या कर.
random turnarounds because of the Appraisal's wrath.
थोड़ा गोल्ड क्रैप तो गोल्ड क्रैप ही मिल गया.
Have that level 4, so no big ultimates yet. But that was a very nice wall blocking Kings SG into place and Grant immediately with the follow-up. But you know, at the end of the day, one turtle to Kingdom Esports names. Kings actually equalizing the scoreline just for now. And that's the power of the Ysun Shin. You farm a lot much more faster than the Fredrin. You don't want to be able to contest for big lords, big major neutral objectives if you can't do it. And so Kings just playing it safe, playing it fine and dandy. You don't have to rush and push the pressure onto Kingdom Esports.
Yep, you can very also clearly tell that Kings SG is losing out in the middle lane. They do not have the potential to be able to clear out the waves fast enough in order to really enable Kimi to influence the other side of the lanes. You can see that Kingdom Esports, they're constantly just on the move, clearing the middle lane and then head down to the bottom lanes. We do have a little bit of difference.
क्या item?
That is going to be the Juice in just hiding inside the Pixel Brush, or rather the Z-Brush, right in the
इवनिंग क्यों नहीं दिखा रहे ये लोग
does
ऑल पे.
help with understanding the rotations of how Esmeralda is moving.
Actually, I feel like Bong should just swap the lanes immediately right now. One more Reborn will have a much easier time against the Harith because of the shields that he provides.
We're just going to be hoping to see that at this point in time, we constantly want to see Kings as to be more
like Emblem यो लिएपछि माना बुटै पर्दैन किनभने यो एम्ब्लेमबाटै माना आइरहन्छ अनि यसले माना बुट पनि लिएको छ
Ryan isn't
Okay.
exactly able to, you know, kind of help things out. In fact,
किनभने बेसिक कमन केले चाहिँ अलरेडी एउटा माना पाउँछ प्लस
between
एम्ब्लेमबाट माना
all two
पाउँछ नि
Ryzen. And I'm not
यसले माना
particularly
बुट
a
पनि
big fan
लिइरहेछ
of that because now
यो
there's no control, there's
यसको
no
चाहिँ
influence, and no way to really
Mid to explanation. Hey, 1v1.
they don't need help because look at this. Bong is just
टोटल पे क्या होगा भाई ये
in a really tough spot.
दोनों 7 लेवल है
Power of the fighters. Hopefully we see the itemization soon, but the lantern from
मिड टू रिट्री गैप चाहिए मिड टू मिजर भाई
मिट्टो टर्टल बोलरी को कहा जा रहा है
मिड टू टोटल
अबे ये लॉल सी एमएम खेलता था ना
पता नहीं भाई अरे मादर चोद
तो ट्रॉमेटाइज हो गया मां की भोसड़ी क्या कर रहा है मेरे बेचारे
वो तो मर गया रेट बोल में
नहीं क्या हुआ याइको के साथ तू रिवाइंड करके देख बस
मारा नहीं है
क्या हुआ याइको
अरे
एफएमएम के साथ मैं खेला हूं
तो कैसे मारा है बे यार
क्या हो गया भाई ये
अबे मैंने
देख 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 देख
ये एफएमएम के साथ मैंने खेला है सिंगापुर में एनिमी में आया था
खत्म भाई
जब इंडिया बोबो बोलते हैं
अरे
सिंगापुर से लोग 4 गेम खेला
आ रहा हूं भाई
चारों टाइम गाली दे रहे थे
भाई
कौन गाली दे रहा है
सिंगापुर चलो ये मादर चोद फ्रेंड ज्यादा दादागिरी हमारे बंदे के साथ में दादागिरी कर दिया मादर चोद टर्टल पे
हाँ भाई सिंगापुर चल भाई
बॉब एबीसी आ रहा हूं मैं एबीसी हम ट्रैक करेंगे चल एबीसी ट्रैक करेंगे चल भाई चल भाई चल भाई चल भाई चल भाई
मेरे को पार्लियामेंट जाना है बॉब
अरे रूबी
तेरी पार्लियामेंट तो नहीं रहा
मैं साले माइक धुल ले रिडीम क्या भोसड़ी की मुंह में तो
क्या मैं तो उसमें हूं ना मैं तो साइकिल चला रहा हूं
लोगों का आवाज पर कम करना तो
क्यों भाई आवाज सुनना मेरी बात सुनो भाई आई हैव अ लॉट टू से
म्यूट कर
आई हैव लॉट टू से
इसकी स्ट्रीम चल रही है
एक बंदा स्ट्रीम कर रहा है इधर
स्ट्रीम कर रहा है एक बंदा हाँ फिर क्या व्यूअर कम हो रहे तू बोला जा रहा है तो मत कर बस
फ्रेडरिन अरे वाने
जल्दी फ्रेडरिन को कुछ तो मार दो यार
पेटी में शॉटडाउन है 3 किल में आते हैं
नहीं 3 किल पे आता है वो तो
It's good that they managed
3
to
किल
win
पे
the
आता हाँ
fight, even though they didn't manage to kill anyone. But that also means that they have
भाई टर्टल को ले सकता है जल्दी कर तो अरे बहन तो कैसे आ रहा है फ्रेडरिन ये
as possible. They need to continue to ensure that they have free
दरिंदा
real
मादर
estate down the
चोद
bottom.
आ गया
जीत जाएंगे बे टर्टल फाइट जीतने वाले देख तू कमबैक होगा रूबी के पास फ्लिकर है अल्ट किधर है रूबी की
रूबी है रूबी है
नहीं रही है
रूबी
देखना याइको क्या ड्रोन कर रहा है वो चीज
मादर चोद
भाई ये तो ब्लॉक को हमेशा बैन कर रहा है
अरे कैसे और इसमें कसरी और क्या है इसमें अरे यार जी भाई क्या
खत्म है भाई
हार्ड है भाई
ये बस रूबी निकाल सकता है कुछ अभी प्ले बना सकता है
ओए क्या कर रहा है तुम
रुक जा थोड़ा सा एक बार सीरियस है मामला बहुत अभी
अरे इसका फार्म तो पार हो गया टॉपिक
वही तो
बम्बो रिबॉन हाय एक्सबॉक्स हाय
अरे
हाय रेडियम हाय
एक्सबॉक्स हाय रेडियम आता है
अरे रुक जाओ भाई लोग गेम खत्म करते हैं पहले
ओए रुक जा ओए स्ट्रीम कर रहा है मासा रेडियम तुझे पता है मैं तुझे देख के आया भाई समझा मुझे दिखा रेडियम है जस्ट लाइक
भाई प्लीज
आई लव यू
अरे सपोर्ट करो ना याइको को
पहले इधर मैच
याहिको
empowered by Lawsy, giving that space, opening up that map, even Insanity doing his job and keeping
5000
Yahiko
gold
just
lead
one
है
pick
उधर.
of King's SG away. Yahiko desperately trying to find an angle towards that top T1 base. But look at the map. King of
अरे
Esports
भाई
are still standing
रुक
strong.
जाओ
They're
मादर चोद.
keeping their citadel up high.
With all of their T1 turrets still standing up
ये
high,
बनने हैं.
Kings SG found no way of crossing that place to realistically be able to get anything because they have missed out
डैमेज बना
their
रहा है रूबी तो.
quite literally missed out their critical mass early game or rather laning phase. We've got Grunt that literally
मुश्किल नहीं
couldn't do
होगा.
anything.
आड़ी
They
है
got
लॉर
one in lanes which they
ट्रेडिंग
could
लेवल
नहीं
1 से
होगा.
ऑप है.
apply pressure in the middle lane, and most of what we saw
होगा
from the
होगा
counter
चलो
is just kind of floating around the bottom lane looking for
Ismerella
इन लोग को पकड़ा.
ओए पकड़ा क्या?
नाइस
फेटिन नहीं बॉन्ग मार दिया लोड़े ने. नहीं भाई वाइप्ड आउट.
ज्यादा समझ आ रहा है फ्रेडिन को.
बॉन्ग मार दिया भाई.
बॉन्ग मार दिया फिर ने तो.
साला
अच्छा प्ले था
we
बे.
are kind of getting a more
अच्छा प्ले था
clear
बे.
idea of Kings SG where they
हाँ
are
ट्राई तो
looking
बहुत
for
अच्छा किया.
opportunity, but not
वो लोग को
really
ट्राई करना
executing
पड़ेगा
on
बट
opportunity.
इसलिए ट्राई
For
किया ना
King of
कॉमिक किया.
Esports, they launch into action. They know they have the opportunity. Why? Because they have numbers advantage. So they play towards their advantage. What Kingdom Esports is looking out for is economy. We win by economy, so we jump.
ये क्या प्लेऑफ चल रहा है, क्या चल रहा है ये?
जो जीतेगा वो प्लेऑफ के लिए क्वालिफाई होगा, जो हारेगा बाहर.
और ये अभी वो फाइनल सीरीज है
ये फाइनल सीरीज है. जो हारा गया.
होली फक. और एक मैच जीत चुके हैं वो.
जीत चुके हैं वो.
याहीको सपोर्ट दो भाई, दुआएं बचा सकती है.
अरे आवारा है वो लॉर्ड बड़ा सा. दुआ करो भोसड़ी का रखते रोड पे मर जाए, रास्ते में मर जाए.
And he's still pushing.
Oh shit.
Kings SG back into their homes. They're trying to burst all these bubbles down. It's the first level.
टीम ही तो है.
Kings SG still has a little bit of time left.
टर्रेट से
तो हो जाएगा.
हाँ टर्रेट से भी है.
हो जाएगा. अब दिक्कत ये जब मिड से वेव आ रही है ना, मिड से जो वेव आ रही है ना उसमें माच हो जाएगी. फ्लिकर भी है एक रॉक के पास.
मार दिया लॉर्ड पे.
देख तू ये कुछ कर नहीं हो जाएगा. डिफेंड हो जाएगा.
अरे अरे ग्रॉक हाँ नाइस. थ्रो कर दिया ना. थ्रो कर दिया ये लोग.
थैंक यू ब्रो.
अरे फेट अबे लोड़े फेट क्यों नहीं मर रहा है फेट. वो लोग अगरे फिर भी गोल गैप की वजह से.
बड़ा है भाई.
ये फ्रेटिन मर भी नहीं रहा है भाई.
ये डीएचएस तो बनाना ही पड़ेगा उसको.
अबे किमी नहीं.
अरे मादर चो बहन की.
फिनिश एस जीजी है भाई. मिनियन तो आ रहा था.
नहीं ये खत्म है. 3 इनहिबिटर जा चुके हैं ना अभी. खत्म.
हाँ खत्म होगा अभी तो. नहीं छोड़ दिया.
नहीं बट अभी भी कैसे मुश्किल है निकलना बहुत अब गेम.
बहुत ही मुश्किल है भाई.
अबे मैं राफ्ट अभी देख रहा हूँ. क्या माच उठ गई राफ्ट में. क्या क्या मिला है एनिमी को. ग्रॉक है.
मेरे को तो समझ में नहीं. मेरे को भी थोड़ा अजीब लग रहा.
Okay, here's is one of the other problems is
भाई.
we'll talk about that later on.
भाई फर्स्ट सेकंड. अरे हैरिस तो उल्टा मेल्ट कर देता है गटोक को.
I think that this is more
गटोक अगेंस्ट पे भाई जुक्सिन है. हैरिस है. सीसी है. फुल काउंटर ले रहे गटोक.
A glowing one first item is great. Sky Piercer game
नहीं भाई लोग स्टार्ट के मैचेस जो अपन वो वाला गेम देखे ना ये मसराप.
हाँ.
से ड्राफ्ट में कुछ ना कुछ चल रहा है इनके.
सही बात.
ड्राफ्ट सही नहीं.
सही बात है. हाँ.
Unfortunately, he has got no help from the from the roamer or perhaps even from the goal laner or perhaps XP laner.
फर्स्ट गेम था क्या था. क्लोज था क्या था.
So that Sky Piercer literally have got zero.
नहीं था क्लोज तो. उतना क्लोज नहीं.
Bottom line is Kings SG honestly has a great draft. Ryzen does not
अबे
have
लॉल सी एमएम खेलता था ना रेडियम.
and support to
हाँ हाँ. लॉल रियल खेलता था. एमएम लॉल रियल.
members of Kingdom Esports. King
लॉल
SG
सी तो नहीं शायद.
safe. They're going to give up this lord. It's the second lord of the game, and they do have a little bit more high ground defense in Iron Ryan as well as Bong trying to pull everyone back. But I do have to mention that Ryzen picks up the Sky Piercer because it's a relatively cheap item. You have a little bit more attack and adaptive attack to that matter. To have Kimmy in a position where she's able to deal viable amounts of damage. Yahiko
इमोर्टल भी ले लिया
almost barely making it out through that wall, but it's so hard for Yahiko.
लास्ट डांस होगा अब ये
हाँ ये तो लास्ट ही लग रहा है
You want to claw your way back
मैं
up.
बोल रहा हूँ दुआएं बचा सकती है, अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता, तू समझ नहीं रहा है।
And unable to
अब
sneak
एक
out
की
and
भी
just
एक
kinda
मिरेकल
somehow
प्ले कुछ कर दे एकदम से होली
अबे
फक
ये कैसे प्यूरीफाई है भाई,
ना
वो प्यूरीफाई है डैमेज पे। इतिहास गवाह है, जब जब रूबी पीक हुई है।
अरे लौड़े रूबी को छोड़ो बहन चोद
इतिहास तो गवाह है भाई, जब जब नॉकआउट में रूबी पीक हुई है।
वो देख चो डिफेंड
नहीं फ्रेडरिन
मर गया
फ्रेडरिन मारते नाइस नाइस
याहिको याहिको याहिको, अरे घसोत मार दे, अरे यार
नहीं नहीं हैरी दिक्कत
हैरी जिंदा है बहन चोद
फिर अल्ट आ जाएगा, आगे अल्ट है, इसका अल्ट है, मार के जाएगा, जाना है इसमें।
रूबी है देख क्या पता
अब जाएगा हैरी,
नहीं जी जी
खेल खत्म।
जीजी गाइस
अरे बहन चोद
अरे मादर ऐसे पे सिंगापुर का टीम नहीं
क्वालीफाई नहीं होते ना वो लोग
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Kingdom Esports retains onto their spot in the playoffs, despite being relegated away from the.
Thank you, Apex, for helping me.
Next is the base Kingdom Esports again. Secures their spot in the playoff, clawing their way up from relegation in the seeded stage and right now the challenge.
कैसे ना गाइस जीजी नाइस ट्राई नाइस ट्राई हाँ खत्म हो गया
Onto their spot in the playoffs, despite being relegated away from the seeded stage, playing in the challenger stage. They still managed to prove their worth.
यार ये एपेक्स हरवा देता है जहाँ जाता है, मैं याहिको को बेचारे को साला।
Stronger teams
in Ruby.
Huge props to Yondo at the very early stage of the game, proving that Fredrin is a very strong force to be reckoned with. Difficult to take down.
तो अब क्या आगे क्या?
Just zoning everyone out.
क्या आगे क्या घर पे आ रहा है और क्या नेपाल की टिकट कटेगी अब क्या?
अरे बहन को।
Get the lanterns going on. So the execution for
नेपाल की टिकट कटेगी फिर अभी।
To show some bear some flowers in this respect.
तो आ जाए Xbox.
Take a look at the MD.
जीजी गाइस सोलो गाइस जीजी
कोई बात नहीं
कोई ना कोई बात
कितने घंटा स्ट्रीम कर लिया मसारा
10 घंटे मादर चोत लास्ट पे हार गए भाई सुबह से गेम हो रहा है ना ये लोग का 5-6 गेम हो गए
पूरे दिल से सपोर्ट किया है भाई डैम
नॉट प्लास्टिक फैन बेटा इज्जत से
हार गए
मैं जीत गया छोड़ो
But all he needed to
रूबी
do
को
was
कोई
just
एक्सबॉक्स कैसे
hold
बता
himself a little bit
हाँ
longer,
सही बात है सही बात
to ensure that he don't
इतिहास में है ना भाई
to Ruby.
कोई
हाँ
Exactly what
हाँ
they did, right? They played the long
ये देख ये
game.
वीडियो
They
मेरे को आ
realized
गई
that, hey,
सजेशन
the
में
Ruby
देख
is just
भेजता हूँ
stuck in the bottom lane. He's not really
हम
getting
मसारा
out of lane.
प्लस बिग
Then
बैक
I guess
क्लॉक
this is
कॉम्बिनेशन
अरे भाई मत भेजो
Look at the emblems. I'm actually looking at
कॉम्बिनेशन क्या किया था तूने
he went for tanks.
वही तेरी
भाई
वो
बिरयानी बना रहे हैं
कॉम्बो वॉम्बो वैसा ही
And him going for the tanks actually enables him in the early game
वो बांग्लादेश
just
का
to have
अगेंस्ट
that little bit of power, a little bit of support that the Rome
वेलकम
actually
टू
needs.
ओरेस कोट
Once he
याइको
set things up, Yondo continues on
ये कमेंट
with
पे
the
वही
favor and with the taunts coming in from his arsenal, and then just waits for the rest of the team. It's just buying a lot of time.
Well, guys,
They
GG's
don't
case है ना
understand his job. He
Yahiko
understands the objective.
did
They
it
don't have to
his
go
best
into the back line. They just have to
हेड नगरौँ केटालाई नेपाल प्राइड हो त्यत्रो टिमलाई जितेको छ अब कुनै गेम त हारिहाल्छ नि
So ultimately,
सो त्यही पनि गाइस लेट्स सपोर्ट याइको स्टिल हैन राउन्डमै खेले केटोले एमपीएल सिङ्गापुरमा गएर
a good game for Kingdom Esports. They played according to what they needed to do.
GG guys, GG's
feel that this is not necessarily
probably एकछिन र्याङ्क
Kingdom
हाल्न सक्छौँ
Esports,
हामी
they went
मोस्ट
out of their
प्रोबेबली
way and they found massive
क्या है तुम्हारा
opportunities and all
lineup?
that kind of stuff like, oh wow, kind of place.
होरा स्पोर्ट होरा
हाँ बट उसमें है कौन जंगलर कौन है
जंगलर वही तो बोल रहा है
म के खेल्यो
जाएगा जंगलर
हाँ
के खेल्यो अहिले
यही को बन जाएगा तुम्हारा जंगलर
अरे यही कोई तो है हमारा जंगलर आईएसएफ का भी
ओ कोच को निकाल दो तुम लोग नहीं है अच्छा कोच
कौन ये एपेक्स
हाँ निकाल दो, अच्छा नहीं है वो।
ठीक ठाक ही है।
नहीं नहीं अच्छा नहीं है, अच्छा नहीं है।
वो
मिजरी एक प्लेयर नाम का प्लेयर है, वो अच्छा कोच है, मिजरी को लो। वेरी वेरी गुड कोच।
डाला है उसको।
हम्म।
डाइवर्सिटी ढूंढ
मिजरी में भाई एसएफ स्क्वाड को उसने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जीता दी। ओए एक्सबॉक्स इधर आ, तेरे को मैं वीडियो कॉल दिखाता हूँ।
ओए ओए रेडियो,
दिखाना दिखाना। क्या?
ये जे बोल रहा था कि तेरे को क्लैश खेलने नहीं आता, तेरे तू हॉग खेलता है, हॉग राइडर खेलता है।
अरे लौड़े जय आजा, बनी मैं आजा चौथ, ये बॉब को मारा मैंने, ठीक है, गांड फाड़ी बॉब की इज्जत से, ठीक है।
मुझे लगा तो ब्लैक है तो 2.6 यूज करता होगा।
ये हाँ तो 2.6 डिस्पेक्टेबल डेक है भाई, स्किल लगती है उस डेक में प्लीज।
स्किल नहीं रखती, लैंड लोग खेलते हैं।
Look, guys, kick on your ball. I'll end the stream maybe, probably. कि RRQ को के भइरहेछ र guys. Let's see के भइरहेछ RRQ. के भइरहेछ र RRQ को नि? के भइरह र के भइरह्यो? ए त Guys, यो गेम हेर्दिउँ न त अब. RRQ versus के अड्किरहेछ त.
Damage dealer, and he can hit everyone at the same time if they focus too much on Toy.
20 seconds on the Lord.
Guys, के छैन? अब पछि फेरि चान्स पाइहाल्छ नि.
No Sky Piercer this game. He doesn't have Wind of Nature either.
RRQ प्लेयर पुग्छ. RRQ ले 2-0 हान्यो भने त प्लेयर पुग्दैन गाइस. सुचिदिनलाई खेलाएछ नि त. गुड डिसिजन बाइ RRQ. सुचिदिन स्टार प्लेयर नै हो RRQ को त. अनि डाइरेन नि खेलाएछ. डाइरेन पनि बबा लाग्छ एक्सपी मा मलाई.
He has options depending on the situation here. Only a 3-tick gold lead, and yet it seems so intense. 17 minutes. This is already in late game territory. So even the win condition technically for Na'Vi hasn't been fulfilled, and the Wind of Natures are complete for the next fight. Andorio might have to make a hero play here against all the crowd control that RRQ can offer.
Big wave up top, Angela sent to deal with it, and the wave in the mid lane as well as RRQ.
अब होरामा हुन्छ Yahiko.
Have the angle here.
So guys, अब probably होरामै हुन्छ Yahiko. Obviously.
Just yet. Cars goes in with Black Dragon form, and that means there's an angle. Toy still untouched. That's
Yahiko कहिले आउँछ नेपाल अब? खै अब उसको फिक्स हुनुपर्छ गाइस, म भन्न सक्दिन.
Angela is still dealing with it. Edok has the flicker and the tsunami slam, but he has to hold it for a bit. And Dory holding on to the Lord right now. Sutsujin walks up as well.
के भन्छ टर्टल फाइट न? कार्स त मर्यो. जित्यो होला RRQ ले यो गेम त.
Sutsujin claims the Lord. RRQ keep their playoff.
Guys, RRQ जित्यो.
Alive. It is over for now.
Will you talk to Yahiko later? Yes guys, म Yahiko लाई कल गर्छु. अहिलेको लागि टेक्स्ट छोडिरहेको छु. अब Yahiko लाई हल्का माइन्ड फ्रेश भएपछि म कल गर्छु Yahiko लाई.
Will be able to be enough to take game 1 and take us to game 2 later on, and now pressure is on Na'Vi.
Wow, dude, a painfully slow game, but that's
Guys,
just the way
game
RRQ
कति?
likes it.
फर्स्ट गेम RRQ जित्यो. अब सेकेन्ड गेम RRQ ले स्वीप हान्यो भने RRQ प्लेअफमा छिर्छ. नाभीले एक गेम पनि जितेको नि. RRQ आउट हुन्छ. अब जसले एक गेम जित्यो त्यसले जित्यो.
Honestly, don't know who to give the MVP to. They all played as a unit.
Sutsujin
यो पायो भने त ल फर्स्टदेखि हेरौँ है. फर्स्ट गेम हेरौँ न यो. गाइस हल्का टाउको दुखेर मेरो त. केटाहरु हारेको देखेर.
To bring their
As possible it is.
one there.
गाइस गेम हेरौँ यिनीहरुको.
It's so, I don't know, they're taking a big risk here with this carry pick. Sure, you can deal with one, but with 3
Yahikoले लाइभ बलर के टिमले बोल्नु पर्ने. किङ्स कोले खेल्ने. राम्रै खेलेको थियो केटा हो. किङ्सले पनि अहिले जितेर गेम राम्रै खेल्थ्यो. पछि नर्भस भयो होला त्यो गेम हारेर स्टेलियनसँग अनि आउटै भयो.
He's in a top side from Toy. He is zoning Shive. So that's a good adjustment in the early game. Definitely different.
Oh! No, Edok! He tried to get a cheeky little knock-up right as Andori took turret aggro. But that has now turned into a bad play. Disadvantage, no flick.
No flicker on the clear.
हेर्ने हो र सेकेन्ड पनि यस गाइस म सेकेन्ड गेम हेरेर स्ट्रिमिङ गरिदिन्छु है
As an engage tool.
प्रोबेबली आज
Looking
स्ट्रिम
to the
हुँदैन
EXP side.
गाइस के छैन
RQ trying to play the systematic. Oh no. As predicted.
राम्रै खेल्थ्यो तर
Right now, Cars. He's not level 4.
हारिहाल्यो के छैन हारेर कहिले काहीँ त
Are they a little bit too, yeah, are they a little bit slow here?
Okay, he gets
me. We'll pop the Black Dragon for him here.
With the hard guard. That means free turtle. There's no way they can test this. Enoch does have the Tsunami Slam. And Tory Red Trees wins out turtle.
केटा एकछिन हेर्दै गर है म
Toy
सुसु गरेर आउँछु यार
winning out on the trade by a lot. Shibe will get the rotation advantage.
Textbook turtle take with this sort of composition. Shive will try to clear the mid wave as well.
We have a small trade here. Afro.
It's level 4 though.
Hard guard comes around though. He's good. He's very, very tanky. The hard guard's very short on cooldown, so there's not much they lose. Okay, Toy goes to the gold crab.
There's a bit of a duel here when it comes to sustain, technically. Oh, Tsunami Slam.
Give it a full lockdown now, but Apollo just walks away. Doesn't even use the Revitalize. And that's where you see the problem now. He can pop the Revitalize. Rin's already going in. Now it's going to be Andori with the jump in. Phantom execution as well. No, he misses the Thorn Rose. The nerves are getting to them, but it's still going to be a free kill over AOG to lock them down. That's a Thorn Rose again. Enoch falls. RRQ lose out.
Ideal early game for Na'Vi, but not for RRQ. Here comes the talent prediction by GoPay. Oh, Papulung and all. Interesting, interesting.
I wasn't aware that we have so many emojis here in the predictions. By all means, clearly I'm the only believer. Let's see how this goes.
Hey, I believe in RQ, but not 2-0, Rashi. That's the thing. Gold crab taken.
All right. All things considered, Toy hasn't really been shut down just yet. And later on, even the Black Dragon in the air can be shredded down by the carry. This was an option back then when the fighters were still somewhat popular. Again, it's a lot more difficult now with teams understanding really how to play around it. Let's see though, next neutral objective is RRQ contesting yet again.
The thing is, you're not been playing with the carry for a long time, so that means the combo is not present until, I would say, Turtle 3, right?
Yeah.
The carry can't even burst yet. Shiva's going to walk up here, so Sujin going to lock him down, but they still have the hard guard to play with an
Hello guys.
handling the taunt. Shiva taking very low. Doesn't have to regen anymore. We'll have to regen back.
Yahikoलाई कलमा बोलाउनु पर्यो होला
A little bit too close for comfort, but
Yahikoलाई अहिले नबोलाउनु होला कलमा हल्का बेस भइरा होला अब सिधै कल गर्न त मिल्दैन नि के भयो टेक्स्ट चाहिँ छोडिदिरहेको छु मैले
Tyrant, mobilization, massive one, but no one's
अब अफ स्ट्रिममा कुरा गर्छ अफ स्ट्रिममा त नगरौँ होला
goes in again for the mobilization, but there's just no damage.
no casualty from that fight. Toy though is free farming in the top lane, and yeah, the second new.
Arguably comeback हानेको गेम त हो र यसले चाहिँ comeback यो गेम crazy नै हुन्छ
Not yet, unless Enoch knows there's no purify. Tsunami Slam, shred down. AOG though, we land on Enoch, so even there, it's a trade, 1-for-1 in the mid lane. It's a battle, and Doryu gets away.
It's a 1-for-1 roam for a gold, and the Esmeralda.
ड्राफ्ट हल्का त त्यही ओपोनेन्टले राम्रो ड्राफ्ट गरिरहेको थियो त्यही भनेर थियो केटाले
Didn't even get too much value from
एन्ड
it.
बङ टिटेड बङ त त्यही हल्का टिटेड भन्छ काय नभए बङले त खतरै खेलिरहेको थियो सुरुको सिरिजहरू
Against Toy, that's a whole
यस्तो
different
मिठो अहिले त आरएससीको अगेन्स्ट पनि
What's the idea for RRQ?
तिनीहरूको
They're keeping the gold lead. All things
Maybe
considered,
call him
Toy
after a
goes
bit.
one
Yes,
for
guys, म
100.
अफ स्ट्रिम कल गर्छु यहीको
It
भाइलाई
feels like a ticking time bomb, dude. It feels like one of
अहिले
these
अन
fights
स्ट्रिम त कल लानु
is
होला
gonna blow up
डिप्रेस
with a
छ
wipeout, and that could be the end of it for either team.
There's a big
Tempo is gone down here, you know. Tempo has gone down. I think both teams are playing
It's
very
it's
carefully.
cute नर्भस होला अब हार्यो भने प्लेअफ पुग्दैन नर्भस भइहाल्छ नि सेम केटाहरूलाई भए जस्तो
Exactly. So RQ, they really want to take things slow. Na'Vi, they got to pick up the pace if they want to have more control on the map.
गाइस आरआरक्यू अब एक गेम पनि हार्यो भने प्लेअफ पुग्दैन के केटा हो त्यही भएर आरआरक्यूले जित्नै पर्छ दुईटा सिरिज लगातार
Thorn Rose lands as well. Phantom execution, but it's in two.
Oh no!
Two tanks. He has the hard guard though, so he's very, very tanky. Tyrant will jump but there's no hard guard for a few
अब
seconds. This
MPL
could be the angle
सिङ्गापुर
for Yahiko.
कहिले हेर्दिन केटा म
They're
चाहिँ
gonna go for the turtle instead, but the
यति
Black
थियो
Dragon form is still ready.
MPL
And will be
सिङ्गापुर
used up by Cars. Utilizing it already. The blink into the back not gonna be used up now. Sutsujin goes in. That's gonna be the retribution. Tyron is one who picks it up in the back line.
डाइरेक्टली कस्तो भयो टडल
Cars still able to get away with Furious Dive as well, but gets traded down by the Appraiser's Wrath. Now it's going to be Apro next to the chopping block. Ukir very low under turret. Tyron will not risk it. And Doryu in the mid lane won't be able to get a trade, so it's a net win for RRQ.
Rex, Reg, and Kaon, they turn off the mid game. It looked a little bit shaky here in the early.
याइको भाइलाई आएपछि पार्टी मेरो तर्फबाट प्लेअफ पुग्यो भने याइकोले पार्टी दिन्छु भने छ अब हारे नि त म पार्टी दिन्छु याइकोलाई
That's a free turret too.
Good trade here from RRQ. You can see the audience understands what's at stake right here, even though they want to fight. Overall, the kingdom is relatively quiet. They know job's not over yet. Nowhere even close.
This will have put Spirit Line Golden versus Arid. Yeah, true. But XP को हल्का comfort hero Spirit लाई थियो भनेर थियो एक्चुअली मलाई पहिलेदेखि
If you're up against the kingdom,
definitely. Na'Vi have to try to attack from different angles, and they need
याइकोलाई भन्दा बढी दुःख इन्स्टिङ लाई भइरहेको छ हेड गाइस के भन्छ जे पाइदैन भनौँ
They went for the chase way too far. Cars got picked off because of it.
yeah, a little bit too ambitious there, definitely from the side of Na'Vi, and yeah, now RRQ sits on 1,000 gold lead. This is huge. If you see a Toy, right, he is untouched and collecting the farm very, very well.
He actually.
राम्रो खेलेको याइकोले यस गाइस obviously राम्रो खेलेको मेरो भाइले अब नेक्स्ट टाइम
which means someone else is on the deficit.
नेपालमा नि अपर्च्युनिटी आउँछ बिस्तारै नेपालबाट वाइल्ड कार्ड जानु मिल्छ पछि हैन
So this is looking pretty okay for RRQ, but as always,
त्यसपछि सिङ्गापुरको टिमलाई हान्नुपर्छ नि
president gets taken down, your team just loses, right? So it's a lot more important. And Doryu sees it.
Andrew
We'll go for it now.
कस्तो ड्यामेज लागेको क्यारीको
Locking them down. Tsunami Stand will come through though, and that's gonna be Doryu locked down. Still the chase though. Oh my
ओइ म्याट टोयलाई त के हो बाची त्यही पनि यार टोय
As a Doryu gets the kill with the Thorn Rose. Tyron unable to go for it.
ओ टोय बाच्यो यार मरेछ म
Down, Mr. President has fallen.
And all 5 members of Na'Vi still stands. Oh, never mind, cars were traded. But yeah, 4.
That's value for cars.
1 for 2. But RRQ, they got overwhelmed.
Yep.
Toy got overwhelmed, and now with the Lord of Na'Vi.
डियाब्लोहरुले फ्यानीको सर्ट भेट्यो मिठो भेटे थियो नि हल्का मिस्टेक भयो हाम्रो बङ प्रोबाट त्यहाँ
RRQ trying something. Falling Star Moon already. Toys back up, Rins as well. That means they've delayed enough to stop Na'Vi from taking the Lord, so it's not over. It's still very, very even. Sutsujin trying to go for the quick knock-up, but Apro is able to escape.
See, right now the benefit for RRQ is they have the chance to blitz down the Lord if they can set up for some kind of distraction, right? That means there's pressure for Na'Vi to always stay in the front and get that information. They cannot leave these neutral objectives unattended.
Slowly but surely here, and if you see the cooldowns on the spells, Na'Vi, they're up.
Black Dragon form used up, and Doryu into the back line. Panda execution as well. They don't care about the Lord. They want to go.
अरे एन्डोरीले त कस्तो गाय भन्दै यार केटा कालियाले
Again, you deal with one, but the rest of the team collapses on you. Lord taken by Tyron again, but Edox to be fallen as Apro takes it the hits, and he will be able to survive for a bit longer. Rins can't get the kill. The flask of the Oasis from Ukir.
गेम रिस्टार्ट भएर केटा
But RRQ, they got the Lord.
आरक्यूले डेन्जर कमब्याक हान्दै रहेछ नि त केटा यो गेम
I dare say that's a 1-for-1 trade for Toy. He was able to take out Andoryu, if I'm not mistaken. Considering that happened, it's a 1-for-1, and the neutral objective falls into the hands of RRQ. I think they would gladly take that trade. Now they can play for a siege where Na'Vi are gonna be slightly forced into a front to back. But again, depending on how they want to play this, there's always that dive option for Na'Vi.
They cannot be letting go of the Lords like that, right? Like, if they've zoned everybody away, I think it would be better to actually just go on Sutsujin.
भाइ तपाईहरुको कास्टिङ हान्ने बंगाली त केडी जस्तो बोल्छ त्यही गाइस मलाई नि सुरुमा त्यस्तो केडी हो जस्तो लागेर पछि केटा रहेछ कास्टिङ हान्ने त्यो हाम्रो गाइस अनि भोलि हाम्रो गेम छ साच्चै अफसेट टुर्नामेन्टको होरा स्पोर्टबाट होरा स्पोर्ट भर्सेस वी आर बट छ बंगलादेशी टिम So make sure to join the stream हैन भोलि अफिसियल स्ट्रिम हुन्छ अफिसियल स्ट्रिम फलो गरेर राख नेपाल MLBB अफिसियल छ YouTube मा 50k सब्स्क्राइबर भएको 51k
That's why he's at such a gold advantage. Is that going to be enough though? Now they're rotating to the bottom side, trying to use that wave to at least get some more turrets that they desperately need to secure safe zones to retreat to when Navi dive towards them.
भोलि एउटा पाण्डा दुईटैको हुन्छ भोलि एउटा मात्रै हो गाइस भोलि बेस्ट अफ 5 भन्छ सेमी फाइनल हो एउटा मात्रै हुन्छ अनि पर्सि पाण्डाहरुको गेम चाहिँ म वाच पार्टी गर्छु किनकि त्यो गेम बबाल हुनेवाला छ दुईटै टिम स्ट्रङ छ लास्ट डे
Just because of the stakes, nothing much is happening, but you get the feeling that even the players are a bit hesitant to make a big play.
Yeah. They're letting
गाइस को नआउनु भन्छ लाइक हान्दिम त गाइस 1000 लाइक छ को लागि केटा हो 1000 लाइक हान्दिम को नआएको छ मेक श्योर टु लाइक द स्ट्रिम 810 भइसक्यो अलरेडी आज त के हो क्रेजी लाइक बढिरहेछ त यार विदाउट एनी रेड 10 घण्टा स्ट्रिम हानेको त अति मजा आयो
Oh, great immobilization there with the traction pulse landing on Ukir. Two-man taunt. Actually, no, Andori gets away from the Tyrant. So taking the brunt of that damage. Shibe.
यार याको छ त म भएको भए लोअर ब्र्याकेट जित्थे रे हाम्रो युगा अफिसियल ब्रोलाई त म्युट हान्नुपर्छ यो ब्रो तिमी भएको भए तिमीले जित्छौ भने तिमीलाई अपर्च्युनिटी आइहाल्थ्यो नि तिमीलाई अपर्च्युनिटी आइहाल्थ्यो नि सिङ्गापुरमा बोलाइहाल्थ्यो खेल्नु
both teams they will shift their focus on towards
It's
the
an
top lane though. Keep in mind, folks, is pushing for the kingdom, and Navi they got to take care of that.
How they fight this?
Guessing Angela should be sent top, but
that's true.
RRQ is trying to
last game हो
taking their dear time.
Guys, start भयो र MPL इन्डो म यो गेम यो गेममा जो जित्छ त्यो प्लेयर पुग्छ के त्यही भएर मात्रै हेरेर हो गाइस मैले हैन MPL को त स्टार्ट भएको छैन अहिलेसम्म स्टार्ट भएपछि भन न मलाई म सेकेन्ड गेम लाउँछु
For an angle right now, the Black Dragon form as well, but Andoriu had already used a lot of the resources now. Doesn't get the full shred down. Scars goes into the back line, able to get the Purify out. Andoriu wins out.
अरे दादा सार्काजम बुझ्नु न यो सिचुएसन हैन नि त भर्खर हारिरहेको छ त्यस्तो भन्न मिल्दैन नि त त्यत्रो मेहनत गरेछ 3-4 महिनादेखि स्ट्रिम नगरिकिन स्क्रिम मात्रै खेलिरहेको छ दिनको 20-30 गेम कहाँ सजिलो छ त कम्प्लिट छिनमा नि
has the help of the hard guard. Can he make a hero play happen? Toy has it with the nature, and he will be able to pop it now. The full shred comes in as Toy flickers it forward.
मर्यो यार टोयले त अति हानेको रहेछ त यो गेम
is able to shred him down. Lord falls as well.
याइको टिम पुग्यो कि नै पुगेन गाइस याइको टिम प्लेअफ वो अल्बर्टले वाच पार्टी
That's Toy, and they will apply more pressure, gain more ground, and with just 3 members up for Navi, things
यो बस अल्बर्टले वाच पार्टी गरेर रहेछ त गाइस लाइक हान्दिम कसले लाइक हान्छ र मेक श्योर टु लाइक द स्ट्रिम केटा हो 812 लाइक भइसक्यो 1000 लाइक पुग्ला त केटा हो अलरेडी 10 घण्टा स्ट्रिम लर्ड कुन लेनबाट आउँछ भनेर अगाडि कसरी थाहा हुन्छ अब तिम्रो साइडको जुन चाहिँ टरेट धेरै भत्केको छ त्यो त्यही साइडबाट आउँछ के सपोज यता अब मैले यता नाभिले लड हान्यो भने अभियसली सबभन्दा धेरै टरेट भत्केको यता यो साइड छ नि त यताबाट आउँछ अनि यो यताबाट चाहिँ यो साइडबाट आउँछ अनि यताबाट प्रोबेबली यता कि यता हुन्छ किनकि एउटा यो बिचको छ नि त स्टिल पाण्डाको युट्युब च्यानल छैन केटा हो
Yeah, I mean, with the full item carry here, it's just so prio for RRQ.
पाण्डाको युट्युब च्यानल छैन केटा हो नभए म भन्थे कुन छ भनेर
They're able to maintain the coordination. Arashi Miracle, I think game 1 is for RRQ.
Yep, definitely could be. Looking at the items though, 3 blade armors built by
केटा हो लाइक हान्दिम भाइ लाइक हान्दिम केटा हो
damage back to Toy as they can.
12 घण्टे हान्दिम क्या हो टु बेला स्ट्रिम केटा हो
Very limited amounts of damage. And now Rins, by the way, has also caught up one more item from full with a concentrated energy.
Guys, Coco now so make sure to like the stream.
He's going to be the secondary damage dealer, and he can hit everyone at the same time if they focus too much on Toy.
20 seconds on the Lord. We saw a crazy comeback today.
Pin
I
man.
don't know about this one. Rins, no Sky Piercer this game. He doesn't have Wind of Nature either, so it's really just.
अब यहीको दाइ नेपालमै आउनुहुन्छ कि बाहिरकै टिमबाट खेल्छ अब गाइस कन्ट्र्याक्ट हेरेर हुन्छ मलाई पनि थाहा भएन यहीकोलाई सोध केटा हो यहीको अब छिटो स्ट्रिम गर्छ होला यहीकोलाई सोध न पाण्डा कुन टिमबाट खेल्दैछ अहिले पाण्डा ल्यारीबाट खेल्दैछ भोइडरसँग अर्को स्टार्ट भयो होला म्याच रोकै म यता चेक गर्छु गाइस
So even the win condition technically for Na'Vi hasn't been fulfilled, and the Wind of Natures are complete for the next fight. Andor, you might have to make a hero play.
Draft start हुन लाग्छ गेम चाहिँ स्टार्ट भएको छैन
Big wave up top, Angela sent to deal with it, and the wave in the mid lane as well as RQ reset. They know
24 hours strip गर्दिनु म त 24 hours सक्दैन होला गाइस
miracle play. Tyrant goes in, but not with the immobilization just yet. Cars goes in with Black Dragon form, and that means there's an angle. Toy still untouched. That's going to conceal. Edok looking for a play right now as Dory does a little bit of damage. Traction pulse lands on Apro. Tyron's still there as well as Angela is still dealing with it. Edok has the flicker and the tsunami slam, but he has to hold it for a bit. And Dory holding on to the Lord right now. Sunshin walks up as well. That's a hard guard coming out. As that's with the Fred coming out as well. That's a retreat battle, and it is.
कसले हाने retreat सुच आरक्यूले पर्फेक्ट खेल्दै गरेछ नि लास्ट राउन्डमा केटा पर्फेक्ट हान्दै रहेछ केटा आरक्यूले एचईआईको लोडिङ प्रोबेबली हुन सक्छ केटा गाइस गेम 2 हेर्दिउँ है त ड्राफ्टिङ फेज लेट्स गो अब यो गेम जसले जित्छ त्यो प्लेअफमा जान्छ जो हार्छ त्यो आउट हुन्छ है प्लेअफ जाँदैन सेम अहिलेको गेमको जस्तो सिचुएसन एमपीएल इन्डियाको होपफुली आरआरक्यू प्लेअफमा जाओस् किनकि आरआरक्यू बिना प्लेअफ छ्याउने हुन्छ फ्यान बेस त्यत्रो छ आरआरक्यूको
Look at what RRQ are doing. They're doing that exactly. Something we were talking about. Put Ukir on carry pick, something that he can do something on. And RRQ saying no. No, we don't want that to happen. And they take, oh my lord, but this isn't really a
guys, को नयाँ छ लाइक हान्न बिर्सिनु भयो भने लाइक हान्दिउँ है गाइस
on a safe gold laner. Lee gets taken though.
Kacha maybe? I think it's still on the board here for the side of Na'Vi. They will lock in the gun of Cha-Cha. So now our Kyo, I think they should pick a hero for Rins here. Because if not, Na'Vi will apply more pressure in the second phase.
Farsa? I think Farsa right now looks pretty good.
So we're completely ditching the current meta and playing something completely different here for both teams.
Juice and Kimi are banned out, right? So Farsa, amazing pickup. In the jungle, Fredrin, amazing front to back again. Now Na'Vi.
ल गाइस यो लास्ट गेम हेरौँ अनि त्यसपछि प्रोबेबली र्याङ्क खेल्यो भने म स्ट्रिम अझै कन्टिन्यू गर्छु 12 घण्टा हान्दिउँ न त आज हामीले जित्यो भने त फेरि म्याच होइन 1-1 जित्यो भने फेरि म्याच हुन्छ तर त्यही पनि आरआरक्यू प्लेअफ पुग्दैन क्या किनकि नाभीलाई एक विन मात्रै चाहिरहेको छ क्या अनि आरआरक्यूले क्लिन स्विप हान्नुपर्छ प्लेअफ पुग्न म्याच हुन्छ तर आरआरक्यू आउट भइसक्छ क्या तबसम्म आरआरक्यू एक गेम पनि हार्यो भने आउट हो क्या गाइस किनकि आरआरक्यूको पोइन्ट लो छ क्या नाभी भन्दा त्यही भएर आरआरक्यूले क्लिन स्विप हान्नुपर्छ जित्नको लागि
like the crowd control immunity and also the pressure is definitely good from Lapu Lapu.
I think RQ is doubled down now. Ban out all the mid laners left. What's left? Lilia. Something that we have seen from Ukir. What's left?
Lunox is still on the board as well.
Lunox, yeah. I think they take Lilia and Lunox away. They force Ukir on an uncomfortable pick. I think that's the way to go right now.
Wow. Lilia banned though. No combo to pair with the burst off the Farsa.
Do it.
Edok, if he gets the Kalia taken away, this is one of the only picks in the season that Edok has been able to be proactive with.
Yeah, I think now, I think Na'Vi, should be direct right
guys,
now.
Panda le ma Discord
Pressuring the roam, RRQ pressure.
यो गेम हेर्दिउँ केटा त्यसपछि र्याङ्क हेर्छौँ
Just to ask more questions towards that specific role. And again, guys, we'd like to remind you, this is outside of the hall.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people.
I think Navi need to ban out Granger right now. If they don't want to, because they already have, there's no Hilda for them at all.
Deny the possibility of Farsa and Granger.
The Granger is really good for RQ if they want to play a pure front to back. So RQ actually ban out the Yun Zong, so they're taking away something that can actually dive, which is a really good ban. But I'm not too sure if Navi actually want to go for that. Yeah.
Rogo game हान्नुपर्छ रोको यो एउटा गेम हेर्दिउँ न
But maybe the thing it might be Shivi on the lap instead.
Navi might go Granger.
खै हेर्नुपर्छ
Front to back versus front to back. They play a normal
Yahiko टिम त हारे यार पाण्डा
There is the Farsa as a bit of a counter.
पुगेन नि प्लेअफ
For RQ though, what's the angle after that?
कति भयो
With the Hilda ban, that makes sense.
बुझेर
Right?
हान्छ यार किन डन स्पोर्टले
This could be a Lilia mid for pressure.
यो
And then
एन्नीको
Granger.
गेम जितेको थियो नि त्यो
The Lapu Lapu already deals with the far side thing.
कसलाई
Kagura in the picture at all?
त्यो
It's been the other.
It's purely for
Haresti.
Regent CC is Regent CC should be pretty good.
Stallion
with what they have, you know.
हारे त्यो गेम थ्रो हान्यो त्यही
It's a good shout, right? And we have seen
It's good against Fredrin too.
it's good against Red.
गाइस लुनाटिक पाण्डा छ अहिले डिस्कर्डमा यो एउटा यो गेम चाहिँ आरआरक्यू भर्सेस नाभी हो आरआरक्यू एक गेम पनि हार्यो भने प्ले अफै पुग्दैन
Is interesting because after the back
आरआरक्यूले एक गेम जित्यो भने नाभी आउट नाभीले गेम जित्यो आरआरक्यू आउट प्ले अफबाट
लभली गेम आरआरक्यूले जितेछ त नि
एक गेम जितेन अझै एक गेम जित्नुपर्छ क्लिन स्विप हान्नुपर्छ नाभीलाई चाहिँ 1 पोइन्ट मात्रै चाहिरहेछ
Well, actually, they can still go Lilia later, right? So they have enough magic damage anyways, and they can still go Lunox mid if they want to.
को छ जंगल
That's unsorted, man.
सुसुदिन ल्याछ नि त
Oh my lord.
अचुदिन डायरेन
So it will be the
यो
Valentina for
आइन्द राम्रो खेल्छ मलाई किन हटाको
त्यसले राम्रो हुन्छ यार
फेरि भन्दा राम्रो छ नि
अभियसली यार सुजुदिनले गर्दा पहिला त्यत्रो सेकेन्ड भइरहेको थियो
त्यो उमा झन् स्ट्याप ड्रागन कस्तो हान्यो
पोएमबी वाला यस गाइस पोएमबी वाला पन्ना यहीको आउट गाइस यहीको लास्ट गेम हार्यो
Then they'll have to rely on Lapu Lapu. Man, we saw that from a
तर
mile
कस्तो
away.
राम्रो टिम मात्रै
What's the
थियो
roaming? What's the roaming?
एमपीएल
though?
सिङ्गापुरमा
Is the Valentina
त्यही त म्या कस्तो कम्पिटिटिभ है
that early? Like there's oh
Yeah,
now the
yeah,
Hylos
play
really
off
good
my
front
roster.
from RQ. This is
त्यो
an
प्लेअफमा
amazing
झन्
front to
कस्तो होला म्या
Technically, it's a dive for Navi though, not a front to back. So there's a gata to make things confusing. But again, Navi need to be the ones proactive for that to happen. Final pick for them here. What's it gonna be? What's left?
Dude, at this point, do you go for the counter matchup? Just go Aerithel? Because like the Lunox, you only get one.
मैले एमएलबी नेपालको च्याटमा नेपालको बेस्ट प्लेयर यहीको पछि को हो भन्दा तपाईँको नाम लियो अनि हेर्न थालेको तपाईँको थ्याङ्क यू सो मच पर्जी कर्का परिज कर्का कार्की
way more complex and they will
Thank you.
Wait, that's actually not.
Lapu Lapu goal.
एकछिन लापु गोल्ड ओके
Wait a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 10 heroes that will be deployed into the land at dawn has been set. And mind you, each team, RRQ and Navi, just needs one more game to secure.
गाइस को को छ लाइक हान्दिम सब्स्क्राइब हान्न शेयर हान्न केटा स्ट्रिम
MPLID season 16. Who will take it? Potentially the last game of the regular season. Let's welcome Rex Regum and Navi.
Yeah. So Rashi, I have to take it back.
नातान त लिएन केटा
You have a really good pick.
I feel like it's a weird situation right here. Navi have the fighter gold lane. They want to do well in the early game. But RRQ, they need to get some snowballs of their own if they want their damage to be a real threat to the Uranus, to the Gata. There's a lot of regeneration built into both teams.
यहीको यसै सानैमा यो अपर्च्युनिटी पाउने थियो भने त्यही गाइस ठुलो अपर्च्युनिटी थियो
The skirmishes, the level 4.
ल गाइस गेम हेर्छौँ अब आरक्यू भर्सेस नाभी गेम 2 जसले जित्यो त्यो प्लेअफमा छिर्यो जो हार्यो त्यो प्लेअफबाट आउट क्रेजी सिचुएसन यार एन्ड्रु रेको नि मलाई बवाल लाग्छ यसको जङ्गल यो वाइएसएसको
And of course, toy on the Granger. Anything stands out here from emblems, more talents.
Not really. E-Dog going full tanky, tenacity, firmness. It's the, I guess, no, Inspire from Slistogen also makes sense, more cooldown. It's just straightforward. It's all about execution here. There's no there's no puzzles, there's no curveballs thrown.
Ukir has to pop off on this Balon, man. If not, we're really gonna question why not green.
Insta one follow and me Insta ko link light button le do. One मार सक्यो.
Trade overall now against Cars, who can regen back up so well.
A bit of a non-lane there, Uranus against the CC. Already a bit of pressure from Na'Vi here. They do have the more proactive mid lane. Dead even!
Uh-oh, that's a stun with the Law and Order.
Yep, full lockdown as well. Do they bait out the Revitalize? The question, no, Apro holds on to it. Ukir doing a whole lot of damage early. Citizen waiting in the bush for a possible Ukir walk up. Cars still holding the lane win up top.
Freeze angle from Toy too.
The freeze like यो आएर के होला last player change गर्छ के मतलब.
कत्रो खेलाको त्यही हग्दै छ अनि खेल्दाको छ.
त्यही त आएर के होला last player change हाने गर्छ मलाई चोरहरु.
त्यस्तो एक्सपिरियन्स प्लेयर छ.
Direct
That's going to be the vengeance used up the current call as well. Mama Chakra locks him down.
Direct मरेगा. ल मरे.
Sustained as well.
रिट्री गयो भने नाइस. तर छिबे आयो नि त फेरि फ्लिकर हान्छ क्या.
Flickers in, gets the kill, and that's free for Na'Vi.
यो फाइटर बोल भाग्यो यही फाइदा के रोटेसन आइहाल्छ टटरमा.
At least he got a kill. That will be Toy again, just finding more gold plates.
गुहरुले जित्नु पर्ने यो आरआरपी.
यार कि बिना त प्लेअफ झ्याउने हुन्छ यार. म त्यही भनेको अघिदेखि.
All things considered, Na'Vi just survived for a bit too long there. Cars almost gets taken out, but he regens back up. With summer items, Na'Vi will not be able to afford to make moves like that, so they need to understand that was a win, but it's not a decisive win. And they need to respect the potential from RRQ.
I love this. 100 strike. Not instantly Sky because he knows, for the most part, it's not going to be active, so might as well.
प्रिपेयर कस्तो हुँदैछ तपाईँ मेरो भाइ बंगलादेशको त्यो बबाल छ ओपोनेन्ट बेस्ट अफ 5 गेम
Steal the gold buff here. The Ranger special. Yes, he does. Good stuff from the lane.
यहाँको जंगल त झन् बबाल छ
A good laner. I think Skylar himself.
ग्याप हान्नु पर्यो त्यसलाई.
And Na'Vi aren't able to do much here to really stop that. And Shive alone, for sure, is not going to do anything like that.
Early game is rather equal, ladies and gentlemen. Here, first 3 minutes. It's just
पर्सी तिमीहरुको भोलि हाम्रो छ.
Can they go for more here later on the second neutral objective?
Best of 5 हो.
Again, I think Mount Chopper.
Yep, all in on Edok, who still has Revitalized. Now it's going to the follow-up from Sutsujin, walks up, gets a taunt down as well. But they need to respect it. They don't know where Shive was.
Wow. RRQ, very good disengage there. But I feel like, again, like in game 1, Na'Vi needs to somehow pressure Toy in like slowing down his
इन्डोको कति हुन्छ लिक्विड मानि त्यही आरक्यू मानि त्यही त गाइस इन्डोको हल्का धेरै प्लेयर हुन्छ पपुलेसन पनि वाइल्ड छ नि त एड गरेर दिए कस्तो पिएचहरु चाहिँ एउटै लाइनअप स्टिक गर्छ.
Rinz and Toy needs to stay away from each other. They cannot get stunned up. Ida already taken low. No revitalize this time around.
Sutsujin
used up. And the AOG for
रिट्री ओए एन्डोरीले म कत्रो टर्न हाने यार गाटोले. ओए छिबे ओए अति मिठो हाने यार. Oh my god.
That's the bravest fighter. All of them. And Na'Vi.
ओए यार आरे बता रहा कि प्लेयर बड़े आउट होता है.
4 members off the board for RRQ, and Na'Vi stands with 5. Total taken away from Sutsujin. They will lose the
mid.
It was an even early game 2 minutes ago. Now it's theirs.
A composition with the fighters, man. They're so much more lethal in the mid.
Right, RRQ हारे पनि आउट है केटा. RRQ हारे पनि आउट हो. MPL पनि आउट.
Could be a fun fight.
Oh, nine यार. Oh my god, bro. Let's talk to the second again.
Stolen for the airstrike, not landing, but it will
land on 2 for 2. It's 2 for 3.
4-0 and 0. Cars being out against Tyron. Up top, solo kill perhaps. Tyron solo. Cars gonna go for it here. It will be Tyron with a curtain call. Turning things around for a bit longer. Valentina's here though. Ukir unable to get the kill.
Out in the air केटा हो हाम्रो RRQ
the forward, but RRQ in the bottom side of the map. They will not be able to hold what Shive did to Arashi.
They're struggling for sure here. So take a look at the game fact by GoPay. Farsa become Rin's most picked hero. Of 23.
त्यो त जोतको खेल्दै छ
Ish win rate. Is that gonna be enough to swing things in favor of RRQ though?
के हो नाभि त प्रे हान्दैछ क्या नाभिको कस्तोमा
Instead they needed damage to threaten Shive.
धेरै सबजना प्रे हान्दैछ हेर नि ओ माय गॉड यता सो RRQ को नाभिहरुको सब
No setup for peel for him this time. It's just a
नाभिले गेम जित्यो प्लेअफ पुगे केटा हो
No Alice.
एक गेम
Navi will go into this turtle with a 4,000 gold lead, ladies and
लाइक
gentlemen.
एक गेम जित्यो प्लेअफ पुग्यो भने RRQ कसरी खेल्न सक्छ होला लास्ट गेम
Waiting for the call, waiting for the angle, and it feels like it will be a free turtle. They want to fight though.
Very tough now. Edok, oh, the horse. They're beating on a dead horse. It's not with a mana shock, but it's no follow up just yet. As Edok's been for a long time. Shive pops into Bravest Fighter. Let's get the stun down. It's Imperial gets taken down in the backline by Tyrant. Cars gets the kill.
त मार्यो डाइरेक्ट मर्छ होला ओइ मर्यो चिवे मर्यो ल टरे ड्यामेज खाएन नि
Great flicker out.
2 for 1. They got the turtle as well earlier on. What's the call to fight? Why is Arashi?
Like it wasn't necessary, but it's good to exert the dominance, right? To ensure that you get the respect of RRQ.
Ooh, whoa, strike. Not enough damage.
ए एन्ड्रोइडको त के बिचाराको त एक किल पनि छैन त 11 असिस्टमा बसेछ
By all means, Navi, it's good that they're proactive here, but if they keep trading evenly, the main carries aren't taken out. Ukir, I guess to a degree Shive, right? But if they keep trading with messily and not going for clean trades, I think RRQ will still be happy getting some of the gold back. Although 5k gold lead for Navi here, they're trying to extend it even more.
I don't know if you want to go on Edok though. They do get a bit of shred down. Shiva's gonna walk up as
यो
well.
चिवे त
Another airstrike. Oh, good zone. This is what Navi need to do from game
त्यो त
1, right?
कस्तो हानेको
Get the
छोरले
corners, get the siege. Don't be scared.
They're more decisive here, definitely. 5,000 goal lead here as we approach 9 minutes of game time. And take a look at the clock here. 20 seconds for the first lord. And with this sort of, I guess with sort of lead, right? Should
ड्याम पहिला लास्ट भएको टिमको कमब्याक भएको छ त अर्कै सिजन त हामी यो एन्ड्रोइड आएदेखि लास्ट राउन्ड भएको छ
that's a flicker. That's a calm one. Again, I was about to ask, right? RQ with this damage profile, will they have enough?
एउटै स्ट्रिममा मोन्टाइज हान्ने प्लान छ क्या मोन्टाइज त भइसक्यो मेरो अलरेडी हेर न नाभिको कोच पनि यहाँ पुरै प्रे हान्दै होला यहाँ बोल्ला छ हेर न प्रे हानिसक्यो
Enough damage profile at least for now to contest. And Navi will apply more pressure.
नेपाली प्लेयरहरूले हाइपरको 0-1-1 देखायो भने सिधै नुब भन्छ त्यही नेपालमा चाहिँ त्यस्तै हो
And with this lord, they might double their lead.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard. Sutsujin. Oh no, he can't tank that up.
नाइस सुचुजिन मर्छ क्या कत्रो टाइम थाको सुचुजिन ने
To alive for a bit longer. RQ are gonna have to really rely on their high ground. Shive walks over the Bravest Fighter, looking for the stun already. That's gonna be the airstrike used up over to Shive, doing a lot of damage already, but they can sustain back up.
This is the problem. No real engage tool from RRQ. No tsunami slam. No implosion.
Or toll.
It's just a law and order.
It is just the law and order. Navi will push the mid lane. They will take the tier 2. As the
RRQ आउट चाहिँ नभए हुन्छ
waves are crashing. RRQ.
गाह्रो छ यार RRQ ले डिफेन्ड गर्न
Handle this.
कोहीले एक किल पाएको छैन
Lord is in the picture. Navi, they're gonna try and look for something here.
Rinz has to save the feather airstrike now unless they can find a lot of value with a glorious pathway as well. They cannot dive Navi. So RRQ defend.
RRQ digging deep here as they apply more pressure. Navi in the mid lane now. Oh, it's just gonna be the clear. As Navi slowly but surely here.
पंच लाने हो
Yep. Cars wants to go to the backline. Feather airstrike. Oh my god!
ओए क्या पकड़े यार
A breath of hope.
फ्लिकर कसले हानेको
RRQ Tyrant goes in. That's
कार्सनले मार्यो
Toy gets a double with a sky piercer and it's a shutdown.
2 किल पाए टोयले
The kingdom
erupts. They erupt in the
Okay,
MPL
गाह्रै छ
arena.
तर हुन
That is
सक्छ
a massive shutdown for Toy. And this is a long window where Navi can't set up, can't posture aggressively, and look at RQ scrambling out of the base. They need to find everything, anything they can
भन
get.
न कि 1-0 1-0 हो तर आरक्यू एक नाभीले 1 पोइन्ट पनि पायो भने आरक्यू आउट हुन्छ केटा प्ले अफ बाट
Two big ones. And on
किनकि आरक्यू को पोइन्ट कम छ के नाभी भन्दा अनि यो चाहिँ फाइनल गेममा
definitely have increases their odds here in getting the comeback. But job is not done. They're still behind 5,000 goal lead.
20 स्ट्याक भयो हैन यसको 2-2 छ त यसको त
With that series of events, the goal, highest goal in the game right now is Shive at 8,600. And Dorio close behind, 8,500, 600 more or less. Toy is at 8,000, so he's still at a deficit, but it's certainly a great sign for RRQ that they can find moments like that. They do have burst damage. The issue right now is that
like and stream
he can't really shred
like
down
share
these big
subscribe
members. Actually, that drop should actually fall onto Dyron, but he's not doing all that well either. As Navi go for the Lord, RRQ seem ready to just relinquish it. They need farm, they need items.
Yeah, this is free again. Navi will play with a build-up. They've lost a bit of that lead, but it is still a big lead, right? Sutsugen is level 12. There's no chance he can steal it away.
Oh,
Lord Fire.
That'll be invaluable in the next
RRQ खुसी म त डेटा नि रहने छ RRQ ठिकै हो सबैको आफ्नो हुन्छ टिम फेभरेट टिम
At best for RRQ, they
किनको
cannot
चाहिँ
all
फ्यान
three
कसरी
bases
यत्रो धेरै भयो
unless Navi throw.
है पहिला बब्बाल भएर होला अहिले यत्रो फ्यान छ
Like a base threat.
पहिला
There's probably
पहिला यो
one.
छिनहरु त नि ओभर पपुलर
त्यही त
That's the problem. They can't make the plays happen, right? They have to rely on Navi making a mistake technically or overstepping. Here he comes.
Yeah, Navi looks to end
नगाई जिजी जस्तो RRQ रुन चाहिँ हार्यो हेर न के गर्दैछ RRQ त
as Navi waiting.
RRQ को त्यहाँ मुनि हेर न केटा अडियन्स रेडै हान्दिरहेछ
Now see the cars locked down. Oh my god, two of them locked down for the airstrike coming down as well as cars. Gets away with the consecration. Gets respect the damage now. It's Sutsugen caught all alone right there.
किन गएको
Rat will be able to stay back in. Oh,
धन्न मरेन यार ल म ओए हल्काले यार
chase over, gets the stun, goes for the damage. That's a flicker out. Apro.
घटकले बचाइदैन यार
Position, but they do not follow through. Dyron didn't want to use the curtain call.
Great cover though from Afro, right? Ensuring Ukir's safety, pops the AOG and force Rins to use that flicker.
They need to look for something. But it's so hard. I think that was the angle. No, they had to punish Apro, but no one was there, unfortunately. Right now, it looks still inevitable because that's... Unless, if Sutsugen gets level 15, before the Lord spawns Arashi, I think they contest. They need to.
Right now, if they want to try and shred the front line, I think it's too difficult, man. Cars is doing so well. He's actually up there, 1,000 gold below Toy, and he has a plot armor.
Let's go. It's RRQ comeback, no?
A huge boost in regeneration, and I don't think RRQ have the damage to deal with it.
तर यिनीहरुको लेट गेम पनि छैन के नाभिहरुको लेट गेम चाहिँ त्यस्तो कसैको छैन फार्साको लेट गेम लिने हल्का राम्रो छ फार्साको भ्यालेन भन्दा त चार्ज अड्केको छ सब फ्यानको त्यही गाइस अहिलेको गेम हाम्रो भए जस्तै यिनीहरुलाई अहिले त्यस्तै भइरहेछ
Navi Nation and Kingdom are just silence.
Again,
so tense. They know the situation is very, very crucial for both. 10 seconds on the clock. Sutsugen isn't level 15. Take a look at Navi just clearing the camps.
Yep.
They know they will deny Sutsugen 15.
Oh, what car?
Oh, Mario, cars.
Oh my god, he's so low. Great revitalize from Apro. That got him the Lord for free. That looks so
Lord
bad,
free
but it ended up so good.
Okay.
Uki with a splash of damage. Lord, how fast are they taking it? I want to see it.
I think this is it.
Navi will now get another base turret almost confirmed. Just have to play it slow. Slow.
Farm 7.4k ko to.
Wow. presence there from the side of Navi.
Ooh, VHS of Andor U too. Oh, that's a
यो डिफेन्ड हान्दै छ
डिफेन्ड त हान्दियो यो
Oh, it's already used. Wow. Back up by the
डाइरेन कल त एकछिनमा आउँछ
Oh, now they hold the wave up top. Or do they?
आरक्यू एफएफ र पबजीले गर्दा फेमस भएको अहिले एमएलमा नि पपुलर भयो होला मलाई अरू गेमको बारेमा त थाहा छैन आरक्यू फ्यान त लास्ट प्रे हान्दैछ है केटा
Item-wise, Toy is actually at full.
नेपाल र इन्डो पऱ्यो भने कसले जित्छ त है इन्डोले जित्छ नि केटा इन्डो लास्ट सँग
Okay, earlier was full, but they changed an item. I think immortality.
एमएलमा
फर्स्ट टाइम
टुर्नामेन्टतिर पर्यो नि भनेको
Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the final push of the game.
इन्डो र नेपाल भनेको इन्डो र नेपाल
Already used up. The Lord will be taken down here. Wow, really good damage. Navi just can't seem to end. They cannot penetrate through the base right now.
डिफेन्ड हुन्छ होला
Tyrant still holding the ground in the mid lane.
भयो क्या डिफेन्ड
Mid lane base are taken out, but hold off a second. Appraise travel retribution cars looking for the turret in the bottom lane now, but they will not be able to find it. That means RRQ again able to breathe in the game. The 7,000 gold lead as the game progresses.
लेट गेम भयो भने हान्न सक्छ है उता आरक्यूले आरक्यूको त सासै अड्किरह होला मा
Massive factor for Navi. RRQ are already struggling.
तिनीहरुले मर्छ हो
They have to try and go for a creative play. Some kind of surprise, some kind of ambush.
आरक्यू एक गेम पनि हाल्यो भने आउट हो केटा त्यही भएर आरक्यूको फ्यानहरुको सास अड्किरहेछ को नयाँ छ लाइक द स्ट्रिम केटा लाइक हान्नु सब्स्क्राइब हान्नु शेयर हान्नु केटा 12 घण्टा भन्दैछ यो फाल्कनको अति मिठो पारेर प्ले अफ पुग्दिरा
His damage now is really feasible though. You saw like one single Detonata will chunk a decent amount of HP away from these massive frontliners, but without siege.
Is that Holy Crystal that Rinz is building towards?
I think it might just be.
Wow. Glass cannon, man.
Either that or Blood Wings, right?
With but I mean either or. Here,
what would you rather?
Yeah,
I would rather have 2 feather airstrikes land on prio targets and get them low before I flicker out than Blood Wings, because I am just a one-cycle hero for now, right?
Yeah, makes sense. By all means.
Twilight.
Oh, that's a big item as well, especially in this match.
Look at cars though.
आरक्यू को हाइप हल्का घटेको छ किनकि पहिलाको आरक्यू लास्ट स्ट्रङ थियो नि केटा हो अहिले त्यस्तो छैन नि त आरक्यू सबै स्टार प्लेयरहरु थियो पहिला आरक्यू R7 लेमन चिन अझै अरु राम्रो प्लेयरहरु
Oh, good steal. Finally, he gets a feather airstrike.
That's really value. Especially with the Divine Wave completed for Ukir, that's a ton of damage available to him.
Napro holding that angle as well. There too, the slow push built up, so Navi know they have the Lord Dance in favor of them. Immortality, big.
So now, with the 7,000 gold lead here for Navi, they're taking it slow. Uh-oh,
cars? Flicker on a cars.
No flicker as well. That's big. But the thing is, he can regen all the way. The wave up top, though, will not be able to regen. That's a slow push built up slowly by Navi as they go for the Lord right now.
Farsa shows.
He does.
What's the call?
Sutsujin needs to steal it. That has to be the only call they can make. Oh, wait, what? Pumpkin Raven Spider, this is the angle! Coming down as well.
Wait, Darren, the सीधे एंडनी में ओए मार गया एंडनी ले उनका नहीं दिखी ना लॉर्ड मैन लॉर्ड पाए यार ओए माँ क्यों डायरन बात चो वाला ये गाटो कॉल ना है बात यार वो एक क्रेजी चीज है क्या आ रहा है तो पुसा ना गारे जो यार डिफेंड आने चाहिए एक जन प्लेयर जो ना
You don't play with Evolve Lord. Rinz is looking for the angle.
You gotta disengage. Rinz still has the flicker.
One stun on Ukir and a single airstrike.
Rinz.
Rinz.
Flies away. He has to give good call in the end for Navi because Toy had to clear out the waves. Lord will be. Wow, super tanky. Navi have pretty bad clear, so they can actually still play with it. Usher it towards at least one turret. They need it now.
They're going at Afro.
Too many angles to attack from. Ark, you have to give. But that saved the game for a bit.
Because it's a 4v5. RQ does not have enough.
अति में क्यों यार 21 मिनट का बचा यार crazy game यार ये तो
Be a threat.
They needed someone to get in there and get in the face of Afro. So you can't get the toy, but they were all trying to run straight into the safe zone of the Lord. Technically, there's a bit of breathing room right here, but
perfect game, make it up perfect.
No longer matter. I guess for item swaps they do. 60 seconds to
ओए
go.
रन दे सीसी का आइटम माला
But now you're the ones with the
आजकल बनाउँदै छ यो
surprise factors, right? They need Navi now are the ones with some urgency. They gotta try and get a pickoff or some
And they've been outscaled, the Lapu Lapu especially, right? Like the first few fights, amazing for Shive, but that's the thing about Lapu Lapu.
It falls off.
It does.
To be fair,
He's just a tank now.
Shive did get the stun onto Toy, I believe, but he flickered sideways away from Afro and Shive at the same time. If he did not spot Afro, that would have been it, I think, for RRQ. He would have been caught in a fight.
All reset here.
And now it's the far lane good for RRQ, which means lightning trunch.
Uh-oh.
Ukir, Yusun Shin.
त्यही गाइस अबको लर्डले सब डिसाइड हुन्छ हैन
One drop. That's an atomic bomb.
Unfortunate on the Lord positioning for Navi, but it's actually neutral, right? And let's see, with this sort of map, will RIQ be able to capitalize and
Can Dyron duel? No. This is a non-lane.
Exactly, but can he outpush technically to maintain some kind of control?
Don't think so.
गाइस यो लर्ड कसले पाउँछ यो लर्ड जसले पाए त्यसले जित्यो है गेम चाहिँ कि त लर्ड पाएर अपोनेन्टको टिमलाई पुरै वाइप हान्नु पर्यो
Exactly. That's the thing about the Evolved Lord. You can't burst it as easy as you know, can before like the big Evolved Lord patch. You take a lot of damage when you do it. That's why they've been struggling to hold the Lord.
Alright. Afro though looking for the angle. He knows it's necessary. It's the only way to win against a proper front to back, but
dude, Hylos is clearing mid.
फ्ल्याङ्क हान्न खोज्दैछ लर्ड एक्सटेन्ड गर्न खोज्यो डाइरेक्ट भिजन खोल्दियो ओए पसेको बाय बाय
great recovery there. Very aggressive there from Rins.
Calm down, Rash.
That's the
calm down.
Yeah, they're
hold on now.
The angle was very small there.
OACC is doing a lot actually, but it's just
balance perfect खेला छ
Rins coming for a surprise package.
Set the wave there, no? Just like stop there. And then, but they can't.
By the way, Suzuki has the Sky Garden helmet.
Dude, they can't. Oh, my Rins cannot show like that, dude.
Oh, half an hour perhaps here. Oh, Shiva jumps in.
Yep, he needs to. Oh, they reset! The Force was down below.
तर लर्ड रिसेट नगर्नु पर्छ यार जुदो केटा जुदो एप्रोले फ्लिकर बेट हान्दियो उकिर ल म किन आइटम स्वाइप सुतुदिले अति टन्डा यार कसले जितेको छ ग्याङ लामो अरे यार कोही मरेन यार व्हाट द फक ब्रो एब्सोल्युट सिनेमा यार कोही मरेन रे यार त्यत्रो ग्याङमा आइटम स्वाइप का स्वाइप
especially if you take a look at RRQ. 3 important spells are down as only Toy now. That's the winner crown pot.
कोही मरेन यार what the heck.
The winner's down pot, they're holding. Is this? Oh my God, cars can't clear fast enough.
He's forced to leave. He's forced to leave.
So this guy actually the बाहर गायब है यार. Lord. Rins more यार. नहीं त्यो एप्रोले पकड्या टोयलाई. GG guys. RRQ is out. RRQ out.
The kingdom have tried to rebuild. They have tried to stay afloat, but now it's just Dyron. And he cannot do it, not all alone.
GG guys.
The Catalyst, all alone, just Edok. Navi. The rebellion succeeds.
RRQ is out guys, playoff order.
They make it to their first ever playoffs.
Navi will create history.
RRQ out par yaar. Oh my God.
Celebrates while the kingdom will bow down.
रुन्छ त आमा
रुको चाहिँ हेरौँ न खै कहाँ रुन्छ
रुको चाहिँ हेरौँ न रे अति भन्छ
The first time ever that we won't see RRQ in playoffs.
फर्स्ट
The
टाइम RRQ
thrill
प्लेयर
for
फसेन
Na'Vi, the agony for the kingdom. History on both sides.
के गाइस रुनै थाले त यार ओ माय गॉड
Let me inform you that there will still be one more game. But that will be it for RRQ and their playoff aspirations.
अति हान्दिर यार घटकले
Concealed taunted toy sealed the deal. What?
यसलाई हेर केटा यसलाई हेर
What a way to secure your playoff ticket. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one
खेल्ने
more
भने
game
पाण्डा
to
एकछिन
go.
I said that.
को छ र
तिम्रो कोही छैन बोलाउ न छिन
अर्काको टिममा
ए हो
We
त्यसो
have
भए
to play one more game is the worst part of it.
खेल्दै गऱ्यो नि त त्यसो भए
Lost. All Navi need was
ल
a
यार
game, a single game, and it's done. Navi make it a playoffs. They get a ticket to pick, and they
यार
deny
भाइ
it from the Kings.
ल गाइस
What was this play?
स्ट्रिमिङ हान्नु पर्यो होइन अब स्ट्रिमिङ हानिदिनु पर्ला 12 घन्टा नि हुन्न रहेछ प्रोबेबली स्ट्रिमिङ गरिदिनु पर्ला अब
Give it Apro, man. The Apro play. That was what won them the game.
Yeah.
Apro taught a concealed gato catcha, man. A concealed gato catcha.
And Rins died first. Rins dying first was just.
गाइस रुनै थाल्यो आरटी हेर न ओ माय गॉड
Don't get ganked easily. Guys, vote Apro. What the heck is this?
What a way. What a win.
के छैन आज
The kingdom.
दिनै खराब छ ओ ना यार कास्टर बिचारा
Hit the music. Man.
Oh my, Apro went on a stroll. Shout out to Renmar for saying that, but he did. He just went on a
यार केटा
And all of the kingdom.
Oh.
लास्ट यो
Hit the music. Man.
बिचारा मिर्का आइसिरहेछ त
Oh my, Apro went on a stroll. Shout out to Renmar for saying that, but he did. He just went on a stroll.
गाइस प्रोबेबली स्ट्रिमिङ हान्नु पर्ला है 12 घन्टा भन्दैछ त्यो एक्जस्टेड भइसक्यो यार केटा हो ट्याक्क 12 घन्टा भइसक्यो स्ट्रिमिङ हान्नु के मिर्को त खुसी छ त मिर्को बिटिआर टिम सेलेक्ट भइसक्यो खुसी भइहाल्छ नि सोर त 11 hour, nice work, MASARAP. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you for joining the stream. आजको ट्याक्क 12 घन्टा भएपछि अफ गरिदिन्छु नि त के गाइस एक ब्रल हान्यौँ के कति मिनट भएको छ 12 घन्टा
The louder your cheers, the brighter these flames. Let's make history.
कति घन्टा चल्यो कहाँ मिनेट कसरी हेर्छ गाइस एकछिन खेल्दिउँ न त 12 नहुँदैछ मैले गाइस स्ट्रिम स्टार्ट कहिले गरेको थिएँ ट्याक्क 12 घन्टा भइसक्यो असल त कमेन्ट सक्नु Can you cry again? 9 बजे 9 बजे कति मिनेटमा अब भनेपछि अझै खानु पर्यो होइन यस ऱ्याङ्क हान्नु पर्ला ल डुओ ट्रियो हान्दिउँ न त भ्युवर्स पनि 36 भइसकेको छ गाइस एक दुई गेम हानौँ 12 घन्टा भइसक्यो इन हानिदिन्छु म ट्याक्क 9 मा हो 9 बजे स्टार्ट गरेँ मैले म ऱ्याङ्क म्याच सुन्न चाहन्थेँ गाइस एकजना आइसक्यो गाइस अरू छ भने आउँदा हुन्छ जोइन ट्राई स्टार्ट गरिदिन्छु म गाइस निड वान है केटा निड वान काकासी ब्रो आइसक्यो लेट्स गो हजुर 9-5 मेबी भनेपछि कति 2 गेम What do you think? Who do you think will win the PS playoff? I guess Onyx, Onyx या TLPH. Onyx or TLPH, guys. For me, I know Aurora is strong, but I don't think they will able to win the champion title. Probably second हुन सक्छ. तर first चाहिँ I don't think. Guys, कति अहिलेसम्म कतिजनाले भ्यू भइसक्यो हेरौँ है त यो म चेक गर्छु Guys, already 15,000 ले भ्युज भइसक्यो है 15,000 अलरेडी भ्युज भइसक्यो आजको लाइभ स्ट्रिम 15,000 है गाइस 15,000 म आजको डिटेल भन्छु है त के भयो भने च्या उति त हुँदैन जस्तो लाग्यो के भन्छु त्यो नि हेर्न मिल्छ नभए के अरे त्यो कतिजनाले च्याट गरेको छ त्यस्तो सबै हेर्न मिल्छ Congratulations man, thank you guys, thank you so much for the support. आज लङ स्ट्रिम भयो नि त धेरै नै 12 घन्टै हुन गइसक्यो थ्याङ्क यू गाइस बिहानदेखि स्ट्रिम गरेको छु फाल्कन त कसले लिँदैन त फाल्कन राम्रै छ तर अरू टिमहरू स्ट्रङ छ त
Your team is banning.
के हो म जङ्गल त नहेर्नु म यार निन्द्रामा त स्क्रिम पनि छ क्या 10 मा फेरि म त स्ट्रिम अफ गरेर अफ स्ट्रिम खेल्छ गाइस स्क्रिम चाहिँ आजको म सुत्न लाग्थेँ तर स्क्रिम पनि छ भने त्यही भएर सुत्दैन म्यान युनाइटेड भएपछि लिभरपुल वाच पार्टी कहाँ वाच पार्टी गर्न मिल्छ फुटबलको त
The enemy is picking.
म त झन् 8 बजेबाट याइको हेर्दै अनि यता 8-9 बजे लभली सपोर्ट है गाइस लभली सपोर्ट यो सुब्रोको लभली
Your team is picking.
I love the smell of gunpowder in the morning.
Light me up and watch
भोलि गाइस होराकोबाट थम्बनेल हाल्छु म एकचोटि होराको दाइलाई थम्बनेल होइन यो ओभरले मुनिको ब्यानर Money 12 hour game हो है Thank you so much Aizen bro for the support होइन lovely guys make sure to follow me in Instagram as well म आजको के डिटेल भयो सबै इन्स्टाग्राममा हाल्छु कति आज मैले सब्सक्राइबर गेन गरेँ कति भ्युज आयो अनि के हुन्छ कतिजनाले च्याट यस्तो सबै डिटेलहरू हुन्छ त्यस्तो आज पोस्ट हान्दिउँ न है इन्स्टाग्राममा टेन के दाइ त्यो सब 12 आवरलाई या 10 के डायमन्ड 12 आवर स्ट्रिम गर्नलाई छैन है
Victory is in sight, soldier. Pick a hero.
Any prediction यो RW भनेको ए यो र RM र बार्सामा हान्सी यो बार्साको कोचलाई के उतिदै होइन के अरे चाहिँ लाइक ब्यान हो कि के गरे होइन एक गेमको लागि म त I'll go with Real Madrid, United र Liverpool prediction. United probably. मेरो prediction फुटबलमा त त्यस्तो राम्रो छैन but I'll support Real Madrid अनि Ronaldo. I'm MASARAP #1 fan. Thank you so much. The biggest Aurora Glazer. Thank you for the support. आजको टपिकहरुमा म गिभ स्टार भइहाल्छ नि यो छु थ्याङ्क यू यो छु थ्याङ्क यू सो मच गाइस ट्याक्क 12 बजे स्ट्रिम इन हालिदिन्छु होइन यो प्रोबेबली दिस इज गोना बी माई लास्ट गेम थ्याङ्क यू फर जोइनिङ द स्ट्रिम गाइस आजको लागि खेल्न पनि सकिरहेको छैन राम्रो रियल भर्सेस बार्सामा फ्लिक नै हुँदैन त्यही देखिरहेको थिएँ मैले पोस्टहरू फ्लिक हुँदैन भनेर
Learn to accept people for who they are. True wise words from the doctor. It requires some extra efforts to be the protagonist.
यस्तो हान्छु नि यसलाई अहिले रोक्नु
Hey there, meet Runner, Nibiru, Wesker, and Bennett.
याइकोको लोवर ब्याकेट म्याच छ फाइनल छ कि के छ सकिसक्यो याइकोको गेम केटा हो Bye bye. Bye bye, Kafka bro. Thank you for joining the stream. म स्काई हाल्नु पर्यो यार यसको को नयाँ आउनु भएको छ मेक शिट लाइक द स्ट्रिम होइन लाइक हान्थ्यौँ सब्सक्राइब गरेर सेयर हानु रस्टै टायर्ड भइसक्यो यार बोल्नु पनि गाह्रै भइसक्यो स्क्रिम कसरी खेल्न भ्याउँछ यार
Locked and loaded. Bang bang.
बार्साको डनफलमा फ्लिक नभएपछि त्यही नै रियल पोमा खै रियलले हान्छ होला मलाई एम्बापेको लास्ट भवा लाग्छ गेमले मैले फ्रान्समा नि फ्रान्स भन्छ अर्जेन्टिनामा नि एम्बापेलाई सपोर्ट हान्नु सुरुदेखि एम्बापेले सपोर्ट हान्दै एम्बापेले कस्तो खेलिदिएको फाइनलमा यस्तो मजा आएको मलाई हेर्न फाइनल गेम एम्बापे सोलो क्लच हान्दिन थियो मस्को वर्ल्ड मिस मलाई यो गेम खेल्ने अझनबाट हेर्दैछु थ्याङ्क यू सो मच यार होमवर्क भोलि कति बजे हो गेम भोलि 8 बजेतिर होला यार मलाई थाहा नै छैन अहिले एकछिनमा पोस्ट आउँछ अनि म पोस्ट इन्स्टाग्रामतिर सेयर गर्छु युट्युबमा नि हालिदिन्छु अरे मासला Option के हो यिनीहरूको के हो पुफा रोम भने खेलको के हो मिड हो पाण्डाको वाचपट्टि गाइस पाण्डाको गेम पर्सि छ भोलि त हाम्रो मात्रै हो बेस्ट अफ 5 हो नि त पाण्डाको गेम वाच पार्टी गर्छु म गाइस ढुक्क राम्रो गेम हुन्छ त्यो अहिले तपाईँ कसरी तिमीहरूलाई होडाले एप्रोच गर्यो सेयर सेभेन होडा दाइले मलाई टेक्स्ट गर्नु भइरहेको थियो इन्स्टाग्राममा अनि त्यही सोध्नु भइरहेको थियो होडामा आएको सबैजना नेपाली हो नि है यस गाइस सबैजना नेपाली हो होडा स्पोर्टको मेम्बरहरू एमएलबी रोस्टरको What the fuck के गरेँ मैले ठिक छ यसले मारेछ लिम्बेको सजेसन थियो जस्तो लागेको थियो अर्कै रहेछ कसको सजेसन थियो मलाई थाहा नै छैन यार दाइले सिधै कन्ट्याक्ट हान्नुभयो मासरप वुमेन होइन बट कोट हो अरे अति भन्छ त ब्लेजर त अरू केटाहरूलाई थकाइ लागेको छैन बिहानदेखि हामी गेम हेरेको छु पब्जी टिम त मेरो बेस्ट हो राई नेपाल अब यो गेम नै हेर्दैछु थ्याङ्क यू सो मच यार घोडामा आएको सबैभन्दा अगाडि मलाई थाहा थियो तर मैले इन्फो लिक नहाने वाउ ज्योतिष बाबा ल कहाँ हानेको केटा मलाई त के हो यार टोपी हानेको गाइज एउटा बिग न्युज आउँदैछ एउटा बिग फकिङ न्युज आउँदैछ है केटा बिग फकिङ न्युज एक दुई हप्तामा थाहा हुन्छ बिग न्युज है केटा बिग न्युज मोनिटाइज भयो मोनिटाइजको होइन केटा हो मोनिटाइज त मेरो अलरेडी भएको 3-4 हप्ता अगाडि बिग न्युज गाइज बिग न्युज होइन 1-2 विक्स को बारेमा एक हप्ता भित्र आउँछ भनौँ म भन्न चाहिँ सक्दिनँ अहिले
Going full steam ahead. Don't worry, Beatrix to the rescue. Our turret has been destroyed.
गेम सकाइदियो हाल्नु त केटा तो 1-1 खेल्दियो मेरोसँग नाइ यार सक्दिनँ यो यत्तिकै भनेको फेरि 1v1 चाहिँ नेभर हो कुखुरा यार केटा मरे म Let's go nice and like on the stream. This is gonna be my last game, man. यार लास्ट ढाड दुख्यो त यार केटा हो को नयाँ छ मेरो इन्स्टामा नि फलो हान्न गाइस एकछिन त फलो मी इन माइ इन्स्टाग्राम सिरियस हान्नु पर्यो गेम सकाउनु सर हाम्रो टिमले त बबाल खेल्छ मैले फिड हान्दैछु हानौँ त गेम सकाइदियो हानौँ के हो मोर्दैन त यार ल एक हिट हान्न भएको छ यत्तेरिका भोलि कति बजी हो गेम भोलि गाइज गेम अहिलेसम्म फिक्स भएको छैन म आज रातिसम्म फिक्स गरेर इन्स्टाग्राममा पोस्ट गर्छु नि कति बजी गेम हुन्छ भनेर इन्स्टाग्राममा स्टोरी हालेर हुन्छ ए प्लिज सेटिङ देखाउनुहोस् न प्लिज ए गाइज मेरो सेटिङ चाहिँ होइन यो स्क्रिनसट लिइराख स्क्रिनसट लिइराख गाइज स्ट्रिम फेरि रि गरेर हेर्नु यति हो त्यस्तो केही डिफ्रेन्स छैन हल्का नर्मल छ अलिकति मात्रै चेन्ज न्यू प्लेयरहरूको लागि चाहिँ फेरि एनी टाइम हेल्प हो एकछिन हामी ट्रेड हारेको कसरी हार्दैछौँ अरे लामो हेल्प गर्यो अरे लामो गायो भन्दा एनिन्स एनिन्स के हिन्ट्स यार नाइ हिन्ट्स नदिने यार हिन्ट्स नदिने भयो नाच्न आउनु मसरप हुन्छ बोलाउन आइहाल्छु नि गाइस जानु पर्ला स्ट्रिमिङ गरेर नाच्नु के अपने लड यहाँ त मेरो अगाडि लडाउनु another direction यो अन्धकार पारे बेला म्यापै घुमाउनु मिल्दैन माछा मारे दुईजना को सर्न रोक्न क्यारी हानिहाल्छ नि केटा Wait now, throw down on that.
Morgan, get the tub ready. Need to take a hot bath when I get home.
Sniper झिक्दिउँ केटा स्नाइपर हानौँ न त अघि एपेक्सको एन्सेट प्रो प्र्याक्टिस गर्छ हिन गएर छिटो अल्छ लाग्यो
Anyone saw Diggy lately? Got a message.
के गरे त्यो मोस्टोले म्यान यो मोस्टो गाइस गेम सक्यो जिजिस यति थियो हाम्रो यात्रा आजको लागि सक्यो जस्तो गेमै के हो लड हान्नु भयो ए अझै लामै हुने भयो त्यसो
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
ओए केटा डिफेन्ड आन जित्नुपर्छ हामीले बेस मलाई सुट अब केटा यस्तै हो रिस उठेपछि यस्तै हो केटा हजुर छैन एकछिनमा खान्छु गेम सकेर त केटा गेम सकेला मिनेन आएर सकिँदैन जस्तो अब मलाई बचाउ
Need to take a hot bath when I get home.
हल्का ब्याक गर ओए मुनि म यसरी नहाने यार यो गेम अहिले जाउँ भने चल्यो केटा अब क्लियर त हानिहाल्छु म